You've awakened a 3S grade light-based talent. Yet you're still mocked by your classmates. Even the mentor who always believed in you advises you to take on a support role. Because in this world where everyone awakens supernatural abilities, the light element has no offensive capabilities beyond healing. But as someone who has crossed over, you know best how formidable light-based powers are. Just ask the monsters. As your awakening concluded, a crisp mechanical sound rang out. Jiang Chun, Elemental Affinity S+. Upon hearing S+, your mentor Lu Ling's expression visibly shifted to shock. This was the highest known elemental affinity level. Yet just as Lu Ling's excitement peaked, the next words shattered her illusions. Light-based ability. Your expression suddenly became blank, because at the moment your ability awakened, a mechanical voice rang out in your mind. Detected hosts awakening of light-based ability. Navigation system binding in progress. Binding successful. Without changing your expression, you nodded at Lu Ling with a smile, and then turned to walk back to your seat. Watching your retreating figure, Lu Ling opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to say. Meanwhile, the classroom, which had just quieted down, erupted into chaos once again. Seriously? S+ elemental affinity? How are the rest of us supposed to compete? I only have a B rank. I'm done trying to keep up with you talented freaks. A bespectacled boy in the middle of the classroom exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. And the person beside him immediately said with a sour tone, so what if you have S+ elemental affinity? It's just the most useless light element with no combat or support capabilities. What's the point of having S+? You followed the voice and looked over. This person was named Deng Yong. Because his parents were law enforcement officers who were extremely protective of him, he had often bullied others at school. You turned your head slightly to look at Deng Yong and said calmly, an ability user's strength lies in the user themselves, not the ability. No matter how strong an ability is, in the hands of certain people, it's still just trash. After speaking, you ignored Deng Yong's reaction, turned around, and sat back in your seat, leaving only a furious Deng Yong behind. Others don't know how powerful the light element is, but you do. After all. Just a second before you crossed over, you were watching or beat the hell out of a Demon King beast. This world has no tokusatsu shows, so no one understands the capabilities of the light element. But on Earth, almost everyone knows that Ultraman is the embodiment of light. Whether it's the Ultra Slash or the Zephyrian Beam, Ultraman's abilities are incredibly powerful. The might of the light element is best understood by monsters. After all, aside from the disc creatures that were literally beaten to death, every other monster's exit scene involves taking at least 2 beams. Otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify as a proper monster. Deng Yong was about to continue mocking, but seeing the increasingly dangerous look in Lu Ling's eyes, he suppressed his impulse. And as you returned to your seat, Zhao Long threw an arm around your shoulder and said mysteriously, Jiang Chun, I'm counting on you to carry me from now on. Hearing this, you raised an eyebrow and said, carry you? What? Don't you think I'm just a measly light type? But Zhao Long waved his hand dismissively. They might think light types are useless now, but didn't you say it yourself? An Esper's strength lies in the Esper themselves. Don't forget what my dad does. Light types are like gold dust in hospitals. Wounds from dark-type beasts can only be treated by light-type espers, and an S+ like you is practically a national treasure. You raised an eyebrow slightly. After all, Xiaolong's father was the head of the hospital, so he'd know more about these things. All right, settle down now. The old man's about to lose it. You pointed at the podium, and Zhao Long immediately got the hint. System, introduce yourself. You called out in your mind. The mechanical voice of the navigation system responded, hello. Host, the navigation system will guide you to become a pioneer on the path of an ability user, which is why it officially bound to you only after you awakened as an ability user. Hearing this, you felt extremely regretful. If only the system had come earlier, all those years of wasted development time. With it, I could have been a 9th-tier ability user by now. System, do I have any newbie gift packs or something like that? Ding, detecting the host's request, a newbie gift pack has been specially issued. A light screen, visible only to you, appears before your eyes. Glancing at the classmates watching the awakening ceremony around you, you grit your teeth and say, System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding, the newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the skill 8-part light wheel, a 1st-tier potion, and 100,000 yuan in cash. Staring at your system panel, your eyes widened. Neither the cash nor the potions particularly caught your attention, but this skill, this truly excited you. 8-point light ring. Octavo Light Wheel. Others might not know the gold content of this skill, but how could Jiang Chun not know? What is this? This is a skill that almost all Ultraman in the Ultraman series know, powerful and low energy consumption. Not only can they be thrown and used, but they can also be held in the hand as a weapon. Sure enough, there were no wasteful psychic powers, only wasteful psychics. Since he had the 8-point light will, other light skills would certainly be rare after that, and even the Spark Legend, which was known as the strongest light, was possible to obtain. Lu Ling on the podium looked at Jiang Chun, who was stifling his laughter in his seat with some confusion. He didn't understand whether Jiang Chun was too excited or too sad. After all, the elemental affinity had reached S+, but it was awakening the light-type ability that was known as the least potential and most wasteful. How could she know that Jiang Chun had never felt that his awakening of the light system was anything bad? On the contrary, at this moment, Jiang Chen's smile was harder to suppress than AK's, and he was already on the verge of bursting out in a piggish grin. Ding! Please ask the host if he is fused. Just as Jiang Chun was in a state of secret pleasure, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Jiang Chun asked curiously, "System, can you only use the skill 8-point light will after fusing it?" Ding! Yes, host, all skills need to be fused at the initial stage. Fusion takes time. The system will assist the host in fusing all the memories of the skill use. The host will get all the knowledge about how to use the skill as well as how to teach it. The mechanical sound of the system was still so cold, but it was so pleasing to Jiang Chen's ears. No wonder the system is called the pilot system. I'm sure it exists as a navigator on this path of the light system. The skills you gained could not only be used by yourself but could also be taught to others, so you could totally get an organization and build your own class. After all, the power of one person is always limited, and the power of a team is very important in many cases. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun forcefully suppressed his smile that was harder to suppress than even AK shouted. System, fusing the 8 points of the light wheel. Ding! Good host. Fusion in progress, fusion commencing. As the words fell, Jiang Chun instantly felt a tingling pain coming from his brain, and a large amount of knowledge crowded into his mind all at once. How to use the 8-part light will, how to run the 8-part light will spirit power to save energy, how to mobilize the surrounding light elements to condense the 8-part light wheel, and how to instantly launch the 8-part light wheel. All the knowledge crammed in at once. Jiang Chun kept receiving it, and the system coming from his brain made his face redden. In order not to draw attention to himself, Jiang Chun clenched his teeth not to make a sound, bearing the irrigation of knowledge alone. For a minute, Jiang Chun could be said to be spending seconds like years, until a minute later, the mechanical sound of the system rang out in his head. Ding! The fusion is complete. Congratulations to the host for mastering the light attack skill. 8 points light wheel. As the words fell, the tingling in his brain gradually receded, and Jiang Chen's reddened face gradually went back to white. The mechanical sound of the system was more pleasing to Jiang Chen's ears than anything else right now. Phew! Exhaling a deep breath of turbid air, Jiang Chun carefully reviewed the extra knowledge in his mind, and the corners of his mouth once again curled into a smile that was harder to suppress than AK. The 8 points light will was really powerful, and the attack power was in no way weaker than the lightning and fire powers, which were reputed to have the most explosive attacks, and he was already sketching out in his mind the time when he would obtain the light and the otter guillotine. The glory of Ace, the director of the Kingdom of Light Meat Factory, will be inherited by me, Jiang Chun. The Kingdom of Light Meat Factory sells monster meat, and Jiang Chun sells alien beast meat, so at least it's passed down. Just then, the last student also finished awakening, and a soldier came forward to salute and drink after checking the alien awakening device. Mission accomplished, we leave immediately. After saying that, without leaving Willowbell a chance to speak, he turned around and walked out of the classroom, carrying the alien awakening device. Willowbell rubbed her brow and looked up at the students in the middle of the classroom and said aloud, "Students, you have also finished awakening your supernatural abilities and know your situation. So it's up to you to decide whether you want to take the literature test or the martial arts test next. Tomorrow, before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all people will turn in their registration forms and registration materials. The follow-up will be based on the enrollment status of everyone by the class. We have the fate to see you again. I wish you all the best of luck." As the words fell, the originally silent classroom boiled. Everyone was cheering. Although they hadn't taken the college entrance exam yet, they had already walked through a node in their lives, and next, they were about to face a fork in their lives. I'm going to go with the literature test. I'm going to choose the martial arts exam. Seriously, I was all set to take the literature test, but I didn't realize I was actually a fire psychic. Ha ha ha, me too. But I'll go with the civil exam. Would powers? and it's my dream to go and become a doctor." Everyone was telling each other what they had decided to do, and there was none of the dreariness of the morning. It is far more pleasurable to get an answer, even if it is not as good as you would like it to be, than to wait for an answer, and waiting for an answer is torturous. "Jiang Chun, come out with me." Just as everyone was happily cheering, Lu Ling's voice rang out once again. Jiang Chun, who was called by name, froze, his eyes looking towards Lu Ling in confusion, not knowing what he was calling himself for at this time. And instead of speaking, Willowbell just turned and walked out of the classroom. Helplessly, Jiang Chun stood up expressionlessly and walked outside the classroom. Deng Yong said with a frown as he looked at Jiang Chen's back. "Could it be that this loser has even gotten into Willowbell's eyes?" Qin Shui nodded slightly as she looked at Jiang Chen's back, not knowing what she was thinking. Walking out of the classroom door, Lu Ling stood in the corridor and looked at Jiang Chun with a smile and said, "Jiang Chun, teacher knows that you're not happy that you've awakened the light department, but don't worry, the light department has a promising future as well, and with your S+ elemental affinity, you'll surely be fought over by prestigious schools." Chapter 6: The Power of a Shifter is in the shifter himself. Looking at the serious-faced Lu Ling, Jiang Chun suddenly laughed. So it was because he was afraid that he couldn't think straight to persuade himself. But how could one pity himself for having awakened the light system? The power of the light system was not weaker than any psychic ability, even stronger than most psychic abilities. With that, Jiang Chun looked at Lu Ling with a smile and said, "Teacher Lu, I'm fine. There's no need to comfort me. I don't feel that awakening the light system is something unfortunate. Quite the contrary. I'm very glad that I've awakened the light system." I am not surprised that Lu Ling listened to the press did not give Jiang Chun finish the opportunity to extend his hand with both hands to put Jiang Chen's shoulders. Said, "Jiang Chun, don't do anything stupid. All roads lead to Rome. Martial arts exams don't work, we don't go. Don't hang on a road. If you go to be a doctor in the literature exams, you can add 100 points to your talent." At the words, Jiang Chen's head was full of black lines. This press simply didn't give himself a chance to finish, but thinking that Lu Ling also had good intentions, he immediately revealed a confident smile and said, "Sensei, I'm really fine, and I'll stick to this path of martial arts exams. I firmly believe that it's the aliens' own strength that makes them powerful, rather than attributing their weakness to the aliens' ability as if they were weak, which is the behavior of a weak person." As the words fell, it was Lu Ling's turn to look at Jiang Chun with her jaw dropped. She didn't expect Jiang Chun to actually say such domineering words. Looking at Lu Ling's appearance, Jiang Chun grinned. "It's only strange if this doesn't charm you to death. This is the truth that he has seen in his previous life by reading netizens for more than 10 years. With that, Jiang Chun didn't care about Lu Ling's reaction as he turned around and walked towards the outside of the school. After awakening his powers, he could leave, and he only brought his ID card with him when he came to school today, so the current Jiang Chun was in no mood to continue staying in school. Those with good relationships have contact information, and those with bad relationships have no need to contact them. The top priority now is to find a place to try out the power of the 8-point light wheel. The knowledge inculcated by the system is all theoretical, and real use still requires practice. This kid, not bad at all. Such domineering words. I hope your strength will match your ambition. I look forward to that day. Looking at Jiang Chen's back, Lu Ling murmured and whispered, because they are seniors, everyone knows that seniors have to go home after awakening their psychic abilities and discuss with their families whether to take the civil or the martial arts exam. So they walked out of the school gate without the slightest hindrance. Thinking about it, Jiang Chun decided to go to the Mighty Tiger training gym to test the power of the 8-points light wheel. As soon as he thought of it, Jiang Chun immediately walked in the direction of the Mighty Tiger Training Center. Training halls divided into official and private. The advantage of the official is that it is free and everything is borne by the official. The disadvantage is that it is covered with surveillance. There is no privacy. The private ones are not monitored and respect the privacy of the customer, and again the cost is expensive. It was just to test the ability of the octave light wheel. Jiang Chun didn't want to be found out by the officials that he could teach others the ability of light-based combat later on. But definitely not now. After all, a freshly awakened psychic developed an offensive skill. This is not pulled to the slices. Are sorry for those science maniacs. The Tiger Training Center, the city's best training center, has the most complete facilities, but the cost of $5,000 an hour has also deterred many people, thanks to the cash prizes drawn. At the same time when Jiang Chun was heading to the Mighty Tiger Training Center, at this time, far away in Sichuan province, in the middle of a conference room of Yanhuang University, a man wearing a well-tailored brown suit and gold-rimmed glasses said with a push of his glasses and a smile, "I propose that we, Yanhuang, should not recruit students from the light department this year. Every year we have to smash a lot of money into the light department, but they have not developed any eye-catching skills up to now, and they can't do anything in literature or in martial arts. Beside him, a man with a somber face spoke in a deep voice. It's true that light development has been ineffective. Perhaps it can't be helped by the fact that lights indeed can't do combat. When this statement was made, many of the members in the conference room nodded their heads in agreement. The annual expenditure of the light department was not small. If the expenditure of the light department was divided among the other departments, they would also be able to receive a considerable amount of benefits. At the end of the long table in the conference room, Yi Xing in a white coat slapped the table and stood up, reaching out to point at the two men and cursed. Hu Yingjun, Zhou Xingyi, do you two have a conscience? Have you not suffered from our light system's treatment? The wounds scratched out by the dark system's foreign beasts have the ability not to come to us to cure the light system. Zhou Xingyi, aren't you of the dark system? How can you be attacked by the foreign beasts of the same dark system and still be eroded? Hu Yingjun was the gentlemanly man in a suit, while Zhou Xingye was the man with a gloomy face. Being directly named in the face of the sticker to open the expression of both men is not too good. Hu Yingjun, to organize his expression to knock the table, said, Yi Xing, I'm just stating a fact. The light department just isn't suited for combat. Isn't it good for you guys to honestly belong to the arts and sciences and go teach and save people, and leave the combat to our other department's adepts? Zhou Xingyi also said in a deep voice, it is true that your light department is important, but with as much power as you have, you are great at this aspect of healing. But it is an indisputable fact that you can't fight. You guys, who said the light system can't fight, it's just because no one has developed it. Wasn't it only 10 years ago that your dark system was developed? All psychic abilities can fight, the light system must be able to as well. Yi Xing's beautiful face was reddened with anger, pointing at the two men and retorting feebly, but saying this sentence was more or less a bit of a lack of energy. After all, the research of the light system had not stopped for so many years, but there had been no results. Knock, knock, knock. The two of them, Hu Yingjun and Zhou Xingyi, were still trying to speak when a white-bearded old man sitting on the first seat gently knocked on the table a few times, and the two of them instantly shut up. The white-bearded old man swept a glance at the leaders of the various alien ability specialties seated in the middle of the conference room and rubbed his brow, saying, the light department can't not be recruited, and don't you guys forget the significance of Yan Huang's existence. At these words, both of their faces changed, and the other attending members didn't say anything, but they all lowered their heads unanimously. Opposite the two, a woman in an aqua blue dress raised her eyelids and lightly glanced at the two and said, now that there are more and more dark-type exotic beasts, aren't you guys clear about the raging power of dark-type exotic beasts? Yan Huang is not bad at this, the light system, but where the development of attack skills, that for humans is the significance of the odometer type, you guys don't forget, only the light system to deal with these dark alien beasts is born to restrain. At the front of the long table, a man stood up violently, and although he was dressed, his bulging clothes couldn't stop the huge muscles all over his body. If you ask me, it's true that the light department needs to recruit, but it's also an indisputable fact that the light department spends so much money on research every year with no results. So why don't we pick a compromise? What a way! Yi Xing immediately looked at the man excitedly and shouted. The man hemmed and hawed. This year's light department is not recruiting directly. It's recruiting through the Wukong Unified Examination. Chapter 7, the light system needs change. What? Recruiting from within the martial arts examination Unified Examination? Zhao Dezhu, you're not kidding. Yi Xing instantly became anxious, and with his mouth agape, he directly roared towards Zhao Dezhu. And Zhao Dezhu sniffed squarely. As we all know, my nickname Zhao Dezhu is covered. I can cover the entire Yan Huang, so I never joke. Ding is ding is ding. It was fine if they didn't say it, but when Zhao Dezhu said it, everyone nodded their heads. Hu Yingjun thought about it even more directly and said with a smile, right, why is it that the students of the light department can be directly recruited into Yan Huang every year just by relying on their high elemental affinity? This is unfair to the other departments, so they will participate in the martial arts examination together and decide whether to admit or not to admit according to the results of the martial arts examination. You guys, how could the light system beat other powers in the middle of a martial arts test, Lu? Yi Xing's face was anxious as he looked towards He Lu, who was sitting on the side in a long light blue dress. I was surprised that He Lu didn't say anything, but instead, he also fell into contemplation. Seeing this, Yi Xing's face was ugly. Even He Lu did not help himself. Then this matter could have no room for maneuver. Sure enough, He Lu nodded gently and said, I agree with this proposal from Director Zhao Dezhu. The light department can't be special. From this year onwards, the admission to the light department should also be unified through the martial arts examination. With these words, Yixing's heart that had been hanging in the air finally died, and he helplessly let out a bitter smile. Seeing this, He Lu frowned and said after thinking about it, high school students are generally not strong in their psychic abilities, and the aura enhances the body in the same way, so the fact that the light department currently has some fighting ability in the lower ranks is not considered a hardship for you lights. Once these words came out, everyone present nodded their heads in agreement. Yixing was also out of options, although He Lu and her were on good terms, but in this kind of matter, He Lu was notorious for helping the rational side, and only stood on the side of reason. The white-bearded old man from earlier looked at the atmosphere of the scene and said aloud after a slight moment of reflection. Now, we vote on whether the light department will maintain the previous system for acceptance or acceptance through the unified martial arts examination. Those who choose the latter, raise your hands. Swish, swish, swish. One hand was raised, and everyone except Yixing and the white-bearded old man raised their hands. The white-bearded old man said with a slight nod, "Agree 24 people against 1 person. I do not count the vote. The resolution passed. The General Affairs Office remember to send a bulletin. This year Yanhuang University's Department of Light admission is no longer in accordance with the previous year's invitational enrollment system, changed to the Martial Arts Examination Unification Examination admissions." After saying that, the white-bearded old man stood up and walked out of the conference room. Hu Ingjun lightly pushed his golden glasses to look at Yixing and said with a smile, "Sister Yixing, we're not making things difficult for you, but the light department admits directly every year, so it's impossible to screen out geniuses who can fight." Zhou Xingyi was very straightforward, and without saying much, he turned around and walked out of the conference room. Looking at Yixing's somewhat despondent appearance, He Lu frowned and sighed and said, "Yixing, although Hu Ingjun is very tart and annoying, but he is right, the light department wants to change the status quo. It can't maintain the previous situation. It has to make a change. A high elemental affinity doesn't necessarily mean that you can become a strong person. You're not unaware of that. Moreover, a high affinity for the light system is directly admitted and enjoys all kinds of prioritized resources from Yanhuang University, whereas other systems of psychic abilities need to undergo a test of their combat strength, which is unfair to other systems of psychics." "I understand, Sister Lu." Yixing straightened his head with a sigh and said helplessly, "Indeed, after awakening the light department, everyone defaults to not being able to fight, and they don't practice fighting, and if they can't even fight, how can they develop skills that allow them to fight? The light department, it's time to seek a change." A hint of stubbornness flashed in Yixing's eyes, as soon as she remembered that the light department had developed for so long only to have only one skill similar to a flashbang, which was also hostile. Because she had also asked herself in her mind from time to time, could the light system really fight? Could she really develop combat skills? Should she give up the development of light system combat skills and specialize in support? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, who was far away in Tianan City, knew nothing about what was happening in the midst of Yanhuang University, and at that moment he had only just stood at the entrance of the Tiger's training hall. Just walked into the training hall, the front desk of the lady looked at Jiang Chun. This a student dress frowned, careful association. Today seems to be the time of the awakening of supernatural powers. The lady is a little puzzled, which has just awakened supernatural powers to the training hall for what? But she was strictly trained and had good professionalism, and didn't show any impatience because of it. Instead, she manipulated a standard smile to Jiang Chun and served with a smile. "Hello? Is this your first time here, please?" At those words, Jiang Chun nodded. The receptionist lady still maintained her smile as she looked at Jiang Chun and said, "Okay, this is your first time at the Tiger's Training Center." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chun reached out to stop her from continuing, and turned to speak hastily. No need for bull, long story short. The receptionist lady was stunned, and her good professionalism allowed her to maintain her smile as she looked at Jiang Chun and said, "Okay, simply put, our training gym is a membership system, $50,000 for a card, please. Do it." Without any nonsense, Jiang Chun took out 5 piles of cash like magic and handed it over, and the front desk lady's smile suddenly became even brighter. Sure enough, there is a need for front office training to exist, and it's only right that you have to train to get on the job. The receptionist received the cash with both hands, and after pointing once to confirm that there was no mistake, she took out a yellow card and handed it to Jiang Chun with both hands. Said, "This is your membership card. You can use any equipment and room in the training center. Your room this time is 9,527. Please pay attention to your usage time." Jiang Chun took the membership card and smiled politely at the receptionist lady, then couldn't wait to rush towards the middle of the mighty Tiger Training Center. Entering into the training hall, it was a place full of technology, with loud noises coming from every compartment from time to time, presumably all practicing their skills. Jiang Chun didn't stay, he couldn't see anything anyway, and quickly found his room and drilled straight in. As soon as he entered the room, the scene in front of him made Jiang Chun spend his eyes, not realizing that a room was at least as big as 200 square feet. Exercise equipment, targets, attack testers, a wide array of equipment made Jiang Chun very excited. But what made him even more excited now was that he couldn't wait to try out the power of the 8-points light wheel. Casually walking to a place in the room and sitting down, Jiang Chun backhandedly extracted the First Order Potion Collector's Edition from the system. What's the difference between this First Order Potion Collector's Edition and normal? Ding, host, the potency of the Collector's Edition First Order Potion is 10 times that of a normal First Order Potion, and after using it, you can become a 4-star First Order Adept. Chapter 8 Test Octave Wheel. Great guy, the normal one can only become a First Order 1-star, the Collector's Edition can become a First Order 4-star. Jiang Chun was a bit excited. He didn't expect the medicine to be so powerful, directly ahead of most people at once. After all, everyone who drank a First Order potion was a First Order 1-star, and you come with a First Order 4-star who can top this. With that, Jiang Chun sat down on his knees without hesitation and drank the potion in one gulp. Instantly, a powerful force started from Jiang Chun's abdomen and spread towards his entire body. Jiang Chun immediately closed his eyes and started to guide the spiritual energy to swim through his body. The cultivation method of spiritual energy, this was knowledge that had been taught since the beginning of middle school. So although Jiang Chun was a bit raw, he still smoothly guided the spiritual energy in his body to swim throughout his body. Phew! 10 minutes later, Jiang Chun, who had absorbed all of the medicinal power, opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Feeling the power surging through his body, Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. The most different point from ordinary people after becoming a psychic, besides being able to use psychic abilities, is that every time you break through the realm, your spiritual energy will strengthen your body. Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Chun swung out a few punches one after another, bringing out a strong wind and air friction that made a not-so-small sound. The flow of aura could also be clearly felt in the body, although it was a little less, but it was a good start. After all, it was 3 stars ahead of its peers at the start. It's time to try out the 8-points light wheel. Essence exploded in Jiang Chun's eyes, his mood uncontrollably excited. He then aimed at the distant target and activated his aura, his supernatural powers activating and gathering the light elements around him. And the light element was extremely dense in the air during the daytime, quickly condensing towards Jiang Chun's right hand. Jiang Chun's knees slightly crouched down. His right hand was raised on the side of his head, and the light elements continuously converged on top of Jiang Chun's right hand, and gradually, it turned into a spinning wheel of light. Feeling the wheel of light coalescing in his hand, Jiang Chun inclined his head to look at it, and the power contained within it made him a little excited. After all, this thing used to be played by Ultraman, and the fact that it was in his hands and he could play it himself made him excited. Then his complexion changed, and the whole person's aura was different from the past. His aura was like a broken bamboo, going forward, and Jiang Chun shouted with 1,000 clouds of bravado at this time. Who said that the light department is a waste that cannot fight? There are no waste powers, only waste powers. Today, the light department, from me, Jiang Chun here, began to rise. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Chun violently threw out the 8-minute light wheel in his hand. The moment the constantly rotating 8-minute light wheel made contact with the target was cut in half. Seeing this, Jiang Chun quickly maneuvered the 8-points light wheel to spread out. Now Jiang Chun could control the 8-points light wheel within a range of 30 meters. The lower part of the target was supported by an alloy pole, but it was still cut open by the 8-minute light wheel, which showed that the power of the 8-minute light wheel was very strong, at least at this stage of the first rank. Next to some should be able to break the defense. Jiang Chun then also tried holding the 8-points light wheel in his hand as a weapon without throwing it, and that was also very useful. 50 minutes later, the time had just about run out. The 5,000 blocks had been consumed, and Jiang Chun pulled the corner of his mouth as he looked at the training room that was in shambles. Walking to the entrance of the training hall fully dressed, the receptionist lady watched Jiang Chun walk out and hurriedly shouted, "Welcome to the next one." Hearing that Jiang Chun was a little weak for a moment, he looked back at the front desk lady and asked, "If I remember correctly, all the wear and tear I incur in the training hall among them is borne by the training hall, right?" Looking at Jiang Chun's appearance, the receptionist lady smiled sweetly and explained, "That's right, as long as you don't damage the power detector, spirit power detector, and other highly sophisticated instruments in it, all the wear and tear is included in the $5,000 you paid. Fortunately, I didn't mess around with these expensive ones. Jiang Chun patted his chest, smiled and said after waving his hand towards the receptionist lady. Goodbye, Missy. I'll be back. The front desk lady always wore a decent smile and watched Jiang Chun leave. While at the same time, the staff who packed up the room came to the 9527 training room. His mouth grew wide with shock as he looked at the mess in the middle of the training room and shouted inside the intercom. Front desk, didn't you say that 9527 is a high school student inside? This attack power you and I say that it is a high school student can have. The receptionist who heard the cleaning team's call was a bit strange in her mind and thought carefully before replying. There's no problem, he just left. He's dressed as a high school student. He's still wearing the uniform of Tiannan's second middle school. How can he not be a high school student? Front desk. You'd better come and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, the receptionist lady stood up and walked towards the 9527 training room even though she was a bit strange. Crap. You're saying this is a high school student who just awakened? I'd believe you if you said this was a college student. The receptionist lady also dropped her jaw at this moment, and with her mouth wide open, looking at the scene of the mess, she couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. What to do about this? There's too much destruction. The cleaning crew was a little unsure of what to do, and the receptionist shook her head helplessly and said, Those expensive instruments are fine. As for these alloy targets, it's something that can't be helped. It's normal wear and tear to say the least. After all, who would have thought he'd cut it off straight away, change it? It will have to do. And at this time Jiang Chun mattered whisked his clothes away, deeply hiding his achievements and fame, and ran wildly in the direction of his home. Returning home, Jiang Chun instantly collapsed onto the sofa, suddenly remembering the first order potion his old sister had left behind. Jiang Chun found the potion and drank it in one gulp. The medicinal power immediately flowed through Jiang Chun's body. He immediately sat down and guided the medicinal power, and a moment later, Jiang Chun nodded as he felt his strength at the peak of the first rank 4 stars. The potion was made from the essence blood of a first-order foreign beast as the main ingredient, and was resistant to the human body, so the second time it was used it wouldn't have the same effect as the first time. Not to mention that the potion given by Jiang Gu wasn't as potent as the one given by the system. No wonder playing the game so many kryptonite players, not their own efforts to get a strong power is really cool, is that there are restrictions on the use of. Jiang Chun smacked his lips and smiled. He was a little in love with this feeling. Right at this moment, the system's mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Chun's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has now currently become a first-order 4-star alien. In order to urge the host to become a true navigator at an early date, a special mission is now being released. Please hunt and kill 31st-order alien beasts within 1 month. The level of the alien beasts must not be lower than the host's level. Mission reward, skill otter barrier, mission failure reward. Ding dong becomes 10 centimeters smaller. Chapter 9, Enrollment in the Martial Arts Examination. What the hell, system? Is this something to joke about? Looking at the punishment for failing the mission, Jiang Chun instantly blew up, recycling the realm he could accept. After all, it wasn't from his own cultivation. Even if it was taken back, it didn't hurt much, but this punishment was different. It was something given by the parents, no jokes, it would be struck by lightning. And in the face of Jiang Chun's objections, the system simply didn't reply. No matter how Jiang Chun called out, the system was as dead or alive. After a long time, Jiang Chun accepted this fact. It couldn't be helped. Danger and opportunity always existed side by side. Didn't the non-serious Sun Tzu military strategist Gao Qiqiang say that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish? Afterwards, Jiang Chun quickly sorted out all of his documents, and after finishing, Jiang Chun flipped out Jiang Ji's phone number and called it. Do-da. The phone rang for a long time, and was picked up only a second before it automatically hung up, and Jiang Ji's slightly tired voice rang out in the middle of the phone. Hey, what's going on? I finished awakening my powers, and it's true that I'm light, but I have an S+ elemental affinity. Oh, Jiang Gu faintly responded, but immediately afterward Jiang Gu on the other end of the phone reacted to something and straightened his head in shock. What do you mean, you have an S+ elemental affinity? Yeah. Jiang Chun nodded, then said with a hefty smile, Are you shocked by my genius? Don't be shocked, because I'll show you an even more shocking side of me later on. At this time, the spirit of Jiang Gu on the other side of the phone are a few points better, and speak with strength. Do well, even if you can't fight, your light elemental affinity S+ can be something great. Hearing this, Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, I'm making this call just to tell you that I'll definitely sign up for the martial arts exam, and I want to go to the wilderness to train. Aren't you recently training outside of Tiannan City? Do you want to bring my oldest brother with me? Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Jiang Go, who was currently sitting cross-legged in the middle of the wilderness, froze and made up his mind after a moment of contemplation. I have left Tenant, but I have a classmate who is on vacation in Tenant. I can't take you. I'll ask him for a favor, you'll go to him tomorrow. Good. Ha ha ha. Laugh at what? Originally I thought you'd persuade me to take the civil exam. I believe you have your own considerations. Even if you chose the wrong waste for life, then I beat you up and throw you back to remake is not it. Jiang laughed, followed by hanging up the phone directly, turned his head to look at his teammates who were resting, and had a decision in his heart. And at this moment, Jiang Chun stood up and stretched towards his room. Tomorrow he woke up and it would be a new day. The next morning, just got up, Jiang Chun found Jiang Go sent over a phone call, just looked at it. Jiang Chun got up and washed up, took his documents and then rushed towards the school. After arriving at the school, there were still a lot of people who hadn't come. Jiang Chun yawned and was just about to take out his cell phone to look at the Common Fei illustrated guide, when at that moment Wu Wei walked over. Jiang Chun, are you deciding on the civil or martial exam? Wu Wei suddenly stood still in front of Jiang Chun and asked with a smile. At those words, although Jiang Chun was a bit strange, he reached out without a smile and still smiled back. I'm going to take the martial arts exam. I'm sure you must be taking the martial arts exam as well. It's true, geniuses like you like to take risks. Go for it. Wu Wei smiled and said, then immediately turned around and returned to his position. Seeing this, Jiang Chun was a bit strange. His heart couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that this was the only thing he was looking for? But he didn't know him well. But Wu Wei shouldn't have any malicious intent, and in any case, he had helped Jiang Chun speak yesterday. Soon, everyone arrived in the middle of the classroom, and Zhao Long also sat down and looked at Jiang Chun excitedly, saying, Jiang Chun, did you decide to take the martial arts exam? Yeah. Jiang Chun nodded, and Zhao Long instantly became excited and patted his chest, saying, then let's team up the two of us when the time comes, and then we'll pull in some more people and I'll fly you. You're flying me? You don't think I'll be a drag? Jiang Chun looked at Zhao Long with interest and snickered. A good brother for so many years. Am I such a person? Zhao Long patted his chest and said. Just then, Willowbell walked in. She stepped up to the podium looking down and said, all of you, turn in your enrollment forms as well as your information. As the words fell from their mouths, everyone stood up and began handing in their registration materials for the entrance exam. Jiang Chun roughly scanned the class. Many of them had thick dark circles under their eyes. It seemed that they hadn't done well all night and had made difficult decisions. After all, the path of the martial arts examination was different from the cultural examination, which was fair to all, and as long as one worked hard, mediocre people could catch up with geniuses. But the martial arts exams were different, and the path of the altered one was characterized by a minority of both the extremely talented and the extremely poorly talented, and instead, the vast majority of those who were not highly or poorly gifted. If I had to say, talent is important amongst the shifters, and with a normal distribution of numbers, the group in the middle of the pack is going to be faced with tough choices. Whether it is a civil or a military exam is the most important turning point in life in this world. Soon, it was Jiang Chen's turn to hand in his information. Lu Ling took Jiang Chen's information and inadvertently glanced at it, instantly looking stunned and looking up at Jiang Chun in disbelief. And Jiang Chun simply didn't give Lu Ling the chance to speak, turned around and left. Lu Ling had to shut up and put Jiang Chen's information aside. When everyone had handed in their information, Willowbell hugged it and shouted, Jiang Chun, come to my office. All the rest of you are free to move around and come at noon to get the results of the class division. What's up again? Jiang Chun stood up with some dissatisfaction. He still wanted to quickly go to the wilderness for actual combat. After all, the punishment for this mission was too heavy. On second thought, Willowbell also meant well, so she pressed on and stood up to follow Willowbell out. In the office, Lu Ling looked at Jiang Chun in front of her and said, Jiang Chun, I looked up the information. Your talent is perfectly capable of applying to the Light Department of Yanhuang University. The Light Department of Yanhuang University is directly admitted in advance. There is no need to participate in the martial arts exam. After all, the martial arts exam has to fight with alien beasts. At those words, Jiang Chun froze. This matter he still just knew, according to the information he had found out. Yanhuang University was the first official university in Daxia to be handpicked to carry out research on psychic abilities. But because of the reason that the research focus was scattered, it was extremely embarrassing even though it was number one in terms of comprehensive strength. But even so, enrollment wouldn't be so haphazard. Then what's the point of enrolling in the Light Department for the martial arts exam? Who knew that at this time, the homeroom teacher of the first class who was in the same office as Willowbell walked in and said something intentionally or unintentionally. Ugh, Mr. Liu, have you seen the news? This year the light department of Yanhuang University declared that they have to take the martial arts exam to be admitted. I remember that there seems to be an S+ elemental affinity light department student in your class, right? Chapter 10 Zhou Miao. What are you talking about, requiring the light department to take the martial arts exam to be able to do that? Isn't that nonsense? Where do we get attack skills for light students in our high school? Willowbell was a bit agitated and said as she stood up with a slap on the table and looked at the first-class homeroom teacher. The first-class teacher took a sip of tea from the thermos, spat out a mouthful of tea leaves and shrugged his shoulders. Who says it's not? If I look at it, it's probably because the above also wants to give up the light department. This is the aura recovery for 40 years. Except for a flashbulb, there are no other attack skills. That S+ in your class is also really unlucky. The words, Lu Ling instantly wilted, took out his cell phone and clicked on the official website of Yanhuang University. Through the martial arts examination for enrollment, 8 big words appear particularly dazzling. Lu Ling deflated and looked back at Jiang Chun, whose reaction surprised her a little. Surprisingly, there is not that kind of ups and downs is lost. Confident smile still hangs on Jiang Chen's face. Feeling the look in Lu Ling's eyes, Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, "In that case, there shouldn't be anything else, Mr. Lu. I made an appointment with the senior at noon, and he promised to take me into the wilderness for training. I'll be back before my class is split in the afternoon, so I'll leave first." Huh. Lu Ling looked at Jiang Chun suspiciously, but her mouth said subconsciously, "You go first." As the words fell, Jiang Chun turned around and walked out of the office without hesitation. Looking at Jiang Chen's back, the first-class teacher asked curiously, "What a guy this kid is. Quite dashing." "Huh." Willowbell said quietly as the corners of her mouth pulled slightly. "He's that really unlucky light S+ elemental affinity student you were talking about earlier." "Huh." Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was walking on the road. His heart was without any waves, and he even wanted to laugh a little. In fact, the rules of Yanhuang University did not have any effect on him. It could even be said that it was extremely favorable for him, having crossed over who would want to be obscure. This world, come all the way here, not a whole lot of big things to stand in the peak of the world. That is still a traveler should do things. By the time everyone thinks that the light system can't fight, they jump out and throw out an 8-point light will themselves. Won't the scene blow up on the spot? Some people are happy and some people are sad. In addition to Jiang Chun, there are a lot of awakened light system of the alien firmly believe that the light system can also fight, but cannot directly enter the Yanhuang. But to rely on the martial arts examination, this matter is indeed a little difficult for them. Even so, there are still many people resolutely choose the martial arts examination. Walking out of the school gate, Jiang Chun dialed a phone, and a muffled voice came from the other end of the phone. "You're Jiang Chun, right? Jiang Guo and I have spoken. I'm waiting for you over here at the first milk tea store on Maple Leaf Avenue. Come over here." "Okay. I'll be right over." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Chun reached out and stopped a cab, rushing to Maple Avenue as fast as he could. Arriving at Maple Avenue, Jiang Chun quickly found the milk tea store and walked in. There were only 2 people in the store. A sweet and quiet-looking girl was playing with her cell phone. When he inclined his head, he saw a burly man with a full beard standing inside the bar making drinks. Jiang Chun walked over to the pugilist and said with a light smile, "Hello, big brother Zhou Miao. I'm Jiang Chun." The pugilist froze, then pointed at himself and asked, "Are you talking to me?" Jiang Chun also nodded with a face full of confusion. "Yeah, aren't you Zhou Miao? Hey, I'm here." The muffled voice that had been in the middle of the phone earlier sounded again, and looking back, he saw that the sweet and quiet girl from earlier was looking at him with a displeased face at the moment. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat and walked over with an apologetic smile at the burly man. The moment he looked at the girl, Jiang Chen's mind conjured up an old story about why your son's pectoral muscles were so flamboyant. "Your kid is blind. I'm such a beautiful woman sitting here. Why are you looking at other people's bosses?" As soon as he sat down, Zhou Miao slammed the table and questioned Jiang Chun in dissatisfaction. At that, Jiang Chun muttered with an embarrassed face, "Can you blame me for that? My sister didn't tell me the gender either. And your voice? It doesn't match your appearance seriously." Zhou Miao chided with her willow eyebrows raised. "You mean I'm to blame for this?" Feeling Zhou Miao's dangerous eyes, Jiang Chun said with a sarcastic smile, No, blame me. I have eyes to recognize MT Taishan. You are not a big fan." "Humph." Humming lightly, Zhou Miao stretched and said, "If it wasn't for your sister begging me, I wouldn't bother to get involved. Did you awaken your powers yesterday? Elemental or enhanced? Or special? Abilities are roughly divided into 3 categories: elemental, strengthening, special, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness is the elemental system of abilities, while strengthening, as the name suggests, is the strength and speed and so on. Special system of abilities is space, the power of the mind, and so on. Facing Zhou Miao's question, Jiang Chun looked at her and scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Elemental class? Light ability. Elemental affinity S+. Oh, elemental affinity S+. Not bad. Zhou Miao subconsciously nodded, but suddenly reacted by looking at Jiang Chun and asking, No. Did you just say that you awakened the light system? Yeah. Pop. Hearing Jiang Chen's response, Zhou Miao slammed the table and stood up to roar. This is not nonsense, Zhang Gu. This is for me to find a what work. You are pre-vulnerable to the water system, I have recognized. The light system is what the hell put you to go to the wilderness as an electric light to attract foreign beasts. Simply nonsense. Seeing this, Jiang Chun hurriedly said, Sister Zhou Miao, don't be angry. I can do it. Awakening supernormal abilities are all the same for the strengthening of the body. I'm not afraid to do it. After hearing this, Zhou Miao felt his head hurt even more, and after thinking for a moment, he sighed helplessly in his heart. Jiang Gu. Jiang Gu. You owe me a huge favor. She then looked at Jiang Chun and said as she slightly held her forehead, I'm a third-order alien. I can guard you amongst the first and second-order alien beasts, so we can only practice in the outskirts of the wilderness. Goda, Goda. Jiang Chun immediately nodded his head like garlic and agreed. Well, just call me when you can start practicing in the next few days. Zhou Miao stood up and was just about to leave when Jiang Chun scratched his head in embarrassment. Can we go tomorrow if that's okay? No, you're crazy. You only awakened yesterday and you want to go to the wilderness to experience. Be careful to step too big and pull the egg. Hearing that Jiang Chun wanted to go on an adventure tomorrow, Zhou Miao instantly went crazy, gritting his teeth and looking at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun had no choice but to release his first-rank 4-star rank, scratching his head and said, I can. Zhou Miao finally agreed, but also the same with skepticism of the idea of life to go. Yesterday only awakened, today the first order of 4 stars, how to drop you on the body and fast-forward button. And Jiang Chun couldn't help it, who made the system push so hard. The consequences of failing the mission were unbearable. Chapter 11 Classification. Jiang Chun, you're back. Let's go. Let's see the results of the class division. At the entrance of the school, Jiang Chun, who had just returned, happened to meet Zhao Long, who stepped forward and took his hand towards the public notice board. Jiang Chun didn't refuse and followed Zhao Long towards the inside of the school. He still had to take his vacation. When I walked to the bulletin board, the place was already crowded with people, so I couldn't squeeze in. Holy! Zhao Long cursed. How did this group of people come so fast? It's all surrounded. How else can we see it? Seeing this, Jiang Chun had no choice but to shrug helplessly and say, It can't be helped. Senior classes are about this lifetime path, and it's inevitable that they're nervous about the outcome. Ugh. So now what? Zhao Long looked helplessly toward the public announcement office that was surrounded. There's nothing to be done. We can only wait in the present situation. Hello, if I remember correctly, you're Jiang Chun, right? That S+ elemental affinity light alien from the original class 2. Right at this moment, an extremely nice voice came, with a sweet voice like a lark. Hearing himself being called, Jiang Chun turned around and saw a sweet-looking girl in a small pink and white dress standing behind him. Are you talking to me? Jiang Chun pointed at himself. The sweet girl tilted her head and looked at Jiang Chun with some perplexity as she asked, Could it be that there is a second light S+ elemental affinity exalt named Jiang Chun in your second class? At those words, Jiang Chun also smiled, gently rubbing his chin with his hand and looking at her with a light smile. If there isn't a second Jiang Chun in class 2, then the odds are that it's me you're talking about. Is there something wrong with you? Then it seems I was not mistaken. Hello, my name is Xiaorong. I'm your new classmate. After Xiaorong finished speaking, she extended her hand towards Jiang Chun, which made Jiang Chun slightly stunned. His new classmate? Looking at Jiang Chun's reaction, Xiaorong gave a light laugh and explained, I'm a member of the school's student council. I'm the one who brought the class division results at the public notice and posted them. I was the first to learn of the class division results, and you and I were both assigned to the Alien Energy 8th class. Hearing this, Jiang Chun then understood and said with a smile as he stretched out his hand and shook it with Xiaorong, Hello, we'll be classmates from now on. Please teach me more. Since you know me, I won't introduce myself. The The two of them shook hands with a touch, and Xiaorong lightly ruffled her hair, looking at Jiang Chun with a smile. Right, since we already know the class division, it's time to move the classroom, Jiang Chun. Let me help you move the classroom. The classroom of Alien Energy Class 8 was assigned to our original Class 12 classroom. I don't have to move the classroom. Oh. After saying that, Xiaorong just looked at Jiang Chun with such a smile. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and smiled. Let's go then, thank you classmate. You're welcome. Xiaorong still had that sunny smile on her face. No, you're all going to move classrooms? So what am I going to do? Zhao Long, who was on the side, suddenly spoke out, looking at the two with a confused expression. I was surprised that Jiang Chun directly patted Zhao Long's shoulder and said in a serious tone, a true fierce warrior dares to swim against the current straight in front of a crowded crowd. Go for it. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the school building with Xia Rong with a smile on his face. Looking at the two's backs, Zhao Long gritted his teeth. For the sake of his brother's happiness, he'd better not go and be a light bulb. Xia Rong, can I ask what kind of psychic ability you have? If I'm not mistaken, it should be light. Jiang Chun suddenly looked at Xia Rong and asked. Before he awakened his powers, he was just a little transparent in school. Except for his friends and classmates around him, no one knew him at all. But Xia Rong was so pretty, and at a glance, it was clear that she hadn't been an obscure character inside the school in the past. Talking to yourself and offering to move classrooms is not an offer to befriend yourself. Because the light department had been weak for a long time, apart from the teacher, the only people who would pay attention to themselves would be those who were also light exalted. Yes, how did you guess? Xia Rong cocked her head and glanced at Jiang Chun in disbelief, and without any explanation he just smiled. By the way, Jiang Chun, do you think that our light department can fight like other exalts or not? Or can we really only hide in the back as a support? Downstairs in the teaching building, Xia Rong suddenly asked. Hearing this, Jiang Chun just smiled slightly and revealed a sunny smile as he looked at her and said, Isn't the choice you and I make today already my answer? Yeah, that's our answer. The two of them spent the rest of the day chatting with each other about everything, and soon they were moving what they needed to the new classroom. 10 minutes later, Zhao Long also panted and appeared at the entrance of the Alien Energy Class 8. Seeing this, Jiang Chun walked up to him and laughed. What's going on? You've been assigned to Class 8 as well? At that, Zhao Long rolled his eyes and pointed to the classroom on one side. I've been assigned to Alien Class 6. Remember to come and play with me. The classes are divided, but our brotherhood can't be divided. Good brother. We said that we would team up together during the college entrance exams, but I still have to go and hug your thighs. Jiang Chun laughed and patted Zhao Long's hand and snickered, smiling. Zhao Long looked at Jiang Chun and laughed and cursed. Virtue. I'm off. Class is about to start. It's the first class after the split. After saying that, Zhao Long waved his hand at Jiang Chun and headed towards his classroom in his Alien Ability Class 6. Jiang Chun also turned around and returned to his seat. The 8th class was now full and all the students were basically in place. There were some familiar faces among them, but there were no friends that Jiang Chun knew well. Jiang Chun, who do you think our homeroom teacher will be? Will it be a very, very mean teacher? Wouldn't that make it hard for us to go out and practice? Xia Rong, who was sitting next to Jiang Chun, propped up her own head and said somewhat ruefully. Hearing this, Jiang Chun shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't think so. Our school's teachers are very responsible, and I haven't heard from past seniors that any of the teachers have problems. I don't know, I hope it's better. As the words fell, a beautiful figure walked into the classroom, with long hair like a waterfall, an exquisite face, and fair skin that was on the verge of glowing. Even though she was wearing a skirt, she still couldn't hide her proud curves. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Chen's eyes went wide, staring straight at her. Seeing this, Xia Rong laughed and joked. What's the matter, are you staring blankly? Is our teacher that attractive? At that, Jiang Chun shook his head and said with a stiff face, I'm not doing this because the teacher is good looking, but it's too much of a shock. What's the shock? Is it some kind of powerhouse? Xia Rong frowned suspiciously, picking up the glasses on one side and putting them on. What? Xia Rong, who had a good look at the teacher on the podium, similarly shouted. Hello everyone. My name is Willowbell. I'm the homeroom teacher of Alien Energy Class 8. Chapter 12. Establishing Authority? Hello everyone. My name is Willowbell. I'm the homeroom teacher of Alien Energy Class 8. I hope that you all get along well during this year. Willowbell on the podium smiled and opened her mouth, looking at the students in the middle of the classroom and said. And at this moment, the martial arts candidates sitting in the middle of the classroom froze in their movements after seeing Willow Bell. They were wondering how their homeroom teacher could be Willow Bell. This is because in Tianan No. 2 Middle School, the teachers for martial arts candidates are separate from the teachers for literature candidates. There was naturally no difference before senior year. They were all learning the same content. After all, everyone hadn't had their psychic awakening yet. But after the awakening of the supernormal ability to separate the civil and military college entrance exams, because the content of what is learned is different, then the teacher is naturally different. The literature candidates naturally remained the same, but the teachers of the martial arts candidates, all of whom were Xenos, were teachers who only took the senior martial arts candidates. That's why everyone was so puzzled when they saw Willowbell now. After all, before senior year, Willowbell was teaching the chemistry class of the original 8th class. When did she get to come and teach the martial arts candidates? In response to everyone's eyes, Willowbell seemed to have been prepared for this and opened her mouth with a light laugh. I know what everyone is thinking. Are they all wondering why I'm standing here as your homeroom teacher? Obviously, I'm just a teacher who teaches chemistry. Yes, Sensei, we ask our questions about this. Do we as martial arts candidates still need to study chemistry in the middle of this last year? A boy in the front row wearing glasses stood up and sent his question directly towards Willowbell. The students around them responded. Yeah, we've all chosen to take the martial arts exam. We've all chosen to become psychics. Do we still need to study chemistry? We're not literature students. What's going on here? In the classroom, looking at the group's excitement, Xiaorong poked Zhang Chun and asked, Zhang Chun, why do you think the school assigned Ms. Lu Ling to be our homeroom teacher? Zhang Chun was also a bit perplexed by this. After all, it was impossible for a teacher of cultural subjects to be a teacher in the field of psychic abilities as well, right? But he viewed things more rationally, and after a moment of contemplation said faintly, I don't know, but I'm sure the school has its own considerations. Maybe Ms. Willowbell is just as good a shifter as she is a culture teacher. Will there still be shifters who go into advanced science while practicing? It feels unlikely, but I think you'd be right, Xiaorong said with a smile. Just then, looking at everyone who was almost done arguing, Willowbell smiled faintly and held out her hand in a gesture, and the classroom instantly fell silent. After all, the classes had only just been divided, and all the intimidation that the teachers had brought with them was still there. Watching everyone quiet down, the originally smiling Willowbell's face changed, looking at everyone with a serious expression and said, Didn't you guys want to know a little bit about why I'm your homeroom teacher? Now, I'll tell you the reason. After saying that, a rich aura emanated from within Willowbell's body, and a powerful pressure emanated out with her as the center. The crowd at the scene didn't react, and were instantly pressed down by the pressure so much that they couldn't move on the table. Then Willowbell's stern voice rang out. While I am a chemistry teacher, I am also a 4th-order water-type psychic, so you guys say that there is something fishy about me being your homeroom teacher. As the words fell, Willowbell withdrew her pressure and looked at the students in the classroom with indifferent eyes. The 58 martial arts candidates, at this time, were all looking at Lu Ling on the podium with well-behaved faces and said in unison, There's no catnip, and we're very happy to welcome Ms. Willowbell as our homeroom teacher to lead us in our assault on the martial arts exams. 58 of them all spoke in unison, which caused Zhang Chun to not help but froze for a while. This TM shouldn't have been practiced, so neat. And Lu Ling on the podium nodded as she watched everyone's reaction. Sure enough, Mr. Zhou was right. Teaching the alien class couldn't be done in the same way as before. Although the students of the alien ability class had only just finished awakening their alien abilities, those who chose to adhere to the path of an alien had already planted the seed of reverence for strength in their hearts, and it was the strong that they respected. So if you want to teach an alien class, you must use your own strength to establish your authority, so that this group of martial arts candidates will obey you. While Willowbell was gloating, the principal who had been watching the situation of the classes in the monitoring room suddenly stiffened his face as he suddenly felt the pressure of a 4th-ranked alien. Of course he was unaffected as a fellow 4th-ranked alien, but this was a school. What was he trying to do by unleashing his intimidation in such a place? The principal turned to look at the dean of instruction and shouted, You immediately prepare to notify the Law Enforcement Bureau. There seems to be an incident in the school. There is actually a 4th-order alien releasing pressure here. I'll go and take a look first. If the situation is not right, you call immediately. The director of instruction was also taken aback. Although he was the director of instruction, he was the one who was in charge of culture, and he had only cultivated to a 2nd-order alien in order to strengthen his body for so many years. Facing the 4th-ranked Xenos making a mess, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid, and he hastily nodded to the principal. Just then, a weak voice suddenly rang out. That, principal, director, hold your horses, I think I know why. The principal, who was about to rush out, froze at the words and turned to ask, "What's the situation, come on?" Sitting in front of the surveillance display, a man in a security uniform stood up and pointed at the display. It seems to be in Ms. Willowbell's class, and she seems to be standing up for herself. Hearing the security boy say that, the principal couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but his mind suddenly crossed over to the other day when Willowbell had asked for advice on what she should teach the students in the alien ability class. One's own answer seems to be, the students in the alien class worship the strong, then teaching them requires establishing authority, that way they can listen to you. Thinking of this, the principal couldn't help but pat himself on the head. Living father, show strength not just. This little princess is really a bit outrageous, who let you stand up to the authority to directly release the pressure to put everyone on the seat. You can take this authority, who can take it over you? Ugh. Sighing, the principal turned to look at the screen and saw the well-behaved students of Class 8. Could this trick work better than releasing a breath threat? Then should I try it myself afterward if I don't have enough people to lead a class? Who would have thought that Willowbell's godly maneuvering would bitterly affect the next class of students? Of course, this was all an afterthought, and at this point in the classroom, Willowbell was very pleased with the results of her standing up for herself. She then dismissed the class straight away. It had only just been divided into classes and a lot of things hadn't been decided yet. Today was just a meeting to get acquainted and the classes wouldn't start until tomorrow. Sitting nicely inside her office, an uninvited guest walked right into her office. "Teacher Lu, I didn't realize that you're still my homeroom teacher. I came here today and there's something I want to talk to you about. That is, I want to take a small long vacation. I contacted someone to go to the wilderness to practice." Chapter 13. Successful Leave of Absence System Space. What? Taking a leave to go on an adventure? Jiang-chun, do you know what you're talking about? You just awakened yesterday, and you've just been divided into classes today and you're going to take a leave of absence? That's too much nonsense. I won't approve it. In the face of Jiang-chun, a student who had been brought up single-handedly, Lu Ling didn't have the slightest scruple and directly and sternly refused Jiang Chen's request for leave. Seeing Lu Ling's reaction, Jiang Chun was also a little embarrassed. Indeed, the span of one's own was just a bit too big. Having just awakened for just one day, one actually came to ask for a leave of absence the next day to go on an adventure. Jiang Chun then rubbed his nose and said, "Teacher Lu, I know that what I'm doing might be a bit unthinkable, but as far as I know, our school has always had a rule of granting leave to martial arts candidates for practice as well, so just grant it to me." At that, Lu Ling looked at Jiang Chun with her willow eyebrows raised and said in a cold voice, "Let's not talk about the other things first, but you only awakened as an alien yesterday and you're still light type, you don't have much self-protection ability, and the school's rule is also that you can only apply for training after you've reached the first rank of a 3-star alien." At these words, Jiang Chun, who was still thinking of excuses, brightened up and looked seriously at Lu Ling and said, "Teacher Lu, you mean that as long as I reach the rank of a first-order 3-star alien, you'll grant me a leave of absence? That's what you mean, isn't it?" Lu Ling sniffed and thought that Jiang Chun was recognizing reality clearly. Turning her head to pick up her own cup of water and said, "You could say that, yes, but you only awakened as a shifter yesterday, right? So you'd better go back and follow your classmates." After saying that, Lu Ling even took a sip of water with a flourish. Hearing Lu Ling's reply, Jiang Chun nodded, and with a sudden change in his expression, he directly unleashed his first-order 4-star rank. The words had just fallen, and Lu Ling, who had just taken a sip of water, suddenly squirted out all the water she had just drunk in one gulp, followed by a shocked look at Jiang Chun. "Cough, cough, cough. How can you be a first order for star psychic?" Feeling Jiang Chen's rank aura of 4 stars in the first rank, Lu Ling couldn't help but stutter a bit in her speech. "Hehehe," Jiang Chan said as he scratched his head in embarrassment. "In fact, I have long been awakened early, only I have been holding back after all. The light department has been weak for a long time, and I don't want to listen to those people's messages." When these words came out, Lu Ling actually breathed a sigh of relief. If Jiang Chan had awakened yesterday, he would have become a first-order 4-star today, which was completely impossible. This kind of genius would be focused on by the state even if it was a light system. "You didn't say so earlier either," causing the teacher to worry for nothing. Lu Ling glanced at Jiang Chen angrily. Seeing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but sweat in his heart. It couldn't be helped. The potion he was using was a collector's edition produced by the system. It wasn't the same as the version on the market. What if they find any excuse to lock themselves up if they think it's worth researching? It's better to awaken early and hide this reason to stand. Afterwards, Lu Ling drew out a leave slip and signed her name cheerfully and handed it over, not forgetting to ask after Jiang Chun took the leave slip. Jiang Chun, are you contacting the Beast Hunting Corps? Or some other force? No, it's one of my sister's classmates who has the strength of the 3rd rank. It's completely enough if we're only on the periphery. Jiang Chun shook his head without deliberately concealing it. These things had to be reported. The level of protection for high school candidates in this world was above average. After all, after the revival of Aura, this world was not just for humans. There were also countless foreign beasts. Martial arts candidates are the fire that secures the future of mankind and need to be protected as well as possible within reason. The leave slip was quickly signed, and Lu Ling said after a moment of agonizing after receiving it, "Be safe, and without further ado from your teacher, if you want to have what you've never had, you'll have to go that which you've never done." For so many years, the light system has waited for an opportunity to prove itself. Hearing Lu Ling's words, Jiang Chen's body shook and nodded towards Lu Ling after a moment of contemplation. Lu Ling was a good teacher. Jiang Chen knew that from his freshman year of high school. Stars. I have a feeling that Jiang Chen might actually be able to turn around the future of your light department. Looking at Jiang Chen's dashing back, Lu Ling murmured. After walking to his classroom to get his things, Jiang Chen waved his hand at Xiaorong and said, "I'll leave now, see you in a month." "I'll see you in a month. What's wrong? You're sick and going to be hospitalized." Xiaorong was shocked as she looked at Jiang Chen's 1-month-long vacation slip. "No, I'm going on an adventure. And I've taken a special month's vacation." "Going on an adventure now? We were only awakened yesterday." Xiaorong covered her small mouth in disbelief and looked at him and shouted. And Jiang Chen didn't explain, just smiled noncommittally and took the leave slip towards the classroom of Class 6. After saying goodbye to Zhao Long as well, he walked towards the outside of the school amidst his odd expression. He could go and buy some things to use in the wilderness. He didn't want to live like a savage in the wilderness. Jiang Chun didn't take anything either, and walked directly towards the alien market. Because of the reason that the wilderness was full of alien beasts, only aliens would go to the wilderness, and the things used in the wilderness would only be available in the aliens market. When he arrived at the alien market, Jiang Chun pinched the bank card given by Jiang Gu and just kept buying and buying. Tent, compressed dry food, rechargeable treasure, emergency medical kit. Could be said that as long as he could think of anything he would need to use to travel to the wilderness, Jiang Chun had bought them all. Bought all but the weapons, which aren't needed anyway with the octagonal light wheel. But soon he realized a problem. These things were indeed used. The problem was, there was no way to take them with him. So many things could even fill up 2 backpacks. And if Jiang Chen's body hadn't been strengthened after awakening his powers, he wouldn't even be able to carry them. Right at that moment, he happened to pass by a store, Jumbo Pavilion, a store that specialized in selling equipment for exalts. "Little brother, it's tiring to hold all these things. Don't you want to buy a space ring? The price is reduced today. A cubic meter is only $9,000. The staff of the Jumbo Pavilion discovered Jiang Chen and introduced the discount with a warm face towards Jiang Chen, who was standing outside the door. Jiang Chen was a bit moved. The space ring thing was really convenient. He did have a bit too much stuff. Thinking about it, Jiang Chen also glanced down at the supplies he was holding. "Ding, host, the system space can be stored. This is the system's welfare for the host. The system has a lot of space." The system's voice suddenly sounded, causing Jiang Chen to retract all the steps he had taken. Then he reached out and waved his hand. The huge traveling bag was instantly taken into the system space. The staff were dumbfounded. "You have a space ring and didn't say so earlier?" Afterwards, he left the entrance of the treasure pavilion with his head held high in the somewhat angry eyes of the staff. Chapter 14, Traveling to the Wilderness, First Battle of the 8-Point Light Wheel. Phew, finally out. So this is what the wilderness looks like. At the entrance of Tianan City, Jiang Chen and Zhou Miao were standing side by side, and Jiang Chen was inhaling the fresh air with a mesmerized look on his face. Looking at Jiang Chen's unseen appearance, Zhou Miao bristled, suddenly reacting to the fact that he didn't have any supplies with him, and looked at him somewhat helplessly and said, "You wouldn't have come to the wilderness without supplies. It's fine if you don't have supplies, but you're a light system. How come you don't even have a weapon?" At that, Jiang Chen heatedly smiled and stretched out his left hand, wearing a ring on top of his middle finger that he didn't know where he had pulled out. "I have a space ring. Don't worry, sister Zhou Miao. Well, at least I'm still a high school student without the trait of being clear and stupid. Seeing this, Zhou Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Well, at least it was not so stupid that he was committing an aversion to stupidity himself. After all, a light system without a weapon. She really could not think of how he was going to fight. Zhou Miao then stretched and said, "The walls are so high that even the tallest buildings can't match the height of the walls, and many people want to come out to see if it's as scary as the textbooks say it is outside the walls. They want to see if the outside of the city is as charming as the older generation says. But after they really come out, they will realize that underneath the beautiful scenery outside the city lies a deadly danger." After saying that, Zhou Miao took the lead towards the wilderness. Jiang Chun laughed softly and quickly followed. Aura recovery was a disaster for humans, but it was also an endless opportunity. After walking out of Tiannan City for roughly 2 kilometers, some foreign beasts without much offensive power began to appear around them. Zhou Miao said as he pointed to the creature that had been resembling a horse and not a horse, covered in green and eating grass not far away. "You see that thing? It's called a skunk horse. This thing is a combination of a horse and a skunk in the olden days. Combines the appearance of a horse as well as endurance in addition to inheriting the skunk's ability to fart very well. Not much aggression, extremely spooky, quite nasty, and generally won't go down on it." Immediately after that, he pointed at a few different fey beasts and introduced them. The same characteristic of these fey beasts was that they were all fey beasts that were not very offensive nor useful, and their levels were generally not high. Jiang Chun somewhat couldn't help but ask, "Sister Zhou Miao, these foreign beasts are relatively tame and usually don't lay their hands on them, so what are we still doing here?" Smiling, Zhou Miao glanced at him and said, "You're still in a hurry, almost 300 meters or so further in here. It's the territory of the carnivorous alien beasts. I just want to tell you to be more vigilant. You're here to practice, not to take a vacation." Jiang Chun was a little excited, but still gave an okay gesture towards Zhou Miao. Immediately after that, Zhou Miao's expression changed slightly, and although he still kept a smile on his face, his entire aura changed, like a long sword that was hibernating its own sharp edge, always ready to sheath your sword to give your enemy a fatal attack, a blow that kills without leaving any room for error. Looking at Zhou Miao's reaction, Jiang Chun also got excited. He had been looking forward to this for so long. He was finally going to have a real fight with the Fae. Continuing to follow behind Zhou Miao towards the deeper part of the wilderness. Through the outer plains, a mountainous area lay ahead. Suddenly, a huge black figure attracted the attention of the two. A black-colored, massive black bull was grazing not far away, and unlike the foreign beasts seen before, the black bull's body carried a hint of tyrannical aura. Although it was eating grass, Jiang Chun had a feeling in his heart that this black bull would charge towards him at any moment, launching a deadly attack with its massive and razor-sharp bullhorn at itself, stabbing right through itself. Zhou Miao suddenly laughed out, looking at Jiang Chun with playful eyes and said, "Jiang Chun, it seems that your luck is good. This time you met the Black Savage Bull. This is a good opponent, powerful, aggressive. The blood bar is still thick, but also only a rank 4 stars. Like you, it is a good object for practicing and practicing. Do you want to try it?" The words were full of provocation, as if he had made up his mind that Jiang Chun wouldn't dare to make a move against such an intimidating-looking opponent. "But what kind of person am I, Jiang Chun? I'm the man with the system, a traveler with an 8-point light wheel, and I'm taking this. Today, I'll open your eyes to the legacy that those who have learned the skills of Ultraman are horn breakers." Thinking of this, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate in the slightest and just walked straight towards the Black Savage Bull. The Black Savage Bull that was dining suddenly felt a powerful killing intent, which caused it, which was still enjoying the fat grass, to freeze. What followed was annoyance. This was his own territory. He had fought his way down with strength, and there was actually someone who dared to show murderous intent towards him in his own territory. Provocation. Absolute provocation. This doesn't put himself in the least bit. The Black Savage Bull, who was already irritable and easy to anger, raised his head violently, only to see a 2-legged beast walking straight towards him. There was also an unconcealed wariness and killing intent in his eyes. Seeing this, the Black Savage Bull instantly exploded, its eyes becoming blood red in a split second, and its breathing became thick. His hind legs gently rubbed the ground, building up his strength ready to unleash a deadly attack on the 2-legged beast in front of him. In the distance, Zhou Miao's hands were also brewing attacking skills. Once she realized something was wrong, she would immediately strike. A foreign beast like the Black Savage Bull was an extremely difficult existence to deal with in the entire first-order foreign beasts. Not only was it aggressive and fierce, and the muscle density on its body was so great that normal weapons couldn't even hurt it. Letting Jiang Chun deal with it was actually just Zhou Miao's way of letting Jiang Chun suffer, so that he would understand that the wilderness was a very dangerous place. It never occurred to Jiang Chun that he could deal with a black savage bull of the same level. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, was already only a dozen meters away from the black savage bull at this point, a distance that the black savage bull could charge over in a second. Zhou Miao was already a bit anxious. Jiang Chun actually hadn't taken his weapon out yet. Was he preparing to physically harden the black savage bull? Thinking of this, Zhou Miao even wanted to directly strike out and kill the black savage bull. But she held back hard, her intuition telling her that Jiang Chun would bring her some surprises. Eyes! The black savage bull gave a cry filled with anger, followed by lowering its head and violently charging towards Jiang Chun. Looking at Jiang Chun, who hadn't taken out his weapon yet, Zhou Miao's face changed, and the alien energy she had been pinching in her hand wanted to fling it out. She couldn't let anything happen to Jiang Chun. Right in the midst of this lightning bolt, Jiang Chun made a move that caught her by surprise. Both hands were placed in front of his chest, followed by his right hand reaching up, and an 8-pointed wheel of light rotated in Jiang Chun's hand. But at this point, the black savage bull was already very close, and as soon as Jiang Chun threw the 8 points light wheel towards the bull's leg, he immediately rolled on the ground. Sting! Bang! A piercing sound rang out, followed by a loud clang. The black savage bull from earlier actually fell directly to the ground, its huge body hitting the ground due to inertia, bringing about a loud ringing sound. Chapter 15: The Inheritance of the Horn-Breaking Fiend. That one just now, was it a light-based attack skill? Zhou Miao looked at Jiang Chun with some incredulity, and for a moment, she suspected that she was seeing things. The light attack skill that hadn't been developed in so many generations. He actually saw it in the body of a high school student who had just awakened as an empath. And the power didn't seem to be inferior to any alien attack skill. At this moment, Jiang Chun couldn't care less. After seeing the black savage bull fly out, he stood up and looked at the black savage bull in a defensive posture. Moo! The black savage bull let out a mournful scream as Jiang Chun looked at the black savage bull with a smile on his face. The 8-point light wheel is worthy of being an Ultraman skill. How can a skill that can be used by King of Law Ace on a regular basis be weak? It's also crunchy good in real life. Moo! The black savage bull once again let out a howl, followed by struggling to stand up, both eyes glaring angrily at Jiang Chun. The hostility in his eyes that he couldn't hide made people shudder, as if the black savage bull would charge up again the next moment. Moo! Jiang Chun's face changed as he heard a strong killing intent from the howl. As expected, it was the black savage bull that was known for its tyranny even amongst the first-order Fey beasts, and even though one of its legs had been removed, it hadn't been affected in the slightest. Right at this moment, the black savage bull that had finished howling once again charged towards Jiang Chun. But one of its legs was removed and it became very slow. Even if it was replaced by an ordinary person, it would be able to dodge it. At the moment, the black savage bull was relying on inertia to launch an attack towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun grunted coldly, standing still, and immediately gathered the light elements to throw out an 8-point light wheel towards the head of the black savage bull once again. He wanted to directly split the black savage bull in half. Clank! A sound of gold and iron striking resounded, and the originally invincible 8-point light wheel was actually directly dissipated into the air by the top of the black savage bull's head. However, the black savage bull's head was still defended by the 8 points light wheel, and even the white cranial bones in it could be seen. Seeing this, Zhou Miao, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, hurriedly shouted, "The hardest part of the black brute bull's entire body is its skull. Don't touch it hard. The weakness is in its stomach." Hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded, moving his feet once again to avoid the black savage bull's attack, and immediately licked his lips and said excitedly, "Since it's hard to open your skull, I'm the one who's going to receive the inheritance." As he spoke, Jiang Chun had already backhanded and thrown an 8-point light wheel at the black savage bull. The black savage bull, which had originally had difficulty controlling its body because one of its legs had been cut off by Jiang Chun, was unable to dodge the high-speed flying 8 points light wheel at all. The hind legs were instantly clipped again by the 8-point light wheel. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun once again swung out 2 8 points light wheels, directly cutting off all 4 of the black savage bull's legs. Moo! The black savage bull that had lost its 4 oxen's feet let out a mournful and agonizing howl, and then it rolled around on the ground continuously, trying to get up. Seeing this scene, Zhou Miao sighed in relief. He didn't expect Jiang Chun's first fight with a foreign beast to be so easy. It was true that there was an existence with a talent for fighting. After all, the other light systems hadn't heard of looking at a glance to use an offensive skill. Right at this moment, Jiang Chun made a move that made her feel unimaginable, directly riding on the neck of the black savage bull. each hand holding an 8-point light wheel. The black savage bull kept struggling to drop Jiang Chun, and Jiang Chen's legs clamped down on the black savage bull's neck to prevent himself from falling. At the same time, the 8-pointed light wheels of both hands slashed down towards the 2 large and sharp horns of the black savage bull. Clank! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and the 8-minute light wheel in Jiang Chen's hand only sawed the bull's horn halfway before dissipating. Seeing this, Jiang Chun once again condensed the 8 points of the wheel of light towards the bull's horn and sawed down again. The black savage bull's horn was suddenly sawed down by Jiang Chun just like that and fell on the ground. Feeling its horns leave its body, the black savage bull's struggle became even more intense, almost throwing Jiang Chun off. Sting! Jiang Chun once again condensed the 8 points light wheel in his left hand, holding it and pressing it directly towards the black savage bull's neck. There was nothing on the neck that could block the 8 points light wheel. The skin that was originally full of toughness was directly cut open by the 8-pointed light wheel, and the blackened blood of the black savage bull immediately sprayed out. Immediately after being ridden by Jiang Chun, underneath the black savage bull began to struggle continuously. Jiang Chen's face remained unchanged as he snapped, "How dare you move? You to death." After saying that, Jiang Chun directly threw his left hand's 8 points light wheel into the black savage bull's body along the wound. Immediately afterward, he controlled the 8-pointed light wheel to churn in a burst within the black savage bull's body. Feeling the pain in his body, the black savage bull began to struggle continuously, almost throwing Jiang Chun off directly. In the heat of the moment, Jiang Chun directly grabbed one side of the bull's horn to fix his body, concentrating on controlling the 8 points light wheel as it continued to wreak havoc. Churned to pieces by the 8 points of the wheel of light in the middle of his body, the black savage bull's huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, with air coming out and no air coming in. Jiang Chun meanwhile let go of his left hand that had grabbed the black savage bull and jumped off the neck of the black savage bull, bending down and picking up the bull's horns before waving at Zhou Miao in the distance. "Sister Zhou Miao, I've finished solving it, am I strong?" As the words fell, a mechanical voice sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing killing a foreign beast for the first time. It was detected that the host killed a foreign beast as a first order for Star Black Savage Bull, which meets the mission requirements, and the progress of mission completion is 130. Please continue to refuel the host." Not a bad start. Looks like it won't take a month to complete the mission. Hearing the voice coming from his mind, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth hooked up slightly as he walked towards Zhou Miao's direction. "Sister Zhou Miao, how was it? Was it not quite what you expected?" Jiang Chun slightly raised his eyebrows as he looked at Zhou Miao in front of him and lightly laughed. At those words, Zhou Miao opened his mouth, but eventually gave up the desire to say something. It was really Jiang Chen's reaction that was too unexpected, whose good person would know offensive skills just after awakening, and it was still the light system that hadn't developed offensive skills. "What you just used, it was a light-based skill, right?" Zhou Miao asked somewhat hesitantly. At that, Jiang Chun slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Miao, showing his big teeth, and laughed. "How about that? Isn't that very surprising? It's a skill I developed. No one has developed a light-based attack skill in so many years, and you just awakened 2 days ago and you've developed it?" Zhou Miao looked at Jiang Chun with a face full of shock, as if something had been shattered. Seeing this, Jiang Chun touched his nose and said, "I actually self-awakened a month ago, otherwise how could I be a first order for Star Psychic?" With these words, Zhou Miao's expression only slightly improved. People were more angry than people, having just awakened and developed light-based offensive skills. This is an ancient problem. Such a genius was actually met by himself. Zhou Miao suddenly got a little excited. Chapter 16, The Hornbreaker is online. At this moment, Zhou Miao's heart was filled with surprise. Originally, he had only come to protect Jiang Chun for his training because of Jiang Ji's face, but now it seemed that he had earned it. In a situation where none of the light exalts around the world had developed a good skill, Jiang Chun came out of nowhere and developed a skill with that much power. These skills would surely be negotiated with Jiang Chun after being known by the country and passed on to the nation's light systems. There were quite a few light alterans in Daxia, and apart from the military and such places where strength was paramount, many light alterans were in high positions, and after all, there was no problem of strength to plague them. Tens of thousands of light exalts learning Jiang Chen's skills would greatly enhance the national power of the Grand Xia, and might even break the current international situation of a three-legged race. Moreover, these light exalted more or less had so much of a fragrant love with Jiang Chun, which was a different concept now. Jiang Chun would become a light system pilot, a leader-level figure, just like the common teacher ancestor of the Thunder System adepts, Su Tian. Jiang Chun would be the same, and would become the most upper-class group of people in the entire world. Zhou Miao over here was still analyzing rapidly, but Jiang Chun didn't care about that, secretly thinking about the battle just now in his mind. The consumption of the octavo light wheel for spiritual energy was still very low. According to the spiritual energy of a first-order 4-star, one could use roughly 20 octavo light wheels. It was amazing that he could use it so many times at such a low level. No wonder the Ultraman clan liked this skill so much. Although this skill was more difficult and ate the user's maneuvers, with such low energy consumption and such a powerful power, it was indeed a jack of all trades. And the 8 points of the Wheel of Light is a variation. Jiang Chen used only the normal situation of the 8 points of the Wheel of Light. If you dislike the power is not enough, can also be stored to enhance the power according to Jiang Chen's current strength under full force. Even if it is the second level, cannot block this. Just then, Zhou Miao also figured it out, and even her expression became cheerful as she looked at Jiang Chen with a smile and said, "Let's continue on to the adventure. I was going to take my time, but now it seems you don't need a break." At those words, Jiang Chen's forehead returned to his senses and nodded with a smile, followed by the two of them walking towards the deeper part of the woods. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge body smashed into the ground, stirring up dust in the sky. Cough, cough, cough. This crap is really hard to deal with. The 8 points of light wheel is actually difficult to break the defense. Jiang Chun lightly coughed a few times and walked out from the dust. Zhou Miao, who was standing by the side, threw a towel over and said, "This is the 21st one. Isn't it? It's only been a week. I didn't expect that even the 5-star black water elephant of the first rank you could solve it." Zhou Miao's expression was quite emotional. Jiang Chun also wiped his face, and then took out a bottle of water and poured it down and said with a smile, "Actually, it's okay. After all, these low-ranked beasts don't have much brain. They are all fighting with their instincts. The terror upright ape relies on its brain." In fact, Jiang Chun was also a bit emotional. He had still underestimated his own power. It had only been a week, and he had actually already killed 21 Fey beasts. The lowest level Fey beasts were Fey beasts of the same realm as himself, and there were even 8 first-order 5-star Fey beasts. During this period, he had naturally met alien beasts that were much higher than Jiang Chen's strength, but they were all killed on the spot by the 3rd-ranked Zhou Miao. Moreover, they were right on the periphery, and there weren't even any foreign beasts that exceeded the 2nd rank, so they didn't encounter any danger. After drinking the water, Jiang Chun turned around after putting the bottle away and walked over to the black water elephant to gesture something. The black water elephant looks like a pitch-black elephant, and its tusks, which are supposed to be white, are also dark and tanned. If we were to say what was different from ordinary elephants, it would probably be the ability to use water attribute supernatural powers. But the water attribute ability couldn't block the pervasive 8-point light wheel. The ivory looks pretty good for an ornament. Looking at Jiang Chen's movements, Zhou Miao pulled the corner of her mouth. This action was all too familiar to her. Jiang Chun had killed a total of 21 Fey beasts over the course of this week, and there were quite a few Fey beasts with long horns among them. All of these beasts had one thing in common, and that was that whether it was during or after battle, their horns would be cut away by Jiang Chun regardless of their beauty. Simply a horn-breaking fiend. Jiang Chun found a good angle and swung the 8-pointed light wheel in his hand and cut down. Not long after, 2 large dark tusks appeared in his hand. "I say, Jiang Chun, it's not like this is an old society. What are you doing cutting your horns for nothing?" Watching Jiang Chen's movements, Zhou Miao still couldn't help but walk over and ask. At that, Jiang Chen grinned and said, "Sister Zhou Miao, you don't understand. I'm the man who swore to become the heir to the horn-breaking frenzy demon, and this is for me to accumulate trophies for my career." After saying that, Jiang Chun threw the black water elephant tusk he was holding into the system space. Zhou Miao can't say anything more about this. Now it's not like the old society. There is no such thing as poaching. The top is still waiting for the Alterans to get their hands on these beasts. Fey beasts after the revival of the aura could not only have great power, even their fertility was given an epic enhancement. Otherwise, why would the Fey have forced the humans to remain entrenched in the midst of the major base cities, on the basis of their own passion? Jiang Chun nodded as he looked around and found an open area to set up a shed. Barbecue grill, small table, matzah, seasoning, a sample of things that shouldn't be in the wilderness were taken out by Jiang Chun. Zhou Miao was a bit numb. This was all Jiang Chen's basic operation, and he didn't know how big the inside of his space ring was. It's amazing that you would come to a place like the wilderness and bring so much stuff you don't need. After setting up the makeshift camp, Jiang Chun walked over to the side of the fallen black water elephant and directly chipped off the trunk. The others didn't know, but Jiang Chun did know that one of the dishes in the full house was the elephant trunk. As a Daxia person who couldn't let go of food at all times, Jiang Chun definitely had to take this opportunity to try it out. Especially if it's still the trunk of this mutated alien beast. The trunk must be very tasty. Watching Jiang Chen's movements, Zhou Miao didn't make any movements. After spending this week together, she had been completely conquered by Jiang Chen's cooking skills. Anyway, Jiang Chun was right when he said that something delicious must be delicious. After eating the elephant trunk, Zhou Miao, who had been tired all day, yawned and said, "You'll keep watch tonight, and call me later in the night." After saying that, she fell asleep while resting on the large field bed Jiang Chun had created. Seeing this, Jiang Chun lightly laughed before sitting down next to the campfire and began to enter a state of cultivation. He was just a little bit short of breaking through to a first-order 5-star alien, and he would also be able to obtain a defensive skill like Otter Barrier after completing the mission. On this path of offense and defense, the hexagonal warrior of light is getting further and further away. Sneaky rolls everyone. It's the unchanging path. Chapter 17. The Underworld Wolves. Ow! A mournful wolf howl sounded, waking Jiang Chun, who had originally entered a state of cultivation. Even Zhou Miao woke up, obviously just waking up from a nap, but his eyes were stern as he scanned the surroundings. Relieved after realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he got up and walked towards Jiang Chun. "What's the situation? And is there any movement either?" Jiang Chun didn't say anything, just absorbing the aura with a grave expression. Boom! An aura spread out towards the periphery with Jiang Chun at the center. 5 stars of the first rank. A successful breakthrough. Seeing this, Zhou Miao looked at Jiang Chun in surprise and asked, "You've broken through the 5 stars of the first rank?" Jiang Chun nodded, then sighed and looked at the dark woods around him and said, "Looks like we're not having much luck." Upon hearing this, Zhou Miao froze and looked at Jiang Chun with a puzzled expression on his face as he asked, "What bad luck? Isn't it normal to hear wolves howling and such in the wilderness?" And Jiang Chun just shook his head without answering, muttering after a dozen seconds of silence, "That's all that seems to be there." After saying that, and regardless of Zhou Miao's reaction, a ball of light appeared in his hand and was thrown into mid-air. The ball of light emitted a bright light the moment it was thrown into mid-air, as if it were daytime. The originally silent surroundings had been surrounded by wolves at some point. "What's this? Why didn't I perceive them just now?" Zhou Miao cried out in surprise, and immediately looked at the wolves as if they were on the verge of an attack, with spiritual energy in his hands ready to attack. Just then, Jiang Chun said after moving his neck, "These wolves should be the underworld wolves, dark attribute beasts. Not only are they aggressive, but their own attacks are accompanied by dark elements with erosive, and their sneaking ability is first-rate powerful." Jiang Chun had also crammed in a bit of knowledge about foreign beasts over the past few days, and recognized what the wolves in front of him were with a single glance. "And how did you find them?" Hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Zhou Miao looked at Jiang Chun with some curiosity and asked. Smiling, Jiang Chun said indifferently, "I have a high elemental affinity. Even at night, I can feel the changes in the light elements around me because of the night light and starlight. Not to mention the fact that these spectral wolves themselves are of the dark element, the element that opposes the light element to each other. When they were 50 meters away from us, I felt the dark element suddenly become more numerous, and the light element became violent." Only after hearing this did Zhou Miao nod her head back. It was true that coming out with Jiang Chun was a surprise everywhere. Otherwise, being close to these underworld wolves was not a good thing. At this moment, Zhou Miao's entire body muscles were tense, because after being discovered by Jiang Chun just now, the wolves had given up sneaking and released their scent. There were also quite a number of second-ranked, high-star spectral wolves in this group. If she was the only one, even if she couldn't fight the wolves hard, then a full-body exit is doable. But now she not only had to look after herself, but she also needed to look after the low-starred Jiang Chun. "Jiang Chun, later on, I'll create an opening. Run as hard as you can and don't look back. I'll have my own way to get out." Hearing Zhou Miao's tactics, Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and asked, "I think there's something wrong with your battle deployment, and I wonder if I could get a second opinion." "You say." Zhou Miao didn't refuse. Jiang Chun had a lot of ghost ideas. Jiang Chun then looked at Zhou Miao in a serious manner and said, "I feel that these spectral wolves are too rampant, topping out at a second-order, 6-star existence, and actually initiating an attack at us. Think about it. I'm a light, their natural enemy, or a light with light attack skills, and you're a third-order alien. These underworld wolves don't surrender and actually dare to attack. They are simply inverting the heavenly dipper. Now that the two of us have surrounded them, we will directly settle them." As the words fell, Zhou Miao jumped up with an unbelievable look at Jiang Chun and said, "No, you're crazy, right? Do you know what situation we are facing right now? This is a pack of spectral wolves, alas. I'm only a third-order, two-star shifter. There are only two of us, and I'll have to be distracted to protect you." Jiang Chun waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Miao as he asked, "Don't worry about it, Sister Zhou Miao. What kind of lineage are you an adept of? Earthy. Isn't this perfect? The earth defense is strong, you block. Then I'll output. It's simply the perfect battle plan." Jiang Chun snapped his fingers and scanned the surrounding wolves, as if everything was under control. Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Zhou Miao subconsciously wanted to say that Jiang Chun was being ridiculous. But a hint of an idea suddenly popped up from within her mind. Maybe Jiang Chun could really do it? On second thought, even if it doesn't work, when the time comes to move the bottom card to take Jiang Chun to escape is just that, when the time comes to find Jianggu reimbursement. Jianggu is a rich woman. You can't let yourself work for nothing and take something in. If he succeeded, the price of a dark attribute Fey corpse on the market was not low, and he could make a fortune. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Miao roared, "It's dry. How many of them are on site?" Seeing Zhou Miao's determination to do it, Jiang Chun grinned and said, "There are a total of 22 spectral wolves on the scene, 10 of which are of the first rank and above 7 stars, 3 of which are of the second rank, 1 of which is of the second rank and 7 stars, and the remaining 2 are of the second rank and 4 stars. You deal with these 10, and leave the remaining 12 to me." Jiang Chun patted his chest and said with a smile. At those words, Zhou Miao froze and turned to look at Jiang Chun and asked, "Why do we have to count from the first order of 7 stars and above?" Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and cursed. This is not pure nonsense. I just broke through the first rank 5 stars, at most 2 stars beyond the battle. Do you still expect me to solve all, you ask? It will not be unable to deal with it? Seems to be oh. Zhou Miao nodded, but immediately drank after reacting to Jiang Chen's provocative words. "Who said I can't deal with these guys? Joke me, Zhou Miao, a senior student of Mordor University, a third order, 2-star Earth system psychic? I can't deal with 10 underworld wolves? Fine. It's my eyes that are clumsy." Jiang Chun would smile. Of course he knew that there was no way Zhou Miao couldn't deal with these foreign beasts. But it's better to be able to add a layer of buffs than not, right? As we all know, as long as the buffs are added enough, even Jesus can't stop me, Jiang Chun said. Ow! Just then, the leading spectral wolf king seemed to have seen that his pack had arrived and let out a wolf howl. Immediately after that, all the spectral wolves were staring at Jiang Chun with a vicious face, with disgust and equals bloodlust in their eyes, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Seeing this, Jiang Chun suddenly winced and hurriedly asked towards Zhou Miao, who was at the side. "Sister Zhou Miao, what is the situation with these underworld wolves? Why are they looking at me with such eyes?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Miao froze and also carefully surveyed the eyes of the surrounding spectral wolves. She only saw that the eyes of the surrounding spectral wolves were all staring at Jiang Chun with bloodlust and disgust in their death throes. But she also sensed a hint of an unusual meaning in them. The underworld wolf pack, it seemed, was scornful of Jiang Chun. Chapter 18. Sister Zhou Miao, can you fight them alone? They seem to want to kill you, but they are afraid of you, Zhou Miao said with some doubt, as even she didn't believe it when she said it. Sure enough, after hearing Zhou Miao's statement, Jiang Chun froze slightly and pointed to himself and asked tentatively, "You mean me, scorn me? Me, a first-order, 5-star psychic, the underworld wolf pack doesn't scorn you but scorns me instead? Are you kidding me?" Looking at Jiang Chen's reaction, Zhou Miao was all screwed up and unsure of himself, but still analyzed it thoughtfully. Think about it, logically speaking, the spectral wolves should have launched an attack by this time even if they were to wait for their large army to arrive. But at this time they haven't launched an attack yet, but they're staring at you with a deadpan look on their faces. Zhou Miao's expression was puzzled, as if he was a little short of breath because what he had said was too unbelievable. Seeing this, Jiang Chun scratched his head as a possibility suddenly surfaced in his mind. These spectral wolves, it couldn't be that they were afraid of their light abilities. Originally wanted to sneak up and sneak attack the two of them, this was also the skill of the spectral wolves. Without being 3 great realms higher than them, they couldn't be detected approaching. But he was caught by himself, who was light, and for illumination he threw an illuminating ball of light in mid-air. And as the light and dark systems restrained each other, these spectral wolves were deterred because of this. The moment this idea burst out, even Jiang Chun was a bit unconvinced. It was really too far-fetched to claim. It was true that light and darkness were opposites, and it was also true that light was restraining darkness, but with so many spectral wolves, their darkness was no match for their own light. Just then, the ball of light in mid-air dissipated, and darkness returned to the surroundings, with only the faint glow from the fire. The spectral Wolf King who had been watching suddenly assumed an attack stance towards Jiang Chun and the two of them, and the other spectral wolves similarly assumed an attack stance as well. Ow! Immediately after that, the Wolf King let out a high howl, and all the spectral wolves amongst the pack began to respond as if they had heard the horn of attack. Ow! 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 After responding, the Wolf King led the charge towards Jiang Chun and the two of them, with all the spectral wolves following suit. Zhou Miao was not a light-type adept, and could only see countless black shadows running towards him from all directions. She understood that this was the spectral wolf launching an attack, and immediately after that she shouted as the earthy yellow light flowed from her hands. Jiang Chun light. Got it. Jiang Chun responded, rubbing a lighting ball once more and throwing it into the air, then rubbing two 8-point light wheels in his hands and throwing them towards the two spectral wolves that were rushing at the front. Immediately afterward, he rushed forward with an 8-minute wheel of light in each of his hands. The speed of the 8-pointed light wheel was so fast that one of the two phantom wolves that rushed forward at the beginning didn't dodge it, and was directly cut into two halves. And although the other spectral wolf managed to dodge it, its hind legs were still clipped off by the 8 points light wheel, and it lay on the ground undulating continuously. Ow! Unexpectedly, the deaths and injuries of his companions didn't stop the spectral wolves. Instead, it inspired their ferocity, howling as they continued to brave death and rush towards Jiang Chun. The division of labor of the underworld wolves was very clear, with the Wolf King leading the high-end battle force to desperately launch attacks towards Zhou Miao. And Jiang Chen's direction was just a small mongrel of the first rank. When he said it was a small fish that was only for Zhou Miao, for Jiang Chun it was still an opponent that needed to be taken seriously. After all, even if Jiang Chun was as strong as he was only a first-order 5-star alien. Facing the charging spectral wolf, Zhou Miao bellowed. Surge of ground spikes. As the words fell, her hands with an earth-colored glow pressed violently on the ground. In an instant, the land in front of her began to surge, and while it surged, it continued to stick out its spikes like waves. One of the phantom wolves could not dodge in time and was directly pierced by the ground thorns, while the other phantom wolves managed to dodge and continued to charge towards Zhou Miao. Seeing this, Zhou Miao backhanded a 9-ringed greatsword from his spatial ring, and with his left hand he coalesced an earth shield to hold in front of his body and charged up. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Really crazy to play with you like that, Zhou Miao yelled out as he rushed towards the wolves. Jiang Chun, who had backhandedly wrestled away a spectral wolf and dodged the rest of the spectral wolves' attacks, saw this scene with his eyelids fluttering. Zhou Miao, which is playing the deception of this looks is simply pulled full. Looking so sweet, living like a sweet girl, using weapons with a nifty 9-ringed greatsword. This is also too rough. Zhou Miao over here was still fighting continuously, and Jiang Chun was also continuously harvesting the blood of the underworld wolves. Facing the pincer attack of the 8 underworld wolves, Jiang Chun fought and retreated. The moves that I remembered seeing only in the middle of a movie were almost all used, but I was only able to throw out the 8-point light wheel and kill one by surprise. The situation at the scene made Jiang Chun suffer, and he suddenly realized that he was somewhat unable to cope with these underworld wolves. Zhou Miao, who had already slashed 2 spectral wolves to death with his greatsword, saw Jiang Chun's beaten and retreating appearance in his afterimage and hurriedly shouted, "Jiang Chun, did you kid never learn to fight?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was kicking a spectral wolf out of the way, and then he also responded loudly, "I haven't learned it. Didn't I follow you to the experience right after the alien class started? Then you looked so much like one thing fighting before. One-on-one fight well or no brain fey just loaded not on the line." Holy! Zhou Miao exploded, and the earth shield just couldn't withstand the successive attacks and snapped. Immediately after that, Zhou Miao seized the opportunity and hurriedly backed up with a slash to force back the spectral wolves that surrounded Jiang Chun, and then an earth pillar rose under his feet to prop up the two of them. Brat, didn't learn to fight without saying so earlier, didn't learn to fight and still dared to take the initiative to ask to stay and fight against the spectral wolf pack. Just out of danger, Zhou Miao slapped Jiang Chun on the head. Hey, I didn't mean to, Sister Zhou Miao." Jiang Chun gave a sarcastic laugh and looked at Zhou Miao in embarrassment. At the same time, Jiang Chen's heart secretly resolved that he would never again mindlessly believe in special dramas, in which the protagonist's first transformation was able to face a big siege and fight back and forth, until he really encountered to realize that nothing has been practiced by the siege, unless the power difference is large, or not even the opportunity to fight back. Now what to do, brat? Sis was actually pitched by you. If one person is okay, is dragging you, but also have to consider your safety. Zhou Miao was chagrined. He had really gotten on top of things. Just because Jiang Chun could develop offensive skills didn't mean that he was equally good at combat. Bang! Just then, there was a loud bang, and the spectral wolves below attacked the earth pillar. The two men felt a sudden shaking and almost didn't fall. Sister Zhou Miao, can you single them out? HM? Just now you said you'd stay. Now you want me to fight it alone? Chapter 19. Eat my great 8-minute wheel of light. Hey, just kidding. Why are you taking it seriously? Jiang Chun smiled twice looking at Zhou Miao. He hadn't been so outrageous himself. Earth-type psychic abilities were already known for their defense, and fighting wolves was indeed a bit of a disadvantage. Bang! The spectral wolf once again launched another attack at the pillar where the two were, and there was another shaking as the two managed to stabilize their bodies. Zhou Miao poked his head out to take a look and cursed. Holy whatever. I only know 2 attack skills myself, and I'm good at defense. It's too hard to face the wolves. We'll just have to run now. I'll believe in your evil. After saying that, Zhou Miao took out a crystal ball with a wave of his hand and made a gesture to crush it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly reached out to stop Zhou Miao, who instantly looked at Jiang Chen angrily, almost squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. What else do you want? Bang! At this time, the wolves were still launching attacks on the pillar, but fortunately, Zhou Miao's supernatural powers were able to maintain it before it was breached. With that, Jiang Chun said quickly, Sister Zhou Miao, in fact, the power of my 8 points light wheel is not fixed. I want to give these spectral wolves a big wave, but I need to store up my power so you cooperate with me. Bang! Hearing this, Zhou Miao hurriedly looked at Jiang Chun and asked, Your 8 points light wheel's power can still be enhanced as long as you store up power? How am I going to work with you? Zhou Miao directly chose to believe this anyway, the crystal ball in hand. Feel wrong at any time to run away. There was nothing to lose in this, after all, even if you ran now you would still have to consume the crystal ball just the same. Moreover, she also wanted to see what was going on with Jiang Chen's enhanced version of the 8-part light wheel, where the already very powerful 8-part light wheel could still be enhanced. She was also looking forward to where the cap was on this world's first light-based attack skill. Only Jiang Chen said with a grin, I can control the action of the 8 points of the light wheel I threw out, simply because it is not usually necessary, as the control consumes spiritual energy that is not worth it compared to regathering one. I'll rub one of the strongest 8-point light wheels within my power later, and I'll need you to maintain the pillar from collapsing in the meantime. No problem. Zhou Miao directly agreed without any hesitation, and immediately after, his hands emitted an earth-colored glow and pressed towards his feet. Ow! The underworld wolf below the pillar let out a wolf howl, and Jiang Chun and the two of them actually heard a hint of mocking banter in it. It was as if the two people now hiding on the pillar were theirs in the bag, and there was no possibility of escape. Jiang Chun and Zhou Miao glanced at each other, simultaneously reading the fire in each other's eyes, surrounding even though it seems that they are also making it fun to play with their prey by surrounding the two. Zhou Miao gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Chun and said in a deep voice, If your 8-minute light will fails to cut down these beasts, my 9-ringed greatsword will cut you down. What the hell is still trying to tease us like prey? Hearing this, Jiang Chun said with a cruel smile, Don't worry, this octave light wheel of mine. It will definitely exceed your imagination and make you subvert your perception of my octogenarian light wheel. With that said, Jiang Chen's right-hand side suddenly began to condense light elements, and an 8-pointed wheel of light appeared in Jiang Chen's right hand. Perhaps because of the height provided by the earth pillar, Jiang Chen, whose entire body was bathed in moonlight, felt incomparably comfortable at this time. The 8-minute light wheel in his hand kept getting bigger and bigger, and only managed to stop after reaching 5 meters in diameter. The surrounding light elements continued to fill in, causing the 8-point light wheel to become more and more solid, and the light emitted became more and more dazzling. In the middle of this dark forest, it seemed so dazzling, like a small sun. Ow! The attacking spectral wolf king below seemed to have sensed something as well and let out a mournful wolf howl. Immediately after that, the wolves began to launch a frantic attack on the earth pillar. The wolves' attacks on the earth pillars felt a bit overwhelming even to Zhou Miao, who hurriedly raised his head. Looking at Jiang Chun, who seemed to have a small spinning sun in his hand, he shouted, Hello Noah. Can't solve it so we can run away. Okay. Right at this moment, Jiang Chun, who had closed his eyes to store up his strength, shouted and threw the huge light wheel in his hand down towards the bottom as soon as he did so. The two spectral wolves that were launching an attack towards the earth pillar from below collided with the 8-point light wheel at once. With a piercing sound, the two spectral wolves were instantly cut in half. With that, Jiang Chen's eyes were excited as he controlled the 8-points light wheel to charge towards the wolves. Looking at the speeding 8-minute light wheel, most of the wolves chose to scatter. But there was also a second stage, for Star Spectral Wolf with collapsing black chi attached to its claws that lunged towards the light wheel. Clank! A sound of gold and iron striking resounded, and the controlled 8-points light wheel was actually sent flying a short distance away. Still dare to rush up? Interesting. Jiang Chun suddenly became excited, and immediately continued to control the 8-points light wheel as it charged towards the spectral wolf. Ow! The spectral wolf cried out, once again attaching a dark power to its claws to go toe-to-toe with the 8-fold wheel of light. However, this time the 8-points light wheel wasn't knocked away, but rather was constantly wrestling with the spectral wolf. Jiang Chen's face was suffocating red as he fought against the second stage, for Star Phantom Wolf. Suddenly, the 8-pointed wheel of light snapped toward the back, and the spectral wolf couldn't control itself as it lunged toward the front. Immediately after that, Jiang Chun immediately controlled the 8-minute light wheel to slash towards the wolf's body. Sensing the danger, the spectral wolf hastily mobilized the dark elements to cover his body, and the 8-pointed wheel of light slashed on top of the barrier made of dark elements with a loud sound. Just then, the Wolf King tried to step in to save his companion, but the 8-points light wheel also broke through the defense of the dark barrier at that moment. It directly sliced the spectral wolf in half from the center. Ding! Given that the host killed the second order, for Star Darkness exotic beast, the spectral wolf, across a large stage, this one exotic beast counts as 2 quest-required exotic beasts. So please keep up the good work. The beep sounded in his head, and Jiang Chun instantly became excited. The last 4 were up. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun jumped directly off the earth pillar and landed before the wolves. Oops! With a miserable scream, the 8-point light wheel that stayed to the side nearly dissipated with a shudder, and Jiang Chun covered his ass and cursed. Grandma! Why is it so high? It almost killed me. Seeing this, Zhou Miao also hastily withdrew the earth pillar and landed on the ground to help Jiang Chun cursed. What are you doing, brat? It's 6 meters, just say jump. At that, Jiang Chun covered his butt and pointed ahead and said, if I don't come down, my spiritual energy won't last me to control the 8-points light wheel. I can still control it for 30 seconds at most. Zhou Miao looked back, and at some point, the underworld wolves had already surrounded him once again. Jiang Chun roared, the fear is that you won't come up. As the words fell, he controlled the huge wheel of light and launched an attack on the charging wolves. Chapter 20 Acquiring the Otter Barrier. Swish, swish, swish. The spectral wolves that rushed at the front had scattered towards one side, dodging the attacks of the 8-points light wheel. But the few remaining ones were all low-strength spectral wolves, which themselves rushed at a slow speed, and their speed was simply not enough to dodge the 8-points light wheel. Sting! In just an instant, the 8-pointed light wheel directly sliced these low-strength spectral wolves into 2 halves. The remains of the body just fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun didn't have the slightest bit of stagnation, quickly controlling the 8-points light wheel towards the rest of the underworld wolves to launch another attack. The Wolf King couldn't hold back any longer at this point. The two who were clearly the prey had actually accomplished a change of offense and defense and unleashed a massacre on his own people. Below the second rank, facing the 8-point light wheel after storing up power had no qualifications to resist, and could only be slaughtered. With that, the Wolf Dynasty launched a brazen attack at Jiang Chun. As he watched the Wolf King charge over, Jiang Chun had originally wanted to control the 8-minute light wheel to return to defense, but considering the gap in strength, it was definitely too late. But Jiang Chun didn't panic in the slightest and directly shouted, Sister Zhou Miao, it's up to you. Surge of ground spikes. As the words fell, the ground spikes tumbled towards the Wolf King like a tumbling wave. The Wolf King's movements were quick, and he directly leaped high up to avoid the attack of the ground thorns. Immediately after that, Zhou Miao rushed up with his 9-ringed greatsword, shouting once again under his breath, Ground Lock Jail! The ground thorns that had originally surged out instantly changed form, directly extending the ground thorns to pull back the underworld Wolf King. Immediately after that, the ground spikes shifted in a burst, locking the Wolf King firmly inside. As soon as the Wolf King moved the slightest bit, he would be stabbed through by the ground spikes. Jiang Chun, this kid's battle sense is not bad. Knew that the Wolf King would attack him and asked me to prepare in advance. I didn't expect to really catch it. Zhou Miao was still chanting as he dragged his greatsword towards the Wolf King. While her Earthlock prisoner is a powerful control plus attack skill, it has the great disadvantage of having to be set up in advance. Just now, he had said so when Jiang Qin jumped down. So Zhou Miao had secretly laid down skills in the direction of the Wolf King, just waiting for the Wolf King to charge up on his own. And at this moment, the Wolf King was locked down and could only keep baring his teeth at Zhou Miao. Jiang Qin didn't care about that. His spiritual energy had already bottomed out, and in the last 10 seconds, the 8 points light wheel was going to come to rest. After the 8-part light wheel once again sliced the spectral wolf running at the end into 2 halves, this huge 8-part light wheel dissipated. And at this moment, the underworld wolf pack only had 7 left, a full 15 attrition. This was simply an unprecedented victory that was too great to imagine. Jiang Chen's spiritual energy bottomed out after the 8-point light wheel dissipated, and he directly lay on the ground panting heavily. After the pursued phantom wolf pack realized that Jiang Chen was lying on the ground and the damned 8 points light wheel had disappeared, the ferocity in their hearts rose once again. Turning around, he wanted to charge at Jiang Chen to launch an attack. At this time, Zhou Miao also came to the body of the Wolf King. Without the slightest delay, a knife directly stabbed the Wolf King after rushing back to Jiang Chen's side to guard Jiang Chen, ready to launch an attack towards the wolves. It seemed that seeing the death of their leader had brought them back to their senses, and they looked around for a moment at the corpses of their companions, followed by a mournful wolf howl. Ow! There was a sadness in the howl, and after it was finished, one of the only remaining second order, for Star Phantom Wolves turned around and walked away with the rest of the Phantom Wolves without looking back. Seeing this, Zhou Miao was relieved. Only those who had truly fought in the wilderness knew how dangerous these Phantom Wolves were. Just from the sneaking ability alone, apart from the light and dark systems, opponents not exceeding 2 great realms of the spectral wolves wouldn't even be able to detect them approaching. Unless it was directly observed with the naked eye, a sudden attack would be very dangerous even if the frontal strength was far superior to them. Moreover, the wolves were still working as a team, and if they hadn't encountered such a pervert as Jiang Chen, it was unlikely that an average person with a 3rd order plus 1st order configuration would really be able to succeed by them. Hoo! This battle is really cool. This is the first time I've used this big light wheel. I didn't expect it to work so well. Jiang Chen, who was lying on the ground, gasped for air as he said. At that, Zhou Miao leaned over and directly gave Jiang Chen a chestnut curse. You kid, you're just lucky this time. If you're unlucky, you'll be a wolf's dung. Next time, don't be so risky. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed. If it weren't for you, Sister Zhou Miao, I wouldn't dare to play like this, no. Although the combat power of this 8 points light wheel is excellent, the consumption of aura is also enormous. Really fight inside no one to protect me if I scattered legs to run. Just the time I stored power is enough for me to die several times back and forth. Zhou Miao was very flattered by Jiang Chen's compliments and stood up after lightly coughing and said, You rest first, I'll collect the corpses of these spectral wolves first. They'll fetch a good price in the market, and then we'll split it 50-50. Jiang Chen didn't have any opinions on this and closed his eyes after giving a thumbs up. He had more important things to attend to. Ding, the host's mission conditions have been completed, successfully killing 30 foreign beasts at least of the same realm. The degree of completion is excellent, whether to submit the mission or not. The cold mechanical voice seemed so pleasant in Jiang Chen's ears, and Jiang Chen immediately shouted after coughing lightly. That goes without saying. Submit immediately. Ding, mission submission successful. Get reward. Light defense skill otter barrier. Please ask the host if he chooses to fuse it. Yes. Fusion immediately. In the process of convergence in progress. With the first experience, there wasn't the slightest movement as the otter barrier entered his mind, and he just lay there, and anyone who came along thought he was resting. Ding! The fusion is successful. Please continue to work hard and go further and further on the path to becoming a navigator. As the voice fell, Jiang Chen's consciousness also regained clarity, and all the knowledge of the otter barrier was added to his mind. Needless to say, the otter barrier main fights one, and with enough energy, even blocking a nuclear blast is a piece of cake. This skill was of the same nature as the octagonal light wheel, a very simple skill that was naturally simple to learn. But it takes a bit of work to play around with this simple skill. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that there was an ancient called Yaqi, and that otter barrier was directly played with as a piece of glass used to attack monsters. Although the relevant knowledge is not inside, but as long as the idea is not slippery, there are always more ways than difficulties. Host Jiang Chen. Ability Light. Grade 1st Order 5-star. Skills Hakubuki Wheel Otter Barrier. Items utilizable parts of ordinary beasts. Beast Horns X11. Looking at his gradually rich system panel, Jiang was very happy. At first that shabby look. Really readers look at all the tiers Now it's not exactly luxurious, but it's good enough to look good. Jiang, get up, we need to change places. Just then, Zhou Miao's rough voice suddenly came. Chapter 21 Returning to Tiannan City. The air was filled with a heavy odor of blood. Jiang was lying on the ground, while Zhou Miao was looking around with a wary face. Hearing Zhou Miao tell him to change places, Jiang straightened up doubtfully and looked at Zhou Miao and said, "Not to mention the fact that we don't know where we're going at this time of night, and we're just exhausted from the battle." And Zhou Miao sniffed after looking around and said, "The smell of blood from the battle just now is so strong that it will draw out the bloodthirsty predators at any moment." With words like that, Jiang had no choice but to stand up and follow Zhou Miao. Just after taking 2 steps, Jiang realized that Zhou Miao seemed to have been covering his arm. Seeing this, he frowned and went forward to ask, "Sister Zhou Miao, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Miao said helplessly with a frown, "I was accidentally scratched by the spectral Wolf King during the melee just now." "What?" Jiang was shocked in his heart, hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Miao's arm, only to see that on the arm that was originally like a turquoise lotus root, a hideous wound had appeared at this moment, and black gas was still rising from the wound in a frame. "Why don't you say it when you're injured? This is a wound left by a dark fey beast. It's something that will erode your body. You need to treat it in a hurry. Among the fey, the danger of dark fey far exceeds that of the rest of the fey. This is a recognized fact, and it is knowledge to be learned in class. It was because the dark alien beasts themselves were pollution, and all alien beasts would be corrupted by the dark elemental of the dark alien beasts, except for alien beasts of the same dark alien system and the light alien system. Moreover, dark alien beasts were usually stronger than alien beasts of the same rank, which led to the fact that alienists had a lot of casualties when facing dark alien beasts." Zhou Miao, who had been grabbed by Jiang arm, blushed and said faintly after breaking away from Jiang grip, "I'm fine. At least I'll be fine for a month. Continue your adventures. It's not even half time yet." At those words, Jiang froze, then shook his head and said, "The training is not a big deal, you can come out anytime, but this wound will hurt if we don't take care of it. Let's go back first. I feel that the combat experience I gained as well as the proficiency in the use of my skills is already enough." Jiang thought very clearly about this. He had come out on this trip just to complete the mission. This mission was about honing one's ability to fight in real life, but one's foundation was unstable after all, and it was enough to get to this point. And now that Zhou Miao was still in an injured condition, it would be the optimal solution to go back to class on his own now. "I'm really fine. And aren't you a light? Try to see if you can heal me." At these words, Jiang instantly looked at Zhou Miao with a speechless expression and said, "This seems like something purification did. I'm not even in college yet, so who's going to teach me purification?" "It seems so." Zhou Miao scratched his head. Jiang sighed helplessly. "Sister Zhou Miao, just listen to me. My current shortcoming is obvious. I completely rely on fancy playing with the 8 points light will to fight, but spiritual energy is limited. I can't always rely on the 8 points light will all the time." Looking at Jiang with this serious look on his face, Zhou Miao opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him a little more. To my surprise, Jiang directly took the lead and said with a scowl towards Zhou Miao, "And I had an idea in my mind today watching you use the earth shield. It seems like I can create a light-based defense skill. The defense ability must be very strong." At the words, Zhou Miao instantly widened his eyes. This is only how long developed attack skills not to mention, and now also whole out a defense skills. With that said, Zhou Miao could only sigh helplessly in the end. "Well then, go back." Jiang grinned out at these words, and then after the two of them packed up their things, they walked towards the direction of Tiannan City with the help of the faint starlight. And after the two left, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield where the two had fought. After touching a handful of blood on the ground, he put his fingers in his mouth and smacked his lips a little and said, "Is this the place where the battle just happened? The blood of the spectral wolf? Why is there a strong aura of light element in it? It's disgusting." A woman also stepped out from among the shadows on the side at that moment, looking at him with disgust in her eyes and cursing. "Demon wolf, you are disgusting. Seeing blood makes you want to taste it twice." Demon wolf snorted at the words, did not dwell on this matter. Turned to the corner of his mouth, hung a light smile looking at the traces of the surrounding battle, said, "Mandala, the residual light element here is very thick. It's not likely that light elemental aliens have fought here. It's really interesting. Light element? You're drinking blood and drinking yourself silly. Who doesn't know that the light system can affect your teammates even when you're assisting in a fight, let alone fighting? Mandala looked at the demon wolf with disdain. The devil wolf, however, did not care about this, and his eyes were bloodthirsty as he looked toward Tiannan City in the distance. Hurry up and go, we have to reach Jinling City within 3 days. If we delay Lord Bishop's layout, you and I will have to suffer. After saying that, Mandala walked straight forward. The demon wolf glanced fondly at the direction of Tiannan City and followed in Mandala's footsteps. Jiang Chun and the two of them naturally didn't know anything about the situation here, and it was already dawn when they arrived at Tiannan City. Looking at the dusty two, the soldiers guarding the gates of Tiannan City were taken aback. The two of them were really in a sorry state with a lot of bloodstains, and if he hadn't been able to see that they were human, he would have been ready to shoot them. Gentlemen, what's going on with you? Have you been attacked? The soldier asked, looking at the two somewhat nervously. The two glanced at each other to see each other embarrassed look. Then Jiang Chan said with a heated smile, "Met the wolves last night and rushed back. The wilderness is indeed too dangerous." At that, the soldier was relieved. He had thought there was a fay after them so he could shake people to work. "So that's how it is, you guys hurry up and get in there." The soldier waved his hand, and the two hurriedly ran into the gates of Tiannan City. Walking into Tiannan City, Jiang Chun was so excited that he couldn't help but shout out, "Tannin! For the first time I realize you're so wonderful." The sound attracted quite a few gazes over, all of which were shifters rushing to get out of the city gates for their morning hunt. But there were only smiles in the eyes of these aliens, no comments, as if they were not surprised by this scene. Feeling the eyes around him, Jiang Chun scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at Zhou Miao and asked, "Sister Zhou Miao, why do all these people have such eyes? It feels so strange." Hearing this, Zhou Miao rolled her eyes and said, "There are plenty of people like you who come back from their first trip to the wilderness and then exclaim out loud that the city is the best, not less than you." "Oh," Jiang Chun replied back, then looked at Zhou Miao and said, "Sister Zhou Miao, this injury of yours is going to be treated at the alien hospital, right?" Zhou Miao nodded and said, "You're not talking nonsense. Even if the light alien is more of a waste, that's not something that ordinary hospitals can afford to raise. Light alien who chose alien medical care is very popular, okay?" As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Miao suddenly realized that there was something wrong in her language, and when she looked back, she only saw Jiang Chun staring at herself with a grudging face. "Ha ha ha! Just now I just spoke without thinking. You don't take it to heart, ah? You have you in the light department. How can you be a waste?" Jiang Chun rolled his eyes helplessly. "I see you're saying your true thoughts out loud. You look after Sister Zhou Miao. With me and then the light department can't possibly be looked down upon anymore. I will become the navigator of the light department and take the light department to get rid of the title of the weakest ability, and tell the world that the light department's ability is a powerful ability. No matter whether it's for attack or defense, our light department is bar none. Heaven did not give birth to me, Jiang Chun, and the light system is as long as the night." With these words, Zhou Miao was stunned in place on the spot, and only after a long time did he pat Jiang Chen's shoulder and hold back his laughter, saying, "Jiang Chun, I believe in you." But how refined Jiang Chun was. He could see at a glance that the smirk in Zhou Miao's eyes was treating his words as the whispers of a middle-aged teenager. "Sister Zhou Miao, are you not trusting me?" Jiang Chun looked at Zhou Miao with dissatisfaction and asked. Just then, before Zhou Miao could say anything, a grandfather suddenly passed by and looked at Jiang Chun and shook his head before walking towards the breakfast place ahead, shaking his head helplessly as he walked. "Really, the world is going down, nowadays the young people bragging does not bring drafts, the whole body this woeful kind, but also 10,000 years as long as the night, this little girl should not be so good to cheat it." As he spoke, Moncler Outlet Store, he hadn't deliberately muffled his voice, and his eyes were still flickering in the direction of the two men if anything. The two of them instantly realized that this Moncler Outlet Store was deliberate. Puff! Ha 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 ha! Zhou Miao still couldn't help but laugh out, and Jiang Chun looked at her with a face full of black lines. No he. Sister Zhou Miao, you're putting too little trust in me." Looking at Zhou Miao, who was laughing, Jiang Chun helplessly spat out. Hearing this, Zhou Miao forced back her laughter and said as she grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder, "It's not that I don't believe you, but it's really funny to say that with you and me dressed like this. So let's just go to your house and change first." After saying that, he didn't care what Jiang Chen's reaction was. pushed him and stopped a car to sit on it. Looking at the back of the Moncler outlet store, he sighed and shook his head helplessly. Another flower in the cow dung. The words just fell. An old lady in the middle of the breakfast store came out and slapped a slap directly on the head of the Moncler outlet store, scolded. You still have the nerve to talk about others. When I was young you promised the Magic City a big flat you did not buy me. Mind your own well, do not force me to smoke you, go in noodles. Fine, fine. I'm on my way. Moncler outlet store, he hastened to smile. Followed by the original hobbling body, nimbly dodged the old lady. Rushed into the breakfast store, swinging the dough to begin to knead. The old lady's eyes softly glanced at the back of Jiang Chen's two departing men, and then turned around with the same gaze to look at Moncler outlet online the old lady, and then her face changed and shouted, Damn old man. Have you not washed your hands? You are not allowed to make noodles without washing your hands. Chapter 22. Will you give up? After taking a shower and changing their clothes, Jiang Chen and Zhou Miao both arrived at the alien hospital. As soon as he entered the hospital, Jiang Chen was shocked, only to see that in the middle of a clinic room, two doctors in white coats were joking and laughing, and in the middle of the conversation, they took out a seed and threw it into a flower pot. The other doctor then snapped his fingers and instantly coalesced a ball of light, which swung its rays towards the flower pot. Green shoots sprang up in the flower pots, and the previous doctor gave a laugh as a green glow sprang up in his hands to shower the green shoots. The green shoots suddenly began to grow, and in no time at all 2 strawberries grew. Seeing this, the 2 doctors smiled at each other, and each picked a strawberry and dropped it into their mouths. What are you looking at? Just as Jiang Chen was watching in fascination, Zhou Miao suddenly shouted in his ear. Jiang Chen was startled and said while lightly patting his chest, Sister Zhou Miao, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Smiling at that, Zhou Miao said with a heated smile, What were you looking at just now? Looking so hard that you didn't even know I was coming over. Speaking of this, Jiang Chen can be energized, will be just now the matter of the recapitulation. Zhou Miao heard a light laugh, said, This is the wonderful use of the supernatural ability after the pure. Only in the hospital, the social prejudice for the light system will disappear. After all, by the dark system of foreign beasts wounded, if there is no light system of treatment, then this life is expected to be straight. Well, walk me to the treatment room. Zhou Miao didn't say much about this and directly led Jiang Chen towards the treatment room. The doctor in the treatment room was a tough-looking, sunny and handsome, manly middle-aged doctor. Said smilingly after checking Zhou Miao's wounds, This is a wound caused by a spectral wolf, right? It's not a big deal. After purifying the wound, the stitches will be fine. It's also strange. A lot of people coming to the hospital lately have spectral wolf wounds. There seems to be a lot of spectral wolves lately. Jiang Chen grabbed the point and looked at the doctor in surprise as he asked, Doctor, you said that there have been a lot of shifters injured by spectral wolves lately? Right? The doctor said with a smile. It's quite a lot lately, but it's a pity that our light department doesn't have any attacking skills, or else I'd really like to go to the wilderness to take a look. The doctor grinned while grabbing Zhou Miao's hand and murmured in a low voice, Purification. A ball of light suddenly appeared in the doctor's palm, which waved its light and eliminated the black qi from Zhou Miao's wound without a trace in a matter of moments. With that, the ball of light in the doctor's hand dissipated, and after taking a needle and thread, he gave Zhou Miao a shot of anesthesia and began to sew up, exhaling a cloudy breath after the stitches were finished. He looked at the 2 with a smile and said, All right, you guys can go back. The alien's recovery is strong, and it will scab over in 5 days. Thank you, doctor. Zhou Miao bowed slightly towards the doctor, and the doctor said with a slight wave of his hand, No need, you other aliens deal with the alien beasts. Our light department has no combat power. It's only right to do what we can logistically, and besides, you paid the money, didn't you? Looking at the doctor's sunny smile, a trace of sourness suddenly rose in Jiang Chen's heart as he looked at the doctor and asked, Doctor, what were your thoughts when you first awakened to the light system? At that, the doctor froze, and after some thought said, I think light systems can fight too, so many elemental systems. Why can't we be the only ones who can't fight? And now what? The words, to the original face with a sunny smile on the doctor, are given a whole silence. After a long time, before slowly said, It doesn't matter if I can't fight, as long as I can do what I can before the life and death of humanity. Would you give up your job as a doctor if light had combat skills? Jiang Chen eagerly looked at the doctor. Seeing this, Zhou Miao was startled and hurriedly pulled at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest reaction to this and just looked at the doctor like this. And this time the doctor didn't hesitate and said with a laugh, "If it does, I'll learn it, because I'm a shifter, but I won't give up my job as a doctor. After all these years, a lot of patients need my medical skills." As the words fell, Jiang Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and nodded, his eyes surprisingly bright. Seeing this, Zhou Miao hurriedly pulled Jiang Chun towards the door, apologizing towards the doctor as she went. "I'm sorry, doctor. My brother is a bit tongue-tied." Rawly pulling Jiang Chun to the door, Jiang Chun suddenly grinned at the doctor and said, "Doctor, actually, I'm also light." At that, the doctor froze, then shook his head and laughed. "So it's also a descendant of the light department. What we didn't manage to do, you guys must do it. After all, I don't want the light department to be scolded as a useless aberration all the time." After being dragged out of the hospital, Jiang Chun broke free from Zhou Miao's confinement. Zhou Miao said as she looked at him with a helpless face, "No, you don't think you want to contribute your 8 points of light? Well, now, after listening to a few words, even though Desya will give you a rather generous reward, but by the time it's rotten, you won't be competitive amongst the light system." "No, am I that stupid? Although I'm kind, I'm not a saintly mother." "Okay." Jiang Chun rolled his eyes at Zhou Miao. Seeing this, Zhou Miao froze and frowned at Jiang Chun and asked, "Then I thought you were touched when you just said so much." "It's normal to be touched, but I'm not going to put my future out on the line. If the developers get squeezed out, then doesn't that mean no one will develop it? I'm just doing this to be a better navigator of the light system." Jiang Chen's tone is very speechless. "How do you look at yourself as not like a holy mother? This Confucianism has said that we should reach the world. Poor can only be alone." "Oh, sorry about that." Zhou Miao, who had figured out the situation, laughed in embarrassment, then patted Jiang Chen's head and said, "I'm sorry about that, but you should go back to rest quickly and go back to class tomorrow. I'll go back first." After saying that, he didn't wait for Jiang Chun to reply and directly ran out. Seeing this, Jiang Chun scratched his head and said, "What's going on here? Running so fast?" With that, Jiang Chun also greeted a car and sat on it, and right at the moment he sat on it, the mechanical sound of the system resounded in his head. Detecting that the host initially understands the meaning of the pilot, the system sympathizes with this spirit, and in conjunction with the reality of the situation hereby promulgates 2 rules of the mission. I. Teach the otter barrier to 10,000 people within a month. Mission reward skill bonus ancient martial arts proficiency. Mission failure penalty none. Second, seize the first place in the province's mock exam 3 months later. The mission rewards the light attack skill spectrum raise, and the mission failure penalty, the system is unbound on the spot. After listening to the task enacted by the system, Jiang Chun immediately felt his head spinning. Chapter 23. The Dark Church. Listening to the task enacted by the system, Jiang Chun almost sucked in a breath of cool air. This task was indeed on the strength. The former was almost like a pillow coming from a doze. He happened to be the one who lacked fighting skills, and this skill was tailor-made for him. And handing over the otter barrier is an easy thing to do. It's just a defense skill. All one needed to do was to find the official dasha and say something, and then he or she could quickly spread the skill around. It's not like a flashbang kind of skill that doesn't do much. Haven't tried it, but are any of Ultraman's skills weak? And don't forget that Ultraman itself is light. But this second quest is a bit of a say, it's not just any quest. Number 1 in the province, and that's no easy feat. At that time, he would be fighting with all kinds of celestial pride, but not much else. It was those great families' heavenly pride as well as those who had awakened early. One had huge resources while the other had awakened for a long time and had naturally learned more. The difficulty of winning first place in the province in the middle of such a competition is not normal. You know, the province would have to be counted in at least 1 million if we're talking about senior aliens alone. Just as Jiang Chun was hesitant to speak, the system spoke. Ding, the host has been detected to have an opinion on the system mission. Now for an explanation. This system is a navigational system. It does not just allow the host to go around teaching light skills as if he were an elder transmitter. The so-called pilot, that is for the light system to become a powerful alien. The host has to go ahead of all the light aliens to make the light system shock the blue star. Then in this era, the host has to suppress all the enemies. And there is also a most important point. At this point, the system suddenly stopped for a moment, and Jiang Chun hurriedly asked, "That most important point, Host, you're a traveler and have a system. Don't you feel ashamed if you're still being suppressed?" "Crap, you make a good point. Now I'm wondering if you're a real person." Jiang Chun faced skeptical look. "It is really," the system said straight to the heart. "I have traveled through the person plus the golden finger. Just like this I was still beaten and lost. This is also too suffocating." And the system's response was a relief to Jiang Chun. Host, the system is just an artificial intelligence. It's simple to take control after reading human information. This should be called the desire to win or lose. As the words fell and the system fell silent, Jiang Chun instantly made up his mind. NND, I'm a traveler. I can still be bullied by the local natives. I'm a navigator of the light system. Jiang Chun said in his heart, and his body couldn't help but sit up straight. And the driver master who drove the car looked at Jiang Chen's rich expressions and micro-movements, and gave a quirky smile. It was kind of fun to meet such a person while driving. Meanwhile, in the middle of Jinling City, Zhou Ping got into his private car after waving goodbye to his classmates, and the driver said with a smile, "Is that young master's girlfriend? She's quite pretty." Smiling, Zhou Ping said a little shyly, "Uncle Li, this isn't my girlfriend. We're not in a relationship yet either. By the way, don't tell my dad and the others." Uncle Li said with a laugh, "We're overjoyed that young master has a girlfriend. How could we snitch on him?" While saying that, Uncle Li started the car. Uncle Li drove all the way to a manor. To be able to have a manor in the middle of a city in this day and age, the Zhou family's strength is evident. As soon as he drove into the manor, Zhou Ping realized that something was wrong and asked with a frown, "Uncle Li, is there some kind of event today? How come Li and the others aren't here?" Hearing this, Uncle Li also said with a puzzled look on his face, "I don't know. Could it be that Mr. has something to take away? Shouldn't be. Li Yong is the inner guard specializing in manor security." Just then, a man wearing a black robe stopped in front of the car. Uncle Li immediately changed his face, because this man his hand, holding a long knife that was dripping blood. Uncle Li's face instantly turned ugly as he turned back to Zhou Yuan. "Young master, just stay in the car and don't come down. I'll go down and take a look. You can drive too. If the situation is not right, don't mind me. Leave the manor right away and drive directly in the direction of the barracks." After saying that, he also did not care about Zhou Ping's reaction and directly rolled down the car, followed by exuding the pressure of a fifth-order alien around his body and drank. "Who are you and why are you in the Zhou family garden? Get out quickly." Unexpectedly, the opposite side of the man was not affected by the pressure at all, raised to lick a mouthful of blood on it after a face full of intoxication. Followed by a flash of the figure, the entire body of the person turned into a black shadow appeared in the shadow of Uncle Li. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan hurriedly shouted out, "Uncle Li, watch out for shadows." Hearing Zhou Yuan's voice, Uncle Li subconsciously kicked towards the back. Unexpectedly, the man backhanded and stabbed through Uncle Li. Looking at the blade that penetrated his abdomen, Uncle Li collapsed helplessly. Where had Zhou Yuan seen this battle? Before this, he was only a high school student who had just recently awakened. The man looked at Uncle Li, who had fallen to the ground, snorted and turned his head to look at Zhou Yuan, who was sitting in the car with a sickly smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, "You are Zhou Lu's little brat, right? Introduce yourself. My name is Demon Wolf. Is the Dark Church a deacon? Later I will take you in. Persuade Zhou Lu, that old man, to hand over the things. I will give you a way out." As the words fell, Zhou Yuan's head immediately felt buzzing, and the Dark Order, an infamous organization that has committed countless crimes against humanity as humans completely against humanity. It's a global presence for everyone, and it's the same concept as the terrorists of old. But they're even more deranged. There's nothing they wouldn't dare do. There was a consensus in this world that everyone was human, no matter what organization, but the Dark Order was no longer considered human. No matter who you meet afterward, you will be resolutely executed, even if it is the leader of the country. Back then, the head of a country in the Fifi continent joined the Diablo Church, and also encouraged the entire country to join the Diablo Church. It was removed by a joint resolution of the 5 major leagues, and in the end, it was City who stepped in and caught and killed them with a thunderous force. Zhou Lu was the head of the Zhou family, but at the same time, he was also the deputy commander of the city defense of Jinling City, and Zhou Ping, who had been educated as a soldier since he was a child, had calmed down at this time. The blood coming out of the body of Uncle Li, the driver, who was lying dead on the ground, stimulated his nerves even more. Then he opened the car door and stepped down, and after straightening his clothes, he looked coldly at Demon Wolf and said, "My childhood education told me to remember that I'm human whenever I can. But you, the Dark Order, are no longer human, and a human-looking beast is worthy of talking to me?" After saying that, Zhou Ping slammed his fist out. Chapter 24. Zhou Ping. Bang! Zhou Ping blocks a head kick by Demon Wolf. Looking at Zhou Ping as he continued to struggle on the ground, the Demon Wolf looked at him with cold eyes. "Stubborn, still really like your damned old father. by the Lord Bishop tortured into what is still not handed over. First and you collect some interest, as I was wasted time interest. After saying that, the demon wolf suddenly laughed cruelly, and then immediately walked up and slashed twice at Zhou Ping's face. Ah! Zhou Ping cried out in pain, and at this moment, 2 more hideous wounds appeared on his originally clear and handsome face. Instead, the originator, Demon Wolf, said with a face of enjoyment, "This is too wonderful. Your wailing is my most melodious music again." After saying that, the Demon Wolf swung the knife in his hand and wanted to slash down again. Just then, a sound of breaking wind came, and the Demon Wolf's heart was urgently busy elementalizing. The attack that came from the broken wind instantly hit empty, and right at that moment, a middle-aged man with an upright figure blocked in front of Zhou Ping. "Dad, what's going on in our house?" Zhou Ping recognized the visitor. It was his own father, Zhou Lu. And instead of answering, Zhou Lu just pulled Zhou Ping up and looked at him and said, "Can you still walk?" "Can." Zhou Ping didn't hesitate in the slightest. Zhou Lu nodded and was just about to speak when the Demon Wolf's voice suddenly rang out. "Zhou Heron, you can't get away. Obediently hand over the Dark Source Stone and the arming map and let you live." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lu turned around and saw that the Demon Wolf was standing not far away, carrying that knife in his hand. "Humph, a 6th rank is just a 6th rank. It can be destroyed with a casual hand, and it still dares to snarl and bark." Sensing the rank of the Demon Wolf, Zhou Heron said with disdain. As the words fell, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from the middle of the manor, and a person rose to mid-air and threw a ball of water at Zhou Lu. The water balloon slammed into Zhou Lu's body, seemingly weighing 1,000 pounds, pressing Zhou Lu directly onto the ground. The Demon Wolf laughed wildly. "Zhou Heron, under the greatness of the Lord Bishop, even you will die. Obediently hand over the item or I will let your son be tortured to death by me." Blood flowed out of the corner of Zhou Lu's mouth. He knew very well that he was now at the end of his strength, and was down to his last breath. "Even if I die, I will never let you guys get the Dark Origin Stone and the arming map." Zhou Lu hissed, and the aura in his body erupted violently. His body instantly transformed into a black shadow, which then wrapped around Zhou Ping and swept directly towards the distance. Seeing this, the bishop hastily yelled, "Stop him, he's burning his life. We'll die for sure when the military comes." Devil Wolf's face changed and he wanted to strike, but at this time, Zhou Lu where he could stop him, casually slapping his hand. The palm that was bubbling with black gas directly slapped the Demon Wolf's handsome face into a disfigured face. This is also interest. Seeing the Demon Wolf being slapped back, the bishop just wanted to move, but in a split second he stopped and said, "Retreat all, the Dacia military is fast. We'll be finished when they rush over, retreat." At the word of command, everyone looked at the bishop with a blank stare. The disfigured Demon Wolf cried out even more miserably, "My Lord Bishop, we can't withdraw, we haven't gotten our stuff yet, and look at my humble face, it's disfigured." The bishop looked at him viciously and drank. "We didn't stop it just now, and we can't stop it now. Can you stop the Jinling city garrison? Can you stop the weapons inside? Withdraw." As the words fell, everyone began to retreat, hiding into the city and transforming into an ordinary person. On the other side, the two of them, Zhou Lu and Zhou Ping, rushed all the way into the military camp stationed in Jinling. Sensing someone rushing into the barracks, the commander, who was an 8th Order powerhouse, immediately rose up in the air and rushed over. The moment she saw the commander, Zhou Lu also lifted her elementalization and collapsed helplessly to the ground. After seeing clearly that it was Zhou Lu, the commander's face changed as he rushed over to help Zhou Lu up and shouted, "Vice Commander Zhou, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Zhou Lu lifted his head feebly to look at the commander and said in a broken voice, "The Dark Order, Bishop, attacked my house to seize the Dark Source Stone and the arming map. They seem to be up to no good." After saying that, Zhou Lu placed a spatial ring in the commander's hand. The commander took the spatial ring, his heart unusually angry, and looked at the officers who had already gathered over and drank. "Rally the troops and make sure to catch the Dark Church guy." "Yes." The officers saluted violently. Looking at Zhou Lu, who had already lost his breath, his heart was also filled with anger, turned around and went to rally the troops. And on the side, Zhou Ping looked at his father, who had lost his breath and flung himself on his knees in front of Zhou Lu's corpse. "Dad!" Zhou Ping hissed and shouted. The commander patted his shoulder and disappeared in a flash carrying his sword. The commander was a spatial system psychic, and appeared in the sky above the Zhou family in almost an instant. Looking down at the already empty Zhou family chagrined as he swung a knife fiercely towards the sky. Blade Qi flew out instantly, chopping a crack out of the clouds in the sky. Then the commander turned around and disappeared once again, appearing in the premises. Looking at Zhou Ping, who was kneeling on the ground and unable to speak, the commander opened his mouth and finally sighed, taking out a stone from within his spatial ring and placing it into his hand. Zhou Ping just gave a faint glance and tossed the stone aside as soon as he could. Seeing this, the commander said with a helpless sigh, "In fact, what your father protected with his life was the arming map, this dark source stone. Although it can give a dark elemental exalt the opportunity to break through the ninth order, it's far from the point where your father protected it with his life." At that, Zhou Ping just mumbled, "Even if there is a dark origin stone, it can't be exchanged for the lives of my father and the entire Zhou family anymore. So what's the point of me wanting this?" The commander turned and left only a word. "The Dark Source Stone is a booster for your revenge. Want to avenge your loved ones? It can help you. In the view of the above, this Dark Source Stone is the one that has been snatched by the Dark Church. How to deal with it, it all depends on you." After saying that, the commander's figure flashed. Although it was impossible for the Dark Clan to capture all of them, but if they could capture one, they would capture one. Attacking the deputy commander of Jinling City was provoking the Great Xia. Zhou Ping looked at the spot where the commander had just stood, gritted his teeth, and picked up the Dark Origin Stone as soon as he could. "A helping hand on my path to revenge? I hope you can help me. Dad, Mom, watch out. The Dark Cleric. I will definitely overthrow it to you. I will make them all go down to be buried with them. From now on, Zhou Ping, live only for the purpose of overthrowing the Dark Church." Zhou Ping's face had 2 hideous wounds on it, and coupled with the horrifying eyes now, it looked like the god of fury. The next day, Zhang Ping had just arrived at the classroom, but she didn't see the person who always sat in his seat smiling and waiting for him to come to class. Seeing Zhang Ping come in, a girl with glasses came over and looked at her and said, "By the way, Zhang Ping, just now Zhou Ping came to do his withdrawal. He asked me to tell you that he's gone. Don't look for him." "What? Gone? Gone where?" "I don't know." Chapter 25, Back to School. "Jiang Chun, why are you back at this hour? Didn't you take a month-long vacation and finish practicing?" In the office, Lu Ling was filled with shock as she looked at Jiang Chun standing in front of her. Jiang Chun scratched his head in embarrassment. "I finished my training, and during the training I realized that my foundation was still not solid. So I ended my training early and came back." Smiling at that, Lu Ling nodded and laughed. "This is during the training to find out the problem, right? Can find out their own problems is good. The school cannot teach you skills, but still can teach you to fight. You first go back to the class. This class seems to be the alien energy general knowledge." "Good teacher." Jiang Chun nodded obediently, and then directly turned around and walked in the direction of the classroom. At this time, the classroom was very noisy, and after Jiang Chun walked in, a girl wearing glasses held up her glasses and asked, "Classmate, are you here to see someone?" Hearing this, Jiang Chun said with a slight smile, "No, I'm also in Alien Class 8. It's just that I took a vacation earlier." At this statement, the girl frowned and thought about it. She didn't seem to have this person in her class. "Jiang Chun, you're back." Right at this moment, a voice rang out, only to see Xia Rong appearing behind Jiang Chen's back at an unknown time, looking at him in surprise. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Chun also turned back to Xia Rong and waved his hand and shouted, "Xia Rong, long time no see." "It's been a long time," Xia Rong agreed, then looked at the previous girl and said, Yeah, he's my deskmate who just took a leave of absence from his class to go on an adventure, Jiang Chun, and this is our class president Suya." "Hello, class president. First time meeting." Jiang Chun smiled and extended his right hand to Suya. Suya similarly extended her right hand to shake Jiang Chen's. "Hello, hello, hello. Really, you just took a leave of absence from your class, so I don't know you." It's fine. It's my problem." The two's hands touched each other. Then Xia Rong pulled Jiang Chun and walked to the position, looking at him curiously and asked, "Didn't you go on a month's vacation from your training? Why are you back at this time?" At this, Jiang Chun helplessly smiled, just ready to speak. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Mysteriously looked at Xia Rong and said, "I've come back this time to give you a perk, and you're going to hate kneeling down for me afterward." At the words, Xia Rong froze and slapped Jiang Chen's shoulder to ask with interest, "So that I can't help but get on my knees? What benefits? I don't believe your perks will make me get on my knees for you. Next class is a practical training session, so you'll know then." Jiang Chun decided that he still had to sell his stuff. His stuff was a Gospel of the Light system, and it wasn't too much to say that he was a benefactor. It wouldn't be a waste of time if they didn't pretend before passing it on to them. Che Petty, I really don't believe that there is anything good that is going to make me kneel down for you. Xia Rong skimmed her lips and said with a light hum. And Jiang Chun didn't make any explanations, just looked at her mysteriously. Jingle bells. Just then, the class bell suddenly rang. A young male teacher with a lesson plan in his hand walked in at the same time, putting the lesson plan down and scanning the circle laughing. Why do I notice that we seem to have a new student in our class? Classmate, aren't you going to introduce yourself? At those words, Jiang Chun froze. This was about himself? Looking up, he watched the teacher's eyes stay on him before he laughed softly, standing up graciously and speaking aloud. Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Chun. I'm not a new student. It's just that I took a leave of absence from my first class to go out and practice, so I hope I can get along with everyone. The teacher at the podium smiled with a look of realization. So it's not a new student, then you can catch up with the progress of our course, although you are a martial arts candidate, but the cultural knowledge test in the martial arts examination still accounted for 30% of the points, only just divided into classes to go to the experience. Then you are surely not worried about the aspect of your supernatural ability. Do not be dragged down by the cultural score. Okay, teacher. Jiang Chun smiled and nodded. This was just back to school, it was better to be good. The teacher was just about to tell Jiang Chun to sit down when a discordant voice suddenly rang out at that moment. Yes, of course it's excellent. A light system psychic has just awakened the second day and ran away to experience. It can't be that he went to hide and cry inside the deep mountains and old forests, right? A lot of people in the class snorted with laughter at this statement. Jiang Chun also frowned. He always felt that the voice was a bit familiar, and when he turned around, he saw that in the direction where the voice came from, a familiar face was sitting somewhere with an arrogant face. After seeing who the man was clearly, Jiang Chun said as he looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes. Deng Yong, so it's you guy, no matter what happens to me. At least I have the courage to go to the wilderness. It's better than you. The guy who is too scared by Wu Wei to speak. You. Hearing Jiang Chun expose his own scars, Deng Yong immediately shot up and stared at Jiang Chun angrily. And naturally, Jiang Chun was unafraid to stare at him. Joke. How to say that Jiang Chun was also an existence that had received a baptism of blood. How could he be afraid of a guy who only knew how to talk on paper? His tablemate was a dry, thin, and lewd-looking boy who also sneered when he saw the two like this. Regardless, even if your mouth is great, it doesn't change the fact that you're a light loser. When this statement came out, it was considered to have stirred up a hornet's nest, and Xia Rong directly shouted out angrily, Go Erwa. What do you mean? If you have the ability to get hurt, don't let the light system heal you. Go Erwa. Let's forget about your usual ines. Are you now trying to see who is stronger in our power compared to you? A tall boy in the back row who looked like a black bear at a glance stood up and shouted angrily towards Go Erwa. Seeing this, Go Erwa shrunk his neck. Originally he was just trying to insult Jiang Chun for helping Deng Yong, who knew that a slip of the tongue had directly attracted the displeasure of the entire light department. Though the light system had been weak for a long time, and most had chosen the path of the civil exams. But there were many people who still had the head iron to choose the martial arts exam, and he alone couldn't stand up to the siege of the 5 light systems in the 8th class of the alien energy. Watching his little brother being threatened, Tung Yong snorted and said as he looked at the few light systems that stood up, What's the use of threatening him if you're capable? We'll have a fight in the afternoon's practical training session and see if you can do justice to the light department just by virtue of yourselves. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Chun provocatively. And Jiang Chun just looked at him playfully. In Jiang Chun's opinion, this was nothing more than a clown. His current rank was at most a first stage 2-star. In front of him, it was just like a chicken and a dog, not enough to be considered. With that, Jiang Chun readily answered his provocation. Let's see what you're made of in the afternoon's practical class, with that big mouth, and don't know how to eat more celery. Chapter 26, Meeting a Far Stronger Beast to Fight? That's enough, all of you sit down. The teacher on the podium shouted angrily, and the aura of a third-order alien directly pressed over. It's class time. Not for you to argue. Deng Yong, go out and stand. At that, Deng Yong just wanted to speak, but after seeing the teacher's dangerous eyes, resentfully closed his mouth and walked out of the classroom. The teacher was also considered sensible, knowing that this matter had nothing to do with Jiang Chun, and didn't play the trick of hitting each one with a stick, but still plucked out a glance at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun didn't care about this. This afternoon he would tell everyone that the light system wasn't an abnormality that couldn't be fought. It was an extremely powerful abnormality. After the teacher started lecturing, Xia Rong poked Jiang Chen's arm with a worried expression and asked, Do you really want to make a date with Teng Yong? Teng Yong is not a good character to deal with. He is already close to the first rank of 3 stars, and his family even invited someone to teach the skills. Hearing this, Jiang Chun shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "What's the joke? I'm giving you a perk. You'll see it this afternoon. Listen to the lesson first." After saying that, Jiang Chun started listening to the lesson on his own, no longer paying attention to Xia Rong. Looking at Jiang Chen's bland appearance, Xia Rong felt her teeth itching for a moment. This was too abrasive, and Jiang Chun was oblivious to this, taking notes while listening to the lecture. It wasn't until class ended that Deng Yong walked in and looked at Jiang Chun provocatively. In response, Jiang Chun directly returned a blank stare to him. "What era is this? Jiang Chun, a traveler. The age of his heart is 30 or 40 years old. He is too lazy to fight with a brat. All prejudices will be shattered in the afternoon's practical training session anyway." In the office, listening to the teacher of the Alien Energy General Studies class talking to herself about how the class was going, Lu Ling raised her eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect Jiang Chun to still be so capable of getting into trouble, and he just got on with his old classmate as soon as he arrived. Looking at Lu Ling with a look of indifference, the teacher looked at her with some surprise and asked, "What's your reaction to this? It's very interesting. You're not going to take care of it." Smiling, Lu Ling waved her hand and laughed. "What is there to care about this? They are martial arts candidates. You yourself came from that time. Martial arts candidates without a little fight, that would not be a real martial arts candidate." The alien general knowledge teacher had some difficulty in speaking, but after a few moments he said with a bit of a wiggle, "Although it's inappropriate to say so, but he's a light type with no attack skills. Deng Yong is not a good person to deal with." Unexpectedly, Lu Ling still waved her hand and said, "It's not even a problem. Even if it's a light system, it's still possible to become strong. This Jiang Chen's elemental affinity is up to S+. Don't worry, he has his own way, and he said he wants to become a light systems navigator. This is a refinement he has to go through." Eventually, the teacher had no choice but to leave the office, having been convinced. Looking at her teacher's back, Lu Ling thought for a moment before snapping her hands together. "I still have to go to see Jiang Chun. Such a person will not be unprepared because of a moment of fast talking, and Ting Yong about the battle certainly have a dependence. In the end, what is it? Good, looking forward to At the moment, Lu Ling's eyes were filled with curiosity, and her heart was secretly looking forward to what surprises Jiang Chun could bring. After lunch, Jiang Chun looked at the chattering and noisy Xia Rong for a noon helplessly forehead, which is also too rowdy. "Jiang Chun, let's go to the school's cultivation room to cultivate together. It's idle at noon," Xia Rong said, pointing to a building in one direction. At that, Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows and said, "Noon is lunch break time. Who in their right mind cultivates? I'm going to take a nap." "No, you a martial arts candidate sleep. What nap? Cultivation is not the same to restore energy," Xia Rong said as she looked at him with a persuasive look on her face, and her hands continued to exert force trying to pull Jiang Chun to the cultivation room. In response, Jiang Chun did not move. Grinning, directly released his first-order 5-star breath. Feeling the breath of the moment, Xia Rong grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, could not help but loose. "No, you're 5 stars on the first rank? Is your cultivation rocketing? I'm only at the peak of the first rank, 2 stars. Looking at Xia Rong's shocked expression, Jiang Chun patted her head and grinned. "Reject internal scrolls, start with you and me. Normal cultivation without internal scrolls can also become strong." After saying that, he didn't care that Xia Rong directly crossed over to her. Kidding aside, he would definitely have to internally scroll and cultivate if he didn't have a system, but he was now the man with a system. "I have to practice without a system, but if I have a system and sacrifice my rest time to practice, then I don't have a system for nothing." Looking at Jiang Chen's back, Xia Rong gritted her teeth and followed, while secretly thinking in her heart, "At best, it's an hour's worth of practice time, and refusing to involute starts with you and me. Jiang Chun, wait for me." In the afternoon, during the actual combat training session, everyone in Alien Energy Class 8 was standing in the middle of the training ground. A lanky teacher in a black training uniform was standing right in front of their group, looking at them and saying, "The other day you were taught about combat judgment and basic fighting moves. Today you train in actual combat subjects. But before that, a little review is in order. When encountering a foreign beast in the wilderness with a strength lower than your own, how can you quickly kill it? Squad leader, you answer." Suya, who was named, sniffed and immediately replied, "Sneak. Sneak up on the Fae when they're not looking." The teacher nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask, "So how should one fight when encountering a Fae of comparable strength to oneself?" 17 to answer. Number 17 was none other than Xia Rong. and being named, she answered in a hurry. One should take cooperation and try to minimize one's casualties, preferably without injury. And if one meets a single person head-on, one should take a wise battle, not a hard one. Jiang Chun was about to get sleepy listening in the middle of the team. These problems actually didn't need to be taught at all. Just go to the wilderness for a few days and eat the pain and you'll know. After all, it's hard to teach people, but it only takes one time for things to teach people. Just then, the teacher asked a question that seemed retarded to Jiang Chun. And how should you engage in battle when you meet a fae that is far more powerful than yourselves? At these words, the whole class lowered their heads, and one of the boys with glasses even shouted in dissatisfaction. Teacher, this knowledge you have not taught. I have taken notes. At the words, the teacher immediately cursed with a dark face. Do I have to teach everything so? Isn't this something that should be known to all individuals? The boys lowered their heads at this statement, but the class then boiled over. Teacher, we should fight and retreat, and exhaust it by our human ingenuity. I think it can be done with good cooperation and teamwork. For a while, most people were involved in the discussion, but they didn't notice the teacher's face getting darker and darker. Hearing all sorts of analyzing head-to-head remarks, Jiang Chun snorted. These people had been brainwashed by all sorts of chicken soup, and were all fighting to think of how to fight. However, the teacher heard this snort from Jiang Chun and looked at him with interest and shouted, "That student, what is your opinion?" Chapter 27 Beat up Deng Yong. That student, what is your opinion? As soon as these words came out, the entire class followed the direction of the teacher's gaze, and the eyes of the class instantly focused on Jiang Chun. Seeing this, Jiang Chun reached out and pointed to himself and asked tentatively, "Teacher, are you talking about me?" Only the teacher nodded and said, "That's you. Tell us your opinion on how to fight when encountering a far stronger fae than yourself." As soon as these words came out, the crowd all looked at Jiang Chun with anticipation. After all, Jiang Chun had gone to the wilderness to train and had real-world combat experience, so his opinion would definitely be persuasive. It was hard to ride the tiger, so Jiang Chun had no choice but to say aloud, "My opinion is, when you meet this kind of foreign beast, don't think about fighting, just run when you should. As long as you can run away, that's your victory in this battle. In other words, running away is fighting." This statement was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and the whole class was in an uproar. Tung Yong was even more unlikely to give up this opportunity to belittle Jiang Chun, and immediately snorted and said, "It's true that a punk with a punk alien ability is indeed a good match, and he doesn't even have the courage to fight." Go Erwa next to him followed suit. In the end, it's also a waste that only knows how to hide behind other people. Not to mention a fae that is stronger than himself. As long as it's a fae, it doesn't dare to make a move right. The others were also somewhat disgusted by this statement of Jiang Chen's, but they weren't as malicious as the two of them, and only muttered in whispers. Jiang Chun just disdainfully smiled at this. The words outside the words said so powerful. Really meant not to pee in the crotch as a heat, pulling pants pockets as a power are counted as they are not in danger. Just then, the teacher spoke aloud. "What are you all talking about? Did I say no talking to each other in my class? You guys think you're right. It's what people say that's right. Look at how you guys were just discussing how to fight like a clown. I'd love to wake you up in the guise of Batman. Do you guys know what the three words far stronger than represent? It represents that you are pressurized to not have the ability to fight back, and that you can be directly killed in seconds. After you meet, not to mention fighting, running away, you can't wait for a genetic mutation to grow 8 legs to run. I don't care what you learned in your cultural classes before. I will tell you only the facts of combat. And the facts are that the only way to meet a far stronger enemy in the wilderness is to retreat. The city defense war does not retreat because it cannot retreat, look at you one by one, but also discuss on, I am a third-order fire alien, a fireball, you are gone. You discuss on how to fight with me with just you." The crowd of Alien Energy Class 8 was dumbfounded, and even Tung Yong obediently lowered his head. Even if one's parents were in the law enforcement bureau, they were only third-order shifters, and there were fourth-order shifters in the school who didn't even put themselves in their eyes. Looking at everyone's silence, the teacher calmed down a bit before looking at Jiang Chun and asked, "What's your name? You look familiar. I haven't seen you before." "My name is Jiang Chun. I previously took a leave of absence to practice in the wilderness and just returned to school today." Hearing Jiang Chen's answer, the teacher was very satisfied. After the actual battle is really different. See things extraordinarily thorough experienced. With that, the teacher droned aloud. "Okay, review is over. This class is a real combat training class. Real combat is ultimately to be trained by practice because real combat requires flexibility and change. I won't say much more. Everyone start training. If you have any questions, you can ask Zhang Chun. After all, people came back from the wilderness and took part in a real combat. After saying that, the teacher admiringly looked at Zhang Chun, while Zhang Chun was secretly bad, which put himself up all. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Tung Yong immediately shouted out, "Teacher, I admire Zhang Chun, a student who has experience in wilderness training and has fought real battles with alien beasts. So I want to spar with Zhang Chun, and I hope you'll be a witness." After saying that, Deng Yong also looked at Zhang Chun rather provocatively. Upon hearing this, the teacher was just about to speak out to stop him, but Zhang Chun was the first to raise his hand and shout, "Teacher, I accept the student's request for a sparring match, but at the beginning he provoked me. I want him to apologize to me in public if he loses." Looking at the two, the teacher couldn't say anything else. After all, both sides agreed to cut. And it wasn't the first time he'd led an alien class, so it was not unusual for there to be a few prickly disputes every year. These words were different when they heard Deng Yong's ears. In Deng Yong's opinion, this was Zhang Chun making a fool of himself. Subconsciously, he thought it was impossible for him to lose. Tung Yong then directly opened his mouth to respond. "Teacher, I promise. Can I use the sparring table?" "It can be." The teacher nodded helplessly. In order to encourage the spirit of martial arts examiners to promote martial arts, the school was specializing in creating a sparring platform. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of the entire class, the two of them, Zhang Chun and Deng Yong, boarded the opposite platform. Looking at Zhang Chun, who was standing opposite him, Deng Yong was very excited. In fact, he didn't have any grudges against Zhang Chun, but he just wanted to provoke him. What makes a light system, what makes it S+, and what makes it possible to gain so much attention, even the side eye of a goddess? Looking at Deng Yong, Zhang Chun skimmed his lips. This Deng Yong was going further and further down the road of villainy. Zhang Chun only hoped that the behavior wouldn't go too far. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to guarantee his safety. The teacher stood in the middle of the two, looking at the stupid Deng Yong and the titanic Zhang Chun. There is simply a difference between students who have been in the field and those who have not. Ready, set, go. With the teacher's order, Deng Yong fiercely drank. The wood spirit entwines. As the words fell, the ground suddenly began to get restless, and a vine broke out of the ground and charged directly towards Zhang Chun. But Zhang Chun just moved slowly and raised his hands in a hugging position. Seeing this, Deng Yong, fiercely rampant, yelled, "You know what, Zhang Chun? Old me wanted to beat you up a long time ago. It's almost as if he's a schoolboy and hasn't grown up yet." Zhang Chun slowly spat out a few words, and his first rank 5 stars instantly exploded. The otter barrier. Immediately after waving his hand, a light shield instantly appeared in Zhang Chen's hand, directly blocking the vines that had broken out of the ground. What? It's a light skill. And at this point, Deng Yong had long since been shocked by Zhang Chen's 5-star first rank. Saw Zhang Chun blocked his own attack, was even more alarmed. Hastily continued to control this vine wrapped around the otter barrier. Before he could be happy, the otter barrier suddenly dissipated, and Zhang Chun didn't use the 8 points light wheel because Deng Yong didn't deserve it. Immediately after that, Zhang Chun once again coalesced an ultra barrier and charged directly towards Deng Yong. Deng Yong hurriedly maneuvered the vines to try to block Zhang Chun, but they all bounced back the moment they touched Zhang Chun. In an instant, Zhang Chun had already arrived in front of Deng Yong, swinging the otter barrier towards Deng Yong. Deng Yong was instantly slapped to the ground. Immediately after that, Zhang Chun stomped down with a war trample. "Ah! Let you look down on the light system. Let you be cheap. Let you find nothing to do. Waste is worse than that. Don't you love to provoke? Beat you to death, you son of a... Beat you to death." Zhang Chen's hands and feet kept outputting, and his mouth didn't forget to return the words that Deng Yong was guilty of saying. Chapter 28. If I can develop one, I can develop two. Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun. Stop, you'll give him a death later. Lu Ling, who was hidden in the shadows, suddenly jumped out and pulled him by the hand. The pulled Zhang Chun dispersed the otter barrier and waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I have my measure. Forget about a beating, it won't kill him." After saying that, Zhang Chun looked at Lu Ling with an odd expression and asked, "More than that, Mr. Ryu, why are you here?" At the words, Lu Ling froze and thought for a long time before saying in a serious manner, "I only came over here because I just saw your side arguing. After all, I'm your homeroom teacher here." "Saw us arguing here?" Jiang Chun looked around the closed indoor training ground with an odd expression on his face. Lu Ling seemed to have seen Jiang Chun's expression as well, and hastily changed the subject. Jiang Chun, was that a light skill you used just now? Of course, I'm a light alien. What I use is of course light skills. How's that? Cool enough for you? With these words, Lu Ling directly fell into silence, staring blankly at Jiang Chun, and the entire class instantly exploded. No, what did Jiang Chun say just now? This is a light skill. Are there any light skills that are announced to be developed right now that have this skill? There's a hairline, the light system in addition to a flashbang, only those used to illuminate and purify the dark elemental erosion of the skills that have defense skills. Doesn't this mean that this skill was developed by Jiang Chun? My god. There don't seem to be many people who can develop skills. I don't think it should be. Maybe it's something Jiang Chun learned from somewhere. How could such a difficult thing as developing a psychic skill be developed by Jiang Chun? Let alone the light system that hasn't been moving for so many years. That being said, how come it couldn't have been developed by Jiang Chun? When the Age of Awakening first began, didn't those ancestors also develop their skills from scratch? That's right, and the light system development skill head is not much different from starting from zero, so many years in the combat skills are not much to build on. You guys don't forget that Jiang Chun is the only one in the whole school that has an elemental affinity of S+. For a while, the class said everything, skepticism, doubt, or envy and admiration. Jiang Chun accepted all these words as they came. But one thing is certain, after this battle, the class's prejudice against the light department disappeared. Although people didn't say it before, they all held a prejudice against light systems in their bones, and in their eyes light systems were synonymous with not being able to fight. Although he didn't know why the Xia officials hadn't given up on the development of light-based combat skills, the idea that light-based systems could only assist had already been engraved in everyone's minds. And today, Jiang Chen's battle had directly changed the views of everyone in the class, proving that the light department could also fight. There was no one more excited than the light students present, although there were only 5 of them in a class of 70, and they were incredibly glad at the moment that they didn't believe in fate. It is believed that the same elemental system of psychic abilities, the light system, can also be a powerful combat psychic. The big man who spoke out to stop Go Erwa during the morning class even fell directly to his knees and left tears in his eyes. This is all like a dream, only they know how much pressure they will be under after awakening the light system and still choosing the martial arts exam. Looking at everyone's reactions, Jiang Chun smiled slightly. This was the result he wanted to get. If they had waited for the time when the various light attack skills were taught afterward, their expressions would have been even more wonderful. Jiang Chun, tell teacher if you developed this skill yourself, or if someone else taught you. Lu Ling had already come back to her senses from the shock at this time, forcibly suppressing the excitement in her heart as she eagerly looked at Jiang Chun. Hearing Lu Ling's somewhat trembling voice, Jiang Chun couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at the expectant Lu Ling and spread a smile. This is a newly developed skill of mine. It is a defense skill. Of course, whether it is a defense skill or an attack skill depends on one's usage. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the training hall, which had only just quieted down, once again erupted into a strong discussion. Lu Ling only pretended that she didn't hear and grabbed Jiang Chen's hand towards the teacher of the practical training class on the side. Teacher Zhou, you go ahead with the class. I want to talk to Jiang Chun. After saying that, regardless of whether or not Teacher Zhou replied back, he grabbed Jiang Chen's figure and disappeared in a flash. Looking at where the two disappeared, Teacher Zhou could only mess up alone, turning to look at the fiercely discussing alien energy class 8 and shouting angrily. Shut up, all of you. Look at you guys, what's the point of being blindly happy? People can develop skills in Jiang Chun, and you guys are still here hemming and hawing and bouncing around with 2 hams in your hands. Are you guys light types? I'm not going to talk about you guys if you're light types, so what's the point of being blindly happy? As the words fell, everyone stopped smiling and lined up, but one by one, their eyes were still filled with gossip about the situation just now. The current Jiang Chun was a leader in the field of light combat. Such a character would definitely be high up in the future, and it was certainly an honor to be in the same class as such a person, and making good relationships was still a powerful network. Looking at everyone's reaction, Mr. Zhou naturally knew that wanting to have a good lesson today was not going to work, and then waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's go, let's go. Look at you guys, this melon is definitely going to be eaten. But there is one thing, you can't disturb the other classes." Good ugh. I don't know who took the lead and shouted, and everyone instantly disbanded and ran in the direction of the school building. Teacher Zhou also turned around and left the training hall. While walking on the road, Xia Rong murmured as she excitedly looked in the direction of the school building. Is this the perk you're giving me? No one noticed that Deng Yong, who was still lying unconscious on the opposite platform, turned around and walked away. What's the situation? Returning to his senses, Jiang Chun only felt a whoosh as he appeared on the rooftop. Seeing this, Lu Ling settled down and explained, "This is a spatial skill. A life-saving skill that comes with a spatial ring given to me by a spatial alien friend of mine. This is not important anyway. Cloth, the power of space can still be used. Is that I would like to ask, Jiang Chun, can you this skill?" Lu Ling didn't continue on because this request was too much against Jiang Chen's interests. Even if Lu Ling didn't continue on, Jiang Chun knew what Lu Ling meant and said directly with a slight smile, "I can teach my skills to others, and Mr. Ryu doesn't have to worry about me. If I can develop one skill, I can develop a second." As the words fell, Lu Ling sighed in relief. Just now she was wondering how she could persuade Jiang Chun to teach this skill to others. Although she hadn't been to Yanhuang University for a long time, she was aware of Yixing's plight amongst Yanhuang University. And although the development bonus given by the state was high, this was the first light skill that could be used in combat. The implications of this are completely different. Chapter 29. Take a bow from us. By the way, Sensei, I have something I want to ask you for. Can you help me out? Looking at Lu Ling with a smile at the corner of her mouth, Jiang Chun asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Ling immediately nodded and said, "You name it. Anything I can do. Then I can say that I just went back to school when I heard that you graduated from Yanhuang University. So can you help me contact Yanhuang University?" Jiang Chun didn't beat around the bush and said it directly. In fact, he had just had the idea, and in fact it was enough to contact the education department for such a matter, and someone would come to verify it right away. But just now, Jiang Chun had watched Lu Ling's reaction and combined it with the fact that only Yanhuang University in the country had a light martial arts department, and made a bold guess. Lu Ling was also a graduate of Yanhuang University and even had close friends who were light-type psychics. Sure enough, once this statement came out, Lu Ling instantly looked at Jiang Chun with wide eyes and asked, "Who told you that?" Obviously the only two people who know about this school are me and the principal, and it's even more unlikely that the principal would tell. At this, Jiang Chen's heart secretly felt good for a moment. He really hadn't guessed wrong. Lu Ling really was a graduate of Yanhuang University. And Jiang Chen's face remained unchanged, still smiling as he looked at Lu Ling. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, after thinking for a moment, Lu Ling clenched her teeth and said, "This is a small matter. I can help you contact Yanhuang University, or even contact the head of Yanhuang University's light department, but you can't talk to anyone else about this." At those words, Jiang Chun was secretly happy in his heart, but on his face, he still didn't move and nodded. "Yes, that will be a problem for the teacher." "Good." Jiang Chun went downstairs. Lu Ling chagrined and slapped her head. How could she have been impulsive? When contacting Yixing, she must not let the wind out, or she would have to die of trouble. And downstairs, a group of students from Alien Energy Class 8 had just arrived at the downstairs of the teaching building and hurriedly surrounded Jiang Chun after seeing him descend the stairs. "Jiang Chun, can you tell me how you developed the skill? I want to develop it too." The brother who had previously said that the teacher hadn't said anything directly came up to Jiang Chen's face and said, at the sound of Jiang Chen's words, before he could say anything, the students on the side couldn't help themselves first. "Brother Glasses, you're the one who likes to pretend. What kind of skill did you develop as a speed alien?" Then he looked at Jiang Chun and asked, "Jiang Chun, how did you develop skills? Teach us. I want to develop skills too." The crowd was full of people asking questions about developing skills. Even in this era of universal awakening of psychic abilities, psychic skill developers still have a lofty status. Out of 100,000 psychics, there might only be one psychic who can develop skills, and the ones who develop useful combat psychics are even more like 1 in a million. In response, Jiang Chun just grinned and said with what he thought was a sunny and handsome smile, "There's really no other reason for my success. It's just talent and just messing around not expecting it to work." Cut. The crowd all booed Jiang Chun. Eliminating their prejudices, they all looked a lot smoother in Jiang Chen's eyes, and the atmosphere was extremely cordial for a while. The system in Jiang Chen's mind also came out with a timely ding. Ding. Detected that the host's face skin is really too thick. Warm tips to keep a low profile, or else you'll be easily beaten. To this, Jiang Chun said triumphantly in his head, "I have a golden finger system, yet I don't show myself in front of people to pretend to be a pussy. Then you don't have this golden finger system for nothing." With that, Jiang Chun once again dealt with his classmates. Just then, A tall figure peeled through the crowd, followed by 4 others, and among them, there was Xia Rong. All the way to Jiang Chen's front, the 5 of them directly knelt down. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was quick on his feet and hurriedly stepped forward to support Xia Rong. But the remaining 4 still knelt down. "What are you guys doing? It's not New Year's Eve. I don't have a red envelope for you." Even though he knew what the few people were after, Jiang Chen said it as if he was joking, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Xia Rong, who was being held up, looked at Jiang Chen with a firm face and said, "You can afford to accept this kneeling from us. In fact, the moment we awakened the light system and still chose to become martial candidates, we gambled our future away. Having forced the choice of martial arts exams over everyone's objections, the pressure we endured is known only to us. After all the other aliens can learn skills, but we have no use for them except to wiggle a ball of light to light a lamp. You were the one who gave us hope today, showed us that light can fight too, that we are not just people who can hide in the back." At those words, Jiang Chen opened his mouth to speak, and at that moment, a thought crossed his mind. If he hadn't awakened the pilot system, would he have been like them and chosen the martial arts exam in a desperate attempt? Other students just need to follow the path of their predecessors, and how fast or slow they go depends on the individual. But ahead of the light system was an unopened trail, waiting for them to break through the thorns. Xia Rong broke away from Jiang Chen's hand and took 2 steps back. This time they didn't choose to kneel, but instead bowed seriously to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, big brother, if not for you, I am ready to repeat the literature examination next year. After I Zhang Dabiao recognize you as a big brother, say east, I will never go west." The rest of the few people were also saying some words of thanks. At this, Jiang Chen said with a laugh, "All I did was to prove that we light aliens aren't just people who hide behind the rest of the aliens, that we are also a spark of hope for humanity." At the same time that Jiang Chen was manifesting himself in front of people, Lu Ling had already flipped out her cell phone at this time and found a phone to call. "Hey, Star. It's me, Lu Ling. I've got a surprise message for you." At this time, in the middle of Yanhuang University, Yixing, who had just failed in his attempt to coalesce a light shield with a group of light students wearing white coats, fiercely slammed the table and pointed at the crowd and angrily shouted, "This is the 9,527th attempt. None of them are reliable. A light shield just can't coalesce. The only time it has a shape, it's still just a projection. What do you guys do for a living? You consume so much research funding every year. The key is to consume the funds you fell out of the results. We light department every day was scolded into what kind of heart no point. One by one, they still shamelessly say that every meal should have wild sea cucumber to replenish the body. Do you know how expensive it is? One by one, they are almost eating sea cucumber essence, and I don't see that you have any results. The best is a flashbang, but also ing indistinguishable from the enemy. Each and every one of you, get out of here. The sea cucumber stops. The light department is not allowed to eat small stoves. All of them go to eat security cleaning cafeteria." With a burst of intense output from Yixing, the group of sea cucumber essence light department developers all left the laboratory with sad faces and quick steps. Right at this moment, Yixing's phone rang. Picking up his cell phone and glancing at the notes, Yixing suppressed his emotions and picked up the phone. When she heard Lu Ling's words, she said helplessly, "Sister Belle, I'm busy right now. I'm not in the mood. I'll call you tonight if there's nothing else." After saying that, Yixing was ready to hang up the phone. Lu Ling immediately shouted, "Someone on my side has developed a light defense skill." Chapter 30. Accelerating the Great Rejuvenation of Great Xia. "Sister Ling, I know you're trying to comfort me, but I've come through all these years. It's just a bit of frost. I can handle it." Regarding Lu Ling's words, Yixing subconsciously thought that they were the words of Lu Ling trying to coax herself to be happy. After all, the fact that he had failed to develop his light defense skill nearly 10,000 times was no longer a secret amongst Yanhuang University. The current self and the light department were a complete joke amongst the entire Yanhuang University, a joke nailed to the pillar of shame. Thinking of this, Yixing could not help but mutter, "Maybe light really is an ability that can't be fought, it's our obsession." Hearing this, Lu Ling immediately reacted and hurriedly said, "Star, you mustn't think like that. If even you lose hope in the light department, then there really is no hope for the light department." And Yixing just laughed softly and said quietly, "I'm fine. I'll hang up now, too tired." After saying that, Yixing wanted to hang up the phone, and Lu Ling was hung up before she even had a chance to stop it. Hearing her phone hang up, Lu Ling unhurriedly found a video and sent it directly to Yixing. This call at this time of the year should be a strong heartbeat for Star. I'm really looking forward to her expression. After posting the video, Lu Ling looked at her dialogue box with Yixing rather expectantly. Ding! Yixing, who had just hung up the phone, rubbed her temples and was just about to continue reading the information about today's failed experiment when a message tone suddenly interrupted her thoughts. She frowned and brought her phone up, and what caught her eye was the video that Lu Ling had sent to herself. But Lu Ling didn't say a word and just sent over a video. With some doubt, Yixing opened the video. Just as soon as he opened the video, Jiang Chen's figure appeared in the middle of it. In the video, Jiang Chen faced Deng Yong's attack and directly coalesced out the otter barrier to block Deng Yong's attack, followed by rushing forward and smashing people directly with the otter barrier. Let your mouth be cheap. Let you look down on the light department. Beat you to death. Yixing hung up the phone and took a full half-minute to digest what was in the video. A light alien and a wood alien fought against each other. And then the light alien used a light shield to directly maul the wood alien. Crap! Yixing could not help but burst out a foul mouth, followed by frantically turning over Lu Ling's phone number and calling it. Hello! The moment the phone was connected and he heard Lu Ling's voice, Yixing could no longer hold back and hurriedly asked aloud. Lu Ling! Lu Ling! Tell me quickly, where did you get this video? Was it synthesized to cheer me up? Listening to Yixing's excited tone, Lu Ling grinned, followed by clearing her throat and saying faintly, You mean this I shot it myself by the way, it was this afternoon with my own eyes, but you seem to be a bit distrustful of me Sister Ling. Look at what you're saying, how can I not believe you? Sister Ling, when have you ever lied to me? Always take care of me, okay? Who dares to say you're lying to me? I'll be in a hurry with him. Yixing's tone of voice was eager, and he didn't sound at all like he had just suspected that Lu Ling was just teasing himself. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ling laughed out loud. This bestie of his was good at everything. It was the fact that he could put down all his baggage when it came to the light department. That's good. Hang on, aren't you busy now? Lu Ling pretended to know how to hang up the phone, but he didn't expect Yixing to immediately shout out. Sister Lu Ling, wait. I'm begging you, our light department needs a chance to prove itself, or else the tyrannical rumors about the light department on campus are already a bit out of control. Hearing Yixing say this, Lu Ling did not intend to tease her anymore and directly said truthfully, Well, look at you, after all these years, you can't manage your reactions when it comes to the matter of light combat skills. The person who developed this skill is my student. He said that this skill will be submitted to the state to receive a high prize, but he can also take the path of Yanhuang University so that you can come to talk about it in detail to see your sincerity. It must be, in itself, the matter of developing light skills is our part. Now that someone else has done it for us, surely we have to give sincerity. It's just a matter of a few less sea cucumber essences. Upon hearing this, Yixing directly agreed in one mouthful. The developed skills received resources, which in itself was a virtuous cycle. Otherwise, everyone would lose the enthusiasm to develop it, and if they did, they would hide it and use it as a stunt. Hearing Yixing being so dry, Lu Ling was also happy and said directly, You also know where I am. Come over as soon as possible, the faster the better. The information is transmitted very quickly. This matter will soon reach the heavenly hearing. You also know how important this matter is. Don't be unable to catch up with the heat and blame me for not reminding you. Although Lu Ling's voice was a bit of an understatement, Yixing had already exploded and immediately made a call to the barracks. As a scientific research university directly under the state, YHU can ask the military to fully support the work within reasonable limits. And although Yixing was the director of the light department, he also had the same power, and to some extent Yixing's priority was even higher. After all, although the light department hadn't developed a skill, once an attack skill was developed, then it would be extremely useful in increasing the strength of the nation of Daxia. That's why it hasn't been effective for so many years. But the top still hasn't cut it. The current Yixing was ready to rush directly to Tianan City in her fighter jet. She couldn't wait. The matter of the light department developing a combat-oriented skill was really big, so big that it reached the heavens. Just as Yixing was preparing to urgently travel to Tianan City for this matter, at this moment, in the middle of the upper capital, an old man was fiddling with a potted plant. A man took the papers and rushed straight into the garden despite the guards. The old man glanced at him and said, Guochang, what are you in such a hurry for? Could it be that a beast tide has occurred in one of the megacities, making you, the number 3, in such a sorry state? At the words, Zhang Guochang could not even take a breath before handing over the document in his hand and said, Number 1, it's not that I'm in a hurry. It's that this thing is so big. It's a great thing. I can't wait to grow wings and fly over to tell you. Oh? Number 1 took the file with interest and opened it with a smile. I'd like to see what good news it is that can make you lose your head. After saying that, the first directly opened the file, just saw the beginning of the file, the first will lose their sense of proportion and hastily asked, "Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? This is a big deal." Zhang Guoqiang immediately gulped and said, "This came from the unit below. It's been verified for authenticity. It's real." At these words, number 1 instantly slapped his hand on the side table and shouted excitedly, "Good ah! Really good ah! This is a good start ah! Our great renaissance of daxia. The speed is going to get accelerated, ha 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 ha." Chapter 31 All in Motion. Number 1. What news is it that makes you and number 3 so happy? The guard following along looked at the two curiously and asked. Smiling at the words, number 1 laughed, carefully looking at the document in his hand before handing it to the guard and laughing. "See for yourself if it's good news for our daxia." The guard resulted in the document and scanned it, followed by an instantaneous change of color. This, the light department actually has combat type skills now, so won't we have more living forces with combat abilities? The third laughed out loud. "Not only you only see this is a representation that we have a light alien who can fight, while other countries do not have other countries want to learn the skills, can only buy with us, then what the price is what we say." After saying that, number 3 looked at number 1 and asked, "Number 1, should we take care of this student?" "No need." Number 1 waved his hand without any hesitation. "We don't need to take care of it. Yanhuang University is even more anxious than us, saying that it may not be on its way now, and this student will be offered up as an ancestor by Yanhuang University." As the words fell, number 3 first froze, then immediately realized what number 1 meant, and exchanged smiles with number 1. "What, Chuko, is this video of yours fidelity? Is it really a combat type skill of the light system?" At this moment, in the president's office of Shangjing University, a young man stood in front of an old man. The old man was currently looking at Zhou Ku in front of him with a puzzled expression. To this, Zhou Ku nodded his head in a hurry and said, "I'm pretty sure it's true. A math teacher in that middle school is an alumnus of our Shangjing University. It's him who gave the copy of the surveillance video. Other than that, the fidelity and now Tenant City is also spreading all over the place." The old man nodded and said, "So what do you mean, are you thinking of opening a light department? That's not going to work. In case the light department skill is just a light shield developed, then it's still useless. Let's just wait and see." Hearing the old man say this, Zhou Ku hurriedly raised his head and looked straight into the old man's eyes and said, "Headmaster, listen to me, we need to open the light department, as soon as we can recruit this student." A student I checked, elemental affinity S+. Since the beginning of the era of alien energy, there were less than 100 people with elemental affinity S+. If this student wasn't because he was a light type, then his information should have appeared on your desk on the first day of his awakening. It's now less than a month since he developed and applied a light defense skill, which shows how powerful he is talent-wise. As long as he is recruited, then the future of our school's light department will not have any problems, and that is something worthwhile. And, Zhou Ping said as he lowered his voice and looked at the principal with a wild look in his eyes. "At the time of the cataclysmic change, Capital University and Suemu University fused and formed us, Shangjing University, and in itself we are a union of the first and the second, but right now we can't compare to Yanhuang. As a latecomer, Yanhuang University has actually become the number 1 university in the country. This is not what we want to see, right? The most important point, the trump card of our school's exotic department is the dark system. The light system is a restraint to us. If it is snatched away by Yanhuang University, then we can have no hope of defeating them." This sentence is very heavy. The principal's expression instantly tangled up. Zhou Ku said, "Too right, too attractive. By what strong combination of Shangjing University will lose to Yanhuang University? Why should they get light talents and suppress the dark ones in our school?" Immediately after that, the principal gritted his teeth and clapped his hands directly, announcing that our school is also recruiting students from the light department this year, and pulling in the student named Jiang Chan at all costs. Directly granting the position of professor is no problem. Zhou Ku, you must do this well. "I, principal." Zhou Ku's eyes were filled with excitement. He turned around and ran straight out. He couldn't wait. At this time, Jiang Chan didn't know that what he had done was about to turn daxia upside down, and all the universities and units were starting to move. Not only did the matter of the otter barrier go straight to the heavens, but all the major universities opened up their light enrollment programs the first time they learned about it. And he sent a representative to Tiannan to draw Jiang Chen in. Jiang Chen, who was at the center of the whole thing, was staying at home with Zhou Miao and the two of them in hot pot. "Add more chili. Hot pot isn't good unless it's spicy. No, Zhou Miao sister. This is the aura resuscitation mutation of the devil's pepper. Aon cannot suffer. This whole package put down, you have to go into the hospital today. Well then, hurry up and get off the maw. 7 on 8 is enough. I want shrimp sliders. I haven't cooked shrimp sliders in a spicy pot yet. For a while the two of them ate happily, and Zhou Miao joked in a seemingly unintentional manner. Say, how come it looks like you're not panicking at all? Do you know that after today's incident spreads out, there will be a bunch of people looking for you tomorrow over this matter? Tomorrow's business is none of my business today. Hurry up and eat your delicious food and don't remind me of these things. Jiang Chun waved his hand and lightly replied back. But in fact, his heart had long been happy. This was the effect he wanted, if there were fewer people who knew when his mission would be accomplished. 10,000 people, in a short time even Yan Huang University cannot find so many light system speed. Others teach where there is a fast, he taught himself. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Right at this moment, Jiang Chun had just chucked a piece of lasagna belly into his bowl when a sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Who is it? You ordered takeout? Zhou Miao asked as she looked at Jiang Chun suspiciously. At that Jiang Chun shook his head and said, how can it be? All the ingredients are bought. Even more than enough. How can it be a takeaway? It can't be the person who came to you to discuss the light skill. So fast? It's only been 5 hours and they've rushed over? I don't know. Open the door and see. Feel safe with you. With that, Jiang Chun opened the door while eating. Jiang Chun, you're eating. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Ling's familiar face was introduced to his eyes, with a dusty woman following beside him. That's right, this person was Yixing, who had rushed all the way over in his fighter jet. Teacher, have you eaten? Would you like to have some together? No need. Lu Ling just waved her hand and refused to want to speak. Unexpectedly, the side of the Leaf Star directly rushed to the front of Jiang Chun, grabbed the hand of Jiang Chun. Full of excitement looking at Jiang Chun asked, are you Jiang Chun, the one who used the light defense skill? Jiang Chun gulped, his eyes looking at Lu Ling for help. Seeing this, Lu Ling said with some embarrassment, this is the current head of the light department at Yan Huang University, Yixing, and my good sister. Hearing Lu Ling's explanation, Jiang Chun then breathed a sigh of relief and immediately nodded and laughed. It's me. What can I do for you? Please? Jiang Chun, can you show me your skills? It's important to me. Chapter 32. Top universities come to your door. At the entrance of Jiang Chun's house, Yixing was looking at Jiang Chun with an excited face. Looking at Yixing's appearance, Jiang Chun just wanted to speak when a voice suddenly rang out at that moment. Older brother, who are these two? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Chun took a step out of his room and immediately saw his oldest sister Jiang Ge standing in the middle of the hallway, looking at the two of them with an odd expression on her face, flanked by 2 other men in suits. Seeing this, Jiang Chun seemed to understand something, and with a light smile introduced them separately. Old sister, you're back. Let me introduce. These two, one is my homeroom teacher, Ms. Lu Ling, while this one is the director of the light department of Yan Huang University. This is my sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling and Yixing hurriedly turned to look at Jiang Gu and laughed. Hello, sister Jiang Chun. Hello, both of you. Jiang Gu politely nodded toward the two. Jiang Chun then looked at Jiang Gu with a feigned doubt and asked, sister, who are these two? Are they your teammates? Jiang Gu shook his head and said, no, let me introduce you. These two are from the admissions office of Mordor University. Immediately after pointing to one person, he continued, this is the director of the admissions office of Magic City University, Mr. Qian Mao Qian, a 6th order water system psychic, as well as my mentor. At this moment, Jiang Ji's face was oddly colored because 2 hours ago she was still fighting a 4th order alien beast with her teammates in the middle of the wilderness, who knew that this mentor of theirs had rushed straight to the area where they were fighting and had rushed back with himself after killing that 4th ranked alien beast with a thunderous strike. She had been practicing in the wilderness during this period of time and had no idea what was happening in the outside world, much less why his teacher would drag himself back at this point in time to rush back and say he wanted his oldest brother. Qian Mu said with a faint smile towards Jiang Chun. Hello, Jiang Chun. Finally we meet. I've rushed straight over from Mordor. Jiang Chun hurriedly smiled and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Chimu. Qian Mu nodded slightly, then immediately turned his head to look at Yixing and sneered. I didn't expect you Yan Huang to be so fast as well, coming at this hour. At that, Yi Xing likewise choked with a cold face looking at Qian Mu. Of course we are fast, after all. For so many years except us no one insisted on light system research, whereas some people see there are results like a wild dog pounced on it. It's just a matter of words. Yu Yen Huang didn't have no results for so many years, or would you appear here? Qian Mu didn't get angry, he just choked back nonchalantly. But this sentence was surprisingly useful, silencing the originally aggressive Yi Xing. Just then, several figures reappeared at the end of the building. The principal of Tianan Second Middle School, with a few people, similarly appeared in the middle of the building. Mr. Ryu, why are you guys here too? Hearing the principal's voice, Lu Ling hurriedly turned around, and when she saw the person next to the principal her face instantly turned ugly. One of the men originally standing behind the principal walked up and smiled faintly. Looks like I'm not too late, and it's kind of coincidental that the ones from Yanhuang University and Mordor University have both arrived. Chaco, what are you doing here? Lu Ling chided in a deep voice. Looking at Lu Ling's gloomy face, Zhou Ke let out a light laugh, always wearing a decent smile on his face. What you guys showed up here for? Then naturally I'm here for, so there's no need to make it so clear, right? When these words came out, Yi Xing and Lu Ling's faces turned ugly. Zhou Ke didn't care in the slightest, stepping forward and extending his hand to Jiang Chun enthusiastically. You're Jiang Chun, right? That heavenly pride who developed the light system skill alone. How are you? I've been very mesmerized by you from the moment I learned of this news. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Ke. I'm 27 years old, a 7th order dark system psychic, and I'm now one of the vice deans at the School of Alterity at the University of Shangjing. Seeing this, Jiang Chun grinned and shook his hand, saying with the same smile, Hello, Dean Zhou Ke. Everyone stop standing and come in and sit down. Jiang Chun was very happy. If the Light Yan Huang University came, then he was not good enough to ask for a price. Now that the representatives of the 3 most powerful universities were here, it might be too much pressure for Yan Huang University. But this was an overwhelmingly good scene for Jiang Chen. Having received Jiang Chen's invitation, the representatives of the 3 universities all gave a cold snort at the same time before following Jiang Chen's footsteps. Watching this scene, Jiang Gu felt like his worldview was collapsing. These people in the past could all be big names that ordinary people would find difficult to come into contact with, especially Zhou Ke, who was known as the existence of the first genius of the dark system. At the age of 29, he had accomplished a 7th order dark system psychic, and a future breakthrough to become a 9th order psychic was almost a foregone conclusion. All of them came to their own old brother at this time, and by the sound of the meaning, all of these people were bound and determined for their own old brother. As soon as she walked into the room, Jiang Gu saw Zhou Miao, who was feasting. Zhou Miao naturally also heard the situation at the door just now, and at this time, seeing so many big shots come in naturally, he also looked at them with some urgency. Seeing this, Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, A few of you, the house is rather small, don't mind? Please feel free to sit down. Several people sat down directly without refusing. Jiang Gu also seized the opportunity to pull Zhou Miao into his room as soon as he could, then looked at her eagerly and asked, Zhou Miao, what's going on here? Why are so many big shots coming to my old brother? Zhou Miao scratched his head in confusion and looked at Jiang Gu and asked, Jiang Chun didn't tell you, and you didn't go online these days? At that, Jiang Gu rolled her eyes and cursed. I've been practicing in the wilderness for the past few NG days. Who knows what's going on? Deep in the wilderness, only the satellite phone can be used. Hurry up and talk to me. Zhou Miao cleared her throat with a flash of light. She loved telling stories. Unexpectedly, Jiang Gu saw what Zhou Miao was trying to do and hurriedly stopped her and drank. Story later, long story short. This sentence interrupted the spell casting of Zhou Miao, who had been preparing to tell the story in a colorful manner, and had to obediently tell what he knew. Oh, probably your oldest brother developed his own light-based combat skills, so these people came to compete for your brother, that should be right. What? He developed his own light skills. What are some of them? Tell me quickly. Jiang Gu instantly became excited and asked with 2 eyes blazing at Zhou Miao. Seeing this, Zhou Miao said thoughtfully, As far as I know, there's a defense skill called Otter Barrier, we don't know why it's called that, and there's also an attack skill called Octagonal Light Wheel. This skill can be strong, I'm telling you. Your oldest brother took me to use the skill to repel the phantom wolves. Only your oldest brother didn't disclose this and only showed the Otter Barrier. Hearing what Zhou Miao said, Jiang Gu only felt her head buzzing, but she was certain of one thing. His own oldest brother was truly a man of the heavens. Chapter 33. 3 universities continuously inside scroll to open conditions. Jiang Chun, I'm not going to say anything in the dark. Our Shangjing University has already recruited the light department. As long as you come to our Shangjing University, the light department is exclusively for you. We can even just let you exempt yourself from the courses and just concentrate on developing your light department skills. As soon as he sat down, Zhou could directly open the door. Seeing this, Qianmu also said unwillingly, "We don't have any other advantages in Mordor, but we just have money. As long as you can come, the money is manageable. And we'll even buy you a villa in the best part of Mordor for resting." To say that Qianmu is not ashamed of his surname, he has just opened his mouth to say that he is rich and powerful. In favor of this, Shangjing University and Yanhuang University really do not dare to refute. Magic City University is rich. This is an indisputable fact. Although Yanhuang University also has a lot of money, but the one that is divided into the light department is not really comparable to that of Mordor University. In response, Yixing gritted his teeth and said, "Jiang Chun, I can't give you the conditions that the light department of Shangjing University directly specializes is you, because the light department of Yanhuang still has a lot of students, and is not as rich as Mordor University. But I can say that we are the strongest when it comes to light research. After all, we are the only ones who have always maintained the light system." Yixing was full of sincerity, but Zhou Ping on the side snorted a faint laugh. "Research, is your research useful? Didn't you approve a project for a light shield? Close to tens of thousands of experiments not useful at all, while Jiang Chun made it just by himself. To put it mildly, what's the difference between your research information for Jiang Chun and waste paper?" When this statement came out, Yixing instantly wilted and did not dare to speak. Not afraid of others taunting you, but afraid of others to tell the truth. And now Chaco is not deliberately smearing, just simply stating the facts. This is what made Yixing instantly wilt. Not even spilling the beans to take advantage of the situation. What else can be done? Seeing this, Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, "Guys, don't be in a hurry. Do you want to see my skills first?" Upon hearing this, several people nodded, their eyes blazing as they looked at Jiang Chun. "I've seen it all on video, but it would be nice to see it in person this time of year." The otter barrier. Jiang Chun stood up and drank softly as he utilized his spiritual energy. With that, Jiang Chun stretched out his left hand, and a rectangular barrier appeared in his hand. Seeing this, several people are full of excitement. Qianmu also condensed a water bomb thrown over. "I did not expect the otter barrier did not shake at all. I'll go. Just now my blow was at least at the level of a rank 6-star. Throwing it up didn't feel anything at all." "Ah!" Moneymug exclaimed. The remaining few people were also shocked as they looked at Jiang Chun. The fact that Jiang Chun hadn't reacted in the slightest hair meant that the defense was much stronger than his own realm. Jiang Chun then said with a faint smile after dispersing the otter barrier, "Not only that, but I'm the one who's still close to developing attack skills, and I'm already in the final stages of debugging." At these words, the eyes of the three men reddened. If Jiang Chun had only developed the otter barrier before, there was still an element of gambling in their eyes. After all, who knows if this skill is Jiang Chen's swan song, and if he can develop skills again in the future among the most elusive light system. The news now hit them like a sledgehammer. With both attack and defense skills being developed, then it could be said that just by virtue of Jiang Chen alone, it would be enough to support a school's light department. Zhou Ku said with two dead eyes glaring at Jiang Chun. "Jiang Chun, what conditions do you want? Despite the price, what is allowed within the terms of reference? I promise you, you also know my identity. I also boast of having a few strengths. At this age is a 7th-order alien. What I say carries weight throughout SJU, and we're still the center of power." Hearing this, Qian Mao also said defiantly, "Me too, after all, you're the only one in the light department who's accomplished. The light department from now on will be your one word. Do whatever you want to do, and I can also promise to give your sister a place as a distinguished graduate. And with the status of outstanding graduate, your sister will become an officer directly if she enters the Jinling army. Zhang Gu, help the teacher persuade your brother." As he spoke, Qianmu turned his head to look at Zhang Gu scowling towards her. Seeing this, Zhou Ku and Yixing both secretly said that it was not good. Light system psychics all have a common characteristic: sunny character, heavy feelings, and sensible. With Zhang Ji's presence, the conditions of all three universities were similar, and the likelihood of being dragged to Mordor University was greatly increased. "Qianmu, you don't talk about martial virtues. It's clear that everyone is playing fair. Who can stand it when you come to this? Shameless, borrowing affection to make a statement." Yixing directly pointed at Qian Mao's nose and shouted angrily. Zhou Ping didn't say anything, but his ugly face spoke for itself. But Qianmu didn't care about this and just looked at the two men with disdain and said, This is the magic city people do business. The idea to open up the good cannot, no, not. There are shortcuts. Do not use fair competition is the most stupid behavior. You, how shameless. Yixing really want to do a fight with Qianmu. If it is not what attack skills will not, Qianmu today must be too electric cannon. With that, Yixing forced down his anger and looked at Jiang Chun seriously and said, Jiang Chun, I know you have your own judgment now. I will now add another condition for you. I will give you S-level authority. My authority including Zhouku is this level. Qian Mao is only even a level authority. This condition they absolutely can't give you. What to give money and so on is trivial. The Light Department's $20 billion a year of scientific research fund you can just create, use it to buy resources. I agree. In addition, where is your sister? Do not forget what our Yanhuang University is. Want to enter the army? Yanhuang can send her to the Hidden God Guard for further study. That place out of the 6th Order to start, much better than the Jinling army. At these words, both Zhouku and Qian Mao's expressions changed, and Zhouku even said in a cold voice, Yixing, we are now inviting Jiang Chun to join our own university. You can't just make empty promises of giving something but not honoring it, right? Don't you understand what S-class permissions represent? The meaning of Zhouku's words was very clear. Yixing was doing whatever it took to win Jiang Chen over, even promising conditions that couldn't be done. Even Qianmu said as he slapped the table. For so many years we have a rule between the universities. Robbing people is fine, but you can't cheat people with empty gloves. You have to sign an agreement under the supervision of the representatives of the universities that are robbing people at the same time. Do you dare? As the words fell, the silence that the two expected from Yixing did not appear. Only Yixing pulled out a contract and sneered. Who said I can't? What I said just now is all on here. As long as Jiang Chun signs it to take effect immediately, I'll put the seal on it now. With that, Yixing pulled out a stamp and snapped it on. Seeing this, Lu Ling, who had not dared to speak, hurriedly stepped forward and poked Yixing and said, Star, isn't it a big game? Why did you even pull out Grandpa Ye's official seal? And Yixing just patted Lu Ling's hand to comfort her. It's okay. There's no turning back on anything with this stamp. Grandpa won't beat me to death. And it's worth it even if I die if I get to see the light system succeed. Jiang Chun took over Yixing's agreement and nodded as he glanced at it. It was indeed all the same as stated. Looking at this scene, Zhouku knew he had little hope. But he still took out a document and handed it over and said, I'm not going to say anything more. It's all on this agreement. But, no matter what your choice is, Jiang Chun, you are my guest at Shangjing University. Knowing his lack of competition, Zhouku retreated to the next best thing. Even if he couldn't snatch it away, he couldn't be at war with Jiang Chun. It's not just talk that light restrains dark. It's a fact for all to see. Qianmu also handed over an agreement and said with a smile, It's naturally best to join us, and if you can't, we'll be friends with your sister's relationship. Receiving the agreement, Jiang Chun didn't look at it immediately, but looked at the several people with a smile and said, A few of you guys wait for now. This kind of big event I want to discuss with my sister. Be my guest. Chapter 34. Joining Yen Huang. Sis, you said I should choose that school. The 3 top colleges are competing for me. It's so hard to choose. In the room, Jiang Chun squeezed his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Gu and laughed. Looking at Jiang Chun, Jiang Gu rolled her eyes and said, This decision is yours to make. The only thing I can tell you is that you don't have to take me into consideration. At least I'm your oldest sister. So how can you let your future come to be tied to mine? Hey, Jiang Chun said with a giggle. In fact, I have long had a decision, just waiting for them to inwardly scroll each other to give the conditions. By the way, old sister, what is the situation of that permission? How come I have never heard of it? Permission, ah. Jiang Gu thought carefully. There's a lot I can't talk about, so I'll pick something I can talk about and present it to you. It's probably just what you can see, mobilize, get more stuff, and all those martial arts and spirit techniques and stuff like that. Specifically when you get to the university. Oh, Jiang Chun nodded, followed by a frown and asked, Martial skills, I know what they are, but what the hell is a spiritual skill? We are a supernatural high martial arts world, ah. Don't tell me that it's actually a cultivation metaphysical world, ah. What kind of messy, immortal cultivation metaphysical world? Jiang Gu explained with a blank look at Jiang Chun. The so-called spirit skill is just a skill that uses spiritual power to enhance one's combat power. It's essentially similar to an elemental skill. Only now it's been replaced with spiritual power. Oh, I thought it was something good. It's definitely not as good as my 8-minute light wheel. Jiang Chen faintly responded. Seeing this, Jiang Gu slapped his head and tipped Jiang Chen's foot in the direction of the room door, cursing. Just sign out quickly. You can't keep them waiting. Okay. Got it. Jiang Chun took out a pen from within the system space and swished his name and walked out of the room. Seeing Jiang Chun come out, several people were looking at him with anticipation, looking forward to knowing what kind of choice he had actually made. Director Yixing will have to take care of you in the future. Jiang Chun, who had walked out of the room, scanned the room and grinned towards Yixing. Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Yixing almost jumped up in excitement. Crap, I knew it. You two old gangsters can't snatch me. Haha, I couldn't look at the light department before, but in the future, the light department will have to look at us. Although he knew that Yanhuang University would completely suppress Shangjing University head-on after having the light department, Zhou still smiled without any concern and said, "No matter what, you are still our guest of honor at Shangjing University, and don't be such a heavy flamer. We are all aware of your Yanhuang's achievements." That Zhou had said so, Yixing could not say anything more. Qian Mu looked at Jiang Chun and sighed, but also smiled at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, I've read your profile. You're a promising young man. You can look for me when you come to Magic City in the future. The two of them, Zhou and Qian Mu, are still very patterned. After all, even if the other schools surpassed Yanhuang in certain aspects, if it weren't for Yanhuang's constant insistence on researching and developing psychic abilities, they would probably be hitting walls everywhere. Putting aside the school's contending position, they still had respect for Yanhuang University. Yixing fixed his mind and asked towards Jiang Chun with the agreement in his hand. Jiang Chun, can you go to Yanhuang this week? I can't wait. Hearing this, Jiang Chun said with a slight smile. Director Yi, although I promised to enter Yanhuang, but also not now, at least wait until after I finish the college entrance exams. Besides, I enter Yanhuang now. In fact, there is no big help, isn't it? Jiang Chun thought very clearly about this. The system's will can be gripped a little is a little. As is customary in novels, the quests given by the system are usually gradual, basically just whatever is released at that stage. In high school, he was only facing high school students, but when he went to Yanhuang, who knows what quests the system would release. Like winning first place in a school-wide real-world competition. Pull it in, now he's not on the same level of fighting power as those who actually got in. Not all of them, but most of them are certainly capable of casually abusing themselves. It had to be said that Jiang Chun was a very self-aware person. It's useless for you to stay in high school now. What can high school teach? Practical combat? I'll get you army instructors. Skills? You're a developer yourself. No one is better than you. And theory? Pull it. Freshman and sophomore year of high school are finished. The high school's light department teacher is not qualified to teach you. Yixing straightened his heart and said what was in his mind. The principal of Tiannan No. 2 Middle School, standing on the side, was filled with embarrassment. This was equivalent to opening up to his own face sticker. The key itself doesn't really seem to be able to find a counterpoint. To my surprise, Jiang Chun shook his head and said, I have my own considerations. A shifter is incomplete without a high school entrance exam, and a flower that doesn't go through the elements can be left in its original form by just a bit of dust after stepping out of the greenhouse. The words had been said to this point. Yixing could not be persuaded any further, but still looked at Jiang Chun with thirsty eyes and asked, what about this defense skill? When can I start teaching it? Although I know it's presumptuous, but I've waited too long. Jiang Chun, can you understand my feelings? Looking at Yixing's appearance, Jiang Chun expressed his understanding. After waiting for so many years to finally verify that the light system was an ability that could fight, how could he not be excited? Hearing Yixing say this, Jiang Chun grinned and raised his head to look at both Zhou and Chen Mao and said, Principal Zhou, Director Chen, I have one thing I want to ask for your help. After this is accomplished, once there is a new skill, I will personally travel to both of you to teach at your schools. It's always faster than you sending people to learn with efficiency, isn't it? At these words, Zhou and Chen Mao both looked at each other and nodded their heads at the same time and asked, You said, what's the favor to be done? That hurts. I'll say it then. Looking at the way the two of them readily agreed, Jiang Chun grinned. Yanhuang, Mordor, and Shangjing are the top 3 universities in the country. So the appeal must be very strong, and you have also opened the light department. If I wait for me to give all the things all to Yanhuang, and then to test and a series of other operations, then I do not know how long it will take, in order to the light department of the 2 schools can be enrolled in high-quality students this year. I'm going to give a lecture just on this skill, and I need a venue that can hold 100,000 people to teach this skill exclusively. This skill, in addition to the reasons mentioned above, has the most important point: the light department has been weak for a long time, and I want the nation to know that light is not a waste of powers. A light alien with the skill is no weaker than any alien. Chaco asked after a moment of contemplation. You want us to help you publicize it? used the credibility and fame of the college to pull most of the light department over. Jiang Chun shook his head to look at Yixing. Director Yixing, I remember that it seems like our Yanhuang office can directly act cheaply and can notify other units to cooperate. Chapter 35. Worship? I'm the one who changed his face. Indeed you can, this matter is not a big deal, and this kind of thing that can enhance the strength of the country is definitely supported unconditionally from above. Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Yixing instantly understood what Jiang Chun wanted to do and agreed in one breath. The top will cooperate unconditionally in such matters. And most importantly, there is a need for the 3 universities to join forces to help me send out a statement to increase credibility, starting as soon as next Monday. Hearing Yixing's one-bite promise, Jiang Chun added with a smile as he looked at the 2 Zhouku. Both of them nodded. It wasn't much of a request, since they couldn't surpass Yanhuang's light department. Well, at least they couldn't be surpassed by other schools. That, Jiang Chun, have you named the skill of yours yet? Yixing suddenly looked at Jiang Chun and asked. Hearing this, Jiang Chun said after a moment of contemplation, this skill of mine is called the Otter Barrier. Otter Barrier? The crowd all looked at Jiang Chun with puzzled faces and asked, Barrier, I understand what this otter means. Smiling, Jiang Chun said in a serious manner, I saw a novel before in which a group of people were light themselves, and they also used various light skills. They were called Ultraman, and the inspiration for my skills came from what I saw in this book. Ultraman? It's a little strange, but the namesake is you, so you can take it however you want. Yixing nodded his head to write the name down, ready to go back and look for the book to see if he could find his own inspiration within it. With that, several people exchanged contact information and left Jiang Chun's home, and Yixing hurried back to Yanhuang, needing to turn in the skill. In his hand, he was still holding the basic version of the Otter Barrier written by Jiang Chun. Why the basic version? There are many more variations of the Otter Barrier, like the heavy light shield that Obu uses is one. Even Jiang Chun himself hadn't used any of these things. After all, he was only at the 5-star rank of the First Order, and his rank couldn't be reached. After the crowd left, Jiang Chun looked at the still turning hot pot and shouted, Come on, keep eating. Jiang Ge looked at the hot pot and gulped. After being in the wilderness for so long, he could barely make it to the toilet eating dry food, and found a pair of chopsticks and rushed up. Zhou Miao wasn't willing to show weakness and rushed forward to grab a fight with Jiang Ge. Seeing this, Jiang Chun pulled out his cell phone and ordered a few more large dishes. Immediately, $20 million of skill development bonuses will arrive. This must not be properly celebrated. Knock, knock, knock. I had just put my phone down to eat 2 pieces when there was a sudden knock on the door. What the hell? Just finished ordering it, I think, and it's being served up here. After the 3 of them looked at the door of the room together in surprise, Jiang Chun stood up and opened the door, only to see Xia Rong standing outside the door playfully at that moment. Xia Rong? Why are you here? I didn't tell you where I live. Smiling at this, Xia Rong inclined her head and looked at Jiang Chun and asked with a smile, Aren't you going to invite me in? Come in, just in time for the hot pot, eat together. Jiang Chun didn't dwell on how Xia Rong had appeared here, and pulled Xia Rong in as soon as he could. Huh? Dude, this is your girlfriend. Seeing Xia Rong come in, Jiang Ge slightly raised her eyebrows as she looked at Jiang Chun. Feeling his own elder sister's gaze, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and explained, No, this is my classmate, and women only affect how fast I can draw my sword. And Zhou Miao said with disdain, That's a sweet girl. How could she possibly look at you? Hello guys. I'm Jiang Chen's classmate. Xia Rong waved at the 2 men, who simultaneously waved their hands towards to greet her and let her go over to eat. Unexpectedly, Xia Rong looked at Jiang Chun with some squirming and said, There's no need to eat, Jiang Chun. There's something I want to find you about. Jiang Chun, who had just sat down at the words, froze and looked at Xia Rong, who had a straight face, in surprise, and this situation made Jiang Chen's heart a little frightened for a while. Jiang Ge, who was sitting on the side, even poked Jiang Chun to snicker. The will not be looking for your confession to chase to the home. Quickly go, we are here to wait for your good news. After saying that, Jiang Ge directly pushed Jiang Chen out. Jiang Chen's heart also thumped. He was afraid that this was the case. Who falls in love so early when you've crossed over? You're a career brain. Xia Rong also seemed to be a bit embarrassed and walked ahead to open the door, and Jiang Chen followed with a frown. Following Xia Rong all the way to the rooftop, Xia Rong violently turned towards Jiang Chun and knelt down. Seeing this, Jiang Chun was startled and hurriedly arrowed forward to try to help Xia Rong up. Wait. Jiang Chun. Wait for me to finish first. Xia Rong suddenly shouted, bringing Jiang Chen's movements to a hard stop. You said. Jiang Chun, who had calmed down, looked at Xia Rong in disbelief and said. Hearing this, Xia Rong said with a slight smile, raising her head and looking at Jiang Chun with two bright eyes. Jiang Chun, I'm very grateful to you for developing the skill of the light system and saving my dream of taking the martial arts exam. But I have an unforgiving request today. I, for one, want to worship you and be your disciple. As the words fell, Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't looking for his confession. He was just worshipping his teacher. Wait. Worship. Jiang Chun instantly looked at Xia Rong with two horrified eyes after he reacted and shouted. Not Xia Rong, you're kidding, no we two not good buddies, how to worship, you are playing witch Unexpectedly, Xia Rong sniffed and looked at Jiang Chun with a stubborn face and said, Master Jiang Chun, on this path of light used for combat, even though you're only 5 stars of the first rank, no one can surpass you because you're the one who started it all. You once said that there are no wasteful aliens, only wasteful aliens. But to be a powerful aliens you need an even more powerful teacher. And you, S+ elemental affinity notwithstanding, have become a first stage 5-star alien when we're generally just first stage 2-star aliens, and you've developed skills in the light system. Master Jiang Chun, you are my best teacher, so I want to worship you as my teacher and learn the combat skills of the light system from you. I also hope that Master Jiang Chun will accept me. At these words, Jiang Chun instantly jumped up and shouted, Don't call me master first. I haven't agreed to accept you yet. Listen to me. I'm just a first-ranked alien. I won't take on a disciple. Besides, teaching a disciple will affect my ability to develop my skills. Let's be friends in the future. Having my friend be my disciple is trampling on my dignity. Before the words were finished, Xia Rong suddenly backhandedly pulled out a necklace and shouted. This necklace is a necklace made of sacred lightstone king's pith. 10 sacred lightstone veins don't necessarily have one. It has been refined by a refiner. It can enhance the power of light skills twice as much, and it can store spiritual energy to make a spiritual charging treasure. This is given to Master Jiang Chun. It's a gift to pay homage to my master. Dignity? Who said that? Also, teacher and friend relationship can be good. Disciple, quickly please rise. For the teacher is sworn to become a man of light system navigator. All the skills is to teach you. With hardly any hesitation, Jiang Chun took the necklace as soon as he pulled Xia Rong. Go down to eat hot pot with your master to celebrate your worship. My God. This flip-flopping is faster than even the Chuanyu girl child. Looking at Jiang Chen's back, Xia Rong couldn't help but murmur. Chapter 36 Rules for Martial Arts Candidates. Ha ha ha. Not only did I get accepted into Yan Huang University today, I also received a disciple. Good day, eat more and celebrate. At home, Jiang Chun and the crowd gathered around before the hot pot. At this moment, Jiang Ge was looking at Jiang Chun with a black line on her face. Originally she thought that she would be able to see her oldest brother fall in love. Who knows that a trip to the rooftop actually turned into an apprenticeship, which who can stand all this? Xia Rong, who was on the side, looked at Jiang Chun with eyes full of expectation and asked, Master Jiang Chun, we don't need to go to skill classes in the light department, but the skill class every week is tomorrow. Can you teach me your skills? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun froze and after thinking for a moment nodded his head and said, Yes, it just so happens that I'm giving a skills seminar next Monday, so I'll teach you first. You'll be able to assist me in teaching then as well. Okay. Then I'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, Xia Rong turned around and ran out, only leaving Jiang Chun with a backstory. To say that Jiang Chun hadn't actually put himself in the position of a master now. After all, he had been a good buddy the day before. But it's a good thing to familiarize yourself with the teaching style. Learning and teaching are two different concepts. Looking at Xia Rong's back, Zhang Gu smacked his lips and said, It's a pity to meet a career brain who is bent on becoming stronger and engaging in business, or else high and low would have to come to a relationship. Don't you think it's right, Jiang Chun? Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly without responding, and with one chopstick he fished up a large chopstick of mutton rolls. I don't give a, you're not going to eat it, are you? I'll eat it then. Ow da. You save some for us, talk. What are you sneaking to eat? River Song rushed forward with a howl. Early the next morning, the principal of Tiannan No. 2 Middle School had just arrived at the school when he noticed a crowd surrounding him in front of his office. Seeing this, he frowned at the crowd and rebuked them. What are you guys doing? All of you don't go to class. What are you doing crowding in front of my office? Come on, all go back to class. Headmaster, we want to change our volunteers, and we want to take the martial arts test as well. I don't know who was the first to break the silence by shouting towards the principal, and the others responded. We are all going to change our volunteers for the martial arts exams. Before we chose the civil exams for our future, but now that we all have skills to learn, we are going to take the martial arts exams as well. We want to change volunteers. We want to change our volunteers. Dozens of students joined together in a frantic shout towards the principal. This makes the principal cannot help but a burst of headache. The entire school in the middle of the awakening of the light system of the students are 80 or so, only 5 chose the martial arts examination, are arranged by themselves in the 8th class of the alien energy. Now most of the people are here to switch to the martial arts examination. When the time comes, the Ministry of Education above the accountability of their own will be miserable. That is, this matter is not to blame for their own, but the bad influence of the situation was said a malfeasance is not a problem at all. 9 times out of 10 is to be thrown to the battlefield front and the beasts to fight a localized war. Thinking of this, the principal instantly wimped out and had to look at the crowd in a gentle, soothing voice. Students, I know what you are because of, what about the tens of thousands of students in the entire senior year? But we can understand that you didn't choose to take the martial arts exam because of your skills. But this matter is not under my control, it comes under the Ministry of Education. I'll ask for instructions from above now and give you an answer as soon as possible. Can I? You guys go back to class first. Unexpectedly, one of them who looked like he was leading the group suddenly stood out and said aloud, Headmaster, we also know that this matter is not under your control, but we need you to help us ask for instructions. This matter of light skills has already spread thoroughly on the internet. The top 10 hot searches are all about this. It is for the sake of fairness that the WC only accepts people of the right age and does not accept repeats, so we can't wait for that. We believe that we are not the only ones who want to change the martial arts exams, but the whole country is in the same situation, and we are here waiting for your answer. Yeah, Principal, we're not short on time, we'll just wait here. Yeah. Soon everyone was answering the call. In response, the principal wiped his cold sweat. If the martial arts candidates were so rowdy, they would have been slapped across the face. But the literature candidates don't eat this. A bunch of people who recognize reason over physics. Surrounded by many light arts candidates, the principal returned to his office. When he got back to the office, he hoofed it and dialed the number above. The principal's eyes widened instantly once the call was answered. Does it mean that your school's light-based literature candidates are going to switch to the martial arts test for this matter? Don't be in a hurry. The top is making a decision. You'll see the statement at 11 o'clock at the latest. After that, he simply hung up, as if he knew he was calling to ask about it. Really seeing ghosts. The principal gulped and hurriedly took out his cell phone and tapped into the tremendous app. The top 10 of the hot search list at the moment were all about the light skill. Happy news! For the first time in decades, the light department has developed a powerful skill. Shocking, the light department, which is known as the weakest elemental ability, has actually developed a combat type skill, and the developer is actually a high school student. The 3 universities of Mordor, Yanhuang, and Shangjing have jointly issued a statement that they will support the skill developer to personally teach the light defense skill next week at the Tiannan City Gymnasium on a first-come, first-served basis. A face of dozens of hot searches about the light department hung high on the list, and the principal's face gradually became uplifted. This was a heavenly fortune, as long as one seized the opportunity, just by virtue of the fame brought by Jiang Chen alone. One's future would be unlimited. Thinking of the profession, the principal's face was holding red, and his mind was secretly looking forward to what response would be given from above. Nearly 11 o'clock, the many light arts candidates could no longer hold out and began to tap on the door of the principal's office. Principal, it's already 11 o'clock. Did you ask for us or not? Headmaster, still no answer? This matter concerns our future, principal. If we can't, let's go straight to the Ministry of Education and make a mess. Hearing this, the principal had no choice but to pretend he couldn't hear any more and shouted as he pushed the door open. Students, be calm. This matter is too involved. The top is going to meet and decide. It's not that simple to decide. What's so hard about that? We need it. So give us a meeting. What's so hard about that? Yeah, after all, none of us knew that the light department would end up developing skills. It was better not to say anything, but as soon as he did, as if he had poked the crowd's backside, he began to roar furiously towards the principal. The principal had to speak to appease, but I did not expect the more appeasement the more ferocious, and there are even people pointing to the principal's nose insults. The words of the author of the unpleasantness do not dare to write. All right, all be quiet. The principal, who was a 4th-ranked powerhouse, couldn't hold back any longer and directly released his ranked pressure in public, crushing all the students to the ground. If you want to switch to martial examination, you have to abide by the rules of the martial examination candidates. The rules of the martial examination candidates are that power is supreme. If not for the fact that you guys don't even have a first rank and a star, I would teach you now what the rules of the martial examination candidates are. Chapter 37. Dasha will not pay for your cowardice. After the principal had finally relented and exploded his rank might, the eyes of the crowd of students cleared. It was only at this time that they finally remembered what the principal was that they hadn't put in their eyes. They just felt that, with the opinions of so many of them, even the principal wouldn't dare to make a move against their group. But they had forgotten that the rules for literary candidates were still the same as they were before the aura revival. And the rules of the martial arts candidates are the ones that are in place after the recovery of the aura, where their own strength is the bottom line of what they do. His own group actually had the delusion of holding the principal hostage and forcing him to agree to switch to a martial arts candidate. It was indeed a bit naive. The principal's physical strength couldn't even hurt an ordinary knife. Seeing clarity emerge in the eyes of all the students, the principal snorted coldly. Respecting them didn't mean fearing them, and actually dared to go more and more overboard. Just before the principal tried to let go of the hierarchical pressure, a call came in from none other than the Ministry of Education. "Hey, is there an answer to that one?" the principal asked eagerly. The lazy voice of the Ministry of Education worker on the other end of the line came through. Let them look at the statement issued by the number one above the trembling voice, the number one personally, before the suspicion that the light system does not have the skills to choose the civil examination, and now want to change to the martial arts examination. What did you do earlier? I didn't realize that the staff member even gave a faintly mocking comment before hanging up. After hanging up the phones, the principal coldly looked at the crowd lying on the ground and drank. The answers given by the state have been posted on the internet. Check it out yourselves. Remember, the school is not a place for you to mess around. You can mention your opinions, but not to mess around. This is the rule for martial arts candidates. After saying that, the principal withdrew the pressure and returned to his office, and the people who were lying on the ground also stood up at this time. Then all of them couldn't wait to pull out their cell phones to check the information, and they didn't expect that as soon as they opened their cell phones, the number one serious face appeared in the middle of the cell phone screen. The big data algorithm was really precise placement, and the first video that light aliens from all over the country turned on their cell phones was the statement made by number one. Only in the middle of the screen, that old man with a majestic face frowned as he looked at the camera and slowly opened his mouth. Yesterday, in the middle of Tianan City of our great summer, a student developed a light-based combat type skill. This news has attracted widespread attention, and many students who have awakened the light-based system but chose to take the literature exam have collectively requested to switch to the martial arts exam. We have heard your pleas, but the answer that Dacia has given you is that there is no conversion, and that if you have chosen to take the civil examination, you must carry it through to the end. If you want to become a powerful alien, the most important thing is to have a strong heart. You guys didn't even have the courage to choose the martial arts exam after awakening the light system, and now you're presumptuously attempting to utilize public opinion to make us agree to you switching to the martial arts exam. I tell you, don't even think about it. There are no rules. This is a national policy. It is a national policy that we all set together, and it cannot be changed. If we agree, it would be an injustice to those students who originally awakened to the light system and then chose to take the martial arts exams. A heart that is determined to become strong on their own. To only know how to enjoy the fruits of others and not dare to try is not the spirit of our Dacia. Dacia was the first to recapture the city after the recovery of the aura and relied on countless navigators to lead the way. In short, this is your own choice, whether or not you chose to take the civil examination because you have no skills in the light department. The end will be the same, Dacia. There is absolutely no way that you will pay for your cowardice. The video came to a screeching halt here, and a look of embarrassment and shame passed over most of the faces. Number one speaks directly to the lungs. To summarize, a business did not make money before you do not come in to work together. Make a lot of money, you say you want to invest, what have you done? There are those who are indignant that they are only taking emergency shelter, and that, for the sake of the future, they wanted to picket people again to make a scene and fight for it, but realized they couldn't gather a few people. There are also some people who are combative, and although they are not allowed to take the martial arts subject in the college entrance exam, the state is encouraging the civilian candidates to learn skills as well. After all, if they encountered a large-scale beast tide, they would never be able to defend themselves with just the army. So they felt that as long as they practiced carefully, even literary candidates could become powerful adepts. Of course, Jiang Chun didn't know anything about all of this, as he had arrived at the official training ground with Xia Rong early in the morning. The otter barrier has been announced and handed in for backup. Going back to the tiger's training center, that's whistle less money. Jiang Chun had already been here all morning teaching Xia Rong the otter barrier, but Xia Rong still didn't show any signs of wanting to learn it. Come on, try again, you don't learn skills that fast. Even though he was a bit frantic in his heart, Jiang Chun, who knew how difficult this skill was, held back his emotions and continued to instruct Xia Rong. Xia Rong was also crying at this time. Herself and Jiang Chun just came. Jiang Chun demonstrated one side. She went up and attacked like crazy without even breaking defense, and almost injured herself. Looking at Jiang Chen's relaxed expression, she thought that this skill was easy, but when she learned it herself, she realized that it wasn't like that at all. Just the part of using spiritual power to condense light elements to form a barrier, the spiritual power was not properly controlled and often fell apart halfway through. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Xia Rong was also a bit helpless. Listening to the other department's classmates said that they had just learned for a morning and could barely get a bit of shape. But it's been half a day and there's no movement at all. Xia Rong recited the technique in her mind and transported her spiritual energy to start condensing the light elements. But this time it didn't collapse, but slowly formed a barrier. Seeing this, Xia Rong hurriedly shouted happily, "Master Jiang Chun, look at me, I made it." Jiang Chun was also a bit happy. Had he made it to the end? Have you finally learned it? The otter barrier, he taught himself, was the lowest level version, and he didn't even teach the higher levels, so it would be appalling if he couldn't learn it. But with just a glance, Jiang Chun realized that something was wrong. The light elements of the otter barrier in Xia Rong's hands were dissipating. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun went up and threw a punch, but only used roughly the strength of a first-order 3-star alien. Bang! With an explosion, the otter barrier in Xia Rong's hand shook a bit, becoming even dimmer, but it actually didn't dissipate. Seeing this scene, Xia Rong shouted in surprise, "Master Jiang Chun, I've succeeded. I can actually block a punch from your first-rank 5-star alien." At those words, Jiang Chun waved his hand and skimmed his lips. "Don't be cheeky. I've only used the power of a first-order 3-star, and I reckon that's enough for 2 punches. Is it really that hard?" The otter barrier isn't really that hard. It's just a matter of psychic and elemental manipulation. Just remember how psychic energy works. Chapter 38. It's a lot of life. Grandpa, I was wrong. In the Daxia Shu land, Yixing was kneeling in front of an old man in a board, and the old man was the president of Yanhuang University, Yi Xiaotian. Yi Xiaotian looked down at Yixing, who was kneeling on the ground, and chided. "Do you think that this is something that can be uncovered just by you serving a couple of soft words? That's the official seal of the school. Don't you know what the official seal of Yanhuang University stands for?" Hearing this, Yixing shrunk his head and said, "Grandpa, think about it. This is the first person in the light department who can develop combat-type skills, and this skill is just one of them. There's also an active attack skill in the final debugging stage. Such a person, it is desirable for me to offer such conditions to snatch them from our Yanhuang. Right? After all, our Yanhuang is to undertake the development work." Yi Xiaoyan's eyes were terrifying, and he cursed after just lightly glancing at Yixing. "Don't I know he's powerful? This kind of condition is completely in the normal range. Maybe this kid is the leader of the light system. The main thing is that you should not secretly take the official seal to stamp. First cut you still." Feeling her grandfather's anger, Yixing hurriedly stood up and walked to the side of Yi Xiaotian and hugged Yi Xiaoyan's hand and pampered him. "Grandpa, I'm not in too much of a hurry. You don't know, Sister Lu Ling is working as a teacher at that school, and the first thing she did after finding out was to call me and send me a video. I received the news the first time with the official seal and agreement to take the warplane to rush over. So it is only a few minutes faster than the Shangjing and Mordor, almost didn't snatch it." Hearing his granddaughter say this, Yi Xiaoyan's anger subsided quite a bit. After all, such a talent is indeed up for grabs. "When this child comes to school, you bring it to see me once." After saying that, Yi Xiaotian disappeared in a flash, leaving Yixing standing alone. Seeing his own grandfather leave, Yixing breathed a sigh of relief, followed by his eyes transforming into a cold and stern expression as he picked up the phone and shouted, "All of the light faculties amongst the Yanhuang University, all of them are going to gather at the Bashagrand airport. The old lady is going to take them to see the lecture." After saying that, Yixing put down her cell phone. A trace of excitement appeared between her eyebrows. Although Jiang Chun had handed over the theory to herself, but looking at the text she was never able to understand it, so she was looking forward to listening to Jiang Chen's lecture. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was still cultivating, while Xia Rong was tirelessly trying to use the otter barrier on the side. After 5 days of baptism, Karen's otter barrier had been used like that. In these 5 days, it could be said that a little bit of time had to be spent on practicing the skills, and when the spiritual energy was gone, he went to absorb it, and when it was full, he came to continue practicing. Even Jiang, who had always been hardworking in his cultivation, couldn't help but praise Xiaorong for being much more diligent than Jiang Chun, the pseudo-career brain. In response, Jiang Chun skimmed his lips and stated, "Dude's got a system plug-in, but you guys don't. Sharon is still trying out the otter barrier, but the solution that keeps eluding her is that the front waist is too long. Not to mention the instantaneous variance that Jiang Chun used, the otter barrier itself was less than a second. But your own forward swing is within 4 seconds, which is kind of slow." Just then, a fluctuation of spiritual energy came from the side, and Xiaorong looked back with a shocked face, only to see that Jiang Chun had stood up at some point. "Master, you've made a breakthrough?" Xiaorong asked with some trembling lips. Hearing Xiaorong's voice, Jiang Chun turned around and looked at Xiaorong and said with a light smile, "Fortunately, after breaking through the first rank of 6 stars, it should be possible to reach the rank of second-ranked alien before the college entrance exam. This rank is not bad." The corner of Xiaorong's mouth twitched at the words, to hear if what he said was human. But in a flash, Xiaorong was relieved. The later the cultivation of an alien, the more difficult it was to level up. Jiang Chen's elemental affinity had reached a staggering S+, so it was understandable that he would cultivate faster. And what everyone else didn't know, Jiang Chen's cultivation didn't need to be divided into time to learn skills. "Xiaorong, you've learned your otter barrier well. I hope you don't fall off the wagon tomorrow." Jiang Chun looked at Xiaorong and said with a light smile, "Tomorrow is the time to open the lecture." Sharon said with a nod, "I know that, Master, but I'm curious about a question. Why does your otter barrier coalesce so quickly, but mine takes 5 seconds? Proficiency problem: the defense effect of otter barrier is stronger than the defense skills of the same level. It is difficult to get started, it will get better slowly." Jiang Chun explained without hesitation, then turned around and walked towards the direction of his home. Looking at Jiang Chen's back, Xiaorong pursed her lips, and then began to constantly continue trying the otter barrier. As soon as he stepped out of the training hall, what met his eyes was a hotel door, where a group of people were rushing up to open a room, and even started auctioning it off at the end. A boy with a flirty look walked up and shook his middle-parted head towards the receptionist and looked at the receptionist, saying, "Boss, I'm out 500. I'll take this king-size room. My date and I have only just finalized our relationship, so help me out." Unexpectedly, next to a suit-wearing glasses big brother, directly a hand to the boys pushed away, disdainfully said, "Screw you. We are all here waiting to go to the Tiannan Gymnasium tomorrow to listen to a lecture on light skills. To go home and go. Don't think of being strong with us. Boss, I'll give out 5,000. You, how could you do this?" The boy pointed at the older man, who looked like a svelte and defeated-looking man for a moment and got a little angry. But the older man was looking at the boy in front of him with a disdainful face and said, "When I awakened the light system, everyone said I was finished. I cannot learn skills, have no choice but to do business to make money. Now that I can learn skills and I have money, I like to give you youngsters who don't put getting stronger in their hearts a hard time, and you want to fight me? Those who don't seize the opportunity. Let's go. The big deal is to change the hotel." After saying that, he turned around and took the hand of a pretty-looking girl and tried to leave. I was surprised when the girl stepped back to avoid his hand and said, "It was you who said you could help me find a room that I agreed to your confession. It's not that I want to sleep with you. I specially came from Jiangnan province just to listen to Mr. Jiang Chen's class." And the boys looked at the girls with an incredulous look on their faces as they sniffed and shouted, "Could it be that all the time we've chatted is a lie? Am I not as good as a Jiang Chen? You return the gift I gave you." The girl said as she pulled out a brand new unopened small headband and handed it over. "I have always thought that we are just netizens before. Even your small gift I did not open. I did not expect you to suddenly confess. But now all the hotels in Tiannan City do not accept reservations. I just said in a hurry that you help me find a room to agree to your words. I'm sorry, I just want to become stronger." At these words, the uncle from earlier laughed out loud. "That's right, nothing is as important as getting stronger. Before it was unconditional. Now that you have the conditions, you should have no distractions." Jiang Chun outside the hotel saw this scene and swallowed his saliva. This is really very life. Cannot afford to mess with. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun silently put on his mask and left the entrance of the hotel with his head down. Chapter 39. The next morning, Jiang Chun was woken up by the alarm at 10 o'clock sharp. Jingle bells, ow. Jiang Chun, who heard the alarm bell, lay on the bed twisting his body all over. The The comfort brought by the muscles of his body being awakened caused Jiang Chun to let out a groan of comfort. But after stretching, Jiang Chun flopped down on the bed and lazed around. "Get up, Jiang Chun. Don't stay in bed anymore." A female voice suddenly sounded, and Jiang Chun subconsciously replied back, "Sleep a little longer. I'll be up in a minute." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Chun realized something was wrong and snapped his eyes open. The voice just now wasn't Jiang Ji's, so who could it be? Thinking of this, Jiang Chun immediately stood up and scanned the room, only to see Yixing just standing to the side watching him. Seeing this, Jiang Chun sighed in relief, and the aura that had just been transported in preparation for condensing the 8 points light wheel was also withdrawn. "How did you get in here?" Prying the door, Jiang Chun asked with some dissatisfaction while wearing his clothes. The door to his room was definitely properly closed. Why would Yixing appear here? Hearing this, Yixing scratched his head in embarrassment. "No, a 5th-order elemental system adept will be able to use elementalization. I used elementalization to come in along with the sunlight, I'm sorry, but you're not even awake yet, so I do feel a bit anxious." As he spoke, Yixing also knew that he was wrong, and didn't even dare to look up at Jiang Chun. And Jiang Chun didn't have any intention of blaming Yixing. Instead, he grabbed the information in Yixing's words and asked, "You're talking about elementalization, what's that like? Expand on that." Yixing was slightly stunned, and immediately afterward, he hurriedly began to explain. "In fact, the 5th rank is a watershed. Most people before the 4th rank, as long as they are willing to work hard, then there is no problem, but not the 5th rank. Because a 5th-ranked psychic begins to take a qualitative leap, whether it's in the quality of psychic power and the power of skills, or the increase of psychic power to the body. After reaching the 5th rank, the alien will unlock the ability to fly, and elemental-type aliens can also enter the elementalized form and transform into an elemental. Only it's very consuming of spiritual energy is all." Hearing this, Jiang Chun was instantly interested, and his mind instantly crossed over to the last Ultraman he had watched before crossing over. Legendary borrower OB, who borrows money everywhere and fuses to unlock various forms. People were able to use martial soul fusion techniques, so it made sense to unlock a new form for himself since he was able to use elementalization, right? Thoughts are like a tidal wave. Once they flood in, they can't be contained. The mind had been calculating the feasibility of this, and it did seem possible. It was only after following the instinct to wash up that Jiang Chun stopped, looked at his watch, and rushed towards the direction of the gymnasium with Yixing, who had long been unable to hold back. Backstage in the gymnasium, Xiaorong was still constantly familiarizing herself with the use of the otter barrier, quietly waiting for Jiang Chun's arrival. Along the way, Jiang Chun looked at the tents that covered the area around the stadium and grew his mouth, just how many people had come. What he didn't know was that almost all of the light system martial arts examiners in the country had come, and many of them were people who had previously awakened their light system but could only leave the martial arts exams helplessly. Just standing outside the field, Jiang Chun was a burst of headache. It was indeed cool to show the saint in front of people, but the pressure of facing so many people was also really big. Looking at Jiang Chun's somewhat nervous appearance, Yixing asked with a light laugh, "What's the matter, you're scared?" At those words, Jiang Chun turned back to his senses, listening to the sounds coming from the middle of the stadium in his ears without speaking. "Don't be afraid. Today, you are the protagonist. You are the one who ended the darkness of the light system in these decades. You are the navigator of the light system." As the words fell, frame after frame flashed before Jiang Chun's eyes, all of which were images of himself in his original world. In the previous world, he was just an ordinary person who liked to read Ultraman and Netflix, and all he thought about every day was how to survive in the world. But God gave himself a chance to come to this world full of light and strange powers and monsters, and gave himself the system, the shortcut to the top of this world. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, "In the past, I didn't have the chance, but now that I have the chance, I will definitely walk up to the peak of this world step by step, and I will tell everyone that the light system has never been weaker than any of the supernormal abilities." After saying that, Jiang Chun confidently stepped forward and walked into this gymnasium where all the light-type adepts were waiting for him. Jiang Chun passed through a special passage to the backstage, where Xiaorong was recovering her spiritual energy and just wanted to stand up after seeing Jiang Chun enter. "You recover your spiritual power first. I'll call you when I need you, perform well. I'll teach you the newly developed attack skills if you perform well." At those words, Xiaorong's eyes lit up and she hurriedly closed her eyes and began to absorb the aura as Jiang Chun grabbed the microphone and walked straight out. The stadium was filled with people at the moment, but when they saw that figure appear on top of the stage, all of them closed their mouths in unison. With great effort, he opened his eyes trying to get a good look at what this legendary young man really looked like. Even the students of the light department of Yanhuang University, who had always prided themselves on their orthodoxy, were obediently doing well. Aside from the fact that they were eager to learn about the otter barrier, that was the fact that they had been notified that all the students would be repeating a year because their altered ability specialization class was going to be taught by Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun didn't speak immediately after getting on the stage, but instead scanned the crowd seated on the bleachers. There were those who wore suits, there were those who rushed over in their school uniforms, and there was even a group of people in military uniforms who were sitting on the bleachers at the moment, waiting for the knowledge that Jiang Chun was going to teach. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank when he saw this group of people in olive green uniforms. These people were all frontline soldiers. Jiang Chun then bowed slightly towards them and quickly straightened up and shouted, "Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Chun, the same Jiang Chun who developed the light skill. Today, I will be the one to teach you my skill. May I, China, everyone be like a dragon. I just want to tell everyone that the era of our weak light system is over, and now we are not weak to any alien, and the light system is never weaker than any alien. I hope that after you have learned this, you will be able to guard our Desya better, and the light of Desya will eventually wave over the blue star." Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun. As the words fell, everyone spontaneously called out Jiang Chen's name. The soldiers were even applauding wildly at Jiang Chun, who had just made a proper hawkish speech, and they liked it. Looking at everyone's reaction, Jiang Chun would smile, doing some thought work that was an old craftsman. Otter Barrier is a light-based defense skill. The defense power exceeds that of skills of the same level, and the strength can rise with the user's level. It is a concomitant growth type skill, the specific operation. Chapter 40. Completing the mission, successfully teaching 10,000 people. Congratulations to the host, successfully taught the Otter Barrier to 10,000 people. The mission has been successfully settled. The settlement is in progress. The settlement is complete. The ancient martial arts proficiency has been issued, and you can choose to fuse it at any time. In the middle of the stadium, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly rang in the head of Jiang Chun, who was instructing people to practice the Otter Barrier. This caused Jiang Chun to freeze, followed by hot tears. "It's finally done. And you know what I've been doing for the last 10 days. That's right, Jiang Chun had been giving lectures for 10 consecutive days since he started teaching. Originally rushed over to the crowd, was ready to take notes to go back and practice slowly by themselves. But what they didn't expect was that Jiang Chun would directly provide one-on-one help in teaching. Simply a group of people simply stayed behind waiting for Jiang Chun to personally guide them. Only Jiang Chun knew how hard it was to instruct hundreds of people in this day. His hair was all gray, and that was still because there were many people he didn't teach. It's practiced on your own based on theory. Seeing Jiang Chun kneeling on one knee full of excitement, an officer walked over at this time and shouted, Brother Jiang Chun, what's wrong with you?" Hearing someone call out to him, Jiang Chun lifted his head and looked at the 23-cents officer and tugged at the corner of his mouth to ask, "I'm fine, big brother Lu Fan, is there something wrong?" Hearing Jiang Chun say that he was fine, Lu Fan then stood up and said with a smile, "It's like this time the organization has awakened the warriors of the light system to study is me to lead the team. The above gave me instructions yesterday. No matter what, we must return to the team today, so I specially came to find you to resign." Hearing this, Jiang Chun laughed softly and stretched out his hand to shake Lu Fan excitedly. "Then I'll see you again sometime, and I'll be sure to develop more great skills," Lu Fan said with a smile as he saluted Jiang Chun. Yanhuang itself and the army are one family. A family doesn't talk about two families. If you need help in the future, you can look for the army. After saying that, Lu Fan turned around and left. Looking at Lu Fan's back, Jiang Chun let out a light smile, thinking that after learning about the Otter Barrier, the front line would be able to cope better with facing the attack of the alien beasts. Just then, Yixing rushed over with the Otter Barrier maintained in his hands. "Jiang Chun, look, my Otter Barrier can be released in a second and a half." At this moment, Yixing was fluffy. She hadn't slept for 10 days, and the advantage of a sixth-order alien was reflected at this time. Spiritual energy and physical strength were resistant to building, and Yixing had been practicing the Otter Barrier for 10 consecutive days. In response, Jiang Chun could only scratch his head and say, "It's good. It's a good level now. And what about you, what can you achieve?" Yixing stared at Jiang Chun with two sparkling eyes. At those words, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and instantly cupped out an Otter Barrier with one hand. One-handed? Or instantaneous? Holy, do you have to be so perverted? Yixing, who saw this scene, looked at Jiang Chun with a shocked expression. as if he had seen some kind of monster. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun just waved his hand and said, "After all, I'm the developer, this skill in my hands have developer rights. Then you guys are powerful as normal to be good practice. Even though I know you're pretending, it seems like I don't dare to speak. By the way, have you developed your attack skills yet?" After just a moment of emotion, Yixing immediately looked at Jiang Chun with excitement. Seeing this, Jiang Chun could only nod helplessly and said, "It's developed, but I'm not ready to expose it now. I need to make some preparations. Now one thing, I want you to help me disband these people. I'm exhausted." As he spoke, Jiang Chun also pointed to the crowd in the distance that was still waiting for him to guide them. Jiang Chun indeed ran out of energy before he had picked the armies and those high school students to teach, just so that those who needed it could catch up. The lesser needs are put back and it's time to take a break. I'm not surprised that Yixing scratched his head helplessly. This can't be done. These people are waiting for you. If you don't instruct, then don't you blow up the steel. Glancing back at the crowd, Jiang Chun helplessly tapped his head and later looked at Yixing and said seriously, "I'll do the loading later, you take care of them." After saying that, it didn't matter if Yixing he replied back or not, he directly shouted towards the brain. Fusion Ancient Martial Proficiency. Fusing ancient martial arts proficiency skills in progress. The mechanical sound of the system fell, and Jiang Chen's brain instantly felt a stabbing pain. Coupled with the exertion of the past few days, Jiang Chun instantly couldn't hold on and sat on the ground. Both of his eyes were covered in blood, and it was as if the entire person was enduring great pain. Seeing this scene, Yixing was startled and said in his heart, "You kid quite give face said to cooperate even if, but did not expect you so give face With that, he looked at the crowd that had gathered around him waiting to be pointed out and shouted, "Everyone go back first. This is the 10th day. Jiang Chun has been boiled in trouble." The people who were originally waiting for Jiang Chun to give them personal instructions hurriedly shouted. When they saw the agonized appearance of Jiang Chun, all collapsed on the ground. "Hurry up and send it to the hospital. It's not too bad for us to learn the skills, and we're not going to the battlefield or the exam room. We can't trouble Mr. Jiang anymore." Yeah. Hurry up and send Jiang Chun to the hospital." The crowd agreed. It could be said that Jiang Chun was the reinvented parent of the entire light department would not be an exaggeration, and they were the ones who least wanted anything to happen to Jiang Chun. Hearing the crowd's urging voice, Yixing lightly laughed and turned around to pick Jiang Chun up in a princess carry position to take off into the air. "Alas, let's go back to practicing. People Jiang Chun have boiled themselves dizzy for us." Among the crowd, a middle-aged man who looked very elegant transported his spiritual power and shouted, not realizing that he was actually a fourth-order light system psychic. "Yeah, anyway, we don't go to the battlefield or take exams. It's the same where we practice. We can't go and let Jiang Chun overdraw his body again for us." When the words fell, the group dispersed. Above the sky, Jiang Chun had finally finished fusing his ancient martial proficiency, and at this moment, he felt like he could beat 10 of his previous selves. "I say, you're still acting quite well. It's not bad to go and become an actor to be a big star," saying that you're going to fall to the ground. At that, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and wiped his sweat and said, "If I'm really going to be a big star, you're the one who's going to be upset, aren't you?" "It seems so." Yixing let out a light laugh. "Aren't flights forbidden in the city? Why are you still flying with me?" Jiang Chun asked as he glanced at the surrounding scenery with an odd expression on his face. "A ban on flying? That's only for you guys. The people of Yanhuang have absolute privileges. At the local level, the military is under our control to a certain extent." Yixing said this with a haughty face. Ding dong da. Just then, Jiang Chen's cell phone alert sound suddenly rang. Jiang Chun took out his cell phone to take a look, only to see the cell phone screen a collection record right in the center of the screen. Well, double whammy. My reward has arrived. Chapter 41, handing over the 8-point light wheel. Your skill development bonus has arrived? Shouldn't you consider treating me to a meal? This is something I've been busy fighting for. The bonus amount isn't the usual $20 million, it's $50 million. Yixing looked at Jiang Chun with a haughty face and said, I was surprised when Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and said, Don't learn my skills if you can. This is the petty cash I'm going to use to go to the Spirit Gathering Training Center. Don't hit me with my petty cash. Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Yixing's eyes instantly lit up, looking at Jiang Chun with a serious expression. When it comes to Spirit Gathering Training Halls, there's no place that has a better Spirit Gathering Training Hall than Yanhuang's. The Spirit Gathering machines were all developed by us, so why don't you just go directly to Yanhuang to train, and usually lead us to develop skills and such. At those words, Jiang Chun skimmed his lips. Suddenly remembering something, slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Since that's the case, then get one for me. I don't want to leave Tiannan City yet ah." Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Yixing helplessly held his forehead. Then he pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "I'll apply for you, it should be possible." Jiang Chun grinned. The next step is a quiet period for himself. With his practical problems, he has ancient martial arts mastery, and his skills for the time being are Otter Barrier and Octagonal Wheel of Light. It sounds like less, but it's a good combination of offense and defense, and right now all you're missing is the leveling up. Now that he didn't need to divide his time between learning practical combat and skills, then he had a lot of time to spend on practicing. During the 2.5 months, Jiang Chun was quietly raising his level, except for the necessary time for cultural classes. In the middle of 2.5 months, cultivation froze with the help of Yen Huang University's spirit gathering instrument to reach the peak rank of the first order of 9 stars. And now most of the people in the whole body were still at the level of 5 stars of the first order. For Jiang Chun right now, this was an all-around overwhelming victory. This was also the first time Jiang Chun had achieved the feeling of suppressing the province. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel emotional as well. No wonder the previous top winners in the province were all high and mighty. This feeling really makes you want to stop. Students, our first mock exam is coming. This exam is to test the practical ability of your study. You must work hard. In the middle of Tiannan No. 2 Middle School, Lu Ling was speaking passionately on the podium, and the students in the class also looked like they were eager to try. Jiang Chun, I've heard that you're all 9 stars of the first rank, right? So is this mock exam going to be a sword to the first place ah? After class, one person walked over and looked at Jiang Chun and snickered. Xiaorong, who was on the side, also fully demonstrated the qualities that a disciple should have, and immediately followed with a laugh. Of course, what a character my master is, the highest ranked being in the entire school. Hearing that, Jiang Chun also just laughed lightly and said, "There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. I don't think that I can really become number 1 without any surprises with this cultivation level. A rank of 9 stars of the first order ah, I'm only 4 stars of the first order only ah, you're higher than both of me." A man in the front row lamented. I didn't realize that his tablemates immediately disliked him. What do you think? 2 4 stars of the first order is not equal to 8 stars of the first order. As far as you are concerned, come to 20 may have a chance to beat Jiang Chun. In response, Jiang Chun just laughed softly without saying much, standing up and walking towards the school gates. "Master, wait." Xiaorong quickly ran behind Jiang Chun. Seeing this, Jiang Chun sighed and asked, "Did you want to ask about the 8-minute light wheel?" Yeah, I feel like I just can't do it like you mastered the 8-pointed wheel of light. Master, it always feels like something is missing, and I can't hold it in my hand and play with it as a chainsaw like you did," said Xiaorong, also condensed a 8-point light wheel to hold in the hand, followed by a throw towards the ground after feeling out of control. Jiang Chen's quick eyes and hands coalesced an 8-minute light wheel and threw it over to break up Xiaorong's 8-minute light wheel. Immediately afterward, he shook his head helplessly and said, "You, this kind of situation I have said to you, do not covet the offensive power of the 8 points of light will delusion more cohesion more light elements. Constantly compress cohesion of light elements to enhance the area of the 8 points of light wheel as well as the power of the other variant of that. Doing that at this stage of your life will only prevent you from mastering the octagonal light wheel. It's good to seek change, but you shouldn't be in a hurry." Hearing the instructions Jiang Chun had given himself, Xiaorong couldn't help but lower her head. Seeing this, Jiang Chun said after letting out a helpless sigh, "Follow me and you'll be my little follower this afternoon." At those words, Xiaorong hurriedly followed Jiang Chen's footsteps. Following Jiang Chun all the way to a hot pot restaurant, he spotted Yixing sitting in it as soon as he entered. At this moment, the table in front of Yixing was filled with meals, and it was extremely eye-catching at a glance. "Ooh, Director Yixing ordered so many dishes today. It seems like he broke the bank. He wouldn't have misappropriated public funds to treat me to food and drinks." As soon as he saw Yixing, Jiang Chun smiled and walked over, quipping exaggeratedly as he did so. Hearing this, Yixing said with a light hum, "Of course it's embezzlement. You're entitled to use 50% of our research funds unconditionally anyway. It's no different from yours. Stinking poor used the research fund given to me by the state, you give it back." Jiang Chun smiled while sitting down with Xiaorong. But Yixing just looked at Jiang Chun with a smile and said, "You're not officially enrolled yet, so I'll keep this research fund for now." "Is that so?" Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. "Then this attack skill of mine called the 8-part light wheel, I can use it as my unique skill. What a pity. I was thinking of taking it out and contributing to it. What? Your attack skill is debugged. Yixing instantly erupted with a sharp popping sound and directly shot up, both eyes staring excitedly at Jiang Chun. The surrounding diners were casting disgruntled glances. But at this moment, Yixing was like a gray wolf who had been starving for 5 days and saw the red wolf's egg fried rice, looking like he was going to pounce on it in the next second. Pressing on, he didn't care about the eyes of the diners around him and just stared at Jiang Chun with such a deadpan expression. Seeing this, Jiang Chun hurriedly apologized towards the surrounding diners. Sorry guys, my friend got a little excited. The surrounding diners then withdrew their gazes and continued eating. Jiang Chun looked back at Yixing with a sigh of relief and said without a smile, Sister Star, you'd better sit down first. Don't affect others. Only after hearing this did Yixing sit down, but his 2 eyes were still dead set on Jiang Chun, waiting for his answer. Seeing Yixing like this, Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly before taking out a flash drive from his pocket and throwing it to Yixing and said, This is the information for this skill this time, including the demo video and the explanation video I recorded, encompassing most of the problems I debugged out while teaching Xiaorong. Ha! Xiaorong shouted. Why, I'm the test subject. Don't be ungrateful. Getting a bargain is still a good thing. Do you know how many people from the light department want to become test subjects? Yixing, who received the flash drive, gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaorong and said, If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's disapproval, I would have wanted to be the second person in this world besides Jiang Chun to know the skill. So you still have doubts? Hey! Looking at Yixing's face of hatred, Xiaorong could only smile in embarrassment. Chapter 42. Fencing for number 1 in the province. Yixing, who knew that the things he wanted were in the flash drive, did not ask more questions, but looked at Jiang Chun with a serious face and asked, It's time for your first mock exam next, right? How about it? Are you confident to take our light department to take the first place in history that belongs to the light department? Who knew that Jiang Chun directly didn't have the slightest bit of modesty and directly grinned. Paxa, you are also too underestimated me. I am now the leader of the light system. Elemental affinity is even reached S+. This first I will definitely take. Good, good, good. Yixing also smiled. She believed in Jiang Chun because only an amazing talent could fish the light department out of the mire. It just so happened that Jiang Chun was this person. What an amazing talent to change the light system. Jiang Chun was still smiling, but suddenly looked at Yixing as if he remembered something and barked. By the way, before the end of the next provincial mock exam, don't divulge the skill. Just secretly hide and practice it yourself. Hearing this, Yixing looked at Jiang Chun doubtfully and asked, Why is that? Are you afraid that someone will see your skills ahead of time and work on a way to deal with you? To my surprise, Jiang Chun just rolled his eyes and said indifferently, That's not true. The current usage of the skills you see is only what I want you to see. As a developer, I do have a developer mode that you can't study. What was that for? Hearing that he had guessed wrong, Yixing looked at Jiang Chun with a surprised expression. Jiang Chun stretched his back and held a piece of tripe and put it into the pot. It's just a matter of having a preview of my actual combat so that the skill can be accepted more quickly. But there is one thing that you can call on the armies to learn together. The army has to hold down the city after all. Good. I'll secretly gather all the light-type warriors in the middle of Tiannan City now as a pilot. Yixing immediately balked. After eating the hot pot, Jiang Chun and Xiaorong both went their separate ways back home, while Yixing also went forward to find someone in the barracks to start learning about the 8-minute light wheel. In the middle of the large manor, an old man and a young man were currently standing in the middle of the open space practicing their skills. The slightly younger-looking one bellowed backhandedly, "The Shadow Man." As the words fell, the entire person instantly transformed into a black shadow and sank into the surrounding shadows. Without looking closely, one couldn't even tell the difference. But still, on closer examination, a glance reveals that the dark shadow in one spot is darker in color than the rest. Shadow Sword Rain. As the words fell, countless rains of swords made up of black shadows instantly shot out from the dark night towards the older man. The older man's face was cold as he casually threw out a shield made of black shadows. Clank! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and the rain of swords was instantly blocked. Zhou Ping, your progress is fast. You have a good chance of being the first in this province's joint examination, and your rank has already reached 8 stars of the first rank. There are not many people in the province who are better than you, and my request is that you become the first place. The older man said as he waved his hand and withdrew his shield, looking at him coldly. Surprisingly, Zhou Ping walked out from among the dark shadows expressionlessly and said faintly after picking up a towel on one side to wipe the sweat. No go. Such mock exams are meaningless. I just want to cultivate and overthrow the dark cleric at an early date. I'm not discussing with you, Zhou Ping. I can't be here all the time to guide you. I have to go back to the army. And this time I was only given half a year's vacation because of something special. Before the man could finish his sentence, Zhou Ping raised his head and stared at him. Second uncle, if you want to go back to the army, just go ahead. Now I already know 5 skills, it's completely enough at this stage. After saying that, Zhou Ping wanted to turn back towards the middle of the manor. Zhou Ping, second uncle knows that you want to seek revenge on the Dark Order. So does second uncle. But you have to realize that your father is gone, and you need resources to rise. I can't give you many resources now. The resources your father left behind will also run out one day. You will only be able to tilt the resources given to you if you enter Dexia's vision. No matter what time of year, resources are limited and all resources have to be fought for before they are given to you. The Pope of the Dark Clan has the strength of the 9th rank. Do you think that just with you alone you are a match for the Dark Clan? After saying that, Zhou Ping's second uncle rose up in the air and left the spot. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's not just a first place. I'll take it." The next morning, as soon as Jiang Chun woke up, he received a message from Lu Ling. Match elimination tournament will be held today. Only 5 people can be selected among a school to enter the city tournament. Come to the school quickly. Seeing the message, Jiang Chun shouted with a heartfelt smile, "Spectrum Ray, here I come." This time, instead of using the same model as the college entrance exam to hunt foreign beasts for the competition, we will use the matchmaking system, where each school will select 5 people for the municipal competition, and then the municipal competition will select the first place for the provincial competition. For this tournament, the first in the whole school received a 2nd rank weapon, and the remaining 4 were all 1st rank weapons. On the playground, the principal was motivating all the martial arts candidates, and in the end, he even threw down a heavy bomb. I go, here not, actually reward is a weapon. We are poor students, want to go to college before the use of weapons that can be adapted to the powers. This is the only chance, right? One man said as he excitedly picked at his classmate on his side. Instead, his classmate bristled and said, "Just you still want to take advantage of the school? You only have 3 stars of the first order. Others Jiang Chun are 9 stars of the first order. What are you going to fight with others? The first one is surely someone else's." The words fell, this buddy instantly wilted. Now the light system is not the previous time when there is no skill, under the level of crushing to beat the hell. It's not even possible to think about it, say Jiang Chun. Are you aiming for the number 1 spot in the province this time? Hearing someone ask himself, Jiang Chun lightly laughed and said indifferently, "It's only a matter of fighting for it. Who can guarantee that you're going to be the one to win the title?" Xia Rong, who was on the side, said with a light laugh, "Of course my master is number 1. Is there anyone in the entire school with a higher rank in martial arts candidates than my master?" Ha 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 ha. The moment this statement came out, the entire altered 8th class laughed out. Even Deng Yong and Go Erwa, the 2 men who had previously been feuding with Jiang Chun, didn't disrupt, they just kept their mouths shut. They couldn't afford to mess with Jiang Chun at this moment. The top of the enforcers had a light system, and all of these people had a fragrant relationship with Jiang Chun. Previously, Deng Yong had also approached his parents to take a shot at Jiang Chun, but Jiang Chun had directly entered the national spotlight and gained fame. Deng Yong still remembers the mixed-gender doubles he encountered that night and cautions himself not to go against Jiang Chun unless he wants his whole family to accompany him and suffer the consequences. Right at this moment, one of the people in Class 1 standing in front of Class 8's square formation suddenly turned back to look at Class 8 with disdain and said, "Sure enough, it's the 8th class of supernatural ability, so fond of bragging about fantasies. No wonder it was assigned to the 8th class." Chapter 43, Strategically Scorned, Tactically Valued. Crap. You're looking for a beating, aren't you? The big, lanky-looking light-type man from earlier took the lead in yelling towards Ichiban, followed by yelling at the other side with an axe he pulled out of nowhere. The students on the sidelines were all shouting towards the first class as well. "What do you guys mean? Are you going to have a fight?" Unexpectedly, one of the people who had just spoken out to provoke said directly and disdainfully pointing at Alien Energy Class 8, "Come on. I'm afraid of you. All you do is snarl and bark at each other. Oops, you also bite the word on me. Your whole family." The 8th class came right out of the ranks and spewed anger. Of course the first class couldn't stand it, and in an instant the 2 classes pushed and shoved each other. "Eyeing a fight," the principal on the podium roared. "Quiet down, all of you, and see what you look like." The principal gave the word and everyone stopped. Jiang Chun was still standing in place without making a move. In his eyes, this behavior of Ichiban was the behavior of a child. There was no need to get angry with a group of children. The principal then looked at the crowd and drank. Don't forget your identity, all of you are from the same school. Do you want to fight a group fight for this matter? See the real chapter under the hand later. The first round of melee, you class 1 and class 8 will be together. See if the people who stay in the ring in the end are more people from class 1 or class 8. As the words fell, the first class was the first to let out a roar of laughter. You know why we're the first class? Because the first class is the boss, and none of the 8th class will stay in the ring for this match. Class 8's king of mouth, Li Kuan, directly opened his mouth in mockery. You're so bright when you're given sunshine. Do you know that it's 8-1? If you want to surpass class 8, you'll have to do it in your next life. For a while, the smell of gunpowder between the two classes intensified. Strangely enough, all the teachers present were looking this way with interest. Even their homeroom teacher didn't step forward to stop them. Martial arts candidates are themselves competitive with each other, and only if the competitive relationship is there, then the ecosystem of the two classes will be better, holding their breath to progress. That's the rule for martial arts candidates. Force reigns supreme. Hee hee. Do you guys really think that with one Jiang Chun you can stand up to our first class? The first class boy who had first started picking a fight sneered as he looked at the 8th class. Zhang Tao from our class is a first-rank 7-star fire alien. His father is also a 6th-rank powerhouse from the Tiannan City military. The fire department has decades of heritage. You guys shouldn't really think that you can rely on Jiang Chen's self-invented skills to be able to fight against it. Even if you're a little bit worse in terms of level, you guys can't possibly be Zhang's opponent. As soon as these words came out, a very arrogant-looking boy among the first class stood out and patted the man on the shoulder, looking at the 8th class, and laughed. What's all this talk for if you've got what it takes? We'll see you in the ring. After saying that, he led a class directly towards the ring. Everyone present focused their eyes on Jiang Chen's face, as if they wanted to see how Jiang Chen would react after being provoked like this. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the departing back of Class 1 and muttered, "Ha ha ha. I also don't believe that the Otter clan's billion years of heritage is still no match for your decades of development." Jiang Chen's voice was small, so many people didn't hear what Jiang Chen was saying. Seemingly sensing the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen laughed out loud. What's the use of a loud mouth? We're not the only ones in Class 8 with light faculties. There are other powers as well. Let's see the results before we talk. Let's see the results before we talk. The crowd of Class 8 responded, and immediately followed Jiang Chen's lead as they walked towards the ring. The rest of the classes watched the backs of the two classes and also followed. This first match was between Class 1 and Class 8. The rest of the classes wanted to go and watch the fun. And in the middle of Class 4's team, Qin Shui looked at Jiang Chen's back and muttered, "It looks like you've become to the point where you can't be ignored. I'm really looking forward to fighting you." Jiang Chen didn't know that he had actually been targeted. "Brother Tao, should we set up a tactic? First knock down Class 8, then our own class will come back to fight for it." In the ring, a group of people gathered around Zhang Tao's side and chattered. Zhang Tao, who was distracted by the continuous voices of the crowd, frowned and waved his hand. "Don't need any tactics, free play later. You guys just aim to hit the 8th class, in front of absolute strength. All tactics are empty talk." The crowd wanted to persuade them further, although they were conceited. They knew that the difference between the two sides wasn't really that big, and that even Class 8 was stronger in terms of rank alone. After all, there was only one Zhang Tao on his side who was an S-rank elemental affinity, while there were two on the opposite side, and even though they were both light types, the light types now were not the same as before. Who knew that Zhang Tao directly glared at him, and everyone in the first class had to shut their mouths. On the contrary, on the side of Class 8, everyone's eyes were now on Jiang Chen, and even the class president was looking at Jiang Chen with a look of anticipation, waiting for Jiang Chen's arrangement. Looking at everyone's eyes, Jiang Chen said with a light smile, "Since you are all willing to listen to me, I'll trust you to arrange it so that strategically we scorn the enemy, but tactically we pay attention to them. It's actually quite simple. Later on, the Light and Earth students will be at the front, with the Light and Earth shields coming in for the defensive skill bombardment. The students of the Wood system stand on the flanks to carry out attacks. Seize the opportunity to control the opposite side of the stronger combatants. Deng Yong, you have to pay attention. The Wood system currently has you at the highest level, but don't lay your hands on Zhang Tao. The Fire system psychics are restraining you." Deng Yong, who had been named, obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to make a point of caring for himself, and hurriedly nodded to show that he knew. Immediately after that, Jiang Chen laughed lightly and continued with the arrangements. "Water students, in the first rank your attacks are relatively weak. You follow the wood students. If you want to use fire to burn off the wood control, you help to extinguish the flames. As for the rest of you, feel free to play. If you're not very maneuverable, hide behind the light and earth students to release your attacks. Don't go out and take risks. Understood. Jiang Chen's arrangement was reasonable, and everyone responded in unison. That, I have to remind one thing, that Zhang Tao has a skill called Meteoric Flame Heavenly Star. It's a wide-range attack skill to come. The power is quite strong. Just then, Teng Yong's voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Chen, who had heard the words, just said with a light laugh, don't worry, don't worry. This kind of skill as a first-order 7-star Zhang Tao can only be released once even if he is more powerful. Don't underestimate my otter barrier. Good. Looking at Jiang Chen's confident look, Deng Yong put all his worries into his stomach. Then we'll arrange it so that it's up to us how we want to fight within the class. But we can't let the first class get the better of us. Good. Chapter 44. This kid is a general's talent. Can make his own class of people whole ow. Later go to the army, certainly can also lead ow good soldiers. In the stands, overlooking the two classes in the oversized ring, the principal looked at Class 8 and smiled in relief. Lu Ling, who was on the side, laughed softly at his words. I remember you were in the military before, headmaster, right? And we met in the military. Yes, back then when I was a company commander I was a 4th-order alien, and I was ordered to go inside the forest to find you guys. I didn't expect that now you're also 4th order, and you're even stronger than me, but I'm very curious why you would suddenly choose to leave Yanhuang. Lu Ling's face was instantly on one side, followed by a bitter smile as she looked at the principal and said, Uncle Wu, we agreed not to ask. Good. The principal also knew that Lu Ling had something difficult to say, so he didn't ask too many questions. Feeling the sudden chill in the atmosphere, Lu Ling suddenly asked, Headmaster, who do you feel has a better chance of winning this time, Class 8 or Class 1? At that, the principal said with a soft laugh. According to the current situation, it should be Class 8. Jiang Chen's arrangement is very reasonable, with a preliminary sense of combat, knowing how to cooperate as a team. It's up to you to see if your class will cooperate. I seem to remember that this competition is tied to subsequent resources. Hearing the principal say that his class had a good chance of winning, Lu Ling asked with a smile. The principal nodded. Before, their levels were still too low to use them, but now that they are generally over the first rank of 3 stars, it's time for the resources to be put in place. The distribution of resources is never fair, and this is even more true for martial arts candidates, who all fight on their own. The reason why the first round of the elimination tournament is arranged for 2 classes to play against each other is to look at the overall strength and assess whether or not the resources can be tilted, and the individual tournament at the back is for the individual tilting of resources. Since Class 1 doesn't take their opponents seriously, they have to pay the price. The principal's words sound cloudy, but a few words can make a difference in the future of a class. Pay attention, you can't do it with a deadly hand. And if you do it with a deadly hand that causes heavy casualties, you will be tried according to the law. The referee teacher stood in the middle of the 2 classes and said in a cold voice, and then immediately retreated from the battlefield to take out his whistle and blow it. Duh! At the sound of the whistle, everyone in Class 1 clutched their skills in their hands and rushed towards Class 8 in a swarm, seemingly haphazardly, while Zhang Tao slowly followed behind, seemingly not putting Class 8 in his eyes at all. On the contrary, on the side of the 8th class, the light and earth systems methodically walked at the front of the line, opening their respective shields. The wood and water shifters stayed together, ready to take control of a class of warriors. Like thunder and fire, these kinds of abilities were clutching skills in their hands ready to be released, and reinforcement-type abilities didn't charge up directly, but waited for the opportunity to strike. Jiang Chun was likewise standing at the back of the group, but he was constantly directing the tactics, standing tall against the arrogant Zhang Tao. The 2 classes gave the others the impression of being the difference between the regular army and the local armed forces. Just as they exchanged blows, most of the attacks thrown by Iban were blocked by light and earth. Immediately after that, the wood and water systems directly rushed out, controlling the vines to break through the ground and control the first class. Just after being controlled, the crowd wanted to break free. A few thunder and fire system exalts even ignited the vines to break free from their bonds. Who knew that just as soon as it was lit, a column of water rushed over and directly poured out the flames. At the same time, the attack from Class 8 side arrived, directly smashing over a group of controlled people. Immediately after, the enhanced class of aliens also entered the ring at this time, and before long, half of the first class was thrown out of the ring. The class teacher of the first class standing on the bleachers was going crazy, the front was completely in crisis, and Zhang Tao was still pretending at the back. Watching his classmates being blindsided and constantly dropping out of the ring, Zhang Tao also reacted at this time. Shouted hastily, "Meteoric fire and heavenly stars." Hearing this voice, Jiang Chun, who had been directing the battle, roared out, "Fight according to the original plan. I'll go meet Zhang Tao." At this moment, Zhang Tao's hands were held up towards the sky, and a fireball was coalescing in his hands, and in an instant, it was already as big as 2 or 3 basketballs. Jiang Chun quickly walked around to Zhang Tao's side and shouted, "Zhang Tao, didn't anyone teach you not to play it cool and shout the name of the skill when fighting with an alien? It's not like you have to play it cool when fighting with an alien beast." Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Zhang Tao's face changed drastically and shouted, "Jiang Chun, you're despicable, trying to sneak attack me." At that, Jiang Chun shouted, "No sneaking up on you. Let's see how good you are at surefire killing." As he spoke, the fireball in Zhang Tao's hand had already taken shape and was a full 2 meters in diameter. Zhang Tao shouted with anger on his face, "Then I'll let you have a taste of it, so you'll know that the light system can't be a match for the fire system. It would have to be in someone's hands, and coincidentally, you're not as good as me." Jiang Chun said with a faint smile, and immediately afterward, instead of instantly firing, he honestly drew an otter barrier. "Eat my fireball." As the words fell, Zhang Tao directly smashed the fireball in his hand. At this moment, Jiang Chun didn't feel fear. There was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. There was nothing more exciting than defeating a genius. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the fallout from the fireball and the otter barrier even toppled one of the girls who was close by. "This fireball of yours doesn't work. It's not as powerful as my newly developed attack skill. It seems to be your problem. How can the fire system be that weak?" As the dust and smoke cleared, Jiang Chen's windy and light voice came out, and Zhang Tao's eyes instantly widened. Jiang Chun was still smiling. His barrier was most unafraid of energy-based attacks. Scattered strikes couldn't break through the defense. He's not a forgiving person, and trash talk is certainly something to spew. Impossible, even if it's an Earth exalt of the same level, it wouldn't be easy to eat this move of mine. At those words, Jiang Chen grinned. "I'm sorry, we happen to be professionally matched for your skills. And besides, I'm not on the same level as you." As the words fell, Jiang Chen's figure instantly appeared in front of Zhang Tao's body, directly striking Zhang Tao's cheeks with a white ape 2 peach. Zhang Tao was instantly dazed by Jiang Chun, but his body still subconsciously kicked Jiang Chun, trying to pull away. Jiang Chun caught Zhang Tao's kick and tried to close in, but unexpectedly Zhang Tao threw a fireball towards Jiang Chun with his backhand. Bang! Jiang Chun instantly sent a light shield in front of him. Zhang Tao also took this time to pull away and shouted, "Jiang Chun, don't underestimate me. I've been polishing my body since I was a kid. I'm definitely stronger than you. Even if you've researched attacking skills you don't have, I'll make you use them." At that, Jiang Chun laughed, a very unrestrained laugh. Finally, someone to accompany his own experiments in ancient martial arts proficiency cannot be happy. "You don't deserve it if you can't force out my attack skills." After saying that, Jiang Chun stepped forward with a single goat top strike. Chapter 45, Killing Zhang Tao in Seconds. I'm the one who can afford to lose. Bang! Zhang Tao was directly sent flying by Jiang Chen. Even though Zhang Tao had polished his body and practiced fighting since he was a child, the current Jiang Chun was a master of ancient martial arts. Every move was a change, and it was simply not something that Zhang Tao could block. The moment Zhang Tao was still trying to stabilize his body for a counterattack, Jiang Chun violently stomped his foot and rushed forward before grabbing Zhang Tao's right hand, making a move of the 2,000-pound technique in Tai Chi directly threw Zhang Tao out, followed by jumping up and knocking Zhang Tao out of the ring with a whip kick. The whole process was smooth and flowing, with not a single superfluous movement to be seen. This kid's melee fighting ability is also too strong, right? The line of flow, I feel that I'm not this kid's opponent in terms of punching and kicking alone." The principal standing in the stands let out a cry of surprise, clearly stunned by Jiang Chen's performance. Lu Ling smiled back. There were only 4S ranks in the entire school, and only 2 of them were accounted for because of the light department itself. And since Class 1's S rank actually couldn't even block a single round in Jiang Chen's hands and didn't make it to the finals, the first place in the individual tournament could almost be said to be set. Zhang Tao, who had been kicked off the ring by Jiang Chun, was still a bit confused, and he knew that he was no match as soon as he exchanged blows with Jiang Chun. He just didn't think that he would lose in such an undignified manner, being knocked down without any power to fight back, and Jiang Chun still didn't look like he was using any power. Seeing Zhang Tao being knocked down, the morale of the first class was greatly affected, and several students were knocked out of the ring. Jiang Chen grinned and charged straight into the ring. With every attack, a student from Class 1 was knocked out of the ring. Not long after, only the crowd from Class 8 remained in the entire ring. And after counting, the 8th class was knocked down by 5 men, but the first class was over 70. At this time, Li Kuan, the king of Class 8's mouthpiece, walked out with an arrogant face and shouted, "Aren't you guys looking down on our 8th class? How come there isn't a single person from the first class on this stage?" The faces of the people in Class 1 were turning blue at this moment, their eyes averted as they avoided Class 8's taunts. "If you don't have the skills, cut the big talk. This is great, you've all gone down, not a single varsity finalist." Li Kuan is still continuing to output the entire first class at this time. Their face is red, they started the provocation first, but they are also the ones who were defeated. This face is directly hit with a slap. But Zhang Tao also slowed down at this time. Although he was arrogant, he was a person who could afford to lose. "Jiang Chen," Zhang Tao shouted, and Jiang Chen inclined his head to look, only to see Zhang Tao cupping his fists at Jiang Chen at that moment. "I'm sorry for what happened before, although I, Zhang Tao, am proud, but I'm a person who can afford to lose. It's that we're not as skillful as we are belittling you guys. But the college entrance exam, I'll definitely take it back." After saying that, Zhang Tao directly turned around and walked towards the outside of the training center. In response, Jiang Chen just raised his eyebrows slightly. Although arrogant, he was also an interesting person, at least he could afford to lose. Meanwhile, in the stands, the class teacher of the first class was going crazy, and hurriedly ran to the principal's side with an anxious face. "Headmaster, although Zhang Tao didn't enter the school tournament, he is an S-rank elemental affinity. The resources can't be distributed like this." Hearing this, the principal just glanced at the first class homeroom teacher with cold eyes and said faintly, "Previously, I said that the ranking determines the subsequent distribution of resources. There is no fairness amongst martial arts candidates. Potential is everything. Besides, what's wrong with S-ranked elemental affinity? His dad is still a 6th-order powerhouse. There is no lack of this resource in our school." But the first class teacher wanted to say more, but the principal directly waved his hand and pushed him out with his spiritual power. The first class homeroom teacher, who was pushed out, gritted his teeth and turned to leave the stands. In the ring, Jiang Chen said as he looked at the crowd with a smile on his face, "Gentlemen, the first class is settled, and our civil war in the 8th class is about to begin." As the words fell, Jiang Chen originally thought that everyone would immediately strike, but unexpectedly, the students in the team who were still low in rank all laughed and said, "We also know that we are not capable of competing for the first place position. Beating the first class to export our anger is almost enough. We go down by ourselves, not to compete." After that, most of the students jumped out of the ring themselves. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled to himself. It seemed that he had looked down on these classmates of his. They were far more united than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, there were only 6 people left in the ring, and among them were Xia Rong and Deng Yong. Jiang Chen said with a sigh, "Come on, we're going to have to let another classmate up. It's every man for himself." To my surprise, Deng Yong hastily raised his hand and said, "Just don't do it. Whoever you do it to will have to go down. The 4 of us choose for ourselves." Yes, master, we all saw what you did just now. We are no match for you." Xia Rong also nodded her head in a hurry and said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at the crowd and laughed. "You guys do it then. I'll stand around and watch." Hearing Jiang Chen's reply, everyone was relieved, and Deng Yong even looked directly at Xia Rong and said, "Xia Rong, I want to fight you one-on-one." "Me? Fighting you one-on-one?" Xia Rong unbelievably pointed at herself and asked in surprise. "Yes, I want to fight you one-on-one. After all, you only have skills. We have a better chance of beating you down." Deng Yong looked at Xia Rong with a serious face. "Oh?" Jiang Chen and Xia Rong both looked at Deng Yong with odd faces. "Master, may I?" Xia Rong suddenly looked at Jiang Chen excitedly and asked. "Yes, you can use it, but be careful with the measurements." Jiang Chen immediately understood what Xia Rong was trying to do and directly agreed. "Yeah, come on Deng Yong." As Xia Rong's words fell, Teng Yong directly drank. The vine entwines. The vines instantly burrowed out of the ground and rushed towards Xia Rong. 8 points of the wheel of light. Xia Rong drank, and in her hands, she immediately condensed a wheel of 8 points of light to charge at the vines. The vines were sliced apart the moment they came into contact with the 8-minute light wheel, and the 8-minute light will rush towards Deng Yong like this. Deng Yong's pupils shrunk, hastily wanted to dodge, but realized that he could not dodge at all. The speed of the 8 points of light wheel was too fast, and the distance between the two was too close. Just at the moment when the 8-part light wheel was about to hit Deng Yong, Xiaorong instantly appeared in front of him, and the 8-part light wheel instantly dissipated. But Karen's hands were still controlling the otter barrier. The instant the 8-point light wheel dissipated, Xiaorong also rushed to Deng Yong's face and directly toppled him out with force. Until Deng Yong was toppled down, there was only one thought left in his mind. Didn't we say it was just one skill? How come there's another one? Foul play. Bang! As the sound of Deng Yong landing came, the referee teacher immediately went up to the stage and shouted, "The elimination match between Class 8 and Class 1 melee is over, and the remaining 5 from Class 8 will move on to the individual versus match." Xiaorong bounced and ran to Jiang Chen's front smiling and asking, "How's it going, master? I can use my 8 points of light will this time, right?" "That's fine." Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at Xiaorong and said, "Although it's possible, but your current situation is that the level is too low. Obviously your family is also rich. Otherwise you couldn't have given me this pendant, but you're using too much time on skill practicing. After this mock exam is over, you have to go and dive in to raise your rank. Without the support of your rank, you'll still have trouble becoming a strong person." Good, good, good. Xiaorong nodded obediently. Chapter 46. Guaranteed Top 3. Huh? Next, the drawing of lots will begin. There are a total of 10 alien classes, but only 25 will advance, so there will be one person's turn. The principal stood on the bleachers and looked at the 25 people who had already advanced out and said solemnly, taking out a box immediately afterward, "Those whose names I read, come forward for the drawing of lots." Qin Shui. Hearing the familiar name, Jiang Chun inclined his head to look, only to see the familiar silhouette calmly walking out of the line to walk up and extract a slip of paper. Jiang Chun slightly raised his eyebrows. He felt an unusual aura on Qin Shui's body, and it was certain that Qin Shui's rank was also at the 7th star of the 1st rank. But Jiang Chun inexplicably felt that his fight with Qin Shui shouldn't be as easy as when he fought with Zhang Tao. The draw continued until the last Jiang Chun was called out. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chun, whose name had been called, stepped forward and extracted a slip of paper before standing back up. The principal then nodded and said, "You have 25 tickets in your hands with serial numbers 1 through 13, of which 2 are given to each of serial numbers 1 through 12, and those of the same serial numbers are next to play against each other, while 13 takes a turn." Upon hearing this, the crowd all glanced at the serial numbers in their hands, none of which were number 13. Only Jiang Chun looked at the principal with an odd expression in his heart. What kind of strange law is this, combined with the fact that as long as one is a traveler, then a match with a turn is sure to be one's turn, is it? "Master, master, what number are you?" "I am number 7. Xiaorong probed her head and walked over to look at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun took out his 13 and shook it and said, "It looks like I'm going to have to take a turn in the 1st round, and unsurprisingly the next round." "For what?" Xiaorong was a bit confused, but Jiang Chun didn't say much and just shook his head lightly. Just then, the principal shouted impatiently once again, "Time is running out. Hurry up and head to your own ring. Hurry up and finish the fight, so I can go home for dinner." With an order, everyone headed to their rings. Jiang Chun stood still and walked or not. His heart crossed and ran directly to the stands to cultivate his spiritual energy. "Principal, did you just manipulate the draw?" Lu Ling, who appeared out of nowhere, looked at the principal with a teasing face. At that, the principal coughed lightly and said, "No, I'm the principal. How could I possibly manipulate the draw? Fair and square." I'm not surprised that Lu Ling skimmed her mouth and said faintly, "That's enough to fool these kids. You and I are at the same 4th rank. I wouldn't be able to tell? Why should we let Jiang Chun take his turn?" With words like that, even if they were to be sophomoric, it wouldn't help. The principal could only say with a slight sigh, "You don't want to think about it. Jiang Chen's strength is on the same level as theirs. I want to look at individual performance. Let Jiang Chen go up and kill people in seconds. That's not much to look at. Zhang Tao can't even beat Jiang Chun, not to mention those kids without backgrounds." Hearing this, Lu Ling also nodded. This was indeed a problem. "Say, Jiang Chen's level has also risen too fast, right? It's all 1st order 9 stars. It seems like Jiang Chun can reach the 2nd order 5-star level by the time of the college entrance exams anymore." The principal sighed helplessly. "These children still have talent. If you enter Yan Huang, there are only a few people of the 2nd rank in the same session. He is firmly at the forefront of the light department. Really envious. After some sparring, everyone once again stood before the stands, and now there were only 13 people left in the room, and the principal once again organized a draw, and unsurprisingly, Jiang Chun once again bailed out, smoothly waiting until there were only the last 7 people left to fight against each other. Jiang Chun finally stopped bailing out because one of his buddies hadn't retained his strength and ran out of spiritual energy, automatically giving up. This time, opposite Jiang Chun was a first-order 5-star opponent, feeling the first-order 9-star aura coming from Jiang Chun's body. His face first froze, then a touch of relief flowed out. Against the odds matchmaking mechanism, I'm not playing anymore. After saying that, he jumped off the sparring table. Today's battle drew to a close with Jiang Chun not making the slightest move. Jiang Chun stared at the principal with a few words written all over his face. "You're afraid you're not teasing me? I didn't do anything. Why top 3? At this time, the audience in the stands also erupted in discussion. "I'll go. Jiang Chun is being bailed out all the way to the top 3. Shady, absolutely shady. It's definitely because the principal saw Jiang Chun's status amongst the light system adepts, so he messed up like this. Put your mother's fart, not to mention the fact that Jiang Chen's rank of 9 stars of the first order also killed Zhang Tao in seconds, and even the attack skills were not used. Even if it is shady, it is also people's ability, the same origin. How not to give you a shady, you have the ability to go to the development of the skills to try." The moment these words came out, the people who were still discussing just now instantly stopped. Jiang Chen's strength of 9 stars of the first rank itself didn't need to be bailed out. Perhaps it was simply a coincidence. When everyone said that, the principal, on the contrary, couldn't tense up and coughed lightly and droned. "Today's assessment ends here. Tomorrow the top 3 will be divided, and the 3 eliminated from the final 6 will compete for 2 to follow into the city tournament." At a command, everyone was dismissed and Xia Rong jumped up and ran over and said, "Master, I'm in the top 3 as well." At those words, Jiang Chun pulled the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything. His own top 3 came too easily and was a bit unsettling. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, the masked Zhou Ping put a knife on his opponent's neck, who immediately let go of his weapon and raised his hand. The referee teacher on the side shouted in a hurry, "The game is won by Chao Ping." Hearing this, Zhou Ping put down the dagger in his hand and said indifferently, "Who is my next opponent? Come up quickly. I'm in a hurry." The room erupted at this statement, and a boy from next door who had just gotten out of the ring walked over and said, "The rest of the fight is not over yet. If you have to fight, which I'll fight you, but let's agree beforehand, I'm light." I am not surprised that Zhou Ping did not even give him a look and said indifferently, "If you want to come up here quickly. No matter what kind of psychic ability you have, it's not very relevant to me. Finish the fight early and call it a day." Zhou Ping had said this, and the man was still not angry, but only smiled faintly. "It seems you're arrogant, but arrogance has to have the ability to be arrogant." After saying that, he directly jumped onto the ring, showing his rank of 6 stars of the first rank. Bright light technique. Just as soon as he got on the stage, this person directly threw out a bright light technique and threw it into the air, looking at Zhou Ping with a smile on his face and said, "The light system restrains the dark system. This is the unchanging truth of the exalted. Although I am lower in rank than you, I can still have a battle." And in the face of this person's words, Zhou Ping's brows hidden under his mask suddenly furrowed in curses. "You really talk a lot, Shadow Climber." As the words fell, Zhou Ping instantly transformed into a black shadow and entered the back of the other party's person with great speed. Immediately after that, a knife was instantly drilled out from among the shadows and placed on his neck and said, "I was going to take you to practice fighting, but your words are just too much and annoying." After saying that, he kicked him out. Chapter 47, Qin Shui's Powerful. First match of today's competition, Xia Rong versus Jiang Chun. With the principal's order, Jiang Chun and Xia Rong shared a dumbfounded glance at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. While the principal who announced this news was sitting on top of the stands in his old age, Jiang Chun muttered in dissatisfaction. It had to be so much of a thing, an internal school tryout, and it got into things. Just then Xia Rong poked Jiang Chun, embarrassedly smiled and looked at Jiang Chun and said, "Master, if I look at it, let's not fight. I can't beat you either. You'd better save your energy to deal with Qin Shui." Hearing this, Jiang Chun said helplessly, "I don't use skills. Let's see how good you really are at fighting." Immediately afterward, with the entire school watching, the two slowly made their way to the ring. "Master, I'm here." As soon as he got on stage, Xia Rong yelled and rushed over. Even the referee teacher was frozen because he didn't react either. Rushing to Jiang Chen's not too far away, Xia Rong jumped straight up with a violent leap, followed by a kick that flew towards Jiang Chun. Faced with Xia Rong's attack, Jiang Chun shook his head slightly, stepping forward and directly grabbing Xiaorong's ankle with one hand before dropping her to the ground. After knocking Xiaorong down, Jiang Chun didn't forget to comment on Xiaorong's performance just now. Strength is enough, but in the same level of close combat, vacating is a big no-no. There is no point of focus, as long as the other party's speed to keep up, easily can knock you down, quickly get up, and then again. Xiaorong hurriedly climbed up and reached out to punch towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smoothly grabbed Xiaorong's wrist and directly dropped Xiaorong onto the ground again with an over-the-shoulder slam. Ooh, I told you I couldn't beat it. Why did you have to make me come up here? Having been dropped twice in a row by Jiang Chun, Xiaorong directly looked at Jiang Chun with red eyes and cried. At this, Jiang Chun simply did not have eyes to see. Thought he had only taught Xiaorong skills. Lightly coughed and said lightly, "Don't cry. I'll teach you to fight this time when we get back." Good. Xiaorong's tears stopped when she said they would, and they stopped immediately, followed by standing up and jumping straight out of the ring. The ring at the same time erupted in discussion once again. 666. Salt is not even salt anymore. Jiang Chun is a genius showdown. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Even if the strong ones enter the top 3, they still have to be beaten to tears in the face of Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun seems very likely to win the championship. I really want to see Ice Goddess Qin Shui cry when she's beaten. Go Jiang Chun. For a while, no one voiced any more questions about Jiang Chun's strength, and they all commented on the fact that Xiaorong had just been beaten and cried. Jiang Chun didn't take this to heart, and only lightly glared at Qin Shui in the stands. Right at this moment, the principal's voice came slowly. Since this is the case, let's strike while the iron is hot. Qin Shui came up to fight against Jiang Chun. Here it comes, the battle for first place. If there was an opponent in the entire grade that one could keep an eye on, it would most likely be Qin Shui. Jiang Chun just looked at Qin Shui, who was walking slowly, and grinned. And Qin Shui nodded her head slightly and opened her mouth. Old classmate, you sure are surprising. Oh, Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. Why do you say that? Qin Shui, still with a face like frost, heard Jiang Chun's response and said expressionlessly, "Because your power seems to be out of my expectation at that time, although you were an S+ elemental affinity, I didn't put you in my eyes because you were light type, but now it seems as if you've opened up." Ending decades of darkness in the light department, ridding the light department of its reputation as the weakest alien, learning a powerful ancient martial art, and a rank that far exceeds that of his classmates. These things are powerful apart, but you gathered them together and placed them on top of the awakening ceremony 4 months ago. And did anyone believe you could do it? But you did it anyway. While Qin Shui was speaking, Jiang Chun had been staring at Qin Shui's eyes and saw that there was only indifference in those clear eyes, as if they were just telling a story. At this, Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, "Maybe I have a hang-up hanging over me. A hang-up that makes me so powerful." Ha! Qin Shui let out a faint laugh and said immediately afterward, "I'm only saying all this to tell you that I know you're strong and will put my best foot forward against you. But don't underestimate me, and I hope you also know that I'm strong as well, and don't take me lightly." After saying that, Qin Shui's figure flashed, and a long sword appeared in her hand at some point running towards Jiang Chun. Clank! Jiang Chun quickly coalesced an otter barrier to block Qin Shui's attack, and then immediately used his strength to jump to the edge of the ring and shouted, "Xiaorong, I know you have a weapon. Take it out and lend it to me." Oh! Hearing the call, Xiaorong hurriedly took out a long, golden sword and threw it to Jiang Chun. Qin Shui instantly condensed several ice cones and rushed towards Jiang Chun, wanting to block Jiang Chun from receiving the sword. The moment he saw the ice cone, Jiang Chun reacted extremely quickly, instantly condensing an 8-point light wheel and throwing it over. The ice cone was cut off by the 8-point light wheel and lost its power, and Jiang Chun just managed to catch the longsword. But Qin Shui's attack also arrived at this time, a sword stabbing Jiang Chun's throat. Jiang Chun danced a sword flower to directly block Qin Shui's attack, followed by a sword stab to Qin Shui's armpit. Clank! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Qin Shui did not know when a sword of the same style appeared in her left hand to block Jiang Chun's attack. With the help of this opening, Jiang Chun retreated violently. His eyes narrowed slightly at Qin Shui as he directly used his two-handed sword fencing. Crouching step with pressure, followed by an uppercut teasing pick attack. And the dual swords in Qin Shui's hands seemed like they had eyes. The left-hand sword quickly blocked Jiang Chun's attack, and the right-hand sword stabbed at Jiang Chun's chest. Seeing this, Jiang Chun immediately drew his sword back to defense. Swinging the long sword in his hand, and in a split second, he and Qin Shui went head-to-head for several rounds with each other. After a minute, the two still hadn't distinguished a winner. Jiang Chun took advantage of Qin Shui's block to immediately withdraw after violently stabbing out a sword. "Student Qin, your Guing sword technique. Is your sword attainment very high?" Jiang Chun shouted with his eyes dead set on Qin Shui. Smiling, Qin Shui said indifferently, "Student Jiang isn't bad either, just a bit more mixed up in his studies. He has both Dharma sword technique and Taiji sword, and actually has the Mantis sword." At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart set off waves of shock. The fight with Qin Shui just now was brief, but could see too many problems. Guing sword technique Jiang Chun naturally also know is no double sword, but Jiang Chun knows that if he uses Guing sword technique and Qin Shui against his own will only lose faster. But also thanks to Jiang Chen, now Jiang Chen's body is all the ancient martial arts combined together only did not lose. Jiang Chen's Guing sword technique was system infused, but Qin Shui's Guing sword technique was more than twice as good as Jiang Chen's, and that spoke volumes. "You can't win or lose with a sword, our kung fu is pretty much the same, should we try fists and kicks?" Jiang Chun raised the idea with Qin Shui after deep thought. In response, Qin Shui froze, her eyebrows slightly raised as she looked at Jiang Chun and asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." At this moment, Jiang Chun was extremely certain. Chapter 48 Qin Shui who shocked Jiang Chun. Bang! With a loud bang, Jiang Chun was sent flying to the edge of the ring by Qin Shui's kick, almost falling off. The pain coming from Jiang Chen's two crossed arms made Jiang Chen grimace. "No, sister, aren't you a bit over the top? The power of this punch, in the old days, even those boxing champions would have to kneel if they took a punch." Hearing this, Qin Shui just said with an expressionless face, "Cut the crap. I didn't want to take advantage of you, but you can't blame me for taking the initiative." In just a moment ago, the two of them had directly thrown punches at each other after putting down their respective weapons, and unexpectedly, Jiang Chun hadn't even lasted a single punch. Feeling Qin Shui's power, Jiang Chun exhaled and posed with a wild horse parting his mane shouting, "Come on." As the words fell, Qin Shui's figure instantly disappeared in place and swept towards Jiang Chun with a whip kick. Taiji strength surged in Jiang Chen's hands, grabbing Qin Shui's ankle and bringing it along. Qin Shui's legs slashed downward in a smooth manner. In the face of this spiritual strike, Jiang Chun retreated and dodged, followed by grabbing Qin Shui's waist and violently flinging it. Qin Shui was immediately thrown out. Jiang Chun gained momentum and moved to stop the pounding directly hitting Qin Shui's abdomen. Bang! Qin Shui, who was smashed, was instantly sent flying like a kite with broken strings. "Taiji? Student Jiang Chun, you're learning a bit of a mixed bag, earlier sparring with Wing Chun and level 8, and now Taiji as well." The fallen Qin Shui looked at Jiang Chun with interest after she climbed up. Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed a smile. Their biggest feature is that they will be more, perhaps hard to fight will suffer losses, but our advantage is flexible and changeable. So many ancient martial arts will always find a way to restrain you. Student Qin, keep it coming. There's a lot more I can do, but it's just not convenient to show them all right now. Humph, oily mouth. Qin Shui droned out, instantly charging towards Jiang Chun once again. Cold ice sword rain. As he rushed and used the skill, countless ice cones were condensed and rushed towards Jiang Chun. In the time of seeing the diversity of martial arts mastered by Jiang Chun, Qin Shui knew that he could not physically fight with Jiang Chen again. 1,000 changes, who knows if he will not be able to make a whole point out of what is wrong. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyebrows jumped. This was a sudden shift in strategy. Immediately, he hastily coalesced an otter barrier in front of his body, and while holding up the otter barrier with his left hand, he didn't forget to kill Qin Shui with his right hand as it flew out an 8-pointed wheel of light towards him. Qin Shui took out her long sword and smashed through the 8-point light wheel, and the sword rain also hit the otter barrier at this time. Clank, clank, clank. An intensive sound of gold and iron striking resounded, and the otter barrier in Jiang Chen's hand was about to break. Jiang Chen's entire body had a burst of spiritual energy, and a steady stream of light elements surged towards the otter barrier. The otter barrier that had been replenished by the light element was instantly replenished and was just as intact as it had been before. Seeing this, Qin Shui couldn't help but blanch. She had only cast the skill twice. She didn't expect Jiang Chun to block it effortlessly. Right at this moment, Qin Shui's pale face was noticed by Jiang Chun, who hemmed and hawed as his right hand began to accumulate the 8 points light wheel. The original 8-minute light wheel, which was only 20 centimeters in diameter, began to grow larger and larger. Qin Shui also noticed the abnormality in Jiang Chen's hand, and with a heartbeat, the long sword in her hand erupted with a cold aura. Cold ice sword rain. In an instant, the rain of cold and ice swords rushed towards Jiang Chun once again. But this time the rain of swords was no longer tiny ice cones. Instead, it truly condensed a long sword, said it was a rain of swords, but there was only one sword. The principal in the stands couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not bad. Knowing that Jiang Chen's defense is strong, gather the power of the cold ice sword rain to condense a long sword, and try to see if you can break Jiang Chen's defense with the strongest attack. Lu Ling, who was standing on the side, frowned. Why are both of these two storing up their strength? Wouldn't attacking the other at this point in time lead to victory? Who knew that the principal laughed out loud and explained. Lu Ling, I said before that you don't have enough experience in actual combat, and you still don't believe me when I tell you to go to actual combat more often. Jiang Chen's stored power and Qin Shui's stored power are both able to interrupt a direct attack. But what's different is that Qin Shui consumes a higher amount of spiritual power than Jiang Chen, and don't forget that unless it's in the snowy plains or in the winter, otherwise, as a light type, Jiang Chen has a home field advantage during the daytime, wherever he is. And my old comrades are still in the army now. I can hear insider information. They are also learning this skill. The biggest feature of this skill is that it consumes less spiritual energy, but because the light element is compressed, the attack power is not bad at all. The hard part is that it is difficult to control. But Jiang Chen is the developer of the skill. The problem of difficult control is not a matter here with Jiang Chen. The light wheel in Jiang Chen's hand is still getting bigger. If Qin Shui doesn't attack, then she won't have a chance. Ha! It was only then that Lu Ling reacted. But the battle had also ended too hastily. How it was suddenly going to end. Seemingly seeing Lu Ling's doubts, the principal said quietly. The reason why they gave up close combat was because they were equal and no one could take advantage. That's why, see, I prepared the light attribute weapons ahead of time. Jiang Chen will surely like them. Unexpectedly, Lu Ling was looking at the principal with an odd face and asked, Uncle, are you talking about the second-rank weapons that are piled up inside the warehouse? That was made when the refiner just appeared, right? But because it's useless, all of them are piled up inside the warehouse. At these words, the principal's old face instantly turned red, muttering, I don't have no choice. Now because of the rise of the light system weapons all of a sudden have a huge gap. The price is ridiculously high. It's not necessary to use it for nothing. Lu Ling rolled her eyes and didn't say much, shifting her gaze to the ring below. Student Qin Shui, aren't you going to do it yet? As Jiang Chen asked in a manner, Qin Shui instantly couldn't hold back, and the long cold sword that had coalesced to the forefront stabbed towards Jiang Chen's outer barrier. Jiang Chen was startled and hurriedly topped it off with the AOD barrier, but he just didn't expect the AOD barrier to chafe just as soon as it came into contact with the long icy sword. My God! Your sword is going against the heavens. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to stabilize the outer barrier. But the attack power of this cold ice longsword was too powerful for the outer barrier to carry. Eat my 8 points of the light wheel. In his haste, Jiang Chen's heart crossed, and he directly threw out the 8 points light wheel, which had been storing up its power for a long time. As soon as the 8-pointed light wheel and the long sword came into contact, both of them instantly erupted into an extremely powerful attack, neither of them allowing anyone to get the better of the other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Chen hurriedly stepped back and protected himself with the outer barrier so that he wouldn't be affected by the collision of the two. Clank! Right at this moment, the 8-pointed light wheel that had been storing power for a long time to ride on 80% of Jiang Chen's spiritual power directly passed through the center of the cold ice longsword, cutting the cold ice longsword directly into 2 halves. But the moment it passed through the cold ice longsword, the 8-pointed wheel of light was also left at half its size. My goodness, it seems that my reliance on the system is too high. I actually underestimated the people of this world. This 8-point light wheel that hitched 80% of my spiritual energy actually shattered after drying. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel some emotion, but his heart was also instantly alert. A Qin Shui will later this kind of intensity. If you do not make changes, then sooner or later you cannot beat others and be trampled on by others. Just then, Qin Shui kneeled down on one knee and looked at Jiang Chen somewhat helplessly. I lost. After saying that, he used his long sword as a crutch and walked out of the ring. Only then did the referee's teacher retract his shocked and nearly dropped jaw to announce, first place, Jiang Chen. Chapter 49 failed to break through the second stage bottleneck. Could it be that there's something wrong with my foundation? In the middle of the principal's office, Jiang Chen stood in front of the principal's desk quietly watching the principal perform. Jiang Chen, I wasn't wrong about you. Your fighting ability is indeed very strong. You became the first place without any damage, Look, I've already prepared a second-rank weapon for you to reward you. The principal looked at Jiang Chun with a smile and went to take out a stylized ancient-style Han sword and handed it to Jiang Chun as he spoke. Jiang Chun asked with an odd expression on his face as he reached out and took the Han sword before looking at the principal with an odd expression on his face. Headmaster, you were the one who secretly manipulated me about my turn in the first 2 innings, weren't you? At these words, the principal instantly jumped straight up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and shouted, Jiang Chun, don't think that just because you're the school's #1 in this mock exam, you can slander the principal. The principal is definitely practicing fairness and impartiality, so how could he intentionally try to control your matches? At this, Jiang Chun skimmed his lips and said, come on, principal, you're as close to writing, I just rigged the game on your face as you are to fooling anyone else, not me. Twice in a row, I felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy when I drew the lot, and there was only one lot in it. Who would believe it if there wasn't something fishy about it? Jiang Chen's words had been said to this extent. The principal could only look at Jiang Chun in a serious manner to explain. Jiang Chun, you have to understand that your grade and your classmates then aren't on the same level. If you were put up at the beginning, then the school wouldn't be able to see how your classmates are doing. There are a lot of things that the principal has to consider. Come on, principal, let's just leave it at that. You had good intentions anyway. But one thing, next time don't do it. My reputation almost ruined it for me. Jiang Chun couldn't help but cover his head when he said this. If it wasn't for his own strength proving itself in the end, then his future reputation would stink. Looking at Jiang Chen's helpless face, the principal gave a sarcastic laugh, and seeing this, Jiang Chun also took the Han sword and left the office. Walking out of the office, Xia Rong chirped and jumped up to ask, Master, what did the principal say to you? At that, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and asked rhetorically, what does this have to do with you? Why don't you hurry up and go back to cultivate? Our school alone has 2 first-order 7 stars, the same as the S-rank elemental affinity. You're 2 stars behind others. Know that. Who knew that? Xia Rong instantly lowered her head and muttered, I got 3rd place, ugh, not even a word of praise, and why am I slow to level up? It's not because the skills you developed are too difficult. Blame me. It's nice to have something to use. You actually dislike my skills for being difficult. Jiang Chen's eyes glared deathly at Xia Rong. Xia Rong spat out her tongue and hurriedly turned toward the stairs. Looking at Xia Rong's departing back, Jiang Chun said faintly with the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, not a bad job. In the dark environment, Jiang Chun was currently sitting on the bed, surrounded by spiritual energy that was like mist. Boom! The spiritual energy surrounding Jiang Chen's body instantly dispersed, and Jiang Chun instantly opened his eyes and lay down on the bed and shouted, Spiritual power device, quickly shut down. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the spiritual power gathering device that was constantly running stopped. Jiang Chun took a deep breath after glancing at what was left of the spiritual energy gathering device's energy reserves on the side. He cultivated himself so quickly, besides the system at the beginning that gave him the medicinal liquid and the fact that he was an S+ elemental affinity, the one who deserves the most credit is the spiritual power gathering device that Yixing had gotten. While he himself had reached the outer first rank 9 stars half a month ago, the problem now was that he couldn't feel the rank loosening up. In other words, it could be called a bottleneck. After thinking about it, Jiang Chun was still prepared to give Yixing a call. After all, in terms of rank alone, Yixing was the strongest light system in the world right now. Hello? Is it Jiang Chun? What's the matter? The phone was connected. Yixing's tone of voice, China with a little tired, but still tried to adjust their state of enthusiasm toward the phone, shouted. Jiang Chun also heard the tiredness in Yixing's tone and asked after some thought, have you been leading the army in practicing the 8-pointed wheel of light lately? Yeah, you don't say. This octagonal light wheel of yours is really hard. Much harder than the otter barrier. I can't even learn it a little bit. Yixing said with some grumbling, but what Jiang Chun clearly heard in it was the meaning of happiness. For Yixing, the matter of revitalizing the light department had become an obsession, and now that she saw that the light department had attack and defense skills, she was the one who was the happiest. Jiang Chun naturally understood and laughed lightly to get to the point. By the way, I'm calling you this time to ask about grades. And as you know, high school teachers only talk about what's in the books, and they don't know the real stuff. As Jiang Chun finished speaking, Yixing immediately said with 1,000 clouds of bravado, you say this, no problem, tell me your problem. Ask me. You are asking the right person. 27-year-old 6th-order light system psychic has not seen. Among the light system psychics in the whole of Daxia, my rank is the highest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded seriously, then spoke out his situation. Yixing on the other end of the phone nodded and asked, I see. What you mean is that you can't touch the threshold of the 2nd-order breaking stage. Isn't it one because you cultivated too fast, leading to unstable roots? Is that what you mean? Jiang Chun responded in a hurry. Yes, that's the reason, after all. I've only been awakened for 4 months and I'm at the first rank of 9 stars. I've inquired around and it seems like I'm a one-of-a-kind existence in the province. You're quite imaginative, we're a shifter and not a fairy cultivator. Even the unstable foundation is involved. It's really a white lie. Yixing laughed out at once, but quickly recovered and explained seriously. As I said to you before, the 5th rank of an alien is a threshold. Those who can cross it do so in one go. But those who can't cross it for the rest of their lives. Prior to the 5th order, elemental type aberrations rely purely on elemental affinity. The higher the affinity, the faster they can cultivate. Now the latter issue is irrelevant to you, let's talk about yours first. Actually, entering a bottleneck is a normal thing. No one can go all the way without any obstacles, and it's normal for you to cultivate fast. Your elemental affinity has reached the rank of S+. Plus you have the latest spirit power gathering machine developed by Yan Huang. Of course you cultivate fast. Even theoretically, as long as your body is able to withstand spiritual energy, you can even directly become a 4th stage, 9-star empath. And you're now, no problem, just touching the ceiling, using water as an analogy. Imagine at your 1st rank, your spiritual energy is like a teacup of water, but at the 2nd rank, you have a small basin of water, at the 3rd rank, it's a medium basin, at the 4th rank, it's a large basin, and at the 5th rank, forget about it, you're still at a low rank, and you know that there's nothing at the 5th rank either. In a nutshell, your problem now is to hold up the teacup to the size of a small basin to store your psychic energy. The phone hung up, and Jiang Chun nodded plausibly, feeling that his knowledge had increased again. But it was certain that it had nothing to do with one's own roots, and that one cultivated fast because one was bullish and had no side effects. Chapter 50 Identity of Xiaorong and Qin Shui. You must remember, this time to go to the city to compete must give us back a ranking. Cannot lose to the 1st middle school, the 3rd middle school, the 4th middle school people. Among the 5 of you, one of them to get the top 3 can be. At the entrance of the 2nd middle school in Tiannan City, the principal was looking at the 5 people in front of him with 1,000 clouds of bravado and exhortation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun lightly raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Principal, are you asking for that little? I originally thought you would want us to just wrap it up, but I didn't realize it would just be the top 3. For Jiang Chun, if he wanted to get the spectrum light himself, then getting 1st place was something that had to be done, and he didn't have the slightest bit of a way back. That's why this fight was a confident one for him from the start." Hearing Jiang Chun say this, the principal laughed out loud. "Of course, if you guys can just wrap it up, I'll directly give each of you a set of 3rd order equipment, the kind with armor, everything from armor to weapons." Just as he finished speaking, the principal's expression froze and he hastily added, "I'm talking about giving packages to those who make the top 3, but of course if the 5 of you can just wrap up the top 5, that's fine too. A gentleman's word is his bond, and it is so happily decided." Jiang Chun hurriedly finalized this matter. Qin Shui rolled her eyes as she looked at the two. She who could catch up with Jiang Chun on top of her cultivation was not lacking in this. The 3 of them, Xiaorong, who were looking at the principal with a face full of emptiness, said that they were participating in the municipal competition, but in their hearts they knew better than anyone else that apart from Jiang Chun and Qin Shui, they were actually just here to make up the numbers. There were a total of 4 high schools in Tiannan City, and with only 3 out of 20 chosen to enter the provincial level, they were naturally not qualified. But Jiang Chen's mind was alive, from the time he became an alter ego until now, except for a light 2nd order longsword given to him by the principal yesterday. He never said to get any weaponry, as he had always relied on his skillful octagonal light wheel to fight. But he knew that these weaponry must be expensive, and if they were 3rd order weapons, it was normal for a set to cost $1 million. Can white whoring absolutely do not own out? Immediately after that, he looked at Xiaorong and laughed evilly twice and said, "Good disciple, do you want to learn the advanced play of the octagonal light wheel, the kind I play with, the kind where you can control the actions of the octagonal light wheel after it has been disengaged?" Hearing the words, Xiaorong bright eyes hastily nodded, but immediately afterwards said with some hesitation, "Master, as much as I would like to learn new uses of the 8-part light wheel, it seems that I haven't practiced even the basic uses too proficiently." I was surprised when Jiang Chun grinned and said, "It's nothing, it's just by establishing a psychic link. It's not that hard. I'll teach you later." "Oh," Sharon nodded. Jiang Chun looked at Xiaorong and scratched his head vigorously. This person was simply 2 people after worshipping the master and before worshipping the master, and he was too well behaved after worshipping the master. Looking back, today's lead teacher hadn't come yet, and turning back, he saw Qin Shui, who was standing next to him with an indifferent face. Jiang Chun, who suddenly remembered being blasted and hammered in yesterday's sparring match, hopped up and jumped next to Qin Shui, gently poking her and asking, "Classmate Qin, I noticed when you fought me yesterday, your power is very great. It's reasonable to say that my level is higher than yours, but my power can't compare to yours. Is there some kind of doorway here?" Qin Shui turned back and gave Jiang Chun an expressionless look, faintly spitting out a few words. "I don't like people getting too close to me. Can you please stay away?" Hearing that, Jiang Chun hastily took a step back and said, "Is it okay?" Qin Shui shook her head, and Jiang Chun took 2 more steps back. Seeing this, Qin Shui lowered her head and continued to look at her cell phone. Seeing that Qin Shui didn't answer his question, Jiang Chun sneaked up again and realized that Qin Shui was looking at something, which was all about what foreign beasts had been found in what places, and whoever had made another breakthrough and so on. "What is this thing?" After looking at it for half a day, Jiang Chun couldn't help but ask. Seeing Jiang Chun come up again, Qin Shui rolled her eyes and explained, "This is the alien community. Only after becoming a 5th-order alien will you be invited into this app. You're not qualified enough right now." At those words, Jiang Chun froze, pointing at her with some confusion. "Then why didn't I get in even though I'm at the first rank of 9 stars? How did you get in as a first rank of 7 stars? Your rank is even lower than mine. Ugh. It's not like I'm using my own account." Qin Shui rolled her eyes and didn't say anything more. "Master, do you want to go in? If you do, I'll ask my dad and I to get his account number over here." Xia Rong suddenly jumped out, looking at Jiang Chun with an attentive face. And Jiang Chun looked back at Xia Rong tentatively and asked, I've never asked for guidance. What kind of god is your father? You even have a necklace created from the sacred light stone king's marrow as raw material." As the words fell, before Xia Rong could speak, Qin Shui said faintly, "If I'm not mistaken, your father should be the newly promoted vice commander of Jinling City, Xiaobin, right? If you're not staying in Jinling, what are you doing here in our Tiannan? Crap, the military big shot's daughter. What kind of dog blood Mary Sue literature is this?" Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but spit. Xia Rong's expression changed, from having been a meek little sheep instantly turning into having been a majestic, tigress? "Yes, a tigress. How do I do things? What does it have to do with you? This place itself is where my Xia family's ancestral home is. It's justifiable even if I'm here. It's just that I don't want to be in Jinling. On the contrary, you, as the Qin family's daughter of a great family in Shu, didn't you also appear here? Compared to me, your arrival here is rather a bit more abrupt, isn't it?" Hearing Xia Rong's questioning, Qin Shui said with a cold snort, "Whatever. Humph. I don't care about you then." Xia Rong replied back, and both of them simultaneously tilted their heads to the side, ignoring each other. Jiang Chun, who was standing on the side, had long since been messed up alone in the wind. Anyone who hits a random person is a big family, and any random apprentice is the daughter of a big shot in the military. Looking at the two of them, Jiang Chun still asked with an undying nod to Qin Shui's shoulder, "That, Qin-san, just tell me why your power is so great." "No comment, it's confidential." Qin Shui coldly put down a sentence and even pushed Jiang Chun. "What a secret. More strength is a secret." Jiang Chun, who was pushed, muttered in dissatisfaction. Just then, a familiar voice came. "Hello, everyone. I'm your lead teacher. You should all know me, right?" Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Chun turned around and saw that his homeroom teacher, Lu Ling, had stood there at some point. Chapter 51 Body Training Technique. "What's the matter? Got a problem with me leading the team?" Looking at Jiang Chun and Xia Rong, who were frozen in place, Lu Ling asked with a light laugh. Hearing that, Jiang Chun hurriedly said with a sarcastic smile, "How can this is not to see you are usually very busy. This time to come to us to lead the team is very big use of it." At that, Willowbell smiled back. "Since there is no opinion, then quickly get on the car. We have to rush to the official stadium for the match. Today's match schedule is very tight. A total of 20 people have to play the top 5 today. That is to say, they have to play 2 sets, and this is not the same as in school. The opponent is as low as 5 stars of the first rank." At the word of command, several people quickly climbed into the car. Jiang Chun chose one of the last seats, and although there were only 6 of them, the school had generously chartered an entire bus. The rest of the people also sat down quickly. Xia Rong still wanted to sit next to Jiang Chun, but Lu Ling pulled her, so she just found a random seat. Afterward, the vehicle started, and Lu Ling sat directly next to Jiang Chun. Sensing that someone was sitting next to him, Jiang Chun opened his closed eyes and glanced at them, not saying a word after realizing that it was Lu Ling, and subconsciously moved inside. Move what? Afraid I'll eat you. Just as Jiang Chun moved, Lu Ling suddenly shouted. At those words, Jiang Chun opened his eyes and laughed in embarrassment. All came from student days. It's normal for students to be afraid of their teachers, right? It's not like you don't know that. Lu Ling rolled her eyes, not dwelling on the issue, but instead backhanded a book from inside her space ring and handed it to Jiang Chun. I heard that you were curious as to why Qin Shui was so much more powerful than you, and the answer lies within. Ha! Jiang Chun cried out in confusion. Lu Ling slapped Jiang Chen's head and cursed. What are you doing, staggering? I'll beat you up later. Jiang Chun, who had been slapped, immediately lowered his head and flipped through the book in his hands twice. The contents of the book were all copied on by hand, and there were also patterns depicting some of the actions, which were also drawn on until after reading it, Jiang Chun came to a shocking conclusion. The book in one's hand was copied by hand, and it was still similar to the body training techniques in novels, in which every move was a method of exercising the body. Jiang Chun inclined his head and looked at his homeroom teacher, Lu Ling. This gong method, Jiang Chun was pretty sure that other people didn't have it, but why would Lu Ling have it and be willing to give it to himself? Sensei, this thing, can I use it? After hesitating for a long while, Jiang Chun still asked this question. At that, Willowbell explained with a soft laugh. This technique belongs to the family I come from. You can practice it, but you can't pass it on to anyone else. Aren't you curious as to why your strength is not comparable to Qin Shui's? This is the answer. Qin Shui came from the Qin family in Shu Di and practiced body training techniques since she was a child, so her body strength is not on the same level as yours. But this kind of technique is only found in a few big families. This technique I'm giving you is from our family. You can practice it, but no one else can practice it or else they will die and be hunted down and killed. Hearing Lu Ling's relaxed words, Jiang Chun suddenly said with wide eyes, what do you mean, others cannot practice, I can practice. The Lu family's killers cannot kill me, I do not have an immortal body, the life of the horse building is also a life, Unexpectedly, Lu Ling glanced blankly at the weird Jiang Chun and said indifferently, if you don't want it, forget it, give it back. Saying that, he even reached out to take the gongfu in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chun dodged to avoid a hefty laugh. Where is the reason to take out something to take back? The big deal is that I secretly practice. When my strength reaches the 7th or 8th order alien, I will expose it, and the killers won't dare to hit me. Boring. Lu Ling explained with a blank look at Jiang Chun. Other people can't practice because they can't stop the Lu family's pursuit, but you're different, you're a pilot of the light system, the Lu family doesn't dare to pursue you. Pursuing you is equal to being an enemy of the light system. You have to know that the military's admiral has the existence of the light system, and the Lu family's even more powerful can't be compared to the state machine. If you touch it, you'll be dead. After hearing Lu Ling's explanation, Jiang Chun realized that it seemed like his identity had given him unimagined convenience. According to the statement, as long as one did not commit treason, one would hardly have to worry about being killed within the Great Xia. Thank you, Sensei. But I still don't understand why you gave me this technique. Jiang Chun thanked Lu Ling, but at the same time asked about his doubts. But Lu Ling didn't tell Jiang Chun the answer directly, but said with a light laugh, I'll tell you when you break through the 6th ranked alien. Right now it's useless even if I tell you. After saying that, Lu Ling stood up and walked to the frontmost seat of the vehicle, leaving Jiang Chun sitting in place alone. Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice rang out. Willowbell gave you the Willow family's body training technique. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chun slightly raised his head, only to see Qin Shui standing in front of him at an unknown time. Seeing that Jiang Chun didn't reply, Qin Shui said coldly, I look forward to competing with you in the high school exams, so don't dishonor this technique. When he finished, he sat back down. Jiang Chun scratched his head, feeling so messy, and at the same time had a feeling of wanting to establish his own power. After all, in this era of psychic powers, not having one's own forces was like being rootless. Being alone in the world would obviously make you very passive. Ding, open the second main mission, complete establishment of their own forces. In this world will have a back that can be relied on. Now release the mission, establish their own forces, need to have a complete system, and the number of not less than 10 people, need to have at least the 8th order of the alien sit in the town, and the organization members of the host's loyalty to the host at least to reach 80 out of 100 points, and the influence should resonate all over the world. The mission has unlimited time. The mission reward? Light system's super strong attack stance. Spark legend. The sudden sound of the mechanical voice made Jiang Chun almost black out. This system could really mess things up. Not the system, isn't this a bit high of a requirement for you, to have an 8th order alien to sit in order to complete the mission? I have to do this mission for a monkey's life. Jiang Chun shouted in his head in dissatisfaction. This was too much to ask for. Even if the quest reward was a super strong light-based stance like the Spark Legend, it would take too much time to mess around like this. Unexpectedly, this time the system was extraordinarily good at talking, and immediately responded to Jiang Chun. The host mainly feels that this mission is very unreasonable and has absolutely no idea of establishing his own forces. The system can mark the mission as a refusal to carry out the mission, a warm reminder that all mission rewards will only appear once. If you miss it, there is nothing. Please ask the host what he thinks now. The words fell. Jiang Chen's corner of the eye twitched. Where is this for their own choice? Spark Legend, the strongest light skills. This is really crazy if you do not want. Agree to take the task. Ding. The host accepts the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. The mechanical sounds sounded again, still so cold and unfeeling, like Jiang Chen's cold heart. Chapter 52. The preliminary battle of the municipal competition. Wow, this competition field is so big. It's only twice as big as our schools. Just as soon as they got off the bus, Wu Yong and Fei Mu, who had also come as lineouts, let out sounds of admiration. Willowbell laughed softly and stepped forward. Don't look like you haven't seen the world. Our Tianan city is only a third-tier city. A match of this scale is quite normal. When you guys go to a first-tier city, you'll know. To be able to go as far as a municipal tournament, you guys should be able to get into a top 10 school. At those words, Jiang Chun let out a cheap laugh and looked at Lu Ling in a manner. Do you still need to take the test for the Big Ten? I didn't know that. The ones I was invited directly into are still professors. As soon as these words came out, aside from Qin Shui, the few people present instantly looked at Jiang Chun with a sly grudge. Deceitful, so deceitful. I want to beat you up. Wu Yong looked at Jiang Chun and gritted his teeth. Fei Mu said with similarly clenched teeth. This kind of thing you don't say. Even if you don't, just know it yourself. Why do you want to say it to me? Let me envy. Seeing this, Jiang Chun grinned and said very patronizingly, how about you guys do it? I'll try it with you guys. Try it. At these words, the eyes of the two instantly cleared, looking at Jiang Chun with a sarcastic smile and twisting their heads to say in unison, can't beat it. Seeing this, Willowbell rolled her eyes and pulled out her cell phone to look at it. The matches are all disrupted for sparring. Wait, Jiang Chun is in ring number 2. Wu Yong is in ring number 4. Qin Shui is in ring number 7. Xiaorong is in ring number 3. And Fei Mao is in ring number 10. Memorize your own rings. Yes. The crowd agreed in unison, and then they walked into the training hall. As soon as they entered the training hall, 2 soldiers in combat uniforms were standing guard at the entrance and saw the crowd enter and said aloud, municipal mock exams are being conducted here. The function of the training hall has been closed. Please come on another day. If you are a reference candidate as well as a lead teacher, please show your IDs as well as documents with the school's official seal. Willowbell lightly took out a folder and handed it over. One of the soldiers took the folder and then checked it to make sure it was correct before opening the door. Immediately after that, Lu Lin led the crowd into the training hall. The training halls were all closed at this time of day, leaving only the 10 sparring rings in the very center. Excuse me, are you reference candidates for tenant number 2 middle school? At that moment, a staff member with an elegant face and wearing overalls walked over and asked. Hearing this, Lu Ling hurriedly nodded her head in response. We are the reference candidates of tenant number 2 middle school. All of us have already arrived. May I ask when the examination will begin? The staff member lifted his watch and looked at it with a smile. It's 8:30 now. The first 20 into 10 will start at 9 o'clock sharp. The leader will lecture later. When the leader says start, everyone can start when they find their sparring ring. Okay, we understand. Lu Ling smiled and nodded as the staff turned to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Chun thought for a moment and said, Teacher, since it's still early, let me first teach Xiaorong the method of controlling the 8-minute light wheel, adding a point of hope. Lu Ling asked with a frown. Just half an hour left. Is it too late? It's fine. Jiang Chun waved his hand and said, in fact, it is not difficult before not teaching just because Xiaorong is not skilled enough. Now if you should barely be able to, although it cannot be done like an arm, but as a strange move long out of surprise is still no problem. Good. Be fast and leave Xiaorong a little time to digest. Lu Ling nodded in agreement. After getting Lu Ling's consent, Jiang Chun hurriedly walked over to Xiaorong's side and said, there's not much time left, so I'll give you the highlights briefly, and remember, don't use it at first unless you can't beat it. After the 8-point light wheel is out of the hand, to continue to control it you have to establish a psychic link, and the main way to do that is 20 minutes later. Xia Rong's eyes went from confusion to surprise and finally a look of realization. Do you hear me? Jiang Chun looked at Xia Rong, who had a face of dawning realization, and asked with an odd expression. Sharon said with a nod. I hear you, but if you're not too skilled, you might not be able to do it as flexibly as you do. At that, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and cursed. What do you think? After thinking about it for half a day and talking nonsense, you have just learned it. If you can reach my level just after learning it, wouldn't I have practiced for nothing? Remember, this is just to let you have a winning strange move, not to let you fight directly with this. Hey, that's all I'm saying. Xia Rong snapped and laughed twice. I know you saved your strength when you fought me yesterday. You must know how to fight or you wouldn't be carrying a 4th-rank longsword with you. Don't save your strength today. I want you to become at least one of the top 3, and when you become one of the top 3, I'll teach you how to boost your power by storing up your strength with the 8-pointed wheel of light, and if you don't become one of the top 3, then I'm not going to teach you anymore. Putting down a sentence, Jiang Chun turned around and walked over to Lu Ling's side and nodded. Understanding Jiang Chun's meaning, Lu Ling similarly nodded. Hello students and teachers. I am the director of the Tenant City Education Department. My name is Yu Chang. Some students should recognize me. Suddenly, a voice came out from amongst the speakers, and the crowd looked up, only to see a middle-aged man with a big belly standing in ring number 1 at an unknown time. Everyone has gathered here to fight in order to determine the 4 students who will represent our Tiannan city to travel to Jinling for the provincial league of this province's exams. Hearing Yu Chang speak, Jiang Chun skimmed his mouth and said, a net of unnutritious words and not a single actual thing to show for it. Unexpectedly, as soon as this statement was made, Lu Ling gave a light laugh and explained. Who said it is not practical? And you say an insider. This provincial examination, in fact, decided the distribution of resources. The school within the school decided the school to your allocation of resources. The same way the municipal level decided to the school, the provincial level decided to the city. Although now is the era of the alien, but the resources are always limited. Now is not the same as the old society to focus on fairness, want resources, then you have to rob. Only constant competition can promote the progress of the alien, in order to let the human beings have been living and dying. After Lu Ling finished speaking, the corner of her mouth kept hanging a smile. Jiang Chun nodded seriously and said, I know. At a time when everyone had mastered transcendent powers, maintaining order was not easy, resources were meant to be earned by fighting, and for the first time, Jiang Chun felt a heavy responsibility carried on his shoulders. The winners and losers of his own 5 people were simultaneously tied to the resources of the entire school. Just then, Yu Cheng's speech ended at this point, shouting out after finishing all his words. I announced that the first mock exam of the current school year in Jiangnan Province, the municipal joint exam, will now begin. Please refer to the students to quickly find their rings, at 9 o'clock sharp, on time. At a command, the entire training ground among them moved, the students who referenced, the teachers who led the teams, and the staff who did the refereeing. Chapter 53. I'll go all out. I hope you won't underestimate me either. With Yu Cheng's order, Jiang Chun headed directly to the second ring he was in. As soon as he got into the ring, a 5 feet 9 inches tall, sunny and handsome-looking boy walked up across the room. After seeing Jiang Chun, the boy's original sunny smile instantly froze, and he said with a somewhat downcast look, Mr. Jiang Chun, I didn't expect my opponent to be you. Hearing this, Jiang Chun frowned slightly, carefully recalling his thoughts and determining that he didn't recognize this person, frowning and asking with some doubt. What do you mean by that? Do you know me? It's me. I went to the lecture during your lecture at that time, and you personally instructed me on the AOT barrier. It's by relying on the AOT barrier that I was able to stand out amongst the alters in the first high school. Just after the words were said, the boy's smile suddenly stagnated somewhat disappointedly. You must not remember me, after all. There were so many people you instructed at the time, and I was only one of them. Hearing him finish, Jiang Chun then realized, it seemed that this person was a light alien and had attended his lecture before. I'm sorry about that. There were thousands of people I instructed at the time. I really don't remember you. I'm not sure. The boys shook their heads in a hurry. You don't have to apologize. If it wasn't for you, then I would have definitely failed in this year's college entrance examination. It's you who gave me hope for the college entrance examination, and IUI chased your footsteps to Yanhuang University. Looking at the boys' frenzied expressions, Jiang Chun was a bit touched and asked with a light smile, What is your name, and what is your current rank in the realm? The sniffing boys said hastily, My name is Zhang Lingfeng, and I am now a 5-star of the first rank. Zhang Lingfeng, Jiang Chun murmured. Good name. I'll be waiting for you at Yanhuang University. Zhang Lingfeng hurriedly nodded his head and revealed another heartfelt smile. At this, Zhang Chun laughed out loud, who said that boys do not chase stars, just boys chase stars, are those who are strong. Their so-called chasing stars is to strive to become the idol kind of people, rather than just use the idol as a spiritual totem. Just then, the referee stepped between the two men and said aloud, "Okay, no more chit-chat. Time's up. It's official." Unexpectedly, Zhang Lingfeng scratched his head and said, "Or I'd better give up. I heard from my classmates in the second middle school that you, Mr. Jiang Chun, have researched out light-based attack skills. I can't beat them." The referee frowned at that. "Zhang Lingfeng, are you sure you want to give up?" Zhang Lingfeng was just about to speak, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen hurriedly interrupted him and said, "You want to keep up with me, then you shouldn't give up. When you meet a powerful enemy, you should have the spirit of showing your sword. You don't even have the courage to show your sword. How are you going to keep up with me?" As the words fell, Zhang Lingfeng's expression changed instantly, and immediately afterward, he firmly took out a long spear and looked at Jiang Chun and shouted, "I understand. I'll give it my all. And I hope you won't underestimate me either." Seeing this, Jiang Chun also smiled and nodded back. "I know, but I can sense that you are only a first-rank 5 stars. It's definitely not a credit to my skills to get to this point. Your physical skills must be very strong. In order to be fair, I won't use my skills, and likewise, you shouldn't underestimate my physical skills." After saying that, Jiang Chun took out the Han sword that the principal had given him. As the words fell, Zhang Lingfeng took the lead in launching an attack. The way of the lance was to be unrelenting, and a hint of appreciation flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. Holding a sword, he stepped forward and fought with Zhang Lingfeng. It had to be said that to be able to get to this point with just one skill and physical art alone, Zhang Lingfeng's physical art was truly powerful. The lance in his hand danced like a swimming dragon, making Jiang Chun unable to get close. "Good boy, this hand of the wandering dragon spear dance is so good. It is true that none of those who can stand in this place are good." Hearing this, Zhang Lingfeng laughed. "Mr. Jiang Chun, don't underestimate me, my marksmanship. I've been practicing since I was a child." As the words fell, Zhang Lingfeng once again rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression stared, and instead of retreating, he advanced, dancing the long sword in his hand to block away Zhang Lingfeng's spearhead. In the battle just now, Jiang Chun had long since figured out where Zhang Lingfeng's weaknesses were. Although the lance was the king of all armies, it had its own weakness, and that was that it was very slow. Moreover, Zhang Lingfeng had only learned spearmanship from a young age, but had not practiced body-refining techniques, and by this time he was already experiencing physical exhaustion. Jiang Chun was the one who seized this opportunity, his long sword blocking the spearhead like lightning as he rushed forward. Seeing that Jiang Chun blocked his lance from getting close, Zhang Lingfeng hurriedly backed up, releasing an ooze barrier as he did so. Clank! The previously unbeatable otter barrier shattered in Jiang Chen's hands. The instant the otter barrier shattered, the long sword in Jiang Chen's hand also rested on top of Zhang Lingfeng's neck. Feeling the long cold sword on his neck, Zhang Lingfeng helplessly lowered his head and said, "I lost." Ring number 2, Jiang Chun of Tiannan number 2 middle school wins and enters the top 5 contest. As the referee's voice fell, Jiang Chun retrieved his long sword and let out a light laugh. "You didn't lose, you're just a rank 1 5-star only, but I'm a rank 1 9-star. I'm still the developer of your skill. Daring to take the initiative to attack in the face of an opponent who's much stronger than yourself. You've already won yourself. Don't compare yourself with others. Always keep defeating yourself. Also, your gun technique is less of a killing spirit. The gun is the king of all weapons. The main thing is to kill, have time to go to the wilderness to practice, use the blood of foreign beasts to give your gun technique an opening." After saying that, Jiang Chun jumped off the ring towards Lu Ling. Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Zhang Lingfeng's expression suddenly became firm. "Mr. Jiang Chun, I will definitely follow in your footsteps." With that, Zhang Lingfeng similarly jumped off the ring. Looking at Jiang Chun coming over, Lu Ling wasn't the least bit surprised and said as she unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it over, "It looks like you really like that little guy in the first form. With your physical skill attainment, you could have won at the 1-minute mark. Why do you keep insisting on using swordsmanship against each other?" Hearing this, Jiang Chun lightly laughed and said indifferently, "That's my little fanboy. It's normal to give some face, right? Besides, although I know many ancient martial arts, I'm not particularly good at any of them, and I can't practice swordsmanship if I want to." Lu Ling rolled her eyes and cursed with a laugh. "Look at you, and on little fanboys, don't get beat up afterward. How can that be?" Jiang Chun waved his hand grinning. "I'm Jiang Chun, the leader of the light system. Navigator? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the waves of the past die on the beach. Qin Shue's voice suddenly sounded. Looking back, Qin Shue also finished playing. Lu Ling did not need to see to know the result. Also similarly handed over a bottle of water. Immediately afterward, he pointed to the ring where the fight was still going on and said, "It just so happens that at this time they are still fighting. I don't know the outcome. Let me talk to you guys first. This time the highest rank of the other schools is the first order 6 stars. For the two of you it should be no problem, don't worry." Hearing this, Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "This game is easier than inside the school." Chapter 54. Tianji Horse Race. It is indeed easier than inside the school. Who would have thought that the second middle school would be able to gather both of you this year? But the province is different. One of my classmates told me that there are quite a number of students with 7 stars of the first order amongst the province, and there are even 8 stars of the first order in existence. Lu Ling laughed softly and told the current situation as it was. But he didn't notice the joy on Jiang Chen's face. For Jiang Chun, as long as the opponent wasn't like Qin Shue, there wasn't really much of a threat. "You guys, it looks like Sharon is about to finish her fight." Lu Ling suddenly pointed at the ring where Xiaorong was and said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun inclined his head to look, only to see Xiaorong waving the long sword in her hand at that moment, beating her opponent to a standstill. "Drink!" With a bellowing cry, the long sword in Xiaorong's hand was like a dragon as she stabbed at her opponent's throat. Her opponent's face changed drastically, but he had no power to resist. Just then, the referee stepped out in time, the long knife in his hand blocking in front of Xiaorong's opponent and drinking. "On point!" At those words, Xiaorong violently stopped her movements and withdrew her long sword and stood in place. "Xiaorong Shang of Tiannan No. 2 Middle School." As the referee's voice fell, Xiaorong said as she waved her hand towards her opponent. "I'm sorry, but I was controlling the force just now. I won't really hurt you." After saying that, he directly jumped down from the ring and ran all the way to Jiang Chen's front to invite credit, as if laughing. "Master, I won. Didn't use a skill-o." Jiang Chen said with a slight nod. "Not bad, keep it up." Not long after, the remaining 2 also ended their fight at this time and came to Lu Ling with their heads hanging down. Seeing this, Lu Ling said with a light laugh, "Don't be sad. This first battle was supposed to brush off some people. After all, it's a battle to travel to the province." The 2 men understood, but there was just a breath of air blocked in their hearts. In their own school they are more or less geniuses, and it's normal to feel uncomfortable about being defeated like this. To this, Lu Ling did not say much. This was the cruel truth. Those who were not strong enough were just going to be eliminated in the constant selection. This is for their own city to compete for resources. There cannot be half a point of failure at this time. There is no any human feelings can be said, is the strength to speak. Just after all the fights in the ring were over, the staff came over with the paperwork and said, "The break lasts until 10:30, and here's your schedule for the rest of the fights. 10 into 5 starting at 10 o'clock. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Jiang Chen glanced at his opponent, still a 5-star opponent of the first rank. Taking a closer look, the opponents Qin Shui and Xiaorong were facing were of the same caliber, with such a high probability of not meeting that first-order 6-star opponent. It seemed that the organizing committee was adopting the Tianji horse race method. In this way, the most suitable members to enter the provincial competition will be finalized. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun closed his eyes and rested his mind. Whether Xiaorong could enter the provincial competition or not, it still depended on his own destiny. An hour is not a long time to say the least, and under the rules of the Tennessee horse race, in fact, several people do not consume much. It was soon time for the 10-5 match, and this time Jiang Chen's opponent was a power increase alien. For this kind of opponent, Jiang Chun didn't hold back in the slightest, directly controlling the 2 8-minute light wheels to rub his opponent directly on the ground. Facing the attack of 2 8-point light wheels, his opponent didn't even have the room to fight back and was quickly forced out of the ring. And the referee wasn't surprised by the result, quickly announcing the outcome of the fight. Jumping down from the ring, Jiang Chun suddenly realized that there was a well-dressed teacher with gold-rimmed glasses by Lu Ling's side who was talking and laughing with her. After seeing Jiang Chun come over, Lu Ling hurriedly introduced herself with a smile. "Teacher Li, this is Jiang Chun. As I told you, Jiang Chun, this is the lead teacher of the first middle school." Teacher Li. "Hello, Mr. Li." Jiang Chun extended his hand in greeting. Seeing this, Mr. Li said with a smile, Hello, you're Jiang Chun. I've heard a lot about you. You're a big name in the country now." Teacher Lu, Jiang Chen's rank should have a first order 9 stars, right? Alas, the same is awakened together, But the one from our school, the wood system, is only a first order 6 stars. The first place in this session is your school without a run. Looking at Mr. Lee like this, Lu Ling said with a light laugh. It can't be helped, besides, last year's first place went to your school, so it's no surprise that it's the second school's turn this year. At that, Mr. Lee also laughed out loud. That's right, it's all the same. By the way, that kid from our school seems to be over. I have to get over there. See you later. After saying that, Mr. Lee hurriedly walked in the direction of the ring. Seeing this, Jiang Chun asked with an odd expression on his face. Last year's first place winner was the first school so why is this year's strength so bad Lu Ling rolled her eyes in dislike. Every school enrollment before and do not know the qualifications of their own students, of course, all rely on luck good luck on the go, bad luck on the go. Also Jiang Chun scratched his head in a somewhat embarrassed manner and said immediately afterward in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Originally I thought that this teacher should look unfavorable to me. I even thought of the images of the conflict inside the novel. Who would have thought that this teacher actually seems to be so good-tempered? We're going to rob them of their resources this year. In response, Lu Ling could only explain with a speechless face. Even if we want to grab resources, but it also depends on how to grab them, your strength is strong enough to go to the province to get back more resources, and they naturally share more. In the final analysis, in the city we are people from different schools, but in the province we are all people from one city. Why are you so bitter and hateful about this kind of thing? Read less novels. Qin Shui and Xia Rong's battle wasn't the slightest bit suspenseful either, and the afternoon scheduling table was chosen, with Jiang Chun taking a direct turn. This was a normal thing, after all. Jiang Chun was the strongest. While Qin Shui's opponent was the only other first-order 5-star besides Xia Rong's opponent, on the other hand, was a first-order 6-star from a middle school. The crowd understood that this was an attempt to eliminate Xia Rong and set the list of those heading to the province straight away. Xia Rong was also open-minded about this, as long as she did her best. A midday break passed, and Jiang Chun stood early at ring number 1, which was the ring where Xia Rong was going to compete. With the time almost up, Staff and Karen's opponents for this one came under the ring at this time. After seeing Jiang Chun, the teacher leading the group, Mr. Lee, looked at Jiang Chun and waved to greet him, and Jiang Chun similarly nodded in response. Standing in front of Mr. Lee was a standard, sweet girl. Her hair was combed into a ponytail, and she smiled with a sweet dimple on her face, and just as soon as she stepped onto the stage, she politely smiled and nodded slightly towards Xia Rong. Xia Rong raised one eyebrow and nodded with a similar smile. Chapter 55. The Turning 8-Minute Wheel of Light. Teacher, I don't want to fight with such a beautiful young lady. How bad is it to beat the living hell out of her? Why don't we guess the fists? Suddenly, Sweet Sister looked back at Mr. Lee on the stage and said with a puckered little face and a wink. Hearing this, Mr. Lee's face darkened, and he said with a cold face, "Zhou Sweetness, this is not inside the school. This is to select people to travel to the province for a competition. How can it be so childish? And also, what to beat the living to death? Is this idiom used like this?" Even though Teacher Lee had said so, Zhou Sweetness still took her hair over and wrapped it around and said, "But I just don't want to fight such a beautiful young lady. Isn't it good to settle things peacefully?" Sugar. Teacher Lee's voice suddenly became serious, and Zhou Sweetness had no choice but to mutter, well, just fight, why so fierce?" At this time, Jiang Chun and Xia Rong, who were watching this absurd scene, looked at each other with odd colors, and both read 2 words from each other's eyes. Absurd. At the same time, Jiang Chun also labeled this Zhou Sweetness a pure and innocent stupid white sweet one who didn't know the sinister nature of human nature. The uneasiness in Xia Rong's heart was also much less. Against this kind of opponent, surprise moves were the most effective. Zhou Sweetness, who had finished dealing with her teacher, looked back at Xia Rong and scratched her head, saying, "I'm sorry, Missy. It looks like we still have to fight or my teacher won't agree." Smiling, Xia Rong said with a light laugh, "It's fine. I'll bring out my full strength, and I hope you don't underestimate me. Oh, I'm strong too." Aha! Zhou Sweetness nodded her head in a hurry. Watching this peaceful scene, the referee, who had been watching the scene from the sidelines, stifled a laugh and walked between the 2 men and shouted, "Top 5 to top 3, first middle school Zhou Sweetness versus second middle school Xia Rong. Starting now." After that, the referee quickly retreated. After the referee retreated, Zhou Sweetheart's eyes suddenly became sharp, and her entire aura was very different compared to the silly white sweet image she had at the beginning. Holding 2 short knives in his hands, His entire person became extremely aggressive. Seeing the change in Zhou Sweetness, Xiaorong also straightened up. The battle was a different person compared to just a moment ago, which caused alarm bells to ring in Xiaorong's heart. Drink! With a bellowing cry, Zhou Sweetness instantly disappeared to pounce on Xiaorong. Xiaorong furrowed her brows and snapped out her sword, just wanting to take a step out to actively meet Sweetie last week. But a great sense of blockage suddenly came from under her feet. Looking down, he saw that at some point, his legs had been entangled by vines. At this moment, Zhou Sweetness was already very close to her. In a hurry, Xiaorong hastily condensed an otter barrier to block in front of her body. Clank! With a crunching sound, Zhou Sweet's double blades were blocked by the otter barrier to the death, and Xiaorong seized this gap and hastily slashed the vines on her feet with her sword. One strike didn't get him. Zhou Sweetness reacted extremely fast and quickly circled around to the side, wanting to launch another attack. Xiaorong naturally saw Zhou Sweetness' intentions and turned around while driving the otter barrier to block the attack once again. Having failed to score twice, and with Xiaorong already out of the trap, Zhou Sweetness didn't have the slightest bit of love for the battle, and quickly backed up to look at Xiaorong from a distance, waiting for an opportunity to prepare a deadly attack on Xiaorong. At this moment, Xiaorong's face was also ugly. She didn't expect that as an opponent, Zhou Sweetness's threat would actually be so great, and between one move and another she was almost killed in seconds. Jiang Chun, who had watched the two fight, carefully analyzed Zhou Sweet's actions just now, and threw a seed to Xiaorong's feet at the start of the match. Extreme speed was then used to catalyze it with the supernatural energy, while still being able to launch an attack at Xiaorong. The entire process flowed smoothly, and even Jiang Chun was somewhat awed. After all, Zhou Sweetie's image at the beginning was really confusing. I didn't expect you to be that strong. I underestimated you, Xiaorong said with a cold face as she looked at Zhou Tiantian. Smiling faintly, Zhou Sweetness said, After all, I have the responsibility of competing for resources for my schoolmates on my shoulders. Be careful. As the words fell, Zhou Sweetness once again took the initiative to launch an attack. This time Xiaorong didn't stand still and wait for death, and swung her longsword and charged up. The pace of his feet swam like a swimming dragon, which made Zhou Sweetness, who originally wanted to repeat the same trick, unable to find a pattern. Clank! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out as the tip of Xiaorong's sword rested against the body of Zhou Sweetie's short sword. Zhou Sweetness seized the opportunity to follow the sword and was about to move forward, while Xiaorong didn't give the slightest chance. Her feet hurriedly backed up, always keeping a distance from Zhou Sweetness. The advantage of the weapon manifested itself at this time. Zhou Sugar's twin swords were short swords, and had no advantage at all in front of the long swords. Moreover, Xiaorong was taller than Zhou Sweetie, and her hands and legs were longer. As this came down, Zhou Sweetness could only keep fending off the long sword, unable to attack Xiaorong at all. Just as Xiaorong launched another attack, Zhou Sweetness bit her lip and the short sword in her right hand blocked the long sword. Immediately after that, he directly threw out the short knife in his left hand. Seeing this, Xiaorong's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly let go of her long sword and rolled on the ground to avoid Zhou Sweetheart's attack. Clank! The long sword landed on the ground, and Zhou Sweetness seized the opportunity to rush up, waving the short blade in her hand. Xiaorong also hurriedly threw out an 8-minute light wheel that flew towards Zhou Sweetness. Seeing the 8-minute light wheel coming over, Zhou Sweetness similarly rolled on the ground to avoid it, but at the same time, she also shouted out, "Surprise with spikes!" As the words fell, a huge wooden thorn suddenly rushed out from the ground towards Xiaorong. Just as the referee was about to intervene, in a flash of lightning, Xiaorong's hands coalesced to block the wooden spikes with the otter barrier. But the power of this wooden thorn was converged at one point, and Xiaorong's otter barrier wasn't on the same level as Jiang Chen's. In just a moment, the otter barrier cracked. "Missy, you'd better admit defeat. I don't want to hurt you." Sweetie Cho climbed up and smiled. Unexpectedly, Xiaorong just drank with a ghostly smile. Who loses and who wins? That's not certain. After saying that, the referee suddenly rushed into the ring to block Zhou Sweetness back. This match is won by Xiaorong of the second form. With the referee's order, Jiang Chun also instantly struck out. 2 8-point light wheels sliced through, and the wooden thorns were instantly sliced in half. Zhou Sweetness said at this moment, pointing at Jiang Chun with an agitated face, second center cheating, and why did you declare me a loser?" At this moment, Zhou Sweetie's small face was red, and she just stubbornly looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun exchanged a glance with her and lightly laughed as he jumped into the ring to help Xia Rong up and said, "We didn't cheat. It was only after we announced that you had lost that I stepped in for fear of you hurting yourself." Zhou Sweetheart's small mouth slightly opened just as she was about to speak, when the referee behind her patted her shoulder and said, "The attack skill that your opponent sent out just now flew out and then turned a corner towards your head. Just now, if it wasn't for me making a move, your head was gone, and it was too on alert." "What?" At this moment, Zhou Sweetness was confused, and Teacher Li on the stage had no choice but to shout helplessly, "Sugar, it's true we lost." "Oh!" Sweetie Cho beamed and jumped out of the ring. Chapter 56, Giving Your All is Basic Etiquette. "By the way, Missy, my teacher taught me that when facing an opponent of the same level, it is basic etiquette to go all out in a fight, not to intentionally lay down a hard hand." Before leaving, Zhou Sweetness smiled and waved her hand towards Xia Rong, followed by following her teacher's footsteps and leaving the training hall. "Master, it's so thrilling. If I hadn't controlled the 8 points of light wheel, I might have lost," Xia Rong said with some emotion as she looked at Zhou Sweet's back. Hearing this, Jiang Chun lightly laughed and said indifferently, "Not bad. Keep it up. There's a city tournament coming up." Right at this moment, the battle on Qin Shue's side ended similarly, and Qin Shue, who had ended the battle, came over and looked at the two men and said, "So now it looks like we're not going to get a school-sponsored third-order suit. You still care about this, aren't you the son of a big family?" Jiang Chun blinked his eyes and looked at Qin Shue and said, who expected Qin Shue to roll her eyes in dislike, "I'm just rich, not sick, and a family so many people, and not just for me to use $1 million for nothing who do not want. If you do not want to give me the alien, this road cost money it." Right at this moment, Jiang Chun was just about to speak when a staff member walked over and scratched his head and asked, "So, do you guys want to play 2 more games to determine the top 3 spots?" Genuinely, the prep inside the press simply did not expect Zhou Sweetness will actually lose to come, and these 3 people are the top 3 of the school tournament. They also want to save trouble. The 3 of them looked at each other, or Qin Shue directly waved her hand and said, "Let's just go by our school rankings. Too lazy to fight another game." The staff nodded and immediately left the ring, going down to make the announcement. At this time, Lu Ling looked at this scene was also full of oddities. This if Zhang Tao did not provoke Jiang Chun at the beginning to be directly dried down, then this year's second middle school is really crushed. The remaining few schools, "Hey referee, this year the second middle school open hanging, we cannot play crowdfunding only a first order 6-star, 2 of them a first order 7-star. There is also an imminent breakthrough of a first order 9-star. At this time, Jiang Chun also has this feeling this year's second middle school is too strong. It is almost impossible to be exceeded. What is this to fight? With the announcement of the final results process, the matter is officially closed. As she left, Lu Ling said as she stroked her forehead, "This municipal exam is more or less sloppy, and this year's second grade is as good as stabbing a genius nest." Saying this, Lu Ling suddenly paused and turned to look at the 3, saying, "Don't be complacent. The province that's different, especially Jinling, that place is full of talent, and the top 3 correspond to different competition groups, just 3 groups in total." At those words, Jiang Chun grinned. "So what? I'm the navigator of the light system, the man destined to stand at the top of the mountain. Stinking poverty." Both Lu Ling and Qin Shue simultaneously blanked Jiang Chun and turned away from him, and Jiang Chun looked at this scene in his heart. If there is no golden finger, then forget it. Buddy, this has a golden finger, high and low to the whole first place out. Jinling City, Zhou Ping, who had finished the last battle to win the first place in Jinling, was sitting in his family's manor. The dark elements around him were abnormally active, and spiritual energy was pouring into his body. Boom! There was a surge of spiritual energy around his body. Zhou Ping's entire body aura changed, and his entire rank stepped into the ranks of the first rank 9 stars. "This should accomplish the goal set by Uncle," Zhou Ping muttered. "No, you guys really wrapped up the top 3, you're not kidding me." At the entrance of the school, the principal was looking at the returning few with a shocked look on his face. He suddenly felt that this matter was out of his control. Lu Ling looked at the principal with an odd expression on her face and nodded and said, "Of course what we said is true, the top 3, the same ranking as when we were in school. The top 2 positions are not different from what you expected, but Xiaorong's 3rd position is a big blowout." Hearing this, Xiaorong looked at the 2 with an odd face and asked, "Principal and Ms. Ryu, did you guys still make predictions?" The principal smiled awkwardly. "Indeed, after all, we have to prepare in advance. Jiang Chun also came up at this time, looking blearily at the principal and asking, "Headmaster, now that we've accomplished what you said, isn't it time to set us up with the third order mini-set you mentioned, the headmaster's secret mini-set?" Originally, the principal wanted to play dumb, but looking at Jiang Chun like this, he would never let himself renege on his debt. Okay, you guys wait. I'll announce your grades first, so you can get a good load on. Last year it was the first school that loaded, but this year we're going straight to the top with the second school. With that, the principal turned and ran into the school, heading straight for the radio room. Jiang Chen's few faces looked at each other, and they all saw the corners of several people's mouths twitching. After some impassioned speeches, the entire second middle school knew about the trio's battle achievements and looked at them with admiration. A few people did not feel anything about this. Jiang Chen master and disciple had faced a big scene of 100,000, and Qin Shui had such a personality. The commendation assembly ended, and amidst the clusters of all the people, Jiang Chun and the three of them followed the principal step by step to the alien market, heading straight for the treasure pavilion. Walking into the treasure pavilion, the principal sighed and said, "Men promise things no matter what to do, since to buy, that is to buy a good Jumbo Pavilion's goods, good enough full body armor and a weapon, more no. Jumbo Pavilion is the biggest and best chain of alien equipment selling stores in the country. As long as the price is right, all the 9th order weapons can be bought. After all, cultivating to the 9th rank was difficult, but refining 9th rank weapons was fine as long as one had the resources. The equipment in them is equally expensive than the same level of equipment while maintaining quality and quantity, and under such a premise, most people still choose to come to the treasure pavilion. No other reason, the thing is warranted, and if it goes out into the wilderness and gets destroyed the first time, it's given back for replacement." Several people entered the treasure pavilion and were quickly received. The guide didn't look at a few people's student and teacher appearance and underestimate them in this era of universal psychic powers. Appearance couldn't be the only criterion for judging a person. As jumbo court guides, they understand this and have been professionally trained. The principal shouted directly with a big wave of his hand, "I'm bringing my students in to buy a few sets of third-order battle armor and weapons, so watch and match them up with a set." At these words, the smile on the face of the guide, who already had a professional smile on her face, grew even wider, and this time the smile was from the heart. Big single these guides' usual contact to get the 4th order top day. After all, the 5th order has a separate contact. Now that's a big list for her. All three of you, please tell me about your powers and the weapons you use so that I can better recommend them to you. Chapter 57, The Goodwill of the Treasure Pavilion. After getting the trio's information, the guide quickly went and configured the trio with suitable battle armor as well as weapons for them. The three of them headed to the changing room to put their battle armor on and walked out at the advice of the guide. As soon as they walked out, the principal and Lu Ling both covered their mouths in surprise. Only Jiang Chun was seen in a golden and white intertwined battle armor, very technological, with Jiang Chen's already handsome face, majestic and at the same time not losing its beauty. This made Lu Ling couldn't help but lose her concentration. It was really that this body was just too handsome, and Jiang Chen's face wasn't the kind of handsome of a white boy. It was as masculine and gangly as it could be. With this body, that is, there is no war horse, otherwise it can be the white robe general in the middle of 10,000 armies. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, soughing like a shooting star. The guide was still smiling as he introduced it. This is the Bright War God series of battle armor that was urgently created by our Treasure Pavilion's master Ouyang Yen, leading his Ni disciples after the light department had their combat skills. The highest grade of the armor has already reached the 8th grade of battle armor, and it is very well balanced in all aspects of its performance. The principal looked at the spirited Jiang Chun and asked with a smile, "How about it? Are you still satisfied with this battle armor?" Hearing this, Jiang Chun hurriedly nodded his head and smiled. "Of course I'm satisfied. It's too much for my aesthetic." The principal nodded in satisfaction, looking at the guide and asked, "Where are the weapons? Don't you want to show them?" The guide said with a smile as he unhurriedly took out a long sword from the cart behind him. "The weapon is this one. It's a long sword that goes with the Bright War God battle armor. Although it's a 3rd rank weapon, the sword body is made of holy light essence iron ore, and the hardness is straight up to 4th rank. Jiang Chun took over the long sword and danced a sword flower, followed by a satisfied smile. "That's what it feels like. The weight is right, and I like the sword shape. Then make sure it's this set, to give you a little extra security for the provincial exams." The principal smiled and finalized it. Just then, Qin Shui and Xia Rong both changed into their battle armor and walked out as well. Qin Shui ice blue battle armor, a very high technology sense of the battle armor is extremely 3-dimensional, Qin Shui looked cold. At a glance is like a sacred inviolable female war god. The guide also had the good sense to take out a set of double swords at this time and handed them over, saying, "Those who can make dual swords are relatively fewer, and this is the only set of dual swords for the ice system. So let's see if the guests are satisfied." Qin Shui received the twin swords. Her face remained cold as she waved them twice and nodded. The principal also understood Qin Shui's meaning and took it with a big wave of his hand. "Master, master, do you think I look handsome in my battle armor?" Just then, Xiaorong also jumped out wearing the female version of the bright warlord suit. The style was more or less the same as Jiang Chen's, only that certain parts were made more special. After all, it was a battle armor for fighting, not something for show. What was different from Qin Shui was that Qin Shui looked like an icy god of war that could not be offended, while Xiaorong had a hint of heroism between her eyebrows after putting on her battle armor. Combined with Xiaorong's already beautiful little face, Xiaorong looked like a female general who was constantly fighting for the sake of humanity. Valiant and majestic with a hint of kindness between his brows. Taking on the same long sword as Jiang Chen again, the blade pointed in the direction of the foreigners, while inwardly, it was the image of a protector. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect that you would fit quite well in the battle armor." Xiaorong slowly walked over to Jiang Chen's side and poked him, reaching out to ruffle her hair and said, "Master, I'm your disciple. Don't fall. My disciple doesn't want to be an impulsive teacher and rebellious disciple." Off to the side. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and pushed Xiaorong, who didn't have a proper form. Xiaorong's eyes flashed with a hint of despondency, but immediately afterward, he laughed out loud. "Master, look at you, you're in a hurry again." Seeing that Xiaorong should also be satisfied with this look, the principal shouted with a big wave of his hand, "Now that it's all picked out, how much is it? I'm ready to pay." The guide's eyes were excited and he said hurriedly, "This Miss Ice, the whole body down plus the weapon is only 1,350,000. The price is considered very cheap. If you pay the full amount you can also reduce the cost, 1,300,000 will do." The principal nodded. The price was considered acceptable among the third order. As for the equipment of these two, both bodies are the same, but price-wise, it's a bit pricey. Each set is $2 million. Rating less? Miss, you're not kidding. How can a 3-level battle armor suit, how expensive? 3.5 million are enough to buy a battle armor suit in UA. This statement, the principal immediately shouted, 3 people's equipment but go public accounts. The price exceeded his expectations. When the above checking the accounts, it is inevitable to give themselves a charge of eating, taking and asking for money. The rest of the few people also grew their mouths. Qin Shui still only needed 1,300,000. How did they soar to 2 million to go? The guide obviously also thought of several people's reactions and hurriedly explained, "It's like this, after all. The light department only started going to the frontline battlefields a few months ago, so we haven't actually had any light department battle armor before. Right now light-based battle armor is in short supply on the market, and even Jumbo Pavilion actually only has the Light Warlord series, which is why the price is so high. And even though this battle armor is of a low grade, it was indeed manufactured under the lead of Master Ouyang Yen, which also invited the participation of a spatial casting master. Starting from the 3rd rank, the battle armor will turn into a bracelet when not in use, and when in use, it will automatically dress itself, and as you know, this is a function only available to the 5th rank battle armor. So this price, Jumbo Loft indeed did not give the price indiscriminately. Absolutely is not indiscriminately reported the price of roaming the situation. Jumbo Loft's credibility is globally recognized. With the guide's explanation, a few people also understand that the guide is indeed not lying. The same level of battle armor is indeed no one can be out of its right. "Okay, swipe your card." As if he had lost all his strength, the principal held out a bank card. Just as the guide was about to reach for it, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait, Mr. Jiang Chen's several people's battle armor. Don't pay for it." The Treasure Pavilion voluntarily gave it to Mr. Jiang Chen. "Mr. Zhang? Why are you here?" The guide shouted hastily. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw that a refined middle-aged man was currently standing not far away, with a decent smile always hanging at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Jiang Chen and the others turn their heads, the middle-aged man said with a smile while walking and extending his hand, "Mr. Jiang Chen, I've heard a lot about you. It's better to meet you than to meet you. I'm the general manager of the Tiannan City branch of the Jumbo Pavilion. My name is Zhang Ban." Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to shake Zhang Ban's, and as soon as their hands touched, Jiang Chen smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I don't know why you're sending us such an expensive battle armor, We have money. Zhang Ban, who always had a decent smile on his face, sniffed and said with a light laugh, I'm sure Mr. Jiang Chan is also a bright and open person. So I won't beat around the bush. We want to make a good karma with Mr. Jiang Chun. Chapter 58, Loving the Feeling. Make a good connection? Jiang Chun looked at Zhang Ban in surprise. Zhang Ban nodded and laughed. It's said to be a good karma, but in the end, it's still an investment. We at Jumbo Pavilion are very optimistic about Mr. Jiang Chen's potential. We feel that you, Mr. Jiang Chan, in the future, will surely be the leader of the light system psychics, and it's already beginning to show. So, we want to invest in Mr. Jiang Chun, and likewise, Mr. Jiang Chun only needs to think of our treasure pavilion in the future. For these things Zhang Ban did not have the slightest concealment, directly and generously said it. This was very much to Jiang Chen's liking. He had always hated those so-called human affairs, having to talk in a roundabout way and guessing at everything. But before Jiang Chan had a chance to speak, Xiaorong looked at Zhang Ban with a playful face and said, a set of third-order battle armor suits want to invest in the leader of the light system, you treasure pavilion very good at doing business. Hearing this Zhang Ban laughed out loud. I understand what you mean, so I brought a resolution from the top of the jumbo court. With that, Zhang Ban took out a black and gold-colored card and handed it to Jiang Chun and said, this card is the highest specification membership card of the treasure pavilion. Mr. Jiang Chun, your information has already been entered into this card. With this card, all the battle armor weapons of the 5th rank and below can be given to you for free. Above the 6th rank, you can also get a 70% discount. This is the biggest sincerity we can come up with. The faces of the people at the scene changed instantly. Everyone present except Jiang Chun knew the gold content of the black gold membership card. Very heavy and highly prized throughout the world. Jiang Chun didn't rush to pick it up, but instead looked at both the principal and Lu Ling with a questioning gaze. Facing Jiang Chen's inquiring eyes, Lu Ling slowly opened her mouth to explain. The members of the treasure pavilion are categorized into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and black gold, and the black gold member is indeed the highest specification individual member, which is usually only possessed by an 8th-order alien. Hearing Lu Ling's explanation, Jiang Chen slowly nodded his head, but still didn't panic and take the black and gold membership card, only smiling as he looked at Zhang Ban. Mr. Zhang, I've heard the saying that what's free is the most expensive. Your stuff is indeed tempting, and I'm sure I'll be able to use it, but can we make it clearer? Jumbo Pavilion, what exactly do you want to obtain from me? Jumbo Pavilion is a business, not a charity. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ban laughed out loud. Mr. Jiang Chun is indeed a wonderful person. Then I'll be blunt, we want to open up the market of the light system. We want all the markets of the global light system. Also, to make battle armor and weapons, you have to use the corpses of alien beasts. No one can hunt dark alien beasts that are over the 7th rank, but light ones can. Light restrains darkness. You are now the only one in the light system who can develop skills and is a genius in combat. And you are the only one who has the qualifications to hunt high-level darkness exotic beasts. We only have one request. We want to have the exclusive right to purchase the dark-type fey beasts that you hunt in the future. As you said, we at the Jumbo Pavilion are in business, not charity, let alone a light-type leader like you who is unlikely to condescend to others. Once we invest in you, Mr. Jiang Chun, and you succeed, then our earnings will definitely be high, and it's a gamble, depending on you, Mr. Jiang Chun, whether or not you're willing to do it. As the words fell, the scene was incomparably silent, and Jiang Chun just looked into Zhang Ban's eyes, as if he was trying to discern something from within his eyes. But nothing was seen, and it could be seen that Zhang Ban had indeed not lied. The words had been said, the price had been negotiated, and Jiang Chun had no more reasons to refuse. Reaching out his hand, he took the black and gold membership card and grinned. Your investment, I can assure you, will be one of the most sound. Ha ha ha, I hope so. Zhang Ban was still laughing. In the end, they didn't pay a penny and just left the treasure pavilion in a dignified manner. Only left the busy half-a-day shopper there in tears. Looking at the back of Jiang Chan and the others leaving, Zhang Ban always had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and laughed softly after inadvertently glancing at the emotionally downtrodden guide. Look at you, as to be so sad. Don't worry. This single is still counted as your commission. I'll sign. You go directly to the finance to get the money. Good Lord, Mr. Zhang really did think of us. The guide jumped instantly. Experiencing the benefits of unfolding potential. Enjoying the feeling. Lu Ling asked softly as she walked. Jiang Chun glanced at the bracelet containing the battle armor on his hand, and said indifferently as he played with the black and gold membership card in his hand. This doesn't feel bad. It's true. In this day and age, As long as your potential is high enough, then even the behemoths are willing to invest in you. Mesmerizing feeling. As long as you are strong enough, even the state has to give way to you to a certain extent. This, then, is the law of this age. Lu Ling's voice carried some seriousness, and Jiang Chan nodded. Suddenly, Jiang Chan suddenly remembered something and turned his head to look at Qin Shui and grinned. Qin Shui, this set of battle armor of yours today is considered to be a gift from me, right? You have to owe me a personal favor. At that, Qin Shui rolled her eyes and didn't reply, but the silence already said it all. Tomorrow is the weekend. You guys have a good rest. On Monday we are going to rush to Jinling. Come and meet us in front of the school then. The principal, who had been silent, admonished the crowd, and immediately afterward took a cab as fast as he could and left the spot. This operation, watched a few people wide-eyed, can still play like this. Jiang Chan said with some chagrin. Bad, let the principal run away. Originally I was going to ask him to prepare a little healing potion for us to come. Since we didn't buy the battle armor, pay out some other money to be able to do so. Smiling at that, Lu Ling rolled her eyes and said, You really don't intend to leave him alone either. Jiang Chen shrugged. If there's a bargain, don't take advantage of it, son of a. 2 days passed quickly. Jiang Chen cultivated desperately during the 2 days. He felt that the day he would enter the second stage was almost here. As soon as he broke through the small bowl in which he stored his spiritual energy, then he could switch to a basin. On Monday, Jiang Chen got up early and arrived at the school entrance at the time when most of the students were entering the school. However, he found that Lu Ling and Qin Shui and Xiaorong were already waiting here. And after seeing Jiang Chen come over, Lu Ling scolded with a black face. Jiang Chen, you this guy. Do you know that 9 o'clock is going to leave? You're stepping on the spot to come ah. At that, Jiang Chen scratched his head and didn't dare to reply. If he said that he had gotten up early, then he would more or less be scolded to death by Lu Ling. Xiaorong, who was on the side, also jumped out to relieve Jiang Chen at this time. Master, you're finally here. Do you see anything different in me today? Jiang Chen was very pleased about this. It was still his little disciple Ah. He knew to relieve himself. Chapter 59, Military Escort. What's different? When you put it that way, it is indeed different. Did you not wash your face? Why do you still have eye boogers? Staring carefully at Xiaorong for half a day, Jiang Chen never managed to find out what was so special about it. However, he was sharp-eyed enough to notice that Xiaorong had eye boogers in the corners of her eyes that she hadn't yet wiped off. Xiaorong was a bit embarrassed and hastily wiped off her eye boogers and said, Not that, feel my rank, said the man, letting his rank breath out. 6 stars of the first rank. When did you break through? Jiang Chen looked at Xiaorong with a face full of surprise. Xiaorong said with a heated smile, Originally, I was about to break through. I went back on Friday and I've been practicing, and I just broke through yesterday at noon, and I didn't tell you because I thought I'd give you a surprise. Not bad. Looks like you have more hope this time. Lu Ling walked over and smiled. It's good to break through. We're competing for resources for Tianan City this time. A higher rank would be a point more certain. But it's still too slow. Xiaorong sighed. It's the same S-rank elemental affinity, but both Qin Shui and Zhang Tao, who was eliminated by his master in the opening round, are both first rank 7 stars, but I'm only first rank 6 stars. At those words, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I don't blame you for this. After all, even though I developed my skills, I still have to experiment in order to teach them out, and even though the skills are good, they are not less difficult. You've spent too much time practicing this aspect of your skills. Just focus on leveling up next. Hearing Jiang Chen's comforting words, Xiaorong's face looked a little better, but she was still a little sad. Just then, a specially reinforced military vehicle pulled up in front of the school, and an officer with a 12-cent piece on his shoulder and wearing battle armor stepped down from the driver's side. He saluted and asked the moment he saw the crowd. The 4 of you are the students and lead teachers who are participating in the provincial joint examination in Tianan this time, right? Hello. My name is Li Jun, and I am in charge of the security mission for this trip to Jinling. As Li Jun's words fell, several people's expressions were instantly confused. He was just going to a provincial competition. How come he had military protection? Lu Ling was also confused. The order from the city was just to wait here for someone to come, who knew that it was directly the soldiers who came. Even in the era of alien beasts, Daxia, as an infrastructure maniac, had transportation like high-speed trains and airplanes. It was only expensive. After all, these vehicles had to travel through the wilderness, with special devices to repel small alien beasts on each leg of the way. and every high-speed train needs to be protected by a number of armed aliens. Otherwise, if you are unlucky enough to meet a powerful beast at any time, the entire carriage will not be able to run away, and airplanes are a means of transportation that only the middle class and up can afford. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Li Jun immediately explained. A small beast wave occurred in the wilderness the day before yesterday. Although it didn't attack the city, the high-speed train lines were affected, so you can't take the high-speed train to Jinling. The higher-ups have decided that your trip to Jinling is of vital importance. It's a fight for the resources of tens of thousands of students, so our ace combat platoon has been deployed to escort you on this trip, and we're taking the highway to Jinling. As the words fell out of his mouth, several people looked at each other, each seeing the drama in the other's eyes. Lu Ling reacted quickly and immediately went forward to extend her hand to shake Li Jun's. Thank you, platoon leader Li. I'm going to trouble you to protect us this whole way. Hearing this, Li Jun also stretched out his hand to shake with Lu Ling and laughed. Teacher Lu, don't have to be polite. To be honest, my son is also in the 2nd middle school, and in the alien ability 8th class, so I know you guys go out to fight for resources also for our Tiannan. There is no trouble or not trouble. As soon as the two touched each other, Lu Ling immediately greeted the three and said, Get on the bus. While many of the gluttonous beasts are still awake in the morning, get to Jinling early, we can't drag it out into the night. Just then, Li Jun stopped them somewhat embarrassed. Wait a minute, if the 4 of you have battle armor, it's better to put it on. Even though we are escorting them all the way, we can't guarantee that we'll meet a battle midway, just in case we still have to put on the battle armor. If you do not have battle armor, we have also prepared the Army's standard battle armor that can be temporarily loaned to you. At these words, Jiang Chun and Xia Rong, both master and disciple, hemmed and hawed and reached out their hands to wipe the armor bracelets on their wrists. 2 sets of handsome bright war god battle armor appeared on their bodies just like that, and immediately after that the 2 of them put the battle armor back. The 2 met Li Jun's surprised expression with a grin. Our battle armor can be put on at any time. No need to put it on in advance. Lu Ling also stretched out her hand at this moment, and her hand that usually carried nothing was wearing a bracelet at this moment. Mine too. In the end, the gazes of all 4 of them were placed on Qin Shue's body. Qin Shue was a bit embarrassed for a moment, and with a wave of her hand, she took out her battle armor and quickly put it on her body, followed by a cold voice. Let's go. After saying that, he went ahead of the others and climbed into the military vehicle from the back. The 3 of them, Jiang Chun, glanced at each other and followed suit. The speed of the military vehicle is very fast, and it is a military vehicle with a mission all the way to the wind. Usually take a taxi to come to the entrance of the city needs an hour's journey minutes to arrive. After the car stopped, Li Jun turned back to look at the 5 people who almost vomited out of the face, and slapped the head of the warrior in the driver's seat with force and cursed. How do you drive? Racing through the city. The warrior looked at Li Jun with some aggression and said, Platoon leader, it was you who said that we have a mission in mind, we need to be fast, and I usually pull my comrades to drive like this. Smiling, Li Jun slapped his head again and cursed. You have the nerve to say that you often dump your comrades off and let them run back to camp on their own. I won't say anything about that, but could you pay attention? This time it wasn't a comrade you were pulling. At these words, the warrior then realized, and hurriedly looked back at the 4 people who had been thrown around apologetically. I'm sorry, usually this pulling a comrade is used to. While the 3 of them, Lu Ling, were still somewhat tempted to vomit, Jiang Chen's face was bruised, and he raised his head to look at the warrior in a bid to speak, but ultimately restrained his impulses. I'll endure. That's a soldier of the Daxia people. How can I lose my temper? Just as Jiang Chen was going through an extremely powerful brainstorm, Li Jun hurriedly said, Why don't the 4 of you get off and slow down? We're getting ammo and supplies ready and we'll be ready to go in 5 minutes. On hearing this, the 4 could no longer contain themselves, pulled open the car door and rushed down, picking at the door and starting a mountain building campaign. Jiang Chen, what did you eat in the morning? It stinks, you vomit. Vomit, as the saying goes. Even the strongest perfume can't dry out a leak box. And you have the nerve to say that about me, you're not much better. You've thrown up your bile, vomit. Vom. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. I'm a vegetable salad. Vomit, not me. Do you guys still have the leisure to talk about this vomit? Disgusting vomit. In short, the auto-soldier who taught 3 geniuses and 1 former genius a lesson. Chapter 60 Departure to Jinling City. For, are you done puking? We need to get ready to go. Looking at the 4 people who had almost vomited, Li Jun rushed forward and asked, Each of the four took out water from the space to rinse their mouths before straightening up and saying, "We're good to go. Should we leave now?" Li Jun nodded and said, "You will ride with me in this original car, and the others will ride in other cars in front of us and behind us respectively." Lu Ling nodded and just wanted to greet a few people on the car, when she turned around and saw that Jiang Chan was staring straight in one direction. Lu Ling was puzzled in her mind while looking along the direction Jiang Chan was facing, only to see that not far away from the open space, an army of 30 to 40 people had already assembled by now. Seeing this, Lu Ling exclaimed, "Platoon Leader Li, this is a bit too grand for you guys. So many people protecting us, we're just going to a competition." Upon hearing this, Li Jun also walked over and looked at the already assembled troops and laughed lightly, then explained, "No, every beast tide will have high-level foreign beasts hanging around, but the road we have to pass through to get to the Golden Tomb is on the path of the beast tide's travel from the day before yesterday, and since you are concerned about the resources of all the martial candidates in Tiannan City, this bit of defense force is normal." Lu Ling wanted to say something, such a defense force was really a bit much. Jiang Chan, who was on the side, however, pulled a hand on Lu Ling. "Lu teacher, think what, how you also stay on the wilderness, how unsafe we go, or the old society has been abandoned highway, the defense force more we are also safer. Besides, Platoon Leader Li and the others have obeyed the orders of their superiors. It's not like you or I can change them." Hearing Jiang Chan say this, Lu Ling then changed her mind and turned around to let Jiang Chan pull her into the car. Meanwhile, at the army base, in the commander's office, the commander was looking at the principal of Tiannan Second Middle School, who was graying at the temples with a speechless expression. "Old platoon leader, Li Jun has already taken the sharp knife platoon to escort Jiang Chan and the others out of the city. Now you can rest assured." The principal grinned at that. "I'm not sure. I still have to wait. I have to wait until they get to Jinling before I leave. Otherwise I'm not sure." The commander was helpless to the headmaster, who made him his platoon leader when he was a junior soldier, and had saved his life. "Old platoon leader, can't see that you still love your students quite a bit. The above only let me send 2 squads, you are good. Directly let me add 3 squads, at that time I was kicked enough by you At that, the principal grunted softly. "Can you compare with my students? Besides, you shouldn't kick it, perform a mission, still dare to build a fire to cook. Cooking, even if still tangled, what sugar should be used to stir-fry the sugar color. This is also forget about it. Let you perform the mission to escort the students and research materials to Yanhuang. You and other people to engage in a relationship, if not for other people's little girl is really like you." When the commander, at that time, the above is estimated to be about to give an order for me to shoot you, and the principal was about to continue to open up a can of worms when the commander hastened to interrupt his old platoon leader from lifting his own blackmail. "Wait, stop it, old platoon leader, I'm wrong, not okay, your younger siblings will be here soon. Give me some face. Well, at least I'm now the commander of Tiannan City, the 6th order alien." Right at this moment, a woman of great charm opened the door and walked in. Her beautiful eyes lightly knit and drank. "Commander of Tiannan City, what a great official position. What? You still want to use your official position to scare old brother?" Seeing the beautiful woman come in, the commander of the reigning Tiannan City instantly softened, muttering, "This is my old superior, how could I possibly flaunt my official position to him? I'm not trying to get the old platoon leader to save face for me." The beautiful woman just grunted and looked at the principal and smiled. "Long time no see, old brother. What are you guys talking about so happily?" The principal grinned. "Say you two fall in love, this kid almost got shot thing. This thing I eat for life At these words, the originally strong beauty woman instantly blushed and scratched her head and said, "This matter old brother cannot say again. This matter in his this is not a small shadow. If not skill development is completed to lift the secrecy. Now he is a grave." The commander, also helpless, roared over and said, "Let's not talk about this. It makes me angry to talk about it. Show me what my wife has made me something." Seeing this, the principal also stood up at the right time and said, "You two sweeties, I'm going to head back. If my student has something to do, remember to talk to me first. Stay and eat some, old brother. I've made plenty." The beautiful woman spoke out to stay. The commander then waved his hand and said, "It's not like you don't know that the old platoon leader can't eat heavy things. Goodbye, old platoon leader. I'll notify you the first time something happens." The principal waved his hand, leaving only a backdrop. "Remember to come to my house for dinner sometime. It's all in Tenant City. Come see me." Old platoon leader. The commander looked at the principal's back for a moment with some emotion, while the beautiful woman complained at that moment, "And you didn't say that old brother was there, or I would have made something light." I thought I forgot. My wife's cooking is so good. Meaty. In the wilderness, on a highway that had been abandoned in the old world, 3 military vehicles were traveling in a single file. And in the middle of the military vehicle, there were several people sitting in Jiang Chun. Through the car window, Jiang Chun looked around at the quiet highway and said suspiciously, "How is this wilderness different from when I first came here? I can't even see any foreign beasts. And there's also this road, it's actually not destroyed." Smiling, Li Jun explained, "Our car is equipped with a small beast repellent device, can repel beasts through special sound waves, so you can't see as normal. If there is really what you see, that would be suffered." "For what?" Jiang Chun looked at Li Jun with a confused expression. Lu Ling said with a helpless face, "Jiang Chun, where have you been in your alien general knowledge classes? Do you know that the alien beast repelling device repels alien beasts below the 4th rank? Otherwise the alien beasts would have been driven into the mountains and forests long ago, and we wouldn't have to call walking outside of the city as wilderness. Can let you see the foreign beasts, then there are only 2 possibilities. The first is to meet the 4th order and above demonic beasts. There is another, is to meet the beast tide. These 2 kinds of meat, which one is not a good sign." Li Jun also smiled and opened his mouth at this moment. "In fact, even if it's a 4th order, there's no problem. After all, we've come with a platoon, our platoon, but every one of us is a sharp soldier. As long as it's not a 4th order, 9-star darkness alien beast, we'll have no problem." Just then, Jiang Chun suddenly pointed at the geese flying outside the window and said, "These were protected animals that couldn't be eaten in the old world, but now they should be edible. I really want to shoot one down and eat it." Smiling, Li Jun said, "Use it to eat? It's really extravagant. The blood and flesh of foreign beasts can be used to make potions. The whole body is a treasure. It's too extravagant to use it to eat." Just as he finished speaking, Li Jun suddenly reacted with an exclamation of surprise. "No, the geese have long since mutated. Where did they come from?" Chapter 61, The Black Jiao King Snake and the Beast Tide. Platoon leader, something doesn't seem right. A flock of birds seems to be approaching head-on in our direction. Just then, the advance guard's exploration came over the headset. Li Jun's face changed, quickly ordered, "The front and rear vehicles stay on alert. If there are any foreign beasts, directly kill them. If there is a large-scale movement, quickly report it." "Yes." The order was given, and Li Jun looked back at the several people and said, "3 of you, it looks like you'll have to put on your battle armor as well. It's reasonable to say that with the repelling device in place, these birds won't be flying towards this place. They should have been disturbed by something." The 3 of them nodded and gently touched the bracelet, and their entire bodies were instantly surrounded by armor. Jiang Chun looked at Qin Shui and Xia Rong with a grave expression and urged them, "If you get into a fight later, get behind me." Hearing this, Qin Shui directly drank. "Who needs your protection? It's not like I don't have a sword in my hand to protect myself. Deadly tenacious, you guys defend behind me. I can't face it alone." Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. Facing the alien beasts in combat was the most taboo to be sneak attacked. The alien beasts were all existences with bloodthirsty fighting instincts. "It's okay. It doesn't have to be a situation. In case it's just a coincidence." Lu Ling spoke up to comfort him. And Jiang Chun just shook his head. He didn't know why. After seeing the geese, he was a bit distracted. There was always an ominous premonition. Bang! Just then, a powerful push came, and the already nervous few quickly grabbed something on the car to keep their balance. "My goodness! Is this luck so good? Winning the lottery on the first try." Li Jun's somewhat dull voice came out. Obviously something bad had happened. Xiao, whose voice was no longer as relaxed as it had been before, and he stared unblinkingly at the huge figure in front of him. Jiang Chen's few people were a bit puzzled. What was this that they saw, and actually made an emergency stop? Immediately after that, Jiang Chun came forward and looked out through the windshield, only to see a giant snake with a sharp black unicorn horn on its head and black and brown patterns all over its body was straightening up and spitting out its letters as it looked at their vehicle. The bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes was chilling. With just a glance, Jiang Chun recognized the beast, the black Jiao King snake, originally a mutation of the king cobra at the time of the aura recovery. Named because of the horns on its head, it resembles the Jiaolong in the ancient myths of Xia, and is not only poisonous, but is also not bad at all in terms of frontal combat ability. If it was just that, it wouldn't be enough to make Li Jun's face look bad. The greatest characteristic of the black Jiao King snake was that it was a dark-type beast with dark elemental erosion in its venom, and if it didn't receive timely treatment from a doctor who was proficient in both detoxification and light, then the lethality rate would be very high. The auger horn on his head is not something to look at. It can absorb the nearby dark elements for defense, and unless it is an extremely powerful attacking adept, it simply cannot be broken by the same rank. According to the size of this black Jiao King snake in front of him, it had almost reached 10 meters, and it should have already reached the 4th stage level. Seeing the black Jiao King snake, Lu Ling's face became ugly. No matter how much she had been a member of Yan Huang before, the black Jiao King snake, she had dealt with quite a few of them, so she was well aware that this creature was difficult to deal with. Platoon Leader Li, why don't we withdraw first? Although the black Jiao King snake is very difficult to deal with, but it's usually fine if we don't intrude into its territory during the daytime, and it's at night that it's their time to forage for food, or else we'll change our path. After much deliberation, Lu Ling made her suggestion. Hearing this, Li Jun also nodded with a cautious face and said, "That's good anyway, the neighborhood is a plain, the performance of the military vehicles is still fine. Everyone start retreating, withdraw from the territory of the black scorpion king snake and make a detour." When the order was given, Xiaohu immediately began to retreat, and the front vehicle didn't dare to slow down, slowly withdrawing from the territory of the black Jiao King snake. When the black Jiao King snake saw the human vehicle start to retreat, it immediately climbed down. Daytime was for sleeping, and as a dark creature, it didn't like to fight during the day. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Bang! 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 A gunshot rang out, and although it was wearing a silencer, it was unmistakably clear to the ears of the alien whose 5 senses had all been enhanced. The black Jiao King snake that had just crawled and crouched down apparently also heard the sound, and immediately straightened up and once again assumed an attack stance. Li Jun's face changed drastically and hurriedly shouted, "Rear vehicle, what's your situation? Why are you firing?" The sound of the rear car came quickly from inside the headset. Reporting to the platoon leader, "There is a beast tide rushing over behind us. It's probably a small beast tide of about the last 200. But there is a 3rd-ranked alien beast leading it. Damn. How can it be so coincidental that the 2 situations that I don't want to meet are all met?" Hearing the situation in the rear car, Li Jun couldn't help but curse. The gunshots continued, and the black Jiao King snake had already hissed a threatening sound at the convoy. If the convoy didn't retreat, it was going to attack. Li Jun was still hesitating whether to meet the beast tide or just barge through the black Jiao King snake's territory, which was already a problem. Seeing this, Lu Ling said with a soft sigh, "Originally, I was too lazy to do anything. Platoon Leader Li, I'll go and fight with the black Jiao King snake. Don't let the beast tide rush over. You know better than I do about the consequences that the beast tide will cause." Hearing this, Li Jun's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, how can I let you do it? This black Jiao King snake has already reached the 4th stage level." Just as Lu Ling was about to speak, the black Jiao King snake violently charged towards the front car. "Isn't it just the 4th order, making it look like who isn't the same?" Putting down a sentence, Lu Ling's 4th order 9-star ranked aura was violently released, and as soon as she pulled open the door of the car, she juggled a long whip and rushed out to meet the black Jiao King snake. Seeing the situation, Li Jun was dumbfounded. This where they want to escort? There are 4 orders of protection, their own group of people, miscellaneous is more or less. But it was only a moment of marvel. The battle-hardened Li Jun quickly made a command. "Front car, get out of the car immediately. Form a defense line with the rear car. Alternate fire and try to kill as many as possible. Don't let them get close to us. There's Mr. Ryu up ahead. Don't worry." "Yes." At a command, the front car's door slammed open, and a single soldier with a steel gun rushed down, rushing to the rear car's position to form a heavy fire suppression. Seeing this, Li Jun immediately said, "You 3 stay in the car. I'll be right back." Said he wanted to get off. Jiang Chan quickly pulled Li Jun's arm and said, "Platoon Leader Li, give us a gun, we can help too." Even in the era of universal alien powers, firearms have not been eliminated and are even being updated and advanced, though it wasn't even qualified enough to scratch an itch against a high-level alien beast. But this thing is still too milky summoner for the low-level beasts of the 1st and 2nd order, and the 3rd order beasts have to rest under the siege of fire. Most importantly, training a soldier who can use firearms is cheap and short cycle, much cheaper than training an alien. Li Jun just hesitated for a moment and pulled out 3 guns and bullets from within his space ring and placed them on the ground and said, "We'll use what you can get for yourself." After saying that, he jumped out of the car. From the beginning of the universal psychic ability, firearms are not forbidden to use. Li Jun did not doubt that they would not use it. Chapter 62, Fighting the Beast Tide. Black Jiao King Snake. "I'll take this one." Xiaorong's eyes glowed as she picked up the machine gun that Li Jun had placed on the ground, moving quickly to keep up with Li Jun's pace. This scene left Jiang Chen dumbfounded. He originally thought that Xiaorong would take the rifle, who knew that he grabbed the machine gun and ran away. Jiang Chun shook his head and bent down to get the rifle, while Qin Shue's movements were quick, and she took the rifle from Jiang Chen's hands as soon as she could. There was a light grunt as an afterthought as he looked at the remaining sniper rifle. The little people play things that just come in cold. This sentence makes Jiang Chun instantly break the defense. This thing, how to look at it, is also Qin Shue should be used, sniper's comment. What's wrong with a sniper rifle? I can dry pierce the defense of a third-order alien beast. With that said, Jiang Chun jumped out of the car as soon as he picked up the sniper rifle, leaping to the roof of the rear car, and the fire network formed with a group of warriors suppressed the small wave of beasts in the rear. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. With a continuous burst of gunfire, patches and patches of Fey were brought down. There was no shortage of third-order Fey that had been shot many times but only slowed down in their movements. Seeing this, Li Jun immediately roared, "Snipers, switch to armor-piercing rounds to hit the third-order alien beast on the opposite side. Don't let it charge over." "Yes." The sniper immediately agreed. Jiang Chun, who was lying on the roof of the car with his sniper rifle, straightened his head and glanced at the sniper who was also lying beside him and grinned. "Dude, give me a shot of armor-piercing bullets." The sniper didn't hesitate, pulling out a magazine pressed with armor-piercing rounds and tossing it to Jiang Chun. 10 rounds, hit it right. With that, he switched to armor-piercing rounds and started aiming. After a few minutes of fighting, the sniper rifle in Jiang Chen's hand had also been debugged, and he quickly switched to armor-piercing bullets to aim at the group of alien beasts. The group of foreign beasts was led by 3 third-order foreign beasts, and as the foreign beasts stepped into the third order, it would be difficult for ordinary rifles to inflict effective damage. Only sniper rifles with armor-piercing rounds can do effective damage. Phew! Jiang Chun exhaled as the sniper beside him spoke. "Dude, you hit that bear. That wolf is so fast you probably won't be able to hit it." "No problem." Jiang Chen agreed, aiming the sniper rifle's aim at the big brown dog bear in the middle of the beast tied in the distance. Bang! After aiming, Jiang Chun pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation, hitting the bear squarely in the eye. Roar! The bear hissed and fell to the ground with a thud. The sniper who saw this scene in the sniper's scope exclaimed, "It's okay. Bro, do you go to gun practice often? The shooting is so accurate." Jiang Chun smiled in a very pretentious manner. "I'm aiming with my heart, and he can't move as fast as I can think." Bullshit. The sniper gave a thumbs up, followed by continuing to aim down. Bang! Bang! 2 rapid gunshots rang out in quick succession, and the last 2 third-order alien beasts collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. At this time, the sniper also raised his head and looked at Jiang Chun and raised his eyebrows. "Brother, don't take the landlord as a god. We are the Sharp Knife Platoon, one of the strongest platoons in the Tiannan City base. To say that fighting with psychic abilities is not necessarily better than you, but to say that playing with guns, we are the professionals." Jiang Chun also gave the sniper a thumbs up in response. Couldn't be helped, just now, these 2 shots were extremely short intervals and highly technical, much more bullish than Jiang Chun. Li Jun watched as the 3 third-order alien beasts were taken out by the snipers and immediately yelled out an order. "Everyone intensify fire, annihilate quickly, and be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice." The order was given, the gunfire intensified, the firepower suddenly increased, and the wave of alien beasts was on the verge of collapsing. And while the fight on this side was intense, the fight on Willowbell's side was at a disadvantage. Thrilling waves. Lu Ling droned out, her eyes icy cold as she stared at the Black Jiao King snake in front of herself. A huge wave struck towards the Black Jiao King snake. The might wrapped in the huge wave was extremely powerful. Even if a boulder was smashed by this huge wave, it was estimated that it would be broken into pieces. But in the face of the shocking waves rushing towards him, the Black Jiao King snake's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. The auger horn on his head emitted a faint dark glow, and the black shadows around him instantly faded a bit, while the Black Auger King snake's circumference was also covered with a black protective shield of dark elements. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The shocking waves rushed above the protective shield actually did not let the protective shield have the slightest breakage. Hiss hiss hissed. Seeing that Lu Ling's attack had no effect on him at all, the Black Jiao King snake provocatively hissed at Lu Ling. In the face of the Black Jiao King snake's provocation, although Lu Ling was angry in her heart, she could do nothing about it. She was a water-type ability, and in terms of aggressiveness alone, it would have been inferior to the other abilities. Even the water-type variant of the ability, the ice-type ability, was much stronger in terms of aggressiveness. The defensive ability of the Black Jiao King Snake was recognized as powerful, and there was no water-based alien ability among the same rank that could break through the defense of the Black Jiao King Snake's shield. Hiss! Watching Lu Ling not launch an attack for a long time, the Black Jiao King Snake finally stopped testing and opened its bloody mouth, directly charging towards Lu Ling. Willowbell's face changed drastically, and she hastily drank. Shield of the Vortex. The moment the words fell, a water shield suddenly appeared in her hand. But this shield, upon closer inspection, was actually spinning, resisting the attack with the vortex formed by the high-speed rotation of the water current. As expected, the Black Jiao King Snake slammed head-on, directly into the Shield of Swirls. The moment it hit and was sent flying by the force brought about by the whirlpool's high-speed rotation. In the air, the Black Jiao King Snake swiftly changed its landing position, and at the time of landing landed firmly on the ground without any half-assed mess. Hiss! After resting for just a second, the Black Jiao King Snake instantly bounced up once more. But this time the Black Jiao King Snake didn't slam directly towards Lu Ling, but instead utilized its long body to start spinning. It only took 2 seconds to encircle Willowbell in a circle surrounded by her own body. Seeing this, Lu Ling's face changed greatly, disbanding the shield in her hand and leaping forward wanting to jump out of the encirclement. Pop! The snake tail of the Black Jiao King Snake instantly popped up, directly jerking the mid-air Lu Ling back. The moment the snake's tail drew Lu Jing back, the Black Jiao King Snake's tongue bit down towards Lu Jing. Lu Ling's face was icy cold as she waved her hand and struck a shocking wave again, and the Black Jiao King Snake also immediately activated the defense of the Jiao Dragon Horn on top of its head again. Bang! Under the surge of water, the Black Jiao King Snake was still uninjured, but it also slowed down its movements, disintegrating its idea of trying to solve Lu Ling in one go. Although the Black Jiao King Snake did not continue to attack, the circle formed by its body was shrinking, and if it shrunk to the end, someone would be entangled to death. Lu Ling was also very clear, but the gunfire on Li Jun's side hadn't stopped yet, and they couldn't help on their own side. She had to stall the Black Jiao King Snake in front of her to give Li Jun and the others time. Chapter 63 Spirit Link Spiritual Skills. Suddenly, the originally dense gunfire stopped, and Li Jun's voice rang out. Class 1, quickly clean up the battlefield. Those who are still alive patch up, and see if there are any useful parts or something like that, all bring them back. The rest of you and I will support Ms. Willowbell. Lu Ling's heart that had been hanging in the air finally fell. Li Jun turned around, only to see Lu Ling being steadily surrounded by the Black Jiao King Snake. Mr. Ryu, we'll help you. Li Jun shouted and tried to rush up. Lu Ling shouted while keeping an eye on the movements of the Black Jiao King Snake. Don't come over. Take Jiang Chan and the others and leave quickly. I'm not a match for this beast, but it's hard to eat me. You guys have to run quickly and ask to buy you some time. Unexpectedly, Li Jun did not reply, but only looked back at the people on the side and shouted, "Bring out the bombs. It's our mission to protect Ms. Ryu and the 3 students. Even if there are casualties, we can't let Ms. Ryu buy time for anything to break the back." Looking at Li Jun's serious eyes, the soldier who was shouted at immediately saluted and ran to the back of the car to get the bomb. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chan some touch, Li Jun line of people, the highest level is Li Jun, but on this is only a 3-star only, facing the 4th order of the Black Jiao King Snake is simply not enough to see. Lu Ling's 4th order 9 stars still couldn't defeat the Black Jiao King Snake, let alone them. Unexpectedly, Lu Ling smelled the words and his face changed sharply and hurriedly shouted, "No, platoon leader Li, you guys hurry up and go. I'll escape when I have the chance." Li Jun received the bomb handed over by the warrior with a cold face as he looked at Jiang Chan and the others. Protecting you is our mission. In the military, when a superior gives a mission, it must be accomplished. It must be accomplished without the slightest compromise. Obeying orders and defending the country is our vocation. Later, I'll go up and use the bomb to attract the Black Jiao King Snake. You guys and teacher Lu don't hesitate a bit. Get in the car and run as far away as possible. The rest of you will escort you back to Tianan City. After saying that, Li Jun turned around and walked decisively in the direction of the Black Jiao King Snake. Jiang Chun, who had been thinking hard, gritted his teeth and pulled Li Jun, who was about to go to his death. "What for? Don't disturb this atmosphere, okay? I'm ready to make a sacrifice." Li Jun violently broke away from Jiang Chen's hand. He thought it was Jiang Chun who couldn't bear to leave. The language pretended to be relaxed. At that, Jiang Chun scratched his head and said, "In fact, I may have a way not to help Mr. Lu. Don't rush to your death just yet. It's good to be alive, don't you still have children?" At these words, Li Jun's face instantly reddened as he glared at Jiang Chun and cursed. Bastard, you didn't say so earlier, causing me to start walking around. For nothing, so good atmosphere. Eh? Jiang Chun scratched his head, pretending to be somewhat embarrassed. If you insist on going up there and delivering a wave if you don't want the atmosphere you've created to go to waste, I won't stop you. You boy. Li Jun rolled his eyes and was just about to speak when Qin Shui's anxious and at the same time speechless voice came. I say, where's the battle? Opposite is the Black Jiao King Snake. Teacher Lu is trapped. Can you guys give the Black Jiao King Snake some face? Later Teacher Lu is gone. What kind of fart can't you let go quickly? As the words fell, the two instantly reacted, and Li Jun immediately stared at Jiang Chun like a little kid and asked, what's the solution you're talking about? Come on. If it works this time, I'll buy you a drink if it's over. Li Jun is indeed not afraid of death. As a soldier of Daxia, he will put the country and the people before everything else, and will not hesitate to donate his life for the sake of the country and the people. But that didn't mean he wanted to die, and now that there was a way to save Willowbell without having to die, he was certainly excited. Jiang Chun said with a hefty smile, I'm a light type. I can restrain the Black Jiao King Snake's shield. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Li Jun, who had just had excitement in his eyes, instantly became sad again. Alas, you're only a rank 9 star. Even if you're a light system, what's the use? This Black Jiao King Snake is a 4th ranked foreign beast. Although I know that your light system isn't what it used to be, it's not like you're that light system genius who developed 2 combat skills at a young age. Just after he finished speaking, Li Jun's eyes suddenly changed, looking at Jiang Chun in front of him with some scrutiny. Wait, 1st rank, young, still in Tiannan, can represent Tiannan to participate in the resource competition exam. You can't be the one who developed 2 light combat abilities and unraveled the problems that have plagued countless light abilities for decades, right? Hearing Li Jun say that, Jiang Chun nodded in embarrassment. It seemed that he was indeed very famous. Seeing Jiang Chun admit it, Li Jun took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chun and said seriously, how can we help you? It would be fine if it was just a light alien, but the developer of said skill was physically present, and he had seen those light aliens in the military being brought together to learn light combat skills. A small light wheel was powerful, and it also had extremely low consumption of spiritual energy, making it perfect for battles in the army. Precise accuracy and low energy consumption, the essential medicine for a protracted battle. Then the developer who developed this skill is definitely unique in his own way, so maybe it can really save the day. Jiang Chun also stopped being cheeky at this time and directly said with a straight face, my attack skill can store power. The longer it is stored, the more powerful it is. And I just looked at the time, it's noon now. I can clearly perceive that the surrounding light elements are very active. I'm equivalent to the main field in this situation. Pooling light elements will become easier, but now there's a problem is that, even if my spiritual power is stored to the end, it is estimated that I can only injure the 3rd-ranked foreign beasts, and in the face of the fact that even Teacher Lu can't break through the defenses, I won't be able to do it either. So I wanted to ask if you guys have anything that can replenish my spiritual energy while I'm building up my power. Although Jiang Chen's speech was very fast, but while speaking, Li Jun's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and when Jiang Chen finished, he clapped his hands and smiled. Isn't this a professional match? There is a spiritual skill in the army that every person has to learn, which is to converge spiritual power into one's body, originally in order to fight against high-level combatants, but I didn't expect that it would come in handy here. Hearing this, Jiang Chun hurriedly nodded his head and said, come on, it's the peak of light elemental activity now. I predict it's going to subside soon. We have to start right away. Just then, the Black Jiao King Snake hissed and violently shrunk its body, surrounding Lu Ling. Seeing this, Jiang Chun hurriedly shouted, hurry up! Mr. Ryu is in danger. Good. Li Jun nodded and hurriedly shouted, all of you, come gather and turn on the psychic link. With a command, all the soldiers rushed over at the first opportunity, putting their hands on Jiang Chen's body, forming a long chain. Jiang Chun also felt the spiritual energy within his body begin to expand, and then he immediately began to gather light elements in his right hand. The 8-pointed wheel of light formed and began to rotate and grow larger, and an astonishing might began to emanate. And Lu Ling, who was surrounded by the Black Jiao King Snake, immediately opened the shield of vortex that covered her, firmly enclosing herself in the shield of vortex. Chapter 64, Killing the Black Jiao King Snake. The octavo light will stopped getting bigger after it grew to a diameter of 2 meters, and Jiang Chun deliberately controlled the octavo light wheel to compress the light elements. Although the size was fixed at 2 meters, the light elements in it were constantly compressed, and the power was instead more powerful. And the Black Jiao King Snake seemed to have sensed that the light elements were converging, and its snake eyes turned back to stare deathly at Jiang Chun, who had already rubbed out a huge wheel of light in his hands. Hiss! The black Jiao King snake let out a cry and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. A puddle of lavender liquid was violently struck out of the large fangs. Seeing this, several people's faces changed greatly. The venom of the black Jiao King snake was extremely poisonous and corrosive. If he was hit by the venom, then Jiang Chun would definitely not be able to withstand it. Right at this moment, Qin Shui, who was on the side, droned out, "I really owe you. I'll return the favor." As the words fell, Qin Shui stepped forward and took out a pendant from within her spatial ring, which instantly blossomed with light. A shield made of cold ice just blocked in front of the crowd. The venom of the black Jiao King snake shot at the ice shield and was blocked by it. "Good job." Jiang Chun gave Qin Shui a thumbs up, followed by a backhanded pull out of the master worship gift pendant that Xiaorong had given herself at the beginning. Usually Jiang Chun didn't even use it, fearing that he would become dependent on the thing if he got used to using it. But this was clearly not the time to dwell on such things. After Jiang Chun put the pendant on, the originally dull pendant glowed, emitting a faint light. "I'll give you a big wave, old man." Jiang Chun let out a roar and violently threw out the 8 points light wheel in his hand, which had been storing up its power for a long time. The black Jiao King snake shouted when it saw the 8-pointed wheel of light flying towards it, and the sharp horns on its head instantly surged, crazily absorbing the dark elements around it. But at this point in time, the dark element was being deathly suppressed by the light element, and there wasn't much of it to begin with, not to mention the fact that it was trapping Willowbell at the same time. Clank! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and the large 8-point light wheel and the protective shield toppled together. Roar! The black Jiao King snake roared, and Jiang Chen's forehead veins rippled as he drained his entire body of spiritual energy in a full push. Under the impetus of spiritual energy, the 8-pointed light will moved forward with all its might, while the scaly dragon horn above the head of the black Jiao King snake continued to gather dark elements. Originally, the 8-point light wheel and the dark elemental shield maintained an equilibrium, but under the blow that squeezed the strength out of Jiang Chen's entire body, the dark elemental shield began to crack. A look of humanized fear appeared in the eyes of the black Jiao King snake, which just wanted to dodge. Just then, the 8-point light wheel directly shattered its dark elemental shield and flew towards its neck. The black Jiao King snake subconsciously lowered its head to dodge, and the 8-pointed wheel of light instantly clipped over the top of its head. A large scaly dragon horn was just like that and fell to the ground by the 8-pointed wheel of light. Seeing this scene, a hint of pity flashed through Jiang Chen's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the black Jiao King snake had dodged quickly, this blow might have been able to directly cut it down. Thrilling waves. Lu Ling, who was trapped by the black Jiao King snake, seized the opportunity to fiercely attack. A huge wave rushed towards the black Jiao King snake. The black Jiao King snake that had lost its Jiao dragon horn couldn't block this huge wave at all, and the distance was too close to dodge. The black Jiao King snake just took a hard hit from the thrilling wave. The huge wave that originally couldn't cause any damage struck above the black Jiao King snake's body all of a sudden, instantly sending the black Jiao King snake flying. Willowbell, whose surroundings were defended by the shield of swirls, was also revealed. Feeling the black Jiao King snake being knocked away, Lu Ling also unlocked the shield of swirls. Glancing at the crowd of Jiang Chun sitting on the ground, Lu Ling nodded slightly. Just now, although she was trapped, she had never given up and always kept an eye on the outside world. The black Jiao King snake that had lost its sharp horns roared at Lu Ling and turned to run. Seeing this, Willowbell's feet sprung up a stream of water rushing Willowbell's body up. Her hands flashed blue and a very small stream of water surrounded Willowbell's palms. 7-fold wave. Lu Ling drank and pushed her palm forward. Instantly a huge wave rushed out from her palm, and the huge wave struck towards the escaping black Jiao King snake. The giant wave shook once after it surged out, and the power contained within it became 20% stronger. It shook a total of 7 times on its way to the black Jiao King snake, and it was far from the power it had at the very beginning. Bang! The speed of the giant wave was extremely fast, catching up with the black Jiao King snake as it shook for the 7th time. The black Jiao King snake was instantly swept up by the giant wave and crushed underneath it. Ka! Ka! Click! Roar! There were also bursts of sounds of bones breaking underneath the huge waves, as well as the mournful howls of the black Jiao King snake. The huge waves dispersed, and the black Jiao King snake was lying limp and dead on the ground. Having lost the blessing of the Jiaolong horn, it could not block Lu Ling's giant wave, and the force brought about by the giant wave shaking 7 times directly crushed its entire body bones into pieces. Phew! Lu Ling exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked back at Jiang Chun and the others with a smile. Resolved. At those words, Jiang Chun immediately climbed up and pounced towards the Jiao Long horn on the ground, his eyes shining as he stroked the horn and said, "This thing, superb, it's better than all the horns I've collected before. It's worthy of being the horn of a 4th-ranked foreign beast." Lu Ling asked, staring at Jiang Chun, who was sprawled on the ground, with a dull expression on his face. "What are you doing? You don't understand," Jiang Chun said with a tugging face as he looked at Lu Ling. "This is the inheritance of the horn-breaking frenzy demon. When we meet a beast with horns, we have to hit the horns first. A beast with horns, as long as you finish hitting the horns, either it goes berserk and enters the 2nd stage, or he is weak, and you can take advantage of the opportunity to kill it." Saying that, Jiang Chun put away his auger horn, beaming with joy. This was a major milestone on his way to becoming a horn-breaking maniac. It's a pity that there are no real dragons in this world, or else High and Low would have to hold some real dragon horns back as ornaments. Thinking about it, Jiang Chun immediately turned back and ran into the beast's tide of corpses, began to rummage. Met the horn of the beast's long sword stretched out directly to the beast horn to cut down. The corners of the mouths of everyone present twitched as they appeared to have discovered some sort of quirk of Jiang Chen's. There is an obsessive fascination with the horns of the Fae. Qin Shui looked at Xiaorong with an odd expression and asked, "This can't be the inheritance of your division as well, can it? Do you guys like the horns of foreign beasts that much?" Smiling, Xiaorong coughed lightly and explained, "This is evidence of Master Jiang Chen's desire to memorialize himself on the path of becoming stronger as an exalt. It's definitely not an exotic beast horn or anything like that." Said also glanced at not far away is still constantly rummaging through the horn of foreign beasts. Jiang Chun slightly closed his eyes. This sentence out of their own do not believe Jiang Chun didn't care about any of this. No one could stop his broken-horned mad demon inheritance. The long sword in his hand kept passing out to cut the horns of the alien beasts. Lu Ling said as she covered her forehead and looked at Li Jun helplessly. "Platoon Leader Li, please pack up the corpse of the Black Jiao King Snake and go to Jinling City to sell it at that time." Li Jun nodded and ran over with 2 men. Chapter 65, The City of Heroes. In the middle of the military vehicle, Li Jun looked at Lu Ling in front of him with a bitter face. "Teacher Lu, thanks to you this time. Otherwise it would have been dangerous." At that, Willowbell said with a soft laugh, "It's okay. If it weren't for the fact that we're going to Jinling to take the resource allocation exam, you wouldn't have come to protect us, nor would we have met these things." Unexpectedly, Li Jun instantly squared his shoulders. "You are going to Jinling to grab resources for the sake of all the students in Tiannan City. It's only right that we protect you." Lu Ling laughed and didn't dwell on the matter, instead looking at Jiang Chun, whose aura was rising to the side, and smiling. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were tightly closed, and spiritual energy was continuously converging towards his body. Boom! Spiritual energy stirred as Jiang Chun opened his eyes, and the rank aura of his entire body had come to the 2nd rank, 1 star. Ha 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 ha, breaking through the 2nd rank? Is this what the 2nd rank feels like? It feels like it's fully double the amount of spiritual energy reserves than the 1st rank of 9 stars. Jiang Chun laughed out loud as he broke through the 2nd order 1-star rank in one fell swoop. This was also thanks to the previous battle, which was itself a critical period for him to break through the 2nd stage, just short of the critical step. In this battle, the Army Spirit Link spirit skills entered his body, directly helping him break through the shackles of the 1st rank and step into the ranks of the 2nd rank. Lu Ling looked at Jiang Chun and also said with a light laugh, "It seems that you don't have to run for 1st place in the province this time. Breaking through the 2nd rank at this time can be too crucial." Jiang Chun scratched his head, a little embarrassed. This is also the effect of Platoon Leader Li's and their spirit skills from before, which directly helped me break through the 2nd rank in one fell swoop. Looking at this scene, Li Jun said with some excitement, "In that case, won't we be able to obtain the most generous resources in the province this time? Jiang Chen's strength of the 2nd rank is at the head of all the martial arts candidates in the entire Jinling City, isn't it?" Hearing this, Jiang Chun laughed and looked at Li Jun in a pretense of modesty and said, "There are people beyond the sky, hopeful but not certain. Maybe there's someone with a higher rank than me." The 3 of them were chuckling, but they didn't notice Qin Shui and Xiaorong's somewhat forlorn eyes. They seemed to have been left behind too much by Jiang Chun. And so, while a few people were chatting, both of them closed their eyes and began to cultivate, working hard to raise their levels. At this time, in the middle of Tianan City, the principal who saw the video of the live battle had his heart clenched. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's last great wheel of light, it was unlikely that Lu Ling would have to be planted today. The Tianan City commander looked at the slain Black Zhao King snake with glowing eyes and eagerly looked at the principal and said, "Old platoon leader, this student has no idea of enlisting in the army. I guarantee that as soon as he comes I'll break the rules and promote him into a platoon leader with a sharp knife platoon kind of thing. This is also too suitable for the army. You are also inside the army out of the let, you should be able to see it." At that, the principal said faintly with a slightly raised eyebrow, "Want me this student can first ask Yan Huang with or without consent? He has been admitted to Yan Huang. The agreement has been signed. Yan Huang's principal who you do not know you and Yan Huang to steal people, what do you commander do not want to do it?" At these words, the commander's face stiffened. He really couldn't do it by stealing people from Yan Huang, whose position lay in being the place where most of the skills were developed. All of the skills of the Daxia psychics had been developed by Yan Huang, and as long as they weren't in wartime, Yan Huang was even able to moderate the military to a certain extent. Seeing this, the principal laughed and stood up and walked over to the commander's side, patting him on the shoulder and laughing. "This student of mine develops skills, and while combat is also strong, it is developing skills that will maximize his value. I remember that many light system adepts who don't want to leave the front line after awakening and still want to fight with alien beasts will choose to join the military. There are quite a lot of light systems in your military, right? If they all learn Jiang Chen's skills, their role will be even greater." The commander took a deep breath and suddenly remembered something and slammed the table cursing. "Damn, I also said a while ago that the director of Yan Huang came to gather all my light system soldiers together for special training. What is it for? Still not letting me know. It seems that it is for the sake of learning this skill thing." At that, the principal froze and smiled after a moment of careful thought. "Help me tell her about the attack on Jiang Chun today, and don't reveal that it was me." The commander frowned, but then reacted with an "I know what" smile. "You old fox, free senior bodyguard, huh?" The principal smiled and waved his hand. "The hand waving isn't an apology. It's the fact that you still have to practice, old man." "Fine, fine, I'll go." The commander agreed and stood up to head outside. At night, Jiang Chan and the others finally reached Jinling. Looking at the massive city gate in front of him, Jiang Chun felt some emotion, the marks on top of the city wall highlighting the brutality of the battle. In the face of the attack of the beasts, the forefathers stood on top of the city wall and kept launching attacks toward the beasts, trying desperately to protect the people in the city. And the traces of repairs on the city walls all hinted at the cruelty of the battle. Fighting a bunch of inhuman beasts, the cruelty of the battle was unimaginable. Looking at the city walls, Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. Jinling City was like Nanjing City in his previous life. Both were heroic cities. Both had fought with all their might against beasts for the sake of the people. Li Jun, who was on the side, noticed Jiang Chen's eyes and walked over and said softly, "Jinling is a city of heroes, a city that, at the very beginning of the Aura revival, never fell in the Jiangnan province, and protected 30 million human fires in the Yangtze River Delta region, is a city of heroes." As the words fell, everyone on the scene quieted down and silently looked at the city walls. Li Jun stepped forward and drank. "Third platoon, all hands on deck." As soon as the order came out, the entire platoon all gathered together, and Li Jun spoke aloud. "To the heroic city of Jinling, salute." Ta! Neatly leaning on the sound of feet, all stood at attention and saluted towards Jinling. Jiang Chen's four did not salute, but still stared tightly at the gate of Jinling City. Immediately after that, Li Jun looked at Jiang Chen's few people and said, "Teacher Lu, Brother Jiang Chen, and the two girls, the first stage of our escort mission is complete. We have contacted the Jinling military region. We will rest and wait in the Jinling military region during your competition, and when your competition is over, we will escort you back, so farewell." Jiang Chen said with a smile and a nod. "Platoon leader Li, if you have time to come out, I'll buy my brothers a drink." Li Jun smiled and snickered at his words. Really, the brothers are nearly 40, not afraid of hemorrhaging. Ha ha ha. Develop skills bonus is quite enough. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. Li Jun saluted, turned around and walked onto the military vehicle and drove off in the direction of the military district. Jiang Chen's few people glanced at each other and laughed as they walked in towards Jinling City. Chapter 66 Resource Competition Examination. Session 1. This time we have a resource competition exam, a total of 16 cities. If it goes well, there will be 4 matches, 16 into 8, 8 into 4, 4 into 2, 2 into 1, of course. There will also be a ranking exam between the losers to decide the ranking order. Because each city was picking 3 students to compete, it was divided into 3 groups for the competition. which corresponded to the placements in your city tournament. In the middle of the hotel room, Lu Ling was talking to Jiang Chen's few people about the rules of the competition. Listening to what Lu Ling said about the rules, Jiang Chen frowned and said, "Then if we split into 3 groups like this, won't we be at a disadvantage in case they adopt the tactic of the field of honor?" Willowbell said with a nod. "Indeed, before out of this situation you said, but you have to know that the gap between everyone itself is not very big. Jiangnan, in addition to Jinling, because of the strong population base every year, is very strong. The gap between none of the other cities is very big. Not even the gap between 1, 2 or 3 except for Nanjing. It will be botched. That's the first point. The second point is that the final granting of resources should be a comprehensive consideration of the strength of the entire city. Even if your 2 or 3 groups get first place, but your first group of people last, your resources are only moderately slight. These exams are judged artificially, so there is no need to worry about these things, and those of a bad nature will even be sentenced to a direct negative." Jiang Chen nodded. He wasn't worried about himself, but what he was most afraid of was problems on the part of Xiaorong and Qin Shui. He wasn't sure now if the system was talking about him alone or if it included both Qin Shui and Xiaorong. He didn't dare to gamble. The spectrum ray was too important to be half-assed. "Jiang Chen, your first match is going to be against Jiang En's. The opposite side is a first-rank 7-star. The rank is not too high, but it's a wind ability. I've seen the video of him striking out. Speed is the main focus, so you have to pay attention. Don't be taken by surprise." Jiang Chen nodded. The wind system hadn't been crossed yet, so there was indeed some anticipation. Lu Ling was still laying out his tactics when Jiang Chen glanced at the sky and spoke out. "I'm going outside to get food. What do you guys want?" As the words fell, the 3 of them, Lu Ling, were still talking to themselves, not hearing what Jiang Chen had said at all. Jiang Chen shook his head and turned around to walk out of the hotel room, came downstairs and ordered a random thing and started eating. The sound of dripping rain made Jiang Chen feel a little cozy for a while, and it seemed like a good thing to listen to the rain while eating. Jiang Chen, who had finished eating 2 portions of food, straightened up and stretched, took the packed food and walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the store, a black figure came face to face, directly colliding with Jiang Chen, who had stepped out of the store's entrance. The man glanced at Jiang Chen without saying much, frowned and turned around. Looking at the man's back, Jiang Chen's brows tightened. Just now he felt that the whole body of the man who had bumped into him had caused the light element to shun him. The dark elemental, on the other hand, was incredibly active while approaching his side. The light and dark systems were mutually exclusive elements, and the light and dark elements were everywhere, and the concentration of the elements could be felt in each other. So he could feel that this person just now was almost completely repelled by the light element, just as the dark element repelled itself. "Strange people. I think they are dark elemental aliens." Jiang Chen scratched his head and walked up, carrying the food. On the other side, the person who hit Jiang Chen was none other than Zhou Ping, who had just stepped out a short while ago when a car stopped in front of him. "Get in the car." A hint of fluctuation flashed through Zhou Ping's ancient eyes as he opened the car door and sat up. "You've gone hunting the beasts again. How did you get yourself injured?" "I'm fine, second uncle. The match is not until the day after tomorrow. I can feel the dark elements are constantly repairing my body." Zhou Ping spoke softly. Uncle Tu nodded and explained. "This is the effect of the dark source stone fused with your body. Originally your elemental affinity for the dark element was only at the A level, but with the fusion of the dark source stone it can reach S+, and the dark element will continuously strengthen your body." Zhou Ping nodded without another word and closed his eyes as the dark elements around him continuously surged towards him, repairing his injured body. "Pingle, I'm going back to the army." After a long time, the second uncle took the lead to break the silence. Zhou Pingyuan had been continuously absorbing the dark elements to repair himself, and when he heard his second uncle say this, he couldn't help but be stunned. "I know." After thinking for half a day, Zhou Ping still didn't know what to say and only returned these 4 words. The vehicle kept moving forward and eventually stopped at the entrance of the Zhou family manor, and the second uncle spoke softly. "Pingle, go and remember to take care of yourself. I'll keep an eye on you in the army." "Aha!" Zhou Ping agreed, opened the car door, and said after a pause before getting out of the car, "Second uncle, you're all I have. Even if I have to play with my life in the army, I'll come back alive and I'll give you my old age." "Good," the second uncle promised, and Zhou Ping jumped out of the car without hesitation, limping towards the middle of the manor. 2 days later, the official stadium of Golden City. Jiang Chen looked at the stadium and asked somewhat strangely, "We play our own municipal matches. How come the provincial matches come to this place, next to the ticket office?" At that, Willowbell scratched her head, a little embarrassed, and explained. After all, the hair resources are also to money well, selling tickets can raise funds, and every year this competition is a hot topic. A lot of literature candidates would like to spend money to see the martial arts candidates fighting over the addiction. The stadium in Jinling City can accommodate 100,000 people, more than 100 yuan per ticket, a morning game down 10 million. The winner's bracket to play a total of 4 games, the loser's bracket is more, hundreds of millions of the funds are enough to raise a lot of martial arts candidates. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Chen's few people nodded, which was quite normal. A few people nodded and walked into the stadium. The first fight was Xiaorong's fight, the third group and the second group fought first, warming up the field, and then it was the first group's finale. After entering the stadium and sitting in the exclusive seat of Tiannan City, Jiang Chen carefully surveyed the scene. The stadium was packed at the moment and the crowd seemed to be very excited about the upcoming match. Wow, that's a lot of people. Xiaorong patted Jiang Chen's hand and said with some excitement. At those words, Jiang Chen pressed his hand slightly, his face bland. Excited for what? It's not like I didn't take you through such a scene. Wasn't it the same when I took you to a lecture? Sharon hemmed and hawed. It's not the same, master. Last time I was there to be an assistant teacher for you. But this time I'm the main character myself. Qin Shui on the side still had a bland face, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Willowbell said as she pointed to the exclusive location of the Golden City. Jiang Chen, I've asked someone to ask around. This time your opponent is just Jinling. The others basically won't lose as long as you don't mess around. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded his head towards the exclusive seating area of Jinling City, and a figure wearing a black robe attracted his attention. It's him? Chapter 67. Zhou Ping? What's the matter? There's someone you know? Looking at Jiang Chen's slightly stunned expression, Lu Ling asked with some confusion. Hearing this, Jiang Chen said with a slight shake of his head. Not really an acquaintance. I bumped into the man in the black robe the night before last when I went to get you guys something to eat. He gave me a strange feeling at the time. All the light elementals shunned him, but the dark elementals were extremely active after they encountered him. Following Jiang Chen's finger, Lu Ling saw Zhou Ping, and she reacted in her mind, remembering the student. This person is called Zhou Ping. He is the first place winner in Jinling City, and is very likely to be your opponent in this final because almost all of the other opponents are 7 stars of the first rank, but this Zhou Ping is 8 stars of the first rank. And he's also the son of Zhou Lu, the former deputy commander of Jinling City, but he was exterminated by the Dark Church a while ago. Only he is left alone. Zhou Lu is a 7th order Dark System psychic, very powerful. As Zhou Lu's son, he's also of the Dark System, so I guess it's not too good to deal with. At that, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Ling, who was gushing out information about Zhou Ping, and said indifferently, I'm light, and I'm still a 2nd order 1 star. At these words, Willowbell was instantly quiet as she thought about her response and smiled. It's also true that the light system inherently restrains the dark system, and you have a good chance of winning, but Lu Ling's words turned serious as she looked at Jiang Chen and admonished him word for word. Don't forget, he's also a son of a family. A 7th order dark system psychic definitely has his own crushing skills. Don't underestimate your opponent. Seeing Lu Ling's serious look, Jiang Chen also nodded solemnly and said, I know, don't worry. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might. I won't underestimate him. Willowbell nodded in satisfaction, and just then, a man in the middle of the stadium, dressed in a suit, descended from the sky. With a microphone still in his hand and a smile on his face, he yelled, Hello, all guests. I'm the host Chen Tang, and I will be hosting the finals of the Jiangnan Province mock exam for this tournament. The host, Chan Tun, was hovering in mid-air, mouthing off about the field and introducing the match. Jiang Chen just slightly closed his eyes and rested his eyes. These are nothing nutritious, have nothing to do with themselves. Soon after, Chan Tun, who had finished reading the opening lines, shouted out, All right, without further ado, please invite the 3rd group from Tiannan City, as well as the 3rd group from Jiangnan City to the ring. Xiaorong, who heard herself being called out, waved her hand towards Jiang Chen and turned around to walk up to the ring. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly as he carefully observed. This time, Xiaorong's opponent was the 3rd place winner in Jiangnan City, a 1st order 5-star water psychic. It's not very tough for Sharon, and it's expected to end the fight quickly. As expected, after Chen Tang ordered the match to begin, Xiaorong took out her longsword and charged up. The opponent also didn't expect Xiaorong to charge straight up right at the beginning and hurriedly tried to defend. but Xia Rong threw out a backhanded 8-minute light wheel to force his way through, and his opponent's face changed so much that he could only roll on the ground. It was this roll that caused him to completely lose his head start and the chance to counterattack, and he was set up by Xia Rong's sword on his neck. Seeing this scene, Chen Tang was obviously also a bit confused. From the beginning he knew the approximate ending, but did not expect it to be so fast. Resting her sword on her opponent's neck, Xia Rong cocked her head, seemingly a little perplexed as to why the referee hadn't come up and declared herself the winner yet. As a professional host, Chan Tun quickly reacted by shouting, "I didn't expect the contestant from Tiannan, Xia Rong, is so powerful in combat. It really makes us shout out." The referee also rushed up and shouted, "This match, Xia Rong wins." The originally crowded stadium instantly quieted down after seeing Xia Rong kill her opponent in seconds, but with the fall of Chen Tangdu's voice, the originally quieted stadium once again boiled up. "Xia Rong, Xia Rong, Xia Rong." For a moment, the entire arena was calling out Xia Rong's name as she withdrew her long sword and turned around to walk out of the ring. This scene made Zhang Chun feel a bit unreal, turning his head to look at Lu Ling with some doubt and asked, "Are the people in this other city so vegetable? It doesn't feel real." Hearing this, Willowbell shrugged her shoulders a little helplessly. This should be this year's Jiang'an City's bad luck, and who would have thought that this year's Tiannan is strong to the point of bursting. Okay, Qin Shui's big family descendant, Xia Rong's family has a 7th-ranked powerhouse, and you're a little pervert, meeting Tiannan is considered their luck problem. Zhang Chun scratched his head. He was all turned on. It was only natural to be a bit more powerful. The match is still going on. After the third group is finished, it's Qin Shui who comes on. Qin Shui also defeats her opponent almost instantly after she comes on. Not dragging her feet in the slightest, she goes on stage and releases her skills and then follows them up. Zhang Chun had long since seen this and soon came to the first group of matches. The first group of matches was placed in the finale. Each battle was noteworthy, and the geniuses of the entire Jiangnan had gathered in this competition. Zhang Chen's match is the 5th. The previous battle, there is a Gusu player let Zhang Chun cannot help but flank, a hand of fire elemental play very smooth, but also the first order of 8 stars. It seems to be a recent breakthrough. There was nothing noteworthy other than this opponent, but Zhang Chen's eyes were always fixed on Zhou Ping. What he was most looking forward to now was Zhou Ping's strike. He wanted to see to what extent Zhou Ping, who had been completely discarded by the light element, could reach in terms of his attainments in the dark element. The 5th match of the first group, the contestant from Tiannan City against the contestant from Mao City, and the contestant from Tiannan City, Zhang Chun, is none other than the light leader who developed the light combat skill some time ago, Zhang Chun. "Will the two players please step down?" Chen Tang grandly introduced Zhang Chen's identity, and the whole room exploded, loudly all shouting Zhang Chen's name. "Zhang Chun! Zhang Chun! Zhang Chun!" The whole room's neat cheers were amazing. After all, Zhang Chun was just too dazzling. Listening to the entire arena shouting his name, Zhang Chun stood up with a slight smile and slowly walked towards the arena. With so many people cheering, Zhang Chen's aura came to a peak. And while the crowd was buzzing, the first-place finisher from Maozhou City had an ugly look on his face, and the pressure in his heart was suddenly doubled, while at the same time he was angry at Zhang Chun, who could be said to have a home field advantage in such a situation. He was very unconvinced as to why the entire arena was cheering for Zhang Chun. The voices were so neat that the ring couldn't help but vibrate slightly. Zhang Chun walked up to the ring and looked at his opponent, who was glaring at him in front of him with a slight glare. Although he was going to fight, why did he keep glaring at himself? Zhang Chun, who was being stared at with a deadly glare, didn't give him a good face either, sneering a sentence without saying much. The referee raised an eyebrow when he saw the fire between the two men, followed by a knowing smile, and said, "You may go all out in this match, and if we determine that either side is in imminent danger of losing their lives, we will step in to block them, but the protected side will be awarded a loss. You can use weapons, but you cannot use items such as battle armor and special props. Do you understand?" As the words fell, both men nodded. The referee's face changed and he bellowed, "Begin." After saying that, he instantly flew into mid-air. At the moment the referee finished speaking, the opponent's figure flashed and quickly appeared in front of Zhang Chun and smashed his fist over. Zhang Chen's face changed greatly and crossed his hands in front of his body to receive a hard blow. It was knocked out in an instant. Immediately after, his opponent drank wind blade. Immediately after that, with a wave of his right hand, a wind blade appeared in his hand and threw it with force, and the wind blade instantly rushed towards Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun sneered and said as he sat up, "Kid, pretty shady." Chapter 68. Bears? Clank. The invisible wind blade was stopped directly by the otter barrier and dissipated into the wind. One strike failed, and his opponent once again charged towards Jiang Chun on the soles of his feet. This time Jiang Chun didn't hold back, and after dispersing the otter barrier, he slammed his fist into the opponent rushing towards him. Without dodging, his opponent met him with a direct punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, his opponent's arm was somewhat bent by Jiang Chen's punch, followed by Jiang Chen grabbing his arm, closing in short, catching the opportunity before connecting with a series of Japanese punches, the last of which sent him straight out of the ring. Jiang Chun flew up with the soles of his feet and kicked him out of the ring. With that, Jiang Chun looked at him lying on the ground and said indifferently, "A speed-based alien actually fights me hard. Don't get on top of it. This is a fight for your Maosu." At these words, his opponent's face reddened, and he knew that he was on top. This was a match that determined a city's resources. Jiang Chun shook his head without saying much and turned to look at the referee. The referee nodded and shouted, "In this match, Jiang Chun from Tianan City wins and enters the final 8. Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun." The atmosphere of the entire venue was once again ignited as everyone called out Jiang Chen's name. Seeing this, Jiang Chun walked out of the ring with a slight smile, and Lu Ling said with a light laugh, "You won easier than I thought you would." Hearing this, Jiang Chun shrugged his shoulders and said with some disdain, "Originally he was quite fast, and it would take me a bit of time to defeat him, but he actually tried to fight me hard, which is too disrespectful. Don't be careless. All your opponents behind you will get stronger and stronger," Willowbell admonished thoughtfully. Jiang Chun nodded without saying anything as he saw Zhou Ping, who was sitting across from him, stand up and walk towards the ring. "Okay, let's thank the two players just now for bringing us a wonderful match. Next, the 6th match of the first group, the player from Jinling City and the player from Tianhai City are going to play against each other. Please ask the two players to come up to the stage." Chen Tongs had just finished speaking when the two Zhou Pings had already arrived above the ring. Jiang Chen's eyes never left Zhou Ping's body, his eyes filled with curiosity. At this moment, Zhou Ping was dressed in a black robe, with 2 hideous scars on his cheeks, and his dark eyes were streaming out with no glimmer of light, as if he didn't care about this match. The eyes of his opponent from Tianhai City who stood opposite him looked at him arrogantly, seemingly not caring about Zhou Ping at all. Tianhai City's contestant had a tiger's back and waist, and his entire body exuded an air of power as he looked at Zhou Ping and suddenly laughed openly. "This Jinling doesn't seem to be working this year either. Someone like you who looks like a chicken actually managed to enter the first group. It's really a worldly situation. But you look really ugly. The scar on other people's face is to add manly charm. But this scar of yours, it only looks like you are an ugly monster. It's horrible. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and start. I still have to go back to chatting with the girls." Hearing the provocation from the Heavenly Sea City player, the referee frowned and chided. "Friendship first, competition second. If you keep talking without knowing what you're talking about, I'm not only going to call you off for a foul, I'm going to beat you up." Saying that, the referee's aura shook, and the aura of a 6th-ranked alien was released, and Tianan City's contestant shrunk his head without saying much. The most revered thing about martial arts candidates was that they were strong. As long as their fists were hard enough, no one would dare to refute their words, but he still glared at Zhou Ping with eyes like knives. Being provoked like this, even Zhou Ping's bland nature could not stand it a bit, and a fierce light flashed through his ancient well-less eyes. "It's just as well that Uncle Tu is gone and full of anger, so since you want to scold, let's take it out on you." The voice was not loud, but just enough to reach the other party's ears, and he was so anxious that he jumped straight to his feet and pointed at Zhou Ping and shouted angrily, "What are you talking about?" The referee was also speechless at this. The chances of running into such a trash-talking flunky are still not many these days. This time Du Zhou Ping did not choose to talk nonsense, but silently took out his dagger from within his spatial ring. Looking back at the referee, he asked softly, "Mr. Referee, can we start now?" Feeling the coldness coming from Zhou Ping's body, the referee raised his eyebrows lightly, feeling as if it was quite interesting. A slight nod shouted, "Two players ready. Begin." Roar. As the words fell, the Tianhai City's player instantly roared, and his entire body began to grow hair, and his body began to grow larger, and his entire form began to change. In just a second's time, Tianhai City's player turned into a big brown bear. Seeing this, Jiang Chun froze and said with some uncertainty, "What is this? Animalization powers?" "Yes." Willowbell nodded. For her who had memorized all the information about the contestants, She naturally knew what the powers in front of her were. Tianhai City's contestant's name is Xiong Zhong. His brother's name is Xiong Bo. Both of their brothers are animalistic powers, and both of them turn into cracked armor bears, and people often call them Xiong de Xiong Air.
Xiong do Xiong Ar.
Jiang Chen's eyes looked oddly at Xiong Zhong, who had transformed into a cracked armor bear on the stage, and pronounced the name. Hearing Jiang Chen's tone, Lu Ling froze and asked with some confusion, "What's wrong with the bears?" At that, Jiang Chen waved his hand and didn't say much, but in his memories, the original world had two superb movie stars, Xiong de Xiong Air and Chong. Bestialization abilities are categorized as special abilities as they are again special abilities in the presence of elemental abilities and reinforcement abilities. This itself is a special supernormal ability. Beastization supernormal ability appeared in the body of a pair of biological brothers. Is this a predestined arrangement? Now missing a strong brother can be put together, which explains why the dog and bear ridge, those two goods, will speak human language. Thinking of this, one didn't hold back. Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh out. Looking at Jiang Chun a little out of his mind, Lu Ling looked at Jiang Chun with an odd expression and asked, "What are you doing?" Smiling that obscene smile. "Could it be that you like this one?" "That's right. In the world of difficult homo, this is probably your favorite." At that, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and laughed. "Mr. Ryu, I just remembered a funny story. I'll tell you about it later. For now, let's watch the game." "What's the funny story?" Lu Ling frowned and asked, but realized that Jiang Chun was intently watching the two people fighting in the ring. Let's just call him Bear 2 for convenience. Xiong Air rushed towards Zhou Ping after he animalized the split armor bear and let out a long roar to the sky. In the face of Xiong Air's initiative, Zhou Ping's eyes instantly became ruthless. His figure transformed into a black shadow and hid under Xiong Air's massive black shadow. In Xiong Air's perspective, Zhou Ping transformed into a black shadow and scurried to nowhere. Xiong Air hurriedly turned around, but found nothing. The moment was advantageous for Zhou Ping. The sun was already only setting and the dark element was active. Surrounded by black shadows, but facing Xiong Air, who was invincible in physical combat at the same level, could not be hard. So Zhou Ping chose to hide in the black shadows beneath him, to make a move of blackness under the lamp. Chapter 69. The Ruthless Zhou Ping. "Roar! Come out! Where are the people, shrunken heads? Come out and fight me if you can." Bear 2, who had been unable to find anyone, roared wildly, but was dead set on not looking down. Watching this scene, Jiang Chun helplessly hold his forehead. This guy is really like Xiong Air, walking the line of violence. IQ is secondary. A sound of a sword piercing rang out. Zhou Ping immediately ducked into the shadows after thrusting Xiong Air twice with great speed. Roar! Feeling the pain, he let out a loud roar and spun around trying to find Zhou Ping's trail, cursing angrily as he did so. Shrinking head turtle, have the ability to come out and fight with me squarely. Only secretly hurt people is considered to be what ability. No wonder you are ugly. There are scars on your face the family does not take you to cure. At these words, Jiang Chun clearly sensed a killing intent that he had only ever felt on the body of the phenomenal wolf, when both phenomenal wolves had really wanted to kill themselves. What Jiang Chun didn't know was that no matter how much Xiong Air insulted himself, Zhou Ping wouldn't get angry, and the scars on his face were from the Dark Order. With today's medical technology, it's easy to remove it, but Zhou Ping not only doesn't go, but keeps it in public without even a mask or mask. It was because he wanted to always remind himself that he was still carrying a blood feud and could not slack off. Xiong Air's mouthy remark happened to touch Zhou Ping's reverse scale. Shadow Sword Rain. Suddenly, Zhou Ping roared, and a number of short swords formed from dark shadows shot out from the shadows on the side of the ring and flew towards Xiong Air. And the dark shadows that flew out of the short swords were the blind spots of Kamarji's vision, and Kamarji was stuck with a dozen short swords. The dark elemental short sword turned into a puddle of black shadows like mud after thrusting into Kumaraji's body, slowly invading Kumaraji's body from within the wound. Ah! Xiong Air immediately let out a miserable howl. This feeling was only understood by those who had had their bodies eroded by the dark elements. The pain that penetrated deep into the marrow of the bones and was enough to penetrate the soul. Just then, Zhou Ping rushed out from the shadow of Bear 2 in a flash, and the moment he did so, his dagger made a large upward slash starting from Bear 2's hip. Immediately after that, Zhou Ping staggered Xiong Air a few steps with a roundhouse spinning kick. Zhou Ping, who had finished this kick, did not continue to hide, but stood right where he was and stared at Xiong Air dead in the face. Xiong Air turned around in a hurry, and in the moment of turning around he met Zhou Ping's eyes. Just a single glance made Kamoji shiver. He saw tyranny in Zhou Ping's eyes, He saw grimness. He saw ruthlessness. He saw bloodlust. But that apparently wasn't enough to break his sanity, and the pain coming from his body brought him to a point of consciousness. Cracking claw. Xiong Er shouted, and the earth elementals around him covered his bare claws in a layer of armor, which was condensed from the earth elementals, but you could still see how sharp it was. In the face of this attack, Zhou plain color cold and unchanged. In the split earth claw attack to their own instant once again turned into a black shadow appeared in the back of the bear too. Waving the dagger towards Kamoji's left ankle, blood splattered and Kamoji's left foot went limp as he fell towards one side. But being able to climb to number 1 in Tianhai City, he still hadn't lost the ability to resist, and his right hand swung backward in a smooth motion. Zhou Ping half crouched down to avoid the blow, and immediately after, instead of retreating, he advanced, following Xiong Er's openings with a knife to cut Xiong Er's hand tendons as well, and the whole hand went limp with weakness. At this time, Xiong Er has no previous arrogant flames, now only want to surrender. Turned back to look at Zhou Ping's cold eyes, hid a shiver, hurriedly shouted, "Wait! I vote for." Before the words were finished, Zhou Ping appeared in front of Xiong Er with a flash of his body and cursed with a punch toward the bear's mouth. "No, you don't want to." Immediately after urging the dark source stone in his body to communicate with the dark elements that had just invaded Xiong Er's body, the dark elements instantly began to move crazily in Xiong Er's body. Unlike earlier when the slow flow could still be barely tolerated, now that it was violently accelerated by Zhou Ping, Xiong Er instantly released a howl. "Ah! Ah! Ah! What a noise!" Zhou Ping gulped and kicked the bear in the mouth. The referee, who was currently flying in mid-air, lowered his altitude with a frown and said as he looked at Bear 2 on the ground, "Stop, you win." Unexpectedly, Zhou Ping did not buy it in the slightest and coldly returned, "He has not yet surrendered, nor has he fainted and lost his ability to resist, nor have I jeopardized his life. This battle is not yet over." After saying that, he continued to look at Xiong Er with cold eyes, continuously urging the dark origin stone that had long since been integrated into his body. Although the referee had the intention to stop it, he couldn't intervene much in a situation like this. Just like Zhou Ping said, this fight wasn't over yet. The dark elements kept flushing the flesh and blood in Bear 2's body, and the few times he tried to beg for mercy, he was punched in the mouth by Zhou Ping. Trying to lift the animalized state was also threatened by Zhou Ping. If he lifted the animalization, he would waste Xiong Er's other 2 arms and legs as fast as possible. 2 minutes later, the spirit power exhausted Bear 2 could no longer maintain his beastly state and transformed back into his human form. Losing the beastly enchantment, Bear 2 also fainted. The referee landed in the ring at that moment as well, frowning. "You win now. Can you bring out your dark elemental?" Unexpectedly, Zhou Ping did not give him any face at all and turned around and walked out of the ring. The scene was silent. Zhou Ping's ruthlessness just now made them a little scared. Most of the people who came to see the match were actually literary candidates, and for the first time they felt that amongst the martial arts candidates it seemed to be really cruel. Tianhai City's lead teacher also jumped into the ring moments later to hug Xiong Er, glaring at Zhou Ping before running out of the stadium with Xiong Er in tow. Xiong Er's entire body is now seriously injured, although the medical technology is advanced, but if the tendons of the hands and feet are not connected for a long time will also have the same effect. The referee took a deep breath and didn't say much, and Chantry immediately picked up the microphone and laughed aloud at the sight. "Many thanks to the 2 of you for the wonderful battle just now. Let's have the next group." Chandang had no choice but to turn the audience around, or the tickets in the back wouldn't sell. Jiang Chun under the stage watched with interest the back of Zhou Ping, who walked off the stage, did not go all out at the beginning, and after going all out he directly defeated Xiong Er with an overwhelming advantage. It seems that Xiong Er sprayed trash talk and touched some scales. Xiaorong said with some fear as she hugged Jiang Chen's arm at this moment. "Luckily he was in your first group, so ruthless. If he was in our third group, then we would have suffered." Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled noncommittally. Zhou Ping's hand was indeed ruthless and decisive, very much to Jiang Chen's liking. At the same time, he also had some admiration for Xiong Er, who preferred to be tortured by Zhou Ping until he fainted, rather than shouting surrender. Bear 2. "I actually wanted to surrender when my hamstring was cut, but he punched me in the mouth." Oh.
Graus graus.
Chapter 70, 8-4. Jiang Chun, what do you think? Lu Ling looked at Zhou Ping, who was sitting down, and asked out loud. Hearing Lu Ling ask herself, Jiang Chun said with a smile that hadn't tightened at all, "I think this Zhou Ping true nature, At the beginning of the face of this Xiong air did not move real, and finally do not know how suddenly ignited without leaving a hand. Willowbell rolled her pretty eyes and cursed. Net pulling these useless things. Is that what I'm asking you? What I'm asking is what you felt when you watched this Zhou Ping fight. Jiang Chun froze at his words and said after a moment's thought. Zhou Ping's combat skills aren't too good, it can only be said to be okay. I'm better than him, not even as good as Xiaorong, but his combat awareness and the decisiveness with which he strikes is better than mine. He should have not gone to the wilderness to practice less. Then, if you were the one who fought against Zhou Ping just now, are you sure you can beat him? Lu Ling asked softly. That's for sure. Jiang Chun laughed. I'm much stronger than him in terms of combat skills, but he can't be too much stronger than me in terms of combat awareness, and I'm still a second stage, 1-star light system, so how can I possibly lose to him? Looking at Jiang Chen's confident look, Lu Ling also smiled. Indeed, Zhou Ping was probably the strongest person under Jiang Chun, so Jiang Chen's match was not something Lu Ling was very worried about. What she was worried about right now was the two Xiaorong and Qin Shui. Although they had now entered the final 8, the intensity of the battles in both the final 8 and the final 4 were not comparable to earlier, and the opponents they faced were almost on the same level as themselves. There is little to no advantage above rank, and their matchups test the ability to fight. The match quickly dispersed after the fight, and Jiang Chun, who had returned to his hotel room, collapsed into a deep sleep, while Lu Ling was doing tactical planning for both Xiaorong and Qin Shui. The following afternoon, a few people had just walked out of the hotel door. The morning was the loser's bracket, and only in the afternoon was the winner's brackets 8 into 4. Jiang Chun and Xiaorong were frolicking around, when suddenly Jiang Chun felt someone staring at him, and looking in the direction the gaze came from, he saw a military vehicle parked right in front of the hotel, and a middle-aged man was leaning against the door. He waved his hand and laughed lightly after seeing Jiang Chun and the others walk out. Hello there. I'm Xiaorong's father, Xiaobin. After saying that, Xiaobin looked at Xiaorong and said, Ronger, talk to daddy. Seeing this, Lu Ling looked at Xiaorong suspiciously and asked, This is your father? Sharon said with a nod. Yeah, I'll have my dad drive us to the stadium. Get in the car. After saying that, jumping and running to the front of Xiaobin embraced his arm and said somewhat pampered, Dad, send us to the stadium for the exam. Zabin nodded. It's okay, after all. I'm a judge and I'm going to the stadium too. Immediately after, a few people will sit on Xiaobin's military car. The car Jiang Chun has been sizing up the front row of Xiaobin. This middle-aged man, temperament elegant and easygoing, a military uniform worn on his body, there is so a trace of the temperament of Confucian generals. It is not like the deputy commander of Jinling that Qin Shui said in his mouth. Less of the thunder and lightning of the military, more of the bookishness of writing a scholar. Driving towards the stadium, Zabin asked softly, Ronger, do you have a school you want to go to? Hearing this, Xiaorong shouted without the slightest hesitation. I'm going to Inferno University. Without speaking, Zabin said after a moment of reflection. Dad is a graduate of Shangjing University, and the relationship with the principal is not bad if you want to go. Before the words could be spoken, Xiaorong dryly shook her head and said, I don't want to go. I just want to go to Yan Huang University. Dad, don't try to persuade me. Seeing that Xiaorong's reaction was so intense, Xiaobin froze a bit and said only after a while, Yan Huang can also be, your mom, she is Yan Huang graduated. Let her say hello, should be able to. Before the words were finished, Xiaorong's eyes instantly went cold. I don't need her connections. I'm going to get in on my own. Dad, can you please stop talking about her? Or I'd better go down there and walk on my own. Once this statement was made, Xiaobin shut his mouth and drove his car to the stadium in peace. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chun had a calculation. At first, Xiaorong didn't have a big reaction when Xiaobin said he wanted to go through the back door. But as soon as her mother was mentioned, she instantly blew up. It seemed that the relationship between the two wasn't great. Jiang Chun didn't care much about this, all these things were secondary, as long as one was strong. After getting off the bus, Xiaorong waved her hand at Xiaobin and turned around to walk into the stadium, and didn't say anything about waiting for a moment for Jiang Chen's few people. Jiang Chun smiled politely towards Xiaobin and turned to follow Wolf King Xiaorong's footsteps. Today's first match was still Xiaorong playing first, and his opponent this time was the second group from Tianhai City. Yesterday, Tianhai City's Xiong Air had been almost wasted by Zhou Ping. Tianhai City's resources now rested on the last two. If the two of them lost as well, then Tianhai City wouldn't be able to get any good resources. So before the match even started, Tianhai City's opponents had been staring at Xiaorong dead in the face. After yesterday's lesson from Xiong Air, He didn't judge by Xiaorong's beautiful appearance. None of the opponents who could last until now were oil-saving. But Xiaorong didn't care about it. Even his eyes never had the other person in them. At the moment, she was looking sullenly at her toes. Seeing this, Jiang Chun let out a light laugh and walked over to snicker. Good apprentice, brother. Do you know how ancient times judged the best of the best on earth? Upon hearing this, Xiaorong raised her head and looked at Jiang Chun suspiciously, and after thinking about it, she said with a cheeky smile, I am the best on earth, master. Are you trying to comfort me? I'll be fine. I'll show them that I can get to the top of the mountain on my own without them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun shook his head slightly and grinned. The old saying is that a woman who looks down and doesn't see her toes is the best thing on earth, and apparently you can still play with your toes. At these words, Xiaorong's face instantly reddened, and she gently hammered Jiang Chun. Master, you're kidding me again. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chun laughed out loud and pointed at the ring below that had yet to begin. You're not getting stronger to show them, but because you're extremely powerful by nature, like I don't think you're the best on earth, but you're pretty sure you are. As the words fell, Xiaorong froze in place and looked at Jiang Chun fixedly, and Jiang Chen's eyes did not dodge at all, just staring at her like this. Just then, Chen Tong's beaten voice came. Well, instead of a lengthy opening statement this afternoon, let's welcome the winner's bracket and get the game underway. For the first match, let's invite the contestant from Tiannan City, Xiaorong, who killed her opponent in seconds yesterday and fought cleanly, to the stage. And from the contestant from Tianhai City, Li Tan, take the stage. Chapter 71, Tempering Ability. Master, I'm going. Xiaorong waved her hand towards Jiang Chan and turned around. Jiang Chen nodded without saying anything as Xiaorong quickly walked to the top of the ring. Unlike Xiong Er, Li Tan didn't give a crap, and once in the ring, he quietly stared at Xiaorong without making the slightest move. As the referee gave the order, Li Tan instantly stormed off, a machete in his hand as he rushed towards Xiaorong. Seeing this, Xiaorong condensed an otter barrier in front of her body with great speed. Clank! Li Tan's attack was stopped by Xiaorong's otter barrier, and in that instant, Xiaorong quickly moved her right hand to coalesce the 8 points light wheel. Immediately after that, he just held it in his hand, and as soon as he dispersed the otter barrier, his right hand directly pressed the octagonal light wheel and sawed down towards Li Tan. There's nothing to hold back, and for their safety, the referees are all strong and ready to stop them from continuing the fight. Clank! Zip, 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 zip. The 8 points of light wheel next to Li Tan's neck did not let Li Tan injured. First issued a sound of gold and iron clashing. Immediately after that, it directly toppled the 8-point light wheel in Xiaorong's hand. Xiaorong reacted quickly and sawed down towards Li Tan once again with a death grip on the 8-minute light wheel. This time the 8-minute light wheel didn't bounce off, and the saw stayed on Li's neck, sparking straight up. Looking at Li Tan again, at this time, his skin actually had a metallic luster. Xiaorong instantly understood, so it turned out that Li Tan's supernatural ability was toughening. At this time, Xiaorong's 8 points of light wheel in the face of tempered obviously cannot break the defense, so Xiaorong dispersed the 8 points of light wheel vertical leap away from Li Tan. And at this time, Li Tan's body returned to its normal appearance after Xiaorong jumped away and looked at Xiaorong and said in a deep voice, You can't break through my tempered skin, so you might as well admit defeat. Xiaorong said faintly with a cold smile, Whether it's good or not, we'll know only after we've fought it, so cut the crap. As he spoke, Xiaorong took out her long sword and rushed forward, and Li Tan also wielded his great sword and engaged Xiaorong. Li Tan's big sword is powerful, but the flexibility is too far from the long sword. Xiaorong paced light to avoid the attack of Li Tan, and from time to time around to Li Tan's back to poke him 2 swords, but each time did not break through Li Tan's defense, but rather shocked his own tiger's mouth a little raw pain. Finally, seizing the opportunity, Xiaorong stabbed her sword towards Li Tan's chest, and the long sword in Li Tan's hand finally swept towards Xiaorong's body. The moment the pain came from his chest, Li Tan was somewhat grim-faced, and the long knife in his hand slashed at Xiaorong with the slightest dissatisfaction. Just then, Xiaorong gave up her attack and withdrew her sword and rolled smoothly to avoid Li Tan's attack. Immediately afterward, he quickly withdrew and at the same time threw out an 8-minute light wheel that flew towards Li Tan. Seeing this, Li Tan hurriedly stopped his movements. His whole body quickly steeled, and the 8-point light wheel was bounced off when it touched Li Tan's steeled skin without being held and manipulated in his hands. Xiaorong controlled the 8-minute light wheel to go back again and fly towards Li Tan's eyes. This time Li Tan didn't take it hard, but unsteeled his hands to cover his eyes and turned on the stealing again. What was strange to him was that the pain brought about by the 8-pointed light wheel slashing at his body was slow to come, which caused him to quickly open his eyes and observe his surroundings after unstealing himself. Xiaorong just stood in front of him with her sword, and there wasn't that terrifying 8-point light wheel around. But Xiaorong's next words shocked him. The book doesn't say that, it just says that tempering is a rare ability and like magnetism it can be interpreted as a gold skill, but because such abilities are all different it doesn't end up categorizing you as elemental aliens. Just now when you were fighting, as soon as you couldn't catch my attack you steeled yourself, but just now you wanted to exchange injuries with me. I didn't expect me to avoid the battle in the slightest, and you were also injured if I didn't guess wrongly your steeled ability, when it was turned on, couldn't move, right? At these words, Li Tan's eyes widened, and he didn't expect that he would actually expose his weaknesses just like that. But he didn't say anything, still staring at Xiaorong with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to use his silence to show that Xiaorong's guess was wrong. Seeing this scene, Xiaorong just smiled faintly. Her judgment of her opponent's weaknesses didn't need her opponent to admit it to herself. His right hand quickly threw out an 8-part wheel of light flying towards Li Tan, who wielded his large sword to slash at the 8-part wheel of light, trying to shatter it. Xiaorong controlled the 8-minute light wheel and tilted it towards the side to avoid his large blade, charging towards his neck. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Li Tan could only turn on his tempered ability, and the 8-point light wheel was on fire on Li Tan's neck. Although Li Tan could defend himself from the attack of the 8-point light wheel, it really hurt for the 8-point light wheel to attack his tempered skin. Controlling the 8-pointed light wheel that had been giant on Li Tan's neck, Xiaorong's speed wasn't slow either, quickly rushing forward and directly placing her long sword dead center on Li Tan's neck as he watched. The wheel of light then dispersed and the scene fell into an eerie calm. Xiaorong knew that this sword couldn't break his attack, so he just set it up and waited for him to deactivate his tempered alien ability to come in for a hit and then it would be over. And Li Tan also knew that what Xiaorong said about his weakness was true. He just couldn't move when he was in a tempered state, so he was hesitant to unlock his tempered powers. Watching Li Tan just get on with himself, Xiaorong said with a slight smile, "You know, no matter how much you drag it out, the end result will be the same. Might as well get it over with sooner rather than later." At that, Li Tan gritted his teeth and instantly unsteeled, the long knife in his hand slashing towards Xiaorong. The long sword in Xiaorong's hand was even faster, cutting through Li Tan's skin the moment he unsteeled it. Just then, the referee, who had been waiting in mid-air, appeared in the middle of the two with a flash of his figure and grabbed Li Tan's hand that was wielding the knife and said, "You lost. The others stayed their hand, or your aorta would have been slashed." Having his hand grabbed, Reardon lets out a deep sigh, feeling a little frustrated, and turns to walk out of the ring. Xiaorong also retrieved her long sword and ran back to Jiang Chen's side with a smile. "Master, master, I won." Jiang Chen rubbed her brain and laughed lightly. If he had met any other alien he might have won, but it just so happens that the octagonal light will can sustain attacks, so quit being arrogant. Smiling, Xiaorong scratched her head and said with a coquettish smile, "Also count him unlucky. If he meets other people may really not be able to take him steeled." "Jiang Chen, don't laugh, your opponent for this round is out. We didn't watch his match yesterday. I inquired about it. If you don't pay attention you might have to roll over." Just then, Willowbell grasped the information in her hands and said with an odd expression on her face. At those words Jiang Chen looked back and asked with some confusion, "What powers?" "Flight psychic ability with wings, also known in the West as angelic bloodline." When these words came out, not to mention Jiang Chen, even Qin Shui, who had been maintaining a bland expression, widened her eyes as the three of them shouted in unison, "What the hell?" Chapter 72 Flying Ability. "You heard right, it's the flying powers," Willowbell said with an odd expression on her face as she looked at the reactive trio. And Qin Shui said with a headache on her face at this moment, "I've heard of this ability. In our dasha has no status, but because the appearance conforms to the image of angels in the Western mythology almost by the Holy See as an angelic ability, and in our dasha did not have this preoccupation. After all, to the fifth order can be harnessed to the air. This ability is not useful, in a sense not as useful as the light system." As the words came out, Jiang Chen interrupted Qin Shui with a disgruntled expression. Hey, just say it. What do you mean it's okay to bring along our light department? What do you mean it's not yet as useful as the light department?" Qin Shui also knew that she had said the wrong thing, but she just glared at Jiang Chen with a tilt of her head and said, I'm talking about the light system that existed before you developed your skills. There wasn't any light system that could be used for combat except for a hostile flashbang. Jiang Chun was furious but didn't have a fit. He was still quite curious about what was going on with this flying ability. Seeing that Jiang Chun didn't refute, Qin Shui said with some smugness. The biggest feature of this aberration is that early before the 5th rank, other aberrations including the wind system don't have air control, but flying aberrations do, so it's very hard to deal with. He can constantly kite you, but you can't hit him, Jiang Chun, you might just have to plant it. At those words, Jiang Chun snorted and made up his mind. When the time comes, I'll rub a supersized 8-pointed light wheel to whisk him away. I still don't believe that a first-order stance is that excellent. Qin Shui skimmed her lips without saying much. Jiang Chen's battlefield reflexes were much better than hers. Soon, the third group's 8-4 matches ended, and the only cities left were Tiannan, Gusu, Jinling, and Peicheng, with the rest stopping there. Soon, it was time for Qin Shui to take the stage. Qin Shui just stood on the ring. A petite figure jumped up to the ring. The first moment she saw Qin Shui's eyes widened, somewhat mesmerized. Sister Qin Shui, you are really handsome. I want to be with you so much. Can you be my girlfriend? When these words came out, the referee and Qin Shui were both confused, looking at the little person in front of them with a shocked expression. Qin Shui carefully surveyed the little girl in front of her, full of collagen, looking fleshy and cute. Pulled-up hair more show her delicate appearance. Seeing that Qin Shui didn't agree, the little person said with a somewhat lost beak, Sister Qin Shui doesn't like me? It's fine. I'll like it later. Gulp. The referee gulped hard. This is definitely the most outrageous scene he has ever seen in his life, although he said that there were also in his era, but in front of so many people to express their feelings of love, really the first time to see. Seeing this, Qin Shui hurriedly waved her hand and said, Mr. Referee, hurry up and get started. The referee then came back to his senses and shouted with a quick nod, Begin. Lori beamed a bit upset. Originally I didn't want to fight. It's no fun. But after all, this fight is for the resources of the entire city. I'm sorry. Saying that, Lori gave a petulant cry. Cage of thorns. The moment the words fell, huge thorns immediately rushed out from beside Qin Shui's feet, wanting to trap Qin Shui in them. Facing such an attack, Qin Shui hurriedly backed up, waving her hand to summon several ice picks to attack the thorns, while her body retreated at great speed, dodging the thorns' control. Seeing this, Lori's eyes lit up with some excitement. Sister is so strong. Then I won't hold back. Here we go, oh sister. Surge of ground spikes. The ground instantly began to surge. A wooden thorn rushed out from the soles of Qin Shui's feet. Qin Shui's face changed, hurriedly leapt up to dodge the attacks one after another. Immediately after that, his right hand waved its spiritual energy and his mouth lightly drank. Cold ice sword rain. As the words fell, the water element in the air around them condensed into ice, turning into a short sword of frost. Go! With a command, the short sword shot towards the little lowly, and Qin Shui drew her twin swords at the same time and rushed forward. Seeing the rain of swords flying towards her, Lori hurriedly drank. Wooden yuan shield. In an instant, a thick wooden shield appeared in front of her, stopping the rain of swords altogether. Immediately after seeing Qin Shui, who was about to rush in front of him, hurriedly shouted, A cage of thorns and a cage of pale thorns. After shouting twice in succession, Qin Shui also underestimated the speed of the little lowly's use of her skills and was firmly tied up. The snow-white ankles were strangled with blood marks. But that wasn't all. A thick wooden thorn suddenly rushed out from the ground and toppled towards Qin Shui's chest. At the same time, the thorns were growing, wanting to completely tie Qin Shui down. Just at the moment when the judges all wanted to make a move to save Qin Shui's surroundings suddenly emitted a gust of cold air, directly freezing the thorns, followed by a tremor of both arms. The upper half of the thorns were instantly shattered into pieces. At this moment, Qin Shui was in a sorry state. Her whole body's clothes were hanging torn and tattered. Some of her spring light was leaked, and the places where her skin was exposed still carried some blood, which seemed to have been cut by the thorns. At the same time, the wooden thorns were about to attack Qin Shui. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Qin Shui mobilized her entire body's spiritual energy in her hands and chopped out with both swords. Thanks to the fact that Qin Shui practiced the body refining technique, her strength was more than twice as strong as her peers, and the moment the wooden thorns and the twin swords collided was hardened by Qin Shui to change the trajectory of her actions, and flew past Qin Shui's hair. Little Lori saw the situation, some panic, apparently also did not expect Qin Shui so strong. Their own proud of the mono-killing skills were actually hard to change the rules of action flew out. While at this moment, Qin Shue's eyes were filled with a brilliant light as she discovered the little Loli's weakness. So the dual sword swung to cut away the thorns that bound her ankles, and after breaking free from Lori's control skills, Qin Shui realized that Lori's face that was originally a bit flushed was full of pallor at this time. This was clearly a phenomenon of over-exerting spiritual energy and somewhat overdrawing it. Cold ice sword rain. Qin Shui's heart was filled with wariness at the moment, and for the first time, she was in such a sorry state. The rain of swords covered towards little Lori, who instantly summoned the wooden shield once again. Qin Shui also seized the opportunity and rushed to the little Loli's eyes with the help of the blind spot in her vision brought about by the wooden shield, and the moment the rain of cold and icy swords ended, the little Loli poked her head out, wanting to take a peek at where Qin Shui was at. Who knew that she would be greeted by Qin Shui's snow-white fists, and as the fists continued to grow in size in her eyes, the little Loli hurriedly tried to back away, but Qin Shui's speed was even faster, and directly slammed a fist onto her eye socket. Boom! Ouch! The same woman, Qin Shui, did not have the slightest retention. After kicking over the little Loli rode up, followed by a succession of swings. Lori cried out as she came up for air after taking a few punches. I surrender, don't fight. I'm afraid of the pain. It hurts so much, ah. The referee saw this and rushed forward to pull up Qin Shui and said, all right, the kid surrendered. Chapter 73. Beat up little Loli. My God, Qin Shui moved his hand without the slightest bit of retention. That said, this little Loli is not quite strong. How to be beaten violently like this? Watching Qin Shui violently beat the little Loli, Xia Rong muttered with her mouth wide open. Hearing this, Jiang Chun lightly laughed and said indifferently, didn't you notice? Just now this little Loli has been using skills. What's wrong with that? Xia Rong looked at Jiang Chun with a puzzled expression. Jiang Chun didn't say anything, but just pointed at the ring, signaling Xia Rong to look. In the ring, pulled away by the referee, Qin Shui lightly ruffled her hair and looked at Lori expressionlessly and said, do you not know physical arts? Once you're in melee combat, you're out of it, and you know a lot of skills, so you should give up practicing physical arts and specialize in skills. Lori straightened up and rubbed the bruises on her face, huffing. I don't know physical arts. I'm afraid of pain, so I spend all my time practicing levels and skills. Hearing this, Qin Shui said with a soft hum, then you didn't lose unfairly, only at the first rank, too dependent on skills, but not enough spiritual reserves to sustain you in a fight. Not at all, Lori said as she wiped a tear from her eye. I was born with a stronger reserve of spiritual energy than an alien of the same rank. Only I didn't realize that your physical skills are so powerful. A different person wouldn't have been able to block my streak. Watching his own students almost finished shaking off their own old secrets, Lori's lead teacher directly rushed to the ring and covered Lori's mouth, compensating for the smile as if laughing a little, and jumped out of the ring with his own students. For the little Loli's words, Qin Shui nodded non-committally. If not for the fact that she practiced body refining techniques, she might really have to lose. As Lori went down, the referee announced the final results of the match. Qin Shui returned to her seat and Jiang Chun threw a jacket over and said, put your clothes on, you and Xia Rong go back first. We'll be fine here. Xia Rong and your dad borrowed the car to drive back. Xia Rong nodded and stood up. Qin Shui expressionlessly put her clothes on and left the stadium without a word. The next person to take the stage was Pei Cheng's player, and also the person in the second group that Jiang Chun felt would ruin his plans the most. Mr. Liu, this Pei Cheng guy, what do you think? As the two walked onto the stage to start fighting, Jiang Chun looked at Lu Ling with interest and asked. Smiling, Lu Ling rubbed her brow and said, Tiannan's second group wants to become the first place this year. Then he is the most important mountain to cross. The water system restrains the fire system, but the ice system, which is a water variant ability, is instead restrained by the fire system, and they are still of the same level. There is no advantage whatsoever. As he spoke, the hands of Pei Cheng's player on the stage were on fire, and his palm with flames directly struck his opponent's chest, sending him flying. And Lu Ling looked at the scene with a slight lurch. This student has spirit techniques that are adapted to alien abilities. It should be that someone in the family is a developer of spirit techniques and alien abilities that can attach to physical abilities. It will be very difficult for Qin Shui to win. As the words fell, the player from Pei Cheng on the stage blasted furiously at his opponent, directly knocking him out of the ring, with burns visible to the naked eye from his wounds, hideous and horrifying, intimidating to the eye. Can you handle it against him? Lu Ling asked softly. Hearing this, Jiang Chun said with a faint nod. That's nothing, his attacks can't break through the defense of the otter barrier yet. It's just his burning damage that gives people a headache. Just don't let him attack, after all, his flames can't burn my rays. Tiannan is so in need of an outright victory. In the past 2 years, Tiannan's resources have been moderate, even a bit on the lower side from time to time, and talent will flow out when they don't get enough resources. Lu Ling's expression was a bit gloomy. She had been in Tiannan for 4 or 5 years now, and had also treated Tiannan as her home. On the other hand, Jiang Chun, who was on the side, was pondering something thoughtfully, and had his own decision in his mind. Soon, it was Jiang Chen's turn to get into the ring. Jiang Chun shook his head to clear it, followed by confidently standing up and walking out of the ring. Jiang Chun, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's popularity was still very high, even if his opponent was a flight department ability that had an absolute advantage of air control within the 4th rank. The entire stadium was still calling out Jiang Chen's name. The opponent's face was unsightly, and after looking at the entire arena chanting Jiang Chen's name, he gritted his teeth and violently utilized his spiritual energy to spread his wings, directly rushing up to the sky and soaring around the ring to land on top of it, followed by his eyes provocatively looking at Jiang Chen and raising an eyebrow. Seeing his dashing appearance, quite a few people let out a gasp of surprise, because this guy was indeed very handsome, a living, breathing white boy look-alike. With the wings on her back, it would be fair to say that she was an angel who had descended to the mortal world. Chantal said with a smile at the sight. I can't believe Shirling's contestant's appearance was so unique. Let's give him a little applause, shall we? Ow! 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 Quite a few girls who liked Shirling's little white face plus this Western angel image began to shout, their eyes becoming peach blossom eyes. Shirling also smiled and scanned the field, nodding his head in greeting. Shirling's already handsome face coupled with a bright smile, for the group of people who came from the association of appearance, could not be said to be less lethal. Quite a lot of applause was coming from different directions, although it wasn't as shocking as Jiang Chen's, but at least it was a stark contrast to Jiang Chen's other opponents. In response, Jiang Chen just smiled faintly, not taking this person to heart. Handsome can be a meal in human society will be given to him to eat, in the beast will be given to the beast as a meal or rice well. Chen Tang was introduced again, and Jiang Chen kept his eyes slightly closed. It wasn't until the referee came forward that Jiang Chen opened his eyes slightly, looking at Jiang Chen's behavior of acting so pretentious. Shirling was a bit upset in her heart, but once she remembered that she had an absolute advantage, she sneered towards Jiang Chen. You'd better admit defeat, no matter how much these people support you. But in the face of absolute superiority, you can't beat me. No, you can't even beat me. Jiang Chen gave him a deep look without saying anything and just looked at the referee. The referee coldly walked to the center of the two men and said seriously, in view of the special nature of the Stone Spirit player's special ability, the examination committee decided that in order to be able to visualize the student's true combat power development, and to be fair, the Stone Spirit player's height above the ground shall not be higher than 10 meters, and if it exceeds 10 meters, it will be judged as a loss. Smiling faintly at this, Jiang Chen's only factor that he felt a headache was gone. He could control the octagonal light wheel within a range of 20 meters, and beyond that the octagonal light wheel would dissipate. The hardest thing about flying psychic abilities was that they couldn't be hit, and now the regulations made by the examination committee were clearly in their favor. Shirling was dumbfounded at the words and questioned the referee with wide eyes. Why are you limiting my height? Are you afraid he won't be able to beat me? Chapter 74. The butt that suffered. Don't think about it, according to your strength, we're not going to do anything small to you yet. In response to Shirling's unwarranted speculation, the referee rolled his eyes and faintly explained. 10 meters is already high for this distance. If you keep flying upwards, what are the spectators and judges going to watch? Just the two of you spending time? We want to see your ability to fight, not your ability to run away. I'll be flying at 10 meters. Just don't go over me. Hearing this, although the stone spirit was a bit dissatisfied, but also knew that the referee made this kind of want to limit was justified, so he could only close his mouth and spread his wings quietly waiting for the start. Begin, the referee shouted, and instantly vacated the room to find a 10-meter spot to wait quietly. Just as the referee gave the order, Jiang Chun directly pounced on Shirling. If he could pin Shirling to the ground before he took off, then Shirling's flying ability would be completely useless. Let's not talk about a certain cloud with the last name Walking Chicken. It might not even be as good as Walking Chicken. Who would have thought that Shirling seemed to know what Jiang Chun wanted to do, and directly rose up in the air to dodge Jiang Chen's attack at the same time as the referee's order. Ha ha ha! Still trying to sneak up on me? Go home and practice for a few more years. Looking at Jiang Chun, Ling laughed out loud. Jiang Chun stood up quickly and looked at Ling without saying anything, his right hand condensing the 8 points light wheel on its own. Seeing this, Ling's complexion was awe-inspiring. The last match Jiang Chen's match was just too dazzling. Except for a defense skill, Jiang Chun hadn't even used any other supernatural abilities. Just like that, his opponent was knocked out of the ring in a thunderous fashion. At this time Jiang Chun was storing up his power, and at a glance it was an attack skill. Although Ling was dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's high popularity, he had never underestimated Jiang Chun, the developer of light skills. After a second of hesitation, Ling pulled out a bow and took out an arrow to Jiang Chun, pulling the bow full and letting go directly. The arrow left the string and flew towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was prepared for this, waving his hand and releasing an otter barrier to block the speeding arrows, his eyes playful. With the advantage of altitude, it was impossible to use weapons like swords, only long-range weapons were preferred. Guns are not allowed in the ring, so bows and arrows are the way to go. Seeing that his arrows were blocked, the stone spirit seemed to have expected it, and while lifting his wings to switch his position, he kept drawing his bow and shooting arrows. But Jiang Chun was an existence that had a developer mode for skills like Otter Barrier, and even in a movement situation it didn't affect his power buildup. The stone spirit gritted its teeth, and as it looked at the growing 8-point light wheel in Jiang Chen's hand, the wings on its back began to accelerate at an extreme speed. It was still the same action, but Jiang Chun was suddenly a bit overwhelmed. The speed was too fast. Ling had wings that could keep spinning around. He couldn't. Solely Jiang Chun directly crouched down on the ground, reducing his area of impact. Brat, you're still quite capable of flying. I'll see how much longer you can fly. Just then, an arrow rushed towards Jiang Chen's back where he couldn't see it. Why does the butt feel a little cold and foreboding? Jiang Chun frowned a little uneasily. A sound of a sharp arrow piercing into his body came, and the pain coming from his buttocks made Jiang Chen's face turn green, and the movement of the stored 8 points of light wheel in his hand almost fell apart. The otter barrier was even directly dispersed, and Ling's eyes exploded with light when he saw this. Good chance. Immediately after that, he took out 3 arrows and aimed to fire them directly at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun clenched his teeth and took a look at the octagonal light wheel, which was already 2 meters long in diameter, also not caring much. He threw the octagonal light wheel out with one hand. The 8-pointed wheel of light stabbed towards the sharp arrow that sped towards him, directly slicing it in half. After cutting through the sharp arrows, the 8-pointed light wheel flew directly towards Ling, who changed her face and lifted her wings to change her direction. But the next scene that happened made him shocked, only to see the 8-point light wheel froze in the air and changed its direction towards him. Ling hastily lifted his wings, while the 8 points light wheel followed him like a tarsal maggot. No matter what, he couldn't get rid of it. In the heat of the moment, Ling violently pulled up in altitude and soon reached the height of the referee. The referee snapped. Back up. It's going to be more than 10 meters. Hearing this, Ling gritted his teeth and continued to hover. He wanted to spar with Jiang Chun. He didn't believe that Jiang Chun didn't consume much to control such a skill. As he watched Ling being chased by his own 8-point light wheel, the pain coming from his buttocks made Jiang Chun grimace. Thus, amidst Ling's astonished gaze, Jiang Chun once again condensed a small 8-point light wheel and threw it at Ling. Ling was shocked. If he could still handle it earlier, he couldn't handle it now. The 2 8-minute light wheels suppressed the stone spirit one after the other, slowly forcing its height down. Immediately after that, Jiang Chun forced himself to endure the pain coming from his buttocks, and with a sharp leap of his legs, he grabbed the wings of the stone spirit, which was only 3 meters away from the ground. After being grabbed by Jiang Chun, Ling hurriedly twisted her body to try to break away from Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun grabbed his left wing and flung it towards the ground. Bang! Ling didn't control her body for a moment and was directly thrown to the ground by Jiang Chun. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun didn't give Ling the slightest time to react, took 3 steps and directly pressed on Ling's back, with his left knee dead center against the stone spirit's spine. He reached out his hand and delivered a direct split hand to the clean white wing, which was instantly dislocated. Immediately afterward, he flipped the stone spirit over and slammed his fist down, cursing as he did so. You're quite good at this, son thief. You even shot me in the ass with a bow and arrow. Boom. Let you shoot me in the butt crack. Boom. Let you fight without martial arts. I vote for. Boom. Before the words came out, he was punched in the mouth by Jiang Chun, a move he had learned from Zhou Ping, where the opponent could not fight if he surrendered. Hit the mouth first in order for your opponent not to surrender. Boom! At this moment, Jiang Chen's resentment was so great that it was unforgivable to take a bow and arrow to shoot his own but groove in a fight. In case you shoot crookedly to a forbidden spot, wouldn't that be the end of your happiness? Oh pushbone hite I didn't mean to do that With his mouth slowed down, Shi Ling hurriedly whimpered something. Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear and threw punch after punch. Shi Ling couldn't stand being beaten anymore, and with a roll of his eyes he simply pretended to faint directly. Seeing this, the referee hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Jiang Chen up, saying, Okay, all knocked out by you, get up. Although he knew that Shi Ling was pretending, Jiang Chen still stood up because his butt hurt too much. The swing just now tore up the wound and now my ass hurts. The referee looked at Jiang Chen as he stood up and pointed at his ass. You're bleeding. It's okay not to get in the way. Don't care about the details. Hurry up and announce the results. Jiang Chen waved his hand, a wave of embarrassment spreading across his face. Chapter 75, The Two Sides of Everything. This match is won by Jiang Chen of Tiannan City. As the referee announced the result of the match, Jiang Chen ran down the ring as fast as he could, and even the medics on the side were somewhat unable to catch up with him. Classmate, don't run classmate, you need treatment. Lu Ling also hurriedly shouted towards Jiang Chen, who was running towards her. Come on, stop. Don't run. The doctor is behind you, treating your wounds. Jiang Chen, who heard the shouts, then stopped, and after the paramedics arrived at his side, he directly lay down on the stretcher and was carried away. After Jiang Chen left, deafening laughter resounded from the scene, but it was tinged with some derision. Although Jiang Chen had won, the matter of being shot in the ass by a bow and arrow was a black history, and many people had already used their cell phones to capture the scene of Jiang Chen jumping out of the ring just now shaking the arrow from his ass. At this moment Jiang Chen, who was already in the ambulance to go to the hospital to treat the arrow wound on his buttocks, heard the sound of laughter coming from the middle of the stadium. Scanning the surrounding doctors and nurses again for expressions of stifled laughter, he silently buried his head inside the pillow. Here, no here, no here. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only keep mumbling in his mind, attempting to ignore the sounds of the outside world. That night, Jiang Chen endured the pain in his buttocks and limped into the room, only to find that the 3 Lu Ling times were all inside. Xia Rong was looking at Jiang Chen with an expression of stifled laughter, while Qin Shui also had an odd expression on her face, wanting to say something but having it stifled. What are you all doing in my room? Get out, I'm tired. Jiang Chen hurriedly tried to kick people out. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen puffed and laughed out hip-hop. Ha ha ha, Master Jiang Chen, we won't laugh at your butt being shot by an arrow. Fighting is normal. Getting hurt is a normal thing. Boo ha 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 ha. This time Xia Rong didn't have the slightest intention of pretending anymore, and directly let out a giggle. Qin Shui didn't say anything, but the meaning carried in her playful eyes was self-evident. In response, Jiang Chen said with his head full of black lines and some gnashing of teeth, Hurry up and get out. I'm going to bed. I was surprised when Willowbell waved her hand and laughed. Don't be so angry. A smile won't cut a piece of meat. You're the first one to be shot in the ass by an arrow since the resource competition examination was launched. It's normal for everyone to want to laugh. At that, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and directly jumped on the bed and said through gritted teeth, Who knew that kid had such good luck with his? The blind cat met the dead rat and shot an arrow in my ass. And that mocking laugh as I walked out of the stadium was so loud I couldn't even see anyone. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly felt the pants on the injured position of his buttocks being peeled off, and a very comfortable feeling came from the injured position. This caused Jiang Chen to instantly widen his eyes and hastily look back, only to see that an old man with a kind smile was standing beside the bed, and his right hand was emitting a green glow. The light landed on the wound on Jiang Chen's buttocks and flew to repair it, making Jiang Chen feel itchy. Just as Jiang Chen was about to reach out and pick at it, the old man's kind voice came. Don't do it, it's growing flesh, it's normal to itch a little, it won't itch when it grows. After saying that, he continued to help Jiang Chen repair the wound on his ass. Jiang Chen didn't move in response to this. He knew that this old man was treating himself for his own good. As for whether or not my butt cheeks were seen, sorry, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who is. In a matter of moments, the wound on Jiang Chen's buttocks healed, just as intact as before. Thank you, senpai. Feeling the wound on his buttocks heal, Jiang Chun quickly lifted up his pants and nodded his thanks with a smile towards the old man. I'm not surprised that the old man waved his hand and said with a kind smile still on his face. As an alumnus of Yanhuang University, helping you to treat your wounds would have been a part of the job. And with such an outstanding junior, there's no need to thank me. At that moment Willowbell also came over and introduced herself with a light cough. Jiang Chun introduced this one, is our Yanhuang University's Professor Zhongshan, an alumnus of our Yanhuang University, as well as the developer of the Wood System's supernatural healing classification at Yanhuang University and even around the world, a truly great healer. Zhongshan smiled and waved his hand and said, those are all old stories, just false names. After all my life I'm only a sixth-order alien, and I'm already retired willow girl. Hearing Lu Ling's introduction, Jiang Chun instantly stared at Zhongshan in front of him with wide eyes. A great respect rose in his heart, and what a feat for the developers of therapeutic classifications throughout the country and the world. It could be said that attacking with Wood-type powers, all Wood-type powers could do it. Wood-type powers used for fighting that was a skill that humans had known since ancient times. Being able to develop powers to fight is considered a skill, but being able to use powers with destructive power to heal is a lot harder than using them to fight. Looking at the kind-faced old man, Jiang Chen's brows gradually softened. Grandpa Zhong, your merits to humanity cannot be smoothed out by time, nor is it related to your realm. Lu Ling walked up and looked at Zhongshan and said seriously. Hearing this, Zhongshan just laughed softly and looked back at Jiang Chun and said, your name is Jiang Chun, right? Jiang Chun nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, Professor Chung. I know you, the first genius of the Light Department since the opening of the new era, the one who developed combat skills for the Light Department. What a fearful young man, so young. Zhongshan looked at Jiang Chun with a face full of praise, his eyes like his own elders looking at their accomplished juniors. Jiang Chun hastily shook his head. No, Professor Zhong, you're the one who's really great. Being able to develop a healing classification for an allomancy with destructive power is something I can't match. I'll definitely try to develop light-based healing allomancy in the future as well. Who knew that Zhongshan only shook his head and laughed lightly when he heard Jiang Chun say this. Any power held in the hands of different people is a different power. It depends on how you use it. Like psychic powers, not only do we humans have them, but the beasts also have them, but the psychic powers of the beasts are aggression is killing. Even animals that were originally protected by us because they were endangered didn't hesitate to turn around and attack us. But that same psychic ability in our human hands is guardianship, hope, but that is also for humans. At the root of it, it depends on how you look at it, like wood powers. Saying that, small balls of wood thorns appeared in Zhongshan's hands. In this case, it is used for fighting, and this is the power used in fighting. With that, the small ball dispersed, and Zhongshan casually picked up a melon seed from the table and placed it in his hand. It's a fried melon seed that shouldn't have sprouted, but under the wood system's supernatural power, it can be revitalized and grow into a sunflower plant. As the words fell, the 5 spice melon seeds that had been fried slowly extended their shoots and grew into a large sunflower. Zhongshan removed the sunflower and placed it in Jiang Chen's hand, smiling slightly. I like what Lao Tzu said, everything is negative yin and holds the yang, and rushes qi for harmony. Everything is two-sided, what it becomes depends on how you look at it. It is the same with light, which gives everything freedom from darkness and infinite life, but at the same time you cannot go looking straight at it, it will burn your eyes. After saying that, he poked Jiang Chen's heart and turned around to walk out of the room. Jiang Chun looked at the sunflower in his hand, his mind pondering, seeming to have some realization. Chapter 76 Healing Rays. It's a done deal. I'm a done deal, little master. So that's how it is. I see, the light system is the same as the wood system. The same power just needs a slight conversion. The special ability that originally carries the power of destruction is another one, I see. As the words fell, Jiang Chun, who had been meditating for a long time, raised his head violently and looked around excitedly. But he realized that he was the only one in the entire room, and it turned out that the remaining 3 had exited the room after seeing him in deep thought, leaving the space for him. At this moment, Jiang Chun was filled with excitement and didn't care about this at all, taking out his long sword and slashing out a wound towards his arm. Immediately after, the palm of his hand was covered in a golden-colored shimmer. Jiang Chun brushed the shimmer-covered palm against his palm. The original wound on Jiang Chen's arm that had been cut out by himself was slowly recovering, slowly growing flesh buds. Jiang Chun felt an itch on top of his arm. He understood that this was the effect of the growth of flesh and blood, and was a little excited in his heart. Waiting quietly for about 10 seconds, Jiang Chun withdrew his hand, only to see that the original hideous wound had disappeared by now. The place where the wound had been cut out earlier was incredibly smooth and returned as before. It's a done deal, little lord. The moment he saw the arm, Jiang Chun let out a loud, open-mouthed laugh. After Zhongshan's nudging, and combining it with the knowledge of the octave light wheel and the otter barrier, Jiang Chun realized the principle of light-based power. Truly out of the system, self-developed a light-based healing skill. This was the first time he had left the system's help to develop skills on his own, which made Jiang Chun a little excited that he could develop skills himself. Right at this moment, the door was pushed open and Lu Ling and Xia Rong and Qin Shui rushed in. The three of them looked at Jiang Chun, who stood at the same spot excitedly with a red face and neck and was holding a blood-stained longsword in his hand, his heart lifted up. Lu Ling asked in relief after scanning around and seeing that there was nothing going on with Jiang Chun's body. "What are you screaming about in the middle of the night? You're going to scare the hell out of me. I'm fast asleep." Hearing this, Jiang Chun excitedly picked up his longsword and said, "I'll show you a good one." Immediately after that, Jiang Chun directly made another cut on his arm, and his right hand glowed with a golden color and pressed directly on his arm. Seeing this, Lu Ling exclaimed, "No, getting shot in the ass by an arrow was just an accident. You didn't have to play so big. Why did you even hurt yourself on it?" While speaking, Lu Ling observed the situation around her. As long as Jiang Chun behaved in a way that harmed her again, she would immediately subdue him. Jiang Chun didn't say anything, just a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Jiang Chun like this, Xia Rong suddenly felt a bit oozy, laughing while self-harming. Xia Rong said after a moment of hesitation, "Master, why don't we go to the hospital and get the wound cleaned up?" Qin Shui had already silently pulled out a wooden stick. If Jiang Chun suddenly went crazy, she could resist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun also knew that the three had misunderstood, and after the wound on his arm was no longer felt, he loosened his palm to show his intact arm to the three. "You see, this is my newly developed skill. It can be attached to the hand for healing, which is also much more effective, as well as casting light to cover the whole body, but at the same time the healing effect is reduced." As the words fell, the three of them looked towards Jiang Chen's arm, and after seeing that Jiang Chen's arm had been restored intact, the trio's expressions instantly froze, even though they knew that Jiang Chen was an absolute powerhouse when it came to the development of light-based skills. But healing skills and attacking skills are not the same concept. Those who can develop healing skills can certainly develop attacking skills, but those who develop attacking skills may not necessarily be able to develop healing skills. Although they were both skills, the difficulty of healing skills and attacking skills were not even on the same scale. This was the first time they had seen Jiang Chun develop skills with their own eyes, leaving them dumbfounded. Watching the three fall into silence, Jiang Chun went up and pushed them and asked, "What's the matter with you guys? Why don't you all talk?" Qin Shui reached out and picked up the long sword that Jiang Chun had placed on the ground, and after dipping her hand in a little bit of the blood on the blade and placing it at the tip of her nose to smell it, she then nodded and said, "It's real blood, all right. It doesn't seem to be magic." As soon as these words came out, Xia Rong immediately shouted out in excitement, "Master, you really developed another skill or a healing skill?" Jiang Chun nodded somewhat excitedly. "Isn't it obvious, this healing skill, I can feel it, it can still be perfected." "Really, Master, I want to learn." Xia Rong's eyes shone brightly as she stared at Jiang Chun somewhat petulantly. At those words, Jiang Chun grinned. "I'll definitely teach you after this one." Yes, Master is the best." Xia Rong nodded her head in a hurry. Lu Ling, who was beside her, hesitated and asked tentatively, "Jiang Chun, was your inspiration for developing this healing skill obtained from your conversation with Professor Zhongshan today?" Jiang Chun nodded and explained, "What Professor Zhongshan said woke me up. Everything is negative yin but holds yang, rushing qi for harmony. Yin and yang are dependent on each other, so while the light system can turn into a skill like the 8-point light will, it is definitely healing as well." Hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Lu Ling nodded, her face reacting calmly, but her heart set off waves of shock. As a graduate of Inferno University who served as a skill developer, she knew all too well the hardships of a skill developer. Usually, it's a matter of having an idea and immediately gathering the entire department to start conducting constant experiments, and it takes hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands of experiments to develop a useful skill, which was like Jiang Chun, who had no help at all and did everything himself. This was simply God's reward. It was unimaginable natural talent. Qin Shui, on the other hand, had a bemused look on her face, and he was almost immune to Jiang Chun. Obviously just a kid from a normal family, but a skillful hand in sparring, and all of his skills were developed on his own. At a stage like the first rank actually managed to find a way to defeat himself in front of himself who was practicing body refining techniques. After sharing his results, Jiang Chun suddenly felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and his entire body collapsed onto the bed uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lu Ling hurried forward, but heard the faint snoring coming from Jiang Chun. Xiaorong stepped forward and poked Jiang Chen, somewhat nervously looked at Lu Ling and asked, "Teacher, what is this about my master?" Ryu Ling said as she rubbed her brow. "There is no situation, just fell asleep. It should be that just now the development of skills brainpower used excessively. Cannot hold on to fall asleep, let's hurry to go out, do not disturb him to rest." Immediately afterward, the three of them exited the room, leaving Jiang Chen alone in the middle of the room. After walking out of the room, Lu Ling excitedly took out her cell phone and made a call to Yixing. Chapter 77: Yixing's Arrival. "Hey stars? I have good news for you." Hearing Lu Ling's slightly agitated tone ringing out, Yixing lazily said, "What good news can you have, Sister Lu Ling? It must be that Jiang Chun has developed new skills again, right?" Yixing's words blocked the words of Lu Ling, who had originally rushed to share with Yixing, in her throat. With that, Lu Ling asked with some confusion, "How do you know?" Yixing smiled faintly. "Of course I know, after all, Jiang Chun and you are competing together. By the way, I heard that you guys were attacked on your way to Jinling. I'll rush over tomorrow. I'll escort you guys back then. I'm a very strong combatant right now. By the way, what skill did Jiang Chun develop this time, making you so flustered?" Smiling, Lu Ling slowly spoke. "Jiang Chun was injured today, and it just so happens that Professor Zhongshan is from Jinling. So I asked Professor Zhongshan to come and help Jiang Chun with his treatment. He exchanged a few words with Professor Zhongshan and developed a healing skill this evening, named Healing Ray." A sound of falling to the ground came from the middle of the phone, followed by Yixing's somewhat trembling voice suddenly ringing out. "Sister Lu Ling, what did you say? Light-based healing skill? This can't be a joke, developing a light-based healing skill in one night. Do you know what kind of concept this is?" Hearing Yixing's reaction, Lu Ling automatically brainstormed her current appearance and could not help but laugh unkindly. There was a stark contrast between Yixing's its so-called appearance just now and now. The current reaction made Lu Ling secretly happy in her heart, but she knew how important this matter was to Yixing, so she did not sell out at that moment. "Didn't lie to you, experimented on it in front of us. I'm pretty sure. Come over here quickly." "I'll come over right away. This is a healing skill. Jiang Chun is practically the godfather of the light system." Yixing's voice was somewhat agitated, and while speaking there was a rustling sound of clothes on the other end of the phone. As the phone hung up, Lu Ling was a little proud that according to this development, Jiang Chun was the deserved godfather, leader, and navigator of the light system. Such a status was bound to enter the top echelons of Daxia. Different from Lu Ling were Xiaorong and Qin Shui. For Jiang Chen's excellence, they had all seen it in their eyes, but they didn't realize it until they saw it with their own eyes today. Jiang Chen's genius was unparalleled, and it was difficult for them to reach it. But this also equally makes them rise up to catch up. No one wants to be kept underfoot in the middle of an era. Seeing the scene of Jiang Chen's development of skills made them fight in their hearts, and they began to work harder on the road. The next morning, Jiang Chen stretched and straightened up, and just as soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that the system's light screen had opened in front of his eyes at some point. Host Jiang Chen. Ability Light. Grade 2nd Order 1 star. Skills Happenings Wheel of Light, Otter Barrier, Healing Ray. Items Brightness War God Set. Tip: the host has rewards that he has not yet claimed, so please do so as soon as possible. It had been a long time since he had looked at his panel, and Jiang Chen smiled a little when he saw it, remembering that the last time he had looked at his panel, he had only just crossed over to the path of cultivation. I didn't expect that now, in the blink of an eye, he was a second-order alien, and at one point, he stood at the forefront of the province's aliens, and even developed his own skills without relying on the system. But after seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen asked with some confusion, "System, what's with this prompt? What rewards have I not claimed?" Ding. Last night the host slept too fast and didn't hear the system broadcast. It is now broadcasting again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the self-development skill achievement, successfully developing a healing skill and naming it Healing Ray. A mature traveler needs to know that although the golden finger is good to use, one should not overly rely on it. The host obviously understands this and developed his own skill. And so after system evaluation, it was decided that the host is hereby rewarded with the healing categorization skill, Purifying Light. So please make more efforts and go further and further on the path of Light Navigator. The system's mechanical voice fell, and Jiang Chen's eyes gradually became shocked and finally smiled knowingly. It seems like the system isn't that harsh? Fusing purifying rays. Ding! Fusing purifying rays. Fusion complete. This fusion skill wasn't as painful as the previous one. It still stung a bit, but it was much better. After the fusion was completed, Jiang Chen's eyes gradually became pleasantly surprised. The purification ray was not at all on the same level as the purification arts that had been developed in this world now. The purification spells that were developed relied on elemental restraint in order to purify the dark elementals, but the purification rays were not. Extremely versatile, both toxins and various elements, even things like curses are purifiable. Although there was no such thing as a curse in this world, it was enough to demonstrate the power of the purifying light. Just then, the window, which had been shut tight, opened by itself. Immediately after a flash of light, Yixing stood in front of Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked at Yixing with wide eyes. Yixing did the same, and the two of them just stared at each other with wide eyes. After a long time, Jiang Chun scratched his head and asked, "What are you doing, Sister Star? Why are you here?" Hearing this, Yixing suddenly looked at Jiang Chun with excitement and said, "I heard from Sister Luling that you've developed a new skill?" Jiang Chun nodded and smiled. "Yes, yesterday and Professor Zhongshan exchanged a few words let me benefit out of the misunderstanding." Unexpectedly, once the statement was made, Yixing simply pulled out a small knife from the middle of the spatial ring. A knife cut a slit in his own hand. Looking at Jiang Chun with an expectant face, he said, "Come on, experiment for me." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched at the sight. He swore that Yixing was the most easily agitated person he'd ever seen in his life. Not many people could do it with such an unhesitant look of going down on themselves. Thought so? But Jiang Chun still moved to help Yixing recover the wound on his arm. Feeling that the wound on his arm was recovering, Yixing's eyes once again became excited, looking at Jiang Chun with a look of absolute treasure. He took off his jacket after the wound on his arm was repaired and said, "Here, didn't you say you could still be in the light state? Let's see the resilience in the light state." Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he pressed down on Yixing's hand and said with a cold sweat on his head, "Sister Star, I have to fight today. I need to save some of my power. I'll teach you afterward. Go find someone to experiment with on the battlefield." "That's right too." Yixing sniffed and put on his clothes. Jiang Chun then wiped his sweat. This was too dangerous and too easy to misunderstand. Yixing suddenly remembered something after putting on her clothes and looked at Jiang Chun and said, "By the way, you guys seem to be 4-2 today, right? It'll be over tomorrow. I'll escort you back then and we'll learn about healing rays again." Chapter 78, The Dark Cleric Assassinates Jiang Chun. Lord Bishop, the setup is almost complete, and soon the glory of the exalted God will shine over this wilderness. In the middle of a wilderness in Jiangnan province, the demon wolf who had previously participated in the operation to overthrow the Zhou family kneeled down and looked at the bishop in front of him. The bishop sat in place with his eyes closed and opened them after hearing the words of the demon wolf and said, "Remember, the time for the exalted God to bestow glory is the day after tomorrow, and all of them should be set up tomorrow, or else the exalted God's wrath is not something that you and I can withstand. Yes, it will live up to the expectations of the honorable God." The demon wolf looked at the bishop with reverent eyes and said with some fervor, "Aha!" The bishop gave a soft assent, followed by a faint voice. "I've heard that recently there was a student in Jiangnan who developed the skills of the light system, ending the era when the light system couldn't fight. Is there such a thing?" Demon wolf said thoughtfully, "Lord Bishop, the winds have been too tight lately. Jiangnan province is in the middle of the resource competition exams. Our eyes are afraid to pass on the news, and we don't dare to enter the city, so there's no news in this regard." Humph! The bishop snorted coldly and opened his eyes to stare deathly at the demonic wolf in front of him, chortling. "Demon wolf, you are in control of the intelligence department, the eyes of the Holy See in Jiangnan. Now you are telling me that there is no news in this area. What have you done? Are you trying to fail the expectations of the honorable God?" When the words fell, the original half-kneeling demon wolf immediately knelt down and said in a somewhat frightened tone, "My Lord Bishop, this is my fault. I will send my men to gather information, and I will definitely place it in your hands before nightfall." The bishop's eyes stared at Demon Wolf in death and did not speak. Demon Wolf sweated coldly. The pressure brought by the bishop was too great. After a long time, the bishop spoke slowly as the demon wolf's sweat dampened the ground. "I don't need your information. There's no need to look. To be able to develop skills must be a pride of Desya. and the light department is destined to go against our dark cleric. After ascertaining the information, send someone to kill him directly. The light system cannot rise to the occasion. Nip the threat in the bud. And when the time comes to muddy the waters, Jiangnan will naturally not place his sights on the wilderness, so that the glory descended by the exalted God won't be destroyed at that time. Yes, by order of the bishop. After receiving the order, Demon Wolf directly bent his head, stood up and walked towards the outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Chan didn't know that he was being targeted by the Dark Order and was on his way to the stadium for the match with Lu Ling and a few others. But other than Jiang Chen, the other two didn't look too good. Jiang Chen's opponent in this one was Li Mohan from Gusu, with fire ability and a rank of 8 stars in the first order, which wasn't too difficult for Jiang Chan. As for Xiaorong's opponent in this one, it was Wang Lu from Zhongwu City, with dark system psychic ability, but at the rank of 7 stars of the first order. Although there were elemental restraints in place, it was still a tough battle for Sharon. Qin Shue's opponent, again, was Tongzhou's Jiang Wei, a thunder system exalt, who also had some restraints on the ice system, and the thunder system was notorious for its strong attacks. It could be said that apart from Jiang Chen, Xiaorong and Qin Shue's victory or defeat in this round was yet to be known. Looking at the reaction of the two, Jiang Chen said with a light laugh, "Don't worry. It's not like we can't beat them. What are all the bitter faces for?" At those words, the two looked up at Jiang Chen, but didn't speak. Not everyone was like him. Jiang Chen scratched his head and looked at Xiaorong and said, "Xiaorong, before you fight later, remember, put a lighting spell. Lighting spell can break the shadow vanish, so that you don't lose sight of your opponent." When these words came out, Xiaorong's little face instantly became bitter, and she looked at Jiang Chen somewhat helplessly and said, "Master, you haven't taught me the illumination technique either." At those words, Jiang Chen froze and hurriedly asked, "Wasn't illumination put online to learn on your own? It was a loser's bracket warm-up at first, so hurry up and grab some time to learn it. It's not hard. It's pretty easy." The moment the words fell, Xiaorong took out her cell phone and hid to the side and started watching the video. With that, Jiang Chen looked at Qin Shue, who immediately said, "I don't need your ideas. They're all bad ideas." Hearing Qin Shue say this, Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, "No, listen to me, it's definitely a good idea. If it's not, I'll lose $100,000 to you." "Really?" Qin Shue looked at Jiang Chen skeptically. Jiang Chen nodded seriously, and only then did Qin Shue look at Jiang Chen, signaling him to speak his mind. Only Jiang Chen said with a grin, "You think, although we are martial arts candidates, but we have also learned cultural lessons. Thunder, that is electricity, electricity is afraid of what is not just an insulator. When you wear a rubber suit, directly let the opponent's thunder system of supernatural ability to waste." Qin Shue rolled her eyes and said, "I thought you said something about it being okay, but I'm not doing it." "For what?" Jiang Chen looked at her with a confused expression. Qin Shue slowly squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "Me. Throw. Not. Up. People." And aside, Lu Ling's eyes lit up at that moment and said in a hurry, "Jiang Chen said this feasible. You are afraid of shame if you wear in the inside is not on the line. This is a good idea. We can still hang on the body of the hope of all the students in Tiannan." Seeing that Lu Ling was advising herself like this, and that she was also aware that they couldn't lose with the hopes of Tiannan on their backs, she could only nod her head. So Lu Ling stopped in place with a kick of the brakes. It just so happened that next to it was the alien market. Lu Ling got out of the car and rushed in with Qin Shue. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head. Suddenly a burst of urination hit him, jumped out of the car, looked back at Xiaorong and said, "I'm going to the bathroom, you're in the car." Xiaorong nodded and didn't reply. Then Jiang Chen turned around to look for the restroom. And at this time, behind the crowd's car, 2 men wearing duck-tongued caps were furtively looking at Jiang Chen and the other's car. One of the burly men cursed, "Damn, I don't know what the Demon Wolf Deacon is thinking. Their big move a while ago made the entire Jiangnan windy. And at this juncture of the resource battle, they still let us come to assassinate Jiang Chen. They really think that we are too long-lived." The dry, thin man next to him had a raspy voice and plucked out the man chortling. "Be careful with your words. That's the Demon Wolf Deacon, brutality that's notorious. Do you want to die?" The two were the very people that Demon Wolf had sent to assassinate Jiang Chen, and for the sake of assassinating Jiang Chen, Demon Wolf had gone so far as to use a hidden stake. The burly man scowled and grunted. "As long as you don't say anything, how could the Demon Wolf possibly know?" The dry, thin man glared at him again and cursed. "That can't be said," the Demon Wolf Deacon said. This time the mission is completed, we will withdraw from Jinling. In the future we will work at his side. No need to hide in the city anymore. And it seems that the Holy See has been having activities lately. So it's not likely that we'll be able to ascend to heaven in a single step. This is a good thing. The burly man's eyes lit up. Then he gritted his teeth. Then I must kill that boss of mine before I leave. Every day I have to leave work and have to have a meeting. Obviously the workload of 5 days, people are not panicked. He has to squeeze us. Damn it. This time the dry and skinny man didn't refute him. They could have suffered a lot of harboring in order to hide in the city, and to be able to join the Diablo Church. They weren't good people in the first place. Right at this moment, seeing the car stop, Lu Ling led the people to immediately get out of the car and ran in towards the middle of the alien market. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, left in the opposite direction. Seeing this, the dry and thin man's eyes were covered with blood, and he said with some excitement, "Here's our chance. We can leave after completing the mission this time. We can kill all those people." The burly man looked back in confusion, only to see that Jiang Chen, the target of their mission, was currently running in the opposite direction of his teachers. The two of them glanced at each other, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. Chapter 79. Attack. Well, Jiang Chen shivered, the relief from releasing the excess moisture causing Jiang Chen to close his eyes slightly. At this moment, a strong and a dry thin two men walked in. Jiang Chen inclined his head to look at after pulling on his pants to go out. I was surprised that just then, the somewhat stout-looking man looked at the dry, thin man and asked, "Didn't read it wrong, but we only have this one shot." The dry and thin man nodded as he looked at Jiang Chen, who was ting his pants. His eyes scarlet as he stared at Jiang Chen and said, "Yes, that's him, settle it quickly." At these words, Jiang Chen, who was ting his pants, also noticed that something was wrong, and raised his head to look at the two men, who weren't going to the restroom either, and just stared at him. Seeing this, Jiang Chen winced and was just about to speak, but he suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. There were also dark elements converging towards the two. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank, and almost subconsciously, he summoned the bright war god battle armor on his wrist. And the moment Jiang Chen's body was covered in battle armor, the two that had been in front of him also instantly struck out. The two men held long knives in their hands, and the long knife in the dry and thin man's hand had black flames burning in front of it, and at a glance it was not a normal alien. The burly man was holding a large axe, and the blade of the axe was also covered with a layer of dark elements, and just like that, he hacked towards Jiang Chen. Bang! With an explosion, Jiang Chen's figure turned into an arc and slammed into the wall of the toilet, directly collapsing the wall. Pfft! Jiang Chen only felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Third-order alien. Jiang Chen stood up with an ugly face and looked at the two people in front of him, trying to figure out what they were. At the same time, Jiang Chen's heart was a little palpitating. If he hadn't summoned his battle armor in time just now, then he definitely wouldn't have survived by now. And the bright war god battle armor was also cut out with 2 hideous wounds at this time, looking extremely frightening. The two men watched as the combined strike did not kill Jiang Chen's face changed, and the dry and thin man even cursed angrily. Third-order top-level battle armor. Hurry up, kill it and run. The city defense forces will come over soon. After saying that, the two of them together swung the knives in their own hands to slash towards Jiang Chen once again. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk, and he quickly threw out 2 8-minute light wheels and threw them out, followed by drawing 2 otter barriers in front of his body at a rapid speed. Bang! Another huge force came, and Jiang Chen's body once again flew out like a kite with broken strings. However, under the protection of the double-layer otter barrier and the bright war god battle armor, this time Jiang Chen still stood up. The battle armor had been completely destroyed, and if Jiang Chen didn't run, then he definitely wouldn't be able to block the next attack himself. So Jiang Chen lifted his last breath and ran towards the direction of the road, cursing as he ran. Damn, where did the madman come from? The moment he strikes, it's a killing move. The two of them were both third-order adepts, and their speed was naturally not comparable to Jiang Chen's, not to mention the injured Jiang Chen, who quickly caught up behind him. Just when Jiang Chen thought he was completely finished, a voice suddenly rang out, causing Jiang Chen to rekindle his hope. Only Yixing was currently looking at the two men chasing Jiang Chen in mid-air and chided them. Stop! Immediately afterward, the aura of a 6th-ranked alien emanated from his body and directly pressed towards the two. Feeling Yixing's aura of the 6th rank, the two men's faces changed, and they immediately understood that it was impossible to complete the task of killing Jiang Chen again. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through the dry and thin man's eyes as he waved his hand and threw the knife at Jiang Chun. Yixing's face changed, his entire body transformed into a stream of light, almost instantly landing behind Jiang Chun. His hands opened the otter barrier to block the knife that was killing Jiang Chun. Immediately afterward, the two dropped a smoke grenade towards the ground. The smoke dispersed, turned around, and ran straight away. Yixing just wanted to chase after him again. But at that moment, Jiang Chun let out a wail as he saw that he was out of danger. Agu, what kind of people are they? It's too much for me to go to the bathroom to assassinate me. Hearing Jiang Chun's wailing, Yixing, who was worried that something had happened to Jiang Chun, glanced hatefully at the direction of the smoke, turned back and squatted down with worried eyes to look at Jiang Chun and asked, "How is it, Jiang Chun? Do you want to go to the hospital, Jiang Chun said with a bitter smile as he glanced at the battle armor on his body, which was already in sparse condition. It's nothing major, just a little internal injury, thanks to this battle armor. Otherwise, I would have lost it in the first hit just now." Yixing checked the wounds on Jiang Chun's body, waved his hand and took out a test tube from within the spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Chun and said, "Take this. This is a newly developed, specialized healing potion." "Good." Jiang Chun picked up the test tube and drank it. The moment he drank it, the injuries in his body felt like they were slowly recovering, and Jiang Chun's face gradually eased up. At this time, Lu Ling, who had done her shopping, ran out to see Jiang Chun collapsed on the ground, and Yixing was also there. Another look at the location of the restroom not far away was a mess. Lu Ling instantly tensed up, immediately dropping her things and jumping to Jiang Chun's side to ask, "What's going on here? Jiang Chun was attacked here?" Qin Shui swept a tentative glance and asked. At this time, even if Xiaorong was slow to realize that something was wrong, she jumped out of the car and immediately rushed up to check Jiang Chun's wounds and shouted, "Master, where are you hurt? What is this situation?" And Jiang Chun was in a daze at this point. "How would I know? I just went to the bathroom inside the toilet. These two people came in and were determining my identity. After determining it, they directly launched an attack. If not for my summoning of the battle armor decisively, then I am now already cooled off." Several people were astonished, all curious as to why Jiang Chun had been assassinated. Just then, Yixing keenly sensed what muttered, "What's with the residue of aggressive dark elementals?" Immediately after that, a hint of possibility flashed through Yixing's mind, and he hurriedly looked at Jiang Chun and asked, "What was so special about those two men when you were attacked earlier?" Hearing this, Jiang Chun thought carefully and said, "If I have to say it's something special, it's that somewhat dry and skinny man who clearly has fire powers, but at the same time has the aura of the dark element, and even the flames attached to the blade are black." When these words came out, the faces of the four people other than Jiang Chun instantly froze, glancing at each other, all seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Looking at the reactions of the four, Jiang Chun knew very well that they must know something and hurriedly asked, "What kind of expression is this on your faces? Know something, directly say, don't be so silent, I'm afraid." The four looked at each other, and finally Yixing slowly said, "These two most likely came from the Dark Cleric." Chapter 80, Martial Law in Jinling. The Dark Order? How did you guys see that, Jiang Chun looked at the few people in surprise. He knew about this organization. After all, the infamy of the Dark Church was notorious. And it was also a widely spread story that the five good men had united to overthrow a country on the Fifi continent that was against the Dark Church. Yixing shook his head and continued, "It's well known that the Dark Vatican is a cult with forces all over the world, doing no evil and extremely difficult to deal with. The tragic case a while back where the family of Zhou Heron, the former deputy commander of the Jinling city garrison, was exterminated was done by the Dark Vatican. And the most special point of the Dark Cleric, the so-called exalted god among their cleric, will grant the enchantment of the Dark Exalted ability, and all the members of the cleric will have the Dark ability. And the original Dark adherents, after the bestowal of the divine gift, will also be more powerful than the adepts of the same rank, and the erosive nature of their own Dark adepts will be greatly increased. In that case, the man who was so dry and thin just now, he turned into a black flame because of his fire-type ability attached to his dark-type ability," he said. Jiang Chun asked tentatively. Yixing nodded. Qin Shui, who was on the side, frowned at this moment and said, "This is not the time to dwell on these things. Isn't it imperative to catch the two people who assassinated Jiang Chun?" At these words, Yixing bit his lip and took out his cell phone to make a call and shouted, "Yanhuang College, the head of the Department of Light Department ordered, our department fire students were attacked. This student is a matter of great importance. It is related to the rise and fall of the National Light Department. Activate the third order, begin to deploy control in Jinling, suspend the entry and exit of the city of Jinling. Yes, Jinling Military District received. Block the city gates within 2 minutes and start laying down a search in the city. The phone hung up. Yixing looked back at Jiang Chun and said with undisguised anger in his eyes, "You guys want a race to go over first? I will escort you. I must uncover these 2 people today. There are 8th order powerhouses in the arena. Jiang Chun won't be in danger. You guys feel at ease and stay inside. Before Jiang Chun finishes the race, I will definitely catch those 2 people." After saying that, Yixing turned into a stream of light and flew into mid-air, always observing the situation on the ground. Lu Ling looked at Jiang Chun with worried eyes and asked softly, "How about Jiang Chun? Can we still fight or let's give up?" At those words, Jiang Chun's eyelids jumped. If he didn't fight, what about Spectrum Light? A skill like Spectrum Light was absolutely impossible to give up. Hurriedly looking at Lu Ling, he said, "I'm fine, Mr. Lu. I already drank a bottle of healing potion just now. I can fight. I'll be fine if I recover my spiritual energy." Lu Ling's eyes were worried, but seeing Jiang Chen's resolute eyes, she still nodded and turned around to lead Jiang Chan and the others to the stadium in her car. Yixing, on the other hand, had been checking out the situation in mid-air, and once she saw those 2, she would immediately strike. Meanwhile, the 2 men from the Dark Cleric had just run to the city gates, only to find that the gates, where many people had originally entered and exited, had been closed. A troop of troops stood at the city gates with loaded guns and drove the people who had gone up straight back. The one who led the way was a 21 cents, and his superiors had given him a very urgent order this time, so at this moment he shouted in a raw tone, "Everyone, from now on, the Golden Mausoleum enters a period of control. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The exact time of unsealing will be notified later." His tone was raw, so raw that it was a little scary. Seeing this scene, wanted to escape from the city of the 2 people naturally also understand what is the situation. Dry and Thin Man is even more ruthless, a swing of the fist cursed. "Damn. Underestimated the importance of this kid. I did not expect just an attack. Not dead yet?" Which puts Jinling under control. The burly man said weakly as he watched the scene. Could it be a coincidence? How could a 2nd order kid have that much influence? At that, the Dry and Thin Man glared at him fiercely and cursed. "Are you a pig brain? Can't you see that the gates of the city have already started posting our pictures? This is too fast." The sturdy man fixed his eyes to see that it was true, and immediately also anxious, a face of horror, looked at the other side and said, "Then what should I do? I don't want to die yet, and I haven't yet universalized the glory of the exalted God." Just then, both men's phones rang at the same time, and no matter how much the burly man hung up, the call would always come back in. The burly man helplessly picked up the phone, and as soon as the call was connected, a voice came through the phone. "Niu Dezhuang, do you want to die? Who allows you to take a leave of absence? Do you know how much money the company lost because you took a leave of absence? Quickly get back, or this month's salary you don't want." Before Niu Dezhuang had a chance to speak, the phone was hung up directly, and at that moment the Dry and Thin Man's cell phone also rang. The Dry and Thin Man just took out his cell phone and looked at it, followed by directly turning it off. His eyes looked at the companion in front of him with a bloodthirsty glow and said, "So many years we but to lurk did not eat a lot of this beast of a boss. Anyway, we cannot run away today, do him." Niu Dezhuang's eyes also reddened at once when he heard this, and it was obvious that he had also endured it for a long time, and as Niu Dezhuang nodded, the 2 of them immediately walked in one direction. At this moment, in the middle of a high-end neighborhood, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a mean-looking face had his legs resting on the sofa, looking at the hung-up cell phone bruises and gropes the yukai beside him cursing. "Damn, these 2 losers, how dare they take Saturday off? They really don't want to do it. Immediately deduct their paychecks." The yukai on the side let out a delicate laugh, snuggling up to the middle-aged man, and said as she traced circles on the man's chest, "Why don't people like that just get fired?" The middle-aged man said with a raised eyebrow as he hugged the yukai, "That's what you don't understand. That's why you can't be the boss. Do you know, these 2 work well and they're good at bullying. They look after themselves when they're sick, and they go to dinner by themselves when they're hungry. And what about the fact that I go and hire them for a very small percentage of the revenue they bring in, and I can find reasons to dock their paychecks? You're so bad. But I really like it too." The yukai smiled delicately and nudged the middle-aged man's nose. The middle-aged man directly rolled over and pressed on, completely unaware that danger was closing in on him. At this time, the 2 men who had assassinated Jiang Chun were already standing downstairs, The third-order alien was on fire in the city, faster than a car. The two men looked at each other, walked up the stairs, and kicked in the so-called security door. The man and woman who were on the couch in a state of flirtation screamed loudly at the sight of the two men who rushed in, and the man hurriedly scolded the two men after getting a good look at their faces. "Nyo Dachiang, what do you want? Get out." Nyo Dezhuang walked over with a hideous expression and swung the knife in his own hand to curse. "To give you a little idea of what I want to do." At one point, the whole house was covered in ketchup. Some people may think this paragraph is a watermark, but it really isn't, and the reason for writing it should be known to everyone. Chapter 81. A blitzkrieg. At this time, in the middle of the stadium, the battle between Xiaorong and Qin Shui had already ended a long time ago. Xiaorong's opponent was of the dark system, and with the light system restraining him and the opposite side's physical skills not being strong, he defeated his opponent in a hard battle. And Qin Shui was even more bizarre, covered in a rubber jacket, while her opponent was only a first-ranked Thunderbolt adept. The voltage of the Thunderbolt hadn't reached the point where it could pierce through the rubber jacket, and it was suffocating to lose the match at Qin Shui's hands. For the results of this competition, in fact, Qin Shui also did not expect, originally then the supernormal ability, who can think that there are physical things. Next up was Jiang Chen's quarterfinal match, and his opponent was Wang Hua of Gusu, with a hand of fire powers that was out of this world. But it was indeed no threat to Jiang Chen, and the fire couldn't burn the light, and even the fire could glow. It wasn't until Chen Tang called out his name that Jiang Chen, who had been tuning his breath, opened his eyes. Lu Ling said as she looked at Jiang Chen with some concern. "How are you doing? Can you fight? We can give up if we can't." Hearing Lu Ling's voice, Jiang Chen let out a light laugh, casting a reassuring expression towards him, then stood up and walked towards the ring. Wang Hua looked at Jiang Chen as he walked up and said with some excitement, "Jiang Chen, watching you fight over the past 2 days has been exquisite. No matter if it's your fighting sense or your fighting skills, they're all very superior. I've wanted to fight you for a long time now." At those words, Jiang Chen was stunned, but quickly reacted. This guy should be a martial arts nerd. So Jiang Chen lightly laughed and said indifferently, "I'd love to fight you too now, you're strong too." "Yeah, then let's get started quickly." After saying that, Wang Hua looked at the referee with an excited face, and the referee was also stunned, followed by a light laugh and said, "Game on." With the referee's order, the two Jiang Chen's eyes changed and they looked towards each other, like two knives exchanging blows. Immediately after that, Wang Hua took the lead, flames attached to the palms of his hands as he looked at Jiang Chen and shouted angrily, "Fire Cloud Palm." As the words fell, Wang Hua charged up, waving his hands with flames. Facing this strike, Jiang Chen didn't take it hard, but instead threw out a backhanded 8-points light wheel. The moment Wang Hua dodged the 8-pointed light wheel, he threw out 5 more 8-pointed light wheels at an extremely fast speed. Wang Hua still wanted to charge forward after dodging the first 8-minute light wheel, but 5 8-minute light wheels in a row made it impossible for him to avoid them. Sensing that he couldn't avoid it, Wang Hua gritted his teeth and swung his hands attached to the flames with a palm, directly breaking apart an 8-pointed wheel of light. Wang Hua was delighted in his heart, and his palms kept handing out, wanting to break up the 8 points of the light wheel as much as possible. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also smiled slightly. He was already at the second stage and didn't want to fight this kind of meaningless battle. Today's events had given him a wake-up call. You don't need to worry about other aspects of yourself, but the level is just a bit too low. With that, he once again added a few more 8-points light wheels out, and with Jiang Chen's current spiritual energy reserves, it was enough to condense 28 points light wheels. But it's too hard to control, which is why it hasn't been done before. The Wang Hua in front of him was already having a hard time dealing with the 5 8-minute light wheels, and after dispersing the 5 8-minute light wheels, he looked up, only to find the 8-minute light wheels rushing in from all directions. Wang Hua's pupils cringed as he struck out with his palm, trying to kill a blockade line, but he saw that Jiang Chen was only 5 steps away with his sword. In an instant, Jiang Chen's long sword was already on his neck. Wang Hua swallowed hard, his eyes looking at Jiang Chen in horror. Only Jiang Chen laughed softly and withdrew his long sword, smiling as he looked at the referee in midair. The referee saw the scene, was also shocked. Jaws before Jiang Chen fight is not so easy. How to get to the back is also more fierce. But as the referee, he quickly reacted to declare Jiang Chen the winner. Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction and turned around to see the skeptical Wang Hua, softly explaining, "My level has already exceeded the second order. Before I just couldn't accurately clear the gap between the first and second order, had been adapting. Today I adapted, not too much worse, not your problem." With these words, Wang Hua then released a smile. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's explanation, Wang Hua would have collapsed his moral heart, almost thinking that he was just lucky to have made it to the quarterfinals. Wait! Wang Hua called out to Jiang Chun, who wanted to walk out of the ring. Jiang Chun turned around and looked at Wang Hua suspiciously, seemingly confused as to why he was calling out to himself. Which school are you going to? Inferno! After saying that, Jiang Chun turned around and walked out of the ring. It was at this moment that a huge applause erupted across the room. This Jiang Chun was just too strong. His opponent had absolutely no power to resist, and was completely crushed. On the stands, Lu Ling looked at Jiang Chun with a face full of surprise and asked, "What is your situation before, although strong but not so outrageous, how this time directly with the thunderous force to defeat the opponent, I hadn't adapted to the world of the second order before. I've been adapting and collecting my strength, but today's life and death situation made me adapt." Jiang Chun shrugged his shoulders with a breezy smile. Looking at Lu Ling, he couldn't help himself. On the other side of Jinling City's preparation table, a flirtatious girl glanced at Jiang Chun and said, "This little brother is still really powerful, also so sunny and handsome. Inadvertently revealed the body is still so good. Really like After saying that, he looked back at Zhou Ping and snickered. "Zhou Ping, he's a light system that just happens to restrain your dark system. Can you beat him? Don't be so arrogant and end up being abused by others during the duel." As for Zhou Ping, he only looked at Jiang Chun with a slight sideways glance as he said faintly with his mouth, "How I fight people is my business. What's wrong with the light system? In the face of extreme darkness, even the light will be swallowed up. On the contrary, you, chewing on the tongue, did not lose, but a water system lost to Pei Cheng's fire system. The level is still about the same, waste." "You!" Zhou Ping's sentence directly gave the girl's face a reddish color, and she stared at him with an angry face. But Zhou Ping just slightly glanced at the girl, and her eyes instantly cleared. It was this guy at that time, who pressed himself to the ground and violently beat him, not treating himself as a woman at all. She didn't dare to say anything even if Zhou Ping had gone too far, and had still started the fight herself. At this moment, a chubby boy sitting next to him spoke up with a smile. "Don't argue, we're all from Jinling, we have to work hard for Jinling, don't we?" With the boys rounding up the scene, the atmosphere of the scene always eased a little. But just then, Zhou Ping looked at the girls and said, "If you lose this one, you lose, but if you don't want me to come to your school and challenge you, you'd better take the third-place spot in the second division." After saying that, Zhou Ping jumped straight down as it was time for his game. Seeing this scene, the fat boy smiled awkwardly and didn't say much. And at that moment, Jiang Chun also turned around just in time and met Zhou Ping's eyes. Jiang Chun could feel the battle intent coming from Zhou Ping's eyes, and Jiang Chun gave face to it by radiating his own battle intent. For him, Zhou Ping was a good opponent. Chapter 82. The Old Taper. "Jiang Chun, hurry up and come over to the East City Gate." Those two caught it. The match had just ended when Yixing called. Jiang Chun wasn't very surprised by this, and Jiang Chun was able to anticipate this result. It was then that he heard Yixing call. He realized that as the department head of Yanhuang University, she gave orders directly to the Jinling military region instead of applying for assistance. This could be seen in the magnitude of Yixing's authority, which was not in any way inferior to the senior officers of certain military districts. They could only govern the troops under their rule, whereas Yanhuang could order any garrison in any area if needed. Receiving the news from Yixing, Jiang Chen's few people were also relieved, and just when they wanted to leave, Xiaorong's father, Xiabin, walked over and blocked in front of the crowd and spoke softly. "I'll walk you guys there, in case there are any more Diablos along the way or something." Lu Ling originally wanted to politely refuse, but remembering the terror of the Dark Order, she closed her mouth. Jiang Chen glanced at Xiaorong, who spat out her tongue slightly. But with Xiabin, a 7th Order powerhouse, this journey was indeed much more reassuring. Who would have thought that a 7th Order powerhouse would protect a 2nd Order being? Several people rushed all the way to the East City Gate before the barracks. The soldiers standing guard at the entrance immediately saluted when they saw Xiabin. "Vice Commander," Zabin asked with a slight nod. "Where is that department head of Yanhuang University? I brought over the person she wanted." The warrior answered immediately. "Reporting to the Vice Commander in prison cell number 3, that chief won't allow our people to help with the interrogation, insisting on waiting for you to come." Zabin nodded. "I know. I'll go over there myself. You stay on duty." "Yes." As the soldier promised, Jiang Chen's few people quickly arrived before a building. Following Zabin's footsteps until he reached the 3rd floor, Zabin pointed to one of the rooms and said, "You guys go over there. Director Yixing is inside." Jiang Chen nodded and walked towards the room. Xia Rong just wanted to follow, but was pulled by Xiaobin's arm and said, "Ronger, have a chat with Dad. Let Jiang Chen handle this matter on his own." Upon hearing this, Xia Rong was a little reluctant, but still waved her hand towards Jiang Chen, and after getting Jiang Chen's consent followed Xiaobin to leave the third floor. Arriving at the door, Jiang Chen pushed it open and walked in. Only Yixing was sitting on a stool at the moment, and opposite him was none other than the one who had been beaten black and blue and was still covered in bloodstains, the one who had assassinated himself this morning. Watching Jiang Chen come in, Yixing nudged his mouth and said, "Check it out, it's these two, isn't it?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Didn't you see it this morning? It was these two." "That's good," Yixing said with a faint response. Found inside a building in the east end of town, still violent and murderous when they were found, and they wouldn't say why they assassinated you when asked. "Bah! Dog bastards who sell out to Desya, how do you know the greatness of our divine religion? It's easy to want us to die, but if you want us to sell out the divine religion, you'll just die with this heart." At this time, the dry and thin man spat angrily towards several people. Seeing this, Qin Shui condensed a sharp ice pick and stabbed it directly into the dry and thin man's thigh. "Ah!" The dry and thin man howled, and Qin Shui looked at him and sneered. "Where do you come from?" Snarling and barking. "You betray humanity. You are worse than mongrels." Watching Qin Shui strike, a few people did not stop. Niu Dezhuang at this time with some panic in his two bull's eyes, not able to say a word. The different reactions of the two were all seen by Jiang Chen. Then Jiang Chen looked at the two with a playful smile and asked, "Why are you guys trying to assassinate me? It seems like I'm not qualified to go against the Diablo Church as a second-ranked alien high school student." The dry, thin man grunted coldly. "Successful king, just didn't think that you, a tiny second-ranked alien, would have top-ranked, third-ranked battle armor, or else we definitely wouldn't have been caught off guard." Hearing this, Jiang Chen just laughed softly and said as he looked at Yixing, who was at the side, "I remember that the state seems to be unprotected for the members of the Diablo Church, and just agreed to torture them into confessing. The skinny Baba's mouth is too hard." At these words, Yixing instantly reacted and said with a light laugh, "There are people in the army who specialize in the interrogation of spies and traitors. I'll have them transfer the good ones over right away," he said and took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "These two are not going to confess, so let your good executioners help." After making the call, Yixing nodded at Jiang Chen. Then Jiang Chen looked at the two and said, "Tell me everything you know or you will be tortured later." At this time, Niu Dezhuang was a little intent, raised his head to look at just want to speak, but found that the dry and thin man glared at himself. Niu Dezhuang was glared at by the eyes and involuntarily lowered his head. Just then, a soldier in uniform walked in with a toolbox in his hand. "Chief, Interrogation Section Executioner, code name Old Taper, reporting for duty." The Old Taper saluted towards Yixing and stood upright. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "First we'll do it to the skinny guy, then we'll screw the strong one. The skinny one has a foul mouth." Upon hearing this, the Old Taper glanced at Jiang Chen, and then immediately shifted his gaze to Yixing. Yixing nodded, and the Old Taper understood and stepped forward to lift the already wasted, dry and thin man, and took a cross from the side and set the dry and thin man on it. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen's face was cold. He didn't have a soft heart. Dealing with this kind of existence of the Dark Church, one couldn't talk about any bottom line, or else one might not know how to die. Since the Dark Cleric had chosen to assassinate himself, the feud had already been made, and both sides had already reached the point of death. Then one is bound to see blood sooner or later, might as well see blood sooner. The Old Taper smiled after tying the dry, thin man to the cross. "Introduce myself. I am the ace executioner of the interrogation team of the Jinling military region. I have a very peculiar supernormal ability. I call it inch stop. I am the only one in this world who has this supernormal ability. What about the effects of the powers? They're not very useful and they can't fight, but there is one thing that makes my hands extra steady. So once upon a time I was an excellent surgeon, until you Diablo killed my family, and I joined the Golden Military District. Specializing in your Dark Order's torture work, I will be lynching you next. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. The most I've ever done historically is 3,543 cuts. And because of the fact that I'm a doctor as well as an executioner, I can make over 7,000 cuts. You will not die until you have made 7,000 cuts," said Old Taper. Also gave him a shot. "It's adrenaline, good stuff." Chapter 83 Prohibition, Purifying Light. Ah, kill me. Give me a break. Kill me. I'm also a Daxia person, you can't torture me like this. Don't insult the name Daxia people. You dark cleric brutes aren't even human and you dare to call yourselves Daxia people. Ah! A cry of pain came from the middle of the torture room, and Lu Ling and Qin Shui's faces grew paler and paler. Even Yixing's face did not look good as he stood outside the door of the torture room, not daring to enter. Seeing this, Jiang Chun took out 3 bottles of water and handed it to them and said, "Rinse your mouths, you guys. It's only 1,000 cuts. It's not even close to being a fire." In fact, even Jiang Chun himself wasn't having a good time listening to the sounds coming from the house behind him. Several people were actually all inside just now, but the old taper execution was just too horrible and bloody. A few people couldn't take it anymore before they came out to wait. Yixing rubbed his eyebrows and said somewhat helplessly, "These guys mouth so hard it, that is called cattle big strong, is not long wanted to move it, how to look dry and thin that cut more than 1,000 cuts have not recruited ah." Jiang Chun was also puzzled at this time. Obviously that burly man had long wanted to recruit. How come he didn't recruit now instead? Time flew by, and Jiang Chen's few people were still waiting anxiously. Seeing that the sky outside the window had completely darkened over, the wailing inside had long since stopped by now. Jiang Chun's several people had long lost their patience, and Jiang Chun himself had even gotten up to kill. Daxia had always killed without amnesty for the dark cleric. Just when Jiang Chun couldn't bear it and was about to shout stop, the door that had been tightly closed was suddenly pushed open, and the old taper with a tired face walked out looking at the several people and said, "They promised to open their mouths, more than 2,000 knives it. Really can hold out, so strong willpower is not used to do the right way, have to join the dark church." Hearing the two agree to open their mouths, Jiang Chen's heart was delighted as he rushed straight in, and Lu Ling remembered the scene inside the torture chamber. The footsteps he had just taken were retracted, and he looked sardonically at the old taper and said, "I also ask you to help watch over Jiang Chun and not let him get hurt." Watching the reactions of several people, the old taper laughed softly and turned to walk into the torture room. Jiang Chen, who had just scurried into the torture room, looked at the tomato sauce on the ground, and the thin, cicada-like slices of tomato, and forced himself to resist the urge to spit it out. Looking at the already dying, dry and thin man, he said, "Why did you guys come to assassinate me? I don't seem to have any future interactions with your dark church." The dry and thin man shook his head and said after lifting his eyes and glancing weakly at Jiang Chun, "I can't tell you." At these words, the old taper's eyes changed in reprimand. "Still want to play tricks? Still want a few more cuts?" The dry and thin man shivered, but still looked at Jiang Chun and said, "We just got the order to assassinate you, so we're here to kill you. Give me a break." And the old taper saw the dry, thin man's reaction and drank directly. "You're lying. If you don't speak honestly, I'll torture you. You people of the dark cleric have no human rights to speak of for Daxia." Jiang Chun even held back his nausea and picked up a petal of tomato and threw it in Niu Dazhuang's face and said, "As for your families and such, they are official people of Daxia, but I'm not. 3 months after my awakening, I'll be able to be of the 2nd rank, so guess if your families will be able to withstand our retaliation." Unexpectedly, the dry and skinny man had not yet yielded, but Niu Dazhuang could no longer hold back and shouted with a broken expression, "I'll say it, I'll say it." Seeing this, the dry and thin man immediately glared and chided. "Niu Dazhuang, do you know what the result of betraying the exalted God is? Bear with it. After death, the exalted God will take our souls. We will serve under the glory of the exalted God. The official hypocrisy of the great Xia will not go to make things difficult for our families." Niu Dazhuang directly looked at the dry and thin man with bloodshot eyes and roared, "Song Air Dog, you're the one who brought me into this dark cleric. You're the one who said that I could have great power if I entered, but you didn't tell me that I still have to live inside the stinking gutter. What the serving? I don't want to be sliced and diced by this guy." In the end, Niu Dazhuang looked at Jiang Chun and said in a fast-talking voice, "It's not that we didn't say anything before because the Dark Order planted restrictions on us during initiation. While the exalted God gave the power of the Dark System, he also sent down a taboo that missions and activities regarding the Dark Order could not be spoken or written down to the outside world. Violators will be subjected to black flames that will consume their bodies and destroy their spirits." The moment the words fell, Niu Dazhuang's body instantly burned with black flames. "Ah! Ah!" Niu Dazhuang immediately howled in pain. Jiang Chun bravely reached forward to feel it. This black flame is not at all like ordinary flames as bright and hot. Underneath the black dim flame light, it brought as piercing cold. Niu de Zhuang continuously screamed. It was difficult to bear the pain that hit his soul. Song Ergu shouted with a maniacal laugh at the sight. This is what you get for betraying the exalted god, Niu da Jiang. In hell the exalted god will not spare you. At those words Jiang Chun let out an angry cry. Shut thee up. A fist smashed into Song Erdog's mouth, knocking his mouth full of teeth. Immediately after that, he looked back at Niu de Zhuang, his mind frantically trying to figure out what to do. At this moment, the black flame had already burned off the shackles that were controlling Niu da Jiang, who stood up and ran frantically, looking to attack Jiang Chun. Old Taper's quick eyes and hands lifted the table aside and flew out, followed by pulling Jiang Chun to leave the torture room. I was surprised when Jiang Chun shouted in a hurry, "Wait, Old Taper. I have an idea. Let go of me first." The Old Taper just wanted to speak. Jiang Chun took advantage of his defenses to directly break free, followed by a light element convergence in the palm of his hand and lightly drank. Purify the light. The moment the words fell, a ray of light with a divine aura shot out from Jiang Chen's hand towards Niu de Zhuang. The moment the light landed on Niu da Zhuang's body, the flames gradually diminished, while the spiritual energy in Jiang Chen's body continued to deplete. But looking at Niu da Zhuang's body also couldn't hold up slowly. Jiang Chun directly increased the intensity of the purifying light. 10 seconds later, the black flame above Niu de Zhuang's body had completely extinguished. Although Niu da Zhuang's entire body was covered in burns at this time, it was good that his life was saved. Although the Old Taper who saw this scene was shocked, he had the good sense to help Niu de Zhuang up, and after checking his wounds, he looked at Jiang Chun and nodded. "It's nothing serious. I'll regain consciousness soon." Then took out a bottle of healing potion to break open the mouth of the Ox Big Zhuang, poured in to the Ox Big Zhuang's body, rejuvenated after pulling out the adrenaline directly again to the Ox Big Zhuang to a shot. Seeing this scene, Song Ergu directly dumbfounded. How could he not expect? Let all the congregation are heard of the forbidden actually broken by the kid in front of him. And this kid almost died by his own hand. No, it's impossible, you're just a second-ranked alien. How could you possibly break the prohibition left behind by the exalted god? At those words Jiang Chun turned his head and coldly looked at Song Ergu and said, "Nothing is impossible. Why do you think the Dark Order sent you to capture me?" Chapter 84, The World Moves. What? Forbidden, aren't we supernatural? How come we still have this kind of thing? Xiaorong looked at Jiang Chun with a surprised expression, her eyes filled with disbelief. And Jiang Chun, who was standing across from him, just nodded and said, "Indeed, if we hadn't just happened to develop the purification ray, we might not have known the truth about this one either." "Wait!" Yixing spoke out and interrupted Jiang Chun. "What is the purification ray? Is it the previous purification technique? This black flame burning body was documented before, and did suspect this aspect of using the purification technique, but it didn't help much." Hearing this, Jiang Chun carefully explained. "You can think of the purification ray as a super-enhanced version of the purification technique. The effect is dozens or hundreds of times more powerful than the purification technique, but it's very spiritually draining, and the purification technique's effect is too weak to be of much use to this prohibition." Yixing nodded, then said with a frown, "The one called Niu de Zhuang, I will immediately arrange for someone to watch over him. In this way, I will directly request for a 7th-ranked powerhouse to be transferred to watch over him. This matter must absolutely be reported. This matter is too big." "Do you know, Jiang Chen, these things are all first-hand information. Never asked these from the mouths of the captured dark clerics before. The black flame burning body has this record. I didn't expect it to be for this reason. In that case, as long as we can cultivate high-level light exalts proficient in purifying rays, then the progress of overthrowing the dark cleric can be drastically accelerated." Jiang Chun didn't stop him. He had indeed sensed that things had begun to get out of control in this matter, and he hadn't realized that the matter behind it was so big that it could even reach the heavens. At this moment, in the middle of Zhonghai, an old man with white hair sat up from his bed and looked at the secretary standing next to him and scolded. "What is the matter, Panic? You see you have no image at all. Before not all taught you, as the #1 secretary, to do Tarzan collapse in front of the color does not change. And this old man is the #1 in Daxia." I was surprised that the secretary wiped his sweat and then immediately blurted out the news in rapid succession. The Golden City captured the living men of the Dark Order and forced something out of their mouths. With that said, #1 waved his hand and said, "Is it another worthless piece of news? Let Jinling decide for themselves. Everything has to be referred to the upper capital. Then what are they still sitting in that position for?" No, the secretary cried out anxiously. They forced out the secret of the black flame, a prohibition bestowed by the so-called bestowal of the Dark Order, and while receiving the power of the Dark System, they were also restricted and forbidden to speak of the things that happened in the midst of the order, and to disobey would result in being burned by the black flame. And Jiang Chun was also implicated in this matter. Jiang Chun also developed the purification ray, which can remove the forbidden restrictions. The words came out. Originally all wanted to unbutton again. Lying down the number 1 stopped the action of the hand. Eyes shocked looked at the secretary said, "Inform number 2 to sit in Shangjing. I'll head to Jinling with number 3. Let Jinling extract as much information as possible. The Dark Cleric is the world's diseased foci. It must be removed." Yes. The secretary immediately walked out of the bedroom, while number 1's eyes lit up as he dressed. This kid, it's really unexpected at that time. I thought he was just a flash in the pan. I didn't expect to do a big thing in such a short period of time. Good job. And at this time, Jiang Chun didn't know that he had directly moved the whole country with this move. Jiang Chun at that time actually subconsciously wanted to leave the room to avoid the black flames, but suddenly remembered the reward he had just received this morning. Develop a bonus for healing the light and purifying it. One of the effects of the purifying light was to purify curses, and at first Jiang Chun had thought it was useless, but today he happened to come across it, and didn't think that it could really touch off the so-called prohibitions. Yi Xing, who had arranged everything, came to Jiang Chun with a radiant look and said, "From now on, I'll keep you close and protect you until after you enter Inferno with your high school entrance exams." At those words Jiang Chun frowned, just wanting to resist, but remembering that this was a special time, he shut his mouth. Lu Ling looked at Yi Xing, had finished, also looked at the two and said, "Tomorrow is already the final anyway. This Niu Daqiang hasn't woken up yet. Let's go back and rest first, and come back after the final." Yi Xing said after a moment of deliberation. "Yes, but I have to follow and protect Jiang Chun all the time. It's a sensitive period now. Although the news has been closed, it's hard to guarantee that there is a mole present." "No problem." Jiang Chun immediately agreed, traveling through the world all over again. He now had the chance to ascend to the top of this world. He was very life-thirsty. Regardless of why he was assassinated before, but just by the mere fact that he was able to disarm the Dark Cleric's ban, then the rank of his assassination would rise infinitely. Just as several people went back to rest, relying on the mole lurking in the top echelons of Daxia, had sent a message to the bishop. The demon wolf who was in charge of the intelligence saw his hands trembling as he ran to the bishop with a roll and shouted, "It's bad, Lord Bishop. Something's wrong, something's wrong." Looking at the impatient demon wolf, the bishop's eyes flashed with a trace of impatience, and with an ugly face, he looked at the demon wolf and chided. "Look at you with the face of a dead family. What's gotten into you that you don't care about image at all?" Demon wolf cried out as his knees went weak directly in front of the bishop. "If it's the whole family of the demon wolf that died, it would be fine, so that I would have no scruples at all. This matter was passed on by Lord Phantom. If it spreads, I'm afraid that it will shake the foundation of the Holy Siya." Hearing the Phantom, 2 words of the bishop's complexion was shocked. Hurriedly went forward from the hands of the devil wolf to take up the intelligence. After the fire speed browsed through the face changed, hurriedly looked at the devil wolf said, "Tell the people below not to spread the word about this. I'm going to ask the archbishop for instructions now, as well as set up quickly. Our plans are on schedule and cannot be disturbed." After saying that, he hurriedly drilled in towards the middle of the cave. Demon Wolf got the order, also hurriedly ran down to start setting up. While it is still possible to make the call, wait until the ban can be removed. Things spread that will be hard to say. And in the cave at that moment, the originally unbeatable bishop was now kneeling in front of a screen, and on the other side of the screen was a man in a black robe. "Deadwater, why are you looking for me so urgently this time? Did something go wrong in the place you're in charge of?" No man or woman could be heard in the voice, but a hint of anger could be felt in it. Deadwater didn't dare to sell the news, and spoke extremely fast to get the news out just now, only to see that in his eyes, the archbishop, who originally could not see any mood swings at all, sat up straight and said in a somewhat somber tone, "I know about this matter. I will convene with the Pope to call the rest of the 6 archbishops together to discuss. Your plan is on schedule. I will send someone to bring something over to help you. Do a good job. If this matter you also do it, I will head to the Holy Temple in the future, and my position will be yours." Deadwater nodded his head in a hurry, and the screen went out as he turned and walked out of the cave, looking in the direction of Jinling City in the distance, as if he could see the steel jungle in general. "Just wait. You guys will definitely become my stepping stones. And I will become an archbishop who will command an entire continent, and gain the favor of the exalted god. Chapter 85 Resource Competition Final. Overnight, the winds rose and the air of Jinling, the once ancient capital, seemed to be filled with the slightest hint of smoke. Jiang Chan and the others, who were the cause of all this, were dressed and sitting in the dining room eating breakfast at this time. Jiang Chan asked as he looked at the late-arriving Xia Rong. "Did you not sleep well? Why are you so late today?" As the words fell, Jiang Chan immediately looked at Xia Rong with wide eyes, somewhat incredulously. "Wait, you're breaking through the first rank 7 stars. How is this possible? You only just broke through 6 stars before we arrived." Xia Rong explained with a sweet smile. "It was supposed to be a while before I could break through, but my dad gave me a potion yesterday, and I was absorbing it last night, and now it's finished." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chan smiled out with a face full of surprise. This was an unexpected joy. In itself, he didn't know whether the first place the system was talking about was him personally or the entire Tiannan city. Now that Xia Rong had made a breakthrough, then he had an additional sliver of certainty. And Qin Shui looked at this scene and bit hard on the bun in her hand with a sense of crisis in her eyes. Remembering that Xia Rong was lagging behind herself at the beginning, but had caught up by this time, it caused a sense of urgency to rise in her heart. Yixing also looked at Xia Rong and laughed while eating his breakfast. "Little Xia Rong, you must win. Our light department's reputation is about to be reversed from yours. When you come to Yanhuang, I'll prepare a set of 5th rank battle armor for you." Hearing the words, Xia Rong's eyes lit up. Hurriedly sat beside Yixing. Some excitedly looked at Yixing, said, "Sister Yixing, are you telling the truth? Then I'll have to memorize it." Yixing rubbed Xia Rong's small brain and laughed. "Of course. I'm such a big director I can't lie to you. Long live Sister Yixing." Xia Rong shouted happily. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chun let out a light laugh, then looked at Qin Shui and asked, "Are you sure about the battle against that Pei Chung guy?" Hearing Jiang Chun ask himself, Qin Shui shook her head slightly and said, "He's very powerful and fire originally restrains me. I'll have to take out a spirit skill if I want to win this time." "You still know spirit techniques?" Jiang Chun was a bit surprised. After all, he had heard of spirit techniques many times, but he had never seen them before. Qin Shui nodded. "Naturally, I will. After all, I am a family descendant, even if the relationship between me and my family is very stiff. But the spirit skill is still learned as usual." At these words, Jiang Chun instantly captured some information and looked at Qin Shui with a face full of curiosity. "You're at a stalemate with your family. Expand on that." Hearing this, Qin Shui also knew that she had spoken out of turn, and plucked out a glance at Jiang Chun to scold him. "What's it to you? Eat your food." Just at this time, Lu Ling walked out from the door of the restaurant. Today's Lu Ling gave up the previous skirt, wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsams. The cheongsam outlined her perfect curves, and her hair coiled up with hairpins along with her gentle eyes set off Lu Ling's entire person with softness. Several people's eyes were attracted for a moment. This was the first time they had seen Lu Ling in this image. Lu Ling, who had walked over, looked at the several people with a somewhat pouty look in her eyes and said, "What are you all looking at me like that for? Hurry up and eat. We've got some catching up to do." Yixing said as he looked at Lu Ling with a smile. "Isn't this the first time I see you in this image? It really deserves to be the Yan Huang schoolgirl who was famous with me in Yan Huang back then. This cheongsam is just good looking." "Leaf star," Lu Ling shouted, and Yixing snorted and lowered his head to eat. Jiang Chun also looked at Lu Ling with a smile and said, "Teacher, this is the first time I've seen you in this image. Usually you're very competent and strict." "That's because the cheongsam symbolizes a flag of victory." Lu Ling hummed softly and sat down. After breakfast, the crowd drove to the stadium. The losers bracket was gassed up yesterday for the final showdown, and today, it's their winners bracket showdown. Unlike before, there were only 3 parties of seats left in the stadium, and the remaining players were only 6. They were 1 from Pei City, 2 from Jinling City, and 3 from Tiannan City, the darkest horse in this competition. Tenant City was almost the latest to arrive, and the whole place was cheering when they arrived. Although this was Jinling, but because Tiannan City had Jiang Chun, the godfather-like existence of the light system, in it, there is no less support for Tenant than there is for Jinling. You should know that a significant portion of these were the light exalted who were forced to choose the civil examination after awakening the light system, as well as those from the past. Tickets to watch the game itself are hunger marketed and sold separately, and for this last game, it's almost all of them. As light department, they had been favored by Jiang Chun, and they had come here at this time in order to give Jiang Chen a shout of support. Feeling the cheers of the whole stadium, the leading teacher of Jinling sitting in Jinling's position had an iron color. Obviously his own Jinling was the home game. But how did it feel that, in front of Jiang Chen, they, Tiannan, were the ones fighting at home? The fat man from earlier was also somewhat helpless as he watched this scene. For him it was fine, after all, he was fighting against Xia Rong. And Zhou Ping was fighting against Jiang Chen. So he didn't know how much pressure he would feel in his heart when the time came. But glancing down at the zombie-faced Zhou Ping, the fat man was a little dumbfounded for a moment. What reaction can there be in the heart of this zombie face? Saying that it is not necessarily not put Jiang Chen in the eyes at all. Just then, Qian Tang suddenly descended from the sky, and upon seeing the atmosphere of the scene, he picked up the microphone and shouted, "Greetings, audience. Today is the last 3 games of this Jiangnan province mock exam. Among these 3 games, we are going to divide the rankings of the 3 groups. What exactly is the final result? Let's wait and see. Next, let's invite contestant Xia Rong from Tiannan City and contestant Wang Shui from Jinling to come forward for the 3rd group's final duel, to kick off today's duel." Hearing her name called out, Xia Rong stood up and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile and said, "Master, I'll go down first." Jiang Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Go ahead, I believe you, he's also a 7th star of the 1st rank, you can do it." Xia Rong smiled non-committally and turned toward the ring. On the other hand, on the other side of the Jinling side, Zhou Ping didn't even open his eyes, just opened his lips and said faintly, "Win this match or you'll be waiting for me to run to your school and challenge you." Little fatty Wang Shui shrunk his head as he sniffed and replied, "Got it." After saying that, Wang Shui similarly walked towards the ring. In the ring, Wang Shui looked at Xia Rong and said with a smile, "Sister Xia Rong, it's been a long time. When did you run off to Tiannan?" Smiling lightly, Xia Rong said faintly, "My hometown is from Tiannan. It's normal to return to Tiannan, Wang Shui. I didn't expect that the little fatty who followed my ass back then would be standing in the same ring with me today." Wang Shui laughed. "Sister Xia Rong, that was 6 years ago. People change, you're making progress. How can I be in the same place without moving? There's no point in talking more. Let's do it, and finish the fight early to collect the credit early." Even in the face of an old friend, Xia Rong was very endowed, waving her hand and taking out her long sword. Seeing this, Wang Shui slightly shook his head and sighed. "I really don't want to fight, but I can't help it. There's a bogeyman staring at me." After saying that, he similarly took out a plain sword. Chapter 86. Beat Up Fatty. Clank! A violent sound of gold and iron striking resounded, and Wang Shui swung the park sword in his hand to directly cut Xia Rong back a few steps. He drank lowly the moment Xia Rong stepped back. Surge of ground spikes. The ground of the ring instantly fluctuated like water, and the retreating Xia Rong felt unsteady on her feet. Suddenly a ground spike stabbed out from under Xia Rong's feet. Xia Rong, who had already been prepared, curled her legs and stomped and jumped up, followed by using her sword on the ground to utilize her strength, and the whole person, like a butterfly, lightly landed on the ground that was not affected by the surge ground thorn. Immediately after that, the moment he stood still, he threw an 8-point light wheel towards Wang Shui. Wang Shui, who knew the characteristics of the 8-part light wheel, did not retreat but advanced, and swung his hand's park sword to slash at the 8-part light wheel, cutting the 8-part light wheel that was flying in midair directly into pieces. Immediately after that, he summoned an earth shield in front of him and charged towards Xia Rong with it on top of him. Xia Rong knew that her strength would not be able to benefit in the slightest from the huge Wang Shui, and she did not intend to fight hard. Seeing Wang Shui rushing towards him, he quickly shifted his position. Wang Shui saw that Xia Rong shifted her position very decisively, and jumped up violently and swung his park sword towards Xia Rong with a power split huashan. This strike Xia Rong naturally could not be blocked, but this move was powerful and also had its own drawback, that is, in midair it would completely reveal the openings in his body. Xia Rong moved away a little bit with a stomp of her legs, narrowly avoiding the knife. Immediately after that, the long sword in his hand violently pointed at Wang Shui's throat. Clank! The tip of the long sword was not allowed to advance an inch on Wang Shui's neck. Instead, it made a sound of gold and iron striking each other. This caused Xia Rong's face to change drastically, and Wang Shui also reacted, swinging out with a fist. Xia Rong hurriedly withdrew her sword to return to defense, but she was still struck in the chest by Wang Shui first. Now Xia Rong, not to mention counterattacking, was directly sent flying by Wang Shui's punch. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face changed as he hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Ref, is this guy wearing armor?" the referee announced loudly after glancing at Wang Shuai. Wang Shuai did not violate the armor piercing. The game continues. Wang Shuai was smiling up to the sky with a smug face at this moment. Ha ha ha, Sister Xiaorong, I don't have the violation of wearing armor, but I'm an earth-type ability, and I'm inclined to like close combat, so I self-developed the skill, Armor of Stone, and now all of my vitals are covered in stone armor. Your longsword is not going to be useful to me, and I'll set up a drink for you afterwards to apologize, but this is in the arena. After saying that, Wang Shuai once again swung his park sword and slashed at Xiaorong, who cursed and hurriedly retreated. The next thing you know, the entire ring is a different view of a fat man holding a plain sword who is chasing after a wonderful girl. It's weird any way you look at it. Xiaorong, who had been hunted down for half a day, gritted her teeth and suddenly remembered something. Something that was considered a waste skill by everyone. Beware of the eyes. Xiaorong suddenly shouted, and Wang Shuai didn't react for a moment. Suddenly, Xiaorong, who had been running away, suddenly threw out a ball of light, which exploded in midair, instantly releasing a dazzling light. Ah! My eyes! Caught off guard, Wang Shuai was directly flashed by the flashbang and closed his eyes, and the stinging pain from the bright light that his eyes encountered made him unable to stop his tears. Although his mouth wailed, Wang Shuai reacted quickly to find the corner of the ring and kept swinging his sword towards his front to stop Xiaorong's approach. Xiaorong, who had managed to take a break, gasped for 2 mouthfuls of rough air and immediately stepped forward to look at Wang Shuai in the middle of the ring. The moment Wang Shuai managed to slow down and open his eyes, he once again released a flashbulb burst. Such a reciprocal several times, Wang Shuai never dared to open his eyes. Xiaorong was squatting in front of himself, clutching the ball of light in his hand at any time. As long as he dared to open his eyes, then he would not be able to see anything. At this time, Wang Shuai was crumbling. Originally, this skill is very good to break open. A pair of sunglasses can block the vast majority of the effect. But the light department already had skills like Octal Light Wheel and Otter Barrier. Who would have thought that there would still be people playing with such enemy-unfriendly skills? Unbeknownst to him, although this kind of skill was enemy-neutral, that was not for light-type adepts, who themselves had a strong resistance to strong light. Even being able to look directly into the sun's rays, this light is nothing. Wang Shuai also knew that he couldn't go on like this, and raised his arm to block his newly recovered eyes from being busy opening them. Instead, he set up the park sword with one hand and charged towards the front. Xiaorong's eyes lit up, her body dodged Wang Shuai's attack, and she immediately threw out 2 8-point light wheels. Wang Shuai, who had rushed out some distance, quickly opened his eyes to check Xiaorong's position, only to see 2 8-minute light wheels rushing towards him. Wang Shuai's heart jumped, hurriedly swung his sword, and after narrowly shattering the 2 8-minute light wheels, a sudden pain came from his back. Turning his head to look between them, Xiaorong was holding an 8-point light wheel and frantically outputting it at his back. The originally calm 8-minute light wheel held in his hand was actually running at high speed, breaking apart his own stone armor. Blood immediately soared wildly towards the outside. Wang Shuai still wanted to resist. The referee came up in time and grabbed his and Xiaorong's hands, and then immediately looked at Wang Shuai and drank. Don't admit defeat yet. If you go any further, you'll lose your life. Wang Shuai gritted his teeth and glanced at the wound at his waist. If he threw the 8 points light wheel into his wound, then he would most likely only have a layer of skin left. With that, Wang Shuai helplessly put down his parka and smiled bitterly. Sister Xiaorong, your fighting strength is still as terrifying as when you were a child. I admit defeat. Hearing Wang Shuai admit defeat, Xiaorong smiled and retracted her arm and said, That's for sure. Your sister is still your sister. Hurry up and get your treatment and buy us dinner this afternoon. Wang Shuai nodded, and at this time the staff also rushed up at the first time to bring Wang Shuai down. Xiaorong waved at Jiang Chun, who nodded and looked at him with a smile. Qian Tang continued to shout at this point as well. All right, the deciders of the third group are out. Let's welcome the next group to take the stage. The players of the second group are Qin Shui from Tiannan and Yang Yi from Peicheng. Everyone welcome. As the words fell, only to see a young man with yellow hair dyed on his head walk down from the Pei City's preparation mat with a haughty look on his face. Jiang Chan said with a slight smile as he looked at Qin Shui. Come on. Let's go back with a triple crown. Qin Shui nodded and walked out of the ring. In the ring, Yang Yi looked at Qin Shui with this high and mighty look on his face and said with an open face, You little looks quite arrogant, or you surrender yourself. Little master, I have no habit of beating women, so as not to be burned by my flames on your fine skin, in case of relying on me what to do. Little master, I don't like this one of yours. You are too old. I don't even want to give me for nothing. It's not cute at all. It's still the little belle that confessed to you at that time that suits me. When these words came out, Qin Shui, who was originally extremely well cultivated, instantly blazed with veins and looked at Yang Yi in front of her and said word by word, "The last first order 7-star fire system that was this crazy didn't even pass the first hand of our school selection tournament. And I don't think you guys can take the first place either. Little, your mouth is still quite hard. So let's let you taste this Lord's divine might." Yang was still holding his nose. The referee watched with his eyes and waited for both sides to get their fireworks going before grinning. Game on. Chapter 87 Peak Battle. Fire Cloud Palm. Yang Ye's hands lit up with flames and waved his hands in a stern palm strike towards Qin Shui. Facing this palm, Qin Shui uncharacteristically did not summon ice and snow to fight. Instead, the spiritual energy was outwardly released, forming a film of spiritual energy on the surface of the body. The instant the film formed, Yang Ye's fire cloud palm also struck Qin Shui's chest. Qin Shui didn't think twice about this and kicked Yang Ye's heart with a nesting kick. Yang Yi looked at the wrong direction he hit and froze, shifting his position to hit Qin Shui's arm. The strike that was supposed to knock Qin Shui's arms down with a palm actually slipped and the attack fell short. A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Ye's face, but Qin Shui's nesting kick did not cut through, and kicked Yang Yi in the chest, sending him flying. After kicking Yang Yi, Qin Shui said indifferently, "Teach you one thing. In the ring, you and I are enemies. There is no difference between men and women. Don't stay your hand because I'm a woman." At this moment, Yang Yi was in a daze. Just now he was very sure that his strike was the one that hit, but this strike actually fell short. The invincible fire cloud palm actually slipped away when it struck Qin Shui's body, something that had never happened before. Jiang Chun in the stands naturally saw clearly what was happening, and curiously looked at Lu Ling on the side and asked, "Teacher, what skill did Qin Shui use?" It actually managed to render Yang Ye's fire cloud palm useless, but Yang Yi relied on it to reach the finals. Spiritual Power Veil. Lu Ling explained faintly, "The family spirit skill of the Qin family in Shu Di is the ability to attach a layer of veil to one's body, which is very smooth and immune to physical attacks. The disadvantage is that it is very consuming of spirit energy." Hearing Lu Ling's explanation, Jiang Chun smacked his lips and said, "It seems that Qin Shui still kept her hand when she fought me. Otherwise, I might not have been able to win." Hearing this, Yi Xing laughed lightly and said indifferently, "Like what? Qin Shui didn't let you, although the effect of the spiritual power veil is perverse. But there are also some limitations, or else so many clans would have forced the Qin family to take it out long ago. The consumption of spiritual power by the spiritual power veil is very high, and you can't use skills when using it. If you insist on using it, it will cause several times more spiritual power consumption than usual. Qin Shui can't afford to consume it at all. Your 8 points light wheel is a long-range skill. After using it, Qin Shui won't be able to take you, while this Yang Yi can't do any long-range skills. The whole time he practiced the fire cloud palm. Even though he practiced it out of his mind in front of the spiritual gauze and unselectable buff, it's just going to be funny. In short, the spiritual veil is useless against you, but against this Yang Yi, it is miraculously effective." Lu Ling didn't object, just smiled and looked down. Jiang Chun, who had heard the explanation, immediately looked downwards, only to see that Qin Shui, who originally liked to test the depths of her opponent's strength, had changed her combat style, frantically rushing to Yang Ye's body and Yang Ye's fists to the flesh, sparring. Must be because the consumption of the spiritual power veil was too great to quickly resolve the fight. And now, in front of the spiritual veil, Yang Ye's fire cloud palm was completely useless. In front of Lu Ling, who had practiced the body refining technique, it was simply not enough to look at, and in no time at all he had already been beaten by Qin Shui and collapsed on the ground. Until the referee came up to pull Qin Shui, who added a kick. "Brat, how dare you call me an old woman? I can't beat you." Seeing this, the referee immediately called out, "This match, Qin Shui wins." It was only after these words that Qin Shui cursed and stopped, taking one step towards the preparation area. Just after arriving at the preparation area, Qin Shui sat down paralyzed, nodding to a few people while breathing heavily. Several people were also smiling in the same way, not expecting the battle to end like this. Originally thought Qin Shui couldn't beat Yang Yi to come. Who could have thought that the battle could still be fought like this? The battle just now was really cool. Everyone had seen too many alien powers flying all over the place, and an occasional fistfight was also a great way to hook the audience's interest as well. Looking at the lively atmosphere of the scene, Chen Tang went up and shouted, "Next should be the much-anticipated set of the strongest contenders. Everyone is definitely looking forward to this. So without further ado, let's have the next one. Tiannan City's top scholar, now the godfather of light systems around the world, and the developer of existing light combat skills, Jiang Chun, appear. Jiang Chun, whose name was called, stood up, the corner of his mouth with a warm smile. Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun. The entire crowd's voices were neatly and imposingly shouting Jiang Chen's name. The corners of Xiaorong and Qin Shui's mouths twitched as they glanced at each other. Sure enough, the cards in this first group were all different from the others. It's amazing that the finals are so long and so cool to be introduced. Qian Tang looked at the mountainous momentum and continued to shout. Let's invite the top scholar of Jinling City, Zhou Ping, to make his appearance. Compared to Jiang Chen's lengthy and dazzling name, Zhou Ping was a bit dry. Couldn't be helped, although Zhou Ping was equally powerful. How could his reputation be as dazzling as Jiang Chen's? But Zhou Ping didn't care about it at all and slowly walked to the ring, waiting for Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun walked up to Zhou Ping's face and greeted him with a relaxed expression. Hello there. Remember me? You bumped into me the other night. Hearing this, Zhou Ping didn't say anything and said with a cold face as he looked at Jiang Chun. If you want to fight, just fight. The last light department that talked so much has already been eliminated by me. You light departments are really annoying, talking so much in a fight. Although you're a great opponent, hurry up and fight. I'm too lazy to waste time. Hearing Zhou Ping say this, Jiang Chun was slightly stunned, not expecting his opponent to be so arrogant. But Jiang Chun was also a man with a temper, and his entire aura became sharpened as his mouth said indifferently, "It just so happens that I have something to do, as you wish." Seeing that the atmosphere was almost ready, the referee was also very much looking forward to the battle between the two strongest men and shouted for the start. Begin. At the word of command, both sides began to move. Zhou Ping directly disappeared into the dark shadows, trying to sneak behind Jiang Chun. Seeing this, Jiang Chun threw out a ball of light that exploded in midair, instantly spilling light onto the ground and directly dissolving the black shadow that Zhou Ping had used to hide. The black shadows dissolved, and Zhou Ping jumped out of them, his face unsightly. The light system that he had encountered before was too pusillanimous, and it was only when he actually went up against Jiang Chun that he realized that the light system just had absolute suppression in for the dark system. The moment Zhou Ping jumped out, Jiang Chun backhanded 2 8-points light wheels and threw them out. Zhou Ping's pupils shrunk as he similarly flung 2 shadow sharpshooters towards the 8-points light wheel. The moment the 8-part light wheel came up against the shadow sharpshooter, the shadow sharpshooter was sliced in half, and with that, Zhou Ping hurriedly cleaved the 8-part light wheel with his dagger. So strong. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. He had underestimated Jiang Chun. He hadn't expected his dark system to be at such an obvious disadvantage in front of the light system. In response, Jiang Chun merely laughed lightly, not saying a word as he continued to control the 2 8-minute light wheels as they sped towards Zhou Ping. The speed of this time directly made Zhou Ping unable to react in time. The shadow escape skill could not be used, and he subconsciously summoned his shield. Black Shadow Shield. The Black Shadow Shield was like tofu under Jiang Chen's 8-points light wheel. Jiang Chun controlled the 8-points light wheel to rotate at a high speed. The Black Shadow Shield seemed to hold on for a split second before it was broken. Zhou Ping rolled on the ground to avoid the attack once again. But a strong unwillingness rose in his heart and he roared in his mind. Is it because of the elemental restraints that I have to stop here like this? Right at this moment, the dark source stone that had already been fused into his body began to stir, and an extremely pure darkness power surged out of it. Chapter 88. A tough win. Ah! Suddenly, Zhou Ping cried out, and a dark-colored crystal suddenly sprang out from the forehead of his head. The entire person's aura changed. The dark elemental power of his entire body became even more pure, and the black qi around him tumbled. The surrounding dark elements looked as if they had been summoned by something and madly surged towards Zhou Ping's direction. Feeling the pure dark elemental power in Zhou Ping's body, Jiang Chun frowned, a trace of disgust generally rising in his heart instinctively. As a light alien, Jiang Chun knew very well that the dark elemental force converging on Zhou Ping's body was clearly not something that a first-order dark alien could do. Just then, Zhou Ping also slowly opened his eyes and drank in a morose tone. Elemental restraint, so what? Extreme darkness can devour light. After saying that, Zhou Ping appeared in front of Jiang Chun in a flash, and his right hand, which was haunted with black qi, punched out. Jiang Chun immediately intervened to block, and the punch directly sent Jiang Chun flying. Jiang Chun was secretly alarmed in his heart, and quickly adjusted his movements in mid-air to land firmly on the ground, his face staring intently at Zhou Ping in front of him. He's not the same as he was just now. Not only is the dark element in his body more pure, but his power has also gotten stronger, Jiang Chun said in his heart. And Zhou Ping's movements didn't stop there. After sending Jiang Chun flying, he leapt up and dispersed the ball of light in mid-air with one hand. The ball of light was dispersed, and the dark shadows around it reappeared. Zhou Ping's figure instantly transformed into a black shadow and disappeared in place. And suddenly a pair of hands reached out from within the shadow at Jiang Chun's feet. Jiang Chun, who had been prepared, instantly jumped to avoid Zhou Ping's attack, and at the same time took out his long sword from the system space and stabbed at Zhou Ping's wrist. Zhou Ping couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the wrist. Jiang Chun reacted extremely quickly and threw the 8 points light wheel at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping subconsciously dodged into the black shadow, but the moment the 8-minute light wheel struck the black shadow, a muffled grunt came out. Immediately afterward, a dagger reached out from among the dark shadows and shattered the 8-pointed wheel of light. Suddenly, Zhou Ping's voice rang out like death. Shadow Sword Rain. As the words fell, a dense rain of shadowy swords sprang out from the dark shadows on the side towards Jiang Chun. The distance was too close, and the rain of swords was too dense, so Jiang Chun really couldn't avoid it. So he had to condense 2 8-point light wheels and throw them out. The 8 points of the light wheel that was thrown out shot towards the sword rain. The 8-pointed wheel of light and one of the swords clashed together and instantly dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Jiang Chun's face changed greatly. Before the sword rain could be described as fragile to the extreme, and the 8 points of light will be scattered once touched, but just now it directly and the 8 points of light will canceled each other out. But there was still a lot of sword rain, so Jiang Chun could only limit himself to flinging out 2 more 8 points of light wheels, followed by waving his long sword to fend off the sword rain. Although Jiang Chun tried his best to block, only one sword couldn't prevent too much, and he was still stabbed in the body by 2 shadow rapiers. One of the swords also stabbed Jiang Chun's thigh. At the same time, Zhou Ping's movements didn't stop at all. He turned into a black shadow and rushed to Jiang Chun's feet, and from among the black shadows, he rushed out with a knife that pushed straight to Jiang Chun's throat. Jiang Chun hurriedly transformed an otter barrier in front of his body, followed by a kick, using the force to escape the distance of Zhou Ping's attack with a roll. Hoo. Jiang Chun, who had dodged Zhou Ping's deadly combo, huffed and puffed, his eyes looking at Zhou Ping's forehead in an unsightly manner. The only mutation just now was a dark-colored crystal that appeared when Zhou Ping shouted. Then the dark elements in Zhou Ping's body directly morphed into the purest dark elements. Just a moment ago when the Shadow Sword Rain and the 8 points light will touched, it was evident that the Shadow Sword Rain was a group attack skill. However, it was able to fight against the Hachibana light wheel, which was a single attack. Suddenly, a scorching sunlight sprinkled on his body through the sky. Jiang Chun froze and lifted his head to look at the sun hanging right above his head. Haha. Extreme darkness can devour light, but don't forget that extreme light can likewise break through darkness. Jiang Chun shouted, followed by a layer of golden light attached to his body. This was the armor of light that Jiang Chun had developed based on the otter barrier variant, which in short meant that the otter barrier covered the body. If it was just a simple armor of light, then it might not be able to block Zhou Ping's darkness. But don't forget one thing, it's midday, and on Earth, midday is when the light element is at its most powerful. With Jiang Chun's body glowing with a golden light, Zhou Ping stepped forward without the slightest bit of nonsense and stabbed Jiang Chun's body. The golden light was instantly pierced, and just as the dagger was about to go further, the golden light of Jiang Chun's entire body suddenly vibrated, jamming the dagger to death. At this moment, the light element had officially reached its peak, and with the light element at its peak, Jiang Chun's mobilization of the light element had become easier. Barely able to fight Zhou Ping, who possessed a dark origin stone, the blade was stuck and Jiang Chun sent it flying with a side kick. Immediately after that, the converging light elements began to build up their power. Jiang Chun knew that the light element was most active for only half a minute, and if he lost this opportunity he might not really be able to win against Zhou Ping. But this time Jiang Chun didn't choose to make the 8 points light wheel bigger, instead he just started to solidify it at a normal size, enhancing the power in it. Zhou Ping, who had been kicked off by Jiang Chun, climbed up and looked at Jiang Chun with eyes full of wariness. However, at that moment, the dark source stone let out a buzz. Zhou Ping's color changed. He could already feel that his body was beginning to be unable to withstand the power of the dark source stone. In half a minute at most, he would have exhausted himself. After all, Zhou Ping's level was too low to harness the power of the Dark Source Stone. So Zhou Ping looked at Jiang Chun and gritted his teeth and drank. Settle for a win. Shadow Sword Rain. At this moment, the shadows in the field revealed a shadowy rapier, and the rapiers began to merge continuously, forming a long sword. The long sword flew to Zhou Ping's hand with a prancing motion, and Zhou Ping swung himself up and charged towards Jiang Chun. Not knowing how to use a sword, he swung his long sword round and chopped down towards Jiang Chun. And the 8-pointed light wheel in Jiang Chun's hand had also finished storing its power at that moment. Jiang Chun similarly struck the long sword in Zhou Ping's hand with the 8-point light wheel in his hand. Zip! The high-speed rotating 8-minute light wheel and the long sword in Zhou Ping's hand came up against each other, and Jiang Chun gasped for air as he desperately pushed against the 8-minute light wheel. The whole body's armor of light had also turned into light elements rolled into the 8 points of the wheel of light at some point. Ah! Jiang Chun and Zhou Ping yelled together with all their might, their faces blue with veins. Bang! The 8 points light wheel and the shadow long sword directly exploded because of their collision, and a shockwave centered on the two of them rippled out towards the outside. The sand and rocks in the ring were stirred up, and dust flew in the sky. At this moment, the entire stadium was quiet, and all the spectators automatically stood up and stared down at the ring. The astonishing battle between the two Jiang Chens just now made them admire them, and at the moment, they all wanted to know the final outcome of the battle. The referee beside the ring smiled faintly when he saw the result in the ring, and immediately waved his hand to summon a spiritual wave to fly over, dispersing the dust in the sky. A firm figure stood still, pulling his right hand over his already fallen opponent. Ah! At the sight of the standing figure, the entire crowd shouted loudly, their mouths calling out the name of the champion. Jiang Chun! Jiang Chun! Jiang Chun! Jiang Chun suddenly laughed out as he scanned the scene. This battle had been fought really hard. Chapter 89. I'm open, so am I. You're strong. Unlike any light system I've ever met before. Already misty-eyed, Zhou Ping muttered under his breath. Hearing Zhou Ping's voice, Jiang Chun helped him up with a faint smile. You're very strong. If it weren't for the fact that I'm open and have a home field advantage for the noon battle, I wouldn't be able to beat you even though I'm second rank. At these words, Zhou Ping's always zombie-faced countenance pulled the corners of his mouth in a far-fetched manner and said with a smile, It's okay. I'm turned on too. The two of them smiled at each other, and Zhou Ping straightened up, resuming his cold face, his eyes indifferent as he looked at Jiang Chun. I lost to you once. I'm definitely going to win back. Where are you going in college? At those words, Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Inferno. I know. Zhou Ping nodded slightly and turned to walk out of the ring, leaving Jiang Chun standing alone to receive the glory of victory. While waving his hand towards the audience, Jiang Chun asked in his head, System, I've already completed the mission. Why isn't it settled yet? Ding, the mission is complete. The system reward spectrum light has been issued, because the host's mission was completed well, leading Tiannan to win the province's laurels, hereby rewarding the host with an additional reward, the light source stone, which has been issued to the system space. So please keep up the good work. The system's voice rang out. Jiang Chun grinned, waving his hand more vigorously at the stands. People are happy to be happy. Although he didn't know what a light source stone was, the things given by the system were definitely something he could use. Yixing and Lu Ling and the others also stood up and clapped uncontrollably at this time. The joy in their eyes simply could not be hidden. Just at this time, Yixing's phone suddenly rang. Yixing picked up the phone to see the face immediately changed, immediately connected the phone. What? Niu Daqiang is awake? Wake up, you interrogate. Call me. Why? This is not your business. What? Do not see Jiang Chun does not speak? Got it, we'll come over right away. Hanging up the phone, Yixing frowned at Jiang Chun and beckoned toward him. Jiang Chun, who was manifesting himself in front of the people, happened to slide his eyes over the battle preparation table, and had understood something when he saw the seriousness on Yixing's face. After bowing towards the stands, he runs down to the ring. Immediately after, Yixing looked at Lu Ling and said, Nyoda Wang woke up and wants to see the scene. I'll take him over there. You guys go straight back to the hotel to rest. Don't be nosy in the recent Jinling Mountains and rain. Lu Ling naturally knew this and nodded solemnly. Yixing then pulled Jiang Chun and headed out, and after walking out of the stadium, he saw Jiang Chen's fanatical fans. The fans surrounded Jiang Chun as soon as they saw him, and Yixing suddenly hugged Jiang Chen horizontally and took off directly, flying towards the barracks. Jiang Chun asked with a frown after flying up. Why are you in such a hurry? Directly give me a princess carry up. Isn't Niu Dezhuang waking up? And the prohibitions in his body have all been abolished. Unexpectedly, Yi Xing said with a grave expression on his face. It's different because the matter of you breaking the Diablo Church's prohibition has already stabbed the sky, and the Diablo Church has always been a piece of the world's heartache. This time because of you, this matter straight to the heavenly hearing. Number 1 and number 3 have already in this morning off the plane to personally supervise this matter. On the Kyoto by the number 2 temporarily sat in the town. This matter must be quick. There can be no procrastination. Only by entering the eyes of number 1 will your path be smoother in the future. After saying that, Yi Xing accelerated once again, and the wind directly blew Jiang Chen's eyes open. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's heart set off waves of shock. Number 1, what kind of character is that? The highest leader in a country, managing the behemoth that is Daxia, an existence whose every move can affect the pattern of the world. Let's not even talk about the last life. The last life was an ordinary citizen. But now one can actually meet the number 1. What kind of honor is this? It seems that it's better to be open. Without being open, one would be obliterated even in a world filled with supernatural powers. Yi Xing's speed was fast, and he rushed to the barracks in a minute. The moment he put Jiang Chen down, Jiang Chen was on the verge of rolling his eyes, and it took him a while to slow down. Sister Yi Xing, your speed is also too fast. You don't even care if I can breathe under that kind of wind resistance. Jiang Chen, who had slowed down, looked at Yi Xing with a speechless face and spat.
嘿嘿，不好意思，没有注意。这么多年想要开发光速的技能，开发来开发去都开发不出来，但是速度的确是得到了提升的。
Hearing this, Yi Xing gave an embarrassed, sarcastic smile. He had indeed been too quick to care just now. In response, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and said to the old taper who had walked up to the two of them at an unknown time, Yo, old taper, how come you're the one who came to pick us up? With that, he extended his hand to shake the old taper's hand. And the old taper just avoided Jiang Chen's hand without a trace and said, I don't shake hands when my hands are for dirty work. Please follow me. Inside the special ward, you can't get in without military authority. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the direction of the hospital. Jiang Chun, who was rejected, didn't feel anything and immediately followed the old taper's footsteps with Yi Xing. All the way through the layers of guards, the tight security made Jiang Chen marvel a little. It seemed that he had still underestimated the importance of this matter. At the entrance of a ward, 2 crane-haired old men stood in the doorway, though their faces looked kindly. But the aura of his body was very oppressive and intimidating. The 2 men's originally furrowed brows instantly stretched the moment they saw Jiang Chen's arrival. That number 1, who was usually only seen in the middle of television, looked at Jiang Chen smilingly and said, You're Jiang Chen, aren't you? You're really young and promising, you're so good-looking, and you've got a title like Godfather of Light at such a young age. Hearing this, Jiang Chen said with a flattered expression, Number 1, this is nothing for me. This control of a country's safety and security for you is the real skill. After saying that, he didn't forget to look at the third on the side to initiate a greeting. Number 3, usually can only see you 2 on TV? I didn't expect to see a real person today. It's really an honor for the kid. Number 1 and number 3 looked at each other at the same time and laughed out brightly. Number 3 even looked at Jiang Chen and praised him. Number 1, I say so, this kid not only has the ability but also has a sweet mouth, is indeed a good seed. The average person can see us 2 can talk is good. Ha ha ha. Number 1 laughed brightly and looked at Jiang Chen. All right, Jiang Chen, today we are also considered to know each other. Next, let's get down to business. Knock out the dark cleric before we say anything else. After that, I'll personally treat you to a drink. How can I? In Jiangnan, of course it's my treat. Niu Dezhuang is inside, right? I'll go in now. Jiang Chen immediately said, followed by rushing into the ward like a wind, patting his chest and said, It's too scary, worthy of being the leader of a country. This aura is frightening, even though there is no aura of an alien in his body. And Yi Xing also followed in at this time. Looking at Jiang Chen's reaction, faintly smiled and said, It's still you. If it were anyone else, the first time they saw these 2 big men in such a situation, it would be good if they didn't kneel down. You can still talk and laugh. At that, Jiang Chen's head tilted and looked at Yi Xing with a pretentious face and said, This you don't understand, Sister Yi Xing. If you show your cowardice at this time, it will reduce your points. Such elders won't like a junior who has no guts. Yi Xing looked at Jiang Chen and sked twice, pointing at Niu Dezhuang on the bed. Hurry up and get down to business. Jiang Chun nodded and walked towards Niu Dezhuang, who was tightly closing his eyes on the bed, patted his shoulder and shouted, Niu Dezhuang, don't pretend to be asleep. At that time you didn't choose to die but chose to be captured. I knew that you were afraid of death. Didn't you say that you only said it when I came? Now that I'm here, it's time for you to talk. Chapter 90. The Blessing Ceremony and Zhou Lu's Murder Case. Alas, it can't be avoided after all. Niu Dezhuang opened his eyes and sighed as he looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun wasn't afraid of him either. And after signaling Yixing, he looked at Niu Dezhuang and said, Tell me why you want to assassinate me. Niu Dezhuang sighed and didn't answer, just looked at Jiang Chun and said, I can tell you everything I know, but you have to let me live. Jail is fine, but I want to live. Hearing this, Jiang Chun slightly raised his eyebrows and faintly asked, First you tell me what you are responsible for among the Dark Order and what actions you have participated in. Then I will consider whether to help you or not. I am a dark stake in the Dark Church in charge of spying intelligence because the previous company is close to the barracks, in the extermination of the former Jinling deputy commander Zhou Lu family. When the release of the assassination mission is aimed at you alone, in addition to being captured before killing my pickpocketing boss has not killed anyone. Niu Dezhuang didn't dare to hide it and said it one by one. At this moment, Yixing frowned and looked at Jiang Chun, just about to speak, but he was stopped by Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chun said with a faint smile, Just by virtue of what you've said, that's a sure way to not let you go, but if your information is valuable enough, I can let you live indefinitely. In other words, it's up to you whether you live or not, and if not, I can let you leave your savings to your family. At this statement, the face of Niu Dezhuang changed. Did not think that he did not even get a verbal commitment, thought for a moment and then gritted his teeth and said, I said, I'll tell you whatever I know. Good. Jiang Chun clapped his hands and looked at Niu Dezhuang with a smile on his brow as he asked, I'll ask again, who told you to assassinate me? Niu Dezhuang immediately replied, It's Deacon Demon Wolf. Deacon Demon Wolf said that you can develop light combat skills and will pose a threat to the church, so he asked us to assassinate you, and he arranged for someone at the city gates to receive us for evacuation. Wait, what is a deacon? Jiang Chun glanced at Yixing and asked. Yixing immediately explained, The ranks of the members of the Dark Church are ordinary members. Deacons, bishops, archbishops, and popes. Bishops are in charge of a large region. For example, Daxia is divided into 5 regions of the southeast, northwest, and center. Archbishops are in charge of a continent, and popes are in charge of the entire church. Jiang Chun nodded and gestured towards Niu Dezhuang to let him continue. Niu Dezhuang immediately continued, It just so happens that recently the Holy See is carrying out a blessing activity, and after this mission is completed let us leave, no longer carry out intelligence work, go to receive the blessing, and then after our strength has increased greatly we will be able to follow the activities of the Demon Wolf Deacon. When these words came out, Jiang Chan and Yixing instantly froze. Glancing at each other, both understood the message in the other's eyes. Something big is going to happen. What blessing event? I don't know. I'm just a bottom member and a dark stake. I can only know about the branch from what the deacons and members reveal. Niu Dezhuang was honest enough to give everything away. And at this moment, Jiang Chun raised his hand to stop Niu Dezhuang from continuing, and turned to look at the old taper and said, Old taper, I feel that this matter is of great importance. I will report first. The other you want to understand what you can just ask. The current Niu Dezhuang does not dare to lie. After saying that, Jiang Chun stood up and walked towards the outside. It wasn't until after Jiang Chun walked out that the old taper sat down next to Niu Dezhuang's bed, revealing his big white teeth, and smiled. I hope you're telling the truth. I don't want to cut thousands of slashes in your body. Not to mention you guys. I'm sick of it. Upon hearing this, Niu Dezhuang immediately shook like a sieve and nodded. Outside the door, Number 1 shouted with a big wave of his hand after hearing the information Jiang Chun had just reported. Order. All senior leaders within the city of Jinling to come to a meeting to discuss. The secretary on the sidelines got the order and immediately turned to inform. Number 1 patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and laughed. What comes next is more important, so you can't hear it, but I'll be sure to reward you for your efforts after the next event. At those words, Jiang Chun hastily shook his head and said with a humble smile, It's fine. The Dark Cleric is the heartache of the entire world and has taken a shot at me. It's only right for me to help settle them. Number 1 patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder and looked at Yixing with a smile on his face and said, Yi girl, you take Jiang Chun out to play? But remember to protect him. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhang. I'll definitely protect Jiang Chun. If there's anything in this world other than his loved ones, the one who least wants him to die is me. The hopes of our light department are all pinned on him. Yixing patted his chest and said, Number 1 laughed harshly and turned to head for the conference room. Jiang Chan said as he looked at Yi Xing with an odd face. It seems you know each other. Grandpa Zhang and my grandfather came together from that era. Of course I know them. Expand on that. Don't say. In the middle of the conference room, the previously amiable number 1 now frowned tightly as he looked at the leaders at all levels who were bickering in front of him. That Niu Dajiang is nothing but a minor figure amongst the dark clergy. How can one believe his side of the story? You say that, often useful information is revealed by such small people, the big fish are too tight-lipped. If I say no change to respond to all changes, to be because of a small person's side of the word we will increase troops to Jinling, then it is not all messed up, pull one hair to move the whole body. I think it's better to believe it than not, although their so-called blessing activities may just be rituals, but if something goes wrong, number 1 is still here. As he watched one of the officials, both large and small, begin to argue, number 1 rubbed his brow, his eyes suddenly noticing a man who was sitting off to the side, thinking and not joining in the discussion. It was none other than Xia Bin, the 7th Order, 7-star spatial system psychic who had taken Zhou Lu's place after his family had been exterminated. Number 1 knocked on the table, and the entire room fell silent as the crowd looked at number 1 in astonishment, waiting for this old man who stood at the pinnacle of power in Daxia to speak. Unexpectedly, number 1 looked at the quiet Xia Bin on the side and asked with a smile after the whole room had quieted down. Vice Commander Xia, seeing as you haven't said anything, do you have any good ideas? Xia Bin heard number 1 call himself and said as he returned to his senses and scanned the surroundings. Ideas can't be talked about, but all of you seem to have forgotten about the tragedy 3 months ago. If we combine this with the tragedy of the extermination of Vice Commander Zhou's family 3 months ago, wouldn't we be able to make sense of it? What do you mean? Number 1 looked at Zabin as if inquiring. Xia Bin analyzed with a slight nod. When Vice Commander Zhou Lu's family was exterminated, only Vice Commander Zhou Lu escaped with his son Zhou Ping. But at that time, Commander Zhou Lu was already down to his last breath. Before he died, Vice Commander Zhou Lu said something. Does the commander still remember that? At that, the commander nodded and said, Of course I remember. The Dark Cleric was there to grab the Dark Source Stone and the Jinling layout map. As soon as the words were spoken, the commander froze in place, his eyes glowing with excitement as he looked at Xia Bin. Zabin nodded and continued. The so-called blessing and extermination of Commander Zhou Lu's family by the Dark Cleric is too much of a coincidence. Vice Commander Zhou Lu is a 7th Order, 5-star powerhouse, and his wife is a 6th Order, 7-star powerhouse, so it's obviously not sensible to deal with him, and there were quite a few casualties at the scene. At that time, we had found a lot of 6th Order and even 7th Order corpses, and with this addition, I don't believe it when I say there isn't some connection. Everyone at the scene fell silent at these words. If the Dark Cleric really had plans for Golden City, it couldn't be left unguarded, and the importance of Golden City was unquestionable. Chapter 91, Fusing Light Source Stones. Bishop. Intelligence from Lord Phantom. Great news. In the wilderness, the demon wolf hurriedly ran to the front of Deadwater's cave. Deadwater's complexion changed when he heard the word Phantom, and he hurriedly took the information in the demon wolf's hand. Daxia number 1 is in Jinling at this time, because of the betrayal of the apostate Niu Dezhuang. The blessing ceremony has been exposed. A resolution has been passed to start mobilizing troops, and the search of the wilderness will begin in the afternoon, making sure to break through Jinling City before the arrival of troop support. The blessing ceremony can be appropriately started earlier. Looking at the words on the note, Deadwater couldn't help but read them, his eyes glowing as he did so. Directly after reading the last word, he clapped his hands, and the essence light in his eyes exploded. Immediately, his eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the demon wolf and asked, Have all the things you were asked to set up been set up? Demon wolf immediately said in a low voice, It's all done. We just need to wait until tomorrow when the auspicious time arrives. Then we can ask His Holiness to bless us and other members of the church with His Holiness blessings. At that time, the foreign beasts throughout the wilderness will also be tainted with the glory of the exalted God and help us attack the golden tombs. Hearing this, the bishop looked at the demonic wolf with a face full of madness and drank. Now, have all the congregants begin to drive away the foreign beasts, as many as they can before nightfall, and all the deacons must also take action. Go, demon wolf, don't let me down. You've seen the contents of this intelligence. You and I will soar to the heavens to bathe in the glory of the exalted God just this time. At these words, the demon wolf instantly blushed with excitement, nodded vigorously towards the deacon, turned around and went to inform. Looking at the departing back of the demon wolf, a trace of fervor flashed in Deadwater's eyes, and he muttered under his breath, "If I can take out this Dasyaz number 1, then my name of Deadwater will resound through this world. This is Dasyaz number 1. Meanwhile in the city, Jiang Chun was in the middle of his room fiddling with the light source stone he had just gotten, wondering what this thing could do. After checking half a day's worth of information, he couldn't find any. So Jiang Chun decided to ask the system directly, even though the system had rarely replied to himself just before. "System, what is this extra bonus light source stone of yours?" Ding. Answering a question once deducts wealth 1 million. Please ask if you are sure about the question. One sentence directly caused Jiang Chun to sit up directly from the bed, his face full of anger. "Bush, Gores, you are the system. Is my Goldfinger. Looking for you to ask a small question. You still have to deduct money. You can still kryptonite. You take the money for what purpose? Simply you directly open the kryptonite channel. I directly kryptonite all of the skills." Ding. Meet the host's requirements, but in order to avoid arguments, open the kryptonite channel before giving the host for the system kryptonite channel for preview service. Hint. This item is free. After saying that, a curtain of light appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes, with pictures of each skill imprinted on it, and even a shining fruit. At this, Jiang Chun was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect there to be such an additional service. Then he would give money to himself for developing his skills dasha. Then wouldn't he not even have to complete those difficult tasks in the future? As he was thinking about it, Jiang Chun found something interesting. Night lightsaber, the exclusive weapon of Mobius and Hikari. The others don't have it yet. When he thought of his own weapon, Jiang Chun instantly yearned for this night lightsaber. With that, Jiang Chun directly opened the night lightsaber's interface, which also had an introduction of the night lightsaber on it. Night lightsaber, adaptive weapon. Power is based on the quality of the user's psychic power as well as the quality of the light element. The light that makes up the night lightsaber can also be constructed from the Specium ray, the Japilio ray, the Emilium ray, or even the legendary ray of Sparks ray. The power varies from person to person. Restrictions on use used by 5th order and above light system adepts. Asking price: 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, we in coins? That's not that much money. Who can afford this? The world doesn't have this much paper for you to print. Right? Really, I can't. I'll ask the Heaven and Earth Bank to print one for you. The moment he saw the selling price, Jiang Chun instantly exploded. This price, it had exceeded the combined wealth of the world. Together, the combined wealth of the globe still can't buy a night lightsaber. This can't be so expensive even if it is more expensive. It was as if Jiang Chen's wailing system didn't hear him, and it simply didn't reply. This made Jiang Chen almost go numb. Still not dead-hearted, Jiang Chun opened all the mall selling price one after another. Are an astronomical figure. Heaven and Earth Bank do not dare to print so kind of. At the end, the system also sounded a beep as if it was a murderous execution. Host, is it possible to convert the system function from completing tasks to get rewards to kryptonite? Please note that it is not possible to change it again after the conversion. No. Change. These two words Jiang Chun is simply squeezed out from the teeth. Who can stand it? The Earth sold cannot sell so much money. Ding. Complying with the host's idea to keep the current status quo. Please ask if you want to purchase the light source stone information. Purchase. Ding. The purchase was successful and has been automatically deducted from the host's bank account. The mechanical sound sounded at the same time the cell phone also rang. Jiang Chun naturally knew that this was the sound of the deduction and did not bother to look at it, but only gritted his teeth and asked, "The money is taken, too, so give me the information quickly." As the words fell, the light screen in front of Jiang Chen's eyes rapidly changed, and information about the light source stone suddenly appeared on it. Light source stone. The universe of light divine object can make with the fusion of the body of the light element stored in the metamorphosis of the holy light, which contains a certain amount of holy light. Legend has it that this object is the universe's first ray of light condensation, many wonderful uses, but the specific details are not known, waiting for the fusion of their own development. The system that had received the money was still very decent and handed over all the information it had. Jiang Chun, who saw the information, was puzzled. Then this light source stone did seem to be a good thing. Some of the functions were not even known to the system. And listen to this name are very bluff, as we all know that light needs to have a light source, this direct light source stone, but also said that this is the first ray of light in the universe. Jiang Chun said as he picked it up and scrutinized it carefully. The system just said something about fusionists. This thing can still be fused? How should it be fused? As the words fell, the light source stone suddenly emitted a ray of light that shot straight at Jiang Chen's forehead. Seeing this, Jiang Chen froze, and just as he wanted to speak, the originally crystal-clear light source stone in his hand suddenly turned into a stream of light and crashed into Jiang Chen's forehead. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes went black and he fainted. It wasn't until late afternoon that Jiang Chen woke up leisurely, opening his eyes and looking at the clean white ceiling and muttering, "What's wrong with me?" It took a moment to remember that the light source had entered his body as a stream of light. Jiang Chen hastily condensed an 8-point light wheel before his eyes. However, the 8-pointed light wheel in front of him hadn't changed in any way and didn't look any different from how it did before. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen experimented a few more times to make sure there were no changes before cursing. "I thought there was something good. Messing around with it didn't help at all. Too lazy to spray it. Went out to play." With that, Jiang Chen stood up and headed outside, leaving the hotel with Yixing. Chapter 92: A Chance Encounter with the Dark Order. Strange. How come I can't find any foreign beasts today? Aren't there usually quite a lot of them? In the wilderness, a man in battle armor was currently carrying a large sword and complaining. His companion beside him sniffed and stretched and said, "I counted on my fingers. I think it must be that it is not suitable for us to continue our experience today. It is time to return to the Magic City. I miss the meals in the Magic City." The man glared at his companion and cursed. "Just you lazy, will soon graduate, the captain to enter the town spirit army. Do not continue to experience how to do. Have not yet found the fire spirit Foxit." Just then, a clean-looking man among the several people who hadn't said anything on the side spoke up. "Really do not walk it, cannot go deeper inside, our evening, and then go inside are going to appear fifth-order alien beasts, brothers. Fifth-order alien beasts, even if we are all up to charge, are not enough to others to fight off. Let's go. If it's not possible, I'll borrow some money with my brother. Indeed, it's not suitable to continue to go inside. Rush to reach Jinling before the night, and still be able to repair in the city of Jinling." A woman in aquamarine battle armor walking at the front stopped herself and looked at a few people and said. The clean-cut man said hastily, "Jianggu, I can give it to you if you need it. I still have a couple 100,000 here." That's right, these were the very same squad that Jianggu had formed in the middle of the school and happened to come to the wilderness to practice. Hearing the clean-cut man say this, Jianggu just smiled faintly and said, "No need, Chongzheng. My brother also earned some money from developing skills a while ago. Just borrow a little from him. Chongzheng, aren't you going to the Jinling army as well?" Hearing this, Yen Chongzheng said with a disbelieving face, "Your brother developed skills. Jianggu, you can't lie to me. What's mine is yours. There's no need to lie with me. Your brother is only in high school, right? How can he develop skills? You know, our school doesn't have a lot of people who can develop skills. Ah, is your brother that genius called Jiang Chen?" And Jianggu seemed to have expected this reaction, just smiled and didn't continue to say more. His own brother that age? It is normal not to believe. After all, no one expected a high school student to become the godfather of the light department. Just then, Jianggu heard a strange sound. Jianggu immediately changed his face and reached out to squeeze his fist to signal them to keep quiet. Several people had been in a group for the past 2 years, and after seeing Jiang Ji's movements, they immediately began to look for a place to start hiding. In no time at all, everyone was hidden. Wasn't it said that the blessing ceremony would only begin tomorrow? How come we are allowed to drive away the foreign beasts today? I'm exhausted, and the deacons still won't let it stop. Just shortly after a few people had taken cover, the 2 men were walking along with what looked like a disc-like device in their hands. Hearing his companion say that, the other man hastily slapped a hand on his shoulder and cursed. "You want to die, ah? By the deacon heard you still have life, ah? Quickly complete the task. We rush back to participate in the blessing ceremony of the Holy See. This time we will definitely be able to break through the Jinling. I don't know how different this blessing ceremony is from the one when I first joined the religion, but I've been at the 3rd rank for quite a while. I don't know if this one will allow me to make a breakthrough." As the 2 of them walked further and further away, Jianggu and his group didn't dare to utter a single breath, but just looked at their backs indifferently. Until he could no longer be seen, Yen Chongzheng frowned and looked at Jianggu, who asked in a low voice, "Jianggu, did you hear that? They just seemed to be saying something about a blessing ceremony, the Holy See, and driving away the foreign beasts to break through the Jinling or something like that." Jianggu nodded with a grave expression on his face and said, "I heard them. They should be from the Dark Order, but I don't know exactly what they want." Yen Chongzheng said with intense curiosity flashing through his eyes at this moment. I'm going to follow up and see what these dark cleric guys are up to. After saying that, he didn't care about Jiang Ji's reaction. His feet stepped on a clear wind and the whole person's speed steeply accelerated to follow him. Seeing this, Jiang Ge wanted to call out to Yan Chongzheng. It was too late and could only let Yan Chongzheng follow. After all, Yan Chong's job within the ranks was that of a scout. But Jiang Ge still kept his eyes open and looked at his teammates and said, "Get ready to find the right pair. Ready to receive Yan Chongzheng. The dark clerics guys are black-handed. Once they find Yan Chongzheng, they will definitely hunt him down." Yes. Several people nodded in a hurry, and one of them even set up a sniper rifle with a silencer mounted on it. For an alien below the fifth order to be hit by this thing, they would be crippled if not killed. Within a short time, Yan Chongzheng ran back, but that movement was just too woeful. His battle armor was tattered and torn, and his entire body was grimy. One of the people in the squad with a sniper rifle aimed at the one pursuing behind Yan Chongzheng and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The man without the slightest defense was knocked to the ground with a single shot. But Yan Chongzheng's speed wasn't slowed down at all, and he was still running towards the crowd with all his might. With that, he suddenly shouted, "Run fast!" As the words fell, there was a sudden surge of silhouettes in the distance, all of them rushing over in this direction. Jiang Ji's few people were startled and immediately jumped out and started running in the direction of Jinling City. Yan Chongzheng had blood on the corners of his mouth at this moment, but with his wind ability, he quickly chased after the crowd and shouted, "Hurry up and run. We have to go back and report that these guys are going to trigger a beast tide to attack Jinling." Saying that, he waved his hand and fanned out a wind, and with the help of the wind, a few people's speed steeply accelerated, and they ran more easily. The people pursued by the Dark Church stopped when they saw that they couldn't catch up, and shouted with a big change in color, "Quickly go back and inform the Demon Wolf Deacon. The location of our blessing ceremony seems to have been exposed. Hurry up. If we're late, we'll all lose our heads." "What? How did you guys do this thing? It's just a small child close to the fourth rank. How did you let someone get away?" Hearing the report from the people underneath, Demon Wolf instantly exploded, stood up and kicked the men in front of him over, and immediately after that, he was busy running towards the place where the dead water was. Deadwater heard the words of the Demon Wolf after the eyes of the ferocious light revealed. Their future are in this matter above. Actually was so destroyed their night curtain to carry out the blessing ceremony arrangements. And although that was the case, Deadwater as a bishop also quickly made a good decision. His eyes coldly looked at the demonic wolf in front of him and said, "The original time is not postponed. Those little things, even if they run back, it will be dark. Help won't by much time. They are not as fast as the beast tide. As for those who didn't leave these guys behind, it's just the right time to add some sacrifices to the exalted gods." Yes. Demon Wolf immediately agreed. Although these people were his men, Deadwater had never listened to pleas for mercy. That would only make him furious. Chapter 93, Meeting Jiang Gu and the Others, Sentinel Technique. "Sister Yixing, what do you think you would be doing right now if there was no aura revival?" On the city wall, Zhang Chan said with a slight smile as he looked at Yixing. Hearing this, Yixing slightly froze, thinking for a moment and said, "I'll probably travel around. I'll also travel the beautiful ocean. I heard my grandfather say before that the ocean wasn't so scary back then. There are no powerful marine alien beasts. They often go to the beach to catch the sea, and then take it to the stalls and ask people to process it. And they will also meet with 3 or 5 friends to lie on the beach and chat about life, or take out their cell phones and play games. I really envy days like that, and I long for the world outside the walls. But I never seem to get out of the walls except to go out and do things. In which case, even if I do, my heart is never at peace." As Yixing spoke, Zhang Chun smiled with satisfaction as he watched the setting sun falling beyond the horizon, sprinkling the two of them in a nice way. The sky had completely darkened, and just then, Zhang Chun felt the dark elements around him seemed to be receiving some sort of guidance, surging towards the wilderness. Yixing certainly felt it, and after seeing Zhang Chen's suppressed expression, he smiled and explained, "Once night comes, it's the time when the dark attribute foreign beasts come out of their lairs to hunt. So it will induce the convergence of dark elements. It's just that there are indeed a bit more of them tonight. Perhaps it's some kind of high-level foreign beasts that have come out." And Zhang Chun just faintly smiled without saying much, looking at the wilderness with some sadness in his eyes. Somehow, he always felt dead palpitating. The two of them then walked down the city wall together, and as soon as they did so, Zhang Chun saw with sharp eyes a familiar figure standing in front of the barracks with a lousy face, depicting something with his hands. But the sentry didn't even give her a sideways glance, just assumed she was full of The group was none other than Jiang and his group, and were hand-wringing about what they had seen. But the sentry in front of them had a glazed look on his face and didn't take Jiang Ji's words seriously. "Comrade, please understand. The affairs of the Dark Order are out of our hands. The Security Bureau will accept your report." Just then, Jiang Chun suddenly walked over and looked at Jiang Gu and shouted with a smile, "Older sister, why are you here? When did you come? Why are you gray?" Jiang Gu, who was called by name, froze and hurriedly looked in the direction the voice came from, only to see his oldest brother in front of him. "What are you doing here, old buddy?" Jiang Gu first asked in confusion, but reacted immediately afterward. "You're here to participate in the resource race?" Jiang Chun nodded and smiled. "Indeed, by the way, are you guys trying to get into the barracks? And what are you going to do?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Gu reacted and hurriedly looked at Jiang Chun and said, "Old brother, since you can move freely inside the barracks, you must have the authority, right? Can you let me in to meet the leader? Something is really wrong. We saw the Dark Cleric." Originally, the two of them, Jiang Chun and Yixing, were still smiling and laughing, but their faces changed the moment they heard about the Dark Order. The two of them quickly exchanged glances, both of them understanding what the news of the Dark Cleric appearing at this juncture represented. Yixing spoke out appropriately at this point. "Letting you in is impossible. We are here because of our special status, but we don't have the authority to bring people in, but we can pass them on." Jiang Chun also nodded and said, "Indeed, old sis, your teammates don't seem to be doing too well either. Do you have any videos or messages or anything like that that will pass along on your behalf? You guys hurry up and get to your treatment." At this moment, Yen Chong behind Jiang Gu was taking out a cell phone and handing it over and said, "The password is your sister's birthday. The first video is, please forward it quickly. We hear their offense is about to begin." Jiang Chun took over the cell phone with an odd look at the two men before turning around and signaling Yixing, who grabbed Jiang Chen's collar and flew to Xiaobin's office window to break in. Looking at Jiang Chun, who barged in, Xiaobin frowned and asked, "Is this something for you too?" Jiang Chun did not say a word more, took out his cell phone and entered the password to tap a video and handed it over and said, "This was taken by them. It seems to be the Diablo Church, and it does sound like they are going to attack Jinling." At the word, Xiaobin frowned at the cell phone screen. After reading it, Li's face changed, grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulders and disappeared in place. Jiang Chun, who had been grabbed, had a blackout before his eyes, and after a moment of dizziness, there was once again light in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Xiaobin explained faintly, "Instantaneous transportation, spatial skill, brings you to number 1. Said pushed open the door of the room in front of him. The number 1 was sitting on a recliner at this time looking at the documents in his hands. Saw the two walk in and then laughed. "What brings you here?" Surprisingly, Xiaobin didn't say anything, and after handing the cell phone over he repeated what Jiang Chun had just said again, and then immediately looked at number 1 and added, "Number 1, this is a sensitive time, and I think it's better to believe in this matter than not to believe in it." Hearing this, number 1 gritted his teeth and shouted directly, "Level 3 war readiness, the army leaders are assembled, except for the Zhenling army all generals start to prepare. Xiaobin, you are spatial ability. According to the location provided by those few little guys, go forward to check. If it is true, try to see if you can make a move to break their sacrifice. If you can't, then don't get involved in the battle. Come back and hold on. We're completely prepared this time. As long as it's not a super level 1 disaster beast tide, then we'll be able to hold it off." "Yes." Xiaobin led the order to go. A flash of the figure disappeared in place, which left Jiang Chun standing alone in the original place of dark envy. Space-based powers are such a riot, so dashing back and forth. Number 1 looked at Jiang Chun and laughed. "Jiang Chun, if that's true, then you'll be taking credit for it. You know, your Zhenling army that came over from Tiannan to support you has already arrived. You don't know yet, right? The alien skills of this troop are all cultivated by that girl Yixing using the skills you developed, and they even have a name called something like Bright Warrior Soldiers, which is a miraculous effect against the dark attribute alien beasts." Smiling shyly, Jiang Chun said, "Number 1, this is actually what I should do. After all, I am a Daxia." Number 1 seemed to be satisfied with Jiang Chen's answer, smiled and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "That's what I said, but it's still important to reward you. I've been thinking about what to give you as a reward. Money, it's too cheesy, and you don't lack it. After all, Yan Huang's light system is considered yours now, right? What about skills you developed on your own? Again, you can't use them. After thinking about it, I've decided to give you a spirit skill that is not only handsome, but also practical. You'll absolutely love it. This spirit skill is called the Imperial Art." Chapter 94, Beast Tide begins. Strange. How come I don't see anything? The sky of the wilderness, Charbin, who had rushed in, frowned as he looked down at the ground beneath his feet. Right at this moment, a foreign beast black eagle rushed towards him, and Xiaobin backhanded a sharp spatial blade to slice the black eagle in half. Immediately after that, he suddenly realized that a fluctuation of dark elements suddenly came out from the depths of the wilderness, and this fluctuation of dark elements was so large that even he, as a spatial system psychic, felt it. Xiaobin's face stared, and his figure flickered as he began to instantly move in the direction from which the fluctuations had come. In a few breaths, he instantly moved to the place where the fluctuations came from, only to see that at this moment, at his feet, a group of people were carrying out certain important rituals, while at this moment, a silhouette on the side dashed up into the sky, and Xiaobin hung in the air opposite to each other. Looking at Xiaobin in front of him, Deadwater, who knew the personnel movements of the Jinling military region by heart, bowed with a slight smile. Hello, Your Excellency Xiaobin. Self-introduction. My humble self is the Bishop of the Southern Division of the Diablo Church de Xia, Deadwater. It just so happens that you have met our blessing ceremony. Why don't you just take advantage of this opportunity to directly join my Diablo Church? How? I see that my Diablo Church and Your Excellency Xiaobin have a destiny. Smiling, Xiaobin snorted and said, your words to some of the deceased capital, but you are not qualified enough. You Diablo Church cannot be considered a human being at all. To join you will be spurned, but also gathered here, you think you can really break through the Jinling. Thermal weapons are just difficult to play a role, not useless. Hearing Zabin say this, Deadwater smiled skinlessly and said, since this is the case, then Deadwater can only have the courage to appreciate the high skills of His Excellency Xiaobin. I do not know His Excellency Xiaobin. How is it compared to the former Vice Commander Zhou Heron? This ceremony of mine, it cannot be spoiled by you. I will absolutely avenge Brother Zhou Heron's revenge. But not now. Xiaobin gulped his eyebrows upside down, and with a wave of his hand, he coalesced a spatial cage around the Deadwater. Space blockade. As the voice fell, the stagnant water was instantly trapped in a spatial cage. Deadwater's face changed as he hurriedly attacked the space barrier. And Deadwater, after all, and his own level of experts, Xiaobin did not dare to delay, waved his hand to gather spiritual energy against a thick stone pillar that was already floating in midair. The dark element above the stone pillar was the most intense, and it also gave Xiaobin a palpitating feeling. The feeling of belonging uniquely to an expert told Zabin that he should just take a shot at that pillar. Then Xiaobin directly drank. Spatial cutting. The moment the words fell, a strong spatial force was induced, and instantly the space below centered around the middle of the stone pillar trembled, and the stone pillar was instantly sliced in half. Xiaobin said with a light laugh, waving at the stagnant water. Bishop Deadwater, it seems that your plans have fizzled out. Now we have to settle the blood debt for your extermination of the Zhou Heron brothers' family. At this time, Deadwater also rushed out of the spatial cage and sneered after hearing Xiaobin's words. The greatness of an exalted god is not something you can think of. As the words fell, the severed stone pillars below instantly returned to their original state. Xiaobin's face stiffened as he glanced at the stagnant water and once again cast a spatial cut at the stone pillar. The stone pillar was once again sliced through, but recovered at an extremely fast speed, and just as Zabin wanted to attack again, a black shadow suddenly rushed in front of Zabin. Xiaobin hurriedly instantly moved, but still didn't dodge and was directly sent flying. At this time, the stagnant water also condensed a water ball held in his hand and threw it towards Xiaobin. Just as Xiaobin dodged away, the few people below who were pressed against the sacrificial platform were instantly cut down by a knife, and blood suddenly sprayed wildly. The stone pillar suddenly shot up into the sky and flew into mid-air, spilling silk black light. Seeing this scene, Xiaobin hastily condensed a space wall to wrap himself in. Who knows what will happen when he is illuminated by the black light? Deadwater, on the other hand, had no concerns in this regard, and bathed in black light. His strength increased greatly, and with a wave of his right hand, he shouted, 1,000 waves! In an instant, huge black ocean waves appeared out of nowhere in the canopy, wrapped in a powerful might towards Xiaobin. Looking at the posture of this 1,000 heavy waves, Xiaobin was startled, hastily condensed a space barrier in front of his body to block the 1,000 heavy waves. Unexpectedly, the space barrier and the 1,000 heavy waves were smashed to pieces just as soon as they collided, and the 1,000 heavy waves terrifying might press towards Xiaobin. In the nick of time, Xiaobin appeared 5 kilometers away with a single instantaneous shift, and immediately after that, Xiaobin once again noticed that something was wrong. This place was not yet free from the black light shining on it, and there were still foreign beasts below, and the moment the foreign beasts were illuminated by the black light, their whole body was tainted with darkness. The eyes also gradually tended to become tyrannical, and one of the fifth-ranked demonic beasts roared angrily and began to charge in the direction of Jinling City. And when the fifth-ranked Fey beast roared, the rest of the Fey beasts responded, quickly following its lead towards Jinling. I have to say that the Dark Order, for all the bad things they do have a good selection of locations. The beast tide formed by these low-ranked alien beasts heading towards Jinling passed by those high-ranked alien beasts that were also wrapped up in thin air and rushed towards the direction of Jinling City. Looking at the more and more horrible beast tide, Xiaobin faced panic. If Jinling unprepared against such a beast tide, then certainly will be the city broken. And at this time, the beast tide was expanding in size. Right at this moment, Deadwater also chased after him, looking at Xiaobin and directly shouting, "Your Excellency Xiaobin, see, you can't stop such a beast tide mastered by the exalted god. It's better to join us before it's too late. And it's not certain that the exalted god will even be willing to let you become a party bishop." As he said that, Deadwater's movements did not slow down at all, and the black monstrous waves followed behind him. Faced with such an attack, Xiaobin pressure simply did not have the intention of hard to catch, turned around and directly connected to the instantaneous transfer left the original place towards the Jinling flew away. Deadwater looked at the faraway Xiaobin frowned, but did not chase after him. A spatial system adept wanted to escape. Even a wind adept could not stay. Under Xiaobin's frantic rush, it took less than a minute to rush back from the wilderness of 100 miles away to the top of the city walls of Jinling City. Immediately afterward, he directly instantaneously arrived at the conference room amidst the astonished eyes of the many soldiers. At this moment, all the officers of the army were among them, as well as Jiang Chun, an outsider. Looking at Xiaobin, who had rushed back, Jiang Chun frowned, sensing a dark aura on his body that he detested. This aura was strange. If one were to say that the darkness in Zhou Ping's body did not make one's heart sick even though it was relative to one's own, then the aura on Xiaobin's body at the moment was just incredibly repulsive, and the dark element on his body seemed to carry some hint of pollution. 95. Level 1 Operational Readiness. Number 1, you can pull Level 1 War Readiness, and the Jinling army can prepare to activate. Something has happened in the wilderness. The Dark Order has performed some sort of ritual. This ritual casts a black light that shines on the beasts and they go berserk. And now the beasts have formed a tidal wave of beasts that will come charging through within half an hour. Xiaobin looked at Number 1 with an anxious face as he told what he had seen. At that moment, the chief education officer next to him pushed up his glasses and said, "This is something you say requires evidence? Vice Commander Xiaobin, please bring out the evidence or you will be held accountable for pulling the first level of combat readiness. The whole city will be regulated and support notices will have to be issued around the area. It's no joke." At the word Xiaobin, although he knew that this is a must-have program, but in his heart there is no reason for fire, looked at him and drank. Laozi will believe in nonsense. There is no evidence. Need you tube, military matters are not your turn to get involved. Once this statement was made, even the Number 1 looked at Xiaobin with a surprised face. The usual Xiaobin was completely a scholarly image. Even when fighting a war, they are all graceful and have never been so anxious, which is really a bit abnormal. With a twinkle in his eye, Jiang Qin activated his spiritual energy, and with a purifying ray in his hand, he struck Xiaobin's body. After Xiaobin was hit by the purifying light, the aura on his body that made others sick disappeared, and was replaced by his previous gentle and elegant temperament. "What's wrong with me?" Xiaobin looked at his finger that was pointing at the nose of the chief education officer and cursing suddenly froze and withdrew his hand back with an incredulous face. The commander blackened his face and went forward to scold Xiaobin after seeing him stop. "Xiaobin, could it be that you can point your nose at your superiors and curse them just because you've been promoted to vice commander? Do you want to curse me along with you?" For a moment Xiaobin stammered, wondering what had just happened to him. Uncle Xia is not to blame for this. Just then, Jiang Chun stepped forward and shouted. Looking at Number 1 immediately afterward, he explained, "Didn't Uncle Xiaobin say just now that those foreign beasts came towards Jinling like crazy after being illuminated by the black light? As soon as Uncle Zabin came in, I found a repulsive aura on him. And just now I secretly used a purifying ray on Uncle Zabin before I recovered." At the words a few people froze, did not expect it to be for this reason. Xiaobin also said hurriedly at this time, "Yes, I was even a little out of control just now. It felt weird." The scene suddenly fell into silence as Number 1 said dully, "It seems that the beast tide this time is indeed difficult. Xiaobin is a 7th order alien who would be affected, not to mention the alien beasts whose IQ is already low. The scene, with the exception of Jiang Chun, had all come from that turbulent era and naturally knew how serious such a situation was. Just then, the man from the army observatory ran in and saluted the men. Report, a secondary beast tide has now been discovered coming towards my Jinling city, and the number of beast tides is still strengthening, about to exceed the threshold of secondary beast tides to reach primary beast tides, and, after a moment, number 1 immediately made up his mind and drank. Pull the first level of war readiness, while notifying the nearby garrison to come and help let them keep enough power to deal with the second-order beast tide. I'm afraid that these people don't just want Jinling to get their hands on them. Yes, the crowd replied in unison, followed by turning around and walking out of the conference room. In an instant, the sound of a level 1 battle readiness resounded throughout the entire Jinling city, and all combatants of the army immediately entered battle positions. Pedestrians on the streets also began to start heading to shelters under the command of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the exalts all spontaneously stayed on the streets, walking onto the battlefield at the first opportunity after a battle occurred. For a time, the entire city of Jinling was in a state of panic. In the middle of the shelter, a little girl was held in her mother's arms and whispered, "Mom, why are we coming in when we said we were going to the amusement park today?" The mother who was holding the little girl at the words explained with a bitter smile. "This is because the monsters outside the city want to come in, but the military uncles are going to deal with these monsters. In order to avoid accidentally injuring us, we'll go to the playground again after this is over, okay?" The little girl asked in a milky voice as she looked at her mother with innocent eyes. "So can Uncle Soldier destroy these monsters to protect us?" "It will," this mother said firmly. "They have been protecting us since before." At the moment, Jiang Chun had been following beside number 1, watching the normally bustling Jinling city turn into a fortress all of a sudden. Said with some emotion for a moment, "I didn't expect it, but Jinling was actually able to enter combat in such a short period of time." Sniffing number 1 laughed softly. "Wasn't it the unity of the people and the military that allowed us to survive the age of cataclysm and overtake the Free State in one fell swoop?" "That's true." Jiang Chun laughed out loud, but his eyes looked at the dense black shadows in the middle of the distant horizon, and he still couldn't help but gulp. At this moment on the city wall, all the soldiers were already in place. Many of them were new recruits, and the palms of their hands clutching their steel guns were not immune to some sweat. Although the moment they came in they were ready to fight the Fae, they never expected this day to come so quickly. Shoo! Bang! With a cracking sound, a gap was directly blown out of the advance guard of the beast tide in the distance. But the gap was soon filled again by the Fae that came before it. The missiles were still blowing down, but the effect behind them was already minimal, as there were 6th-ranked alien beasts taking the initiative to pick the missiles up, and in front of them such missiles couldn't cause any damage at all. What made Jiang Chun a bit surprised was that Blue Star's level of technology was actually quite high, but this was in areas such as medicine and such. But like the application of weapons of mass destruction in this area is very poor, have to let Jiang Chun say that it is, and the Earth World War II period is almost the same. Otherwise, the foreign beasts would have been blown up and finished when the aura had just been revived, and it was estimated that not even Lu Dun 3000 them could block it. Guns and such were again similar to the original Earth, which made Jiang Chun very puzzled. Light and heavy weapons were completely polarized. The tide of beasts was fast, coming within range of the fighters after just 2 rounds of being blasted. With the commanding officer's order to open fire, the heavy machine guns were the first to enter the fray, desperately gulping down fire and firing. Under the heavy machine guns sweeping fire, the foreign beasts below the 4th rank fell in pieces. But how many demonic beasts below the 4th rank were there? The foreign beasts still rushed forward. Jiang Chun looked at this scene somewhat disturbed. These were the masterpieces of the Diablo Church, and in his heart at this time, he also planted the seed of completely destroying the Diablo Church. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire was continuous, bullets poured out like crazy, while quite a few of the alien beasts began to unleash their skills on the warriors on the walls. The wood attribute alien beasts released wood spikes, the ice attribute released ice cones, and the fire attribute was throwing its own fireballs. For a time, the high martial alien energy and modern technology were constantly colliding. Just then, a black light came from the distance and shone on the warriors. Most of them froze for a moment and then plunged into the battle again. But the bloodlust in their eyes was obviously even more intense. There were also quite a few warriors who directly fell to the ground and rolled over, their eyes full of agonizing struggles. Seeing this scene, number 1 immediately shouted, "What's going on here?" Chapter 96, Black Light Attack. Black Light, number 1. It's Blacklight's problem. Jiang Chun was the first to notice that something was wrong, and immediately released a purifying ray at the few people present. What are you doing? Number One's secretary thought that Jiang Chun was trying to disadvantage Number One and shouted angrily, almost laying hands on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked at the hands of the secretary who transported the spiritual power of the heart of suspicion. He suspected that if he had not seen his own use of purification of light, then he was high and low to be beaten up. Number One also thought of something, hastily pressed the secretary's hand back, cursing. Look at you, I'm a 5th-ranked alien no matter what. Even if Jiang Chun has an idea, he can't hurt me, take it back. The secretary also dispersed the spiritual energy in his hands when he saw this. Jiang Chun didn't blame him. It was understandable to be cautious at such a special time. Only then did Number One look at Jiang Chun and ask, "You mean it's all because of that black light that shone through and affected us?" Jiang Chun nodded and explained, "You may not have seen it just now because it was blocked by the battle, but I did see it with my own eyes, and you didn't even realize just now that you were all stained. And our fighters would have had new recruits with less determined minds, even you were affected to some degree, but my purifying rays take care of that, and the black light didn't have an effect on me. I think light-type psychics should be somewhat immune to black light, so let me go up to the walls and give them some purifying rays." The commander on the side who heard the words directly shook his head and refused. "No, you're only a 2nd-grade alien. Even if you get them one by one, it's still a drop in the bucket. What about the entire Jinling military region of 50,000 people? Can you save them?" Jiang Chun said with some anxiety. "What can we do then? We can't just sit back and wait for death. In case it's too late when we're really controlled by the Dark Church's black light to do something to our own comrades. Several people are not talking. Now is a dilemma. Do not go to manage to have an accident, but manage to manage over." After a moment of contemplation, Number One suddenly asked, "Jiang Chun Yixing, will she be your purifying ray?" At those words, Jiang Chun hastily nodded his head. "I've taught her, and there's a connection between purifying light and purification, so she should have learned it." Hearing Jiang Chun's reply, Number One immediately picked up the phone and dialed out. "Yixing, you immediately go to the city wall and use the purification ray on the warriors. Be quick. The alien beasts are attacking ferociously right now." The phone hung up and Number One spoke in a deep voice. "Yixing is a 6th order, 7-star light exalt, so I'm sure it should be possible, but he's only one person, and immediately mobilizing a light doctor who will purify the light will be possible. But I'm sure that the purification technique will also be able to have a certain effect." "Yes." An officer immediately led the way and ran out. With that, Number One continued to look down. Their current position was at the highest point of the Golden City, the army's watchtower. In the area covered by the black light, the foreign beasts were still rushing towards Jinling City in a steady stream. A black dot hung in the distant sky, constantly releasing black light. Jiang Chun said with some reluctance, "Number One, I feel that as long as that black light is there, sooner or later Jinling City will break. Can't we go and destroy that thing?" As soon as these words came out, Xiaobin shook his head and said, "If I could destroy it, I would have done so long ago, but the few times I've cut it off with space in a row, it's reverted back to its original state. So now there's nothing we can do but destroy all the Fae." The words were heavy, too difficult, and it made Jiang Chun think of that night on Earth, and whether those people were also thinking of a way to break the game. Meanwhile, in the wilderness at this moment, Deadwater, who was standing under the altar, was filled with fervor, and his mouth was calling out, "O venerable God, grant your glory, and drive these ignorant brutes to wipe out those equally foolish and ignorant humans." Devil Wolf came up like a lapdog at this moment and said respectfully, "Lord Bishop, Lord Phantom said for us to speed up our attack. A large number of Jinling troops have already been transferred to Jinling, so it will be even more difficult to break through Jinling by then." At the words, Deadwater stopped his movements, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the demon wolf and said, "Bring your good men and lure all of those 7 or 8 rank demonic beasts over. I don't believe it. I can't break this Jinling City today." But this time the demon wolf didn't directly lead the order, but said with some bitterness, "Lord Bishop, the 7th rank is fine, but if that 8th rank fellow is lured out, we won't be able to survive, or else you, Lord Bishop, will personally take action." Deadwater bellowed with a glare, "Demon wolf, if the people below are gone, they can still be cultivated again. If we want to climb up, we always have to step on their corpses. Don't make a mistake for yourself. If you want to progress, you can't care about the small gains in front of you. This bishop has to be here to protect the altar from the Jinling City garrison's destruction of the altar. He cannot leave. If you can't, you can use that thing. I approved it." At these words, Deadwater gritted his teeth and turned to leave. There were no ripples in the Deadwater's eyes. even though he knew that he had decided the life and death of dozens of people with these few words. Looking at the black dot in the sky, the lens in front of Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly drew closer, as if he were looking through a telescope. Immediately after, the image in front of him gradually became clearer, and a black stone pillar just hung in mid-air. Stonehenge exudes a dark, evil aura, and one look at it makes you feel like you've become tyrannical as well. And at this moment, the stone pillar seemed to have realized that it was being targeted, emitting a thick black light towards Jiang Chen. The secretary on the side seemed to have observed the black light as well, and hastily droned on. Protection 1. Immediately after that, his hands pressed on the ground to surge up a stone wall trying to block the black light. Unexpectedly, the black light directly passed through the stone wall and landed on Jiang Chen's body. Number 1's face changed greatly. This was an excellent young man, carrying the hope of the light department. Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee, and the surrounding light elements suddenly surged towards Jiang Chen, entering his body to fight against the black light. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a heat on his forehead, and it seemed like something had grown out from under his bangs. Jiang Chen reached out and touched it, instantly changing his face. Because he touched it, the shape of the light source stone. The light source stone suddenly surged forth, and the light quickly washed Jiang Chen's body. There was only a sliver of light, but it completely annihilated the black light. Jiang Chen, how are you? One squatted down and looked at Jiang Chen and called out. Jiang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, shook his forehead bangs to cover the protruding light source stone, straightened up and shook his head and said, I'm fine. Number 1 said with a sigh of relief. It's good that it's okay. This Diablo Church really deserves to die. Just clean them up when you get a reprieve. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen said somewhat firmly as he looked towards the stone pillar. Number 1, I think I have a way to deal with that Stonehenge and I'd like to try it. Chapter 97, The Guidance of the Light Source Stone. No, what are you kidding? Even Xiaobin, a 7th order alien, can't do anything with that pillar. What can you do if you go there? When he heard that Jiang Chen wanted to go to the place where the stone pillars were, Number 1 instantly refused. In his eyes, this was complete nonsense. What kind of waves could a 2nd order aberration make in the midst of such a wave of beasts? Hearing this, Jiang Chen said hurriedly, Number 1, listen to me. I have a way that should be able to destroy Stonehenge. It's a skill I've developed before. After seeing the properties of the black light this time and feeling the light source stone stirring, Jiang Chen sensed the light source stone's guidance that he should make a trip. And he's the only one who should be able to fix this. He also has a spectrum ray move that he just got. Even the power of space can't destroy something. Maybe it can be destroyed under the light system. But Number 1 just said in a morose tone. Jiang Chen, you have to figure it out. I know you're very talented, but that's just talent. Right now you're still just a 2nd-ranked alien. You're at the bottom of the pile amongst the universities. This battle makes little difference with or without you. Talents need to be redeemed. And right now you haven't fully redeemed your talents. All you have to do is just be in the city and don't go and cause us any trouble. Roar. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky, and everyone's face changed as they hurriedly turned around to look at it. One could only see that several 7th-ranked alien beasts were rushing towards the direction of Jinling City with a large group of alien beasts. And there was even a furious 8th-ranked demonic beast at the very back of the foreign beasts. Xiaobin and the others looked at each other. The same instantly took to the air and flew out of this watchtower, flying towards the high-level foreign beasts. One chose an opponent to blatantly strike, and even the commander went up against that 8th-ranked Fey beast. A few generals went out to meet the beasts, but the high-ranking beasts brought with them not only themselves, but also a plethora of low-ranking beasts. The wave of beasts that got joined by the new alien beasts started to become even more terrifying and attacked even faster. At this moment, the corpses of the foreign beasts under the city wall were almost piled up into a small mountain, and the height of the mountain was still increasing. Being from that turbulent time, Number 1 was quick to make an adjustment, shouting, All the Jinling army go up to the city wall. We must not let the foreign beasts break through the wall, and we must also fire incendiary bombs, or else we will step over the wall by stepping on the corpses of the foreign beasts later on. Especially the Light Jinling Legion. Their power is more effective against these foreign beasts tainted with dark energy. Let them hold the front. Yes, the correspondent answered and rushed towards the outside. And Jiang Chen was even more alarmed at this point in time as he watched. There were rules for beast tides, and they were usually commanded by a high-ranking alien beast. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked the city. Even if they were attacking the city, They would retreat if they consumed too much. After all, the high-level alien beasts already had the thinking ability of ordinary people and were not fools. But now the one organizing the foreign beasts was the so-called exalted god of the Dark Cleric, and in the case of being infested by the dark power, these low-ranked demonic beasts' IQ, which wasn't much to begin with, was directly gone. What was left was the bloodthirsty instinct, which was the most terrifying point, which meant that there was no other way but to kill all these beast tides. Unless, of course, one destroys the stone pillars in mid-air. The alien beast that Xia Bin, who was the newly promoted vice commander in the distance, was up against was a white ape ice attribute, with a powerful attack that was equivalent to a 7th stage 2-star alien. And since Xia Bin was able to take over Zhou Lu's position, he naturally had his own skills and, moreover, he was also a 7th order, 6-star psychic. Under Zabin's spatial system's teasing, the white ape did not harm Zabin at all. However, Xia Bin had left quite a few wounds on the white ape's body. As a highly intelligent being amongst the foreign beasts, Xia Bin's eyes gradually cleared up after leaving wounds on its body. Bang! After another exchange of blows, the white ape waved his hand at Xia Bin and pointed to the stone pillars in the distant sky. Immediately afterward, under Xia Bin's puzzled gaze, he directly turned around and ran away from the battlefield. Zabin, the white ape is really a bit cardless, but the final move does seem a bit intriguing. Looking at the still steady stream of people pouring out of the wilderness, Xia Bin, who had gotten out of the fight, didn't go to give his comrades a hand. Instead, he ran back outside the command headquarters in 2 successive instantaneous transmissions, looking at the worried Jiang Chun and asking, "Jiang Chun, you said you have a way to destroy that stone pillar? Is that true?" Hearing this, Jiang Chun hastily nodded his head. Really, of course it's true, since that stone pillar is dark energy. I have a trick to use the power of light against it. I think I can solve that stone pillar if the attributes clash. Xia Bin pondered for a moment, looking at Jiang Chen's serious face with some emotion in his heart. There had been a voice in his heart telling him to trust Jiang Chen, or else this battle would surely be a grueling one. At this time, the first and the others were all in the middle of the command center, and there were only 2 people on the balcony outside. Immediately afterward, Xia Bin clenched his teeth. This matter was clearly a matter that only the light department had the solution to. There were only a few humans, but the number of foreign beasts was an unknown number of times that of humans. And if that stone pillar was allowed to remain, there was no telling how many people would be sacrificed. If Stonehenge is not destroyed, then there is no way to maintain the balance between humans and Fae anymore, and this Stonehenge is the sort of Damocles between the two. Even if it was blocked by Jinling this time, what about the Dark Order opening again in a different place until one of the Fae or humans was wiped out? And the Light Department's most promising person to create a miracle was Jiang Chun alone, at least for now. I'll take you there. The space system is going to go over very quickly, probably within 10 seconds. But there's the Bishop of the Dark Order Deadwater over there. Originally we were on the same level, but Deadwater now has the bonus of Stone Pillar, and I still have something to consume just now. I can only give you 1 minute. After 1 minute, if it doesn't work out, we'll come back. Finally, Xia Bin still made his decision. This Damocles sword between humans and alien beasts must be gotten rid of. Hearing Xia Bin's response, Jiang Chen hurriedly nodded his head. He could feel the light source stone on his forehead had been guiding him to the location of the stone pillar. This feeling was even stronger at this moment. Xia Bin then pulled Jiang Chen's shoulder and suddenly asked, "Jiang Chen, do you know what you're up against? Are you afraid? There are quite a few dark clerics down there just guarding the stone pillars. I may not be able to stop all of them." Words have been ready. Jiang Chen suddenly froze. The mind flashed through the experience of these 2 lives. And finally a deep look at Xia Bin suddenly laughed after. There is always something that is more important than life. Chapter 98. Stonehenge. 10 seconds, the wilderness, where the altar of the Dark Order is located. Jiang Chen and Xia Bin both suddenly appeared in mid-air, just 10 meters away from the stone pillar. Bathed in black light, Xia Bin was very uncomfortable, and Jiang Chen backhanded a purifying ray and threw it over. Xia Bin, who had been temporarily removed from the effects, nodded and backhandedly created 3 successive spatial barriers under his feet. Immediately afterward, he looked at Jiang Chen and said, "We don't have much time. They're coming. There's a lot of them. I can only buy you a minute. Be quick." As he spoke, Deadwater flew up into midair with several figures, including the demon wolf. Deadwater said with a snort after seeing Zabin, "Your Excellency Xia Bin, do you still have the ability to come to trouble me after just having a great battle with the White Ape King? Or can this little guy of the 2nd rank beside you help you kill us?" The devil wolf also recognized Jiang Chen at this moment, and hurriedly fell down next to the Deadwater and said, "Lord Deadwater, that person is Jiang Chun, the guy who developed the light-based combat skill and also broke my god sex prohibition." At the words, Deadwater brightened up and laughed. Could it be that His Excellency Xia Bin has come to his senses, handing over this genius of the light department to my Holy See? Then I'll let you join the Holy See and promise you the position of bishop. The archbishop's men are in short supply of your kind of talent. So ugly looking, just like a bonobo. But the thought is quite beautiful. Xiaobin faintly spat out. He then casually threw out 2 layers of spatial barriers again to isolate the attack, and after giving Jiang Chen a thumbs up, he directly instantaneously rushed up. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's scalp tingled. The current Xiaobin alone was single-handedly taking on a dozen or so 6th and 7th order exalts. At that moment, Jiang Chen didn't dare to continue delaying. He only had a minute. The light source stone launched hot at this moment, and Jiang Chen felt his body burning. But his consciousness wasn't affected in the slightest. Light source stone, a light source stone. You guided me to come here. Then you must give some strength. Don't let me come here to give away my head. Jiang Chen couldn't stop mumbling from his mouth. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen condensed the 8 points light wheel, and after simply storing up his strength for a moment, directly rushed under the stone pillar with his hand pressed against it, accelerating the speed of the octagonal light while spinning directly pressed on it. Zip, zip, zip. The 8-part light wheel and the stone pillar collided with a gurgling sound, and it didn't take long for the power in the 8-part light wheel to be consumed. As the 8-part light wheel dispersed, Jiang Chen hurriedly went up to check the place where the stone pillar had just been sawed by the 8-part light wheel. Only a small crater appeared on top of the spot that had just been sawed, and the light element was now attached to it, preventing the stone pillar from recovering. Jiang Chen was delighted in his heart, but after looking up at the massive stone pillar above him, he suddenly couldn't smile. Just so high stone pillar, just now the attack, even if another 10,000 times, will just give rubbed skin. JC. No he. But useful is always good. At the moment the moon also came out in the sky. On the cost-effective is of course 8 points of light wheel. But when it comes to power, the octagonal light will always fall short compared to the spectrum rays. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen took 2 steps back and began to accumulate the moonlight from the sky. With only a 2nd rank, it was the only way for him to maximize damage. At this moment, the light source stone on his forehead also began to emit a burst of shimmering light, and Jiang Chen felt that convening the moonlight had become faster and easier. The dark clerics crowd that was besieging Xia Bin had all been bestowed with dark abilities, and the first thing they felt was the light element surging in Jiang Chen's direction. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Deadwater's eyes, shouted, "The pillar of darkness can't be lost. Hurry over and kill that kid." Mandala immediately summoned a large wooden thorn towards Jiang Chen when she heard Deadwater shout. Bang! The spatial barrier blocked the huge wooden thorns, and Jiang Chen was startled, hastily looking back at Mandala, only to see Xia Bin extremely fast back to defense. Flashed to the body of Mandala a fist to smash it out, shouted, "Leave it to me out there. Don't get distracted." Immediately after that, he charged up again and fought with a group of experts from the Dark Cleric. But the blood that remained at the corner of Xia Bin's mouth and the cracked battle armor on his body just now told Jiang Chen how hard Xia Bin had fought. Turning back, Jiang Chen continued to condense the light elements, shouting in his heart, "Light source rock, you've got to give it a go." Light elemental cohesion also hit its peak at this point, and Jiang Chen shouted out, "Specium, light." As the words fell, Jiang Chen's hands set up a cross aimed at the stone pillar as the light elements converged. Boom! With a muffled sound, spectrum rays shot out violently from the side of Jiang Chen's erected palm, and the air around him made a muffled sound due to the spectrum rays. The moment the spithium rays made contact with the stone pillars, the pillars first resisted and then could no longer resist the spithium rays' attack. Directly from below, the defenses were broken through, and the spectrum rays raced all the way across and straight through the stone column. Seeing this, Xia Bin was overjoyed. Fortunately, he hadn't made a wrong bet. Indeed, Jiang Chen had the ability to survive this catastrophe. But soon, Xia Bin couldn't laugh anymore because Jiang Chen collapsed on top of the spatial barrier because he couldn't hold on due to the exhaustion of his spiritual power just a second after shooting the spectrum light. Deadwater's eyes, which were still stunned, instantly became playful and shouted with a big smile, "So what if you have a light genius, a genius whose potential has yet to be realized? Then he's just a genius." With that, he once again summoned a giant wave to charge towards Xia Bin. Xia Bin hurriedly took on the stagnant water and shouted under his breath, "Stand up, Jiang Chen. All hope is on us." There are still your teachers in the city, your family. At this moment Jiang Chan heard Xia Bin's voice. A burst of bitterness rose in his heart. Looking up at the stone pillar that had been scorched with a large hole by his own spectrum rays, a bitter smile spread across his face. This large hole was the tip of the iceberg for this stone pillar. Although it did prove useful, Jiang Chen's realm was indeed a little too low. Dog Day Light Source Stone, you guide the old man to come. Not to do the work is what is the meaning of the old man to cross over, today to rest pussy here. Jiang Chen's bitter voice rang out, helpless anger rising in his heart. Why would he not want to smash the broken stone pillar in front of him? Just then, an indifferent cold hum came from the stone pillar. Griffins filled with a disgusting aura of light also want to overrate a tree. Ridiculous, weak griffins will die on the path of my domain's descending gods. Immediately afterward, an unprecedented black light rushed down towards Jiang Chun and slammed into his body. Before Jiang Chun lost consciousness, his eyes widened. He had just heard a voice. Could this be the God that the Dark Church believed in? Then what kind of existence are these so-called gods that they can actually have such power? But alas, before he could think too much about it, the next moment his consciousness returned to chaos. Chapter 99. Hurry up and hang it up for me. Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. It's time for you to wake up. In the middle of a blank space, a thick voice rang out. Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white space around him in confusion. Where am I? The mellow voice explained. Here's. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chun to interrupt directly with his words. This little grunt. Look at the meaning. This is my spirit world, isn't it? That voice, the system doesn't sound like that. You are the light source stone. The thick voice froze, followed by a somewhat helpless voice. I'm not a light source stone. I can't tell you who I am. At that Jiang Chun smiled and said indifferently. I know who you are when you say that. Hurry up, finish what you have to explain, and then hang up the hang up. My uncle Xia but put his life on the line to let me come over here. If I can't solve it then I will collapse. You little son of a… Don't worry, we have a slow flow of time here. It's still stuck out there when you passed out. Your body hasn't even fully collapsed yet. The voice sounded again, and Jiang Chun relaxed. Dude, if you're going to say something, just say it quickly and put the hang up on. Alas, in fact, there is nothing to say. Originally wanted to give you some chicken soup to come. But look at you like this, then I am more transparent. To give you chicken soup is a little redundant. The thick voice seemed to be somewhat helpless. After all, in these endless years, people like Jiang Chun who had gotten a golden finger and were still so honorable were rare. And Jiang Chun just waved his hand and said, after all, it's so many hot-blooded novels to read over. Without some justice in my heart, I wouldn't have aspired to reach the top after coming to this world. Do you regret coming into this world? Never regretted it. In that world, I could only find solace for myself on my cell phone and computer. But here I at least have family, friends and a harbor where I can take shelter. There's the money advantage and the talent and the ability and the status, and I prefer this to the place that treated me like dirt. Jiang Chen's voice was firm, and this was the truth he had realized after so many years. Haha, see-through, not so hypocritical. Well, open up for you, but you'll be weak for a long time, you should know that. The mellow voice seemed to be very appreciative of Jiang Chun, and soon decided to stop talking nonsense as well. Okay, this is the process. I know you don't want me. What parts one have thanked God. Jiang Chun waved his hand and seemed a little impatient. Funny little guy. I hope you grow up well. Don't get your wings broken halfway through the flight you were supposed to take off on. After saying that, Jiang Chun suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness come over him, and when he opened his eyes again, he was still in the same place. Xia Bin was still protecting himself in a bloody battle against the Dark Cleric's crowd, and at the moment, his battle armor was all beaten into scrap metal hanging from his body. The whole person where still looks like a powerful military region deputy commander, which still faced the beast-tied, still calm and unhurried look. Ah! Jiang Chun shouted out, and the light source stone on his forehead suddenly began to emit a dazzling light, and Jiang Chun felt that he was instantly filled with power within his body. And the light source stone was also emitting light outwardly, with some holiness and inviolability in the light. Seeing this, a great sense of crisis rose in Deadwater's heart, and detached from Xia Bin and rushed madly towards Jiang Chun. Xia Bin instantly flashed in front of them face to face and shouted, "Your opponent is me, Space Storm." With that said, the space centered around Xia Bin suddenly began to shake, the power of space flying about, cutting one of the Dark Cleric deacons directly off at the waist. Deadwater no longer stayed his hand at this time, The sense of crisis that Jiang Chen's body brought to them at this moment was too strong. If they weren't stopped, then their plans would definitely be ruined. Xiaobin also saw what they were thinking and immediately stepped in front of them. Deadwater's forehead was rippling with veins at this time, and he shouted with a wild gulp, "Hydraulic tornado!" As the words fell, a water tornado with a destructive might was summoned, frantically attacking towards Jiang Chen and the two of them. "Spatial barriers!" Xiaobin shouted out. His hands used all their strength to condense a thickest space barrier, shouting, "Jiang Chen, hurry up! I can't hold on much longer." "Heard that." Jiang Chen replied back, followed by swinging his hands into a cross without looking back. The feeling of being watched that the stone pillar had brought about earlier struck again, and the voice broke into Jiang Chen's ears once more. "You disgusting light mole cricket! Not dead peacefully lying cannot. Have to stand up, die." The moment the voice fell, another black light that was stronger than before struck towards Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen's body was suddenly filled with golden light, directly dissipating the black light into the air. Just then, Jiang Chen hissed loudly, "Although I am a mole cricket, I can also shake this great tree of yours." As the words fell, the spectrum rays instantly rushed out from Jiang Chen's hands and struck the stone pillar. Unlike the last time when it only shot for a second, at this moment, Jiang Chen's spectrum rays were not only more powerful than before, they also lasted longer. Zip! 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 Ah! Jiang Chen screamed with a face. Light rays kept shooting out from his hands, and the light source stone above his head was glowing. Jiang Chen struggled to control the spectrum light rays towards the middle of the stone pillars. All of them poured out. Until his body was exhausted, Jiang Chen immediately shouted out, "Uncle Xia, run!" Xiaobin heard the signal and violently withdrew his defenses, grabbing Jiang Chen's hand and directly disappearing in place. And the moment the two disappeared in place, the sky-scraping stone pillars steeply began to break apart, as Jiang Chen, who had already appeared 5 kilometers away, let out a light-hearted cry. Explosion! Dazzling light shot out from the center of the stone pillar and exploded with a loud bang. The bang! The aftershocks even rippled to the two of them, blowing Jiang Chen's bangs up and revealing the light source stone on his forehead. "Uncle Xia, don't tell anyone else," Jiang Chen shouted out in a breathless voice. Xiaobin reached out with his face as usual and ruffled Jiang Chen's bangs to cover the light source stone, saying faintly, "Uncle Xia, thank you for believing me. I'm just a little tired." Smiling gently, Xiaobin nodded and said, "Sleep when you're tired. I'll take you back to Jinling right away." "Good." Jiang Chen agreed, and his entire body instantly fainted. Xiaobin smiled and looked at the already sparse battle armor on his body to take it off, followed by holding Jiang Chen's figure directly disappeared in place. At this time in the command headquarters of the number 1 Anxious, the major commanders are in a bitter battle with their opponents, and the only breakthrough Xiaobin also do not know where to run to. Just then, the secretary, who had been standing nearby, hurriedly pointed at the distant sky and shouted, "Number 1, look, that stone pillar, it seems to have exploded." "What?" Number 1 froze and looked sharply, just in time to see the flash of light that exploded. Immediately afterward, Number 1 shouted with a loud laugh, "Inform the warriors, add fuel. The beast tide will soon recede. Who on earth destroyed the stone pillars? I want to give him credit." Chapter 100 Victory in Battle, Reinforcement of the Dark Clerics. Purify the light. At the moment the black light exploded, Yixing also received a message from Number 1, and then she began to roam above the city walls. Yixing continuously sprinkled purifying rays, although turning purifying rays into a group skill would bring down the power. But by now the black pillar had been blown up, the illumination of the black light had stopped, and under the illumination of the purifying light, the foreign beasts gradually regained their sanity. The offensive attacking Jinling City also slowed down at this time, and the pressure on top of the city walls instantly plummeted. Losing the illumination of the black light, the high-ranked demonic beasts looked at the opponents they were fighting against for a moment's pause. They and each other are covered in scars. Roar! The 8th-ranked beast king that possessed intelligence not weaker than that of a human also knew at this time that he was being used as a gun, and roared out after colliding with the commander once more. Immediately afterward, he turned and ran towards the middle of the wilderness. Neither side would be the profiteer in this fight, so there was no point in continuing. After the 8th-rank beast king retreated, the rest of the foreign beasts also began to retreat towards the wilderness. At this point in time, the crisis of this broken city of Jinling was officially lifted. At this time, The majestic walls of Jinling City were covered with traces of the aftermath of the battle. Within the walls of the city, there were an unknown number of wounded soldiers and victims, and there were even victims that did not even have a complete skeleton. Countless wounded soldiers were lying in hospitals at this time, their eyes looking in the direction of the city walls, expecting news of victory to come from that direction. On top of the walls, some of the warriors had lowered their steel spears, whose barrels were all a little red, while others were bracing themselves with weapons with cut and rolled blades. The eyes were bloodshot as they looked out over the already departed Fae. At this point, I don't know who yelled out, "We are victorious. We have defended the city of Jinling." It was as if the words flipped some kind of switch, and for a moment the entire wall began to cheer. Victory! 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 The cheers rose and fell with the most pristine of expectations. This sudden battle has taken so much out of them as soldiers. But not one of them cried out for tears and exhaustion, for they knew how many people's worlds lay behind the walls they were guarding. And as soldiers, it's a responsibility they're destined to carry on their shoulders. Yixing landed on the city wall and smiled as he looked at the warriors who were cheering. In the past, even though she was a 6th-ranked alien, she could only be at the very back of the pack, and had never even decimated a single alien beast. But in this battle, not only did she personally kill the Fey beasts, but she had also been on top of the city walls to help defend the city. Without her, under the illumination of the black light, Jinling City wouldn't necessarily have been able to hold out before Jiang Chun shattered the black pillar. And it was all because of that young man, the godfather and navigator of the light system, Jiang Chun. At this moment, Yixing was eager to meet Jiang Chun, the man who was full of hope. Immediately afterward, it turned into a stream of light and flew up into the air, heading towards the highest spire. In the middle of the command platform, Number 1 laughed out loud as he looked down at the beast tide that had faded away. Well, the battle is finally over. Just then, the space behind them suddenly opened up, and Xiaobin returned to the command center with Jiang Chun in his arms. One looked back and asked with a frown, "Xiaobin, where did you go just now? Why are you holding Jiang Chun? Is Jiang Chun fainted?" Smiling, Xiaobin softly explained, "Just now we went to destroy that stone pillar. Jiang Chun seems to have used some newly developed skill. Although it shattered the stone pillar, the whole person also fainted from disengagement." At these words, Number 1 stared at the two with wide eyes. "You're telling me that the two of you were the ones who went and knocked down that stone pillar?" Zabin corrected with a smile. "To be precise, it was Jiang Chun who broke it. I just brought him there and helped him stop the Dark Cleric." "Number 1, the battle is won. Where is Jiang Chun?" Yixing's voice also sounded at this time. Seeing Jiang Chun being held by Xiaobin immediately pounced over and shouted, "Jiang Chun, what's wrong with you, Jiang Chun?" "Degenerate fainted. You take Jiang Chun to find a doctor to check his body. See not to leave after effects, the next to count the total account." Number 1 looked at Yixing and said coldly, his tone revealing killing intent. Xiaobin knew what kind of existence Jiang Chun was to Yixing, and immediately let go of Jiang Chun to hand it to Yixing. Yixing didn't dare to delay, and after picking up Jiang Chun, he flew straight down to the command center. Looking at Yixing, who was anxious to leave, Number 1 glanced at Xiaobin and said, "Acting without a report. Let's leave you alone this time. The other fighters' battles are over, but ours isn't. You know the location of the Dark Cleric. You lead the Zhenling army to go ahead and eliminate these members of the Dark Cleric, giving you the power to act cheaply. Even your commander will have to listen to you in this matter. The Zhenling army from the other quarters have also arrived, all of which are yours to deploy." "Yes." Xiaobin saluted. He knew that Number 1 was lifting himself up, and at that moment he instantly moved out. At this point, 3 smiled slightly. "Number 1, this is a desire to boost this Xiaobin?" Smiling faintly, Number 1 said, "We need a 9th order spatial system alien in Xia now. He is still young, he is only in his 30s, the 9th order is very promising, and he is more daring to gamble than I am. If we want to go back to the days of the past, we need this kind of daring to gamble leader. Number 3, you and I are getting old, Ha ha ha." Number 3 laughed out loud. "Yes, you and I are old. It's time to hand over the power in their own hands. Now there are still a lot of young people are very good well." While Jiang Chun was lying in the middle of the hospital recuperating, Xiaobin headed to the wilderness with the Zhenling army to launch a direct attack on the Dark Cleric. All members of the Zhenling army, the minimum requirement of which was a 4th-ranked alien, was a force that could only accommodate the strongest. Even though there were only 300 people in such a strong force, under Xiaobin's leadership, the Dark Cleric's followers were like dirt. One touch and it breaks. Coupled with the fact that the news that purifying rays could remove prohibitions had already spread amongst the congregants. Many of the congregants whose wills were already not strong chose to surrender. And the deacon as well as the bishop of Deadwater totaled 18 people, 7 escaped and the rest were all beheaded, and the congregation of more than 1,200 people, 600 were beheaded and the remaining 600 all surrendered. From then on, the forces of the Dark Cleric in the southern region of Dacia were dealt a great blow, and the world's first great victory against the Dark Cleric arose in Jinling, Dacia. After the news spread, many of the followers who had joined the Dark Cleric entered the Law Enforcement Bureau in droves, begging for the ban to be lifted. For a time, the winds and grasses in Dacia began to be clamored for, and a comprehensive suppression and purging of the Diablo Church was begun. The Diablo Church within the Great Summer was dealt a great blow and began to disappear, not being exposed to the public eye. At the same time, Jiang Chun made it onto the Diablo Order's must-kill list, ranking in the top 10 globally. Chapter 101: The Spiritual Army. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. I really didn't expect it, Jiang Chun. You've even made it onto the Diablo Cleric's must-kill list. In the middle of the hospital, Jiang Go laughed out loud as he looked at Jiang Chun lying on the bed. Looking at Jiang Ji's appearance, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes fiercely and said in a good-natured manner, "What's there to be happy about? Doesn't this mean that the Diablo Church is going to hunt me down anytime now?" Jiang Gu shrugged. "No way, it's hard not to laugh. What are some of the top 10 on the Diablo Church's must-kill list? In addition to you, they are all 8th Order and 9th Order powerhouses. Just you a small 2nd Order squatting in the 10th place. It really is a big difference." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched at the words. All of this information was learned from those who had broken away from the Diablo Church. This made him anxious. Although the current Diablo Church was greatly wounded, it was undeniable to say that such an organization was even stronger than some small countries. The Diablo Church is a force that has a 9th Order existence, and this kind of powerhouse is not available except for the top 10 powers, and it can't be supplied. Such a power was staring at him, and he was still only a high school student of the 2nd rank. Anyone else would have shivered. After laughing, Jiang Gu also reacted. The safety of his own little brother is a big problem. Jiang Chen acted as if he could see what was going on in Jiang Ji's mind and took the initiative to change the subject. "By the way, old sister, don't you want to go to the Jinling army? Why don't I ask Uncle Xiaobin to write you a letter of introduction?" Hearing this, Jiang Gu said with some hesitation, "But I've only just broken through the 4th rank, and I've only just reached the passing line for the town spirit army. Will?" Jiang Gu didn't continue, but Jiang Chun did understand what she meant. Just then, a bright laugh rang out. "Ha ha 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 ha, Jiang Chen. Looks like you've recovered well?" Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Chun immediately turned around to look, and a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. "Number 1. Why are you here in person?" Jiang Chun immediately shouted, and Jiang Gu immediately stood up. Number 1 came over smilingly and patted Jiang Ji's shoulder, looking at Jiang Chun and smiling. "Didn't I just finish the operation against the Diablo Church and came to see our big contributor in this matter?" "Big contributor, how does it feel?" Hearing number 1 say that, Jiang Chun quickly hemmed and hawed. "What big credit? I just did a little thing. After all, I am still a 2nd Order alien. Well, or rely on the efforts of everyone." Number 1 waved his hand. "Don't be presumptuous. It's not true that you're a 2nd Order alien, but when it comes to credit, it's also true that you're the biggest contributor within the entire operation. I came here today, firstly to see how well you've recovered, and secondly to give you a reward for your achievements." Immediately afterward, Number 1 handed over a locked suitcase from the hand of the secretary standing on the side and said with a smile, "What's inside the suitcase is a spiritual skill, the imperial art. Should you have seen the sword immortal who rode the sword inside the old-time TV series? With this you can do it." Hearing this, Jiang Chun scratched his head a little strangely and asked, "Then isn't this the equivalent of getting a nimble ability by practicing?" "Ha ha ha, of course not." One waved his hand in explanation. "What the Sentinel can do the Nemesis can do, but what the Nemesis can do the Sentinel can't do." The fact that Nian Li can be ranked at the top of the special class of psychic abilities has its own powerful features, and you'll know it when you meet a Nian Li psychic afterward. Nonetheless, Jiang Chun hastily took the suitcase over, jokingly. He couldn't wait for such a good spiritual skill. He remembered to death the fact that the spiritual veil used by Qin Shui was immune to physical attacks, and the imperial art certainly wasn't bad when used properly. Watching Jiang Chan accept the imperial art, Number 1 laughed loudly, followed by looking at Jiang Chun with a mysterious face. "Jiang Chen, there are 2 rewards for you. The imperial art is only one of them. Do you want to guess what the last reward is? At that, Jiang Chen's eyes rolled back in his head, and he laughed. Hey, it can't be money or something like that. The money I got from developing skills is already a lot. I don't need it. Equipment or something like that. The Jumbo Pavilion has said it's wrapped up for me, and I'll develop the skills on my own. Can it be that you want me to be a general? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, number one also understands. This is to remind himself that he has everything, to just give some of what he does not have. Somewhat dumbfounded at this, number one snickered with a deliberate grin. Then if I do make you a general, where would you like to be stationed? Or else go to Chiendi and be stationed there. Jiang Chun instantly shrunk his neck when these words came out. Chiendi, that is what place, in the old days when the summer resort tourist attractions is indeed a good place. But that place was full of mountains, 90% of them, and after the aura was revived it became a treacherous place. The fey beasts in Chiendi are generally of the 3rd rank and above, and they won't survive down the line. Moreover, they had to face at least 10 beast tides in a year, and the pressure on Chiendi soldiers was simply stretched to full capacity. Therefore, if the war power of the major military regions is compared together, Chiendi is the first one deservedly. After all, dealing with the vicious foreign beasts of Chiendi, while still being able to support the nearby provinces, required an extremely powerful strength. With that, Jiang Chun smiled sarcastically. Number one is joking. My strength like this, if I go to Chiendi, can only be an ordinary citizen. If I become a soldier, I guess the wave of foreign beasts charging me will be gone. Looking at Jiang Chen's wimpy face, number one also found him very interesting. So he stopped teasing him at that moment and shouted at the door, "Come in." As the words fell, a man wearing a military uniform with a straight posture and a tough face walked in slowly with a military uniform in his hands. After walking up to number one, he stood at attention and looked like a good soldier. Number one said with a smile as he stroked the uniform, "You guessed right a little bit, but it's not for you to become a general, to make you an officer. Right now your strength is not worthy of the title of general." Looking at the uniform, a momentary stagnation appeared on Jiang Chan and Jiang Ji's face expressions, because both of them were very familiar with this uniform, which was the exclusive uniform of the Zhenling army. Satisfied with the reaction of the two men, number one continued, "You're on the Diablo Church's must-kill list now. It's very dangerous, and you have to go to Yanhuang to study. The road is even more dangerous, and now that you are the leader of the light, the question of safety and security is important. Therefore, after the decision of the military committee, it has been agreed that you will be granted the rank of captain and will lead a company of the Zhenling army, which will be stationed in Shu, where Yanhuang is located. And this one," number one said, pointing to the man holding the uniform, "This is Li Hongbing, lieutenant colonel. From now on he will be your second in command, a 5th order, 6-star alien of the light system." Li Hongbing placed the uniform in his hands on the bed and shouted at Jiang Chun in salute, "Report, Lieutenant Colonel Li Hongbing, former battalion commander of the Jinling Military District, reporting to you." Chapter 102. I'm still your sister. No, number one, you're not kidding. Let's not talk about the matter of directly making me a captain. Is it reasonable to give me a captain as a deputy to a 5th-ranked alien, or a lieutenant colonel? At this moment, Jiang Chen's person was dumbfounded, looking at number one with a shocked face. I'm not surprised that number one just waved his hand and laughed. Look at you, you're in a hurry again. Among the Zhenling army, everyone is an officer. Who cares if you're given the rank of a 2nd lieutenant? And this Li Hongbing light system alien, this can be your class as a light system alien. The admiration for you do not have a point in your heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes looked towards Li Hongbing, only to see that Li Hongbing was still maintaining his salute posture, and seemed to have been quietly waiting for Jiang Chen's response. Immediately afterward, number one stood up and laughed. "By the way, I'm going to allocate a 7th-ranked alien to you as your protector. Right now you're still too weak. We need you to grow up in Daxia." At those words, Jiang Chan froze violently, thought carefully for a moment and said, "Number one, I'll take this captain's rank, but let's forget about this protector of the road thing." "Why?" Number one asked, somewhat taken aback. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Number one, the blue star now is no longer the same as before. Humans are in crisis everywhere, and it's more valuable for 7th-ranked powerhouses to stay on the front lines. And I'm in school most of the time. In the middle of the school, the masters and teachers are there, and the Diablo Church won't come to trouble me unless there's a pope personally, right? An ear of wheat that doesn't experience the wind and rain never bears fruit. And a shifter who hasn't experienced trials and tribulations can't become a truly strong person." At these words, number one froze. He wanted to advise the fine young man in front of him not to act out of his will, but he couldn't find a position. Jiang Chun was different from himself. He was the number one of the country and had to control the entire daxia. But Jiang Chun was the navigator of the light system, a strong man destined to stand on the front line of the battlefield, not himself who had always been at the back. A moment later, looking at Jiang Chen's resolute eyes, number one released a smile. You have a point. It seems to be that I have lost the spirit of daring to fight even after so many years. In that case, I will choose half of your subordinate troops for you amongst the light system town spirit army that belongs to the Tianan city. After all, they are all considered your students. It should not be too difficult to manage. I want to go back to Shangjing. Remember to come to the old man to play when you have time to come to Shangjing. With that, number one stood up, waved his hand and walked out. Seeing number one leave, Jiang Chun was also relieved. It seemed that he would have to keep a low profile next. After all, the second-ranked alien was still a bit too weak. Jiang Chen's eyes then fell on Li Hongbing, who sensed Jiang Chen's eyes and once again shouted in a neutral tone. Report, Lieutenant Colonel Li Hongbing, former battalion commander of the Jinling Military District, reporting to you. Seeing this, Jiang Chun hurriedly laughed. Battalion Commander Li, please take a seat. We're all on our own here. But instead of lowering his right hand, Li Hongbing said aloud, Company Commander, I'm a soldier, you should return the salute. Jiang Chun hadn't adapted to his identity for a while, but looking at Li Hongbing's more serious look for a while, he had no choice. Standing up and quickly putting on his uniform, he saluted Li Hongbing in response. Hello, first time, partner from now on. Li Hongbing lowered his hand and smiled at Jiang Chun. Mr. Jiang Chun, just now we met as soldiers, but now, I thank you as an ordinary light alien. After saying that, he bowed down deeply to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he hurriedly picked up Li Hongbing. Thank me for what? We are all comrades in arms from now on, and this troop will need you to lead it from now on. Smiling, Li Hongbing shook his head and said, You know, we in the light department didn't have anyone who entered the town spirit army before you, because the town spirit army requires combat skills in addition to rank, which are all the basics, but we didn't have combat skills before. It was only after you developed your skills that we were able to join the Jinling army. I was previously the battalion commander of an ordinary infantry battalion in the Jinling military region. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chun seemed to realize something. He knew that the light department was in an extremely awkward position before, but he didn't expect the situation to be so difficult. At the same time, infinite reveries rose in the heart of this spirit suppression army. Battalion Commander Li, don't you feel bad that you, a lieutenant colonel, have come to be my second in command? It's not a loss. Li Hongbing bared his teeth and smiled. The rank of the Jinling army is very high, in which the most ordinary members are second lieutenants. Although there are few people but all are elites, a company commander is a lieutenant colonel. That's normal. After all, our Jinling army is in charge of the most intense missions. At those words, Jiang Chun also froze, not expecting that the one who couldn't match the position was himself. After chatting quite a bit more, Jiang Chun learned that the remaining Trooper 1 had told them to head to Shu for further replenishment. This actually coincided with Jiang Chen's thoughts. What he wanted most was to fill up the people from Chendi. The Chendi army was the strongest, and their strength was daunting among the same rank. After a few more words, Li Hongbing got up to leave. After all, Jiang Chun still had to recuperate. Only after Li Hongbing left did Jiang Gu say with his teeth itching, The Jinling army that I wanted to join by all means, you just went in and became a company commander. Where can I reason with this? Jiang Chun hemmed and hawed and said with a straight face, Old sister, you can call me sir when you meet me in the future. It's all the Jinling army. I'm a cadre. Hearing this, Jiang Gu blankly glanced at Jiang Chun, and lightning like shot out to grab Jiang Chen's ear threateningly. Just you still want me to call you sir? Beat me first. Pain, pain, pain. Let go old sister. Dying, dying. Jiang Chun screamed miserably in succession. After a while, Jiang Gu then stood up and said, Let's go. I can't keep being outdone by you. I'm going to go on an adventure. Old sister. Jiang Chun called out to Jiang Gu and handed over a card. I've seen your cell phone. You're short of money to buy cultivation resources lately. You take this money. I got it from developing skills. Seeing that Jiang Gu had some intention of refusing, Jiang Chun hurriedly said, Mom and Dad died so many years ago. You're the one who's been pulling me up. What's wrong with using a little of my money? And you're going into the town spirit army, so I'll ask them to please. At these words, Jiang Gu was instantly speechless and took the card after a light laugh. Thank you. I'll take the card, but the Jinling army, I'll take the test myself, and remember, your sister is still your sister after all. After saying that, Jiang Go turned around and left, leaving only a backdrop for Jiang Chun. Ha ha ha. Still so strong after all these years. I look forward to the day you and I reach the top together. Chapter 103, Return to Tenant. Ah, finally discharged from the hospital. 10 days all. This hospital is not a day to stay. Jinling City, in front of the first hospital, Jiang Chun fiercely inhaled the fresh air. Sure enough, it's the scent of freedom. At that time, after the effect of the light source stone ended, his body couldn't withstand the power of the light source stone because of the severe pain all over his body, and his whole body went into a state of weakness. He was then admitted to the hospital to recuperate, but he was in good health and soon recovered his body, still a bit unable to use his strength, but always better. Yi Xing said as he stood right beside him. Let's go back to Tiannan, this matter has come to an end. Next you should focus on cultivation. Jiang Chun was a bit helpless. Yi Xing volunteered to protect herself. No matter what, she couldn't refuse, so Jiang Chun just went along with her. Xiaorong and her group had already taken a step ahead and returned to Tiannan, and Jiang Chun didn't inform several people about his stay in the hospital. The high-speed train is still impassable because of the Great War. But amongst this beast tide, it wasn't just the human side that was hit, the foreign beasts were also much less. So the originally abandoned highway had become safe at this time, not to mention that there was also Yi Xing, a sixth-order alien, present. The two of them went all the way back to Tiannan safely, and the ungrateful beasts encountered on the road were all turned into Jiang Chen's tonic by Yi Xing's reasoning and emotion. As soon as he returned to the school, the principal quickly ran to Jiang Chen's front and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with a pleased smile. It's good to be back. It looks pretty good. You've given our Tiannan No. 2 middle school a good name this time. At that, Jiang Chun scratched his head and whispered, False names, just false names. The principal said with a solemn face. How can it be a false name? This is your supreme honor. Is number 1 in the province something you can get just by joking? In the face of the principal's compliments, Jiang Chun just hemmed and hawed and giggled, not going to respond. And the principal said with a ghost of a smile, You will not be able to have your celebration, so you can see the sincerity of your classmates. With that, he turned and darted to the radio room and shouted, Class, Jiang Chun is back, right at the athletic field. The school, which was still ringing with the sound of the teacher's lecture, instantly quieted down, followed by the whole school boiling over. Jiang Chun only saw a silhouette fish out of the classroom of the senior's alien ability class, quickly rushing down the stairs towards Jiang Chun. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Chun was startled and cried out in horror. No, it's a Busan trip. After saying that, he turned around and tried to run. But how could Jiang Chun, whose body was still in a weakened state, outrun this group of martial arts candidates in their heyday? Soon caught up, a big man grabbed Jiang Chun. A group of people quickly went up to Jiang Chun to throw up. Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun. Everyone was calling out Jiang Chun's name, throwing him up as they did so. It's dangerous, put me down. Catch it. It'll fall on the floor later. No, get off me. Jiang Chun, who was constantly being thrown up, wailed. The welcome of his classmates was too intense to catch and Yi Xing just kept looking on smilingly from the side. Everyone, this was the most simple gratitude. Gratitude to Jiang Chun for snatching the most abundant resources for them, bringing them a bright future. I don't know how many times I was thrown, the whole thing made Jiang Chun a little numb, and the moment he was placed on the ground his feet went numb, and he almost fell to his knees at once. In the end, other than Xia Rong and Qin Shui, all the other students were driven back by the principal. After all, they were all teammates who had traveled together to the golden age of war. After everyone had left, Xia Rong looked at Jiang Chun with a beaming mouth and said, Master, what took you so long to come back? But my dad said he saw you using a very powerful light skill. When are you going to teach me? Hearing this, Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, I'll teach you in a few days. I'm not even proficient myself yet. Once these words came out, Xia Rong's small mouth that was so warped that it could hang a night jug was only then put down, and jumped up and down to Jiang Chen's front and said, Yes, 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 but I've heard it's strong, I want to learn it. Yi Xing, who was on the side, jumped out only at this point and laughed and snickered. That won't do. I haven't even learned yet. Xia Rong, you'll have to wait. No, master. Teach me. I want to learn with you. Then let Sister Star learn with me. Xia Rong was not happy on the spot and kept holding Jiang Chen's hand and shaking it. At this, Jiang Chun chuckled. Wouldn't it be nice to learn together? What's the rush on this one? This one time can't mean anything. I'll surpass you when it's time for the entrance exams. Right at this moment, Qin Shui, who had been beside him, suddenly spoke out, her eyes staring straight at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, "I'll wait for you." Humph. Qin Shui turned around and left with an arrogant cold snort. At this, Jiang Chun just smiled without saying much and also turned around and left the school. For the next month, Jiang Chun was recovering his body, and during this time he was madly studying cultural knowledge. It's worth mentioning that all aspects of the body are developed after becoming an empath. This also includes the brain. Jiang Chun a month did not do anything, all learn cultural knowledge, froze to let him finish the cultural courses. Even the culture teacher was shocked. This kid was on the wrong medication, actually so desperate. But only Jiang Chun knew what he was going to do. After finishing his cultural lessons, he would devote his entire time to cultivation. Having felt the feeling that he was an ant before a battle like that, Jiang Chun desperately wanted to raise his level. Otherwise, even if one gets all the skills without strength as a foundation, then there is no difference with floating in the wind. One came to this world to become the most powerful, not to become the one behind the most powerful. A month's time had arrived, and Jiang Chun had retreated from his state of study. Today was the day he finished his studies, and he had returned to his peak physical condition over the course of the month. Today was not only the day he ended his studies, but also the day he officially started practicing body refining kung fu. Cultivating the body refining technique is divided into 5 small stages of forging skin, flesh training, bone forging, precious blood, and golden body, specifically to exercise plus the aid of medicines to exercise the entire body, and to develop the limits of the human body without going through spiritual power. At Jiang Chen's home, Lu Ling was explaining with the body refining technique she had given Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, had a serious face. The higher his body strength, then the more he could maneuver. One couldn't just release light rays right off the bat. Jiang Chun, who had unleashed spectrum rays once, understood best. A primary light skill like Spythum light could only last for a second by itself, let alone other powerful ones. I used to wonder why Ultraman didn't just come up and release light to second the monsters, but also rushed up to physically fight them, so it turns out that he's out of power even after seconding himself. Chapter 104, Cultivating the Body Training Technique. Wait, these herbs, how come I haven't heard of them before? And what the heck is a forged bone flower? I've memorized the Spirit Herb Illustrated Guide. Jiang Chun looked at Lu Ling with a dumbfounded expression. The things on top of this gongfu had touched his own knowledge blind spot. It felt like I had learned just about all the previous days for nothing and didn't recognize any of them. Smiling at that, Lu Ling let out a soft laugh in explanation. These herbs are useless for ordinary people, and the country doesn't have a body refining technique, and each step of the body refining technique is different, and the herbs are different with different focuses. This gong method of mine is mainly to stimulate the life force within your body. To put it bluntly, it is like the undead little strong man with a strong self-recovery ability. And Qin Shui's is different. Qin Shui's gong method will constantly expel the magazines from her body, and then make her body an immaculate body, which is much more powerful. Each herb has a different effect after use, and should be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. Listening to Lu Ling's explanation, Jiang Chun nodded his head repeatedly, but the excitement in his eyes really couldn't be hidden in any way. He had originally thought that the body refining technique was here to cultivate strength, but now it seemed as if the body refining technique was more powerful than he had imagined. After the introductions were made, Lu Ling patted her butt and stood up, saying, "Your leave I give you to sign the end until the college entrance examination before, well, have cultivation resources your share. I also give you all advance, good cultivation. To the national competition is not so simple. That time is the country's masters together to fight for supremacy. There's no such thing as a territorial protection policy. The world of martial arts candidates is all about the strongest of the strong, and national rivalries can be far more brutal than the ones you fight in the provinces." After saying that, he left his cultivation resources behind and turned around to leave Jiang Chen's home. Jiang Chen scratched his head to check out the cultivation resources, all of which were things like healing potions and spirit power potions to aid in cultivation. After all, the other things were also useless to Jiang Chen. At this time, a stream of light passed through the window and landed beside Jiang Chen. The light slowly transformed into a human form, and Yixing also sat beside Jiang Chen. "All these resources are yours. Is this the first provincial resource?" Yixing looked at Jiang Chen's pile of cultivation resources with some astonishment. After all, the resources she took in high school back then could be small portions. At this, Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't say much, just looked at her and asked, "How are you practicing your 8-pointed light wheel? Have you mastered all of it?" A month ago, Jiang Chen had taught Yixing the entire knowledge of the 8-point light wheel, allowing her to cultivate it on her own. and just now she had gone out into the wilderness to find a target to test it on. Hearing this, Yi Xing hastily nodded and said, "You don't even know that 6th order 7-star water gun elephant, still chasing prey it? I store power half a day are behind directly to split into 2 halves. You said that the skills you developed are indeed powerful. This no matter to what level can be used all the time. By the way, I gave it the elephant trunk cut down. Today there is a mouthful of blessings." With that, he took out the huge elephant trunk and directly filled Jiang Chen's small home. Jiang Chen instantly froze. This elephant trunk couldn't stand up to being eaten like this even if it was delicious. But he was still good-natured enough to cut off a portion of the elephant trunk with Yi Xing and sat down to eat it after processing. "Sister Yi Xing, why don't you go with me to the wilderness tomorrow?" Jiang Chen said vaguely as he ate the elephant trunk. For him, this elephant trunk contained too much spiritual energy, which was beneficial to his body. At that, Yi Xing frowned. "What are you going to the wilderness for now? Your practical combat ability is enough. The biggest problem now is your rank. Rank up, everything is good to say. I'm going to pick herbs. Have you ever heard of the body refining technique?" Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Yi Xing mysteriously and said, "I know, could it be that you have it? How is it possible? Isn't this thing exclusive to those great families?" Yi Xing had a face of disbelief. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, just hemmed and hawed. In response, Yi Xing also guessed that Jiang Chen had a body refining technique, and then said without a trace of anger, "All right, what herbs do you need? I'll go to the alien mission hall and send you a reward. None of these things should be a stone that stops you in your tracks. Your task now is to cultivate." And since Yi Xing had said so, Jiang Chen didn't refuse. Leveling up was indeed the most important thing he should do right now. Now that the entire Dark Cleric was his enemy, and there were 9th-ranked powerhouses among them, it made Jiang Chen feel a great sense of crisis. Jiang Chen then wrote a copy of all the required herbs to Yi Xing and stayed at home himself. Time flew by, and half a month passed before Jiang Chen finally got the herbs he wanted. Jiang Chen had been exercising his body to cultivate his spiritual energy during this half a month, and his entire person had gotten a lot of improvement. After refining all the herbs into a medicinal liquid, Jiang Chen stripped off his clothes and stood before the bathtub. Looking at the medicinal liquid in front of him, Jiang Chen made a mental note and stripped off his clothes and jumped straight in. Ow! Just the moment he jumped in, Jiang Chen was in cold sweat from the pain and couldn't help but scream out. The original warm water was only about 40 degrees, and after the medicinal liquid entered his body, Jiang Chen instantly felt his entire body was on fire. The skin of his entire body was like pins and needles, and the medicinal liquid that entered his body was like hot magma, burning Jiang Chen's entire body through red. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a howl. The pain of this medicinal liquid forging his body was beyond his imagination. The pain of the previous knowledge entering his body couldn't even compare to this. Yi Xing, who had been standing outside the door, heard Jiang Chen's agonizing cries. At the moment, his heart jumped and hurriedly knocked on the door and shouted, "Jiang Chen? How are you, Jiang Chen? Can you hold on? I'm coming in," he said, and was about to push the door open and walk in. Jiang Chen shouted in a hurry, "Don't come in. That's what forging is all about." Yi Xing's movements stopped at once. His eyes looked at the door of the room with complexity, and finally resisted his impulse, constantly convincing himself in his mind that this was a step that had to be taken for the forging of the body. Jiang Chen endured the intense pain, letting the medicinal liquid work on his flesh and skin, his face grimacing. But the medicinal liquid transformation came later. The power gradually softened. Jiang Chen only felt that the medicinal liquid around him was incomparably warm at the moment, and his body had never felt more relaxed. It wasn't until the tip of his nose caught a pungent stench that Jiang Chen stood up from the water. Looking down, originally full of masculine robust body has become more muscular, originally only visible embryonic abdominal muscles at the moment as a knife cut. And at the moment, the bathtub was pitch black and emitted a foul odor. Jiang Chen knew that this was the impurities in his body, which was helping him to improve his physique. "Drink!" Jiang Chen swung out a punch with force, and the punch even made a wind-breaking sound. "Holy, is the enhancement that big?" Jiang Chen muttered incredulously. Chapter 105. The high school exams are about to begin. Time flies, the cold comes and goes, and a spring and fall come to an end. And the next moment, spring and autumn had their own summer, playing a music that was uniquely their own. Waiting for the entrance exam is always boring and repetitive. It's always a matter of countless breakdowns and getting back on your feet. And so did Jiang Chen. 8 months had passed and he finally arrived in the middle of the school once again. It's hot. Why is this damn weather getting hotter and hotter? Jiang Chun spat helplessly as he looked at the sun high in the sky. Xia Rong, who was following beside him, had the good sense to open her umbrella and hand over a bottle of ice water, saying, "Just bear with me, master, you'll have to give your speech later." Jiang Chun said helplessly as he took a sip of water. "You said I haven't been to school in 8 months. So how come the principal is still thinking about pulling my wool over my eyes?" Xia Rong looked at Jiang Chun with a smile like a flower and said, "Who let you, master, be the first-place winner of the resource competition exam? This is the light of Tiannan City. After all, Tiannan City hadn't done it before you." At those words, Jiang Chen slightly hooked his lips, but still quickly controlled his movements. He didn't want to become the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. "By the way, how's your Spithium Ray practice going? It's a big killer, just not many people know how to do it." Hearing Jiang Chun ask this, Xia Rong hurriedly nodded her head. "I know. I've been practicing, but master, this skill is still too consuming for me. Although it's powerful, I'm almost out of energy after releasing it." "Stupid. Just follow me." After saying that, Jiang Chun stayed quietly in the playground, waiting for the principal's next instruction. Jiang Chun had given the spectrum rays to both Xia Rong and Yixing half a year ago, but hadn't spread it outward. Skills are also graded, and big killing skills like spectrum rays can only be learned in the middle of college. After all, octagonal light wheel and otter barrier give just that, low-level skills. The real core skills are the foundation of a country. Jiang Chun didn't stop this. Skills don't have borders, but this skill developer of his own does. The good skills of foreign countries are not seen to be handed over and not hidden. Just as Jiang Chun was anxiously waiting, the bell for the assembly rang as the bell for the dismissal of the class came from amongst the announcements. All the students rushed towards the playground. When the figure standing on the podium was seen, the whole room boiled over and everyone looked at him with excited eyes. "Isn't this the great god Jiang Chun? I heard that he hasn't come to school for 8 months. Why is he here at this time? Who knows? It's not like they're here to feed us chicken soup. Great god Jiang Chun is really handsome. It's true that he deserves to be known as the man who is known as the leader of the light system. Not only is he powerful but also handsome, he wants to talk about it." "Bah, nymphomaniac, do you have someone Xia Rong is beautiful you want to talk about it? You don't even have the qualification to grab it." I'll rip your mouth off." The crowd under the stage were all talking. Jiang Chun didn't say anything. He just looked at everyone with a smile but not a word. Having the most abundant resources in the province was different. Jiang Chun could sense that the weakest ones on stage were all at the high first stage. This was much better than the last session, where the strongest person was only a mid-second stage. Cough, cough, cough. The principal coughed lightly and slowly walked to the front of the line, his eyes full of smiles as he looked at Jiang Chun. Smilingly, he handed over a manuscript. "Long time no see, Jiang Chun. Many of these classmates take you as their idol. It seems like I have to trouble you today," Jiang Chun said with the same smile as he took the speech. "What the principal said, we are all classmates. There is no such thing as an idol or not an idol." While saying that, Jiang Chun opened the speech, and just by looking at it, the expression on Jiang Chen's face instantly froze. Immediately afterward, he walked over to the principal's side and turned his back and gritted his teeth. "Lao Deng," said, "don't mess around so much. This speech is 10 pages long. You're killing me." To my surprise, the principal's face remained unchanged, and he just slightly raised his eyebrows with an innocent smile. "That's very little already. I'm all abridged or there'd be more. Excessive, old man. Robbing resources to do so many things. You still catch me laboring like this." Jiang Chun gritted his teeth a little. This was too much, densely packed or positive and negative. The principal was still smiling and not changing his face at all. "Those who can do more work well, you are the spirit of everyone's totem. This is going to be the college entrance examination. Let you give a boost as normal, before also prepared to let you 100 days to vow to come, but you closed the sprint." The principal was still a bit sad when he said this. Not being able to capture Jiang Chun to do hard labor made him feel a bit shortchanged all of a sudden. "Come on, Lao Deng. Eat the bitterness in order to eat more bitterness. I'm kind of convinced, just this once, I won't agree to it in the future." Jiang Chun had a constipated expression on his face at this time, and this time he was yellowing his pants. There was no reason not to do it since he had agreed to do it, so he could only turn around with a hard smile and pick up the microphone. "Hello, classmates. I'm Jiang Chun. Hot July, we are waiting for our martial arts candidates at this time of the college entrance examination. Our examination is not the same as the literature examination. They are in the battlefield without smoke, while our examination, but the real sword." At the end of the speech, Jiang Chun was a little dizzy from the heat and sat in his long-lost seat with a red face. Lu Ling looked at Jiang Chun, who was caught in drudgery, and also laughed out, rarely seeing Jiang Chun in such a sorry state. Forcing back a smile, Willowbell chuckled. Students, the college entrance exam is just around the corner. Today we'll just learn about the rules of the college entrance exam together. The rest of the time you should relax. We are not the same as the civil exam. We need to rest in this last period. There's nothing to hold on to anyway. With these words, the atmosphere of the entire Alien Energy Class 8 instantly became cheerful. Except for Jiang Chun, who was extremely self-disciplined, they had all come under Lu Ling's supervision for so long. I'm afraid that Willowbell is still making them work hard in these last few days. Willowbell said with a soft laugh. The college entrance examination for our martial arts candidates is the day after tomorrow, July 7th, a month difference compared to the literature candidates, and our college entrance examination is broadcast live throughout the whole process, and the few people with the most dazzling results will be up there for people to admire. Our college entrance examination is nationally unified because of the special nature of the martial arts examiners, in which there is no resource parity whatsoever, so there is no geographical protection, so those who are competing with you are geniuses from all over the country. Places like Chendi or something like that are not weaker like the Wonkao because of the region. They are probably the strongest group of people in the same class. So put away your contempt. Perhaps the power you are so proud of is just a complete weakness in front of others. In this gauntlet you will unveil the tip of the iceberg of the truest side of this world, and you will feel the horrors from the Fae in a tangible way. The specific content of the exam is measured by the number of alien beasts hunted. The more kills, the higher the quality, the better the grade. Chapter 106. The start of the higher education examination. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. I can't sleep. On the rooftop, a stream of light crossed the sky and landed beside Jiang Chun, while a figure appeared. Jiang Chun said indifferently with a light smile. What's so sleepless about this? It's not just a foreign beast. It's not like I haven't killed one before. Yixing looked at Jiang Chun and said with some perplexity. Then what are you doing on this rooftop in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? Homesick, Jiang Chun said suddenly without a clue. Hearing this, Yixing gave Jiang Chun an odd look and said, Homesick? Isn't your house right at your feet? Down 2 flights of stairs. Jiang Chun stretched his back with some nostalgia in his eyes, slowly describing that world. It was a very beautiful place that seemed to exist only in dreams, where everyone didn't need to worry about the threat of foreign beasts, and my favorite thing to do back then was to ask a few of my best friends to go out for a picnic and see the great mountains and rivers. Aren't you talking about the world before the revival of the aura? But that world has left us for a long time. I wonder if we will be able to see that kind of world again in our lifetime. Yixing's eyes flashed with a trace of fascination, and sorrow lurked in the bottom of his eyes. Jiang Chun didn't explain too much about this. At least in this world he still had loved ones, so that was enough. Early the next morning, the wilderness of Tenant City. The originally heavily guarded city walls were filled with students at this time. All the martial arts candidates were standing under the city gates at this time, quietly waiting for the examination to begin. Soon after, the mayor of Tiannan City stood out and looked at the martial arts candidates below and shouted, Students, without further ado, in today's battle, you are fighting for your future and for our Tiannan. Good luck to all of you. After that, everyone caught a bracelet. This is the examination bracelet. It will automatically record your results and will automatically teleport you out of the examination field when you are in danger. Next, it will teleport you to the examination field. I hope you won't panic. After saying that, everyone's figures suddenly disappeared in place, as if they had never been there. Looking at the disappearing students, Lu Ling pursed her lips and asked, Principal, will they get the grades they hope for? At that, the principal let out a soft, confident laugh. It will definitely be. Don't forget that Jiang Chun is now a 3rd order, 2-star alien, which is a tier 1 rank amongst all martial arts candidates in the country, not to mention the body refining technique. At these words, Lu Ling then laughed out loud. This way I can also go in peace. It always feels a bit sad to go like this after so many years. The principal moved his throat and sighed. Can't we just wait until the kids come back? We've waited this long. It's still a few days. Uncle Wu, I don't want to wait. I've been hiding for so many years. I don't want to keep hiding. He's still waiting for me to bring him back. Lu Ling shook her head full of pain, and finally forced herself to squeeze out a smile. Besides, I don't want the kids to see me leave. Parting is always sad, isn't it? The principal was silent, and finally nodded and said, Go on, bring him back. Goodbye, Uncle Wu. Lu Ling bowed deeply, followed by a resolute turn. No one knew what had happened to Lu Ling, not even the principal, Wu Tianda. Wu Tianda only knew that this girl, who was once stronger than even Yixing, had nestled in this small town for 5 whole years. With a burst of vertigo, the Tiannan city's martial arts candidates finally stepped on the ground once again. In the moment when they just stood still, the weaker ones almost fell to their knees as their legs went limp. Jiang Chun looked around and realized that the place where he was at the moment could be described as crowded and full of people. Xia Rong, who was beside her, almost fell to her knees as her legs softened, and Jiang Chun was quick to pull her back. "What's the matter with you? Isn't your father a spatial faculty alien, and you're still dizzy with spatial shifting?" Smiling, Xia Rong said with a dark face, "Master, why do you think I halo spatial shifting? When I was a kid, my dad used to take me everywhere and got screwed out of my stress reaction." Jiang Chun said with a sarcastic smile as he helped Xia Rong up. "I didn't know. Who would have thought your dad would be so wild with kids?" In response, Xia Rong just rolled her eyes without saying much and crouched down to ease herself up. Right at this moment, Jiang Chun spotted a familiar figure, and with that, he immediately shot out and pulled him down with one hand. "Zhao Long, your kid didn't even greet me when he saw me. Where are you trying to go?" Zhao Long, who was pulled back with complex eyes, looked back at Jiang Chun and smiled. "I'm not in a hurry to find my group team. After all, my strength is only just 2 stars. I can't get into a good university without a team." Jiang Chun, on the other hand, pretended to be unhappy. "You kid, usually don't come to my house to find me to play anymore. Even the group doesn't look for me. What? Afraid that I can't cover you? I'm very strong now." Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Zhao Long reluctantly smiled and said, "It's not your level is much stronger than me. I'm not good to give you a drag, and you usually do not come to school. I thought you were not at home, by the way. I'll leave first to go to the team I formed. You must win the championship, ah." After saying that, he broke away from Jiang Chun and left as if he had fled. Jiang Chun, who was watching this scene, was filled with questions as to why Zhao Long was so resistant to himself, as if he had seen the plague. The surrounding students were all looking at the departing Zhao Long with a teasing face at this moment, their eyes filled with mockery. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chun also understood, and his face instantly changed in a stern rebuke. "What's with your eyes? Zhao Long is my brother and always will be. Don't blame me for being rude if I see your dirty eyes again." After saying that, he picked up Xia Rong and pivoted away from the crowd to leave the spot. Being reprimanded, their heads have hung down. Jiang Chun is what they all know, really being targeted by Jiang Chun. Then even if it's 10 of their own, do not deserve to fight. Walking out of the crowd, he came to an open space, and Jiang Chun directly sat down, looking at the surrounding crowd with a complicated expression. Xia Rong, who had slowed down, said with a sigh, "As the old saying goes, those who are kings call themselves orphans and widows, and you will eventually gap with others on your way to becoming stronger. Those who can stand together at the end of the day are on the same level." At that, Jiang Chun sighed and said, "I actually understand this, but I didn't think this day would come so soon." Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Jiang Chun had truly felt this truth. He also finally understood why Lu Xun's childhood only really faded away in Luntu's "Master, there is always something to lose on the way to getting stronger, and the only way to stay on your feet is to keep up." Chapter 107. Li Sihan. Jiang Chun, long time no see. Just after Jiang Chun had calmed down, a familiar voice rang out. Jiang Chun looked up and smiled lightly as he greeted towards the visitor. "Zhou Ping, what brings you to me?" Unexpectedly, Zhou Ping walked to Jiang Chun's front, and without saying a word, he directly knelt down and kowtowed. Seeing this, Jiang Chun hurriedly jumped away. It was really Zhou Ping's speed that was too fast for him to reach out and block. "It's not a buddy, so why the big favor? Not so much, not so much." After dodging, Jiang Chun hurriedly reached out to help Zhou Ping, who stood up on his own. After standing up and looking at Jiang Chun, he sighed and said, "My father, the former deputy commander of Jinling, Zhou Lu, this kneeling, you can afford it." With these words, Jiang Chun instantly understood why Zhou Ping had knelt down towards himself. So he said, shaking his head gently, "You don't have to kneel towards me. After all, the Dark Cleric and I are mortal enemies. I'll make a move no matter what." "I know, but one size does not fit all. As Zhou Lu's son, I should kneel, and as a person from Jinling City, I should kneel as well." Zhou Ping shook his head, looking at Jiang Chun with steely eyes. Jiang Chun had no choice but to nod at this and said, "We share the same enemy, so don't say things like that in the future." Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Zhou Ping also smiled, but the scars on his face coupled with his smile were indeed a bit oozing. After laughing, Zhou Ping once again returned to his zombie face state and spoke coldly. As much as I appreciate it, I will definitely fight you for this first place and won't hold back. Don't worry about coming to fight well. I can defeat you once, then I can defeat you countless times. Jiang Chen's smile remained confident, as if he didn't care about Zhou Ping's challenge. Just then, a human face suddenly appeared in the sky above their heads. Hello everyone, martial arts candidates. Welcome to the college entrance examination tournament. I am the invigilator of this college entrance examination, Ri Sahan. As the words fell, a furor erupted on the scene, and everyone talked noisily. Ri Sahan, isn't this our country's 8th Order 9-star space system powerhouse? One of the pillars of Xinhua, a world-class powerhouse. I also said why I was pulled over all of a sudden. It turned out to be that elderly made a move. With Elder Ri sitting in the town, at least we'll have no problem with safety. There was a flurry of conversations, but all of them could be heard complimenting Ri Sahan. In response to this, the corners of Li Sahan's mouth were about to be suppressed, and her originally pale face appeared to blush a little from stifling her laughter. When she heard that everyone had almost complimented her, Ri Sahan said with a light cough, "Not much else to say, you all know the rules, but this year a new rule has been added. Students cannot bring equipment in. All weapons are available among the exam halls, but you need to grab them yourselves." When this statement came out, many of the martial arts candidates whose families weren't very well off were overjoyed. This was good news for them. The martial arts exam is a path that can cross classes, but it is just too financially expensive. It was indeed unaffordable for them. It was good enough to be able to cultivate, and the weapons were most likely made of ordinary materials. But some people were happy and some people were sad, and the faces of the students from the well-to-do families suddenly turned ugly. For their college entrance exams, they have bought very good equipment. If they are not allowed to use it, then it is not a waste of money. At this, Ri Sahan just said with a light laugh, "If you're not happy, hit me. Want to bring your own equipment? Fine. Beat me and you can bring it in any way you like." As the words fell, the expressions of everyone on the scene changed. One of the boys, who just looked all rich and famous, spat out in a small voice, "That's true. If I could beat you, I wouldn't have come here to take the college entrance exam. Not to mention taking the university exam. Even the country would have to provide for me." After saying that, his feet suddenly took off and flew directly into midair. Ri Sahan looked at the boy with a helpless face and said smilingly, "You're right, so you know you can't beat me? If you can't beat me, you have to follow my rules. If you don't want to, it's fine, just beat me." The boy was scared straight, busy nodding his head. His family is good, but he can't afford to mess with Ri Sahan. Everyone present lowered their heads and stopped speaking. With that, Ri Sahan said as she scanned the crowd after putting the boys back, "There are more martial arts candidates this year than last year. There are actually a little more than 600,000. Yes, 600,000. That's the number of people in the country who took the martial arts exam. In this era of universal shifters, the number of people who actually chose to become a shifter altogether was just very small, and there were still only 600,000 in this term. And there will be people among these 600,000 who will be eliminated and go home, and this is still under the huge population base of Daxia, otherwise it will only be less. No matter what world we're in, it's the common people that make up the majority, and not everyone has the courage to go up against a foreign beast." Ri Sahan nodded in satisfaction, and immediately afterward waved her hand and said, "In 3 days at 10 o'clock, you will come here again to tally your results." After saying that, the figures of everyone on the field disappeared and went to the middle of the examination room. In the middle of a space, after sending everyone off, Ri Sahan finally couldn't help but cough, and her entire body was deflated. Xia Bin, who was standing to the side, hurriedly stepped forward and picked up Ri Sahan and said, "Uncle Lai, you still won't let me help. Your body can't carry such a load." At that, Ri Sahan straightened up and forced herself to laugh at the discomfort. There's no way. Old habits, desperate breakthroughs during the age of awakening, not paying attention to the ways and means. The body is full of dark injuries. Xia boy, you have to take over my banner. The Xia too much needs a 9th Order space department. Xia Bin said with a bitter smile, "Uncle Lai, where is the 9th rank so good to break through? And you are all 8 ranks and 9 stars. Wouldn't you be better off breaking through?" "Me? I can't break through. I'm too old." Back then, in order to resist the early stage of aura revival, it drained my potential. If it wasn't for the chance back then, I wouldn't even be able to break through the 8th rank. There was some helplessness on Ri Sahan's face, He had paid too much for Daxia back then. Looking at this old man, Xiaobin was a little sad. Without this old man, Daxia would have taken longer to pass from the blow. No, where is this teleporting me to? Isn't it more than 600,000 people? More than 600,000 people a person can't see, ah. At this moment, Jiang Chun stood alone and messy in the wind, and none of the 600,000 people were actually by his side. Ow! Just then, a wolf whistling sound came. Jiang Chen's face stared back, and after getting a good look at it, the corners of his mouth rose into an excited smile. Old friend, Thunderhorn Wolf, we meet again. Let's have a friendly exchange. Thunderhorn Wolf looked at the human in front of him with a sudden bit of fear. How did this human without a weapon have a face that looked like he saw something he loved? Chapter 108, Being Left Behind. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground came, and Jiang Chun smirked as he played with the thunderhorn in his own hand. This one feels better in color. It's a good one. Collect it. And on the ground, the thunderhorn wolf that had been hammered to death by Jiang Chun relying on his physical strength was dead in the water, not knowing why this human had puckered his horns as soon as he came up. After putting the thunderhorn away, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and looked at the nearby deserted plains for a moment of helplessness. The college entrance exam is held in the middle of the largest basin in the western part of Daxia, and it is an exam that the whole country takes together. This place was already sparsely populated, and not suitable for most of the Fae's living conditions. All of the Fae were let in and controlled below the fourth order. After scanning around, Jiang Chun casually chose a direction and walked over. On the other hand, the other side of the Xiaorong is much better. As soon as he landed on the side of a treasure chest, opened is a third-order Tang sword, although is no sword will use, but it is better than nothing. Zhou Ping has bad luck. Once he landed on the ground is covered by wolves. There is no way but to kill and escape at the same time. Without a weapon, his combat power was still affected considerably. After all, the path he took was the assassin type. Seventh one, not bad. That's a good number. Jiang Chun, who had killed the seventh Fey beast, nodded in satisfaction. Looking at his 700 points, Jiang Chun was satisfied. 10 points for a first-order beast, 100 points for a second-order beast, and 1,000 points for a third-order beast. It's now 700 points, so I guess it's at the top of the list. Thinking this way, Jiang Chun clicked on the leaderboard to take a look, only to see that the back of his name was clearly written 9,527th place. This scene made Jiang Chun instantly dumbfounded, and he almost burst out in foul language when he glanced at the first place ranking. First place, Chendi, Zhang Yun, 3,400 points. Not buddy, you kill third-order alien beasts the whole family. Eat twins grew up this just opened 3 hours ah. At this time, far away in the forest on the other side of the examination ground, Zhang Yun waved the lance in his hand and sneezed violently after poking the dying third-order alien beast in front of him. Li Jiama, who is this who is bad-mouthing me? Don't let me catch you as a little boy. After saying that, Zhang Yun cut off the thigh meat of the beast with a flick of his lance and stowed it in his spatial ring, slowly searching for his next target. At this time, Jiang Chun was very much in a sense of crisis. The system's urine he understood. This time the college entrance examination is definitely going to give himself a reward. And it was definitely tied to his ranking, so Jiang Chen's ranking was definitely the higher the better. But this is all crossed. Surely it is necessary to compete for this national first prize. The reward of this national first prize, surely very generous. Jiang Chun found a breakthrough and walked up, looking out at the large mountains in the distance and muttering. To say where the foreign beasts will gather, of course it is the forest that has the most. In that case, it's still necessary to go inside the forest. It's only half a day before we meet a foreign beast on this plain. When will it be possible to catch up with the first place ah? When he thought of this, Jiang Chun directly made up his mind that if he wanted to compete for the top spot, then he had to enter the mountain. With that, Jiang Chun rushed towards the direction of the big mountain like an arrow off the string, screaming strangely as he did so. Just on his way to the big mountain, Jiang Chun found a treasure chest on the way, but there were more than a dozen spectral wolves surrounding the chest. Without exception, all of them were second-order existences. Jiang Chun counted the number of these spectral wolves, nodded, and said, 1,200 points will help me push into the top 5,000. Just then, a group of people sprang straight out of the bushes on one side and rushed over. The speed of the group of 5 was very fast, and the cyclone lingering around them made Jiang Chun instantly understand that there were wind adepts among them. So he stood still and silently watched as the group charged directly with the spectral wolves. Spectral wolves are natural hunters, and the spectral wolves pack is even no less than a team of terrifying upright apes. Attack! Ah! Defense tops it first. One of them, who looked somewhat like the leader, yelled frantically. One of the sisters rushed forward to raise a wall of earth, wanting to help block the attack of the phantom wolf. Unexpectedly, the spectral wolf did not take the enemy lightly in the slightest. The three spectral wolves launched an attack together to directly shatter the earth wall, followed by swooping forward and raining down bites. Jiang Chen's face changed as he coalesced the 8 points light wheel and prepared to go forward to rescue him. Unexpectedly, the sister just appeared a white light on her body, and immediately after that, she gave an automatic teleportation out of the space. A voice suddenly rang out. I will teleport you out if you are in mortal danger, but at the same time you lose the opportunity to continue the exam. Jiang Chan understood that this was Li Sihan's voice, and immediately stopped moving to stand in place and just watch. After the 5-member squad was eliminated by one person, the group became even more disorganized and was soon disintegrated one by the phantom wolves. And the spectral wolf pack only suffered a minimal loss at the cost of one serious injury. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chan shook his head helplessly, but there was no pity for them in his heart. To put it mildly, they were all rabble-rousers. It was better to eliminate them early. They weren't suited for Alien University, which was brutal. With that, Jiang Chan stepped out of the grass and quietly watched the spectral wolves in front of him as they slowly made their way. The spectral wolf king's entire rank had already reached the 2-star 7th rank, and was considered a powerhouse among the 2nd rank. Looking at the slowly approaching Jiang Chan, its heart alarm bells rang loudly, and a sense of fear rose in its heart along the way. It was a subconscious reaction to facing a strong enemy. The man in front of him was very dangerous. Ow! The wolf king howled, and the 3 spectral wolves directly pounced back towards Jiang Chan. In response, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, and instead of choosing to use the Octavo light wheel, he swung his fist and charged straight up. Bang! With just one punch, the head of a spectral wolf was struck to the point where red and white things gushed out. Immediately after that, he struck out like lightning to grab the 2nd spectral wolf and slammed his fist onto the wolf's waist. As the old saying goes, snakes hit 7 inches and wolves point their waists. Even if the underworld wolves had already gone through the mutation of aura revival, there still existed the same weaknesses. The spectral wolf that was smashed in the waist immediately lost its ability to resist, and Jiang Chan took the opportunity to grab the spine above the backbone of the spectral wolf and twisted it with force, directly breaking the spine of the spectral wolf. The spectral wolf, whose spine had been wrung out, lay on the ground, constantly twitching, unable to move if he wanted to. Just then, the last remaining phantom wolf suddenly rushed out and bit down on Jiang Chen's arm. Ow, 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 ow. The spectral wolf bit Jiang Chen's arm and desperately tore at it, but it couldn't break through the defense. Jiang Chen faintly smiled as he grabbed the back of the spectral wolf's neck with one hand, and then directly threw it up into midair, a flying kick shattering its internal organs directly. What are you screaming about? It's not like you're going to be released. Jiang Chen kicked it, violently turning back faintly. His body training technique had already reached the flesh training stage, and he had already started forging his bones, and he was still a 3rd-order 2-star alien, so the attacks of the 2nd-order alien beasts couldn't break through his defense. Chapter 109, Explosive Fire Bear. Ow da! With a wolf howl, all the spectral wolves rushed towards Jiang Chen like arrows off the string. Jiang Chen grimaced and smiled. Good timing. After saying that, Jiang Chen's body transformed into a residual shadow and rushed up, smashing over a spectral wolf with just a single punch. Immediately after that, he once again charged towards the remaining spectral wolf, pressing down on the spectral wolf's wolf head hammer. Facing the attack of the spectral wolves didn't care, a group of dark-type fey beasts. The dark elements in their bodies couldn't affect him, a light-type adept, yet. What's more, it was still difficult for these spectral wolves' attacks to break through Jiang Chen's defense. Just as Jiang Chen was fighting fiercely, the spectral wolf king, who had been looking for an opportunity on the side, also finally found his chance. Attached to his body, he rushed towards Jiang Chen, a ghostly light glowing above his wolf claws. A wound immediately appeared on Jiang Chen's arm. It seems you guys aren't useless. Jiang Chen didn't take the injured arm seriously at all, and instead took the opportunity to grab the spectral wolf king who had taken the initiative to rush up. Dog days you continue to hide, ah. How not to continue to hide? Jiang Chen shouted and directly mounted onto the spectral wolf king, swinging his iron fist down. Ow, 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 ow. The seized spectral wolf king howled in a hurry, and the rest of the spectral wolves hurriedly tried to surround them. The spectral wolves also knew that they had to use their skills in order to deal damage to Jiang Chen, and they hurriedly unleashed their skills to rush up. Seeing this, Jiang Chun waved his hand, a semicircular otter barrier directly covering himself, followed by pressing down on the spectral wolf king with one hand and raising his middle finger at the wolves outside. You beat me up. You beat me up. You beat me up. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chun, who was hiding in the otter barrier, laughed indulgently. Immediately after that, he pressed down on the spectral wolf king, who had already exhausted his strength, and shouted openly while swinging his own fists. Attack me right. See me as a bully right? Can't beat you. Under Jiang Chen's all-out attack on his mind, the spectral wolf king died violently on the spot after just 3 punches. Seeing that they don't run and still take the initiative to attack, high and low will have to see how hard the bones of these beasts are. After killing the spectral wolf king, Jiang Chun took the initiative to withdraw the otter barrier and rubbed the 8 points light wheel in his hand to directly pounce. Sting! The 2 spectral wolves that couldn't dodge were directly taken out on the spot, blood spurting as the remaining spectral wolves dispersed in a flurry. The wolf king is dead and they have to live. But Jiang Chun was even faster, and threw out the 8 points light wheel the instant they escaped. After the 8-point light wheel passed through the body of the last spectral wolf, Jiang Chen's points increased by 1,200 points once again. This was good news for Jiang Chen. With that, Jiang Chun rubbed his hands together and opened the treasure chest that was guarded by the underworld wolves. When he opened the treasure chest, he only saw a plain sword just sitting in it. Jiang Chun looked a little regretful, but he still picked it up. He still preferred to use his sword a bit more, though he could use a knife as well. After all, he had ancient martial arts proficiency. But the sword was more than enough to allow him to maximize his advantage. After picking up the knife, Jiang Chun put it into the space, followed by taking out the charcoal and stove to deal with the wolf king's body on his own. Although he had brought dry food, he had consumed too much, so it was better to eat something, and after entering the forest with all the crises, it would be difficult to eat something hot again. Soon 2 roasted whole wolves were roasted, and all of them went into Jiang Chen's stomach. His appetite had gotten a lot bigger since he started refining his body. It took 2 of them to feel full. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Chun copied his plain sword and walked into the jungle. The next thing he was about to face was the jungle of crisis. Before entering the jungle, Jiang Chen glanced at the first place. Qian Province, Jiangyun, 6,320 points. Taking another look at the points that weren't even half of the others, Jiang Chun silently closed the light screen and looked sad. At this moment, Jiang Yun was looking at his points, frowning as he watched himself frown at the fact that he only had 300 points more than second place. Li Jiama, might as well let us do a battle together. Ghost Place foreign beasts still have to rely on luck to find. Continue. After saying that, Jiang Yun dragged his lance and searched through the jungle once again. Speaking of luck, it was true that it wasn't bad at all. Just after entering the jungle, Jiang Chun met a third-order explosive fire bear. Looking at the explosive fire bear in front of him, Jiang Chun instantly widened his eyes, and with a hefty grin he directly swung his park sword and rushed up. The explosive fire bear, who was dazed, also didn't expect someone to sneak up on him, and before he could react he was slashed on his aorta. Sting! Blood spurted out at once, while its entire body began to burst into flames, its entire fur turning into flames. Turning to look at Jiang Chun, he let out a roar. Roar! Hey, hey! Sorry for the crooked cut. As the words fell, Jiang Chun quickly retreated, dodging the swift strike of the explosive fire bear. The most troublesome point of the explosive fire bear is the rage state. If you sneak attack, you have to cut off the head directly with a knife. Otherwise, after entering a state of rage, the entire body's injuries would be glued together by the fire element, a talent that humans did not possess. The explosive fire bear suddenly hammered its fist on the ground after knocking Jiang Chun back, and instantly several fireballs rose from the ground towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun advanced instead of retreating, summoning the otter barrier in his left hand to block above himself, followed by attaching himself and rushing forward. Rushing to the front of the exploding fire bear, directly slashed at the joints of the bear's upright hind legs. This slash directly cut off the joints of the explosive fire bear, leaving only the skin and flesh stuck to it. The fire element quickly connected the short limbs, followed by Jiang Chun taking the opportunity to swing his blade right at the explosive fire bear's throat. The explosive flame bear roared as its body exploded with flames, directly blowing Jiang Chun away. Jiang Chun, who had been blown to dust, straightened up and looked ferociously at the explosive fire bear in front of him. The reason why explosive fire bear is called explosive fire bear is because of a skill that looks like an otter bomb. Good guy. The points are solid. How this just came in and gave me a hard time. Jiang Chun spat out, standing up and storing the park sword into space. Since Explosive Fire Bear has a restraint on melee, there's no point in continuing to use it. Before the body refining technique reached the 4th stage, this would still cause him considerable damage, and he would need to accumulate points next. During this time, the Explosive Fire Bear once again attacked Jiang Chun, the fireball directly flying towards Jiang Chun once again. With such an attack, Jiang Chun didn't even bother to unfurl the otter barrier again. His footsteps were instantly executed, dodging the fireballs, and throwing the 8 points light wheel out on the way. Facing the 8 points of the Wheel of Light under the rage of the Explosive Fire Bear directly smashed a fist over, will meet the front of the 8 points of the Wheel of Light to break into pieces. Immediately after, Jiang Chen's other 2 in Jiang Chen's control directly struck the Explosive Fire Bear's neck. In an instant, blood with flames spurted out, but the wound was sealed immediately afterward. Looking at the changes before and after the Explosive Fire Bear, Jiang Chun smiled confidently. I know your weakness. Chapter 110. Encounter with Li Tan. Jiang Chun, whose attack had been thwarted, did not panic in the slightest, but instead struck out to throw out 2 8-point light wheels once again. The flames on the Explosive Flame Bear that was hit by the 8-point light wheel weakened by another point. Jiang Chun confirmed his suspicions, and after dodging the Explosive Flame Bear's charge, his hands were in a cross aimed at the Explosive Flame Bear. Bye! As the words fell, spectrum rays instantly shot out from Jiang Chen's arm towards the Explosive Fire Bear's body. Bang! The flames on the Explosive Fire Bear that was shot by spectrum's rays exploded with a loud clang. And after the flames on top of his torso were extinguished as much as they could be, the Explosive Fire Bear was stabbed directly by the spectrum ray. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun lowered his hands and left in style, looking at the increased points. Although the flames of the Explosive Fire Bear could protect itself, any injuries it received would require it to consume the flames on its body if it wanted to recover. The spectrum ray was directly beyond the Bursting Fire Bear's range, which is why it was able to ignite the Bursting Fire Bear's flames. For the rest of the time, Jiang Chun was constantly looking for foreign beasts and then killing them. On the way, they also encountered quite a few candidates, but basically they couldn't hold out for long in the middle of the forest, and those who should have been teleported out were also teleported out a lot. At night, looking at his score, which was already over 10,000, Jiang Chun smiled tiredly. Throughout the day, he continued to kill ferocious beasts, directly clearing an area of foreign beasts. At the same time, personal rankings came to the top 100. Jiang Chun, who had been killing for a day, was also tired, so he found a cave and slept. Of course, this was because all the foreign beasts in the neighborhood had been killed. Early the next morning, Jiang Chun stretched out of the cave and subconsciously clicked on the leaderboard to take a look. First place, Qian Province, Jiang Yun, 21,060 points. 320th place, Jiangnan Province, Jiang Chun, 11,210 points. No man, don't you all sleep? Or do you set your alarms to get up and come to war? Jiang Chun let out a howl. This wasn't the same as he had imagined. As soon as he woke up, the first place was twice as much as himself. What's the point of this game? You don't sleep, you. Jiang Chun shrugged helplessly at this, taking out the food and eating it while walking towards the deeper parts of the jungle. Just as he stepped into the new area, a rustling sound came from him. Jiang Chun hooked his lips into a smile and took out his park sword and lunged forward. Clank! The sound of gold and iron striking resounded, and a furious shout suddenly came out from the grass. I pissed you off by taking a... Not looking is a cut. Do you know how much it hurts a person who is taking a... Immediately afterward, a silhouette with a metallic luster all over its body stood up, staring at Jiang Chun with a face full of indignation. Li Tan, how come it's you? After seeing the figure clearly, Jiang Chun instantly widened his eyes. Wasn't this the tempered alien Li Tan who had fought against Xiaorong before? Li Tan shouted in surprise when he saw Jiang Chun as well. Jiang Chun, I didn't expect it to be you. Gosh, it's not easy to find someone from Jiangnan inside such a large examination center. With that, he took a step forward and wanted to go up and shake hands with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen, however, subconsciously took a step back and lightly coughed amidst Li Tan's somewhat puzzled expression. Did you wipe after you went to the bathroom? At that, Li blushed, then remembered he hadn't wiped. After all, it was interrupted by Jiang Chen's halfway up, so he had no choice but to steel himself against it, and forgot about it. And the normally bound eagle was now soaring before Jiang Chen's eyes. Immediately after Jiang Chen's somewhat derisive eyes, Li Tan smiled awkwardly and silently backed up to crouch in the grass just now. With a rustling sound, Li Tan came out of the grass while tying his belt awkwardly and looked at Jiang Chun and laughed. Mistake, after all. There's no way I wouldn't have dodged your blade when it came, or I'd have been ended early in the exam. Jiang Chun was also embarrassed about this, originally thinking that it was an ambush by a foreign beast, who would have thought that it was someone going to the toilet. Suddenly, Li Tan scowled towards Jiang Chun. By the way, Jiang Chun, are you interested in doing something big? I found a good place yesterday, but it's too risky for just me to do it. At that, Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Tan and laughed. I met several teams yesterday. Why don't you team up with them? I was surprised to see that Li Tan waved his hand with a disdainful face and said, pull to it, those people are also suitable for the plains. I don't know what they run inside the jungle, a group of rabble, temporarily put together to hold a group to warm up. A second-order high-star alien beasts can give them to whisk them wailing. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chun just laughed without saying much. After all, if you have over 300 points, you have a college education, it's just a big difference. The difference in points for the martial arts exams is huge. 300 points will get you a college. But schools like Yanhuang and the like are 30,000 hit. Simply put, it's the difference between cultivating a high-ranking psychic and a low-ranking psychic. It's not unheard of for a top 10 school to come out with at least a 4th order, and a 6th order at the time of graduation. But the lower end of the school is different. Coming out to be able to 3rd order is the top of the line and functions differently. The selection mechanism of the martial arts examination is fundamentally different from that of the civil examination. If you don't do well on the literature exam, maybe you're just not cut out for the exam, but your talents might be in other areas that can produce good students even at the lower end of the school scale. But the martial arts exam will not work. The martial arts exam is very eat talent. Cannot get into a good school that is not talented, cannot be a high-level alien. And again, Desya needed these lower-ranked Xenos to underwrite. After all, the number of Xenos was extremely high, and it was impossible to give them all to the higher-ranked Xenos. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chun looked at Li Tan with slightly raised eyebrows. Tell me about it, and let me see if this one works. Li Tan was instantly delighted and rubbed his hands together. Yesterday I was swallowed up against a water wave mammoth, then busted open and came out all bloody looking for a place to take a bath. When I came back to see if there was anything I could use, I found that the water wave mammoth was down to its bones. And I was like, who would dare to cut it off? So I searched everywhere, and finally realized that all the meat of my water wave mammoth had been carried inside the nest by a nest of blood-eyed rats, and I struck out on the spot. Speaking of this, Li Tan was a bit embarrassed, but Jiang Chun stared at him with a wicked smile and asked, say, why don't you go on? Li Tan said with a bit of a blush. I was pinned to the ground and beaten. My clothes were chewed all over my body, and only didn't eat me because I couldn't break my tempered powers. At those words, Jiang Chun looked at Li Tan with wide eyes and asked, no, how many of these blood-eyed rats are there? Beating you to the ground. Blood-eyed rats, extremely poor strength, 3rd order blood-eyed rats solo fighting estimates, and 2nd order low-star humans. But the most troublesome point about the rat-type alien beasts was that there were extremely large numbers, at least 20 to 30 of them out together. Once upon a time, when the aura recovery first began, a coastal city in the southern region was destroyed in a rat wave. Billions of rats traveled through the entire city, leaving behind nothing but ghastly white bones that sent some chills down the spines of the armies that traveled there afterward. Chapter 111, Blood-Eyed Rat Swarm. Not much, it seems like there are more than 300 of them coming. I think we can take them out. Hey. Jiang Chun, you don't go let's try to work it out again. Before the words were finished, Jiang Chun turned around with a dark face and left, and Li Tan hurriedly caught up to stop Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, who was pulled back, said with a black face, dude, you're messing around with so many blood-eyed rats. You're lucky to pick up a life, and you still dare to hit them. And Li Tan said hastily, really Ken, slowly fight it, don't you move more than 300, the lowest is the 2nd order, even if it is 300 2nd order, then it is also 30,000 points, you and I 1 point directly take off And when the time comes, you'll definitely be the main attacker, and you'll definitely need more points, so let's say we'll go 7 and 3. At these words, Jiang Chen's footsteps paused, and he had to say that he was indeed moved. It's just too attractive. Although the blood-eyed rats were small because they were striking as a group, the points were not discounted at all. If you eat it, it's a direct reversal of first place. Looking at Jiang Chen hesitation, Li Tan also knew that he was talking about Jiang Chun, followed by adding a shot of cardiac stimulant. And that's just what I saw. There are others I didn't see that I don't know about. There's definitely more, and I'm a 3rd order 2-star now, too. Saying that, Li Tan released his rank aura, a bright and shiny 3rd stage 2-star rank. This made Jiang Chun very surprised. In fact, his rank was already considered low. After all, the strongest among the top 100 Celestial Pride had already been a third-order 7-star, that is, the top of the list, Zhang Yun. But this was because Jiang Chun had also divided half of his time for body-refining technique cultivation, or else the 7th star of the 3rd rank would have been attainable or even higher. The starting point is going to be higher than others with the help of the system, not to mention that one's own elemental affinity is still S+. As the words fell, feeling Li Tan's breath, Jiang Chun instantly made up his mind. Lead the way and check out the situation first. Hearing Jiang Chun's promise, Li Tan instantly transformed into a lapdog and walked to the front to lead the way. This way, Tatsu. Just this way. The two of them made their way to a place under a big tree in the sky, and Li Tan pointed to the hole in the tree below and said, "Brother Chun, the blood-eyed rat swarm is inside. Should I go down and lure them out to sea?" At that, Jiang Chun shook his head and said, "No need, watch me. Let's see what happens first. You'd be reckless to go down there." Saying that, an 8-point light wheel and light ball appeared in Jiang Chun's hand. Jiang Chun heatedly smiled, and the two of them, Li Tan, found a large tree to crouch on. A ball of light was thrown into the hole under the large tree. The ball of light exploded. A strong light came on, and suddenly the sounds of chattering rats were heard. Jiang Chun saw this and directly threw the 8 points light wheel over before the blood-eyed rat rushed out. The 3 blood-eyed rats were directly girded by the 8 points light wheel the moment they rushed out of the cave. The eyes of the remaining blood-eyed rats that had rushed out suddenly glowed red and began to search for their attackers. Jiang Chun was so going to let them see it, once again controlling the 8 points light wheel to swoop over, once again decapitating several blood-eyed rats at the waist. This time the 8-pointed wheel of light was seen, and with a shout the blood-eyed rat rushed forward with the pack. Every now and then, the 8-point light will stop to swoop down and girdle a few blood-eyed rats, and on a few occasions it swooped down and girdled about 20 of them. A third-order blood-eyed rat suddenly scurried out, its sharp teeth directly biting the 8-point light wheel, followed by the other blood-eyed rats who hurriedly followed. Dark elements surged out from his entire body, eroding from his teeth towards the 8 points of the light wheel. The dark elements of dozens of blood-eyed rats froze the octagonal light wheel. Just as the dark elemental tried to follow the spiritual connection, Jiang Chun hurriedly cut the connection. That's right, this group of blood-eyed rats were dark alien beasts, which was why Li Tan chose to join forces with Jiang Chun. Although Jiang Chun hadn't reached the strongest level, his strength was unfathomable, and his fighting and self-developed skills were out of this world. And it was still a nemesis for these blood-eyed rats, which were light-type psychics after all. At this moment, Jiang Chun's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the blood-eyed rat, and he had a plan in mind. The blood-eyed rats below searched the area twice without finding an enemy and had to return to the nest. Jiang Chun rubbed his chin. This was a big deal, it had to be done right. "Brother Chun, have you thought of a way? Really, can't we go hard? Kite a few times and it's over. The day after tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, but it's over. This business must be taken off." Li Tan was a bit anxious, as the group of people who ranked the highest in Jiangnan province. He very much wanted to go to the top 10 schools. But there are only so many spots, even if the rat pack in front of you is a little harder to press in. Jiang Chun then gritted his teeth and made up his mind, looking at Li Tan and smiling. "This single business can be done, but it has to be done skillfully. If we just rely on our psychic abilities to fight with these blood-eyed rats, you and I will not be able to finish it when we are both dry. I have a much simpler method." "What?" Li Tan looked at Jiang Chun with great excitement. "That's certainly the wisdom of the old ancestors." Jiang Chun gave a ghostly smile. "Since we can't raise it, can't we still bake it? We'll attack it with fire." At these words, Li Tan was instantly confused, and looked at Jiang Chun with complicated eyes and said, "Brother, we don't have a fire ability, how to fire attack, and normal fire wanna burn them is also impractical, directly out of the scurrying, not much damage." "Stupid," Jiang Chun said as he slapped Li Tan's brain. "Such a large group of rats must have immature first-order blood-eyed rats, right? In order to avoid these trinkets from stirring up the situation, this fire is burning them, and even the second order can't be prohibited from burning like this. The main thing is to smoke them out, then it's time to fight. So many trees here, natural fuel." After saying that, Li Tan instantly understood. His eyes instantly lit up, and he gave Jiang Chun a straight thumbs up. "Brother, you're awesome. I'm really impressed. No wonder you're number 1. General, Work quickly and try to finish in an hour and a half or something will happen. Jiang Chun waved his hand and rejected the horse's ass, instead looking at Li Tan seriously and said. Upon hearing this, Li Tan froze and looked at Jiang Chun with some difficulty, saying, Isn't it too much of a rush? What about the hour and a half? No rush, is it forgetting how I fought Zhou Ping? It is to be at noon when the sun is at its peak. My fighting strength is the strongest. At that time, even if there is a change of heart, I can take you to run away. As Jiang Chun finished speaking, Li Tan instantly jumped down from the tree with joy and went to look for firewood. It was not easy to hug the thigh. And Jiang Chun opened the leaderboard to look at Jiang Yun's long, unchanged more than 20,000 points grin. I don't know how you found so many foreign beasts, but just you wait. Brother is going to steal the chicken. At this moment, Jiang Yun stood in the jungle and sniffed vigorously, somewhat helplessly. Where have all these foreign beasts been put? Can't the examination committee put more of them? They are not enough to kill, and meeting them is still dependent on luck. Chapter 112 Going after the blood-eyed rat pack. Tatsu, that's kind of okay. Looking at the firewood surrounding the tree hole, Li Tan rubbed his palms together, his eyes glowing. Jiang Chun glanced at the firewood that had already surrounded the cave's entrance with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Then he nodded and said, Pour the diesel on it and we're good to go. Said took out the diesel fuel and started to diesel fuel with imperial control. Seeing this, Li Tan stared to be quiet and credulous and looked at Jiang Chun and asked, No, Tatsu, what are you? A nimble alien, you're a dual alien. At that, Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and said, It's a spiritual skill you don't understand. You'll know when you go to college, don't interrupt. Get ready to do battle. After saying that, he took out a machine gun from the space and handed it to Li Tan, and he himself also took out one and pulled the bolt and loaded it. Li Tan looked at Jiang Chun with wide eyes, although the current dasha does not ban guns. But this gentleman in front of him with 2 machine guns, this is too outrageous. Unexpectedly, the bracelet on his wrist at this time suddenly flashed a red light, and Ri Sihan's pale voice came. Candidates are not allowed to use any weapons other than those provided in the examination room, with 1 warning, and the 3rd warning directly canceling the results of the entrance examination. At these words, Jiang Chun took the gun in Li Tan's hand and retracted it into space, cursing in a low voice. Almost forgot. Ever since he had seen the beast, Jiang Chun had carried a gun on him at all times. His level was too low and his spiritual energy was not enough to support high-intensity combat, so he carried a gun for defense as well. Putting away his gun, Jiang Chun casually found a piece of wood and tore off a piece of clothing to wrap around it. There's a change of plan, Li Tan. Go down and lure the blood-eyed rat out. Li Tan nodded and jumped off the tree trunk, strutting over to the entrance of the blood-eyed rat's hole, taking the stick in his own hand and poking it in. The blood-eyed rat that was poked yipped and yipped, and Li Tan continued to poke with his stick as if he hadn't had enough. Just as Li Tan was having fun, blood-eyed rats suddenly rushed out from among the other holes on the side. Immediately after that, a group of blood-eyed rats came out in a line, their eyes glowing ferociously as they rushed towards Li Tan. OMG! Li Tan was startled and dropped the wooden stick he was holding and ran towards the outside. As Li Tan leapt high up through the blockade of firewood, the blood-eyed rat looked at the firewood surrounding his nest and charged straight up to gnaw on it. Knowing that it was already time, Jiang Chun directly dropped the torch in his hand. The moment the fire met the diesel fuel, the flames rushed extremely high at once, and the fire spread at an uncontrollable speed. The rats were instantly burned to the point of gibbering, but it was different from the anger they felt the moment they saw Li Tan earlier. The voice was unmistakable now, filled with pain. OMG! It's catching. Just then, Li Tan's ass was on fire as he rushed to the tree under which Jiang Chun was hiding and started rolling. Seeing this, Jiang Chun had no choice but to hold his forehead and jumped down the trunk of the tree to directly strip down Li Tan's pants. I believed you, didn't I jump out? Why is my ass still covered in gasoline? Li Tan, who was stripped of his pants, said in embarrassment as he found his pants and put them on. An accidental fall and then sitting on gasoline. Are you a ing genius, so capable of mischief? Jiang Chun cursed before quickly returning to the tree to look out at the blood-eyed rats below. The blood-eyed rats were frantically pounding towards the weakest part of the firewood at this moment, and all the blood-eyed rats rushed out. A blood-eyed rat humanized stand up in the group of rats, gibberish give orders. Just a glance, Jiang Chun will recognize that is the king of the rats. Since the Rat King had come out, then the blood-eyed rat pack should be out in full force as well. By now, the weakest part of the firewood had been half collapsed by the impact. It only took half a minute, then the blood-eyed rats would break through the ring of fire and rush out. But that half a minute was what Jiang Chun wanted. This exit was purposely left by Jiang Chun for the blood-eyed rat group, a method taught by the old ancestors. Surrounding the 3 cues to leave the blood-eyed rats with the hope of escaping, or else the blood-eyed rats would rather hide in their own nests and live a little longer than to impact the fire wall that couldn't be rushed out. And this wall of fire must play a blocking role, or else the blood-eyed rat swarms all ran out. Then the effect would be in vain. Jiang Chun felt how active the light element was and took a deep breath and shouted, "Christmas Lee, go to the gap and block them for half a minute when they come out." With the current light elemental activity, it would take half a minute before it reached maximum activity. This meant that Jiang Chun couldn't prepare in advance and wanted Li Tan to stall for time. Hearing this, Li Tan quickly nodded and took Jiang Chen's park sword before running to the gap to stand by. Jiang Chun watched the situation below while always feeling the light elemental activity around him. As long as the light elemental reached the most active, he would immediately strike. Just then, the midday sun finally hung straight above the canopy. And as the light element reached its most active point, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate to accumulate an 8-point light wheel in his right hand. Bang! The group of blood-eyed rats finally broke through the ring of fire and rushed towards Li Tan. Drink! Li Tan gave a violent shout, and with his entire body turned on tempered, he rushed forward. At this time, after Li Tan entered the 3rd stage, his tempered ability could already be used while on the move. But all the same, Li Tan's tempered alien ability was extremely burdensome for both physical strength and psychic power when used in action. Not to mention facing a swarm of rats under such an attack for half a minute at most. At the moment, Li Tan was betting that Jiang Chun would have a way to annihilate these blood-eyed rats after half a minute. Seeing Li Tan, all the blood-eyed rats instantly rushed up, climbed on top of Li Tan's body and began to gnaw on it. Li Tan continuously swung his park sword, not caring about the attacks of the blood-eyed rats. At least for the time being, he was able to block them. Looking at Li Tan's entire body crawling with blood-eyed rats still swinging their swords, Jiang Chun immediately stopped holding back, his spiritual energy surging wildly, storing up the 8 points light wheel with force. "Ah! Tatsu!" Li Tan suddenly cried out. It turned out to be the blood-eyed rat king who had struck. Under the constant attacks of the 3rd-order blood-eyed rats of the rat pack, Li Tan's tempered exotic ability was finally broken open with a small opening. Jumping into the fire! Jiang Chun quickly reacted by shouting. Hearing Jiang Chen's guidance, Li Tan jumped into the fire without the slightest hesitation. The blood-eyed rat lying on top of Li Tan jumped out just as soon as it entered the sea of fire, chittering. It seemed to be cheering to have driven the enemy into a corner. Just then, instead of following the fun, the Mouse King let out a menacing cry in one direction. The blood-eyed rats looked back in unison after hearing the Rat King's voice, only to see Jiang Chen's hand controlling an 8-minute wheel of light as it jumped off the tree trunk. Eyes bloodthirsty, he looked at the group of blood-eyed rats and laughed. Now, the offense is changing shape. Chapter 113. A wave of fatness. A change of shape in offense and defense. Swish! The 8-minute light wheel was instantly placed out by Jiang Chun, the speed of which cut out a cracking sound. The blood-eyed mouse king called out, and the blood-eyed mouse swarm instantly gibbered and rushed towards Jiang Chun. Sting! In the front of the road are all the 2nd-order blood-eyed rats. In the face of the 8 points of the wheel of light, when there is no possibility of resistance, directly be cut into 2 halves. Blood and flesh spilled onto the ground, and the 8-pointed wheel of light instantly rushed out a bloody path amongst the blood-eyed rats. A trace of humanized surprise flashed through the blood-eyed rat king's eyes, followed by another bark. The 20 or so blood-eyed rats in the blood-eyed rat group instantly led the charge towards Jiang Chun once again. In the face of such an onslaught, Jiang Chun merely smiled faintly as his imperial art was unleashed, controlling the 8 points light wheel to turn back immediately. The 8-pointed light wheel entered the rats and once again rushed out a bloody path amongst the blood-eyed rats. Even the 3rd-ranked blood-eyed rats were half dead under the 8 points light wheel. At this moment, the blood-eyed rat king finally knew fear and wanted to escape, but this time the 8-pointed light wheel charged directly towards it. The other 3rd-order blood-eyed rats saw that the rat king was threatened and directly turned around to return to help. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, the Rat King's blood-red eyes flashed with a blood-colored red light. Opening his mesh teeth, he bit down towards the 8 points of the light wheel. Not to mention, the Rat King's full-force bite actually blocked the 8-minute light wheel, but the 8-minute light wheel was still advancing slowly. Seeing that he was about to slice the Rat King in half, the rest of the third-ranked blood-eyed rats finally arrived. Seeing that their king was going to be cut in half, they also opened their mouths and bit on the 8 points of the light wheel. Even so, under the control of the imperial art, their teeth could not stop the 8 points of the light wheel. Faced with such a predicament, the blood-eyed mouse king took the lead in letting go of the 8 points light wheel, followed by a flash of determination in his eyes. With another renewed cry, it bites again. Immediately after that, the dark elements on the bodies of a full 12 third-order blood-eyed rats suddenly skyrocketed, and the price of dark element growth was that their bodies couldn't withstand it. Bang! The bodies of the 12 third-order blood-eyed rats suddenly swelled up and directly exploded with a bang. These blood-eyed rats, in order for their clan to no longer be slaughtered by the 8-part light wheel, had directly exchanged their self-destruction for the dissipation of the 8-part light wheel. I have to say it worked, the blood mist dispersed, and the 8-pointed light wheel actually dissipated in place. Jiang Chun was helpless at this, not expecting these blood-eyed rats to be so decisive, directly blowing themselves up, and really blowing the 8-pointed light wheel into disintegration. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Chun needed to keep half of his spiritual energy. It was impossible to have it all used on the 8 points light wheel. In the middle of the jungle, who knows if more Fae will appear next. And these blood-eyed rats were kitten-sized, so the diameter was just a bit bigger before they were blown right apart. It was always a good thing, after all, the third-order blood-eyed rats were all settled. The third-order blood-eyed rats all blew themselves up, and the remaining second-order blood-eyed rats didn't hesitate to begin their escape. Jiang Chun wasn't the least bit flustered at this, drawing an ultra barrier with his left hand, and once again condensing an 8-point light wheel with his right hand. Taste this? Light combo technique, barrier cutter. Saying that, he rushed forward and directly threw out both items in his hands. The moment the otter barrier combined with the octal light wheel, the high-speed rotating octal light wheel brought the otter barrier to rotate at high speed as well. Immediately after that, the barrier cutter charged towards the fleeing group of blood-eyed rats. As usual, a bloody path was killed, and it was much wider. This skill was developed by Jiang Chun after learning the sentinel technique and combining it with the playstyle of Yakushu. Jiang Chun had wanted to try before, but without exception all of them had failed. And with the addition of the sentinel technique, all the problems were solved. Skills are the same as spirit skills. Whether they are awesome or not depends mainly on the person using them. The reason why he didn't use it earlier was because the strength of this move wasn't really high, and in the face of these second-order blood-eyed rats still had to be, the third-order blood-eyed rats could be quickly crushed. Under the barrier cutter, the blood-eyed rats were like straws that were constantly being harvested. Even if there were those who managed to escape, they would be rushed up and beheaded by Li Tan, who had already rushed out from the fire. As the battle ended and Li Tan killed the last blood-eyed rat, Jiang Chun sat down on his butt and gasped for air. The imperial art required a high level of mental concentration, and although the battle had only lasted 10 minutes, Jiang Chun was already a bit tired. At this time, Li Tan also farted. I ran to Jiang Chun's side and said, "Cowardly brother Chun, 10 minutes of group extermination of the Blood Eyes rat pack. This battle record is dazzling." In response, Jiang Chun just rolled his eyes and said, "It's better for you alone not to mess with these swarm-type alien beasts. You're strong in single combat power."
Hehehe. No.
Li Tan rubbed his hands together while compensating for his smile and looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, who had lived 2 lifetimes, naturally knew what Li Tan meant and opened the points table after giving him a blank look. First place, Jiangnan Province, Jiang Chun, 69,210 points. Second place, Qian Province, Jiang Yun, 27,110 points. 60,000th place, Jiangnan Province, Li Tan, 10,000 points. Phew! Jiang Chun took 2 deep breaths and said, forcibly suppressing his excitement. "Just right, I was originally 11,210 points, plus your points we have exactly 60,000 points this time," said 37. "But I see you also want to go to the top 10 schools. You were originally 8,000. I will directly give you to make up to 30,000 now. There is no problem, right?" "No problem." In response, Li Tan didn't have the slightest reluctance. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chun gratefully. Originally, it was reasonable that he could only share 18,000, but now Jiang Chun had given himself 22,000 for his own good, it was pie in the sky. Jiang Chen grinned and transferred 20,000 points to Li Tan without saying a word. The points from the high school are transferable to each other, which is designed for people who are grouped together. There was also no need to worry that someone would buy points from someone else. Entering the advanced alien university was their only chance to turn the tables, and there was no fear of running out of money when they became a high-ranking alien. No one is usually stupid enough to sell it, and even if they did, that wouldn't help. Alien universities all have combat missions and entrance battle tests, and the higher the level of the university, the more dangerous the places they go. Even if you buy points to get in, it won't help at all. Not only will you be expelled from school, but you'll be put on record and jailed. The rich are rich, not sick. There's no need to make such a bad deal. After turning over the points, changes once again appeared on top of the leaderboard. First place, Jiangnan Province, Jiang Chun, 49,210 points. Second place, Jiangnan Province, Li Tan, 30,000 points. Third place, Qian Province, Jiang Yun, 28,110 points. Jiang Yun, who was in another location in the jungle at the moment, had just killed a third-order bear-type alien beast with a shot of non. In a good mood, he was ready to see how far he'd lost second place again. But all that caught his eye was the names of two people. Jiang Chun, Li Tan. No, you two are open? Li Jiama. How else can you fight when you're open? It took a long time before Jiang Yun could hold his tongue. It's only been 20 minutes or so since I've seen it, so how come I've had my own chicken stolen? Chapter 114, Jiang Chun stealing chicken. Uncle Lai, what's the situation? I just had a lunch. How did this suddenly rush out and nearly 50,000 points? In the middle of the monitoring room of the examination committee, Xiaobin looked at Ri Sihan in front of him with a dumbfounded face. Ri Sihan helplessly held her forehead and waved her hand to call up a projection and said, "You see, originally I was going to give the team a solution to the swarm of blood-eyed rats, all of which were created by these two boys." At those words, Xiaobin hurriedly looked at the projection, only to see Jiang Chan in the projection, slaughtering the blood-eyed rats as if he were a heavenly god. That otter barrier and octagonal light will combo technique stunned him even more. His own family's daughter, as Jiang Chen's disciple, knew both skills, but not this combined. My god. It's worthy of being the strongest genius of the light department since the beginning of time. This skill use took off straight away. Hearing Xiaobin's words, Li Sihan instantly reacted and asked, "You know him?" Recognize, when number one was in Jinling before, the stone pillars that the power of space couldn't even cut were broken by him. If not for him, the defense of Jinling would have been more difficult. Once Xiaobin said this, Li Sihan nodded. Her eyes had some calculations in her mind about this little guy. Looking at Zabin, he said, "Let's have some excitement. Let's put all the remaining Fey in. The first batch of Fey have already been killed a lot. And if we don't put them in, there's not going to be enough to kill them." Upon hearing this, Xiaobin nodded and turned around and walked out of the monitoring room, placing the remaining alien beasts through space for a secondary drop. After all, it's a national exam, and there's still time for students to take a break. So if you put it all in at once, it's going to get messy. If it hadn't been controlled by drugs, this would have rivaled the number of beasts in a single wave, and it would have been a major accident if it had rioted. At this moment, Xiaorong also noticed that the first place on the leaderboard, Jiang Chun, was hanging high above. Xiaorong gritted her teeth and looked at the third-ranked foreign beast in front of her and charged up. Not long after, under Xiaorong's skillful fighting, the third-ranked alien beast came crashing to the ground, and Xiaorong wiped her blade to search for the next target once again. At this moment, the two of them, Li Tan and Jiang Chun, were wiggling their legs and looking at the scenery on a hilltop. Don't tell me, going to the wilderness before has always been quite scary, but I didn't expect to see the scenery this time. Jiang Chun stretched his back leisurely, blowing the cool breeze. Li Tan, who was off to the side, asked as he puffed and ate the wolf leg in his hand. "Tatsu, we've all got enough points, right? What's next?" "What about you?" Jiang Chun didn't answer directly, but smiled and asked a rhetorical question. "Me?" Li Tian heatedly smiled. "I'm going to find a place to lie down. There are foreign beasts to fight. Every foreign beast is idle, points enough on the line, lazy to fight. Anyway, 30,000 points is enough." At this, Jiang Chun just laughed lightly. Stopping was impossible to stop. Jiang Chun had a premonition that the system would definitely make a big move this time. After all, the previous provincial exams had given spectrum rays and light source stones, and if he won this national exam, then the rewards wouldn't let him down. It would have been nice to reward something good like Paraji Shield, Shining Fruit, or something like that. It really is $1,000 for light. Seeing that Jiang Chun didn't answer, Li Tan had the good sense not to ask more questions. After eating, Jiang Chun separated from Li Tan. Li Tan went to the cave where Jiang Chun had previously slept, while Jiang Chun continued to start his journey to the college entrance exam. At the same time, holding 2 daggers once again killed Tu Zhouping at once gasped. The Dark Source Stone was providing him with help all the time, so he had also killed quite a few foreign beasts in the past 2 days. Cutting off a piece of meat and grilling it, Zhouping finally tapped on his never-before-tapped bracelet to take a look. 12th place, Jiangnan Province, Zhouping, 25,360 points. Seeing this score, Zhouping smiled with satisfaction. His requirement for himself was the top 50 in the country, and he did not expect that he had now exceeded his goal by a lot. After all, it is a college entrance examination. Zhouping clearly knows that there are many geniuses. He will not be the strongest. Jiang Chun is not stronger than him. But since he had now reached 12, Zhouping was still curious to know how many points the first place was. This is the young man's competitive spirit, which is indelible, and Zhouping will not allow himself to lose his competitive spirit. First place, Jiangnan Province, Jiang Chun, 49,210 points. The water he had just taken a sip of was instantly spat out by Zhouping, his eyes staring blankly at the leaderboard. Took a long time to squeeze out 2 words. Pervert. Immediately after that, Zhouping immediately put down his bracelet and glanced at the half-cooked beast leg that was being roasted, and as soon as he copied it, he got up and started looking for prey. On the way, he also swiped the collected blood every now and then to see if he could fish out the bloodthirsty Fae. Jiang Chun didn't know that he had caused so many reactions after finishing off the blood-eyed rat. This was because since finishing off the blood-eyed rat swarm until dark, he had only seen 1/3 ranked foreign beast. It was still a flying exotic beast that was run away by the other party, and his luck was also very bad. Jiang Chun, who hadn't found any foreign beasts for a day, huffed and puffed as he built a temporary shelter and slept straight through the night. He was awakened early the next morning. Help! Help! Jiang Chun, who was still resting his eyes with his eyes closed, quickly opened his eyes when he heard movement coming from the distance. After all, it was impossible to really sleep in the wilderness. Resting with eyes closed was already a great luxury, and that was still because the movement of the nearby light elements Jiang Chun could keenly perceive. Otherwise, I'm still afraid to sleep. Jiang Chun opened his eyes and quickly jumped out of the shelter. Bang! Jiang Chun, who had forgotten that the shelter was built on a tree, instantly fell on his face. Damn! I should have known to arrest Li Tan and make me a laborer. While cursing, Jiang Chun hurriedly stood up and rushed towards the direction the sound came from. Help! Help! Hearing the call for help, Jiang Chun quickly arrived at a river valley. They only saw a girl and 2 boys, who were being chased by 5 second-order night raid hyenas, while on the other side of the river valley, Xiaolong was tangling with a 3rd-order night raid hyena. But while the 3rd-order night attack hyena's body didn't have the slightest wound, Xiaolong's body was riddled with wounds. Jiang Chun, who saw this scene, wrinkled his eyebrows. This night raid hyena was completely treating Xiaolong as a plaything, preparing to slowly play Xiaolong to death. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chun waved his hand and threw an 8-minute light wheel at the night raiding hyena. Where did the night raiding hyena think that there would be a sneak attack? In just an instant, 2 night raid hyenas were instantly decapitated, and the other 3 reacted and hurriedly tried to find the murderer. Jiang Chun directly jumped down, and his park sword hand directly decapitated the heads of the 2 hyenas. One of the remaining hyenas still jumped up and tried to attack Jiang Chun, and Jiang Chun swung his left hand, directly knocking the hyena's body to the point where red and white things flowed out. Jiang Chun, who had finished resolving the 2nd-order hyena, directly crossed the river valley and slashed at the 3rd-order hyena's hind leg with a swift slash. Immediately following the movement without stopping, he directly removed all 3 remaining legs of the 3rd-order hyena. After doing everything, Jiang Chun gasped and walked over to Xiaolong's body, and the purifying light healing light struck his body left and right. Finally, he patted Xiaolong's shoulder and quickly left the spot. He didn't kill a 3rd-order night raid hyena, even though it was 1,000 points. Chapter 115. Oh, absolute fierce man. Xiaolong, who is that? Looking at Jiang Chun's back, the few people who had just been saved by Jiang Chun went up and looked at Xiaolong and asked. At those words, Xiaolong smiled bitterly. My friend. Your friend? Is it so great? Can you let him take us? One of the girls looked at Xiaolong with some anticipation and asked. Used to be friends, but I screwed it up. Putting down a sentence, Xiaolong turned around and left. After saving Zhao Long, Jiang Chun left wherever he was without the slightest stop. As he walked along, Jiang Chun clicked on the leaderboard to take a glance. First place, Jiangnan Province, Jiang Chun, 49,510 points. Second place, Qian Province, Jiang Yun, 39,440 points. Seeing this result, Jiang Chun was startled. It had only been one night and Jiang Yun had caught up. The difference in points between the two is probably just shy of 10,000 points, and that number is still rising. After just a glance, Jiang Chun hurriedly closed the light screen and immediately began searching for the foreign beasts. And among the examination committee, Xiaobin looked at the data in his hand and said, "Elderly, the number of people today is already down to 40,000. In my opinion, it's time for us to start narrowing down the area. Yes, the first 2 days of the test are used to screen weaker students. The students of the alien university were in a way even more dangerous than the soldiers on the front line, and it was impossible to let those without the ability to do so go to their deaths. And after this second batch of Fae was put in, the quality of the Fae was instantly higher. So the students whose strength was not good all triggered the protection mechanism and were kicked out of the examination hall. If Jiang Chun didn't make a move today, Zhao Long and the others would have to leave the examination hall." Ri Sahan laughed after glancing at the data. Half an hour. All those who didn't enter the mountains rolled out. All the good seedlings went into the mountains in order to score. The others are just jerks. Having received Ri Sahan's approval, Xiaobin immediately nodded his head and walked out of the examination room. Not long after, Xiaobin's voice came from the middle of the exam room. "We will now begin to narrow down the test area and simply end the test if we do not enter the mountains within half an hour." Hearing Xiaobin's voice, Jiang Chun scratched his head and didn't take it seriously. Anyway, he was in the mountains right now. Almost all the candidates who were already in the middle of the mountains didn't take it seriously. But the students outside the mountains were green in the face. Although it was not conducive to hiding outside of the mountains, you could just run away when you saw a herd of Fae. It is because they are afraid to go into the mountains to face the crisis-ridden environment that they stay outside the mountains. But now the exam room is going to shrink the circle, and if they don't get in, they're going to be forced to end the exam. There was no way around it, and those who still wanted to try their hand at mucking about began to set off running in the direction of the mountains. And many of those who had already gotten enough points to get into the colleges of their choice simply chose to swing in place and wait to be forcibly teleported out. "Li Jiama, it seems that luck is still good? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 foreign beasts. All of them are of the third rank, Harry." At this moment, Jiang Yun of Qian Province is not broadcasting at all, but his eyes are excitedly looking at the 7 large snakes that are sunbathing in a large puddle located below. The 7 large snakes all looked similar, with aqua-green scales angular above their long bodies. It's like he's wearing a suit of armor, and there's something shaped like a cockatrice on his head. This kind of beast Jiang Yun knew, the green water cockatoo snake, a water attribute beast. It is an offshoot of the cockatrice that was alienated at the time of the revival of the aura, discarding the venom of the cockatrice in exchange for a suit of armor and the power of the water element. It was a difficult bone for others to gnaw on. One person against 7 third-order green water cockatrice snakes would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. But it was different for Jiang Yun. Finding one of the weakest green water cockatoo snakes, which was only of the 3rd order and 1st star, Jiang Yun spat towards his hand. He copied his lance and touched it. In Qian Province, where there were mountains in the middle of urban areas, Jiang Yun had long since filled up his mountain hiding skill. None of the 7 green water cockatrice snakes in the middle of the march had noticed. It was only when he closed in only 10 meters away that Jiang Yun stopped, clutching his lance in his hand in secret preparation. The 7 large snakes were all around 10 meters, which was considered very long. So Jiang Yun had to make sure that his strike killed one of the strongest of the green water cockatrice snakes while still injuring the other cockatrice snakes. Just then, the 2 largest of them, the cockatrice snakes, suddenly straightened up and glanced at the sky, the crowns on their heads swaying, followed by swimming towards the water. During this time, Jiang Yun did not dare to breathe a single breath and silently waited for the 2 cockle snakes to swim into the water. Just then, Jiang Yun suddenly moved. The whole body of the man rushed out like a shot cannonball, and the lance in his hand was raised and thrown with force. The lance was like an arrow off the string heading towards one of the weakest green water cockatoo snakes. Immediately after, his whole body was flooded with thunder and lightning shouted, "Thunderbolt!" The entire body was instantly wrapped in lightning and slammed into the 7 inches of another 3rd order 2-star green water cockatoo snake next to him. Bang! Jiang Yun and his lance landed on top of each of the two green water cockatrices' bodies like gods descending from the heavens. The poor two green water cockatrice snakes were killed in place by Jiang Yun without even seeing their enemy. Green water cockatoo. I really don't know who killed me. I just remember I was sunbathing at the water's edge, and then suddenly I came down all of a sudden. Yama, do you think you're funny? Roar. The other three green water cockatoo snakes that remained on the shore also realized at this point that they were being sneak attacked and hissed as they rushed towards Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, seemed to have anticipated this and dodged the three green water cockatrices flinging tails with a backflip. The landing point of the backflip was right next to the lance, and Jiang Yun pulled out the lance that had pierced into the skull of the green water cockatoo snake with one hand before he could stand still. Immediately afterward, a sweeping strike collided with the charging snake's head, directly knocking the green water cockatoo's head askew. Jiang Yun, who had gained the momentum and not spared the snakes, immediately bullied his way forward, his lance directly suppressing the three green water cockatoo snakes and beating them. At this moment, the two green water cockatrice snakes that had just dived into the water also burrowed out of the water, and without saying a word, they directly sprayed a column of water at Jiang Yun. Facing such an attack, Jiang Yun didn't take it hard, and hurriedly retreated to avoid the water column's attack. Roar! The five green water cockatoo snakes hissed in unison towards Jiang Yun, and the water in the large pit began to flow to cover their bodies. In response, Jiang Yun simply snapped his ears in disdain. Blindly roar what? Later the other foreign beasts come, you all corpse cannot stay down. But I am now waiting for you this move. After saying that, Jiang Yun instantly drank with a change in his eyes. Mad Thunder Chaos. Chapter 116. The Wave of Fitting One Up. Jab. Jabla. Boom. The sound of thunder and lightning came as Jiang Yun swung the lance in his hand and began to turn. Every time he swung his lance, thunder and lightning would dance along with it, and even this small piece of the sky darkened a bit. Li Jia Ma, give me death. Jiang Yun shouted out, his body carrying thunderbolts smashing directly into the green water cockatoo with a force-splitting Huashan move. A green water cockatoo snake quickly absorbed the surrounding water to fortify its defenses, and threw its tail directly at Jiang Yun. Bang! The snake's tail was directly smashed under this move, and the lightning invaded into its body and began to continuously wreak havoc, destroying its body. Retarded. For this kind of retarded snake that saw himself covered in lightning and still dared to madly absorb the water element to rush towards him, Jiang Yun didn't even want to make up for it. The eyes of the other four green water cockatoo snakes were filled with scorn as they turned around and tried to flee. Running thunder. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yun once again rushed forward with lightning all over his body. This time all of his speed was accelerated. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the two with the highest ranks resolutely turned around and charged towards Jiang Yun, wanting to drag him down. In response, Jiang Yun had disdain in his eyes as his body's lightning power was infused into the spear. Facing the green water cockatrice's attack, jumped violently towards its heart. This jump was something that the green water cockatoo hadn't expected, namely dodging its attack and launching an attack towards itself in the process. It naturally failed to block Jiang Yun, and in a single glance it was stabbed in the heart by Jiang Yun and collapsed with a bang. The other green water cockatoo snake was very resolute. Seeing that its companion would not survive, directly launched a water wave attack in Jiang Yun's direction. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yun just gave a ghostly smile, did not dodge, and suddenly took out a wooden board and stepped on it. With the impulse provided by the planks, he charged directly at the two fleeing green water cockatrice. The two snakes were still escaping, but they didn't expect a sudden coldness in the back of their hearts, and were stabbed through the heart by Jiang Yun. The other snake fled even faster at the sight, desperately trying to escape from Jiang Yun's attack range. And indeed, Jiang Yun did not go after him, only spitting out two words indifferently. Boom thunder. Sting. The instant the voice fell, a thick thunderbolt descended from the sky, directly flooding the green water cockatoo snake. Roar. The green water cockatoo snake let out a mournful cry, its body constantly struggling in pain. A few moments later, the green water cockatoo snake turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Fizzle. At the same time, the last green water cockatoo snake rushed over and looked at the corpse on the ground and howled, spitting out its letters and giving a vicious look towards Jiang Yun. Immediately after that, the water element of the body began to spill out. Seeing this, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow and raised his lance, his entire body glowing with lightning, and threw it with force. The long spear came out of his hand with lightning, directly passing through the body of the green water cockatoo snake. Boom! The green water cocklesnake family was all easily carried away by Jong Yun. Jong Yun, who had ended the battle, felt exhausted, but he straightened his body and walked over to the green water cockatrice to pick up his lance. Just as he was about to leave, a palpitating sensation came over him. Jong Yun, who had been practicing in the wilderness of Chen province for years, subconsciously turned around and swept out with a sweeping strike. Clank! A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, stinging one's ears. It was then that Jong Yun saw what kind of foreign beast was sneaking up on him. Black Jiao King Snake or Third Order 6-star. Why is this damn thing here? This was the beast Jiang Chen and the others had met previously, the Black Jiao King Snake, one of the most unwanted beasts amongst its class. Without the slightest hesitation, the Black Jiao King Snake once again attacked Jong Yun. Two fangs were exposed, spraying venom towards Jong Yun. Jong Yun's eyelids fluttered wildly, and he immediately jumped towards the side to avoid the venom. The venom landed on the spot where Jong Yun had just stood, directly corroding a large bloody gash out of the green water cockatoo snake's body. Boom! Thunder! Jong Yun gritted his teeth and summoned booming thunder once again. The thunder slashed towards the Black Jiao King Snake, extremely fast. The Black Jiao King Snake also sensed the danger, and the Jiao Dragon's horn on its head began to gather the surrounding dark elements to form a protective shield. Boom! Thunder exploded as the thunder violently struck above the Black Jiao King Snake's shield. The power of the booming thunder was so powerful that the Black Jiao King Snake's protective shield was faded by a few points. But with the auger horn absorbing the dark elements all the time, the booming thunder still didn't shatter the shield until the end. Seeing that the thunder disappeared, the Black Jiao King Snake unlocked its protective shield and rushed over. Jong Yun gritted his teeth, although the battle against the green water cockatoo snake just now seemed very easy. The drain on his physical strength and spiritual energy was not small. Now that he was also battling a ruthless character like the Black Jiao King Snake, Jong Yun didn't intend to hide anymore, or else he'd have to leave now. Thor! Before he could finish, a voice suddenly rang out. Light combo technique, Barrier Reaper. As the words fell, an 8-pointed light will flew towards the Black Scorpion King Snake with the Otter Barrier. The Black Scaly King Snake was startled and activated the shield inside. But this time the shield didn't protect him, and was pierced right through by the Barrier Reaper, which struck the Black Jiao King Serpent's Jiao Dragon horn, chipping it off by the roots. The Black Jiao King Snake hastily flung its tail to hit the Barrier Harvester from the side, its eyes staring furiously in Jong Yun's direction. Good stuff. Just then, a figure jumped out, catching the clipped-down Jiao Longhorn with a smile and helping Jong Yun up with a laugh. Oi, Junior, you have to hit the horns first to fight this kind of monster with horns. You'll win half the battle after that. Jong Yun looked back, only to see Jiang Chun, who had a handsome sunny face and a smile on his face, looking at him. Roar! The Black Jiao King Snake, which had had its Jiao Dragon's horn cut off, was furious and charged towards Jiang Chun and the two of them. Ugh! I forgot to mention that there's a downside to fighting horns. It might unlock a berserk version of the opponent. Saying that, he instantly turned around, picked up his parka and rushed forward. Bang! 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 In an instant, the Black Jiao King Snake had passed a few moves with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to surge forward and threw out a backhanded 8-pointed wheel of light, cutting through the Black Jiao King Snake's protective heart scales. Immediately afterward, he grabbed the park sword and plunged it into the heart of the Black Jiao King Snake at once. Boom! The Black Jiao King Snake fell to the ground with a loud bang. Jiang Chun laughed lightly after jumping off and turned towards Jong Yun and laughed. How's it going, classmate? Any wounds yet? I'm light. I'll heal you. Jong Yun shook his head and said, I'm fine. I was just about to make a big move and you came out. At those words, Jiang Chun lightly laughed, turning around and waving his hand. Bye. I'm going to continue my exams. Wait. Jong Yun spoke out and called out to Jiang Chun, followed by looking at him with some curiosity and asking, What's your name? Hearing Jong Yun ask his name, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. He came just now when Jong Yun fought against the green water cockatoo snake. It was a good thing to have a good relationship with such a strong person, most importantly. Our godfather of light, Mr. Jiang Chun, wants to pretend to be Boy Chi. My name, you open the leaderboard, that first one is me. You're Jiang Chun. Chapter 117. The big dish is served. You're Jiang Chun. Jiang Yun asked with an odd expression on his face. And Jiang Chun grinned directly. I am Jiang Chun. Looking at Jiang Chen's somewhat proud expression, Jiang Yun almost didn't laugh. But he took the initiative to put away his weapon and said, let's formally get acquainted. I, Jiang Yun from Chen province. If you don't know which two words, the second on the list, that person is me. At these words, Jiang Chun instantly froze, his eyes looking at Jiang Yun in surprise as he shouted, crap, you're that of the absolute fierce man who had been dominating the number 1 list before. At the words, Jiang Yun mouth corner pumped. The heart secretly slander, Li Jia, I also absolute fierce man. By you less than an hour over so many points you shouted me absolute fierce man. But Jiang Yun did not say it. But a very familiar hand pulled Jiang Chun over to hook shoulders and look at Jiang Chun's squeezed eyebrows and asked, Brother Jiang Chun, I admit that you're very powerful. But can you answer my doubts about how you managed to surpass my 20,000 points without me looking at the leaderboards for half an hour? Did you guys use some kind of weapon of mass destruction? Or did you stab a nest of Xenos? Hearing that Jiang Chun was a bit embarrassed, he said quietly, it's not really a big deal. It's just that I met the blood-eyed rat swarm and exterminated it in passing. At these words, Jiang Yun's eyes widened. No, buddy, you're treating the blood-eyed rat swarm like a cabbage and destroying it out of hand. In reality, it was Jiang Chun, and the other two had their hands full facing the blood-eyed rat swarm. Because none of them actually have any massively high kill skills at this stage. Who knew that after encountering a skill like Jiang Chun, where to reason? Looking at Jiang Yun's wonderful expression, Jiang Chun said with a hefty smile, after all, I still used a bit of the tactic of enclosing 3 queens, and the blood-eyed rat swarms couldn't separate to impact me, so it wasn't a handful of times. Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Jiang Yun's heart felt a little better. It was at least a trick. If he had fought his way through the pass hard, he would have had to damage his Taoist heart high and low. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yun raised his hand towards Jiang Chun and used a cupped fist salute and said, Brother Jiang Chun, thank you for this matter. I was a bit careless. We'll see each other again sometime. Come to Chen province and I'll treat you to beef. I'll personally go to the wilderness to fight cows. After all, us being together kinda affects our scores. It's better to move separately. Hearing this, Jiang Chun hastily nodded his head with a smile and returned a handshake salute and said, Okay, I'll see you around. After saying that, Jiang Yun turned around and found a spot to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Chun scratched his head and clicked on the leaderboard to take a glance. First place, Jiangnan Province, Jiang Chun, 52,110 points. Second place, Chen Province, Jiang Yun, 49,920 points. Crap, pervert ah. How the hell did this person find these foreign beasts ah? How come I can't find them? Jiang Chun couldn't help but spit out a sentence, seeing as the sun was about to set. But he hadn't increased much. That foreign beast was just like deliberately avoiding him. There were not many to be found in total. But what Jiang Chun didn't know was that there was a pair of big hands operating everything behind the scenes. Elder Li, aren't we being unkind to Jiang Chun by shifting the location of the foreign beast like this? In the middle of the examination committee office, Xiaobin once again controlled the alien beasts in Jiang Chun's path to shift its position to avoid Jiang Chun, and helplessly opened his mouth. Hearing this, Ri Sihan, who was sitting next to him in an old-fashioned manner, said with a light hum, Who let the two of them eat the blood-eyed rat swarm? Ah, also one person took 70%. Now if the beasts are all let him and Jiang Yun to solve, what about the other points? But this kid and Jiang Yun are really something. There are almost no foreign beasts that can beat them. It seems like they have practiced body refining techniques. Xiaobin laughed softly without making a comment, but instead tuned out Zhou Ping as the third-place finisher. Elder Lai, I feel that this little guy from the dark lineage has a bit of potential as well, although his frontal combat power is not as good as Jiang Chun and Jiang Yun's too. But this assault is much stronger than them. It was only after these words that Ri Sihan lifted her eyes to look at Zhou Ping, only to see that at this moment, Zhou Ping transformed into a dark shadow and lurked into the shadows of the elephant alien beast. Taking advantage of the moment when the elephant was drinking, he rushed out from the shadows and slashed through the elephant's neck. The behemoth collapsed. Ri Sihan said with a nod. Not bad is not bad, is too poor frontal combat power is not good. After all, these years the threat of dark alien beasts is getting bigger and bigger, in the night or rely on the dark alien to fight. The dark aliens of the past few years have been seeking to transform, wanting to strengthen their frontal combat power. Smiling, Xiaobin subconsciously said, Isn't there still a light system in place? At these words, Li Sihan instantly blew her beard and looked at Xiaobin and said, "The light department can't carry the banner now. It takes a few years. The current light department are all 3 boards, just 3 skills, and the strongest person in the light department is still a 6th order. They can't carry the banner. Why can't you see clearly and ask such questions?" Xiaobin opened his mouth, but he still couldn't refute Li Sihan, because what he said was true. In the next day, the circle was shrinking, the number of people was also decreasing, and Jiang Chun was also dead under the operation of Xiaobin just added 2%. This night, he didn't sleep, and when the time came to 8 o'clock the next day, Jiang Chun glanced at his watch and said, "Grandma, this is the last time to plan the exam area. What is this trying to do? Is my point that bad?" Jiang Yun on the other side was also in such a situation that he was a bit skeptical. He who had been exercising his sense of smell since he was a child to look for foreign beasts couldn't imagine how he could jump over and see nothing when the smell was obviously so strong. Just then, the announcement came on. "Last planning exam area, last 57 remaining. Please note that the bracelet will next provide an indication of the number of people remaining to be viewed." Hearing this voice, Jiang Chun felt that it was incredibly pleasing to the ear, and that it was finally coming to an end. Just at this time, in the middle of the examination committee, Xiaobin looked at the bad smile in front of him. Li Sihan's eyelids jumped wildly. "Uncle Lai, isn't it time to enlarge the dish next?" Li Shihan grinned like an old coot and said, "Indeed it's going to be released. Let me see where it's going to be put. Let's put it in area 110. At those words, Xiaobin turned around and looked back, only to see area 110, in which his own daughter was searching for the alien beasts. Unexpectedly, Li Sihan smiled and patted Xiaobin's shoulder and said, "Jiang Chun and Jiang Yun, as well as Zhou Ping, are all in the 115 area. The others are crushingly unbeatable. Don't think about it, just Jiang Chun and Jiang Yun have hope." Holding his forehead helplessly, Xiaobin turned around and walked out of the office to a prison cell where alien beasts were being held. Glancing down at the 4th order alien beast at his feet, Xiaobin decided that as long as his daughter was in danger the first time to take away, it's not like those 3rd order beasts to get hit by this fey. Chapter 118 Exploding Earth Ape. 34th place, Jiangnan Province, Xiaorong, 39,010 points. Not bad. Still can't catch up with Master's score, but still in the top 50, going to a top 10 school is kind of a no-brainer. Xiaorong nodded darkly as she looked at her results, and during the last 2 hours, she was going to kill as many alien beasts as she could. After a martial arts student enters the alien university, the results of the college entrance exam determine the resources available at the outset. This resource is not yet rationed to the program in which it is located, but is directly targeted by the school to the individual. There is no possibility of favoritism, only on your own merits. Just then, the number of people in the upper left corner suddenly dropped by leaps and bounds, and in just 1 minute there were only 41 people left. Alas, how is this number of people decreasing so fast? It's not normal. It's a smaller test area now, but it's not going to be that much less. The ones that have stuck it out so far are the ones trying to get more points, so how can you eliminate so many at once? While thinking like this, Xiaorong walked forward, and just then, a palpitating sensation came from behind her. Almost subconsciously, Xiaorong instantly turned around and opened the outer barrier at the same time. Bang! With an explosion, Xiaorong instantly flew backwards, but the outer barrier still helped him block the attack, only that the blood in his body surged. That's when she saw what it was that had sneaked up on her. Turned out to be a huge rock. And not far away on the dirt slope, a gorilla was watching Sharon. Exploding Earth gorilla? No, how could a 3rd-ranked exploding Earth ape be so powerful? It almost sent me out with one blow. Xiaorong landed a bit puzzled. Just now, if that one did not stack 2 layers of outer barrier, that horse himself would have been knocked out of the examination room on the spot. Only to see the exploding Earth gorilla in the distance giving Xiaorong a playful glance, as if he was looking at an interesting bug. Roar! The explosive Earth gorilla roared, condensed a ball of earth clutched in his hand, and threw it towards Xiaorong as soon as he could. Seeing this, Xiaorong's pupils shrunk, and backhanded an 8-point light wheel and threw it out. In midair, the moment the earth ball and the 8-point light wheel collided, the earth ball instantly exploded, releasing a terrifying shockwave. Bang! The huge shockwave directly lifted Xiaorong out. This is the power of the 4th order. Xiaorong's eyes looked at the earth-bursting gorilla in front of her with fear. This beast is a gorilla mutated in the aura, earth attribute demonic beasts, and other earth attribute demonic beasts with strong defense is very different. The biggest characteristic of the exploding earth gorilla is its powerful attack, which can condense earth balls and hurl them towards its opponents. This ball of earth smashes into the opponent's body and instantly explodes, causing massive damage, thus earning it the name Exploding Earth Gorilla. The Exploding Earth Gorilla also seemed to not expect Xia Rong to actually survive her attack, and immediately condensed another earth ball and threw it at Xia Rong. Xia Rong's eyes were horrified, and she released the otter barrier as she threw a backhanded 8-point light wheel. Bang! The earth ball exploded again, but this time the shockwave was blocked by Xia Rong. The earth ball exploded. The dust on the ground was blown up. Xia Rong turned around and ran without saying a word. This opponent was not something she could deal with. As the dust cleared, looking at Xia Rong's escaping back, the explosive earth ape suddenly hammered his chest in excitement. Immediately after looking at Xia Rong's back with a look of a beloved toy, he once again hammered his chest to catch up without slowing down. Brother Jiang Yun. Hello again. What a coincidence. Jiang Chun, who had been unproductive, looked at Jiang Yun, who was standing in front of him, and greeted him with a smile. Jiang Yun also laughed softly and nodded his head and said, "Hello, Brother Jiang Chun. It was actually inevitable that we would meet. After all, there are only so many people who can last until the last exam area." Hearing this, Jiang Chun walked to one side of the turf and sat down and said, "I looked at the leaderboard, and both of our scores basically haven't changed much. Is there something to be said about that?" Hearing Jiang Chun say this, he was pretty sure that Jiang Chun must have suspected something as well. So he walked over to the turf and directly laid down and said, "Have you forgotten who the examiner is this time? His old man is the only 8th order alien among the pillars of the country. Ah, this little action is definitely doable." Jiang Yun obviously also did not want to continue to look for it. It was too meaningless, and directly did not arrange for them to brush their scores with foreign beasts, and worked for 2 days for nothing. It had been 2 days, so even if Jiang Chun was slow, he knew that it wasn't a matter of his luck, who has nothing straight away because of luck issues, and the test area is constantly changing. And at this time, Jiang Chun suddenly looked at Jiang Yun curiously and asked, "Brother Jiang Yun, I'm curious about a question. Why is it that from the very beginning you killed the foreign beasts very quickly?" Hearing this, Jiang Yun lightly laughed and said indifferently, "I'm from Chen province. My hometown is full of mountains. Even the establishment of a city requires blowing up the mountains, so I'm familiar with mountains. My master even threw me out into the wilderness to exercise me. At that time we were not yet awakened and did not have any power of resistance, so we had to do our best to avoid the foreign beasts, and over time I honed my sense of smell. Where there are foreign beasts I can tell as soon as I sniff them." Saying so, Jiang Yun even sniffed his nose and said, "Like right now, for example, I can feel a smell of the Fae approaching us." As the words fell, Jiang Yun instantly realized that something was wrong and turned back to glare at Jiang Chun. "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter if we get close. Anyway, Elder Ri won't be able to let this foreign beast get close to us. It's just how this earthy odor is so heavy." At this moment, Ri Sahan raised an eyebrow at the sight of the two not caring. "That's my first lesson to you. Never put too much faith in all easily derived laws." Under the intentional guidance of Ri Sahan and the others, quite a few people along the way of Xia Rong's escape were hit and suddenly teleported back until they met Qin Shui. "Xia Rong, what are you running so fast for?" The long sword in Qin Shui's hand was still stained with blood, and her face looked at Xia Rong curiously. To my surprise, Xia Rong directly crossed over Qin Shui and shouted, "4th order foreign beast, run quickly." Hearing this, Qin Shui looked at Xia Rong's back and said in a somewhat strange manner, "What the hell? Isn't the strongest foreign beast this time just a 3rd order high star? When did an additional 4th order come out?" Said shook his head and turned back, just about to walk away. The gorilla that had been covered in earthy brown with a creepy face was now staring at her slyly. Shoo! The earth ball in his hand was thrown directly at Qin Shui. Without saying a word, Qin Shui threw her sword at the ball of earth, followed by leaning forward and rushing forward in an attempt to charge up. Bang! Shoo! The dirt ball exploded violently, and 3 knuckle-breaking blades grazed her hair and landed in the ground next to her. What a 4th order! Not long after, there was an additional person besides Xia Rong. "Why are you following up? I thought you weren't coming. How did you mess with the 4th order? What strength has no points? You control me." Chapter 119, Resurrection of the Exploding Earth Ape. Huh. Why do I hear an explosion? Jiang Chun, who was bragging and farting with Jiang Yun, suddenly stopped moving and looked at Jiang Yun with an odd expression on his face. Bang! Just then, an explosion boomed out. I'll go. It's not far from us. That's not right. I just took the gun out before and the examiner warned me. There's no way a bomb would work, right? Jiang Yun sniffed carefully, followed by a frown, and with a gentle leap, he arrived at the tree branch, standing in a large tree looking off into the distance. Jiang Chun also jumped up at this moment and said, "What the heck? Brother Jiang Yun, did you find anything?" Jiang Yun's brows furrowed as he looked as if he was very puzzled. Just then, Jiang Chun suddenly saw two figures running towards him. Xiaorong, Qin Shui, what are you guys running so fast for? Hearing the familiar figure, Xiaorong didn't even have the strength to shout, and Qin Shui, who was on the side, hurriedly said, "The fourth order foreign beasts are coming over. Run quickly." After saying that, he hoofed it towards the front. At that, Jiang Chun waved his hand and said, "Isn't it just a demonic beast, running my ass? And I'm at the edge of the exam area. Why are these two still running?" Suddenly, Jiang Chun seemed to react to something. Fourth-ranked demonic beasts, chasing after them. Boom thunder! Jiang Yun's voice rang in his ears, and Jiang Chun had the good sense to unfurl a thick otter barrier to turn around violently. Bang! Sting! The tree branch that the two were standing on was directly torn apart by the shockwave, and the two fell to the ground. Bang! Damn! What the hell? How come it even comes with a bomb thrown at me? Jiang Chan hurriedly climbed up, only to see that not far away, an exploding earth gorilla was looking at him. At this moment, Jiang Yun also took out his spear and said with a deadly stare at the exploding earth ape, "This is the explosive earth gorilla. Judging from the extent of the explosion just now, it should be a 4th stage, 1-star Fey beast." Hearing that, Jiang Chen hurriedly took out his park sword. 4th order Fey beasts. This level of Fey beasts were not easy to deal with. Don't look at the fact that Jiang Chun and the two of them had only fallen, but they were both the best amongst the high school candidates of this session. And they were all existences that had body refining techniques on their side, so there was basically no effect. Both Qin Shui and Xiaorong had suffered internal injuries to varying degrees, only that they could not be seen on their faces. The explosive earth ape looked at the two people who ate an explosive earth ball and still didn't run, and then clapped his hands cheerfully, followed by throwing 2 explosive earth balls towards once again. Bang! In a flash of lightning, Jiang Chun and the two of them took a long leap towards the side, and 2 earth balls exploded at the same time at their location. "Brother Jiang Chun, I'll go first. I'm craving this 10,000 points." Jiang Yun shouted with excitement in his eyes after dodging the explosion of the earth ball. With that, he charged straight up. For others it might be a little harder to deal with, but for the two at the top of the list, this one was a score delivered to the door. "I'll go, wait for me." Jiang Chun also exploded and desperately charged up. Thunder 3 styles, swift thunder. As Jiang Yun lightly drank, lightning suddenly surged out of his entire body, and his speed was accelerated in an instant. The long spear was like a dragon, entwined with lightning and stabbing at the explosive earth ape. Roar! Bakudu ape also didn't expect these two to take the initiative to rush towards him. Pinched out 2 earth balls and threw them towards the two, and rushed towards them with 1 in each hand. Bang! The earth ball exploded, and with Jiang Yun's deliberate dodging, the aftermath did not break through the defense. Although he was blown up a bit, Jiang Yun also felt his entire body's qi and blood churning. The speed of the lance in his hand did not slow down at all. Sting! Bakudu ape's chest was instantly cut out with a deep bloody scar. At this time, Jiang Chun also reached the exploding earth orangutan's body and chopped down towards the exploding earth orangutan's neck. Bang! The exploding earth gorilla placed the exploding earth ball in his hand by his neck in the nick of time to block the park sword. The park sword was also blown to pieces in a flash. Jiang Chun was shocked in his heart, but it was too late to do anything at this time, and the two were directly blown away by the explosion. "Grandma! This guy is a pain in the ass to deal with." Jiang Chun cursed and lifted his head to look at the wound on his arm, which had been inflicted by the shattered parka. The 2 healing rays struck his own and Jiang Yun's bodies respectively, and as his injuries recovered, Jiang Chun looked at the exploding earth orangutan that was staring at the two of them with scornful eyes. "It seems that I have underestimated you. It is true that you still have to pay attention against the 4th rank." Jiang Yun climbed up and said helplessly, "It's not because you slashed its earth ball, which exploded with a lot of power." Looking at the 2 men, who were even lower in level than himself, they actually dared to chat while fighting against him. Roar! Knock! 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 Bakudu ape hissed as he hammered his chest to show his displeasure. The two of them raised their eyes together and looked at the exploding earth ape. In fact, it was not badly hurt by the blast just now. After all, it was exploded at the side of its neck. One move, the strongest move, whoever can take it is on the hook. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Jiang Yun and shouted, "Yeah!" Jiang Yun laughed maniacally twice and roared with a hefty grin. Mad thunder, chaos. The moment Jiang Yun swung his lance to summon thunder, Jiang Chen directly gestured his hand to the cross. Who's a good guy who zooms in with a build-up? After saying that, Jiang Chen's palm instantly shot out spectrum rays. Zip, 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 zip. The instant the spectrum ray shot out, it shot the Bakudu ape straight through, a large bloody gash appearing on his chest. Sorry about that. Looks like the 10,000 points are mine. Jiang Chen lowered his arm and looked at Jiang Yun with a hefty smile. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, did not have the slightest intention of stopping to build up his strength, but instead, his arrogant face tightened up all of a sudden. Swinging the lance in his hand, he threw it towards the explosive earth ape with a power split move. Bang! The sound of explosions rang out, and Jiang Chen hurriedly looked over, only to see that the originally supposed to be dead Bakudu ape was now covered in prancing black gas, and his eyes were completely lost. All that remains is cruelty and bloodlust, and its right hand, at that moment, was firmly blocking Jiang Yun's attack. With just a single lift, Jiang Yun was instantly flipped over, and the exploding earth ape even threw out a black ball of earth in his hand. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly threw out an 8-point light wheel to block the earth ball. Jiang Yun was flipped over by the shockwave, but he quickly found his movements and landed in a hurry to return to Jiang Chen's side. Aha! Jiang Yun hummed lightly, somewhat surprised. Something's not right. Just now the earth ball exploded. My defenses were blown away and the dark elements rushed into my body. Beads of sweat crossed Jiang Yun's head at this moment, clearly also being tossed around by the dark elemental. The reason why the dark exotic beasts were difficult to deal with was because of the erosive nature of the dark elements. Even a dark alien with the same darkness system couldn't stop the erosion, and only the light system could dispel it. And Jiang Chen reacted as well. Purifying rays and healing rays struck Jiang Yun's body, instantly driving the dark elements away from his body. Chapter 120. Are you Sikongzhen? What's going on? What's going on here? Xiaobin stood up and looked at the exploding earth gorilla in the middle of the screen with astonished eyes. This was the exploding earth ape that he had personally teleported in, clearly only a 4th order 1-star, so how was it that it could now stand up after being killed by Jiang Chen? And it seemed to use the power of the dark attribute. I'm going to bring the two of them out. With that, Xiaobin wanted to instantly move into the examination hall. I'm not sure if Ri Shirhan just hemmed and hawed and said, "Don't panic, according to your strength you instantly moved over in 2 seconds. But aren't you curious about what's going on here? And besides, these two brats haven't gotten all of their strength out yet, so don't worry about it." With that said, Ri Shirhan then sat down, her eyes glued to the screen. With that, Ri Sahan stretched and said, "Chun Xing, still not ready to come out? I can't keep you anyway. Let's see how these two boys perform together." At these words, Xiaobin, who had just sat down, instantly jumped up. Chun Xing? The spatial system powerhouse who defected from Daxia to join the Dark Cleric, your previous disciple. Ri Sahan nodded faintly, and at the same time a man in a black robe appeared in front of Ri Sahan. "Teacher, you are old. I may be old, but if you fight me to the death, I can get you killed, believe it or not." Ri Sahan's light words were filled with endless killing intent. Chun Xing nodded without hesitation and said, "I believe, but you can't keep me." As the words fell, the scene fell into silence, and Li Sahan's eyes staring at Chun Xing retracted as she looked at Xiaobin and said with a smile, "If you had gone forward to provide support just now, he would have gone to intercept you and prevented you from providing support." In response, Chun Xing nodded noncommittally, without the slightest intention of covering up. "Let's put it this way." Chun Xing's voice was a bit hoarse. "Although it was the Pope who asked me to kill Jiang Chen, but if you guys don't make a move, then I won't make a move either. After all, I was once still a Daxia person, so it's impossible to not give Daxia any face at all." "Humph." Ri Sahan hummed softly. "That Pope fellow is so big, against a kid who isn't even at the 4th rank. He actually lets you, the Cardinal Archbishop, do it. Since you said that you are from Daxia, and now that you are able to dispel the dark clerical prohibition, do you want to consider coming back?" Hearing this, Chun Xing looked at Li Sahan with his ancient well-less eyes and said, "Can't come back, teacher. You know how my foundation was destroyed. And I've killed countless Daxia people already. You dare to invite me and I don't dare to come back? Daxia will definitely not let me go. Look at the results. Ri Sihan's eyes returned to the top of the screen, while Xia Bin and the bodies present remained incredibly tense. Among the publicized list of the Dark Cleric, Chun Xing had a formidable reputation as an 8th Order, 2-star spatial system adept. Although it was the 8th rank, the danger was greater than many 9th ranks. Seeing this, Chun Xing said expressionlessly, "Don't worry. I won't kill you without orders. Just do your job. Don't worry." Even though he defected from Daxia, this person never tells lies, so you can rest assured. Ri Sihan spoke up at that moment, and the crowd then began to do their work. "Tell me how you managed to drop this exploding dirt gorilla right under my nose." Hearing this, Chun Xing did not hide anything in the slightest and said directly, "It's very simple. It's just that the dark elemental seeds are planted in the body of the explosive earth gorilla, and it only needs the light elemental to detonate the dark elemental seeds in its body when it strikes it down. The dark elemental seed will fill its body in an instant and then turn it into a puppet of the exalted god." Jiang Chun, who was in the middle of the examination hall at this moment, also reacted after sensing the familiar dark element on the exploding earth ape. "Brother Jiang Yun, it seems like you've been dragged down by me." Hearing Jiang Chun say this, Jiang Yun, who had already cleared the dark element, raised his head and asked suspiciously, "What a thing to say. If I'm not feeling it wrong, it looks like it's the Diablo Church that's gone after me, really treating me like an alien." Jiang Chun was a bit helpless for a while. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yun patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "It's fine, the Dark Order is a global public enemy. I'm not afraid of being dragged down by you, so this gorilla." Hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded seriously and said, "I know." With that, the two charged straight up. This aura, the power of the dark element, but so tyrannical it's not normal. Zhou Ping, who was currently searching for the Fey beasts, frowned slightly and looked towards the location where Jiang Chan and the others were fighting. But in an instant, he remembered the feeling. "This is the Dark Order." Zhou Ping cried out furiously, the dark elements in his entire body suddenly rioting, and the dark source stone in his brow was heating up slightly. Immediately after that, Zhou Ping rushed towards the location where Jiang Chan and the others were fighting without saying a word. "This is the dark elemental of the Dark Order." Xia Rong, who was hiding not far away at the moment, also raised her head, her eyes excitedly looking at the direction she had just come from. "What? The Dark Cleric? We're in a high school exam center. How could there be?" Qin Shui looked at the agitated Xia Rong suspiciously, and without saying a word, Sharon stood up and ran. "I can't feel wrong, Master is in danger." Looking at Xia Rong's departing back, Qin Shui hesitated to shoot for a moment and also followed. Bang! Jiang Chun and the two of them landed on the ground, their faces ugly as they looked at the exploding earth ape. At this moment, the rank of the explosive earth ape was at least a high star of the 4th rank, and it was impossible for the two to beat each other even if they were geniuses. "Brother Jiang Chun, why don't we rip the hoo-hoo? This guy is a bit strong." Jiang Yun looked at the exploding earth ape with some airy. The intensity was a bit over the top. It was completely out of their league. And Jiang Qin just shook his head. "Fear not, the support is coming over soon. Moreover, since the Diablo Church is doing this, then we definitely won't be teleported out. This is a real battle and people will really die." At these words, Jiang Yun was instantly shaken. Something had gone wrong with his means of preserving his life. "What's the deal with support? You'll find out later." Jiang Chun smiled faintly as he once again picked up the 8 points light wheel in his hand. At the moment, Jiang Qin really hated that he had fewer skills, or else he would have been able to deal with it more comfortably. All right, got on your thieving ship, so I'll just unseal and stick it without reservation for once." "What do you mean?" Jiang Qin glanced at Jiang Yun suspiciously, and Jiang Yun just squeezed his eyebrows and laughed. "In a minute you'll know." Just then, the earth-bursting gorilla once again threw earth balls at the two. "Thunder God body unseal." Jiang Yun faintly spat out 5 words, and in an instant, thunder exploded. The thunder directly shattered the ball of earth in midair, and immediately behind Jiang Yun, a lightning shadow with 9 chains bound to its body was outlined. The shadow's entire body shook, immediately breaking 2 chains. "Shatter the darkness with thunder." At this moment, Jiang Yun's body was covered in lightning. Even his pupils were the same. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chun held his tongue for a moment and muttered, "My God, is this Sikong Jin opening up big?" Chapter 121 Four-Wheel Drive. Mad Thunder Chaos. Jiang Yun roared and charged forward, brandishing his lance. The whole body with thunder and lightning descended from the sky and chopped down with a move of force splitting Huashan. This time, the exploding earth ape was not as calm as before. His hands racked trying to block Jiang Yun's strike. Bang! The blow knocked the exploding earth ape directly into the earth, and the ground beneath it collapsed and sunk right in. Immediately after that, Jiang Chen moved as well, rushing in front of the explosive earth ape before taking the 8-point light wheel and sawing straight up. Zip! Bang! The exploding earth gorilla once again condensed a huge ball of earth and detonated it without hesitation. Jiang Chen and the two of them both retreated out as quickly as they could, while the exploding earth orangutan looked a bit miserable at this point. A bloody crater was blown out of his abdomen and both arms were broken. It didn't look like it was still alive in any way, but Jiang Chen and the two of them didn't let their guard down, still looking at the exploding earth ape. Cough, cough, cough. This body is really low grade. Dealing with 2 mole crickets would be a setback. At this moment, the exploding earth gorilla coughed lightly twice, with some annoyance and disgust in his tone. The two men stared in disbelief as they watched the exploding earth gorilla spit out human words. It was a bit unbelievable to realize that even the known 9th order alien beasts didn't have this ability. But Jiang Chen quickly reacted. The voice was very familiar. Hey gorilla, if I'm not mistaken, the current you would be the exalted god in the mouth of the Diablo Church. So what if I am, you're going to die anyway? Bakudu Ape's words carried some endless killing intent, as well as indifference towards the two. In response, Jiang Yun said with disdain, that ape's mouth touched up and down and wanted to us. Who gave you the courage to do that, Jasmine Liang? And you look at you, that pussy, cannot live but also pretending, the more you look at you more angry, Li Jiama to the master to die. Jiang Yun shouted and once again, his entire body rushed forward with lightning. The exploding earth ape didn't care about this and condensed an exploding earth ball and kicked it towards Jiang Yun. Immediately after that, his body quickly disappeared into a homecoming black shadow. In the face of the exploding earth ball, Jiang Yun, who had opened his thunder god body, didn't care, and his lance wrapped in thunderbolts directly blew it up. The lance in his hand went on to hit the place where the exploding earth gorilla had just been. Where's that beast? Jiang Yun eeped hurriedly trying to locate the exploding earth orangutan. Just then, Jiang Chen shouted, be careful. Combination technique, barrier cutter. With that said, the barrier cutter was thrown out and blocked behind Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun also hurriedly turned around at this moment, only to see a monstrous demonic shadow waving a fist in its hand as it smashed down towards him. Bang! The large fist was blocked by the barrier cutter appearing to stall for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Yun immediately jumped away and dodged the punch. I'll be damned. What is this thing? Or is it an exploding earth gorilla? What's it doing here? Looking at the exploding earth gorilla in front of him, which had completely changed, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, looks like this is the bottom card. I knew it wasn't that simple. Bakudu Ape said with a satisfied nod. This kind of ape-like creature should be honestly close combat well. Kill these disgusting mole crickets. At this moment, in the monitoring room, seeing the explosive earth ape that had turned into a huge demonic ape, Ri Sahan narrowed her eyes and said, what a great deal. You guys think so highly of Jiang Chen as your heartthrob? At this, Chen Xing nodded and said, the forbidden system is the foundation of the church. It would be fine if he was only studying light skills alone, but to be able to purify the forbidden system, then he must die. I didn't make a move all because you're here, sensei. Suddenly, Chen Xing stared at Xia Bin with a fierce light in his eyes and said, I advise you to better not act rashly. I can totally get over there before you and then kill Jiang Chen to leave, although I can't beat the teacher. But in terms of escape kung fu, the teacher can't hold me. To this, Ri Sahan just waved her hand and said, no problem for now. If something goes wrong, I'll figure it out. Sit down. Xia Bin, who was originally prepared to sneak away, then stopped and resumed his seat. Good lord, what is this? It doesn't look like a local. Jiang Yun was a little surprised as he looked at the huge demonic ape. I don't know, it wasn't supposed to be local, so I guess I'll have to pay attention. Bakudu Ape said as he glanced at the tiny two. Disgusting worms. It is the honor of your life to die under the greatness of this god. Tremble to your heart's content. That's a lot of crap. Jiang Yun stormed forward with a bellow and swung his lance. Seeing this, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and shouted, dog, what a seed. I'll show you my combos. Combination technique. 4 WD great off-road. With that said, Jiang Chun threw out 4 8-minute light wheels, followed by 4 circular light shields, and finally placed a rectangular otter barrier at his feet. Brother Jiang Yun, watch me. With that, Jiang Chun charged towards the gorilla with his 4 WD big buggy under the control of his imperial art. Jiang Yun, who had just exchanged a move with the gorilla, glanced at it with his afterimage and his eyes widened, only to see Jiang Chun rushing up with his 4 WD big buggy on his feet, directly slamming directly towards the gorilla. Bang! The body of the exploding dirt gorilla was instantly scuffed up by the big 4x4 off-road drive. Brother Jiang Chun, truly the godfather of the light system, or you know how to play. Jiang Yun shouted, taking advantage of the fact that Jiang Chun was in a frontal confrontation. He swung his lance and attacked the gorilla once again. The gorilla frantically waved his hands to try to attack Jiang Chun, but the speed of the 4 WD big buggy was indeed very fast, making it impossible for the gorilla to hit. Master, let me help you. Just then, the belated Sharon yelled out, and without saying a word, hit a spectrum ray at the exploding earth ape. The gorilla's resistance to other attacks was extremely high, except for this light skill, which couldn't be blocked at all. Roar! Bakudu ape's leg was blown right off the ground by the spectrum rays. Jiang Chun was controlling the 4 WD big buggy towards the lower half of the exploding earth ape's body. Bang! The other leg of the exploding earth gorilla was directly clipped off, and the gorilla that lost its support instantly fell to the ground. The instant Jiang Chun tried to control the 4 WD big buggy to decapitate the head of the exploding earth gorilla, his pupils crinkled violently, because he saw the legs of the exploding earth gorilla just now, actually growing out in the moment of the bottom, and at the same time, he also felt that the surrounding dark elements were being absorbed over. Jiang Yun said with even wider eyes, "No man, why do you still have rebirth? You don't play like that." Hehehe. The explosive earth gorilla laughed coldly as he stood up, his speed increasing violently as he directly smashed Jiang Yun out with a punch. As long as there are still dark elements in this world, you can't kill me. Today you will die. Chapter 122, Ode to You. Strange. The dark source stone activated itself? While rushing towards the direction of Jiang Chan and the others, Zhou Ping touched the dark origin stone on his forehead in surprise. The dark source stone was continuously transmitting this stream of emotions that it was very pleasant to Zhou Ping, causing Zhou Ping to be a little confused for a while. Jiang Chun on the other side yelled at this moment. Xiaorong, use the purification light. The dark element is in his body. Let's dispel the dark element directly from its body. Understood. Xiaorong shouted in response, and immediately after, she mobilized the power within her body to strike the purification ray. A hint of surprise flashed across the face of the exploding earth orangutan as Jiang Chun and Xiaorong simultaneously struck the purifying ray at the exploding earth orangutan. No wonder your purifying rays are able to destroy even our prohibitions. I didn't expect that even I would be affected by you to a certain extent. For the sake of the greatness of the Saint clan, it seems that I can't keep you today. As the last few words fell, the Bakudu ape's face suddenly became livid, and with a violent body tremor, the dark elements that had just been dispersed instantly returned to its body. Immediately after that, a punch was thrown, directly smashing Jiang Chun out of the room. At this moment, even though Jiang Chen's physical body was powerful, the skin of his entire body was still broken apart by the beating. Powerful, Jiang Chun said as he lay on the ground coughing lightly. Jiang Yun immediately swung his lance and charged. Eat my shot. Worm, you're not as much of a threat to me as the mole cricket just now. Saying that, the explosive earth gorilla didn't retreat and charged up with a black aura coming out of his entire body. Bang! Jiang Yun's figure was sent flying like a kite with broken strings, lying beside Jiang Chun. Brother Jiang Chun, this guy is a bit strong. Are you that inviting to be hated? Hearing this, Jiang Chun said somewhat helplessly. On the Dark Clerics must kill list, I'm the one with the lowest rank and it's affecting their foothold fundamentals, so it seems that they really can't tolerate me. Brother Jiang Chun, fight. Would you rather die standing? You can't live on your knees. Jiang Yun stood up with his spear supporting his raw body, his eyes resolute as he looked across at the exploding earth ape. Domain techniques, cold and winter. Suddenly, a voice rang out abruptly, and the two of them hurriedly looked in the direction from which the voice came. Only Qin Shui was standing to the side, her face flushed red, and an ice-blue gemstone pendant on her neck was gleaming. Hurry up and do it. The domain technique consumes too much. There's only a minute left. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other. This domain skill should have been a skill that could only be mastered by the 6th rank. How could this Qin Shui? But this was ultimately not the time to count on this, and directly rushed up without saying a word. Bakudu Ape was covered by the field, and it felt like the blood in his entire body was freezing. And at that moment, the two men rushed forward and attacked him. Boom! Bakudu Ape's entire body erupted with dark elements and punched out. Jiang Yun's lance was blocked like that, and Jiang Chun took the opportunity to condense the 8 points light wheel and jumped to grab the exploding Earth Ape's chest. Straight away, he swung the octagonal light wheel and sawed down. Zip! Originally, Jiang Yun's skin that couldn't break through the defense at all was directly split open by the 8-pointed wheel of light in one go. Roar! Bakudu Ape ate the pain and reached out to hammer a fist toward his chest. Jiang Chun hurriedly let go of his hand and directly dodged the attack of the exploding Earth Gorilla. Feeling useful, Jiang Yun greeted the two and said, "You two light mains, I'll assist." After saying that, he directly rushed up. Jiang Chun and Xia Rong glanced at each other, unleashing a constant barrage of attacks at the periphery to attack this earth-bursting gorilla. The existence that descended into this world with the help of Bakudu Ape's body became more and more alarmed the more they fought, and it was true that their own race was just being sky-kicked in the face of the light system. If we let this person go, then our plans for the future will definitely be ruined. Thinking of this, the being who had wanted to keep this body to do more suddenly became angry. A tide of dark elemental elements suddenly blasted out from his entire body, breaking through the field released by Qin Shui. The field was breached and the scales of victory tipped once more. The strength of the exploding Earth Ape had once again gone up a level, and none of the three reacted to Qin Shui's domain being broken through. Only to see the necklace around Qin Shui's neck break with a loud bang, and the cold air around her dissipated in an instant. In its place was a strong dark element. Bakudu Ape's movements appeared to be stumped as he threw punches one after the other, sending the 4 men flying. The other 3 were fine, all of them had cultivated body refining techniques, but Xia Rong was different. Her flesh was exactly that of a normal third-order alien. Xia Rong directly spat out blood with a pained expression. Seeing this, Jiang Chun was startled and hurriedly hit 2 healing rays over. Only then did the pale face of Xia Rong's face regain its redness. Damn. Looks like this is planted. I want to go home and eat spicy chicken so bad. Jiang Yun said with a bitter smile. Don't worry, you can't die. I still have my bottom card unused. Jiang Chun covered his chest and whispered consolingly. In fact, since the last time, Jiang Chen's light source stone could be used. But the biggest problem is that it has to be charged before you can use it, and it takes a month of charging to use it once, not to mention the fact that it takes a month to charge it first. There's also the point where the one who's done using it will immediately fall into a fainting spell and be unconscious. Jiang Chun slightly lifted his bangs, revealing the light source stone below. Just as Jiang Chun wanted to inspire the light source stone to put up a fight, a figure suddenly burrowed out from behind the exploding Earth Ape. The long knife in Zhou Ping's hand stabbed into the neck of the exploding Earth Ape, and the dark elements around him were constantly being sucked into his body. No, it would be more appropriate to say that it was the dark source stone that had been sucked into his forehead, and in the moment just now, Zhou Ping had received the emotions of the dark source stone. It found the exploding Earth Gorilla in front of it delicious and wanted it very much. Ah! Who are you? What are you doing? Let go of this god. The exploding Earth Gorilla fell to his knees and cried out with a grimace of pain on his face. And Zhou Ping turned a deaf ear and just said with excited eyes, "What is your relationship with the Dark Order?" The exploding Earth Gorilla didn't answer, and ultimately continued to scream. "A mole, how dare you ask for my name? Let go of this god, and this god grants you the power of the even more powerful dark element. Let go of me. Let go of me. I'll give you whatever you want." At this moment, the explosive Earth Ape was already a bit tongue-tied, and Jiang Chun also saw the dark origin stone on Zhou Ping's forehead at this moment, touching the light source stone on his forehead. "Good guy, using my dark version. Ah, I thought how awesome the light source stone is. It seems that the one on his head is the dark source stone, right?" Just then, Zhou Ping suddenly shouted, "Jiang Chun, help! The dark element inside its body, which is not pure, will affect its sanity." At those words, Jiang Chun also understood, and hurriedly walked over to release the purifying light on Zhou Ping. "Zhou Ping, it looks like I owe you this time." Chapter 123, End of Examinations. Boom! The exploding Earth Gorilla, who had just been unbeatable, fell straight to the ground. Looking at this scene, Several peoples all looked at Zhou Ping with a confused expression. This was too rash. The exploding earth gorilla that had almost killed several people just now was actually sucked dry alive at this time by Zhou Ping, who had inserted a knife. This one of yours, is it a dark source stone? Jiang Chun asked with some uncertainty. Smiling, Zhou Ping nodded and said, Yes, this one of mine is the light version, said Jiang Chun as he revealed the light source stone under his bangs. I didn't expect it, Zhou Ping said, and immediately afterward fainted under Jiang Chen's gaze. No dude. Why did you pass out? Jiang Chun looked at Zhou Ping with wide eyes and reached out to help him. At this moment, in the examination committee, Li Sihan sneered and looked at Chun Xing and said, Chun Xing, it seems that your luck has always been bad. Hearing this, Chun Xing did not get angry and stood up and bowed to Li Sihan. Teacher, it does seem that I'm not fit to bet, but I've lost. I've taken everything into account. I'm off, you old man, take care of yourself, Ri Shirhan said as she looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes. Just go. Leave Daxia in 2 hours. Don't linger. This is the last time. The next time you enter Daxia, we'll be fighting to the death. Chan Xing, who was just about to leave, had a footstep and nodded, saying, I know, by teacher. After saying that, Chun Xing instantly disappeared in place. The moment Chun Xing left, Xiaobin also instantly moved into the examination hall. With a wave of his hand, he led the last few remaining people away from the exam room. Xiaobin shouted as he looked at the bustling crowd below. Silence everyone. Those in teams, start exchanging your scores. The last 10 minutes will be the time to start tallying the results. With that, he left his spot and headed for the examining board. Jiang Chun opened the leaderboards and glanced at them. The scores were divided equally among the 5 people who had just participated in the battle. First place, Jiangnan Province, Jiang Chun, 54,110 points. Second place, Qian Province, Jiang Yun, 51,920 points. Third place, Jiangnan Province, Zhou Ping, 45,710 points. Fourth place. 10th place, Jiangnan Province, Xiaorong, 41,010 points. 14th place, Jiangnan Province, Qin Shui, 37,350 points. Looking at the final score, Jiang Chun was a bit excited. It seemed like he would not be able to get less rewards this time. Right at this moment, the aura of Zhou Ping, who was still sleeping beside him, began to climb, and in no time at all, he came to the position of the 3rd order and 8th star. Brother Jiang Chun, it seems that being friends with you is still somewhat dangerous. At this moment, Jiang Yun stood up with a tired face and looked at Jiang Chun with a somewhat bitter smile. At those words, Jiang Chun let out a light laugh. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect that the Diablo Church to kill me all the way here. Immediately after, he looked at Jiang Yun with some concern and asked, I don't think you're hurt. Why do you look so weak? He said and threw a healing ray over. Jiang Yun's complexion regained some of its luster somewhat helplessly. I'm fine with it. It's a side effect of the Thunder God's body. It can only be recovered slowly. Healing skills don't work. Only after hearing this did Jiang Chun give up the idea of giving Jiang Yun another healing ray. That's right, brother Jiang Chun. Since you're a light system, you should be going to Yanhuang, right? Jiang Yun suddenly asked with some curiosity. Yeah, I already signed the contract before. I wasn't just a student in the past. I was also a teacher for the light department's specialized courses. Jiang Chun nodded and smiled. Like this. Jiang Yun extended his right hand. Hello, classmate. I'm also one of those who are going to enter Yanhuang, brother Jiang Chun. It seems like we're going to be good classmates as well. Brother Jiang Yun, you're in the Thunder Department. You should have chosen South City University. Why did you enter Yanhuang? Jiang Chun stretched out his hand and shook Jiang Yun's, but asked with some confusion. To my surprise, Jiang Yun just waved his hand without caring and said, I didn't choose the university to get an education. After that you'll know. I chose Yanhuang just because it's close to my home. I'm not used to eating elsewhere. I don't have any hobbies. I just especially like to eat. Okay. Just when everyone was merrily discussing their college life, at this moment, in the middle of a territory filled with dark elements, a dark shadow slammed the table and cursed. How did those guys do their job? My bilocation was taken care of. It affected me too much. Told you not to trust this group of humans too much. After all, they are creatures of light. You dare question the king's plan? Don't get me involved in this one. It's just because of your stupidity. Now, we start to announce the results. You can check it by yourselves. Please prepare for the day after tomorrow's cultural examination. Warm tips. Cultural examination, if you do not pass, also cannot go to the top 10 schools. Ri Sahan's figure appeared above the crowd, followed by a wave of his right hand, and everyone disappeared into thin air, returning to their own cities. Waiting for the moment he landed, Jiang Chun was a little curious. An 8th order space system was so strong, so what was an 8th order light system like? Jiang Chun had always wanted to go ahead and develop the speed of light. With the speed of light, everything was fine. Oneself will always have a head start. After all, they can't think faster than light. Have you ever been kicked by the light? 2nd grade, come over quickly. The principal has made a reservation for you at the Grand Hotel. Go back and have a good meal. The principal shouted as he stood in front of the people from the 2nd high school who had returned to the gates of the city. All the students of the 2nd middle school were cheering and singing the praises of the principal. Jiang Chun and Xia Rong stood in place, frowning at the team of teachers who had also come. Principal, where's our teacher Lu? Why didn't she come to pick us up? As the principal was waving, Jiang Chun walked over and asked with some curiosity. The principal scratched his head and looked at Jiang Chen's eyes for a moment in thought and said, "She's gone to do what she's been wanting to do all these years but hasn't." Jiang Chun was instantly stunned when these words came out, but immediately afterward, he laughed in relief. "It's good that she's gone. She wasn't originally from our Tiannan. We can't keep him here." The principal looked at Jiang Chun in surprise, as if he didn't expect Jiang Chen's answer to be like this. Jiang Chun also seemed to read the answer in the principal's eyes. How can someone who graduated from Yanhuang University and has such a good relationship with Yi Xing be an ordinary person? I knew from the beginning that she would leave. Good job. The principal didn't say much, just patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. The next step was the cultural examination, and this group of martial arts candidates entered the examination room similarly to ordinary people. The time of the exam passed quickly, and the questions of the martial arts exam were very simple, basically examining practicality. It's not like the literature exams where they come up with difficult questions for the sake of difficult questions and turn all kinds of corners to dig traps. 2 days later was the day the results finally came out. Jiang Chen, 670 points in culture, 54,110 points in martial arts exam, first in the country in terms of comprehensive scores. Chapter 124 Principal Yen Huang comes. Master, the results have come down. My cultural score was a little worse, and I became 11th. Jiang Chun had just finished looking at his results when Xia Rong's call came. Hearing Xia Rong's achievement, Jiang Chun nodded and smiled. Not bad. I'm in 1st place. So it looks like we've done pretty well this time to finish perfectly. Yeah, I'll go buy some food. Let's eat hot pot tonight. Isn't hot pot your favorite food? Xia Rong's tone was very happy, and regardless of Jiang Chen's reaction, she directly hung up the phone. Jiang Chun shook his head slightly, turned around, put down his cell phone, and started checking up on the system's emails. System, check for this reward. Ding, the system detected that the host got the 1st place in the National College Entrance Exam. It is really inspiring. It is something that the Light Navigator should do, and it is also something that the Navigator system should do. After automatic evaluation, it has been decided to make a reward for the host, rewarding the host with the Light System Skill Golden Light Spell, the Light System Attack Skills Emilium Ray, Japilio Ray, and Stelium Ray, as well as the Ultramarine Warrior Training Manual Magically Modified Training Alien version. The rewards have been issued. Is it time to extract the fusion? The cold mechanical tone seemed so pleasant to Jiang Chen's ears at the moment, and his face was very excited. The Golden Light Spell boosts your melee abilities, the Light Skill boosts your skill diversity, and then there's the Ultramarine's Training Manual, which is still a magically altered version. Never forget that Jiang Chun was an actual officer of the Jinling Army, with his own immediate army. Why the Jinling Army is the Jinling Army is because one company of the Jinling Army is fighting against 2 regiments of warriors. In the event that the other side did not prepare in advance, the other side would be absolutely annihilated. This is the Jinling Army, which is more than a special force. With the Ultramarines Training Manual, the right to recruit was in Jiang Chen's hands anyway, and all of them recruited light. And light, which can attack and defend, is enough even if it's just light. What the system gives can be described as giving you enough of what you need at this stage. At the same time, Jiang Chun could see that the things given by the system were not limited to the Ultraman world. The original Jiang Chun thought that this pilot system was built by Ultraman, and that it was unrelated to the evil Hikari Ultraman. But now it seems that the origin of this system should be like what it said at the beginning, that it came from the will of the world. Fixing his mind, Jiang Chun shouted with joy. System, come on, extract the fusion. Ah! Just as the words fell, Jiang Chun felt a stabbing pain in his head. All the knowledge was poured into Jiang Chen's mind by the system in one go. It was a massive amount of knowledge. Phew! After receiving the knowledge and feeling the extra knowledge in his mind, Jiang Chun grinned out, but immediately afterward he frowned. Hey system, people have something on their Shigofuji's brain in order to use the Emilium ray. I don't have it, how do you want me to shoot it, with my eyes? Jiang Chun asked with some dissatisfaction. The system apparently also didn't expect Jiang Chun to ask this, and held back a sentence that rang out. If you're retarded, host, the system can unbind you on the spot. You don't need to insult the system so much. Not the system, what do you mean? Jiang Chun exploded on the spot, because he heard contempt in the cold mechanical voice of this system. This time the system didn't reply, as if it was considering whether or not to continue binding with Jiang Chun. Just then, Jiang Chun suddenly remembered that there seemed to be something on his head. Ah, the light source stone. Light source stone? Is this thing even possible? Holding some skepticism, Jiang Chun picked up a bowl in his hand and ruffled his bangs, revealing the crystal-clear light source stone below. Zip! Building up his strength, Jiang Chun directly released the Emilium ray. The bowl press didn't last even a second, and was directly penetrated. The Emilium ray even pierced right through the wall and shot up towards the sky. Holy! Jiang Chun cursed and hurriedly put away his divine ability. Grandma! Jiang Chun, what are you messing around with? Is this downtown area a place for you to experiment with your skills? A burst of curses came from outside the window, and Yixing burst in at once. At this moment, Yixing's originally waist-length hair had directly turned into short hair, and there was a distinct smell of burning above it. Seeing this, Jiang Chun also understood this was being hit by the Emilium ray. Let's not talk about that for now. Sister Yixing, why are you here? The principal wants to see you because you got first in the country. So I'm here first, so get ready. It was only then that Yixing remembered his business and hurriedly urged Jiang Chun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun had just stood up and prepared to organize his home when an old voice suddenly rang out. No, your house is pretty clean, you don't need to organize it. A figure just suddenly appeared on the sofa, still holding the standard old cadre thermos cup in his hand, and just looked at Jiang Chun with a smile on his face. Are you the principal? Jiang Chun asked curiously. The old man said with a smile and a nod. My humble self, Yi Zhentian, trusted by the state to assume the position of president of Yanhuang University. How do you do? As the words fell, Jiang Chun stared at Yi Zhentian with wide eyes. Don't look at this old man smiling at the moment. This was one of the pillars of the great Xia kingdom like Li Sihan, an existence with unrivaled battle power. Senior Yi, hello? Jiang Chen's posture was low, and when he bent down, he extended his hand to shake Yi Zhentian's hand. Although he himself was a light system navigator, this old man in front of him was likewise a wind system navigator. Yi Zhentian didn't have a frame. He was still quite fond of this junior who was a light pilot, and directly extended his hand to shake Jiang Chen's. Hello. Don't feel pressured. It's in your house? Why are you so careful? I'm just here to see what our first place looks like. Just call me principal. You're coming to Yanhuang anyway. Aha! Jiang Chun nodded and obediently sat down. Grandpa, do you want me to get some food and have a meal here? Yixing, who was standing next to him, suddenly walked over to the refrigerator and opened it to take a look, frowning. As the words fell, Jiang Chun instantly froze. Yixing was calling his grandfather. But in just a moment, Jiang Chun figured out that Yixing Yi Zhentian was indeed very similar. Hearing this, Yi Zhentian looked at Jiang Chun with a kind smile and said, Jiang Chun, would it be convenient to entertain us for a meal? Convenient principal, Sister Yixing. Xiaorong is shopping for food. I'll just send a message. Jiang Chun hurriedly answered and turned around to send a message before resuming his seat. Looking at Jiang Chen's appearance, Yi Zhentian's eyes were filled with admiration as he nodded his head frequently and said, It's true that you are a young and promising young man. I was still in college at your age, lying inside the dormitory playing games. Chapter 125, The Importance of Physical Knowledge. Grandpa, you're talking about old times again. Yixing looked at Yi Zhentian with some helplessness and pouted. Hearing this, Yi Zhentian looked at Yixing with a glare and said, So what? The days of the old times were just more nourishing than the present. After so many years of fighting with foreign beasts, is it wrong for me, an old man, to miss the old times? Well, yes, but we're in the age of the shifters now, and there's no going back to the ones you mentioned. No, mankind will prevail in the end. Jiang Chun suddenly spoke out to interrupt the conversation between the two. And Yi Zhentian looked at Jiang Chun with satisfaction and said, "Well said, humanity will win in the end. And this azure planet will be humanity's in the end. Human civilization has fallen amidst prosperity, but it will eventually rise amidst ruins." For a while, the crowd was speechless, just making eye contact with each other. Ding dong! A piercing sound of the door opening rang out, and Xia Rong walked in. Yixing was the first to greet him. "Little Rong Rong, Sister Star misses you. How is it this time? How many names Seeing Yixing, Xia Rong said with a smile. "Sister Star, my cultural knowledge is a bit weak, so I failed the exam. I was 10th in the martial arts exam, and now I'm 11th. Pity. But it's okay, you're still good. Let's go do the dishes and let them talk." With that, he propelled Sharon into the kitchen, leaving space for the two. "Thanks a lot, Jiang Chun, for choosing our Yan Huang," suddenly Yi Zhentian said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Chun hurriedly said, "That's true. I also chose Yan Huang because Yan Huang has studied the light system for so many years to have insights. Besides," the words were interrupted by Yi Zhentian before he could finish. Okay. I'm not one of those guys who plays around with power. Shifters are killed from the middle of a battle. You and I both know that you chose that school. That school's light department is the #1 in the country, although Yan Huang has been studying the light department for so long, but it hasn't accomplished much. That's an established fact. There's no need to be paranoid about it. Just recruiting you in and letting you educate those so-called senior brothers and sisters of yours is indeed difficult for you. I came to send you something good this time. It's kind of me compensating you." After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Chun to speak, he directly took out a bunch of medicinal herbs from his spatial ring and placed them on the ground. "I heard Lu Ling, that girl, said that you learned their Lu family's body refining technique, but the third-order bone-forging herb is very rare, according to your strength pressure can't find, so I'll give you to find the whole thing, originally to 10 copies, but I prepared 20 copies for you if you need to use it just right." Seeing this, Jiang Chun just wanted to excuse himself, but Yi Zhentian had obviously predicted his thoughts in advance and said directly, "An elder's gift cannot be resigned. Besides, it was originally what Yan Huang owed you. Take it." With these words, it would be a bit ungrateful for Jiang Chun to push back any further, so he waved his hand and put everything away. The ingredients for the fondue were prepared quickly, and soon the four of them were sitting down to a fondue meal. Yi Zhentian, who had long since been advised by his doctor not to eat hot pot, also had a good meal. A hot pot quickly passed, and the Yi family's grandparents and grandchildren who finished eating left directly without lingering. For these 2 months, they were still prepared to leave it to Jiang Chun to make his own arrangements. After all, they couldn't keep acting under high pressure. After sending the two off, Jiang Chun looked at Xia Rong and said, "This vacation, don't stay home and play. Go with me to the army." At those words, Xia Rong froze, pointing at herself with some confusion. "Me? Go to the army? I don't want to. I didn't even go when my dad was the deputy commander. I don't want to go to the army." "It's not for you to become a soldier." Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. "I'm a captain officer in the Jinling army with a company, but the first only gave me half a company, and I'll recruit the other half myself. That's why I'm recruiting people to train now, and you're going to train too. You're still a little too weak right now." Because her father was in the army, Xia Rong, who was naturally somewhat resistant to the army, just wanted to refuse. But looking at Jiang Chen's serious look, he nodded helplessly. "I know. Well, go sleep in my sister's room, and come with me to the Magic City tomorrow. I've already bought the tickets." Jiang Chun patted her shoulder and returned to the room, and Xia Rong said helplessly, "Why do all these guys like to be soldiers? Even Master is a soldier." Jiang Chun, who had returned to his room, was not the least bit aware of the deadly commotion outside, but took out the Ultramarine Warrior Training Manual and began to study it. "Since you're getting ready to recruit, this is something you have to study." Flipping through the thick Otter Warrior Training Manual, Jiang Chun was getting more and more alarmed. "I thought for sure it was just about teaching combat, but after watching it, I realized that the gold of Ultraman Universe Police continues to rise. In addition to the fighting skills, there were also light skills, and although these light skills weren't directly instilled in Jiang Chun, they were definitely enough. Also, it says clearly that the most important thing about being a light alien is knowledge of physics. Although the light system is also the existence of a very materialistic but want to play around need to be solid basic skills of physics." Jiang Chun, who saw this, immediately inquired about the knowledge of optics in this world, and it was very scarce, like there was no X-ray whatsoever, and at most there were telescopes and other artifacts. This could really make Jiang Chun startled. At first Jiang Chun was curious. How could light not develop skills? It turned out to be that even the knowledge of light and shadow was not mastered solidly. Without this knowledge being solid, how is it possible to transform light, which would otherwise be seen and not touched, into a means that can attack? Just then, the system released the quest. Ding detected that the host has discovered the problem of the essence of the rise of the light system, and is now issuing a mission to teach all the physics of the military forces that fall under the host's jurisdiction to proficiency, and need to teach one person's physics knowledge to become a patriarchal level, and the mission rewards patriarchal level physics knowledge. Note, this task is not a mandatory task, you can choose to reject it, and because of the host's knowledge reserve problem, the patriarchal physics knowledge can be issued in advance to help the host better complete the task. Pick up. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate, the other faculties were fine, but the light faculty was not really possible without physics. The only one with such a high degree of linkage between psychic abilities and science was the light faculty. System. Open personal panel. Host Jiang Chun. Rank 3rd order. 2 stars flesh practicing flesh. Skills happenings wheel of light, spectrum ray, otter barrier, emilium ray, stellium ray, golden light spell, japelio ray, healing ray, purification ray. Items, ultramarines training manual, bright warlord battle armor 3rd level. Looking at the personal panel on the light screen, Jiang Chun nodded his head in satisfaction. It wasn't shabby anymore. It was even considered luxurious. After all, the primordial who went to Earth in the first place probably didn't have as many skills as he did. Chapter 126 Farewell to Jiang Gu. Early the next morning, Xiaorong was still sleeping and Jiang Chun was already up. Running with hundreds of pounds of weights on your back, you are constantly working out. Ding dong. Just then, the door to the room slammed. Jiang Chun looked up, and with a slight display of his imperial art, he directly opened the door. Reporting to the company commander. Deputy Company Commander Li Hongbing. Reporting for duty. The man in military uniform outside the door walked in and directly saluted Jiang Chun at attention. He was followed by 4 other decent-looking soldiers, also dressed in their regular military uniforms. After seeing Jiang Chun, he also stepped forward and saluted and shouted. Reporting to the company commander Wang Haoze, who is the commander of the 1st platoon of the Jinling Army, leading the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squad leaders, reports to you. Seeing the trio come in, Jiang Chun jumped off the treadmill, grabbed a towel and wiped his sweat, saying, "You guys wait a little bit. I'm gonna take a shower and get ready to leave later. Feel free to sit down. This isn't in the army." After saying that, Jiang Chun walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Only after watching Jiang Chun walk into the bathroom did Wang Haoze's 4 men dare to look at Li Hongbing, and one of them asked directly, "Deputy Company Commander, this is our company commander. So young, we are the Jinling Army. It can't be a relationship." When these words came out, Li Hongbing immediately glared at him, and Wang Haoze even stretched out his hand to give this person a chestnut, followed by feeling unrelieved, kicked him and scolded. "You are forgetting how we passed the inspection of the Jinling Army, aren't you? You don't even recognize the chief. This is Jiang Chun, who is known as the godfather of the light system, and developed his skills when he was in high school. If he hadn't developed the 8-minute light wheel, you'd still be playing with your springs in the regular army." At that, the man smiled sarcastically. "I wasn't unaware of this. Who would have thought that our company commander would actually be the legendary high school student Jiang Chun?" Li Hongbing glared at him and said, "You'd better get a grip on yourself. Everything we learn is developed by the company commander, and our number is independent company of the Jinling Army. The company commander has dictatorial authority in the ranks. If you don't want to stay inside the army, you need to get out. You do realize that being a light shifter is not a quantum leap in achievement under a company commander as it is under anyone else." I know. The man nodded his head in a hurry. Even though he had a broken mouth, he still knew that being a soldier under the Godfather of Light would definitely benefit him the most. "Don't worry. I'm not one to hold grudges. To be on my team, you just need to be able to do it." Just then, Jiang Chun rubbed his hair and walked out, smiling and comforting. "Do not comfort, okay? A comfort." 5 people instantly tightened up. "Just get along," who do not know what kind of temperament this military chief officer is. In response, Jiang Chun just shook his head without saying much and turned around to walk into the room. Jiang Chun put on his uniform after entering the room. Today was a special day. Jiang Chun, who had put on his military uniform, was handsome and plump, the type that girls would fall in love with just by looking at him. Walking out of the room, Jiang Chun still hadn't seen Xiaorong, and immediately opened the door to her room and threw 2 flashbangs towards it. Who is it that dares to sneak up on me?" Xiaorong, who was flashed awake, frantically shouted out, followed by violently opening the door of the room with the 8-minute light wheel in her hand. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Jiang Chun in military uniform staring at her with glaring eyes. Get dressed. I'll take you to Mordor. My sister is enlisting in the army today. I'm going to see her off. Ah? Sister Jianggu enlisted in the army today. Master, you didn't say so earlier. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Xia Rong's drowsiness woke up at once, and she returned to her room with joy. Facts proved that don't believe what girls say for 10 minutes. Jiang Chun had made a meal before Xia Rong came out. After dinner, the group traveled to the Magic City in great numbers. Jianggu, we're going to serve in the Zhenling army soon. So excited. Next to Jianggu, Yan Chongzhang was fiddling with the clothes on his body with an excited expression. They were only moderately strong in school, and it was already a good homecoming to be able to enter the Zhenling army. After all, this is the nation's patron saint, specializing in going to the most dangerous places. All right, everyone, say goodbye to your families. We're heading to the barracks. The receiving cadre standing on the stage yelled, and the crowd began to say goodbye to their families. Yan Chongzhang, who was an orphan and had no family, stood still and waited, looking at Jiang Ji's figure that kept looking out and asked, Jiang Gu, are you waiting for your brother to see you off? Smiling, Jiang Gu nodded and spoke to him, and he said he was coming. All right, everybody, line up and get ready to go. Just then, the receiving cadre roared again, and Jiang Gu sighed helplessly and turned to head for the line. Wait! Li Hongbing suddenly descended from the sky and saluted the receiving cadre and said, Comrade, please wait. Our company commander would like to drop off someone. We're from the independent company of the 3rd Synthesis Brigade of the Zhenling Army. Although the receiving cadre did not recognize the number, he nodded after seeing the armband on Li Hongbing and said, Please also hurry. Our headquarters is still waiting for us to return. I understand. We are all members of the Zhenling Army. I understand the rules. Li Hongbing said with a quick smile. And Jiang Chun. Several people also came before the team at this time. Jiang Chun saluted the receiving cadre and said, May I ask Jiang Gu to come out, please? A wave of surprise flowed through the eyes of the receiving cadre. Jiang Chen, whom he certainly recognized, immediately nodded and shouted, Jiang Gu is listed. Jiang Gu hurriedly ran out to look at Jiang Chun and laughed. You're still here, Jiang Chun said with a light smile. As I said, I'm coming to see you off. It seems that you do want to enter the Spirit Suppression Army. You've already got a company, and you're not allowed to let your old sister try to feel it too? Jiang Gu looked at Jiang Chun, and there seemed to be tears in her eyes. Sister, after entering the barracks, you must obey orders. But take care of your own safety. You're the only family I have left and… Before he could finish, Jiang Gu lightly punched him and said, I'm the one who's your sister. You're just my little brother. You don't need all that. Don't stop where you're going. My sister will catch up. Precious. Jiang Chun didn't say much after all, and took a deep breath to salute Jiang Gu. Looking at Jiang Chen's salute, Jiang Gu also got a rare straight face and straightened his grooming to return a military salute. It was a salute they gave as soldiers, not as siblings. Xia Rong also rushed up and said, Sister Jiang Gu, goodbye. I'll come to see you sometime. Smiling, Jiang Gu stroked the tips of Xia Rong's hair and said, You guys are more talented than me, so make sure you surpass me the next time we meet. With that, he turned resolutely and walked into the line. The receiving cadre saluted a few people, and then they led all of them to board the bus back to the barracks. Watching the vehicle go away, Li Hongbing suddenly asked, Company Commander, the orders from above let us choose our own time to start and when to leave for the next 2 months. Jiang Chun said as he moved his arms and legs. Tomorrow we will start, after determining the station to recruit, from Qian Province and Dian Province. The quality of the soldiers in these 2 places is hard. Yes. Chapter 127 Recruitment. Li Hongbing, after we go to the military region, you should first contact the commander of the Zhenling Army in the capital of Qian Province and explain our intentions. Just after getting off the bus, Jiang Chun looked at Li Hongbing and said. Li Hongbing asked with a nod, So you, company commander, won't you come with us? Hearing this, Jiang Chun said with a light laugh, I'm going to meet someone, and I'll be back tomorrow at recruiting time. Yes. Li Hongbing saluted and then boarded the military vehicle that had already been contacted with only 30 or so troops. Master, who are we going to see? And I haven't heard that you know anyone in Qian Province. After Li Hongbing left, Xia Rong asked somewhat strangely. Hearing this, Jiang Chun let out a light laugh and said, "Still know someone? And presumably a bit of a network. Let's see if we can get him to help." After saying that, he dialed a phone number. "Hello, Jiang Yun? I'm in the capital of Chen Province. Do you want to come and meet me?" Jiang Yun on the other end of the phone froze, immediately followed by a smile. "Jiang Chun, why are you here? Take a taxi to the 3rd district. Let the driver send you to the food court. He knows it. I'll go over and wait for you." "Good." Jiang Chun hung up the phone, shaking his cell phone, and said, "Don't be bored. Even people you meet in high school can be friends." Xia Rong skimmed her lips and directly changed the topic. "By the way, master, Chen Province is really cool. This temperature is only about 20 degrees. Yeah, it does get pretty cool, but it's also really dangerous." Jiang Chun let out a sigh of emotion. There really was a reason why it was known as the province with the strongest force in the country, and just now they had met a lot of alien beasts on their way here. The escort accompanying the car was even a 6th-order high-star alien, and just like that, Jiang Chun and the others even stepped in to help. And that's just the high-speed rail. Normally a beast wave is at least moderately large. The strength of Chen Province is so strong that it can be said to be completely forced out by the actual battle. The combat power of veterans who have fought in hundreds of battles is definitely stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. Then the two took a taxi to the place where Jiang Yun said, and as soon as they got out of the car, they saw that Jiang Yun was in a scruffy manner with short sleeves and big pants, with slippers under his feet. "Brother Jiang Chun, here. I'll take you to eat something delicious," Jiang Chun said as the two of them walked over with a smile. "Long time no see, brother Jiang Yun. I didn't expect me to come to your Chen Province right now." Hearing this, Jiang Yun waved his hand and said, "It hasn't been that long, just a few days, by the way. Why are you dressed so formally? Jinling Army or Captain? What, you went to military school?" "You mean this, ah?" Jiang Chun explained with a smile as he stroked his uniform. "This is because of certain special reasons, and then the number one specially absorbed me this time to Chen Province. The first is to find you to catch up, and the second is to come to recruit. I am a company establishment, but barring that there are only 30 people under me right now, and the army in Chen Province is much more powerful in combat, and I want to come to recruit." Jiang Yun asked with some curiosity as he raised an eyebrow. Do you have any requirements for this recruitment?" Jiang Chun smiled faintly. "The other requirements are of course the same as the Jinling Army, with only one special requirement." "What?" "All must be light. It is more advantageous to have more light under my command." "That's a tall order you're asking for. With the light department's previous status, it's hard to find, even among the military." With that, Jiang Yun turned directly towards a street behind him. A few people casually found a hot pot restaurant, and Jiang Yun shouted towards the room after sitting down, "Cut 5 pounds of pancetta and serve some other dishes." After saying that, Jiang Yun knocked on the table and said, "Brother Jiang Chun might as well be a little more liberal with his recruiting. If you're all light types, then your team is too limited." "It's fine." Jiang Chun shook his head. "The light system is the most difficult to develop, but at the same time the light system is also the most all-powerful. When the time comes, you'll know the light system psychics in my team can enter the attack and retreat, healing and probing are all proficient." With the words having been said, Jiang Yun didn't say much. He waited for the owner to put up the hot pot before greeting them with a smile. "Eat, eat, eat. Don't think this stuff smells bad, but this stuff tastes good." Jiang Chun and Xia Rong, two people looked at the front of the red stinking hot pot, made it difficult. Looked at each other. Jiang Chun, heart a ruthless, said, "Eat, Xia Rong. This is a piece of Jiang Yun's heart." Said, copied the chopsticks, picked up a piece of the fried oiled pork and ate it. After just one bite, Jiang Chun couldn't stop, desperately pinching the meat to eat with the rice. And as a local, Jiang Yun also directly took a small pot and began to eat. Looking at the exaggerated appearance of the two, Xia Rong couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Was it that delicious?" With that, he casually took a piece and put it in his mouth. "Crap, it's delicious. Save some for me." Company Commander. This is the Supreme Commander of the Chen Province Jinling Army, General Chao 1. Looking at the man in front of him wearing a general's uniform with 2 stars of wheat, Jiang Chun gulped and saluted and shouted, "General, Independent Company Jiang Chun." Chao 1 returned the salute, waving his hand. "Well, no need to be too formal. I know the needs of the people you came to recruit this time. Can I ask why all of them just need to be light?" At that, Jiang Chun hastily made up a reason. Because the dark-type demonic beasts continue to grow larger now, and light-type adepts are extremely restrained against such demonic beasts, as well as the dark cleric, I hope that my team can carry out missions that specialize in dealing with these opponents. And Jiang Chen paused slightly. And what boldly? Chao Wen looked at the young man in front of him smilingly. And I'm also a researcher of light skills. I know deeply that light can attack and defend, and I can form my own, so I want to form a specialized unit. Jiang Chen said it directly with a heartbeat. But the matter of the training manual must never be revealed. I'm not surprised that Chao Wen didn't mean to accuse Jiang Chen of anything either. It was arrogant coming from any other person. But the one who said it was the godfather of the light system. The most knowledgeable person in the world about the pros and cons of light systems. Very good. I appreciate you, a young man. Do a good job. Form a team specializing in combating dark opponents. The art is specializing in the art. Chao Wen patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and handed him a list. This is the list you want. You can be mobilized on a priority basis, but your requirements are still harsh. With an army of more than 2 million people, I can only identify 500 for you, of which you still need to sift through them. At those words, Jiang Chen nodded. But immediately afterward, he said with some embarrassment, General, can I have all of them, because by then there will be a test. If the test is not good, you have to fight back to the original troops. More people can improve the tolerance rate. Don't worry about doing it. I'll cover it. Without the slightest hesitation, Chao Wen agreed to Jiang Chen's request with a wave of his hand. Chapter 128 Arrival at the Site. Company Commander, that's all we have this time, Li Hongbing said, pointing to the square formation of 500 people in front of him. Jiang Chen nodded and took out 500 elementary physics papers from within the system space. Send it out, make them do it, and send all those who don't pass back to their original units. Upon hearing this, Li Hongbing glanced at Jiang Chen in surprise, not knowing what he wanted to say for a moment. After all, recruiting people to do the paper first is a bit unreasonable in any case. No troops are like that. Just then, Jiang Chen's eyes sharply glared at him, and Li Hongbing hastily took the roll and arranged it. Don't look at Jiang Chen's low rank, but he knew that it was only temporary. Right now Jiang Chen was already at the 3rd rank, and even at the end of his freshman year there was no chance that he could be at the 5th rank. This potential he recognized, and Jiang Chen was also the developer of the skill. Everyone else developed the skill. The test was quick because too many people couldn't do it. After correcting the papers, Jiang Chen ticked out a list of 110 people amongst the list and handed it to Li Hongbing. That's all. To develop the light system you need the machine's strong knowledge of physics as a foundation. So the one that doesn't have enough culture don't want it. Li Hongbing also learned his lesson this time and turned around without any questioning. The eliminated warrior shouted in dissatisfaction. Report, I want to know why. Are you picking fighters or students? If you are picking students, then I have nothing to say. But picking fighters, I feel like I'm good enough. We came here because of orders from our superiors, and we heard that our superior is Jiang Chen. But to eliminate us like this, I think it's disrespectful to us, the soldiers of Chen province. Every one of them is a good soldier. All of them came step by step from the midst of battles. Looks like you're defiant? Jiang Chen didn't get angry. He just looked at him and smiled slightly. The soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted and shouted. Reporting to the company commander, I think it's like this. I entered the army after awakening the light system. Even though the light system didn't have the skills developed by the company commander at that time, I still survived one battle after another. I recognize that with the skills you developed as company commander we were able to pass the test for the Jinling army. But all the same, I don't think a low level of education is a reason to eliminate me. This is my 4th year in the army, and I've long forgotten what I learned in high school. Listening to the words of this warrior, Jiang Chen scanned the others and realized that their eyes were more or less the same. With that, Jiang Chen looked at the warrior in front of him and said with a smile, Not convinced, are you? I'll tell you why, swing at me. When these words came out, everyone present's face changed, and this warrior even said in a hurry, Company commander, that's not what I meant. I just think that cultural knowledge is something we can learn, and we shouldn't just be eliminated outright right off the bat. Cut the crap and hit me, you'll see in a minute. That's an order. Jiang Chen didn't talk too much nonsense and directly scolded. Hearing that it was an order, the fighter gritted his teeth and threw a direct punch. The imagined situation where Jiang Chen was directly sent flying out did not occur, and the warrior's punch went straight through Jiang Chen's body. Seeing this warrior's eyes widened as he looked directly dumbfounded at this scene. Immediately after that, a figure walked out from behind Li Hongbing and said indifferently, That's why I'm going to use literacy as an examination. Do you know how this works? The voice rang out, and everyone's eyes instantly shifted behind Li Hongbing and on to Jiang Chen. The other Jiang Chen was also moving the same way at this time, indifferently looking at the warrior in front of him. Jiang Chun had already known that this group of people would definitely cause trouble because of the failed culture, so he had already prepared for it. This was a skill that Jiang Chun had developed after obtaining the knowledge of patriarchal physics, holographic projection. Feeling the astonished gazes of the people around him, Jiang Chun said slowly with an unchanged expression, "Although we are now entering the era of psychic powers, science still exists, and of all the psychic powers, only the degree of development of the light system is closely related to science. What was concealed from you just now was the light skill, a skill that requires knowledge of physics to master, and is not the same as other powers. Inside my team must be the most powerful warrior of the light system, so absolutely cannot be the same tolerance of poor learning. To enter my team can be, next year I will also expand the recruitment, then you guys come back, remember to learn the science knowledge," he said, waving his hand to make his holographic projection dissipate, and straightened his uniform to leave the spot. And those who were eliminated sighed and left for their original units. "Li Hongbing, have the books I asked you to print been printed yet?" "It's printed," Li Hongbing promised and handed a thick book to Jiang Chun. "That's the sample, but is it really a book for everyone? If you're teaching this, you don't always learn it." Hearing this, Jiang Chun looked through it and said indifferently, "If you don't want to learn, hit back to your original unit. We are elite soldiers, not just anyone. You should have read the content. How is it? Can you read it? How is it possible to read?" At this moment, Li Hongbing's head shook like a rattle drum and said with some fear, "The front is fine, but the middle and the back are no different from heavenly books, and I've discovered that many of these theories are very advanced. The X-ray line introduced in it is even more advanced. I didn't realize that our light system is actually that strong. Fortunately, I didn't give up." In response, Jiang Chun let out a light laugh and stretched his back. "Tomorrow we start. Get to your quarters before it's too late. Then start classes after you've packed up, and make sure you do it fast." "Yes." Li Hongbing saluted and turned to walk out of the office. Early the next morning, more than 100 people from Jiang Chen's independent company roared onto the military train to the garrison. When we arrived at the quarters, it looked like the equipment was all new, and it appeared that new barracks had been built because the independent company had just been transferred over. Tidying up was quick, as they all came from amongst organizing their housekeeping. Just then, a figure broke into Jiang Chen's line of sight. "Yi Xing, why is she here?" That's right, the person who came was none other than Yi Xing. "Director Yi, we talked about the price at the beginning. After all, it's not our obligation. It's very difficult for me to cut the price like you did." The officer standing in front of him looked somewhat helplessly at Yi Xing, who was playing helplessly in front of him, and said, "To my surprise," Yi Xing just said with a heated smile, "Head son, cheaper? You know that we have high expenses in the light department." At the sound of his words, the head of Sun, standing in front of him, said with some displeasure, "Director Yi, your words are meaningless. Who does not know that the nation's light department is a skill given by a called Jiang Chun? Your Yanhuang light department smashed so much money to have a flashbulb, good enough to say it." This sentence of head Sun directly did not give Yi Xing any face, and his speech caused Yi Xing's face to turn red. "You! Hello, Captain Sunday." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Yi Xing inclined his head to see that Jiang Chun was standing to the side in his military uniform with an upright posture. Chapter 129. It's time to start school. "Jiang Chun, why are you here?" The moment she saw Jiang Chun, Yi Xing's eyes widened in instant surprise. Looking at her big flashing eyes, Jiang Chun said with a smile, "This is the new quarters for our independent company. We just arrived today. I didn't expect you to be here." After saying that, he saluted and shouted at the head of Sun. "Captain Sun, how do you do? I'm the commander of the Jinling Army's independent company, Jiang Chun." And naturally, Captain Sun was aware of this and hastily returned the salute. "Hello, company commander Jiang Chun. From now on our two units will be stationed together, so we should keep in touch more often in the future." As the head of a regiment, head Sun's posture was low. The station of the Jinling Army in Rongqing City was separate and could not be contacted by head Sun. However, the station of the independent company, which was an independent company and could even be disguised as Jiang Chen's close defense force, was arranged close to the nearest station to Yanhuang. There were a lot of missions that they would be discounted if they completed them, but the Jinling Army didn't, so having a good relationship with the Jinling Army was very necessary. "Captain Sun, since we are meeting for the first time, can I ask one more time what you were talking about?" "Oh, the order from above. If the students of Yanhuang University are on summer vacation, they can negotiate with us to use a military train for escort. But there is one thing, Yanhuang must pay our expenses or absolutely not." The head of Sun directly told the story of it. Hearing that Jiang Chun still wanted to brush his face, he looked at the head of Sun and asked, Captain Sun, do you think you can get it cheaper? No, no, no. The head of Sun refused flatly. The pricing was set by the Yan Huang senior management together with the senior management of the army. If it doesn't work, they can take the normal train. It's more bound than us, it's just expensive. With these words, Jiang Chun couldn't say anything else and stood by the side with a helpless face. Okay, that's the price. Yixing scratched his head helplessly and suddenly looked at Jiang Chun with some curiosity and asked, Did you come early with the intention of practicing? Yes. Jiang Chun nodded indifferently. All of my team is light-oriented inside. I need to give them a solid foundation of physical knowledge to better learn light skills. As the words fell, Yixing suddenly asked, What physics fundamentals you're going to lecture your warriors? Yes. Receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Yixing instantly came to be interested and said as she grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, Jiang Chun, we can't favor one over the other. At that time, it was agreed that you came to Yan Huang to teach the students. You can't just teach your warriors and forget about us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun looked at Yixing in front of him with a dumbfounded expression and said, Aren't you guys going on vacation? What classes? Can't you learn afterward? As the words fell, Yixing suddenly said with a cold snort, What achievements have not been made but also want the vacation? What vacation? I now go back to notify all the students to stop the vacation plan, all stay in class. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. Watching Yixing leave, Jiang Chun helplessly propped his forehead, but he did not resist this matter. Originally, he was ready to give Yan Huang's students a lesson. If Yan Huang's students didn't study physics, then they would still have to rely on Jiang Chun for most of their skill development in the future. And at the scene, only the head of Sun was left standing where he was, alone in the wind. I did not expect that. I just came to find a trip to Jiang Chun to get acquainted, and the extra money approved by the above went down the drain. Early the next morning, Jiang Chun brought his troops to the middle of Yan Huang University. As soon as he entered Yan Huang, Jiang Chun instantly opened his mouth wide. There was no other reason. Yan Huang was really too big. 30,000 acres of land was really the size of a small county. But that's just the above-ground facilities of Yan Huang. Yan Huang also has underground venues. Following Yixing's footsteps, Jiang Chun and the others arrived in a large classroom. Jiang Chun glanced over and said aloud after arranging for the independent company fighters to take their seats, I'll be taking the next physics class, and you better listen carefully because I'm not going to say it twice. At this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze was stern, and everyone in the spacious large classroom sat up straight. It was indeed a shame for them to have entered Yan Huang University for so long without developing any supernatural abilities. Surprisingly, the lessons went very smoothly, and besides the students and warriors, people like Yixing also came to the lessons. It had been 2.5 months later. Today was the day of the beginning of the school year, and Jiang Chun led everyone in a tight rush, and with the physical quality of an alien as a prerequisite still finished all of Earth's high school physics knowledge. Jiang Chun wasn't going to continue for the rest of the day, or at least let them digest it and study it for themselves. Li Hongbing, for the next period of time you will lead the warriors to study, but the daily training should not be left behind. Train according to my method. After 2 months the test will start. If you do not pass the test, hit back to the original unit. With that, Jiang Chun handed over what he had copied from the training manual. Li Hongbing took the note without saying anything. He was also digesting the knowledge in his head. Just as Jiang Chun wanted to go forward to the on-campus villa that the school had assigned to him, Yixing walked over with a person in tow. Jiang Chun, are you not going to take physics class next? Hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded and said, School starts the day after tomorrow and the knowledge has been taught, so let them have a little time to digest first, or it won't be good to proceed to the next stage. Okay. Leaf Star nodded and said immediately after pulling over the boy standing beside him wearing glasses. His name is Zhuge Chuan, he's a rare dual alien, and he's my research assistant, though I haven't researched anything either is all. Zhuge Chuan lightly pushed his glasses and stepped forward and extended his hand to make a self-introduction. Hello, my name is Zhuge Chuan. I'm a dual system alien. It's a light system alien and a brain computing alien, the latter of which highly enhances my computational ability. It's a bit of a chicken scratch, but I feel like it goes well with physics. When these words came out, Jiang Chen's face instantly looked odd. Brain calculation, this is also considered a supernormal ability. This cannot be considered supernormal ability, right? Put on the Earth, that is just a high IQ. With you, other people even, but you this behind this alien ability, should not speculate that the development of the light system is closely related to the development of physics. Smiling, Zhuge Chuan said helplessly. It can't be helped, all the other faculties are somewhat materialistic, navigators who rely on their own ideas to become, and I've made some dogmatic mistakes, wrongly assuming that the light faculties also use imagination. It's hard to proceed when you fall into a misunderstanding, but Mr. Jiang Chun, you're really smart. Your physical attainments surpass everyone in this world. Because of my supernatural ability, I've already had a preliminary understanding of the physics knowledge you mentioned, but I still want to follow Mr. Jiang Chun to continue learning more advanced physics knowledge. Yixing, who was standing on the side, also helped. That's right. With such a little follower to help you out, won't your job be easier in the future? Chapter 130. Su ran. Okay, you can follow me, but you have to follow orders. Yixing had recommended it like this. Jiang Chen's couldn't refuse, after all, he did need an assistant. While Ultraman skills are great to use, you can't just use Ultraman skills. There are limitations in many places that don't always work all the time. Hearing Jiang Chen's promise, Zhuge Chuan was instantly so excited that he bowed and saluted. In his eyes, being able to follow Jiang Chen's side as an assistant was a great honor. This was the man who was known as the godfather of the light system. Right? Jiang Chun suddenly paused and asked curiously, "What class of shifter are you?" "Third order 7 stars. Zhuge Chuan was a little apprehensive. Jiang Chun was now at the 3rd rank, and he himself was also at the 3rd rank, so he wondered if he would be looked down upon. And after hearing Zhuge Chuan's rank, Jiang Chun really frowned. This rank was indeed a bit low. But on second thought, after thinking that the strongest person in the light system, Yixing, was only at the 6th rank, Jiang Chun was relieved. Light has a long way to go to catch up with the other powers. Well, just digest the knowledge. I'll make you a textbook of the next physics when the time comes and just call you when I need you. When he finished, he turned to leave. Jiang Chun and Xia Rong returned to the villa on campus together, and because Jiang Chun was special, he lived in a villa just like the teachers. As soon as she returned to the villa, Xia Rong directly collapsed onto the sofa and shouted, "It's finally over, master. I really wanted to die these 2 months. This physics is too hard too." In response, Jiang Chun simply said indifferently, "The light system is different from other powers. The strength is largely tied to physical development, so even if it's hard, you have to learn it." Xia Rong didn't talk either. Of course she knew the importance of physics knowledge, but she just found it difficult. Looking at Xia Rong's appearance, Jiang Chun was also too lazy to speak, and returned to his room to take off his military uniform and change into a weighted training suit. "I'm going for a run. I'll make my own dinner." Immediately after that, he directly ran out, leaving Xia Rong lying alone in the villa. After walking out of the dormitory, Jiang Chun began to run. The weighted training suit on his body weighed a full 300 pounds, made from special ores produced after the revival of aura. Except it's heavier, but it's still pretty flattering. At this moment, the old students of Yanhuang University had already returned to school, and the scorching hot weather was somewhat cold in the middle of Yanhuang's campus. Alien University and ordinary universities are not the same. All the people here know clearly that their way forward is to become strong. So the free time are squatting in the dormitory and various training rooms, very few people on the road to hang out. And just then, a figure in sportswear appeared on the sports field, looking at the sweating figure. "Ching, have you seen this guy before? How come you've never seen him before for working so hard? And he's quite handsome." Suddenly, she asked with some confusion towards her best friend next to her. The girl called Ching looked back, followed by stuttering with wide eyes. This is Jiang Chen." Hearing her best friend's voice, she looked at her friend a little strangely and asked, "What's wrong with you, Cyan? Why this expression?" Ching took a deep breath and quickly told Jiang Chen's deeds for this year. And only then did she say with a sudden realization, "It turns out that the person I heard the instructor say that someone had developed a light-based combat skill in the middle of the training camp before was him, but according to his situation, shouldn't his freshman year have not yet begun yet? How come he's here now? Who knows? But it's safe to say that he's definitely a light pilot." Ching shrugged. The excitement before was also because Jiang Chen's feats were indeed dazzling. But in the middle of Yanhuang, the most important thing that is not lacking is the navigator of the alien ability. The one who gives them lessons is the navigator, and even they themselves are also the navigator. Hearing Ching's words, there was some curiosity in her eyes. She had seen navigators before, but it was the first time she had seen a navigator who was not yet 20 years old. "Ching, do you like him a bit? Look at you." She laughed a little wistfully. Smelling Ching instantly hit her and said, Don't talk nonsense. Chuan is not happy at that time. I blame you. The only thing I like is Zhuge Brother, because Zhuge Brother worships him very much. It's him who changed Zhuge Brother's destiny, so I'm just grateful to him. Don't talk nonsense. And Chuan is now his assistant. So happy that he didn't have any dinner today. He has been in the study room to study. In that case, then I'll have to get to know them. Someone who makes that Zhuge Chuan fellow approve must be interesting. With that, she left her best friend behind and took off into the air to the playing field. After running 20 kilometers wearing 300 pounds of weight bearing speed unchanged, Jiang Chun stopped panting and gasping for breath on the sports field. Wipe off your sweat, classmates. It's hot, but it's not good to catch a cold from the wind. The onion-white fingers grasped a towel and handed it to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun froze slightly and raised his head to look at the person who had handed him the towel. With fair skin and a beautiful face, the corners of her eyes with a smile looked like crescent moons, and her features were impeccable. The height is still 175, like youthful and lively. A sportswear is her body highlighted. Anyone who came would have to exclaim that this was the ultimate beauty. And Jiang Chun just smiled slightly and said with a polite nod, "Thanks, but I brought my own there." After saying that, he took out a towel from the space, and after nodding slightly towards her while wiping off his sweat, he crossed over to the place where the dumbbells were set up. The move froze her straight away. She had absolute confidence in her charms. As an absolute genius of the Thunder Department, and with top-notch conditions in terms of appearance, she was actually ignored just like that. She could see that the detachment carried in Jiang Chen's eyes was not deliberately feigned at all. This could have galvanized her desire to win, and she immediately ran to Jiang Chun with a puff of air, changing into a charming smile and stretching out her right hand, saying, "Hello, schoolmate. Get acquainted. My name is Su Ran. I'm from the Thunder Department." Jiang Chun looked up at Su Ran and scratched his head in some confusion, not extending his hand, just smiling. "Hello? I won't shake your hand. It's all sweaty. I just got done working out. But how did you know I was a student? Freshmen don't report until the day after tomorrow." Smiling at the words, Su Ran said with a smile, "You Jiang Chen's name, I think it's hard not to know, right? The navigator of the light system. The dark cleric is so difficult to deal with. We're all damaged by you, or the top 10 on the dark clerics must kill list." "Well, hello there, Sister Saran. I'm going to continue my training now." Chapter 131. School has begun. "All right, Sister Saran. I'm going to continue my training now." Having learned the answer, Jiang Chun looked disinterested. All he wanted to do now was to go train, crossing over to Su Ran once again. Su Ran's face froze. At this moment he deeply doubted his charm. Immediately afterward an absurd thought rose in his heart. Could Jiang Chun be a homo? But in an instant she dismissed the thought, and the idea of defiance rose again in her mind. "Wait, schoolboy, do you have a girlfriend?" Just after this sentence was asked, Su Ran regretted it. Was he chasing backwards? Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun did not follow the common sense at all, turned his head and looked at Su Ran and sighed and said, "Sister Su Ran, thank you for your love, but I indeed do not have a relationship mind. The foreign beasts are not destroyed. What is home? Outside the city walls are all the foreign beasts. My strength is still too weak. Before the seventh order I dare not fall in love. For fear that one day I will die. Thank you for your love, I'll leave first." After saying that, Jiang Chen's body, which was originally a bit tired, once again exploded with power, followed by him quickly rushing towards the outside of the training ground. Only Su Ran was left standing in place alone in the wind. "No, this guy, though, but at least shouldn't. The first time in my life I flirted with a man, and I was rejected like this? If this is spread out, do I still want my Su Ran's face to be in front of me?" Su Ran gritted his teeth a little as he watched Jiang Chen's back as he fled. At this moment, Qingqing also noticed the commotion over here and rubbed shoulders with Jiang Chun and walked over to Su Ran's side and asked, Ran, what's wrong with you? What did you say?" to Jiang Chun, all scared away. Su Ran gritted his teeth and said what had just happened. And after he finished, Qingqing held back her laughter until her face was twisted. "Ha ha ha, though, ha ha ha, but, ha ha ha, at least it shouldn't, ha ha ha." Qingqing's words were incomplete, not noticing in the slightest that Su Ran's face was getting darker and darker. Having no choice but to do so, Qing consoled after stifling her laughter. "It's probably because Jiang Chun likes the male style. It's fine, ha ha ha." Toward the end, Qingqing still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Ran's brain at the moment had black lines coming out. This was really too humiliating. Immediately afterward she gritted her teeth. Like the male style, even if I like the male, I'll break him straight. After saying that, his body took off into the air with lightning bolts, leaving Ching standing alone. Ching, who only had the 4th rank with no way to vacate the air, was dumbfounded and hurriedly shouted, "No, why don't you take me with you? The dormitory is so far away you're making me walk back." Su Ran, who was flying in midair, pretended not to hear, who let her laugh at herself, but immediately afterward muttered, "Fae are not destroyed, what is a home? The momentum is there. I'm a little curious about you, the godfather of the light system." For those readers who are up in arms at the moment of curiosity about a person of the opposite sex is the moment of sinking. It wasn't until he ran a large distance out of the stadium that Jiang Chun stopped and patted his chest. "Too scary, demonic spirit, dare to break my Tao heart. Such a beautiful little disciple of mine following me hasn't even moved, actually coming to seduce me so openly. Who's in love when you're all traveled? It only affects how fast I can shoot lasers. What are you thinking? Come in and confess if you're wrong." While calming his mood, Jiang Chun walked towards the villa. 2 days actually passed very quickly, all of a sudden, and if there was any major event during this period, it was probably Jiang Chun breaking through the 3rd stage and 4th star. After all, after such a long time, Jiang Chun was on the verge of forcing himself to become a teacher extraordinaire. The time for cultivation was greatly reduced, and in 3 months' time froze and only broke through 2 stars. The time had finally come for the report, and although Jiang Chun was going to teach the new students of the light department, it was only a specialized class. Like what public class, Jiang Chun was likewise only a freshman and had to follow the other students. He and Xia Rong arrived in the middle of the classroom, which seemed a bit noisy, and although they were new students, everyone was still chatting happily. "Jiang Chun is here." I don't know who shouted. The originally noisy classroom directly quieted down. Everyone's eyes looked toward Jiang Chun, saluting him. In response, Jiang Chun hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Everyone keep talking about themselves. I'm just a student like everyone else." As the words fell, everyone sat down peacefully and smiled at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was a bit shocked, but at the same time, his heart was secretly satisfied. Is this what it feels like to be a light navigator? All the light students I can get to sit down in peace with just a word. Xia Rong pulled Jiang Chen's clothes and laughed badly. "How about it, master? I told you, you're going to love this feeling." Jiang Chun hurriedly controlled his expression and sat down towards the frontmost position. Just then, a tall boy sat down next to Jiang Chun and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Jiang Chun, do you remember me?" At the sound of Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Chun looked back and surprised him by patting his shoulder and laughing. "I remember you. Zhang Lingfeng, you're here too. It seems like the college entrance exam killed quite a few foreign beasts so." Zhang Lingfeng was obviously a bit surprised, and excitedly clasped Jiang Chen's hand and said, "I didn't expect you to remember me, Mr. Jiang Chun. I did well in the college entrance exams. Barely passed 30,000 points, almost didn't make it. Good job. From now on we'll be classmates. Don't use honorifics, just call me Brother Chan or Brother Jiang." Jiang Chun was equally happy, and he appreciated this person. Zhang Lingfeng was just about to speak when a stream of light crossed the ceiling and landed on the podium. "Hello everyone. First time meeting. I just counted and we're all together, so I won't name names. My name is Yi Xing. I'm your counselor. Of course you're more familiar with calling me a homeroom teacher. And I'm also the head of the light department." The person who came was none other than Yi Xing, who was currently standing on the podium with a smile on her face. "We have a total of 316 students this time, quite a lot of it. Come here, no matter if you took Yanhuang in college or not. You are all governed by Yanhuang. Please follow the rules of Yanhuang. After all, the only one who has the ability to teach you is Yanhuang, and your original school can't teach you." Yi Xing's words were sharp, not leaving any face at all, and even had some threatening connotations. When this statement came out, a group of people in the class instantly exploded. They were all admitted to Yanhuang, but listening to Yi Xing's meaning, some of those who were attending classes in the same classroom as themselves were not Yanhuang students. "Yi Xing, you forgot to announce the news. They don't know yet." Suddenly, a man stepped out from the shadows on the side. His every move was elegant, and Jiang Chun recognized this person at a glance. Zhou Ke, the youngest vice president of Shangjing University, one of the people who came to Jiang Chen's door to solicit him at that time. Chapter 132: Ideas for the Development of Weapons. Because the light department is in its infancy and other schools do not have the relevant teaching experience, the cultivation of the first batch of light department students from Shangjing University, as well as Mordor University, will take place in Yanhuang, and in exchange, all student resources will be shared by both Shangjing University and Mordor University to carry out the burden. Zhou Ke walked while smiling and saluting towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smiled in response to this. This one was an absolute genius of the Dark Department, a vice president of Shangjing University in his 20s, and a seventh-order alien. The commotion only subsided when this was said. Zhang Lingfeng also scratched his head towards Jiang Chun. Brother Tatsu, I'm actually from Shangjing University. I got squeezed out of applying for Yanhuang University. Jiang Chun patted his shoulder and said, It's fine, in fact, you guys are no different from the students of Yanhuang. Except for the school registration information, no one knows that you are from Shangjing. Good. Right at this moment, Yixing suddenly said with a smile, Everyone's class schedule should be known. Public classes like what fighting and so on are all taken together. Not much anyway, after all, we're aliens, we still have to have time to practice. The courses are actually very few indeed, the main thing being the specialized courses. One asked, looking at the class schedule with some confusion. Teacher, what's the deal with this physics class? Didn't we learn it all in middle school? What's the point of learning physics when you're an alien? And Yixing next gave a ghostly smile and looked in Jiang Chen's direction and said, With the exception of certain classes, our classes will be taught by one teacher, and he is the one for physics, so let's have Mr. Jiang Chun to answer this question for you. At those words, Jiang Chun froze and looked at Yixing with an unbelievable expression of confusion. No, you didn't tell me there was this program. Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Yixing did not react too much and just smiled at him. Everyone's eyes were on him, so Jiang Chun couldn't afford to stay seated and stood up to walk to the podium. Everyone should know me, so I won't introduce myself if you don't know. Look up to Jinshi yourself. After my experience in developing light skills, it seems that the development of the light system is greatly linked to the level of physics, and unlike other psychic abilities, the level of physics cannot be low if you want to become a good light psychic. What's more, everyone knows what Yanhuang students are for, and a large probability that they couldn't develop skills before was because they didn't understand physics, so physics must become a mandatory course. As the words fell, everyone nodded their heads in succession. As long as it was what Jiang Chun said, then it was right. Anyway, even though they were light aliens, they couldn't do anything now as usual. Yixing smiled and took over. Classes are in need of class officers to help the teacher manage the students. So anyone want to come now? Let's recruit a class president first. When these words came out, everyone looked at Jiang Chun on the stage in peace and quiet. Zhang Lingfeng directly shouted, Jiang Chun, dang it, we wouldn't dare to dang it in front of him. As the words fell, all 316 individuals in the class chimed in. Jiang Chundang, Jiang Chundang. Jiang Chun gestured with a slight smile, and the entire room quieted down to look at him. I have a class to teach, and I can't possibly manage you guys while I'm teaching. In an instant, it was quiet again, and Yixing said with a smile, This is simple, Jiang Chun is the chief squad leader. Then Yanhuang, Magic City, Shangjing, each elects a sub-squad leader. This cascading is not on the line. Soon the matter was finalized again. But Jiang Chun didn't care about that. Yixing quickly said after putting everything in order, The next class is physics. So everyone just get your physics books and start the class, and don't wander off. Jiang Chun was helpless, he didn't want to lecture anymore this month, but he still kind of couldn't escape. Seeing this, Zhou Ke patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and laughed. I'll buy you dinner after the lecture later. I'll wait for you outside. With that, he walked out of the classroom. Right at this moment, 24 old men and women suddenly barged in, nodding their heads humbly at Jiang Chun and finding their seats upright. Jiang Chun, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded and looked at Yixing and asked in confusion, Sister Yixing, what is this situation? Oh, these are scientists. After handing in your physics textbook, they all want to come and study with you, saying that they are not as good as you are, and then number one, they assessment, feeling that the popularization of physics has a very great significance for the manufacture of national defense weapons, so specially approved to come and study with you, and then go back to continue to cultivate the development of weapons. Although we Xenos are very strong, but more than 1 billion nationals, combat Xenos are only 10 to 20 million, it's simply not enough. A significant portion of the fighters are still ordinary people. If the level of weaponry comes up, it's going to be easier for us to deal with Xenos as well. When this statement came out, Jiang Chun instantly froze. He almost forgot that this thing of physics for making weapons that was the most specialized counterpart of the work. He had fallen into a misunderstanding before. Just thinking about using physics to support light systems, but not thinking about developing weapons. If he could replicate the Lu Shield 3000 from his previous life, then the foreign beasts under the 5th rank would not be a threat, and the human territory would be reclaimed one step further. Mushroom bombs don't work to kill the enemy, but other missiles don't work to plow the ground. Not to mention the rest, the Sixth Order certainly couldn't suffer. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun instantly became interested, although he had become an alien, but being able to throw missiles Jiang Chun certainly would not refuse. Next, Jiang Chun was so energized that after class he started to pull out all the stops, and many of them drifted off to sleep. Yi Xing, who had anticipated this situation, kept wandering through the classroom because she was also sleepy at the time and it was too difficult. After the lecture, Xiaorong suddenly rushed to Jiang Chun and said, "Master Jiang Chun, I'm going out this afternoon. There's no need to look for me, I'm fine." After saying that, Xiaorong left the classroom and rushed outside the school. Jiang Chun just shook his head at this. He had an appointment today, and Jiang Yun had come to report for duty. "Brother Jiang Yun, it's been a long time. Looks like you've gotten stronger again. You're about to break through the 4th rank, aren't you?" Arriving at the place where he had an appointment with Jiang Yun, Jiang Chun directly patted Jiang Yun's shoulder and laughed. Jiang Yun looked back at Jiang Chun and laughed. "Brother Jiang Chun, it's been a long time, no? It's not because you're busy, or else you'd be faster than me." Jiang Chun just smiled non-committally at this. "Senior brother, where's the food you brought me? Why are you standing here?" A silhouette broke into Jiang Chun's line of sight, causing Jiang Chun to instantly widen his eyes. Jiang Yun said with a blank look, "I won't even let you pick me up, and you want me to bring you something to eat? Think of something nice." He said this on his lips, but he still took out a small box and handed it over and said, "Shifu herself made it, so you'd want to take a trip back to eat it." Will do, will do." Then he looked at Jiang Chun and introduced himself. "Brother Jiang Chun, let me introduce. This is my senior sister Su Ran. Grew up together, Thunder System ability, 1 level older than us. Sister, this is brother Jiang Chun, the one who is known as the Light System pilot." Su Ran stretched out her hand towards Jiang Chun and said with some gnashing of teeth, "Hello, Jiang Chun.